Chapter 1 Binding to the Survival System. On the deserted street, continuous growls reverberated through the air. A pristine moon hung in the night sky, its clear light illuminating the filth and blood on the ground. Panting breaths came hurriedly as heavy footsteps resounded on the empty road. Behind her were intermittent howls, like a beast's pre-feast celebration, accompanied by bone-chilling sounds of gnashing teeth. Una ran down the street, her body bruised and battered. A group of zombies pursued her relentlessly, their bloodshot eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for blood. On a high-rise at the side of the street, two people huddled in a corner, silently hiding without daring to make a single sound. Injured severely, Una finally stumbled and fell onto the street, while the zombies behind her surged forward, tearing into her flesh one after another. Ernest. Roscoe. You too shall not die easily. Una abruptly sat up from her bed, the cold moonlight spilling over it, making the sweat on her forehead more noticeable. Breathing heavily, she cautiously glanced around but found herself in an environment that was both strange yet familiar. The overwhelming rage and hatred inside her almost consumed her whole. Struggling to free herself from such emotions, Una realized where she was. This was her home, the house she lived in before the apocalypse. But didn't she die? The pain of being devoured by zombies still lingered in her bones, making her scalp tingle. The pitch-black surroundings tightened Una's nerves. She felt her way out of bed and took some time to locate the switch on the wall. When she pressed it, bright white light spread across her, somewhat dispelling the fear in her mind. The wall clock ticked away, while her phone lay quietly at the foot of the bed. Hurrying over to it, Una couldn't help but cry when she saw the date displayed. June 1st, 2023, 1 month before the zombie outbreak began. She had been reborn. BIP. Detecting. Connecting. Please wait. Una frowned in confusion, suppressing her wild joy and focusing on the source of the sound. BIP. Connection successful. Welcome, host Una, you have successfully bound to the survival system. The voice did not seem to travel from her ears to her brain, rather, it existed within her mind, as if it were part of her own body. Instinctively, Una tried to summon her abilities, but this newly reborn body had yet to awaken her powerful lightning powers. Therefore, she grabbed a vase nearby, looking vigilantly around. Host, rest assured. I am System 0, responsible for your survival system. The survival system will provide the host with more resources and convenience during the apocalypse. Ding, the newbie gift package has been sent to your mailbox. Please check your mail. If needed, you may call me. System 0 is here to serve you faithfully. A series of robotic voices echoed in her mind, leaving Una momentarily dazed. Then she noticed a screen floating before her eyes. In the top left corner was her profile picture, next to which her name, gender, and age were labeled. In the top right corner was an envelope icon, presumably the system's mailbox, flashing a red dot indicating unread messages. She stiffly tapped the screen with her finger. In the center of the screen, a gift package appeared, glowing with golden light before disappearing. Afterward, the items from the newbie gift package listed by System 0 showed up on the screen. Reinforced housing ×1 can only be used on host's property, permanent water and power supply for housing ×1, wastewater and garbage automatically discharged to another dimension, fertile land ×1 plot. Una rubbed her hands, still slightly disbelieving of the robotic voice in her mind. The next moment, she found herself transported into a world reminiscent of a paradise. An endless expanse of grass emitted a unique fragrance. The entire world seemed to consist only of the blue sky and the green grass beneath her feet, instantly calming her mind. She stood beside a 1m×1m patch of land, bending down to grab a handful of soil, feeling its damp and soft texture. Fertile land, seeds planted here can mature faster and yield more produce. The system promptly explained, introducing to Una how to use this space. This space is an independent world. As the host levels up, more buildings can be unlocked along with additional resources. For example, a well, storage, pond, pasture, store, workshop, etc., all unlocking automatically upon reaching certain levels. Una stood in shock. In her previous life, she hadn't been lucky enough to bind to this system, so the resources she found were usually managed by Roscoe, who possessed the spatial ability. But in the end, those supplies were not used much for her benefit. Instead, they were squandered by that despicable couple. With a thought, she left this world, and as the scene before her eyes twisted and then returned to normal, she reappeared in the center of the living room. The appearance of this unfamiliar system made Una's spirit inexplicably excited. She clutched her phone and paced back and forth in the living room for a long time, taking more than 5 minutes to fully accept this reality. The survival system would be her reliance for surviving in the apocalypse to come, and she must make good use of it. Since she had been given a second chance at life, she was determined to live well through the perilous apocalypse and live a brilliant, happy life. Of course, the most important thing was to make that despicable couple suffer worse than death. They must pay for every act of betrayal against her. Una felt intensely disgusted when she thought about how her best friend and boyfriend had been secretly having an affair right under her nose. Before the apocalypse, these two had relied on her for everything, and after the apocalypse, their food and drink still depended on her. Yet, when faced with a zombie wave, they did not hesitate to stab her in the back, pushing her out as bait, leading to her being torn apart by zombies until death. Una clenched her fists tightly, realizing time was running out. She needed to start preparing now so that she could successfully hide in a safe house before the apocalypse. Only by living well could she have the chance to take revenge. Suddenly, The system's mechanical voice interrupted her thoughts. The space you just entered can also be used for storing supplies, but there is no preservation function within it. Time runs synchronously with reality, so please note this point. Una instantly understood what the system meant, that the space only had storage capabilities, and food would still spoil over time. If you want your supplies to remain fresh for a long time, you can unlock the warehouse in advance. Inside the warehouse, time is stationary, and there are no spatial limitations. It's a great place for storing supplies. Then how do I unlock the warehouse? Zombie brain crystals can be used to unlock various buildings. Currently, unlocking the warehouse requires 20 level 1 zombie brain crystals. Chapter 2, Stockpiling Supplies. Una didn't find it difficult to obtain 20 crystal cores, for the zombies were actually quite weak during the early stages of the apocalypse. They just had slightly greater strength, but in terms of reaction speed and movement, they couldn't compare with humans. Although she hadn't awakened her superpowers yet, having fought zombies for so long in her previous life, she had learned many techniques. With a handy weapon, killing 20 zombies was effortless. She mustered up her spirit. The scene outside the window remained dark, only dotted with a few stars. Her first thought was to move out. The neighborhood where she lived would soon be surrounded by zombies after the apocalypse began. She planned to relocate to the house she bought in the suburbs. This new residential area had few residents, so even if a zombie virus outbreak occurred, she wouldn't be trapped among a horde of them. Currently, her home was located in the city center, which would likely be one of the first areas to fall during the apocalypse. Therefore, she could no longer stay there. Una took out her phone and sent a message to the real estate agent, clearly stating that she wanted to sell her property at a low price but required the purchase funds to be deposited into her account within 10 days. This was an attractive deal since the agent could earn substantial commission, so he would definitely prioritize this task. Una came from a family who received a massive demolition compensation due to the construction of a new airport, amounting to nearly 10 million. Her parents received 3 houses as compensation. However, shortly after receiving the money, her parents went on a self-drive trip and died in a sudden car accident. Her grandparents and great-grandparents passed away before she was born, and her parents had no siblings. Thus, all the demolition money fell into her hands. Ernest pursued her for 2 years, perhaps persistently because of this huge sum of money. But now, this money was enough for her to purchase necessary supplies and secure her future life. From now on, Ernest and Roscoe would never touch any of her money, supplies, or crystal cores. Thinking of these 2 beasts brought back Una's anger. She rushed into the bathroom and washed her face to suppress it. Killing was still a crime in this legal society, and she couldn't take the risk. All grievances had to wait until the zombie outbreak to be addressed. The house in the suburbs was fully furnished. Una packed her luggage and quietly left home after putting everything into her storage space. In the suburbs, vehicles were sparsely parked by the roadside. The desolate highway rarely saw anyone. It was a good place, especially after the apocalypse. Using the key, Una opened the door and surveyed the inside. None of the furniture had been used since the renovation, covered with dust-proof cloths, but the floor was still thick with dust. She tapped on her phone app and called several cleaning services. The storage space was too large for her to clean alone, it would waste time. Now purchasing supplies was most important, she couldn't waste time on other things. However, storing the supplies required a location that wouldn't draw attention. So Una began searching for a large warehouse close to her suburban house. She was satisfied with the marked information on the app ample space, but renting started at 5 years, making the rent not insignificant. Nevertheless, she promptly contacted the warehouse manager. They agreed to view and sign the contract immediately after inspection. It was lucky the manager answered the call despite it being late at night, otherwise, he might have scolded her for disturbing his sleep. It was 3 in the morning, and most stores hadn't opened yet, so going out wouldn't yield much. Una curled up on a relatively clean sofa and started shopping online. The delivery address was set to the warehouse. She would store everything directly into her space during the night to avoid running back and forth. Essential items such as toiletries, clothing, footwear, luggage, grains, oils, instant foods, outdoor gear, and medicine. Though buying from online platforms wouldn't match the quantities from wholesale markets, getting as much as possible was still crucial. By the time she finished ordering around 5:30, many wholesalers had already opened, and traffic was light. It was perfect for stockpiling. Driving to the wholesale market entrance, merchants were busy loading and unloading goods. Although dawn's red glow appeared on the horizon, proper lighting was still needed to see things clearly. Rice and flour were necessities for survival, while various vegetables and meats were also indispensable for maintaining the normal functioning of the body. Toilet paper had to be stocked in sufficient quantities, along with sanitary napkins and other essentials for women. These were Una's key targets for stockpiling. Before unlocking the space warehouse, seafood and meat had to be stored in freezers. Una specifically cleared out one room at home and bought 4 freezing cabinets. She spent the entire day buried in the wholesale markets, going from one market to another until she had bought supplies from all the wholesale markets in Yuncheng. After finalizing delivery locations with the vendors, Una left satisfied and went on to purchase other items. What worried her was medicine. Stockpiling large amounts would certainly attract attention. Therefore, she could only buy them separately from various pharmacies in the city and even made a trip to neighboring cities. These included essential household medicines like fever reducers, cold medicine, antidiarrheal medication, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, vitamin tablets, bruise and injury treatment solutions, iodine, bandages, band-aids, alcohol, etc. Gasoline was also an important item, but the state did not allow large stockpiles, so Una specially found several hidden fuel cellars to buy a large batch. The space could be used for planting, so she also bought many seeds of fruits and vegetables, ensuring a steady supply of fresh fruits. One thing indispensable in the apocalypse was controlled knives. This was troublesome because they couldn't be bought online or in reality as sharp-edged knives. Una drove around aimlessly, slightly troubled, when it happened to be summer, and she saw a vendor selling watermelons by the roadside. The vendor was using a nearly 40-centimeter long knife to cut the watermelons, which looked extremely sharp, effortlessly splitting open a large melon. Una quickly approached, buying all the melons from the vendor and asked for the knife. The vendor generously gave it to her. She also bought a few military shovels online, which could double as makeshift weapons, useful for hitting people on the head during fights. Chapter 3. The apocalypse arrives. Most of the items had been purchased, and Una had been staying in the warehouse for several days now. She spent her days receiving goods, getting so tired that she lost a lot of weight. Some curious shopkeepers asked her why she was buying so many supplies. Una laughed and joked about opening a supermarket, quickly changing the subject whenever they tried to ask more. During this time, Ernest and Roscoe kept calling and messaging her for money, both openly and subtly. However, Una never responded. Using her money to sleep with her best friend, what a scumbag Ernest really is to do such a thing. Una felt a chill run down her spine every time she thought about them together, feeling as if she wanted to vomit up everything she had eaten the night before. Days passed by one after another. As the sun rose and set each day, the apocalypse finally arrived on Earth. Una had already packed up everything and was hiding quietly at home, peeking through a tiny gap in the tightly drawn curtains. The zombie virus was highly contagious. Any contact between a zombie's saliva or blood and an open wound would cause mutation. Even scratches could be dangerous. Even the tiniest wound could turn a survivor into a walking corpse. With the buffs for reinforced housing and permanent utilities already in effect, Una was practically safe as long as she stayed home. Time ticked by. The first scream reached someone's ears, while others didn't even have time to scream before their necks were bitten off. Online platforms exploded with countless rescue pleas almost overwhelming the servers. Emergency phone lines were continuously busy and unreachable. Fortunately, it was early morning. The weather in early June was already warm, and the sky was bright. Sunlight cast its warm glow, illuminating more blood-stained corners. Screams echoed everywhere. Even in Una's neighborhood, there were victims. Thankfully, the residents weren't too numerous and hadn't panicked yet, all huddled in their homes waiting for rescue. Leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, Una scrolled through her phone. All the top posts were about zombies. She casually opened a few. Despite the blurred images, it was still clear that organs were dragged out of stomachs, now scattered underfoot. 1, 2, 3. Una casually watched these videos, finding no real horror in them. After experiencing the post-apocalypse world for so long, she had seen worse things. Cannibalism among humans occurred frequently. These scenes were nothing more than appetizers to her. The residents' group chat also exploded as everyone began describing their predicaments. Some people's family members had turned, biting them as well. Others were targeted by zombies outside their doors, the sturdy anti-theft doors now being battered loudly. Still, others had no food reserves at home and hoped someone could sell them some, price negotiable. The group chat was chaos, but Una remained silent, instead opening her conversation with Ernest. This man used to care for her every day before the apocalypse but didn't send a single word of concern now. What love was there if it was just for her money? Una typed a message despite feeling nauseous. Albert, are you okay? There are many monsters eating people outside. How's the situation in your neighborhood? Occasional zombie roars could be heard. Una threw her phone onto the sofa without a care and went into the kitchen to make herself a plate of frozen dumplings. Before the apocalypse, she had eaten insects and tree bark. Normal food now felt like gourmet delicacies to her, making her feel incredibly fortunate to eat it. After eating, she washed the dishes and put them away, then settled back on the sofa to monitor the outside situation. She unexpectedly saw a former neighbor from the downtown area where she once lived posting on social media. Outside the gated community, there were many breakfast stalls and senior citizens exercising. Now the ground was covered with blood and severed limbs. Death loomed heavily through the screen, choking Una slightly. Zombies surrounded the entrances to the residential buildings, seemingly endless as they chased a man, their decaying bodies displaying far greater strength than humans. Una was relieved she had moved to the suburbs, otherwise, she would be trapped in such a place, unsure if she could survive killing zombies amidst the dense crowd. Though terrifying, there was some good news. Many people hadn't left home for work or school that morning, so the number of aimlessly wandering zombies on the roads wasn't too high. Most of the mutated zombies were trapped inside their homes. With their current strength and intelligence, they wouldn't be able to escape in a short time. Just as she was carefully examining the information outside, someone gently knocked on her door. Una was somewhat surprised. She hadn't told Ernest or Roscoe about her move, but who else would come looking for her besides them? Una peeked through the peephole and saw a man in a dark blue short-sleeve shirt knocking lightly at the door at a leisurely pace. She frowned but didn't open the door or make a sound. It wasn't that she was overly cautious, it was just that this world had made her lose her ability to trust strangers. Her body now wasn't as strong as in her previous life and still lacked exercise, so she didn't want any conflict with a robust adult male. Killing brainless zombies might be simpler. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a powerful and quick-reacting man was absolutely not a wise choice at present. Seemingly sensing her reluctance to respond, the man pondered for a moment, then walked back into his apartment and closed the door. Hearing the security door close gently, Una turned to lie back on the sofa. But the next moment, the door opposite has opened again. The complex Una bought into was called Happiness Residences, with 2 units per floor. She lived in 1801, and the opposite unit was 1802. This man was clearly her neighbor, but why had she never seen him during this time? She even thought she was the only one on the entire 18th floor. Before she could think further, the man held up a sticky note in front of the peephole, then quietly placed it by the door, raising his hands to show he meant no harm before retreating into 1802 without any further action. Una pursed her lips and waited for a while before cautiously opening the door to retrieve the sticky note. Hello, I'm the resident of 1802. For a peaceful life on the 18th floor, I will seal off all safety passages and elevators, but I'll keep the keys safe for you. I hope you don't mind. I have no ill intentions, I just hope we can have an extra layer of protection. Another half hour passed, and through the surveillance camera in front of her door, Una saw the man walk out of his apartment again. Chapter 4, The Mysterious Neighbor. He dragged out a custom-made anti-theft door from the room with some difficulty, a double-winged one that looked very thick and solid, with a peephole embedded in it. The man skillfully removed the wooden door of the safety passage using tools, then quietly and cautiously installed the anti-theft door. Una rubbed her chin in surprise. No wonder she had noticed something odd about the wooden door of the safety passage recently, with extra holes and installed steel nails around it. It turned out he was preparing for this. The man successfully locked the anti-theft door from the inside, then held up the key in front of the surveillance camera, placing one at the door of apartment 1801. He also sealed off the elevator entrance with several steel plates. Since the power hadn't been cut off yet, the residents downstairs would have only 2 ways to reach the 18th floor, either take the stairs through the safety passage or use the elevator. Now that both passages were blocked by the man, even if others thought about getting to the 18th floor, it would probably end up like drawing water with a bamboo basket, fruitless. After all his fussing, the man did not look at apartment 1801 again but returned to apartment 1802 without making any more noise. Una opened the door, took the key in, and casually attached it to her home keys before putting it away in her storage space. This man seemed to have thought of more things than she had, and he had taken more comprehensive protective measures. For now, he indeed appeared to be a fairly good neighbor. Of course, vigilance could not be lacking. Who knew what humanity might turn into when everyone lacked food and clothing? What worried her most now was the issue of unlocking the warehouse. Although she had stored easily perishable fruits and vegetables in the refrigerator, they would still spoil over time, so she needed to make preparations as soon as possible. System: have zombies evolved crystal cores in their brains now? Zombies that have eaten humans have already evolved crystal cores. If the host needs, you can go hunting for them, and Zero will assist the host in detecting zombies with crystal cores. Una touched her chin. Can you help me check how many zombies are in this building? Apologies, host. I do not have that function yet. Zero can only determine the grade of crystal cores in zombie brains face-to-face. Una clearly felt a bit disappointed but didn't press Zero further. She sat on the sofa and started checking if Ernest or Roscoe had replied to her messages. So far, neither of them had responded. She remembered from her past life that these 2 people were trapped in a hotel, and it wasn't until she awakened her powers that she went to rescue them. For some reason, these 2 rats who had crawled out of the sores in this life had not sent her distress signals, but she would definitely make them pay the price at the right moment. She just needed to set up a trap and wait patiently. Being deceived so badly by these 2 animals in her last life, she wouldn't let them off easy in this one. Suppressing the rising hatred, Una entered the prepared training room and began exercising to improve her strength, endurance, and reaction speed. Without awakening any abilities, she could only enhance her physical fitness, which would allow her to hunt zombies successfully and stockpile 20 crystal cores to unlock the warehouse. The most important thing for her now was to boost her physical strength and reflexes, but this would take time and couldn't be rushed. Determined, she continued training until she was too exhausted to walk, then she resumed studying the videos and images of zombies. They looked no different from those in her previous life, still disgusting. Their eyes had mostly whites with tiny fly-sized pupils, quivering violently with each motion, as if their eyeballs were about to fall out. Their skin was an eerie bluish-black, with veins protruding like wriggling maggots. The wall clock pointed to 9 in the morning. The government had issued an emergency evacuation notice, advising everyone to stay at home, stockpile supplies, and wait for rescue. Be cautious not to be scratched or bitten by zombies. Anyone bitten must be isolated and observed, avoiding close contact with others. But when would the rescue arrive? Una didn't know, nor did the residents of Yuncheng City or the surviving humans on Earth know. At least in her past life, Una never waited for the so-called rescue. If it weren't for someone trying to escape and attracting all the zombies gathered downstairs, she might have been trapped and died in the residential building. But the government's message had calmed many people down, bringing back a bit of rationality. Everyone stayed at home, consoling each other and paying attention to storing usable water while they still could. Those who had ample supplies at home were proudly updating videos on social media, with a horde of flatterers in the comment section groveling to them. Yet, there were people in unknown corners deducing the blogger's location by the scenery outside their window. For such people, Una only had one comment: they were tired of living. Nowadays, people would still fear zombies, but would they still be afraid after discovering these monsters' weaknesses? The wickedness of human nature would be infinitely amplified after some time, and that would be the scariest period. The first to suffer would also be those who boasted about their abundant supplies. At this moment, everyone in the homeowner group had calmed down. The property management also came forward to count the number of survivors, saying it was for the better distribution of rescue supplies later on. Una did not speak but carefully counted the number of survivors. Excluding the 18th floor, building number 1 had 10 households before the apocalypse, but now only 6 households spoke openly in the group, while the other 4 had vanished without a trace. Maybe they had turned into zombies, maybe they were devoured, or perhaps due to heightened vigilance, they didn't want anyone to find them. The large homeowner group of Xingfuli was much more lively than that of building number 1, with many people sending messages. There were a total of 30 buildings in the neighborhood, and currently, the combined number of survivors was still not small. People could not go out and were terrified by the sudden zombie outbreak. They hoped to find surviving fellows now more than ever. Thus, many people endured their fear and started comforting each other in the group, creating a harmonious and warm scene. However, this scene might not last long. Days passed by. Seeing the apples in her storage space getting slightly wilted, Una finally went out on the 4th day after the zombie outbreak. The hallway was eerily quiet. There wasn't a sound from apartment 1802, only occasional zombie roars from outside the residential building. Una tightly held a watermelon cleaver, sharpened to an incredibly sharp edge with a whetstone, now gleaming with a cold light. She cautiously opened the anti-theft door and went down the stairs through the safety passage. The staircase was empty. Even though she tried her best to lighten her steps, her footsteps still echoed clearly. According to her experience from the previous life, zombies were especially sensitive to various sounds as well as the smell of humans and blood. Therefore, she had to slow down, even more so. Chapter 5, Out to Hunt Zombies. The 17th floor was completely silent. There were no residents here, so naturally, there wouldn't be any zombies. Continuing down the stairs, 2 clear growls indeed sounded from below. The sound of sharp nails scraping against the anti-theft door sent chills down one's spine. Una tugged at her stab-proof vest and carefully pushed open the wooden door of the stairwell. On the 16th floor, only low groans of zombies remained. The key was still inserted in the door of 1601, and droplets of blood spattered on the ground, leading all the way into room 1601. It seemed that the owner of this household had been bitten by a zombie and then managed to crawl inside with his broken body, not even bothering to remove the key from the door. But what about the zombie that bit him? Una didn't know, but she heightened her vigilance all the same, gently turning the keychain on the door of 1601. As soon as the door opened, it was met with a forceful push, and then a zombie burst out. Its clothes, soaked in dried blood, clung stiffly to its gaunt skin. The system's notification sounded, "A level 1 crystal core detected in this zombie's brain." Una immediately perked up. Thinking of the storage space within her own world, she felt instantly energized. She made a chopping motion with both hands, embedding the blade directly into the zombie's neck. Black blood flowed down the blade, staining Una's gloves. She gritted her teeth and applied more force, finally severing most of the zombie's head from its body, leaving only some flesh still connected. The zombie finally stopped moving, collapsing like a broken puppet with a dull thud. Una didn't want to extract the crystal core in the hallway filled with dangers, so she simply tore off the zombie's head, holding it by its greasy hair as she walked into the room. There are still too few zombie crystal cores now. Newly mutated zombies aren't fast either, making them quite easy to deal with. But they really stink. The whole house smells of decaying flesh. She waved her hand dismissively, then gripped the knife and cut open the head, sticking her gloved hands inside and rummaging around. Suddenly, she felt something hard, about the size of a mung bean, covered in brain matter and black blood. The foul smell almost made Una vomit. Even someone who had experienced the apocalypse found it unbearable. One simply couldn't get used to it. After placing the crystal core into her spatial pocket, she began inspecting the rest of 1601. A faint scratching sound came from the balcony, separated from the living room by 2 doors. Una, holding her knife, approached the balcony. A girl, no older than 13, had already mutated, a dark blue bite mark clearly visible on her arm, which was the cause of her mutation. Smelling the scent of a human, she became even more agitated, using her strength to bash against the wooden balcony door while emitting terrifying gurgling sounds, like a metal spoon scraping the bottom of a bowl, causing Una to frown. Clearly, the wooden door wasn't as sturdy as an anti-theft door. After a few collisions, it broke open, and the zombie rushed out to bite Una's neck. Una killed her with 1 slash, only to be informed by the system that there was no crystal core in her brain. What a waste of effort. It was likely that her wound had come from the previous zombie, her family having turned her into a monster. Such a tragic event. Inside the house was a first aid kit, a bag of rice and half a bag of flour along with various seasonings in the kitchen, and the refrigerator, which hadn't lost power, contained frozen meats and refrigerated vegetables, though slightly wilted, still edible. Una stored everything in her spatial pocket and peeked through the peephole to ensure there were no immediate dangers before opening the door. From 1602 came the sound of a chair scraping against the tiles, followed by a disheveled woman rushing out, clinging to Una's legs and refusing to let go. You can kill zombies. You can protect me. My family is rich. I can give you a lot of money. She screamed shrilly, the piercing sound echoing in the empty hallway. Una quickly heard the growls of zombies approaching. They were climbing up, attracted by the noise. Although their bodies weren't very agile yet, given enough time, they would reach the 16th floor and devour both Una and the woman, bones and all. Una frowned, raised her hand, and slapped the woman's face with great force. Her cheek immediately swelled red, stunning her into silence. See this knife? If you don't shut up, I'll slit your throat. Una's tone was cold, but the woman could clearly sense that she wasn't joking. Despite the sting on her face making her want to teach Una a lesson, she was frightened by the zombie's hisses and let go of Una's leg, fleeing back into her apartment. Una gave a cold snort and stood at the entrance of the safety passage on the 16th floor, gripping the watermelon cleaver. These zombies were conveniently delivering themselves. There was no need for her to descend further in search of them, saving quite a bit of effort. The stairwell in the safety passage was only a little over a meter wide, so the zombies couldn't come up side by side, they had to climb one by one. Una stood higher up, slicing off one head after another until there were no more zombies climbing up, then she began extracting crystal cores based on the system's prompts. Some of these zombies were residents of the building, while others had climbed in from the compound through the unit doors, and most had feasted on human flesh. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, Una obtained 13 crystal cores but still fell short of the 20 needed to unlock the storage facility. Congratulations on your first successful collection of crystal cores. You are now awarded a lucky spin opportunity. Would you like to use it? Una shook her head. I'll do it when I get home. She felt somewhat obsessed and had a notion not to return home until she completed her task. She wanted to achieve her goal since this opportunity was hard to come by. Una dared not take the elevator, though it hadn't lost power yet. Entering it would mean cutting off her escape route. If the elevator doors opened to a swarm of zombies, she'd likely become their appetizer. Carefully walking down the stairs to the 15th floor, the scene here was even more gruesome. Blood splattered everywhere on the ground and walls, dragged out in long streaks. Human limbs lay discarded like trash in the corners, and the smell was starting to rot. Una fought back the urge to vomit and noticed that the doors of 2 households on the 15th floor were open and disheveled, with chaos inside. She didn't step in to look for supplies as the environment here was far worse than on the 16th floor. She feared ingesting food contaminated with human or zombie blood. The mere thought made her scalp tingle, imagining her grandmother smiling and beckoning to her. Chapter 6 Exposed by 1602. Continuing downward, she arrived at level 14. The zombies locked inside the 14th floor grew agitated upon hearing her footsteps, pounding on the anti-theft door with a bang, the tremendous noise echoing endlessly in the hallway. Una inwardly cursed. The noise this thing was making was too loud. She had already sensed the zombies below continuously surging upward, rushing madly toward the 14th floor, their roars unceasing. She could have made that woman shut up earlier, but not this zombie. If it kept screaming like this, the entire safety passage would be overrun by zombies, which was not a good sign. Una frowned, intending to directly smash open the door of 1401, but suddenly noticed the corpse lying in front of 1401's door. Its head had been completely gnawed away, so it couldn't turn into a zombie. However, there was indeed a bunch of keys hanging from its waist, looking very much like house keys. Una picked up the keys as if taking a gamble and, unexpectedly, really managed to open the door of 1401. She then immediately decapitated the zombie. Finally, the noise disappeared from the hallway, and the climbing zombies also calmed down significantly. Una continued standing at the entrance of the stairwell on the 14th floor, waiting for this small wave of zombies to come up. After clearing out all these zombies, Una now had 23 crystal cores in hand, enough to unlock the warehouse. Satisfied, she headed home. The battle just now did make her feel somewhat exhausted. Leaning against the door for over 2 minutes, Una finally supported herself to stand up and hurriedly walked into the bathroom to wash her hands. She was very afraid of being contaminated by the zombie virus, so she had specifically done her best to protect herself when going out. But a few drops of the zombie's dark red blood had still seeped in through the gap between her gloves and sleeves. As long as there were no wounds polluted by zombie blood, it should be fine. Still, she wasn't reassured. Using soap, she carefully scrubbed every corner of her hands and disinfected them with alcohol. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Sitting on the sofa and taking a bite of an apple, she then summoned the system interface, clicking on the lottery wheel touted by number 0. There were quite a few options on it: 100 level 1 crystal cores, 1 piece of fertile land, 50 level 1 crystal cores, 1 tang knife, 1 pistol, and 10 steamed buns. What Una wanted most was naturally those 100 level 1 crystal cores. After her ability awakened, crystal cores could boost her ability level and unlock other buildings in the space, making them extremely useful. However, 100 crystal cores only took up 3% of the lottery wheel, while steamed buns accounted for 50%. It seemed that drawing 100 crystal cores was very unlikely. Sincerity brings spiritual rewards. Una nervously rubbed her hands together, pressing her fingertip on the start lottery button. Watching the wheel spin ceaselessly, gradually slowing down, the bright red needle lingering on each section before slowly moving on, it finally pointed at 50 level 1 crystal cores. Una jumped up from the sofa joyfully. Although it wasn't as many as 100 crystal cores, having 50 put her ahead of everyone else on Earth. The crystal cores appeared in the upper right corner of the interface. Looking at her balance of 73 crystal cores, Una felt it was even better than a string of zeros in her bank account. Eagerly, she moved fruits, vegetables, and meat into the newly unlocked warehouse. The 4 freezers in the room were now useless and were stuffed into the space without a second glance. Lying contentedly on the sofa, Una took another bite of the apple, the sweet juice spreading in her mouth, truly a delightful experience. With power still not cut off in Yun City, she could still log onto some websites and see messages from outside. The government had sent troops to clear out zombies, but these creatures never tired. Even with broken arms and legs, they would crawl towards humans to launch attacks. After a whole day of clearing operations, humans summarized the weakness of zombies, namely, their brain. Once their brain was destroyed, the zombie posed no further threat. The government promptly disseminated this information to the public, and some brave people began wielding handy weapons to deal with threatening zombies. However, the army's numbers were limited. The outbreak of zombies caught everyone off guard. Yun City's weapon reserves could not compete with thousands or tens of thousands of zombies, so the rescue mission was suspended after only 3 days. Infected individuals had appeared within the military. Their physical condition was originally superior to ordinary humans. After mutating into zombies, they became even more dangerous. The entire country was now in chaos. Una rubbed her nose, placed her phone aside, and went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. The news from outside was indeed depressing, making her lose her appetite. She simply heated up a self-heating meal box and quickly finished the food inside before tossing the garbage into the bin. At this moment, messages started trickling into the homeowners group of Blissful Community. Some of the braver residents were trying to organize people to clear out the zombies within the complex. Although they all sounded indignant in their words, not a single person actually signed up when it came to counting heads. It was the 4th day since the zombie outbreak. Some families had already run out of food and were anxiously pleading for help in the group. But who was having an easy time nowadays? Naturally, no one responded. Everyone pretended not to see the cries for help, which filled the screen. Suddenly, a message stirred up the group. The sender's note showed as 1 to 1602. 1 to 1602. This morning, I saw a woman behead a zombie with 1 strike, but when I asked her for help, she attacked me. 13-0202. Oh my god, really? In the face of a zombie outbreak, humans should stick together. How could she be so cold? 1-0701. Is that woman in our group? I also live in Building 1. There's a zombie smashing against my door. Can you help me kill it? I can offer you compensation. Any amount is fine. 1 to 1602. She might live on the 17th or 18th floor. Don't even think about asking her for help. I offered money too, but she just attacked me without a word. What a disgusting, heartless person. Una curled her lip, completely unfazed by the slander from the woman in 1602. She never considered people like this, who had no shame and always tried to take advantage of others, as human beings. However, they couldn't pinpoint Una's exact address because she joined the group via QR code, had never spoken in the group, and hadn't changed her nickname to indicate her apartment number. They could only speculate her location based on what 1602 said but couldn't contact her privately. Una rubbed her head. The 17th floor was uninhabited, something the property management surely knew, meaning they would immediately focus on the 18th floor. Suddenly, she thought of the anti-theft door installed in the safety passage and felt a surge of gratitude towards Gabrielle, the resident of 1802. Chapter 7. Asking Una for help. Even if that group came, they couldn't directly come to knock on her door. Gabrielle had been quite forward-thinking. With this thought in mind, she eased a bit, thinking that if there were ever any needs from apartment 1802 in the future, she wasn't entirely unwilling to offer some convenience. After all, the anti-theft door of the emergency exit and the steel plate at the elevator entrance were both installed by him alone, but they protected both of them. Although the reinforcement system made Una's house not worry about being targeted, if there were shameless people who knocked on her door every day, she estimated that she would be annoyed until her head ached. The door was lightly knocked on again, followed by the sound of the opposite door closing. Through the peephole, she noticed a sticky note lying quietly on the ground. She took it back into the room and carefully examined it. This time, the content was more extensive than last time. I have seen the messages in the group. In the future, there will definitely be people finding us at floor 18, so I need to reinforce the anti-theft door on the 18th floor further. I wonder if you have larger screws at home? The screws at my place are a bit small, which would make it troublesome to install the iron railings. This item Una actually kept plenty of. She liked to stockpile various things, so her space was filled with all sorts of items. Gabrielle probably wanted to add a switchable iron grating outside the anti-theft door, like those old neighborhood safety doors. It would indeed provide another layer of security in the future. Una rubbed her chin, thinking Gabrielle was quite a door. He didn't blame her for causing trouble on the 18th floor. Instead, he immediately focused on solving the problem and reinforcing defenses. Naturally, Una wouldn't refuse. Although she still did not fully trust Gabrielle, she opened the door straight away and walked to the door of 1802. She gently knocked 3 times. The soundproofing of the house seemed pretty good, as she heard no footsteps from the time she knocked to when the door opened. Hello, I've brought my toolbox. Inside are screwdrivers and other tools you might need. Feel free to use them. Of course, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Una politely raised the toolbox in her hand. Looking up, she saw his face for the first time. Clear-cut and bright, one might say he could be an exemplary design of Nvoir, a metaphor for perfection. Broad shoulders and long legs, his exposed forearms in short sleeves were impressively muscular. Gabrielle received the toolbox from her hands with a somewhat teasing tone. Finally, you're less guarded against me. I thought you wouldn't talk to me this time. He turned and returned inside, dragging out an iron grill, although its height was a bit off, so he had to move it diagonally, which was quite strenuous. Una hurriedly went forward to help and spoke apologetically. It was because of me that floor 18 attracted more attention, for which I should take main responsibility and apologize. Gabrielle waved it off, indicating it was nothing. Afterward, the two of them silently continued installing the iron gate without making a sound to avoid attracting zombies. Working hard for nearly an hour, they barely managed to get the railing installed. Gabrielle pulled hard on it, but it didn't budge an inch. It's done. Here's the key for the gate. Thank you for your help. Handing over the key to Una, Gabrielle quickly returned inside, giving her a slight nod before closing the door. Neither stepped into each other's territory too much. Being such unfamiliar yet peaceful neighbors in the apocalypse was indeed a nice thing. Back in her place, Una checked her phone only to find that the group chat in building number 1 had started selecting a floor leader. Humans are social animals. Those with leadership abilities naturally become leaders within a group, using their capabilities to organize and lead the team forward. The elected floor leader for building number 1 was Mr. Owen from apartment 0201, a man in his early 30s at the prime of life. He was an outdoor sports enthusiast with strength and endurance far above average, and also bold and experienced. His main reason for becoming the floor leader was risking his life alone to close the entrance door of building number 1, preventing more zombies from entering and ensuring everyone's basic safety. He began tallying up the survivors within the building and organized everyone to go zombie hunting together at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This would ensure the building's safety and facilitate mutual aid among households. It was indeed a good idea, but implementing it was not as simple. Some zombies were trapped inside apartments while others wandered around the corridors. However, the space in the hallway was not very large, and the narrow escape routes would easily lead to injuries when directly confronting the zombies. Especially when a group of people acted together, if someone ran around out of fear and disrupted the formation, it could result in total annihilation very easily. Owen came up with a plan, asking everyone to observe through their peepholes to count the approximate number and exact locations of the zombies in the building. Then they would dispatch people to eliminate them one by one. Any households that could would send an adult male to hunt zombies outside, responsible only for the zombies near their own doors. After dealing with those, they would gather to hunt the zombies wandering in the stairwells. At this moment, Una was named. Because her heroic stance while hunting zombies was seen by the residents of apartment 1602, proving she had the capability and courage. Therefore, she shouldn't hide her brilliance and must go out to solve the danger for her companions in building number 1. Una, if you want me to do more work, just say it. Why talk so much nonsense? These people didn't know who in the group was her, so they could only repeatedly call out to the residents of the 18th floor, but no one responded. Hilarious, whoever responds is crazy. Una directly left the group, instantly feeling much quieter and lay back on the bed for a good sleep. When she woke up again, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Bright sunlight still poured into the room through the window, but the air conditioner was quietly running, keeping the house cool despite the heat outside. Feeling a bit hungry, Una patted her stomach and pulled out a self-heating hot pot from her storage space. She couldn't cook, although she had stockpiled plenty of rice and flour. She currently had no intention of learning to cook, so she relied on instant food every day. Eating enough to be full was enough. There were thudding knocks coming from outside, but it didn't sound like her door being knocked on. Una looked out through the surveillance camera, indeed seeing no one. So these knocks were probably from the so-called floor leader and the brave people in the building. Gabriel also opened his door, furrowing his brows to signal Una to close the door and ignore these people. Chapter 8. The building manager leads people to forcefully remove the railings. Una was naturally clear-headed and shut the door without any hesitation. She then sat on the sofa to watch her shows. Before the apocalypse, she had downloaded most of the movies and TV series that were available. Even if the internet went down, she wouldn't be bored. There were plenty of things to do at home to pass the time. The people outside the security door seemed somewhat angry, but after knocking on the door for a long time with no response, they could only return home sullenly and started criticizing the residents of apartment 18 in the group chat. The gist of it was whether the residents of apartment 18 had any shame, installing a security door to isolate the rest of their companions while enjoying the fruits of everyone's labor, staying at home without contributing anything. Of course, Una didn't see any of this, and even if she did, she wouldn't have responded. She was powerful, but that didn't mean she had to help others, let alone sacrifice herself for these people. Seeing that Una wasn't responding, they came directly into the homeowners group for the entire Shingfully neighborhood to shout, each sentence accusing her of knowing only how to enjoy herself and not contribute despite being capable. Una stroked her chin. She had always been indifferent to others' opinions. These people were just raging because they couldn't do anything to her. She had already cleared out many zombies in the building, relieving a lot of pressure for them. Did they really expect her to continue sacrificing herself to light the way for others? Dream on. She took out a bag of chips from the space pocket and crunched away, casually turning on the TV to watch a variety show. But just as the preview for the last episode finished playing, the TV flickered twice and then showed no signal, freezing in place. Una checked her phone, which also showed no signal. There was no way to contact the outside world anymore. She pulled out a radio from her space pocket and placed it on the table, but tapping around yielded nothing. The signal was cut off. How long before the water and electricity would stop too? Una thought for a moment. It probably wouldn't be too long. However, she didn't need to worry about losing water and electricity in her apartment. After all, system products are premium quality. Without the signal, the continuous messages in the group finally stopped. Now, the screams within the neighborhood were clearly audible. While there was still a signal, people could gather online to chat, at least maintaining some semblance of normalcy. But now, this situation effectively severed all ties with the outside world. Many people in the neighborhood were likely to fall into panic. Outside the window, the growls of zombies occasionally sounded. They continuously searched for the smell of fresh flesh, gathering quickly when they heard noise, their dark masses moving together, making one's scalp tingle. 2 more days passed under everyone's tense nerves. The entire Yuncheng power system had collapsed, and water flow became increasingly slow. Higher floors couldn't get water normally, and lower floors could only fill up small buckets every half day. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for the survivors in the neighborhood. Without the source of life, water, their livelihoods were threatened. Some families had already filled every container they had with water, but it wouldn't last long. The mood among people was volatile. In Xingfuli neighborhood, it was very apparent. Bang bang bang, on the second day after the entire neighborhood lost water, Owen came alone to the security door of apartment 18. No matter how much he knocked, there was still no answer. He went back home, found paper and pen, and left a note in the door crack before leaving angrily. Una didn't want to deal with it at all, but Gabrielle from 1802 opened the door and brought the note inside. He stood in the hallway for a while, hesitating whether to knock on Una's door or not, when unexpectedly the door opened by itself. Let me see what this old fellow wrote. Una took the note from his hand, her face growing darker as she read, until finally, her fists clenched. To ensure the basic living standards of all survivors in Building 1, we have decided to collect all resources in the building for equal distribution to guarantee that everyone can wait for rescue together. Residents of apartment 18 must turn in all supplies. Don't think only of yourselves at this critical moment, watching your comrades suffer. At the same time, you 2 households need to join the daily patrol team to contribute to the safety of Building 1. Una tore the note into pieces and threw them like snowflakes all over the floor after opening the security door. Why should I turn in all supplies for equal distribution? Isn't eating my own food better? Why should I give up my supplies to support others? The unit door was already locked. Even if patrols were sent out, the noise would only attract more zombies. Why such meaningless measures? Engaging in such meaningless activities is not as good as exercising at home. If you can run faster than others when encountering zombies in the future, it would be beneficial. She shifted her gaze to Gabrielle in front of her. Do you plan to hand over supplies? Gabrielle shook his head hastily. I'm not an idiot. If I hand over supplies, what I get back would probably be less than 1/10. I don't want to do such foolish things. I don't want to be a sucker. Una gave him a thumbs up. That's right, young man. One should think of oneself first. Let these bastards go back where they came from and stop thinking of ways to come over and make life difficult for the residents of floor 18 every day. The 2 of them then didn't exchange much more. Una felt very at ease and lay back home to continue being idle. Every day, she fixed time to exercise to improve her physical fitness and also learned how to cook from the recipe book she bought. Day by day, life was pretty pleasant. Owen, finding that the stairwell was filled with shredded pieces of paper, flew into a rage and directly led a group of people to the door of apartment 18, each of them carrying tools, clearly intending to forcibly dismantle the security door and iron railings. Listening to the clanging sounds outside the door, Una felt like getting rid of him for real. Use this energy to kill zombies. It's rare to see it used against humans. Gabrielle obviously heard the commotion too, but he did not appear particularly angry. Instead, he stood calmly in front of the door, listening to those people continuously fiddling with something. Una watched through the monitor, feeling somewhat curious, so she also opened the door and peeped out. Aren't you afraid they will break down the door? Gabrielle did not look at Una, just nodded calmly. They can't break it down. The nails have already been drilled into the wall, and I used some special methods. This trip of theirs will end in failure. Watching them jump around like a bunch of clowns, don't you think it's quite entertaining? Una nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's entertaining, but why does your place smell so good? She squinted her eyes and sniffed carefully. Sweet and sour pork. Flavorful eggplant. Braised meatball. Damn, how could this guy live so well? Chapter 9, please fill it up. Gabrielle was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then chuckled. I made lunch, thinking that no matter what, I couldn't neglect myself, so I made a little extra. Just that I can't finish it all by myself. If you want to eat some, you can have half. Una swallowed hard and unashamedly went back to her room and fetched a large bowl. Please fill it up. Gabrielle didn't expect her response to be so direct and paused before saying, Are you serious? I was just being polite. Una wasn't embarrassed in the least. I'll trade something with you, as long as it's not too much trouble, you name it. Gabrielle raised an eyebrow. It's been quite hot lately. I'd like to have some watermelon to cool off. Do you have any? Una thought about the truckload of watermelons she had bought and eagerly nodded. I happen to have stocked up on them. I can give you half a watermelon. Is that okay? Only then did Gabrielle take the bowl. Pick whatever you want, I'm not sure what you like. Though hesitant, Una thought about the extremely sharp watermelon knife in her storage space and eventually walked into apartment 1802 with excitement. None of her family members would understand how good it felt to have hot meals after eating self-heating food and frozen dumplings for so many days. On the dining table of apartment 1802, There were several dishes in abundant portions. Gabrielle took a pair of disposable chopsticks, opened them, and handed them over to Una. You choose for yourself. Just leave me a bit. I made these intending to store them for a while. After receiving the chopsticks, Una immediately noticed something amiss. The water and electricity are out, and the gas can't be used either. How did you cook? Gabrielle pointed at the generator and induction cooker in the corner. There you go. In this scorching June weather, food spoils easily, and you're using a generator to keep your fridge running. That's really extravagant. Gabrielle lifted his chin. Is there a problem with that? No, not at all. You have a pretty decent standard of living. Una smiled faintly and continued piling her favorite dishes into her bowl. With the bowl fully packed, she returned home contentedly and retrieved a huge watermelon weighing over 20 pounds from her storage space. After a brief consideration, she didn't cut it open but carried the whole watermelon directly to apartment 1802. She had helped herself to quite a bit of meat and felt it only right to compensate him more generously with fruit. As Gabrielle received the watermelon and prepared to close the door, Una reached out and held the door frame. Can we talk about something? What is it? Could you make one portion for me whenever you cook in the future? I'll trade other things with you, making sure you don't lose anything. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gabrielle. After a moment of silence, he stiffly nodded. Una rushed back home happily to enjoy her lunch, stuffing several mouthfuls of meat into her mouth. She felt incredibly pleased. In fact, she could sense something was off about Gabrielle. Who keeps anti-theft doors and iron bars ready to install when the apocalypse happens? Who prepares fuel and generators in advance, allowing their refrigerator to function luxuriously without worrying about power outages? If she could have such a space-binding ability, others might possess their own advantages as well. There was no conflict here. Taking a bite of sweet and sour pork ribs from her bowl, Una felt her soul ascend. It was really delicious. Who knew? Suddenly, Una thought having such a neighbor wasn't bad. With sufficient supplies, he naturally wouldn't target her, avoiding a lot of trouble. Una, you really shouldn't do this. Initially planning to keep a distance, now you're sticking close just for a meal. She berated herself inwardly but continued to eat with enthusiasm. Really yummy. On the 18th floor, a tacit understanding developed. At mealtimes, Una would conscientiously knock on apartment 1802's door, as if conducting a secret trade, creating a rather harmonious interaction between them. Lying on the sofa munching on a mango, Una never forgot Ernest and Roscoe. They hadn't sent her a single message since the apocalypse began, which differed from the last life, making her feel that events were deviating from the expected course. In her past life, both of them were trapped in a hotel together. Ernest told her the location of the hotel before the signal was cut off, saying he was surrounded by zombies and dying. Roscoe also called her, saying they coincidentally met in the same hotel and were trapped together. They sweet-talked her, pleading for help, saying they were almost starving to death and how terrifying the zombies downstairs were. Back then, Una was foolish enough to actually believe that the two of them were coincidentally trapped in the same hotel. After escaping from the neighborhood, she immediately drove to the hotel to rescue them. Fortunately, she had awakened powerful lightning abilities at that time. Although it was only in its early stages, the power was not to be underestimated, which allowed her to barely bring these two liabilities out. In this life, they were likely trapped in the hotel again, but for some reason did not send her a message for help. Una took a bite of the mango and began thinking about how to make them suffer through the apocalypse, living forever in fear and pain. Letting them die like that would be too lenient. Why not cut off 3 of Ernest's legs and chop off both of Roscoe's hands, letting them rely on their broken bodies to survive in terror in this world? Una's voice was cold and detached, but if one listened carefully, they could detect a dark undertone. She had never been a kind person, and in the previous life, she had killed many people just to survive, but she had never actively harmed anyone. But Ernest and Roscoe feeding off her while pushing her into danger during critical moments was enough for her to want their lives. What right did such despicable people have to live? How could they thrive on top of her sacrifice? Absolutely not. This pair must endure a painful existence. An easy death would be too merciful for them. Listening to the low growls of zombies outside the window, Una smiled slightly. Revenge, no matter how long it takes, is never too late. They should have expected her retaliation when they betrayed her. After all, those who do evil will eventually reap what they sow. If you did it, you must be prepared to bear all the risks. Pulling her thoughts away from revenge, Una thought about things the system had mentioned before, like wells, fish ponds, and stores. Among these, the store was now the most appealing to her. It might sell things she desperately needed, like guns from the prize wheel. Although the price might not be low, guns are valuable whether used against humans or zombies, making them powerful weapons in the apocalypse. If she could get a handgun, her chances of survival would greatly increase. Chapter 10 Awakening Lightning Ability. I want to unlock the system shop. How many crystal cores do I need for that? Unlocking the system shop requires 1000 first-level crystal cores. Una almost sprayed out the drink in her mouth, staring at the balance of crystal cores on the transparent light screen in disbelief. She had only 53 crystal cores left. Getting 1000 seemed like an impossible dream. The system gave her a small tip very considerately. The host can hunt second-level zombies. 1 second-level crystal core equals 10 first-level crystal cores. Una, thank you so much. I haven't even awakened my ability yet. Even hunting first-level zombies takes me too long. You actually think I can kill second-level zombies? Helplessly putting down her drink on the table, she suddenly regretted buffing this house. At that time, she thought the 18th floor would be much better than a villa, far from the ground where zombies wouldn't find her. But now, forget digging crystal cores by hunting zombies, just climbing stairs could wear her out. Una resignedly went to the room dedicated to fitness equipment, changed into workout clothes, and started exercising. Damn it, whatever zombie mutants are like, they're nothing compared to what Auntie is going through. Watch me work hard, and once I awaken my abilities, I'll unlock the system shop. Una's lofty ambitions met with reality, which resulted in full body pain after excessive exercise all day, unable even to walk properly, her muscles completely unresponsive. Lying on the ground like a dead body, Una felt like she had some terrible disease. As she was inwardly condemning herself, she suddenly felt dizzy, her skin burning hot as she could only lie there helplessly trying to cool down. What's happening? Did my ability awakening get advanced? Confused, she fumbled out a fever-reducing pill from her space ring and swallowed it with trembling hands. But the bitter taste couldn't bring her gradually fading consciousness back. Her body started to feel cold, like being buried in snow, making her wonder if she was dying, but she couldn't muster the strength to crawl back to bed. With her last bit of energy, Una pulled out a quilt from the space ring. Although it was June, she still shivered under the quilt. Gradually losing consciousness, the zombie roars outside eerily stopped. Some humans on Earth were high with fever and unconscious, while zombies were no longer as lively as before, standing dully, as if receiving some strange force. When she opened her eyes again, 3 days had passed. Looking at her phone, Una rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Coma for 3 whole days. She remembered in her past life she only fainted for 1 day. Another variable appeared. Her stomach growled in protest. Una took out a large bread from the space ring and started munching, then paired it with a box of milk. After eating, she still felt only slightly full. Abilities provided great energy, making them superior in various aspects to ordinary people, requiring more energy. Thus, their appetites were generally 3 times or more of an ordinary person's, ensuring sufficient power for their abilities. The door of 1801 was gently knocked on. Peeking through the peephole, she saw Gavriel frowning slightly at the door. Scratching her greasy hair, Una opened the door, and Gavriel breathed a sigh of relief seeing her fine. I've been knocking on your door for 3 days. Since you didn't come over to get food, I thought something happened. Looking at Una's haggard face, he hesitated and asked, what happened to you? Nothing much, just had a fever for 3 days, just woke up and ate some bread. Una rubbed her neck. Sleeping on the floor was definitely not good, she felt her head might drop off, it hurt so much. Hearing that she had a fever for 3 days, Gavriel wasn't surprised. He just reminded her to take care of herself and walked back to 1802. Una hurriedly went into the bathroom to bathe until she was thoroughly clean before walking out contentedly. Waving away steam in the air, Una stuffed all the laundry into the washing machine, then flopped onto the sofa, unwilling to move. Focusing on her hand, she successfully activated the energy inside her body, producing a dark purple lightning ball in her palm, with electric flashes continuously sparking on its surface. Una was somewhat surprised. In her previous life, though she also awakened lightning abilities, its initial strength was far weaker, enough to electrocute only 1 zombie to death. But now, the aura emitted from her palm was significantly stronger than before. Congratulations, host, on awakening your lightning ability. A gift pack of abilities has been sent. Please check. Una tapped open the mailbox on the light screen. The ability gift pack contained 1 ability upgrade, which was indeed very useful for her who had just awakened her ability. She hurriedly used the ability upgrade from the gift pack and heard the system's notification in her mind. Congratulations, host, your ability has successfully upgraded to level 2. The next moment, the volume of the lightning ball in her palm instantly doubled, and the surrounding air became somewhat distorted due to its pressure. The suppression force from the lightning made everything submit to it. So this is the electric type ability. Una muttered to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. In her previous life, she was also an electric type ability user, but everyone's talent differed. Some could clear a bunch of zombies right after awakening their abilities, while others could barely maintain the flow of their abilities. This time, she was clearly stronger than her past life. Had binding with the system caused some unnoticed changes in her body? Una played with the lightning in her palm with interest. They completely obeyed her commands, transforming into little snakes that skillfully wrapped around her fingertips, quite obedient and amusing. She didn't want to think too much anymore. Being strong was indeed a good thing. It would make it easier to seek revenge on those 2 adulterers. After playing for about 10 minutes, Una felt hungry again. The bread and milk she had eaten not long ago were already digested. As an ability user, although her physical fitness was much better than ordinary people, she ate a lot more. Una couldn't help but feel lucky that she had accumulated so much food with the system's help. Otherwise, even if she had abilities, she might not have the energy to use them. She took out a box of self-heating hot pot from the space ring, thinking since crystal cores couldn't unlock the system shop, she might as well absorb them directly, enhancing her ability strength. Currently, her ability level was 2. If she could reach level 3, she would be able to dominate at least the first few months of the apocalypse. Una sat cross-legged on the sofa, took all the crystal cores out of the space ring, and placed them in her palm. She concentrated and started absorbing the energy within. She felt a continuous warm stream flowing through her body. Her slightly tired body became energetic, and the unbearable hunger sensation disappeared. Chapter 11 I have always been here. The crystal core is very important for psychics and will gradually develop into a currency in circulation after the apocalypse. Una thought for a moment and still felt that she should take advantage of the early stages of the apocalypse to search for more crystal cores. If there's an opportunity in the future, she might also be able to exchange some handy weapons at the base. At this moment, the hot pot in front of her was emitting steam continuously. After uncovering the lid, Una started to stuff it into her mouth. After throwing away the trash, she dressed up and prepared to go out. Ernest and Roscoe were still waiting for her in the hotel, so she mustn't be late. Una locked the door from the inside, then took the car key and went down the stairs to the underground garage. Upon reaching the entrance of the safety passage leading to the basement, she found it had been padlocked by the residents in the building, probably for fear that zombies would come in through here. Una looked at the wire entwined on the doorknob and sighed with vexation. If she untied it directly, no one would lock it again, and if zombies poured into the building, it would be her fault. Suddenly, a sound came from behind her. Una turned around and saw Owen standing behind her, wielding an axe warily. Maybe it was their first encounter. Owen was stunned for a moment but quickly realized that she was one of the residents on the 18th floor, and the rebel who challenged his authority. His face darkened immediately, and he snorted coldly, "You didn't show up when we were killing zombies, and now that we have cleared all the zombies in the building, you're ready to go out. You've got some nerve." Though Owen wanted to appear more intimidating, food was scarce in the building. Although he controlled the entire building's supplies, he was still not full, so he had no strength left, making his words soft and weak. Una looked at him. "I came out before you guys cleared the zombies. The corpses of zombies on the 16th and 14th floors were handled by me. The total number exceeded what you all killed together. Now tell me, how can you say I have a thick face?" Owen was stumped by Una's reply. He wanted to retort but could not, so he spat towards the corner grudgingly. "Where are you going? Let me tell you, everyone in building number 1 is bound together as life and death. The supplies you collect outside should be submitted equally. You must talk with your neighbors and give all the food to me within 3 days, otherwise, I will exclude you from building number 1. Since awakening her psychic ability, Una clearly found her senses were becoming more sensitive. Hearing footsteps descending from afar, she looked up to see Gabriel standing at the corner of the stairs. The weather was slightly hot. He wore a black short-sleeve shirt with a few white patterns, showing the flowing muscle lines of his forearms, presenting a powerful figure. "I never knew you have the qualifications to remove us. Do you rely on stealing the supplies that people have paid?" Gabriel spoke indifferently, standing against the wall with arms crossed. The mocking expression on his face made Owen panic. "What theft? Both of you stop slandering me." He instinctively checked whether there was anyone else in the hallway, and only then did he relax slightly when he saw nobody came out. Gabriel's long legs were crossed, lazily leaning against the staircase railings, with slender hands hanging loosely, nails cut round. "Last night you ate a loaf of bread, blueberry flavored, and also mixed a bag of milk powder for your son to drink. Oh right, your wife hid a bag of millet, right inside the wardrobe in your home." A trace of amusement appeared in Gabriel's eyes. "Am I right, building leader?" Not only Owen was frightened, but Una also sensed something was wrong. Could it be that he installed surveillance cameras in the building leader's house? However, the power was already out except for her house, which still worked normally. Other places shouldn't be able to use electrical appliances, right? Lowering his voice, Owen leaned close to Gabriel. "Don't say what you shouldn't. Who would believe these unfounded allegations about me? I'm the building leader. You guys on the 18th floor are just stingy guys refusing to hand over supplies. Don't try to throw filth at me. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll have no peace on the 18th floor, being shunned by all members of building number 1. Although he was talking tough, he was indeed anxious inside. Everything Gabriel said was true, but how did he know these tiny details that happened in his home? The more Owen thought, the more uneasy he became. After all, once everyone gathered together to verify the quantity of supplies, they would find out what was missing. So he did not dare to confront Gabriel further, for fear that he would expose all his dirty deeds. As the building leader, he could at least get more supplies, but if everyone knew he had been stealing things, he would probably be driven out. Unwilling to continue with Gabriel any longer, he coldly snorted and turned to leave, slipping into his home without looking back. Gabriel walked up to help Una untwist the wire, then asked her, "How many days will you be out? Approximately how long will it take for you to come back?" His tall figure cast a shadow that completely enveloped Una's rather petite body, and there was a faint woody fragrance emanating from his clothes. Una was startled by his question, not quite understanding why he was asking this. "It's 10 o'clock in the morning now. I should be back around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I won't stay outside overnight." She glanced at the watch on her wrist. If she moved faster, she should be able to return before dark. Gabriel nodded, opened the safety passage door, looked outside to make sure there was no danger, and then stepped aside to let Una go out. "Take care of yourself. I'll wait for you here from now on. No matter when you come back, just knock on the door. I'll always be here." He seemed uneasy and stuffed a folding dagger into Una's coat pocket. "You've just awakened your psychic ability. Your body hasn't adapted to this power yet. You must know your limits. Your safety is the most important thing, got it?" Una became even more puzzled. She felt like the man in front of her seemed to have known her for a long time, but she had never had any memories about Gabriel. Why was this so? There was no time to think too much as Una stepped out of the door, murmured thanks, and left. The underground garage wasn't entirely free of zombies either, but their numbers were much fewer than on the surface, and they were less powerful than those who had eaten human flesh. Una wielded her watermelon cleaver, taking out one zombie after another, clearing the way out before retrieving the car from her space. The silver-grey compact car had smooth lines, but it was clear that its hood and body had been modified, making it visibly stronger than ordinary cars. Una had put considerable effort into modifying this vehicle because regular cars would easily break down driving on streets full of zombies. Only a modified one could provide peace of mind. Chapter 12. Coming to the hotel for revenge. She had planned her route well in advance. The hotel where Ernest and Roscoe stayed was not close to the happy neighborhood, but by choosing a street with low pedestrian traffic and arriving ahead of time, it was not impossible. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Una cautiously observed the zombies constantly surging around her, occasionally slamming on the brakes to avoid them. Zombies were very sensitive to sound, and the engine noise was like a bomb dropped into a still lake. Countless zombies hiding in the dark rushed out. They followed the car with their fangs bared and claws waving, while some others flanked it from the front. The stench of rotten corpses seeped into the vehicle through cracks, almost making one vomit. Una accelerated, navigating through relatively wider gaps among the zombies. After 2 hours, she finally stopped the car in front of the hotel. Perhaps because there were many survivors inside, zombies swarmed around the entrance like dumplings, blocking the door to the hotel tightly. Una could only seek other ways to enter. Searching the space for something, she finally found the hawk claw hook she had stockpiled before the apocalypse. She threw it fiercely towards the window ledge on the 3rd floor and successfully hooked onto a solid object. With the strength she had built up in recent days, she struggled to climb upwards. If it weren't for the special gloves on her hands, they would have been bleeding by now. Although she tried her best not to make a sound, zombies on one side still sensed something amiss and immediately swarmed over, occupying all the ground beneath her. Looking down, she saw only sharp claws and shark-like teeth gleaming with a dim light. Una dared not waste any more time and quickly climbed upward, closing the window as soon as she entered the room. The survivors in the hotel seemed rather dim-witted. With such a short distance from the ground, they dared to leave the windows open, allowing the smell of human flesh to drift out. No wonder they lingered downstairs and refused to leave. Una mentally complained, but then changed her mind. If not for the open window, she probably wouldn't have been able to climb in. In this case, she had nothing to say. Brushing off the dust on her body, she cautiously surveyed the empty corridor and slowly walked toward the lobby. Being a psychic, her hearing was extremely acute. She heard a woman sobbing softly, coming from the 4th floor, along with faint murmurs of others trying to lower their voices. Following the stairs, she indeed found that nearly everyone in the hotel had gathered in the hall on the 4th floor. They were so emaciated, their lips cracked and bleeding, looking listless. Una's appearance caused a momentary stir in the crowd, but seeing that she bore no signs of being a zombie and looked healthy and rosy-cheeked, many began to have ideas about her. Scanning the indifferent crowd, Una saw Ernest and Roscoe lying against the wall, hugging each other tightly with closed eyes, seemingly resting to conserve energy. Hatred that had been suppressed in her heart surged up instantly. She strode through the crowd, reaching out to slap both of them hard. Jolted awake abruptly, Ernest and Roscoe were startled, their sunken eyes wide open in fatigue. To their surprise, the person before them was Una, whom they thought had been eaten by zombies long ago. Moreover, she wore neat sportswear, her lips moist, clearly living comfortably. Ernest spoke first, his thick lips chapped with multiple splits. His words made Una almost vomit. "Mo, how did you know I was here? Did you come to save me?" He hadn't noticed that he and Roscoe were still hugging closely until Roscoe, after a brief daze, hastily withdrew from Ernest's arms, awkwardly pulling at the corners of her mouth, trying to reach for Una's hand. Ernest also realized something was wrong. Recalling the slaps earlier, he understood why she was angry. "Mo, Roscoe, and I happened to stay at the same hotel. That situation just now was a misunderstanding. Please listen to me." Before he finished, Una slapped him again, one side of his face flushed and swollen, blood trickling from his cracked lips. Roscoe was terrified and wanted to scream but remembered the zombies downstairs, suppressing her scream forcefully. Wanting to explain herself, she feared another slap and remained silent, playing the ostrich. "Misunderstanding? Go to hell with your misunderstanding. You two dogs have probably been cheating on me behind my back for a long time. Now you still want to lie to me? What a pair of heartless wolves you are." Una took out the cleaver from the space. Ernest and Roscoe panicked the moment they saw the big knife appear in her hand, unsure whether to beg her to spare them or wonder how she could retrieve objects through the air. The reason everyone in the hotel huddled together in the lobby was because there was a leader, and this leader happened to be a police officer. He, seeing that a murder was about to take place, hurriedly came forward to stop it but was held back by his wife who tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Isabel, be careful." The police officer patted the woman's hand reassuringly before walking behind Una. Although zombies are outside now, killing is still illegal. Put the knife down quickly. We can talk things over, but committing murder will ruin your life." He tentatively reached out to grab the cleaver from Una, but she immediately took a step back and, faster than lightning, slashed off one of Ernest's legs. The sharp scream made everyone freeze, blood spurting out uncontrollably, some even splashing onto Una's face. The policeman was instantly flustered, rushing forward to try and stop Una again, but she swung the knife once more, this time chopping off both of Roscoe's hands, not giving anyone any time to react. The heavy smell of blood filled the room. Ernest and Roscoe were in such excruciating pain that they had no strength left to cry out, convulsing on the ground, their faces twisted with resentment and fear. The policeman lunged forward to seize the large knife from Una but failed to stop her. Ernest lost 3 of his legs and was reduced to writhing helplessly, his eyes filled with the desperate desire to live. The scent of blood wafted out of the cracks in the room, causing the zombies downstairs to become even more agitated, their roars growing more frantic. Una tossed the cleaver into the space, smiling as she watched the two people crawling darkly on the ground. Their pain and terror seemed to greatly improve her mood. Chapter 13. Who wants to smash my door? Some actions, once taken, don't deserve forgiveness. I treat friends and enemies completely differently. She laughed carelessly but couldn't help frowning when she looked at the zombies downstairs through the window. Una didn't want her actions to trouble other strangers. Thus, she pulled out a cloth and mop from her space pocket and started cleaning the bloodstains on the floor. After working for quite a while, she managed to lessen the bloody smell inside the room. However, the zombies downstairs were still howling and banging on the door with no intention of leaving. Una didn't look down at those beasts again. After counting the number of zombies, she directly walked downstairs holding a watermelon cleaver. The door was locked from inside and blocked with sofas and cabinets, which might require much effort even for her to move away. Una came to the bedside, opened the window, jumped out, then closed it and charged towards the zombie crowd with a firm grip on the handle of her knife. There were about 30 or more zombies near the hotel entrance, but Una's awakened abilities had successfully upgraded to level 2. Therefore, dealing with these zombies wasn't too strenuous for her. With her right hand holding the cleaver and her left occasionally throwing a thunderball, she exploded several zombies into pieces, significantly reducing the pressure on her. When she finished off the zombies in front of the door, her abilities were also drained. At that moment, her body felt numb, indicating a lack of stamina. She barely lifted her head and looked around the streets. There were no more incoming zombies. She searched the heads of the dead zombies for crystals, absorbing them right there to recover some energy. Taking out the car from her space pocket, Una drove away, feeling considerably more relieved. Ernest and Roscoe had cut open her flesh in their past life and pushed her away to attract zombies. Now that she had maimed their limbs, they could be considered even. If they died from bleeding or infection, it would be their fate. If they survived due to rescue, it would be even more interesting. The apocalypse always respected strength. Without their legs and hands, they probably wouldn't be able to hunt zombies even if they had awakened abilities. How would they live now? Una smiled. It must be very interesting. Driving back to the residential area, she didn't drive straight into the underground garage because that would attract many zombies and endanger the survivors. At 100 meters from the garage entrance, she put the car back into her space pocket and quietly walked into the parking lot, cautiously approaching Building 1. Arriving at the safety passage door, she knocked 3 times lightly. The door was immediately opened, and Gabrielle dragged her inside by the sleeve. Didn't you say you'd be back by 5? It's already 6:30. Gabrielle was clearly worried. Only after checking she was unharmed did he relax. Una smiled apologetically. I was busy with something. Sorry. Gabrielle took out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket. Clean up first. Una was spattered with human and zombie blood, looking slightly disheveled. Una didn't take it, starting to climb upstairs. No need, I can clean up when I get home. Wet wipes are valuable, keep them. She indeed spent too much energy today but felt especially good, walking upstairs more lightly. Gabrielle's hand remained frozen, then laughed helplessly and sarcastically before following her steps upstairs. They climbed step by step without speaking but somehow heard voices talking. Following the sound, they arrived at Unit 401. The original residents had turned into zombies and were cleared out. The unit was then requisitioned as the meeting room for Building 1 where people would discuss matters. The sound insulation of the house wasn't great, and both Una and Gabrielle were ability holders, so they could hear the muted conversation inside. Most people were sighing. It was the 15th day since the apocalypse began. Although everyone had pooled resources together and rationed daily, they would eventually run out. Especially water, with recent drought and little rain, accumulating rainwater was becoming increasingly difficult. Is it really necessary to go out and fight those zombies, then search for supplies? They didn't have the courage. With dangers now widespread outside, most people preferred staying home for shelter, with no one wanting to take risks. Owen's somewhat weak voice came through the door. There's no choice. The food we have left will only last 2 more days. If there's no replenishment of supplies, everyone might really have to go out and risk their lives for necessities. He paused for a moment, then added in what seemed to be self-mockery, I actually saw the 2 residents from floor 18 today. They don't seem short of food or water at all, living very comfortably. Unfortunately, they have no intention of joining our group. They just hold on to their own supplies, watching us suffer. Even as head of this building, I mean nothing to them. They completely ignore my words. Owen's words instantly ignited anger among the other tenants inside the unit, leading to continuous outcries. Since they live in Building 1, they should help each other. They enjoy the fruits of our labor but never come out when we kill zombies. Why should such people have so many supplies without contributing? That's right. I even gave up my son's milk powder for equal distribution. Are they less human than a child? Living in Building 1 means sharing supplies equally. If they refuse, let's all rush to the 18th floor and smash their anti-theft door to pieces. The group was indignant, clearly seeing themselves as righteous enforcers, while Una and Gabrielle were vilified. Una coldly snorted, directly using her powers to blow the lock off, kicked open the door of Unit 401, and strode in boldly under everyone's startled gazes. Whose door? Who wants to smash my door? Step forward and let me see you. A man in a grey coat stood up, holding a chair, looking quite aggressive. I said I wanted to smash your door. So what? Bitch, what act are you putting on here? Chapter 14. Seizing her stomach. He didn't finish his sentence before he was flung away, smashing straight into the wall and cracking it like a spiderweb. His body slid to the floor like a broken kite. Gabrielle glared at him, with barely contained fury in his eyes. If you have a loose tongue, don't blame me for helping you get rid of this bad habit. For a moment, everyone in the room was silent, then they showed signs of terror, clearly unaware of what had happened. The man in the grey coat wasn't touched but flew out as if hitting the wall by himself. Why? These people might not understand, but Una instantly realized Gabrielle's psychic ability. It seemed to be a psychic-type power, only it appeared higher than hers because she hadn't sensed any fluctuations of power just now. This was too bizarre. She had managed to reach level 2 in a short time thanks to the system. What about Gabrielle? What did he rely on? Extraordinary talent. But in her previous life, she didn't recall there being a powerful psychic-type ability user named Gabrielle. Una's mind was in disarray, but now wasn't the time to dwell on this issue. She needed to suppress these people's intentions towards the 18th floor first. She coughed lightly, walked over to pull out a chair, and sat down without any scruples, crossing her legs. Go on, repeat everything you said earlier. Let's see the diversity of humans. With the precedent of the grey-coated man, no one dared to speak up, just glancing at each other hoping someone else would go first. Seeing no one dare to stand up, Una laughed sarcastically and took out the folding dagger given by Gabrielle from her pocket, playing with it in her hand. First, all the zombie corpses I've killed are piled up in the safety corridors of the 16th and 14th floors. You can check them, the number is no less than what you all have killed together. Second, I never need anyone's protection. I live in my own home and don't need to pay tribute or offer up my supplies to support you freeloaders. Finally, if anyone still dares to covet the 18th floor, I guarantee you will meet a fate 1,000 times worse than his. Una pointed the sharp dagger at the unconscious man in the grey coat. Everyone instinctively turned their heads away when met by her gaze, with no one daring to contradict her. Una was satisfied with the situation, walked over to the man in the grey coat, and kicked him. Young men fall asleep so easily. Then she left 401 with Gabrielle, heading for the 18th floor. Gabrielle unconsciously followed Una's pace upstairs, their footsteps overlapping harmoniously. Taking out the key from her pocket to open the anti-theft door, Una did not return home but looked at Gabrielle. Are you a psychic ability user? Gabrielle had anticipated she would ask, standing before her and tracing the outline of her cheek. He answered softly, yes. How high? Gabrielle didn't hesitate, initial level 6. Hearing this, Una drew in a breath sharply. In her past life, she had decent talent but only reached intermediate level 4 after 4 years in the apocalypse. Yet this man had already achieved initial level 6 at the beginning of the apocalypse, which was astounding. Una didn't ask further but nodded and returned home, leaving Gabrielle standing alone, dumbfounded. You really don't care about how I am at all. Looking at the dark brown door, Gabrielle felt an oppression in his chest, as if suffocating. He turned and smiled helplessly, then the door to 1802 opened and closed again. Meanwhile, Una was taking a bath in the bathroom, feeling weary. She washed off the blood and dirt from her body and went out. Pulling out her phone, she started watching a show and knocked on the door of 1802. At that moment, Gabrielle's hair was still wet and slightly messy, water dripping from the ends. Una smiled and held up a large food bowl. What's for dinner? I brought smoked cured meat. Want some? Slightly helpless, Gabrielle moved aside, allowing Una to enter, only to find that nothing was set on the table yet. Looking at Gabrielle questioningly, she asked, don't you usually start cooking early? Gabrielle wiped his hair with a towel over his shoulder, sounding a bit frustrated. I waited for you all day, we came home together, and you should let me take a shower before cooking, right? Una felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. Then she ran back home and brought out 2 pieces of cured meat along with a bag of sweet apricots. Here, these are for you. The cured meat can be stir-fried as a dish, and you can wash the apricots to eat anytime. They're really sweet. Seeing her sincere look, Gabrielle took the cured meat with a smile. You want to eat the cured meat yourself, don't you? How could that be? I just remembered I had some. We'll definitely be neighbors for a long time, so I brought some over for you. Besides, you'll be eating more of this cured meat than me. Una was quite straightforward, although her ulterior motives were already clear to Gabrielle, she wasn't about to admit it openly. Help me put the apricots in the fridge. I'll make smoked tofu with cured meat for you. You should put away your big bowl, this way, we'll have fewer dishes to wash, saving water. In the future, let's just eat at my place. It's simpler that way. Gabrielle walked into the kitchen to start slicing the meat, his body slightly tensing as he spoke. He knew this might seem a bit presumptuous, but he couldn't help being greedy. Just seeing her for a few minutes at mealtime used to satisfy him, but now it didn't feel like enough. He didn't want to relive his previous life, where Una was taken away by someone else and died tragically. In this lifetime, he would make sure she fell in love with him and lived happily forever. Una thought for a moment and found it reasonable. Although her water supply was unlimited, she was indeed lazy, and washing dishes was something best minimized. Nodding vigorously, Una replied, then I'll provide the ingredients, and you'll be responsible for cooking and washing dishes. Let's divide the work. Gabrielle's body instantly relaxed, though the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden from Una. Good. Very good, capturing a woman's stomach is key to winning her heart. Gabrielle proudly looked at the cured meat on the cutting board, sliced just right, then started preparing the other ingredients. It was worth spending 2/3 of his rebirth time just practicing culinary skills, and now it seemed to be paying off. Chapter 15 Planting Sunflower Seeds. The kitchen emitted wafts of enticing aromas, while Unaju sat on the sofa watching a drama, looking somewhat constrained and not wandering around Gavriel's home at will. She knew that Gavriel had secrets but chose not to delve into them or ask questions. Crossing boundaries would be unwise. Now, their relationship was nothing more than an alliance with a neighborly touch. Knowing too much about each other might complicate things. Gavriel was busy in the kitchen and eventually called Unaju to join for dinner after some time. Unaju, by then, was ravenously hungry, so she enthusiastically headed into the kitchen to help set the table. She only began eating once they were both seated, devouring her meal heartily and even pulled out 2 bottles of cola from her spatial bag. 1 cola was for Gavriel and 1 for herself, acknowledging that the significant improvement in her quality of life was thanks to the man sitting across from her. Contentment was important, wasn't it? Gavriel watched as Unaju chewed quickly, finishing half her rice in no time, feeling somewhat surprised. He pushed the plate of stir-fried dried tofu and cured pork closer to her side, worried she might choke eating so fast. Is my cooking really that good? Be careful, eating so quickly might cause indigestion. You don't want to be kept awake at night. Gavriel spoke with concern, yet felt a pang of regret after voicing his thoughts. After all, they were merely neighbors now. If she perceived him as being meddlesome, she might not come over for meals anymore. Unaju replied nonchalantly, I've gotten used to eating quickly, it's more efficient. In her previous life, she had to support 3 people single-handedly, making mealtimes a luxury. This habit had carried over to her current existence. Although life had improved post-rebirth, she still instinctively ate rapidly. Gavriel nodded resignedly. Such habits required time to change and couldn't be rushed. They finished their meal quickly. Gavriel hardly touched his food, while Unaju's belly was full and round. She wiped her mouth, picked up the remaining half bottle of cola, and left. Back home, sitting on the sofa, Unaju's body phased into her spatial realm, staring blankly at the 1 by 1 square meter plot of land. What should I plant? She didn't lack fruits or vegetables, but seeing the unused patch of land felt like a waste. After a moment's thought, Unaju retrieved a packet of sunflower seeds from her purchased seeds, dug several holes in the ground, and planted them. Considering she hadn't stockpiled many sunflower seeds for idle snacking, planting a few sunflowers seemed like a good idea. Once matured, they could provide roasted seeds to munch on, a delightful prospect. Having settled the seeds, Unaju returned to the real world to rest. That night, she wasn't haunted by nightmares and slept soundly. The next day, she was awakened by a thunderclap. Rain poured down outside, large drops pelting the window relentlessly with rhythmic taps. Stretching lazily and glancing at the wall clock, she realized it was already 9 in the morning. Putting on a jacket slowly, she felt the recent drop in temperature both outdoors and indoors since the zombie apocalypse. Since the outbreak, the seasons had become increasingly erratic. In her previous 4 years of survival, there were 3 bitterly cold winters and 1 scorching summer, changing swiftly and unpredictably. Thus, when stocking up, she specifically bought thick quilts to ensure warmth regardless of the frigid outdoor conditions. Standing before the living room's floor-to-ceiling window with binoculars, she observed the street below. Post-rainfall, human scent diminished, affecting zombies' hearing and sense of smell, making this period ideal for scavenging supplies. Looking downstairs, she noticed residents of Building Number 1 collecting rainwater using containers from their homes. Filtered and boiled, this water was drinkable, far better than enduring parched throats. Unaju, however, had no need for such measures. Her apartment had system-provided utilities, ensuring no worries about water or electricity. She initially planned to exercise at home but felt tempted by the weather to go on a zero-cost shopping spree. Although she had stored supplies pre-apocalypse, certain items still felt insufficient. For example, vehicles for travel. Unaju intended to explore car dealerships for high-clearance, sturdy-bodied vehicles. Her current modified sedan had a slightly low clearance, prone to getting stuck on debris in today's chaotic road conditions. Having multiple means of transportation provided peace of mind, though pre-apocalypse she hadn't allocated all her funds to cars, leading to only 1 modified sedan in storage. After a brief search of the detailed map of Yuncheng, Unaju selected a car dealership. All the car models there were what she liked, and she planned to take a stroll around there next. However, there was one thing she was most worried about now. After all, nowadays, apartment 18 on Building Number 1 had a notorious reputation. What if they locked her out after she went out and she couldn't get back in? She couldn't always ask Gavriel to help watch the door every time she went out. It would surely become a bother after multiple times. Unaju was thinking somewhat helplessly, even pausing in the act of putting on her shoes, genuinely troubled by this issue. Knock, knock, knock. The front door was suddenly knocked on. Confused, Unaju opened the door, only to find Gavriel standing outside fully geared up. Since it's raining today, Zombie's sense of smell and hearing will be somewhat affected. Want to go out together to look for supplies? The weather was slightly cool, so he wore a black waterproof jacket with a dagger at his waist, looking like a crouching black panther, dangerous yet strangely graceful. Both of us going out, aren't you afraid of being locked out of Building Number 1? Unaju expressed her concerns, but Gavriel didn't seem to mind. Leave it to me. We'll definitely get back home safely. Don't worry. Gavriel's light brown eyes watched her quietly, giving her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Unaju hesitated and nodded. Okay, but what supplies do you plan to search for? The water at home is running low. Even filtered rainwater isn't really clean, so I plan to go out and search for some purified water. I want to go to the car dealership to find a few large SUVs or high-clearance cars. Do you need them? Gavriel's eyes flickered. Yes, I'll accompany you. With that, the two came to an agreement. Unaju hurriedly packed up and left the house with Gabrielle. When they reached the 16th floor, a gaunt woman was lying lifelessly at the doorway, her pajamas in disarray. The marks on her body clearly showed what had happened. Unaju turned away, not wanting to look more. Such incidents had occurred countless times in the apocalypse. Weak people would always be bullied. She just didn't expect that something like this could happen in building number 1, which seemed harmonious on the surface. Chapter 16. A rare heavy rainstorm. The woman lived in apartment 1602. She was the one who had once clung to Una's leg, screaming and attracting many zombies. Her full name is Fawn. Before the apocalypse, she lived here alone, with a slightly sharp and harsh personality. Una didn't know her well, but her past actions did cause trouble for her, so naturally, she had no intention of helping her now. In this world, only becoming stronger oneself is most important. Relying on others for survival would ultimately be more painful than death. Fawn watched as Una and Gabrielle walked down the stairs one after another, forcing herself to sit up. What are you going to do? Una paused her steps, shifting her gaze from the staircase to Fawn. Just going out, not much. Both of you are very strong, right? Fawn's eyes gradually turned red, her emaciated fingers trembling as they stretched toward the edge of Una's clothes. Please, help me kill those beasts. I'm willing to pay any price, even if it means I die right now. Her voice was somewhat shrill, with a bruise on her throat, making her voice hoarse. Gabrielle frowned slightly, stepping forward to protect Una behind him. Una shook her head at him, then squatted in front of Fawn, looking at her rough and yellowish skin due to hunger and dehydration, feeling somewhat melancholic. She took out a small and exquisite fruit knife from her space and gently inserted it into Fawn's palm. If a dog bites itself, then just kill it. There's no need to waste your life, understand? Fawn clenched the fruit knife tightly with trembling hands, tears streaming down her face, as if she had fallen into an abyss, her body covered in bruises and dirt. She nodded heavily. I understand. Seeing the hatred in her eyes, Una didn't linger further, turning to go downstairs with Gabrielle. Upon reaching the first floor, Una hadn't figured out how to tie the wire around the door when she suddenly felt her clothes being tugged. The next moment, she appeared in the underground parking lot. The familiar damp smell mixed with the unique scent of the underground parking lot made Una feel quite shocked, unable to come back to her senses. Is this an ability? Her voice was slightly shaky, clearly stunned. Gabrielle nodded, then used his mental threads to detect the number of zombies in the underground garage, dealing with some that were slowly approaching. I don't have much power, I'm just an ordinary dual-element ability user. To transport people through space, there needs to be a connection point, so I grabbed your clothes just now. I hope you don't mind. He lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, and Una somehow sensed a hint of seeking praise. Very impressive. What do you call this wall-penetrating ability? Una took out her small car from the space, no longer planning to hide it from Gabrielle. Though the space seemed peculiar, spatial ability users weren't rare in the apocalypse, so it wasn't a big deal. Gabrielle cooperatively got into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt before speaking. A spatial ability user, just with a higher rank, thus discovering new ways to use the ability. Una started the car respectfully, admiring Gabrielle. He was indeed strong, even disregarding his extraordinarily high psychic ability, combining it with his spatial ability was enough to surpass everyone in the apocalypse. Initially thinking that reborn, she had an advantage, but unexpectedly, he was hundreds of times stronger than her. As the car drove out of the underground parking lot, the rain was noticeably getting heavier, pelting against the windshield with the wind. The wipers became almost ineffective. Una gripped the steering wheel tightly, fearing a misstep might crash the car somewhere, while Gabrielle, with his radar-like psychic ability, helped her avoid many obstacles. Una drove toward the nearest large supermarket. Since Gabrielle needed water, it was best to find a place with ample stock to replenish fully in one go. This way, they wouldn't waste time, collecting clean water before heading together to the auto dealership to find a vehicle. They arrived at the entrance of a chain large supermarket. Zombies seemed to have run off following the sounds in the rain, leaving the area seemingly safe. Unwilling to leave the car in the rain, she directly stored it in her space to prevent it from being smashed by zombies falling from above. Walking to the entrance of the supermarket, they unexpectedly found the door locked from inside, meaning there were survivors inside. Una frowned, deciding it was best to leave. Survivors inside likely considered the supermarket their territory. If outsiders came in and set their eyes on the supplies inside, they would certainly fight to the death, refusing to let anyone take the food they had claimed. Gabrielle spread out his psychic energy to check the number of people inside the supermarket. There were quite a few, totaling more than 20. He shifted his gaze to Una with some apology. There are survivors inside. They definitely won't let me take any supplies. Could you please take me to another supermarket? Before they could leave, the roller shutter door that was locked was cautiously opened a crack. Come in quickly, it's raining heavily outside, and there are zombies around. If you stay out here too long, you might attract them. It was a somewhat slim man. Though he was covered in dirt, he seemed to be in relatively good spirits, clearly not someone who lacked food or clothing. Una and Gabrielle both waved their hands to refuse and were about to leave when they noticed the rain had become even heavier. The step in front of them was already submerged, and Yuncheng, which rarely rained, was experiencing a heavy downpour. Una's small car, with its low clearance, would have difficulty driving normally in this heavy rain, and the windshield wipers would be almost useless. The man naturally noticed the heavier rain and directly pulled the two into the supermarket, then closed the roller shutter door and fetched sandbags to block the gaps. Though it was noon, due to the power and water outage, the supermarket was quite dark. Only a bit of light seeped through some cracks, barely allowing one to see inside. However, as ability users, Una and Gabrielle were generally stronger than ordinary people. With careful observation, they could still discern the emotions on these people's faces. They were all very wary. Clearly, they were afraid that these two newcomers would snatch their food and water, but since they couldn't gauge their strength, they were still probing. The man who brought them in came over to greet them. "I'm Basil, the owner of this supermarket. Since you've come, please settle in. We can wait together for the rescue team." He told them not to feel constrained, spoke a few words, and then returned to where he had been staying. There were a few air conditioning mats laid out. Lying on them was certainly better than the cold floor tiles. Una and Gabrielle both had enough food in their spaces. Gabrielle also didn't want to compete for water resources with these people, so they both remained seated, quietly waiting for the rain to stop. Chapter 17. The Inferior Nature of Humanity. Glancing at her watch, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Una felt a bit hungry. However, Gabrielle obviously couldn't showcase his cooking skills here, so Una decided to find something to eat from the shelves. Actually, she didn't intend to take advantage of the situation. But her and Gabrielle's ability to manipulate space was indeed perceived as eerie by this group of people. Especially in this environment, using their spatial abilities in the supermarket would easily lead these people to suspect them of stealing supplies, so it was best not to expose themselves. Spatial abilities had always been a double-edged sword. When gathering supplies outside, they were indispensable, but once they started taking out supplies, spatial ability users were often suspected of hiding goods. Such incidents frequently occurred in her previous life. In this post-apocalyptic world, nothing was more precious than food and weapons. People who were suspected of hoarding supplies usually didn't end well. Now, in the early stages of the apocalypse, even though these people had lucked into being trapped in a supermarket with plenty to eat and drink, they must have felt insecure knowing their resources were depleting day by day. After coming in, it was better for her and Gabrielle to lower their profile. What if they were mistakenly accused of stealing supplies and got entangled with this group? Una searched for something she wanted to eat in the supermarket, but only instant foods were left. The meats, vegetables, and fruits had long rotted. Now, the entire supermarket smelled of feces and rotten meat. Gabrielle followed behind Una. After looking around, they each took 2 breads back to eat, then sat down and closed their eyes to rest. "Hey, eating 2 loaves of bread alone. We feel guilty eating just 1 loaf per meal, yet you newcomers are quite shameless." An old lady wearing a floral shirt pouted and sat where she was, sneering at Una and Gabrielle. Una didn't even lift her eyelids, continuing to rest while thinking about finding something suitable as a bed later. This was too tiring. Gabrielle also paid no heed to the old lady's words but felt full of joy deep inside, for today he spent a longer time with Una than usual. Seeing that they treated her like air, the old lady clearly couldn't stand it, walking over to push Una. Given Gabrielle's height and build, a normal person wouldn't provoke such a strong man, making the seemingly weaker Una the target of her venting. "Why are you sleeping? I'll tell you, there isn't much food left in the supermarket now. Since you two ate your portions at lunch, you're not allowed to eat tonight." The old lady tried to wake Una rudely but was startled back 2 steps by her sudden wide-open eyes. Her confidence instantly waned. What are you going to do? I'm just an old woman living alone. Would you hit me?" Una drew the folding dagger Gabrielle gave her from her waist and pointed its sharp blade at the old lady, her tone cold and chilling. "If you disturb me again, I'll chop you up. Don't believe me? Try me." Basil, who was still asleep, was awakened by the noise and hurriedly came over to mediate, dragging the old lady back. "And, young people do eat more, please don't mind. I still have some stockpiled food in my warehouse, which can help us hold on for a little longer. Don't be angry, take care of your health." And realized that she was intimidated by this girl who looked barely in her mid-20s and instantly felt humiliated. Yet, seeing the dagger in Una's hand, she didn't dare to vent her anger anymore, redirecting her attack towards Basil who was trying to mediate. "Xiaoshong, I'm not blaming you, but when the apocalypse started, we were only 8 people in the store, and you let so many people in privately. There won't be enough food for 20-some people, will there? Your kindness will get you killed eventually." Basil frowned in displeasure. "And, this store is mine after all, and all the food inside was bought and sold by me using my own money. Saving more people wouldn't affect your interests, would it?" And choked on her words, growing even angrier. Her mouth opened and closed like a machine gun. "What do you mean? Wasn't my suggestion made with good intentions? Yes, your supermarket is large, but more people means faster depletion of food. By saving so many people, you're reducing the food available for everyone. Is that fair to those of us who have been here since the beginning?" She paused to catch her breath, her disheveled white hair trembling with her motions. "Since we were trapped in the store at the beginning of the apocalypse, shouldn't the items in this store be shared with us? However, our share is getting smaller and smaller due to your actions. How are we, who came in first, supposed to survive?" Basil was clearly shocked by Anne's audacity, never having thought that his own store would now be considered private property by someone else. "This is my store. Whom I save is my choice, Anne. Please don't say such things again." Fuming, he turned away to comfort his daughter, who seemed ill, lacking energy and vitality. Una watched this farce, finding it filled with irony. The saying "a small favor makes a friend, a big one makes an enemy" held eternal truth. Helping others once might earn their gratitude, but as help becomes more frequent, they begin to expect it as a right. And if you stop helping or offer less, they will blame you for it. Humanity's inferior nature is even more evident after the apocalypse, and was merely the first to reveal her true self. There were still many survivors hidden in the shadows. Did they think the same way as Anne? The rain outside grew heavier, its heavy earthy smell mixing with feces and decay, overwhelming the supermarket. Una couldn't sleep well either. The bedding sold in the store had already been taken by the earlier arrivals, so he found a few opened cardboard boxes in the warehouse to place on the ground, providing at least some comfort for Una to lie down. He wanted to retrieve bedding from his spatial ability, but Una clearly didn't want that, so he obediently followed her wishes. To prevent zombies from gathering, everyone usually remained silent, resting or daydreaming in their corners after meals. Una and Gabrielle ate 2 packs of instant noodles for dinner, but this food could not meet an ability user's normal needs. So, Una secretly took out a chocolate bar from her spatial storage. She carefully broke off a piece and put it in her mouth, then poked the meditating Gabrielle, stealthily giving him a piece when no one was paying attention. The rich taste spread between her lips. Gabrielle gently caressed the spot on his palm where Una had touched, feeling warmth fill his heart. Chapter 18. I'm very affordable. The night was not peaceful, for Basil's daughter, Arabella, had suddenly developed a high fever, her entire body burning hot, and she was delirious. Since the supermarket is a convenience store with no medication in stock, Arabella could only suffer while leaning against her father. Basil took out a bottle of high-concentration liquor to wipe her palms and soles, but Arabella's body began to show an eerie red hue, clearly not from an ordinary fever. Arabella is around 14 years old. Her mother passed away long ago, and she is now the spiritual pillar that keeps Basil going. If his daughter were to die from this high fever, this kind-hearted man would probably not be able to go on either. He carefully laid his daughter down on the bedding, covered her with his coat, and then approached the group of survivors he had rescued. Everyone, can someone help look after my daughter? She has an unrelenting high fever, and I need to go find some antipyretics for her. Clearly anxious, yet those people seemed oblivious, lying on the ground in a daze or pretending to sleep with their eyes closed. A young woman spoke up, Brother Shong, I think it's useless even if you go out. It's raining heavily outside, making it hard for us humans to move around. Moreover, there's no pharmacy on this street. Are you planning to search on another street? What if you get injured with so many zombies around? Basil was pacing anxiously. For Arabella, I'll do anything. Please, who can help look after her? I beg you all. However, no one else responded. Everyone seemed to have automatically filtered out his plea, just lying quietly. Una rubbed her head and walked forward, discreetly taking a strip of antipyretics from her spatial bag using her backpack as cover. After all, she and Gabrielle had eaten food at Basil's store and taken shelter from the storm here. They owed him a favor. I happen to have antipyretics in my bag. Let her take them quickly. Una handed over the antipyretics, which Basil anxiously accepted, bowing deeply before rushing off to give the medicine to his daughter. Gabrielle smiled slightly. Liking this Una, she wasn't exactly kind, but she knew how to repay kindness. People with such character always stood out vividly in the cold world of the apocalypse. The heavy rain lasted all night, submerging the steps outside the store, and the water now slowly flowed into the store. Luckily, Basil had set up sandbags in advance, preventing the place from turning into a mess. The night felt chilly, so Gabrielle took off his jacket to cover the sleeping Una, unexpectedly waking her up. Feeling the warmth of the jacket on her, Una frowned uncomfortably. It's still a bit cold. You should wear your jacket, don't catch a cold. I have my own jacket. Saying this, she slipped behind a shelf to put on a long-sleeve shirt and zipped up her jacket, making it hard for others to notice. Gabrielle held the collar of his black windbreaker, hesitating without saying anything. He understood Una's personality. Though lively and easygoing, she tended to keep a distance from those outside her circle of friends. Like in her previous life, he loved her for 4 whole years, yet she never remembered what he looked like. Unexpectedly, in this life, he still failed to enter her friend circle. Letting out a sigh, Gabrielle looked at Una's slim back, pondering whether to tell her that he too was reborn. But since she never mentioned it, she might fear being seen as an oddity or manipulated by others. If he told her suddenly, it would definitely scare her more. Perhaps it was better for the two of them to spend time together day by day. One day, he might gradually become her friend, someone she trusted. That would be the best time to reveal his true identity. Night soon passed, and the rain outside gradually weakened. The standing water at the entrance had also receded. After confirming with his mental power that there were no zombies nearby, Gabrielle gently opened the door. Una, woken by the sound, followed him to the doorway. The water that had submerged 3 steps had now receded to less than 5 centimeters, allowing vehicles to pass normally. Una and Gabrielle planned to leave, but Basil chased after them carrying a large bag of food and 2 big buckets of mineral water. Despite the curses from the other survivors in the supermarket, Basil insisted on giving the supplies to them. Thanks to you, Arabella is doing much better. I have nothing to offer in return, but please accept these supplies. His gaze was firm, indicating he wouldn't give up unless Una took the supplies. Una looked at the exhausted father and then at the weak girl Arabella, who still insisted on getting up to see her off. She sighed somewhat helplessly. I'll take it. Only then did Basil smile with relief. After handing over the supplies, he returned to the supermarket with his daughter. Taking out the car from her spatial bag, Una handed the car keys to Gabrielle. You drive. The rain will affect my vision. Gabrielle obediently took the keys and used his mental power to wrap their legs down to their shoes before getting into the car. That girl named Arabella doesn't seem to have an ordinary fever. It looks more like a prelude to awakening abilities. Gabrielle maintained a steady speed as they continued toward the next supermarket. Una gazed out at the misty rain outside, absent-mindedly tapping her fingers on the window. She probably awakened her ability, but she needs to discover and successfully use it herself. Gabrielle's eyes gleamed. What about you? Are you quite adept at using your ability now? Una naturally understood his meaning. He was merely probing her ability level, but what was his true purpose? Not bad, but I can't match yours, she replied calmly. Gabrielle gripped the steering wheel tightly, almost nervously. Do you want to hire me as a bodyguard? I'm very affordable, my abilities are decent, and I promise you'll get more than your money's worth. Una wondered if she was hearing things and let out a puzzled ah. You can bring me along wherever you go in the future. I can be your human radar, kill zombies for you and dig out their crystal cores, all while keeping my hands clean. Really cheap. How about you take 90% of the crystals we get, and I take 10% each time? What do you think? Gabrielle's light-colored eyes looked at her sincerely, and the dampness in them made him appear somewhat pitiful. Una swallowed, not giving him an immediate answer. In her mind, Gabrielle had always been someone with secrets. From his actions and behavior, she could tell that he was likely another reincarnated person, much like herself. However, this man was different from her in one significant aspect, his extremely high ability level and an inexplicable affection for her. As if he knew her from a past life. Was this person friend or foe? Until she could fully confirm, she didn't dare let her guard down completely. Chapter 19. Do you need an action partner? I don't think I'm weak enough to need a bodyguard. In the apocalypse, those who are protected are just parasites depending on others. Una's words were already very clear. Although Gabrielle felt a bit regretful, he had long guessed Una's reply. She still had her guard up against him, especially after discovering the intensity of his power. Gabrielle had never hidden the fact that he was a reborn person. Whether it was his powers or survival experience, he exposed his true self completely in front of Una. He didn't want to deceive her at all. Although he might be alienated by Una because of this, he still didn't want to hide himself. There wouldn't be much of a problem if there was only one reborn person, but if there were two strangers, suspicion and conflict would inevitably occur. Una understood their identities without saying it outright, and so did Gabrielle. Therefore, if they wanted to continue getting along normally, they had to keep the truth to themselves. Turning the car into a not-so-wide road, Gabrielle chuckled lightly. If you don't need a bodyguard, do you need an action partner for outdoor activities? Una frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before nodding hesitantly. Gabrielle's spatial ability was very convenient for her. Whether it was collecting supplies or escaping from zombies, this power was very useful. So it's settled then. If you go out looking for supplies in the future, remember to knock on my door. Seeing they had reached their destination, Gabrielle slowly parked the car by the roadside. Una nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked lightly to the entrance of a nearby large mall. The roller shutter was tightly closed, indicating that no one had entered, and the surroundings were quiet. The security measures of large supermarkets were excellent. It was not easy to pry open the door, let alone do it quietly to avoid attracting zombies. Una pulled at Gabrielle's sleeve as the man couldn't hide his smile. They successfully passed through the roller shutter into the interior of the supermarket, where everything was neat and tidy, untouched by anything. Gabrielle didn't look at the goods on the shelves but turned to find the entrance to the warehouse. The supplies there could meet his basic living needs. Storing more could save a lot of trouble. Una didn't follow, her supplies were sufficient, so she wandered around aimlessly picking up snacks that interested her. Gabrielle was busy in the warehouse, putting several large drums of mineral water into his space but taking away only half. He knew that many people in the city still needed these supplies to survive, so he didn't plan to take it all away. He had to leave some room for others. After dealing with the immediate emergency, he walked out on the shiny tiles, sensing Una's position. When he came to the snack area, he found her squatting down, happily eating a bag of chips. Wiping the crumbs off her mouth, Una casually threw the chips into her space, stood up, and patted her hands. Finished? Let's go then. Then she turned toward the main door. However, Gabrielle's gaze lingered on the shelf for a while, subsequently stuffing all kinds of chips she had eaten into his space. Pulling at Gabrielle's sleeve out of the store, a chilling cold air instantly swept over, making it hard for Una to breathe. Both were keenly aware that the temperature had dropped again. Una stiffly pulled a thick coat out of her space, hurriedly got into the car to warm up. Gabrielle also took out warm clothes from his space. Even sitting in the car, they were still shivering. Una quickly turned on the heater and took out a thermometer to measure the current temperature outside, finding it had already dropped to 3 degrees Celsius, nearly freezing. Warming her numbed hands near the heater vent, Una lay tiredly back on the passenger seat, her mood unsettled. So much had changed in this lifetime, from the temperature, the system, the time when she awakened her powers, to other people's life paths all somewhat different from the previous life. This feeling made her feel lost. What she had firmly believed was now moving toward new directions step by step. Gabrielle seemed to notice something wrong with her and handed her a bag of chips from his space. Eat some chips. Some things always have to be accepted. Una sniffed and silently took the chips, putting a piece into her mouth. Right, since she was reborn, she had been influencing the world subtly. This situation was actually within her expectations. Since she had a second chance at life, she shouldn't confine herself to her past life anymore. People always change, but she must become better and better. Seeing Una's eyes gradually brighten up, Gabrielle felt relieved and started the car, driving towards the car dealership. The temperature had dropped sharply, and the zombies howling on the roadside moved slightly more slowly, unable to catch up immediately upon hearing the sound of the engine starting. But Una knew this was only temporary. One day, these zombies would continue to evolve, and when that time comes, they will attack every human refuge base with terrifying speed and strength. This current sluggishness and stiffness were just the prelude to their evolution. Once the zombies evolve basic intelligence, the human living environment will become even more dire. The trip didn't take long, but by the time they reached the entrance of the car dealership, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. However, the sky remained overcast, with not a single ray of light piercing through the clouds. With Gabrielle's high-level spatial ability, Una completely ignored any obstructing doors or walls, easily entering the interior of the dealership. The dealership sold various high-clearance SUVs, which were priced beyond most people's means even before the apocalypse. Una was attracted not only by their high clearance but also by their spacious interiors and robust exteriors. This brand of vehicles was renowned for its durability and resilience. The materials and components used were the most advanced, so colliding with low-level zombies would probably only leave some scratches. There were 5 display models for customers to view and test drive. Una claimed 3 of them, while the remaining 2 went into Gabrielle's space pocket. They also took quite a few windshield washer fluids and car accessories from the store before leaving contentedly. Outside, the sky was still overcast, and although the drizzle had stopped, the cold was bone-chilling. They hurried back to the car and headed home. By the time they arrived at the underground garage, it was already 6:30 in the evening, and the garage was pitch black. Passing through the somewhat eerie safety corridor to reach the 17th floor, Una noticed something was amiss. She gently raised her hand, pointing at the door of 1701, signaling Gabrielle to take a closer look. The hallway was dark, and Gabrielle shone his flashlight on the door of 1701. He discovered that the originally dusty door had been wiped clean, even the crevices around the doorknob were spotless. Chapter 20, Open Flames Forbidden in the Building. Gabrielle paused and then said, "Is someone moving in? However, I doubt there are many people willing to be neighbors with the 18th floor in building number 1, right?" Una shrugged, indicating that she was unsure and didn't wish to pry. She went straight to the 18th floor, opened 2 layers of protection, bid farewell to Gabrielle, and returned home. She was too lazy to go over to Gabrielle's place for dinner again, so she boiled 4 corns and paired them with a bottle of milk for her evening meal. Having spent these past few days outdoors and sleeping on the supermarket floor, Una felt a sore back. Returning home allowed her some much-needed rest. She rubbed her aching shoulders, turned on the air conditioner, and glanced at the thermometer hanging outside the window. It was already -5. Tiny snowflakes drifted outside the window, creating an ethereal scene almost surreal. The air conditioner faithfully blew warm air, causing a layer of mist to form on the window due to the temperature difference between inside and outside, obscuring the view. Una lay back on the bed to rest but had a nightmare that night. In her dream, she ran frantically down an empty street with faceless humans chasing her from behind. They held guns, shouting "Don't run." Their footsteps echoed behind her, sending chills down her spine. After being chased all night in her dream, Una woke up feeling utterly exhausted, lacking energy. During her last outing, she had avoided zombies and thus hadn't collected any crystal cores. Now, she didn't have a single core left, she had used them all to absorb and enhance her abilities. After this nightmare, Una felt an even stronger desire to possess a gun. Firearms were ultimately more lethal than cold weapons. To survive with confidence in this apocalypse, having abilities was one thing, stockpiling supplies another, and weaponry was also indispensable. Thinking about her spatial store, she remembered needing 1,000 crystal cores to unlock it. These cores would keep her busy for a while, but owning the store would only benefit her. She pondered where to hunt zombies easily when she suddenly heard a commotion downstairs, sounding like another dispute. However, the noise came from the 17th floor, seemingly unrelated to the 18th floor. Frowning, Una realized she needed more surveillance cameras around the perimeter of the 18th floor for better awareness of the outside. The commotion downstairs interrupted her thoughts. Glancing at the wall clock, it was only 8:30 a.m. Stretching, Una decided to check if Gabrielle had any breakfast to her liking. As she stepped out of her apartment, the voices from the 17th floor became clearer. "I handed over all my supplies when I moved in yesterday. Why should I give you what I gathered outside just now?" It was a woman's voice, familiar yet unrecognizable. After she spoke, the 17th floor erupted into even louder protests, making everyone's heads ache. The familiar voice sounded again, "Listen up. Destiny isn't someone to be messed with. Expecting me to feed an entire building? No way." Una's mind cleared instantly upon hearing Destiny's name. In her previous life, Destiny was very well known, a powerful fire element psychic. With a fiery temper and striking beauty, she was undeniably a super beautiful woman. They had once lived in the same base and later discovered they were alumni of the same university. They even went on missions together. Destiny had a great personality, straightforward and never stabbed anyone in the back. Una admired her character and found it reassuring to have such a teammate. Unfortunately, in her previous life, Destiny died during a supply search mission. Recalling this made her heart heavy. Just as she intended to knock on Gabrielle's door, he opened it first. "I cooked millet porridge and steamed egg custard. Want to try some?" While continuing his tasks, Gabrielle brought out the breakfast he kept warm for Una. Seeing her enjoy it heartily improved his mood significantly. Puffing her round belly after eating, Una wiped her mouth contentedly. Just as she prepared to leave, Gabrielle stopped her. Do you know the people from 1701? It seemed like you were interested in their situation. Una stroked her chin. I wouldn't say I'm particularly interested. The new girl from 1701 is my university alumna, so I listened a bit longer. Gabrielle smiled and handed Una a cup of orange juice casually. No wonder she's your alumna, she has already started setting people on fire. If this continues, we might lose the 18th floor. Una paused in drinking her orange juice, her expression changing like a palette before she stuffed the juice into her spatial pocket and rushed towards the 17th floor. She wasn't ready to lose her home so soon. This destiny hadn't changed a bit, she was still as fiery and impulsive as ever. Opening the anti-theft door of the 18th floor, dense smoke instantly surged in through the railing. A few men had their clothes burning, twisting painfully on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Una frowned, went back home to fetch a bucket of water, and doused all the flames in the hallway, including those on the men's bodies. If a fire broke out, the 18th floor would be the first to suffer. Adjusting her down jacket, Una approached the door of 1701 with some irritation, pushing aside Owen who was still blabbering, and then dipped Destiny's right hand into the bucket. Seeing the flame in her palm finally extinguished, Una scolded, Destiny, do you know that using open flames is forbidden in residential buildings? What if the house catches fire? Destiny was baffled by Una's actions until she saw Una's clear face and recognized her. You. Aren't you the architecture department beauty queen? Una let go of her hand awkwardly. Whether I am or not doesn't matter. What matters is you can't use open flames recklessly in the building. Got it. Destiny glanced at the smoky corridor guiltily and put her hands behind her back. Owen looked at Una and Destiny, his furrowed brows becoming even more anxious. Do you two know each other? Una didn't want any interaction with this scheming man, so she walked straight into 1701 with Destiny, slamming the door shut behind them. Looking around inside 1701, Una couldn't help but twitch her eyes. There was no furniture at all, only a relatively thick mattress lying lonely on the ground, surrounded by a few scattered daily necessities. In one word, 1701 was empty. Chapter 21, The Territory of Floor 18. In the center of the living room, a woman lay on a mat, her body marked with various injuries. She was resting there wearily, covered by a long down jacket. Una glanced at Alanis, who was wearing only a sweater beside her. It seemed that the down jacket must have belonged to her. There wasn't even a decent place to rest in this house. Alanis looked at Una cautiously. Although they had met once before at school and made some impressions on each other, it was now the apocalypse. Alanis and her mother were fleeing from place to place and had long witnessed the coldness of humanity. She didn't dare to trust Una, despite the fact that she appeared harmless. Are you here to persuade me to give up all our supplies? Alanis stood in front of her mother, her whole body tensed up. Although she had awakened her ability, the previous chaos had exhausted both her power and energy, and now she was barely holding on, trying not to collapse. Una shook her head gently. No, I'm also considered an outcast from building number 1, but I live upstairs in 1801. Your fire-based ability has threatened my home, so I had no choice but to come down and stop you to avoid becoming homeless tonight. As she turned to leave, she was called back softly by Alanis. Do you have any anti-inflammatory medicine? My mom was injured by a falling shelf a few days ago. Her wounds are infected, and she hasn't stopped running a high fever. Una turned to look at her. What do you plan to trade for it? Alanis's eyes lit up instantly, but after looking around, she couldn't find anything valuable enough to trade. After a moment of silence, she spoke hesitantly. I don't have anything right now to trade with you, but you can tell me what you want. Once my mom recovers, I'll go outside and bring everything back for you. Una naturally understood her predicament and had already made up her mind. Alanis would eventually become a powerful fire-based ability user. Building a good relationship with her early on would definitely be beneficial. After a moment's thought, Una said, there's a hard stone inside zombie brains. I can provide you with daily necessities now. Once your mother recovers, you need to return 200 crystal cores to me. Alanis suddenly realized something and took 3 crystal cores out of her pocket and handed them to Una. Is this what you mean? Una took them into her hand. Yes, these are what I'm talking about. You have 2 months to pay me back 200 crystal cores. How does that sound? Alanis glanced at her mother, then nodded vigorously. Seeing her agreement, Una started taking out necessary items from her space bag. First came the bed. Considering the harsh weather, sleeping on the floor would damage their health sooner or later, so a bed and bedding were essential. 2 large packages of compressed biscuits, 2 buckets of mineral water, a charcoal basin, a basket of bamboo charcoal, anti-inflammatory medicine, and fever-reducing medicine. These were enough for now. Watching Una pull out all these things seemingly out of nowhere, Alanis was shocked, but she knew this was one of the abilities and did not make a fuss. Instead, she bowed gratefully. Without Una, everything might have been taken away by Owen and others, and her mother might not have survived. Una waved off the gratitude casually, gripping the security door as she said, this is just business. And if you don't repay the crystal cores, I can assure you will die horribly. Her words didn't make Alanis uncomfortable. After seeing Una off, she quickly gave the medicine to her mother, carefully tending to her. Gabriel, with his mental ability, naturally knew what Una had done. From last life, he knew that Una and Alanis had a close connection. It seemed that Una still planned to build a good relationship with her in this lifetime. Returning to the 18th floor, she hadn't even reached for her key when the railing and security door were already opened for her. Gabrielle, dressed in a black sweater, stood at the door with a freshly brewed cup of milk tea. How did it go? Handing the tea to Una, she subconsciously took it and sipped. Feeling satisfied, Una felt her body warm up slightly. It settled, but the mother and daughter may have become part of Floor 18's territory. They've already been bullied and may face more trouble ahead. Looking at Una's features blurred by the steam, Gabrielle smiled slightly. Do you plan to include them in your own territory? The fragrance of milk tea rose in the hallway. Una took a deep breath and said slowly, I was just worried about someone robbing us when we go out. Now that there are more people here, once Alanis's mother recovers, we three can go out to search for supplies together, and also have someone to look after the place. Gabrielle knew well that Una was just being stubborn, but he didn't point it out. Instead, he took the empty cup and asked, Good. Tell me what you want for lunch. After some thought, Una replied, I want cola chicken wings. She then took out the ingredients from her space and handed them to Gabrielle, saying, It's up to you. I plan to go out soon, and I need zombie crystal cores for something useful. Gabrielle accepted the chicken wings and cola from Una. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't ask further. Remember to take me along when the time comes. I'm part of your territory now, don't leave me behind. Una looked at his calm features, thinking about his very useful high-level ability, and agreed to this as well. Back home, Una changed into workout clothes and started exercising. Her body in her previous life had been tempered by countless battles, becoming very strong. But in this life, she was still somewhat weaker. A mutant's ability strength is not only related to talent but also significantly influenced by the physical fitness of the mutant themselves. Una had a clear plan for her future. After unlocking the space store, she could further improve her quality of life while acquiring more thermal weapons that others don't have. The 18th floor is indeed a good place to live, but time was moving forward. Once mutant plants and animals appeared, building number 1 might not last long under their hands. Sighing softly, Una felt that the survivor base in the later stages was ultimately safer. However, in her previous life, she lived in a small base. Whether in terms of population or various facilities, it couldn't compare to the earliest 5 official bases. Although the dark side of the official bases was unimaginable, they were ultimately a safe residence. In this lifetime, one must look forward, always aiming for a place where one can live safely. As time ticked by, Una suddenly heard someone knocking on the security door of the stairwell. Assuming it was Owen and other residents of building number 1 causing trouble again, she peeked through the peephole, only to see an elderly woman with grey hair. Chapter 22. You turn a blind eye to my plea. Una frowned but didn't open the door. The residents of building number 18 had always been at odds with other tenants in building number 1, and someone's sudden visit did raise her suspicions. Seeing that there was still no intention of opening the security door, the old lady simply squatted down in front of it, as if she intended to wait until the end of time if nobody responded. Una clicked her tongue twice. It was already below zero, and snowflakes were sporadically falling outside the window. This old woman could stay in the chilly hallway for so long, a feat that even young people might not be able to manage. As she was thinking this, the old lady seemed to find the temperature unbearable, tightening her down jacket and began moving around the corridor to loosen up her stiff body. Una naturally didn't want to deal with her. Just as she was about to leave, however, she heard a door closing, which sounded like it came from apartment 1701. Maybe Alanis had come upstairs to see her for something. She hurriedly glanced through the peephole and indeed saw Alanis wrapped in her long down coat climbing the stairs one step at a time. At this moment, the elderly lady's dim eyes suddenly lit up and followed Alanis to the security door. Una sighed. Some matters couldn't be discussed in front of outsiders, so she had no choice but to open the security door and the railing to let Alanis in. Unexpectedly, the old lady was closely following Alanis and quickly inserted her left hand into the door gap just as Una was about to close the door, looking utterly brazen. Una raised an eyebrow at her and saw the old lady giving a somewhat ingratiating smile, her face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, somehow creating a disturbing impression. Could you let me in too, dear? Grandma hasn't met anyone from the 18th floor yet. We all live in the same building, we should at least get to know each other, right? This way, we can help each other and make it through these tough times better. The old lady pushed against the small gap created by her hand, trying to squeeze in, but Una pushed her back 2 steps and then locked the railing again. Through the railing, she could see the old lady's lips trembling from the cold, yet still trying to move forward. Please, dear, I beg you, really beg you. She pitifully pleaded and knelt before Una, gripping the icy railing with both hands. I live here alone, my children work far away and can't take care of me anymore. I'm a lonely old woman, all the food has been collected, and I have nothing left at home. I've been starving for 2 whole days. Seeing that she wanted to continue, Alanis raised an eyebrow and said, Stop acting pitiful, who are you trying to impress? If you have something to say, just say it. We don't have the time to keep you company on such a cold day. Startled by Alanis's words, the old lady clenched her fists in anger but managed to force a smile. Why do you speak like this, dear? Grandma doesn't mean anything by it. I just wondered if you could possibly accommodate an old woman like me. In my younger days, I was diligent, plowing fields, washing clothes, cooking meals, I can do it all. As long as I can have 1 meal a day. Her down jacket wasn't thick enough, and now her whole body was frozen stiff, yet she persisted without leaving. Una stood behind the railing with her arms crossed, feeling that what this woman was saying was absurd. In this post-apocalyptic world, was she supposed to hire a clumsy old lady using precious food supplies? Moreover, what ulterior motives did this person have for entering their home? Was she sent by someone else? Everyone found survival difficult these days, and Una didn't want to invite trouble into her home. She certainly wasn't a kind-hearted person. I don't need to hire a housekeeper for laundry and cooking now. Try other homes and see if anyone wants to hire you. Una spoke and was about to close the inner security door again when the old lady's expression changed instantly. Her previously kindly smile vanished. Do you know how to respect the elderly? An old woman like me with poor mobility relies on young people to survive. You refusing to take me in is turning a blind eye to my plight. You're forcing me to death. You heartless women, with your seductive looks but rotten insides, you're not even fit for a dog to look at. The old lady shook her thin, twig-like hands, pointing at Una and Alanis, cursing them. She accused Una of pushing her to death, shifting all responsibility onto her. At this moment, Gabriel, who was cooking inside, also ran out holding a spatula and wearing an apron. He had been so engrossed in cooking that he didn't notice the situation outside until he finished preparing the meal and heard someone yelling curses. What are you doing? He felt his anger mounting with each intolerable word from the old lady. The previously aggressive old lady suddenly lost her steam when she saw a man looking ferocious appear. She stammered but couldn't form any words. She could bully two seemingly frail young girls, but facing a man who looked like he might actually lay hands on her, this old lady truly lacked the courage to stick around. She hastily tidied up her disheveled white hair and ran off in panic. Finally, the hallway quieted down, and Una turned to look at Gabriel who had run out. He wore a small pig-patterned apron that didn't quite fit him, and there were still some sauce stains on the spatula he held. The rich aroma of food was wafting out from the door of 1802. Una couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance, causing Gabriel to scratch his head awkwardly. Alanis tugged at Una's sleeve. I need to talk to you about something. Should I speak here or go to your place? Una patted her twitching face from laughing. Come into my place to talk. It's still a bit cold in the hallway. Seeing the two walking side by side into 1801, Gabriel hurried back to tend to his lunch. At this point, none of them knew that another scheme aimed at them was unfolding within building number 1. Entering 1801, Alanis was stunned by the scene and the warmth inside, standing there in a daze. It was clearly freezing winter, yet 1801 felt as warm as spring, with the central air conditioning gently blowing warm air. The furniture was complete, the floor clean and shiny, and there was even a tablet playing a variety show on the sofa. Standing cautiously at the entrance, Alanis tensed up, unsure of what to do next. Her cotton shoes, having stepped through rainwater, were terribly dirty, and a few more stomps would drop some mud. Although her down jacket looked decent, she hadn't washed her hair or taken a shower since the apocalypse began, making her smell unbearable. Chapter 23. The reason for room 1701's occupancy. Una naturally noticed her embarrassment and then took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for her to change into, leading her to the living room afterward. She tried to invite Destiny to sit down, but she clung to her down jacket and refused to sit, standing motionless next to the sofa. Una rubbed her head in slight frustration. She understood Destiny's discomfort, yet she genuinely wasn't prejudiced against her. Who would have thought this young girl wouldn't even want to sit? Would you be okay with sitting on a stool? Una pulled out a small wooden stool from her storage space and placed it behind Destiny, urging her to sit. This time, she finally sat down stiffly. Why did you come to see me? Una walked into the kitchen to pour her a cup of hot water. In such weather, drinking a cup of hot water was indeed quite refreshing. Destiny cleared her throat. Going out alone to dig for crystal cores sounds impractical. So, I was wondering if I could go with you. This way, we can keep an eye on each other. She uncomfortably played with her long hair, her slightly tense lips pressed together. I know this request might sound excessive, but I can't really get away unscathed on my own. If you think accompanying me is too troublesome, I can increase the ode crystals to 300. What do you think? Looking into Destiny's sincere eyes, Una felt that this person gradually overlapped with the bright girl in her memory. In her previous life, Destiny had never owed anyone anything nor flattered people. Though she appeared a bit naive now, after some trials, she would grow into an exceptionally qualified and powerful psionic. The price for the crystal cores has been set at 200, so it won't change. We can go out together. I need some practice too. No problem. Hearing Una's reply, Destiny let out a sigh of relief and stood up from the chair, intending to leave. But before she could turn around, Una called her back. I want to ask how you and your mother managed to enter building 1. Una was indeed curious. With Owen's temper, he certainly wouldn't be kind enough to let two women in easily. Destiny sighed and sat back on the stool, speaking softly. My mom and I escaped from downtown. That day, it rained heavily, and the zombies were less alert than usual. So, my mom and I seized the opportunity to escape from the residential area. Fortunately, I awakened as a fire-type psionic and barely fought my way through the zombie crowd. However, our car ran out of fuel soon, so we chose Shingfully residential area temporarily. Una refilled her cup of hot water, signaling her to continue. Destiny held the hot water, and due to the high indoor temperature, she broke out into a light sweat on her forehead. My mom and I took advantage of the darkness and the heavy rain and chose building 1, which was closest to the entrance of the residential area. The building manager, Owen, demanded we hand over all our supplies to move in. To survive, my mom and I had no choice but to give him everything we had. Without food, my mom and I couldn't survive either, so I took a risk and went out to search for supplies again. But those people tried to seize the new supplies I found. That's why I quarreled with them this morning. Destiny looked somewhat angry, making her originally bright face appear even more animated. If I didn't mind killing, those robbers would have been burned to death by now. She angrily took a sip of water but hadn't realized how scalding it was, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Una thought for a moment and believed that a security door should be installed at the safety exit of floor 17. This would provide double protection for floor 18 and prevent others from targeting Destiny and her mother, avoiding potential tragedies. Having made up her mind, Una returned to 1802 for lunch after Destiny got her desired answer. A large plate of Cola chicken wings, which Una had been longing for, sat on the table. Alongside it were some refreshing side dishes to counteract the greasiness, making the meal look abundant and delicious. Una had changed her habit of wolfing down her food, although she still ate faster than normal. Soon, she finished everything in her bowl. Satisfied, she sipped on a glass of coconut juice and curiously looked around Gabrielle's living room. "Why is your place also so warm?" Gabrielle pointed to an inconspicuous brazier in the corner. "It's because of the charcoal heater. Ventilation and exhaust measures have been implemented. Although there's a smell inside, it's much warmer than outside." Una looked at the charcoal basin, took a small stool, and sat beside it to warm her somewhat cold hands. "This afternoon I plan to go out, find a burglar-proof door just like the one on our 18th floor safety passage, and then kill a few zombies." Gabrielle started clearing the tableware from the table. "No problem. When do you plan to go out? Just call me when it's time. However, you'd better determine your destination first. Otherwise, it would be bad to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly after going out." Una's hands had now regained sensation. She wiggled her plump fingertips, thinking for a moment before asking, "Where did you buy the burglar-proof door you installed for the 18th floor? How about we go to that place?" Gabrielle paused his actions, with the image of the furniture city popping up in his mind. "Sure, we can do that, but there's also a hospital next to this furniture city. If you're interested, we could search the hospital warehouse for some medicines. However, the density of zombies in this place is indeed unimaginable, making the risk level quite high." Una thought for a moment and felt that it was necessary to visit this place. Now it was only the early stage of the apocalypse. Although there were many zombies in the hospital, their overall threat wasn't significant. Once a few months passed, the situation inside the hospital would become increasingly perilous. At that time, successfully gathering medicine and escaping unscathed would be extremely difficult. The hospital indeed needs a visit, but wanting to cover both the furniture city and the hospital this afternoon sounds unrealistic. "Why don't we go tomorrow? Or spend the night outside tonight?" Una put forward her thoughts, while Gabrielle pointed to the snowflakes still falling outside. "I think it's best not to spend the night outside in this weather. It's easy to get sick. We can leave early and return late tomorrow. I'm sure the harvest won't be lacking either." Una considered it and found that what Gabrielle said made sense. They agreed instantly to meet at the entrance of the 17th floor at 4:30 a.m. the next day and set out to look for supplies. After deciding on the time, Una went downstairs to inform Destiny. The three of them began packing their luggage separately tonight, preparing for tomorrow's tough day. Chapter 24, There's something I want to ask of you. Snowflakes were scattered outside the window, lightly drifting and settling on the ground. After a night had passed, a thin layer of snow covered the earth. It was precisely 4 o'clock in the morning. Una turned off her phone alarm, sitting up from bed with some fatigue. She finished washing up at top speed, took 2 breads casually along with a large glass of milk as breakfast, and only went downstairs after finishing them all. Upon opening the door, she found Gabrielle standing in front of apartment 1801, waiting for her. His black down jacket slightly blurred his brows and eyes, making him look silent and cold in the dim hallway. Noticing the sound behind him, he quickly turned around with a smile on his face. "Have you eaten breakfast? I brought you red date soy milk and sandwiches." Una patted her stomach and then opened the anti-theft door of floor 18. "Already ate it. Skipping breakfast means no energy for the whole day and it will affect my work efficiency." Gabrielle wasn't discouraged but followed Una closely, keeping a certain distance while they arrived at the entrance of the emergency staircase on the 17th floor together. At this moment, Destiny was already waiting at the door with her mother Daniela, who appeared somewhat nervous, still giving last-minute instructions. Seeing Una approaching, Daniela hurriedly thanked her. Una couldn't clearly see the injuries on her body now, but guessed that she should be recovering well. Otherwise, Destiny wouldn't have been able to search for supplies outside with peace of mind. "Aunt, there's no need for thanks. Lingxue will return what I gave to you. I can't be considered a benefactor." She felt a bit uncomfortable with Daniela's enthusiasm and stood awkwardly in place. Destiny quickly stepped forward to relieve the tension, pulling her mother back home. "Mom, we have to go. Lock the door well and take care of yourself when you're alone. Don't open the door for anyone." Though Destiny was somewhat concerned, the two of them ultimately had to survive, so hiding inside forever was out of the question. Daniela didn't want her daughter to worry, forcing back tears before quietly closing the door. As the lock clicked into place at exactly 4:30, the three of them descended toward their target location together. The hallway was filled with a heavy stench despite the corpses being cleared. The waste and garbage from the residents couldn't be dealt with properly. Most people chose to directly throw their trash downstairs, leading to an increasingly strong odor on lower floors. Thankfully, with temperatures dropping below zero, the smell was less pungent than in summer, though it still made one feel uneasy. Building number 1 had already seen internal arguments over the improper disposal of waste and excrement, yet no effective solution was found. This time, the three walked down through the underground garage via the safety passage, with Gabrielle's ability sparing them much trouble. It remained pitch black in the underground garage, so Una could only use a flashlight to lead the way. While Gabrielle could detect the positions and numbers of zombies, accidentally stepping on something in the darkness might attract a crowd of zombies. That risk was one they didn't wish to take. Walking cautiously out of the underground garage, they encountered a few wobbling zombies along the way, all of which were dealt with by Gabrielle, and the crystal cores handed over to Una. Una didn't want to accept them since these zombies were killed by Gabrielle and the cores extracted by him. She shouldn't benefit from this. Still, the two argued until they got in the car, with Gabrielle finally pushing the cores into Una's pocket. I just happen to have a favor to ask of you. Consider this as payment. You don't need to feel guilty. Una looked at him in confusion, seeing the man turn the steering wheel gracefully, his severe features softening in front of her. With such cold weather, even water is mostly frozen into blocks of pure ice. I want to fetch water from your place. However, I know how precious water resources are, so from now on, all crystal cores I collect will be given to you as payment for the water. Is that okay? Gabrielle looked earnestly at her. You can also set a daily limit. I'll accept whatever amount you decide. Seeing his sincere gaze, Una softened a little, looking away uncomfortably. All right. Getting Una's agreement, Gabrielle took a deep breath, nearly wanting to give her all the cores stored in his space. He had been reborn a year before the apocalypse, bringing along all the cores and other items from his previous life storage space. So Gabrielle's storage space contained quite a few high-level crystal cores, and even many crystal cores from mutated animals, which were of considerable value. But if he abruptly gave them all to Una, she might misunderstand, and it could disrupt the fragile balance between them. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to reveal everything to Una. He could wait until Una truly regarded him as a friend and stopped being wary of him. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to confess everything openly. Destiny sat in the backseat of the car, listening to their conversation, feeling something was slightly off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Her originally curly, wavy hair had somehow been cut into short hair by her, and importantly, the ends were uneven. Although this did not affect her beauty, it looked somewhat messy. However, in this apocalyptic world, many women like Destiny chose to cut their hair short or shave it off completely. In this water-scarce world, water was precious for drinking and eating, let alone for bathing and washing hair. Therefore, cutting or shaving one's hair short was indeed a good choice. Una suddenly thought of something and abruptly looked at Destiny. I think we should still take you to the supermarket once. The survival supplies you and your mother have are not enough. It's best to search for some more to bring back, so that both of you can live better. Destiny was momentarily stunned after being called out, then hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. No need, no need. How can I trouble you two over my daughter and me? I can handle searching for supplies on my own. If you accompany me, I would feel very uncomfortable inside. Seeing that she really didn't want to trouble others, Una could only helplessly shrug, then cease to insist. Destiny had always been someone who liked to rely on herself. If it weren't for being unfamiliar with the area when they moved into building number 1, she wouldn't owe Una such a huge favor. Now that things were finally stable, she naturally wouldn't trouble the 18th floor excessively again. The three of them traveled silently, fearing the car might skid on the road, so they specifically attached anti-skid iron chains. Driving on the snowy ground, they found it quite useful. The car drove steadily across most of Yoon City and finally stopped in front of an impressively large furniture city. This was Yoon City's largest furniture city, fully stocked with furniture and amenities, and for Una, it was a perfect place for a free shopping spree. Chapter 25 Entering the City Central Hospital. The three of them walked into the furniture city together. After the apocalypse, supermarkets and pharmacies were the easiest targets for looting, while furniture, being more ornamental than practical, naturally attracted less attention. Una wandered around enthusiastically in the furniture city, directly putting any furniture she liked into her spatial storage. As they walked along, many stores had already been emptied. However, the main reason for this trip to the furniture city was to find a security door that matched the size of the safety passage gate. In most cases, such doors would need to be custom-made. But it was clearly impossible to do so now, so they could only choose one with dimensions as close as possible. Gabrielle arrived at the store where he had ordered a security door. Inside, there was a door that was exactly the same size as the one on the 18th floor, but it was obvious that its defensive capabilities did not compare to the custom-made one on the 18th floor. Upon closer inspection, Gabrielle found that this was the first door the store owner had made for him, but due to the poor quality of materials used, he hadn't accepted it and had a new one made later. It seemed this old door had remained unsold because of its specific size, thankfully without being disposed of by the store owner. Alanis's eyes sparkled. After all, within the entire furniture city, only this door matched the required dimensions. Other doors were either too small or required partial demolition of walls to install. After some thought, Gabrielle spoke. This door is just an ordinary security door, indeed inferior in every way to the custom-made one on the 18th floor. If you're willing, you can still install it, but it's not as solid and secure. Though conflicted, Una knew that currently this was the only door that could be properly installed and used. So she let Gabrielle put it into his spatial storage and thought about installing it back at the neighborhood later. After choosing the door, the trio spent a little more time in the furniture city. Una selected quite a few items before leaving satisfied. It was already 9 a.m., the sky bright despite the continuous snowfall, turning everything into pristine white. The buildings were also covered in fresh snow. There were a considerable number of zombies around, and many abandoned vehicles blocked the road. Continuing the journey by car was obviously not easy. Luckily, the furniture city was only separated from the hospital by one street. The three of them tried to pick routes with fewer zombies, sometimes hiding in shops, yet still attracting a number of zombies. Humans weren't the only ones evolving, zombies had also evolved. Their strength, speed, and alertness far exceeded what they were like right after the mutation, and their aggressiveness had increased significantly. Una looked at the speed of these zombies, crouching down inside a second-floor commercial building, watching outside without making a sound. These chasing zombies were clearly upgraded level 2 zombies, both their sense of smell and hearing surpassing level 1 zombies. They needed to be cautious when facing these foes. She was merely a level 2 ability user, almost ready to reach level 3, but still, the gap between levels was significant, and her combat power couldn't compare. Although Gavriel was a powerhouse by her side, Una was never someone who relied solely on others. Depending on others wouldn't help improve her own abilities. During the mid-apocalypse, she would likely be excluded by stronger people, potentially leading to an unknown death. They waited quietly as the zombies downstairs paced restlessly for over half an hour before finally wandering off uncertainly. Seizing this moment, they sprinted to the hospital entrance. This was the largest hospital in Yun City and, naturally, the one with the most drug reserves. Now, it resembled a hellish scene. Rotting corpses and severed limbs littered the ground, and densely packed zombies stood silently around the central flower bed of the hospital, a thin layer of snow already covering them. Una nervously took out a watermelon knife from her spatial storage, while Gavriel handed her a albin, a type of sword. The familiar cold touch momentarily stiffened Una's body. She then looked incredulously at the blade now in her hand. The sharp edge was concealed within the scabbard, and the whole ancient-looking albin exuded a stern and ominous air, making even timid individuals uneasy. Excitedly examining the blade in her hand, Una almost screamed in joy. This was the blade she had used most often in her previous life, a treasured weapon she found with great difficulty during her survival journey. Its weight suited her perfectly, and the edge was exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through fine hairs. Gavriel looked at Una with a slight bend in his eyes, yet the pain in his heart refused to subside. In her previous life, while he was on a mission, Una met her demise unexpectedly, and her favorite blade was left behind in the base. He had gone through a lot to obtain this sword, but such a fine weapon should belong to its true master. Una had fought alongside this blade for many years, and she felt an emotional connection with it, making it more suitable and comfortable for her to wield. Given the current situation, it wasn't the time to ask about the origins of the blade. Una could only suppress her surging emotions and carefully observe the situation inside the hospital. Inside looked eerily quiet, there were no screams of human suffering, and even the zombies appeared frozen in place. The situation seemed strange, but since they had come here, they had to get what they wanted before leaving. Gavriel was the first to step into the hospital. The moment he crossed the threshold, the originally motionless zombies instantly charged at the three of them, their roars echoing endlessly. Alanis quickly gathered fireballs in her palms and hurled them at the zombies, while Gavriel's mental blades flew out recklessly, wiping out a large group of zombies in an instant. All the crystal cores were stuffed into Una's pockets. Alanis gave her 17, Gavriel gave 31, and Una herself dug out 29. The total number was not insignificant, and the combat prowess of the three clearly surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Soon, the courtyard was filled with zombie corpses. Next, they needed to find the place with the most medicines, but they had to avoid the inpatient building first. The number of zombies in the inpatient building was undoubtedly alarming, and the long corridors and relatively narrow wards made pursuit or escape equally difficult. However, it was clear that there were not just the zombies at the front entrance within the hospital. To avoid being chased by zombies, the three of them had to run quickly toward the outpatient building, occasionally glancing back to see how far the chasing zombies were. After much effort, they finally reached the outpatient building. With Gavriel's abilities, they successfully entered, but the darkness inside made it hard to see anything clearly. A thick, pungent odor permeated the air, momentarily stiffening their breathing. Una hurriedly took out head-mounted flashlights and distributed them to the others. The bright light dispelled the terrifying darkness and revealed everything in the outpatient hall to the three of them. Chapter 26 Discovery of a Level 3 Zombie. Corpses lay sprawled on the ground in every direction, some human and some zombie, but without exception, all had been split open. The human brains had been gnawed clean while the crystal cores inside the zombies' heads had all been dug out, leaving only slightly decayed bodies strewn about the main hall. Una didn't know what had happened here. Even if there was a fierce clash between humans and zombies, it shouldn't have been so brutal. After all, humans would run away. But these fallen bodies were frozen in terror as they faced the main door, seeming like they were cut down by something dangerous right at that moment. Una's nerves tightened. Gavriel's boldness due to his high abilities meant he wasn't worried, but she expanded her mental net once again to probe for the number and distribution of other zombies within range. Be careful. There's a level unidentified zombie currently in the outpatient pharmacy on the second floor. Gavriel warned, then increased his spiritual power output to ascertain the zombie's level. Level 3, it's a level 3 zombie. He looked at Una, his voice carrying a hint of confusion. It was only 1 month since the zombie outbreak. Wasn't it too early for a level 3 zombie to appear? When Una heard level 3 zombie, she tensed up, afraid of being ambushed at any moment, becoming more cautious in her movements. The strength and speed of a level 3 zombie were beyond what ordinary humans could handle. While level 2 zombies could still be killed by normal humans, dealing with a level 3 zombie would likely require thermal weapons or powerful psychics. Though Una's current psychic strength wasn't significant, her lightning-based psychic power was highly offensive and capable of fighting against enemies above her level. Therefore, she might have a marginal ability to face this level 3 zombie. While she didn't want to invite trouble, the crystal core of a level 3 zombie was indeed very tempting to Una. 1 level 2 core equaled 10 level 1 cores, and 1 level 3 core equaled 10 level 2 cores, which was equivalent to 100 level 1 cores. This was incredibly attractive for someone like Una who planned to save cores to exchange for items from the space store. The three of them proceeded toward the second-floor outpatient pharmacy but found no living zombies or humans inside the entire outpatient building. An eerie silence enveloped the place. Led by Gavriel, they arrived at the second floor. Strangely enough, it was cleaner here than expected, with no corpses visible, yet it was the most blood-soaked area. The closer they got to the outpatient pharmacy, the stronger the smell of blood became, almost overwhelming. Una cautiously approached the outpatient pharmacy and witnessed an unsettling scene. Several human corpses were twisted on the ground in front of the pharmacy door, their skin hanging loosely over their skeletal frames as if drained dry, appearing dried and frightening. There were a few drops of blood on the ground, contrasting sharply with the stark white tiles, sending chills down her spine. Gavriel used his psychic tentacles to open the outpatient pharmacy door. The anticipated level 3 zombie didn't charge out. Instead, a small figure stood stiffly at the doorway. With his head lowered, it was hard to see his face, but judging by his build and clothes, he was likely a child, maybe in middle or elementary school. Una hesitated, shining her flashlight on the boy. As if sensing something, he suddenly looked up at them. Una finally saw his true appearance. It was a zombie. He let out a sharp, shrill scream, with shark-like teeth still stained with bits of flesh, emanating a menacing aura that threatened their senses. His ashen-green skin was unsettling, combined with his sharp claws and non-human anatomy, making him look bizarre and nauseating. Alanis couldn't bear what she saw, turning away painfully and instinctively wanting to retreat. Despite retaining some human organs, the zombie had numerous eyes scattered across its body, gazing hungrily at them, as if the desire for blood could break through any bounds. Una yanked Alanis by the hem of her clothes, bringing her close to stand beside her, forcing her to confront her fear. Zombies advanced much faster than humans. Eventually, they would have to face such monsters, even those that had mutated into non-human forms. If they lacked the courage to face them, they'd end up as tasty meals. Following Una's lead, Alanis stood behind her, swallowing nervously but abandoning thoughts of fleeing. The instinctive fear of danger made her want to retreat, but the dignity of being a psychic pushed her back to face the battlefield. Una pulled Gavriel, who was standing in front of her, back, then she gripped the Tang Dao in her hand tightly and charged forward. She had never been someone who needed protection like a weak flower. She always relied on her own abilities to climb up, breaking all obstacles. Even if her power wasn't as strong as in her previous life, so what? Even if her body hadn't yet returned to its peak condition, so what? Una could always overcome all obstacles. Seeing her move, the small zombie instantly perked up. Its frail body dashed toward Una like lightning. In an instant, its sharp claws were in front of Una, colliding with the Tang Dao. The sharp clang of metal rang out, sparks flying into the air, burning and heightening the tense atmosphere. Its countless eyes fixated on Una's delicate neck. The zombie's acute hearing allowed it to hear the sound of blood flowing, attracting all its attention like a beautiful melody. Una frowned at the black, sharp claws of the zombie. Electricity gathered in her palm, racing down the blade directly toward the zombie's hands, immediately searing its palms into bloody messes, the smell of burning flesh wafting toward her. The pained screech made Una frown. The zombie took 2 steps back, threatening growls escaping its raspy throat. Its eyes gradually turned blood red, staring intently at Una's Tang Dao. Una was also pushed back 2 steps by the force. Her hands holding the Tang Dao were numb from the impact, but she kept her gaze fixed on the zombie opposite her. The air between them seemed frozen, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Gavriel understood why Una had pushed him away. He retreated to the side with some reluctance, his eyes never leaving her for a moment. His mental barrier was ready to be activated. If Una was in danger, he would protect her immediately. Alanis also calmed down. Flames grew larger from her fingertips, distorting the surrounding air from the heat. Una, take cover. Watch me burn this thing until there's not a single hair left. Chapter 27, Successfully Dealing with a Tier 3 Zombie. Una quickly dodged at the words, while Alanis threw the fireball in her hand out smoothly, only for it to be easily evaded by the small zombie. Isn't it too fast? Alanis shouted irritably but did not stay rooted on the spot. Instead, she continued to gather energy for another fireball. Seeing how fast this thing was, Una started to mobilize the power within her body, wanting to create an electric net like she had done in her previous life. However, having just awakened her power, the energy inside her couldn't support such a large-scale net, and she could only helplessly form a small ball of lightning and throw it out. The zombie looked at the size of the electric ball, which was no bigger than a glass bead, bared its teeth menacingly, and then raised its hand to bat the electric ball away. But before it could react, its left hand was already blasted into pieces, the connecting part turning into charcoal, with burnt rotten flesh falling off. Taking advantage of the momentary daze of the zombie, Alanis immediately hurled the prepared fireball at the zombie's body. Its body instantly caught fire, and the zombie attacked the 3 painfully, all its eyes quivering as their pupils stared fiercely at them. Una clutched the tang knife and rushed towards the zombie, knowing well that Gavriel didn't wish to intervene too much, merely standing there and protecting her discreetly. Seeing Una charge forward, Alanis encouraged herself inwardly and then swung the military spade at the zombie's head. Facing Una directly now, though it was covered with eyes, it certainly did not ignore Alanis's actions behind it. The arm charred into charcoal was visibly regenerating at an alarming rate, sprouting from the blackened limb, making one's scalp tingle. A casual swipe almost gouged out Alanis's eyeballs, frightening her into taking 2 steps back, barely keeping her balance to avoid falling down. Una knew that what the zombie hated most was still her. To prevent Alanis from getting hurt again, she had to throw out a thunderball to distract the zombie. It worked well. All eyes on the zombie were fixated on Una, its arms restored, yet its hair was now fragments scattered due to burns. Una knew she must act decisively to resolve this situation swiftly. The battle had drained much of her energy, but the zombie never tired, thus the longer it lasted, the higher the chance of her losing. The tang knife seemed to resonate with Una's fighting spirit, fine streams of electricity crawling over its surface, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie. A foul stench filled the air abruptly, prompting Una to instinctively raise her knife defensively, yet her thick padded jacket was slashed open, revealing the sweater underneath. Tensed and facing the zombie, Una didn't hide the sharpness of the tang knife any longer. With unwavering determination, it carried the forceful pressure of electricity straight towards the vulnerable neck of the zombie. Dark nails continuously clashed with the tang knife, rendering Una's hands numb as the zombie's speed gradually slowed. Electricity entered its body along with the knife blade before it could react, leaving it without strength to resist. Seizing this brief numbness, Una lifted the tang knife high and brought it down forcefully, successfully severing the zombie's head, splashing some foul black blood. Looking at the tear in her padded jacket with cotton stuffing spilling out and stained with the zombie's blood, Una removed it and tossed it aside. She then retrieved a light down jacket from her spatial storage and put it on before starting to extract the crystal core. The tip of the knife, incredibly sharp, soon reached the crystal core inside the brain. The Tier 3 zombie's core was larger than a Tier 1 zombie's, hanging with a few drops of brain matter but clearly displaying its brilliant glow. After putting the corpse into spatial storage, Una washed her hands with clean water, disinfected them, and then took out 2 breads. Indeed, prolonged combat exhausted her physical strength, making even holding the bread tremble. Gavriel stood nearby watching Una, his heart gradually relaxing. Although Una reacted quickly, her physical condition ultimately couldn't compare to her past life. Just now, she almost got disemboweled by the zombie. If he hadn't reacted swiftly to envelop her in a mental barrier when he sensed the zombie moving, lying there would have been her dead body. Alanis was also feeling uneasy but still mustered up the courage to walk into the outpatient pharmacy guarded by the zombie. There weren't few bodies piled up inside, but because of the threat of the zombie, the medicines in the pharmacy were quite intact. She began to gather the medicines that had fallen on the ground but were not contaminated, placing them back on the shelves. Once Una had rested enough, she could directly store them into her spatial storage without much effort. After eating the 2 breads, Una drank a mouthful of warm water and walked out, with Gavriel closely following behind. Our speed should be as fast as possible. Originally, this building was under the control of a Tier 3 zombie, so other zombies didn't dare to intrude. But now that the Tier 3 zombie is dead and with us 3 fragrant ability holders around, the zombies will likely catch up soon. Gavriel's advice made sense. Una quickly nodded and then went inside to store all the medicine racks into her spatial storage. The 3 of them swiftly ran to the traditional Chinese medicine room. They cleaned out all visible herbs, then hurriedly ran towards the exit of the building. The growls and stench of zombies grew closer. Initially planning to visit the hospital warehouse, Una had to abandon this idea. The 3 quickly fled the hospital and headed outside. They managed to shake off most of the zombies. Una took out the car from her spatial storage, sat in the driver's seat, and beckoned the other 2 to get in. Alanis and Gavriel both moved toward the passenger seat, even hesitating for a couple of seconds before Alanis finally gave in and went to sit in the back. Una slammed on the accelerator while complaining about how slow they were getting into the car. Gavriel said unashamedly, "I was just checking the number of zombies, which made me a bit slower." Alanis widened her eyes, ready to retort, but suddenly found her mouth covered by some unknown force. She could only hum in frustration and cast a resentful glance at Gavriel. Driving smoothly, Alanis, who had been on edge all day, relaxed and fell asleep in the back seat. Gavriel diligently detected obstacles as they successfully returned to the entrance of the residential area. However, they found building number 1 surrounded by countless zombies, densely packed in a large circle. Una was taken aback. Usually, zombies were scattered around the neighborhood. Why would they inexplicably gather around building number 1? Chapter 28: The Conspiracy of Building Number 1. Gavriel frowned and emitted his mental power, only to discover that building number 1 had been completely surrounded by zombies, leaving not a single gap. Alanis looked out through the window in confusion and unexpectedly found several bloody rags hanging from the windowsill of the 2nd floor. The blood on the rags was still fresh, emitting a pungent scent characteristic of blood. The zombies downstairs were reaching out eagerly to grab them, but could never reach the high-hanging rags. Una naturally saw the blood-stained rags hanging by the window as well, and sneered coldly, "This group of people would rather not come out themselves than let us in." Human blood was irresistibly attractive to zombies. Even if the rags were retracted, the zombies would likely linger below for some time. Alanis scratched her head anxiously, feeling a vague unease gnawing at her heart. Whose fresh blood was this? It couldn't be her mom's. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Alanis couldn't help but grip the car door handle, her heart pounding wildly, even making her body tremble. Una understood her anxiety and tried to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry too much. Your aunt surely won't let them into the house. The sound of breaking the door will attract a lot of zombies. I'll try to lure them away. We'll go up together and settle accounts with these people." With no other choice, Alanis pulled her hand back and glanced uneasily at the 17th floor, then sighed and turned her head away. Una opened the car window, and the fresh human scent immediately drew the attention of nearby zombies. Quite a few wobbled towards their direction. Perhaps realizing something was amiss, the people inside the building suddenly yanked open a window, sticking a small bucket outside. The blood inside instantly splashed onto the ground, turning it crimson. The fragrance of humans paled in comparison to the direct appeal of blood to zombies. Instantly, they turned their eyes and pounced towards the nearest puddle of blood, like rabid dogs scrambling to lick the crimson stains on the ground. Una clenched her teeth angrily. Building number 1 would rather lose 800 souls than allow them to return. These people can't possibly have an endless supply of blood to pour down. Una fished out a loudspeaker from her storage space and blasted deafening music. By now, the blood on the ground had been licked clean, but the residual bloody scent still attracted surrounding zombies. Una felt invigorated seeing more zombies gathering around. She held the loudspeaker and drove toward the entrance of the residential area, keeping the window open. Building number 1 was closest to the gate and also near the underground garage entrance, so changing routes temporarily wasn't an issue. Una planned to lure all the threatening zombies to a farther place, minimizing their impact on daily life. However, when she returned to the entrance of the underground garage after luring the zombies away, things didn't align with her expectations. From afar, many zombies were seen clustering around the entrance, fiercely tearing at something. Despite their stiff movements, this did not impede their feeding. They won't leave us a single path alive. Once I get in there, these people will experience what it means to prefer death over life. Una snorted but did not drive towards the underground garage. There were many bends and cars inside the garage, which could easily block escape routes. She did not want to take risks under current conditions. Gabriel emitted his mental power and found that only a few zombies remained at the safety exit of building number 1 while most had been lured to the entrance of the underground garage. This group of people were determined to cut off all escape routes for the 18th floor, willing to endure their own hardship to prevent anyone from going out to find supplies. Una tapped her fingers lightly on the steering wheel, her anger surging. These people still didn't respect those on the 18th floor. After resting along the way, Una's abilities had mostly recovered. With one powerful strike, she could cleave a path through. As long as the three moved quickly enough, seizing the opportunity to run to the wall of building number 1 and having Gabriel guide them inside would work. Deciding on this plan, Una paid no more attention to the zombies at the garage entrance and sped towards building number 1. Most of the zombies had already been lured away from the front of the building, but some from outside the compound were still drawn by the lingering bloody scent, groaning faintly as they shuffled forward. The three quickly got out of the car, Una storing it in her space, then ran swiftly towards building number 1. Without the separation of the vehicle compartment, the zombies soon pushed and shoved each other as they sprinted over. Una chose a gap with the least number of zombies and then dashed towards the wall of building number 1. The closer the distance, the stronger the foul stench that hit them directly. Just about to collide with the zombies, the thunderball in Una's palm abruptly grew larger, electrocuting the obstructing zombies into charcoals, emitting a burnt and foul smell. The three took advantage of the zombie crowd not fully closing in, slipping through the gap Una had cleaved, and entered building number 1 with Gabriel's assistance. Finally having a moment to breathe, Una straightened her disheveled clothes and strode towards the lobby of the first floor. Inside stood a group of people with pale faces. Not only had their goal failed, but they had also attracted a large crowd of zombies, which was hard for them to accept. Alanis ran out in a panic. Seeing Owen leading the group, she immediately grabbed his collar. "Where's my mom? What did you do to her?" Owen wriggled his body trying to break free, while the residents of building number 1 nearby all wanted to step forward to help. Una took out her tang knife from her storage space. Though she only held the knife standing there, it made these people hesitant to make any rash moves. Owen naturally sensed the threat in Una's actions and could only obediently answer Alanis's question. "Your mom didn't open the door for us. She's safe and sound at home." Hearing this, Alanis's heart, which had been suspended, finally settled, and she felt like collapsing on the ground in relief. Her father had been working outside for a long time and had lost contact, leaving his fate unknown. If something happened to her mother, she truly couldn't bear to go on living. Una gently pulled Alanis up from the ground. "Go back and see your aunt. I'll handle things here." Alanis was eager to return home, and hearing Una say this, she naturally didn't refuse, gathering her strength and rushing upstairs. Hearing the word solve, the residents of building number 1 all changed their expressions, hastily trying to run home to hide. But how could Una give them this chance? She blocked the safety exit door, cutting off all thoughts of escape for this group of people. Outside, the zombies continued to howl ceaselessly. The putrid smell seeped through the gaps in the doors and walls, making time seem to stand still, and even breathing became barely audible. Chapter 29. What do you want to know? No one spoke. Una stood silently, the dangerous aura she exuded causing this group of people to tremble with fear. "Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you brave when attracting zombies? Weren't you clever when you thought up such a trick? Why are you silent when you see me?" She wore a black down jacket, her face slightly red from the cold, making her skin appear even more fair and tender. But in the eyes of the residents of building number 1, she looked like a demon who could kill without blinking. Owen's face was ashen, as if he had been greatly insulted. He pounded his fist against the wall, producing a dull sound. "What do you want me to say? You're unreasonable, ignoring the rules of building number 1. No matter what policies I propose, you don't abide by them. In that case, I can only drive you out." He was emotionally agitated, his complexion fluctuating between red and green, like a lit firecracker. Una flicked her finger lightly against the blade. Follow rules? What rules do you want me to follow? You all have hearts of beasts. Raping women at night, abusing people until there's not a good spot left on their bodies. The supplies collected were said to be evenly distributed, but your families have embezzled who knows how much. On the surface, everything seems harmonious, but whose blood has been spilled? What Una said made Owen completely break down. The other residents didn't look any better either, and their expressions towards Owen became inexplicable. Aren't women just for playing with? Without us men, could you safely live in this building? Since you enjoy the fruits of our labor, you must pay the price. I am the building manager and worry about big and small matters in the building. Shouldn't I get more rewards? And that woman, it's her blessing that we were willing to take her. She actually dared to seek help and even injured others with a knife. Doesn't she deserve to die? Everything is your fault. I am the building manager. You should obey me in everything. He roared wildly, stirring up the zombies outside even more, and the knocking on the door grew louder. Una did not understand the true thoughts of people like him. He clearly didn't have the ability to lead everyone to happiness but still sought power and various benefits. Food and water were scarce in building number 1 now. Although some people went out to search for supplies regularly, it was never enough for everyone. Food was reserved for those capable ones. Women and children also had abilities, yet Owen failed to consider their contributions, forcing them to stay at home while complaining about their idleness. He couldn't see the value of women and children but tried to exploit their potential while unwilling to provide them with enough food and water to survive. Families with adult males could barely manage to live, but households consisting only of women and children led a life worse than death in building number 1. Una put the Tangdao into storage. The residents of building number 1 saw her putting away her weapon and breathed a sigh of relief. However, they all shuddered from the electric shocks before losing consciousness. Gabriel had been standing behind Una without saying a word. Seeing her stop moving, he asked, "How about throwing them out to feed the zombies?" Una shook her head, her smile becoming brighter. "Let's tie them up and hang them outside the second-floor windows so they can feel what it's like to be close to zombies. If the zombies jump up, they can grab their feet. I want these people to beg for both life and death." As she spoke, she took out a large roll of thick hemp rope from her space and started working with Gabriel, tying up those who conspired against them and hanging them outside the second-floor window. Though Una hadn't held back much strength when shocking them, she didn't cause them permanent harm. In the fierce cold wind, people gradually woke up, trembling. Looking around confusedly, they discovered zombies scratching at the bottoms of their shoes with their claws, causing them to be enveloped by an overwhelming fear. Someone screamed, and the zombie crowd below became more agitated. A few actually jumped up and grabbed someone's shoelace, swinging them around like a pendant. Una stood by the window watching them but noticed some weak footsteps approaching behind her. She turned and saw a group of thin women and children running over. Some of them still had some spirit left, perhaps because their husbands had strength and obtained more supplies during searches. Otherwise, these people would probably have starved to the point of losing consciousness long ago. Una's anger was growing. In the end times, there was never a distinction between gender and age. In her previous life, many powerful psychics were women, and they were all respected in the base. Even many women without psychic abilities lived brilliantly by relying on their various skills, never being inferior to anyone. But what about Owen, this building manager? He had strangled all the living paths of the women and children in the building, making them become parasites that relied on others to live. Owen's wife walked out. Among all the women, she was dressed the most decently. However, her eye sockets and cheeks were still somewhat sunken, and her eyes were full of fatigue. "What have you done to our building's heroes?" She wanted to make her voice as loud as possible, but due to insufficient food, it lacked any real power. Una snorted coldly. "Your heroes tried to make me homeless by dying outside, so I gave them a big gift. They are now enjoying it." As she spoke, terrified screams continued to come from outside the window. The women and children in the building panicked, trying their best to rush to the window to rescue them but were stopped by the transparent mental barrier. Una lazily leaned against the wall, less than half a meter away from these people, taking in every detail of their hungry faces and dark eye circles. Food was not enough, and they were also dressed very thinly. Instead, the children wore many women's clothes, which seemed to be their own things given to the children. "Don't be in such a hurry. I have something to ask you. If I get the answer I want, letting them in is not impossible." Hearing her words, the building manager's wife looked at her with some hesitation, then tentatively asked, "What do you want to know?" Una pointed to the window. "I want to know whose blood they spilled." Upon hearing her question, these people seemed to recall some terrifying thing, exchanging fearful glances. In the end, no one dared to speak. Una wasn't in a hurry. The screams outside the window grew louder, and the people inside the building would eventually have to break their silence. Chapter 30, All Murderers. Owen's wife ultimately couldn't let go of her husband, and with trembling lips, she revealed the truth. Susan, who had once sought help from Una in room 1602, died that morning. Her blood was drained, and her body was thrown at the entrance of the underground garage, dying in a terrible and horrifying manner that made anyone's heart tremble. Susan stabbed a man with the knife Una gave her but was found by others just in time. She died full of resentment. And the murderers were everyone in this building. Isn't it true that she relied on men in this building to stay alive? What did she pretend to be? A virtuous woman? The building manager's wife still spoke defiantly, but her trembling hands and unfocused eyes betrayed her inner fear. Una snorted coldly, feeling that everything before her now seemed strangely ironic. Does she really have to rely on men to live? Can't she survive on her own? Since you say she lived by relying on the men in this building, then I want to ask what they gave her. Quality food? Clean drinking water? Una's words left these people silent, as all of them knew clearly that Susan survived only to satisfy the desires of these beasts. She ate food that was spoiled and moldy, barely edible, and could only quench her thirst by grabbing snow from the windowsill. Even the food she received was less than what was handed over, barely surviving each day on the brink of death. You let your husbands defile other women, yet you unleash all your anger on the victims. Are you still human? Una gritted her teeth as she said this, then kicked Owen's wife away, but the fury in her heart remained unextinguished. The elderly in the building hadn't been seen for a long time, perhaps abandoned by these people or forced to become bait while searching for supplies outside. These people were utterly without, bottom line, yet still called themselves saviors, not allowing any dissenting voices. Una didn't want to stay with these people any longer. She asked Gavriel to use his mental power to seal the windows that could save the people, then went home together with him. Gavriel knew that Una was in a bad mood but didn't know how to comfort her. They had both lived 2 lives and witnessed too many human affairs in their previous life. They thought they wouldn't care about such things anymore, but they ended up feeling angry for people unrelated to them. Una walked fast and only stopped when she reached the 17th floor. DeAndre and Raina were waiting for them by the emergency exit. DeAndre looked fine despite being anxious all day but obeyed orders and didn't go out to look for them. Thinking about adding an anti-theft door on the 17th floor, Una's expression softened somewhat, and the 4 of them began working together. Although it wasn't early, installing the anti-theft door was urgent, and no one dared to delay. Now everyone in the building was eyeing the 18th floor. The failure of this plot would likely make their next moves even more ruthless. She really wanted to kill all these people, but she didn't want to be covered in blood. If someone's mind is filled with thoughts of taking others' lives, how are they different from zombies outside? Despite this, Una never considered letting these people off. All men would hang outside for 24 hours. If they survived the combined attacks of zombies and low temperatures, it would be their good fortune. As for the people inside the building, if they didn't want people from the 18th floor to come in, then they wouldn't think about going out either. They would stay in the building until there was no food left, only living in misery. The 4 started installing the anti-theft door. No one from building number 1 could bother them, most were gathered on the 2nd floor crying and screaming. As night fell deeper and the snow outside grew heavier, the anti-theft door was finally installed. Those women and children who came to plead for mercy were stunned. They thought the anti-theft door on the 18th floor was outrageous enough but didn't expect one to be added on the 17th floor too. Now, even if they wanted to plead for mercy, Una probably wouldn't hear them, so they cried bitterly and returned to the 2nd floor to find a way. Gavriel also listened. Una said to leave those people hanging outside for 24 hours, so he didn't lift the mental barrier for 24 hours. After resting well for a whole night, Una went downstairs to check and found that most people were frozen into ice statues, with only a few physically fit ones, who were also dressed warmly, surviving. Una didn't show any mercy, throwing the frozen bodies downstairs to feed the zombies, completely ignoring the cries of the women and children in the building. Their husbands committed evil deeds without restraint, and they ate food exchanged for the lives of the elderly in peace. So, they should have expected this. The woman, now without support, fell helplessly to the ground. She looked at her child with a hungry and vacant gaze, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Cry because her only support was gone, and from now on she would have to raise her child alone in this harsh post-apocalyptic world. Laugh because the man who exploited her was gone, and she no longer had to be treated like an object, exchanged for supplies, and then suffer humiliation and beatings. Before the apocalypse, her husband was a good man, attentive to his family and respectful to his parents. But everything changed after the apocalypse, leaving her completely baffled by the drastic changes. Una's anger from yesterday's betrayal had barely subsided, but seeing the dying Owen, she couldn't help but frown. What a persistent nuisance. This guy actually survived. The reason building number 1 turned into this mess was all because of this rat. Una never wanted to see him loitering around her again. She casually pulled out a tang sword from her storage space. Owen's wife's pupils constricted sharply as she tightly shielded her husband behind her, her body trembling uncontrollably, whether from cold or fear, she didn't know. Una effortlessly pushed her aside, the blade gleaming with a cold light, even more prominent in the dim hallway. Owen trembled and tried to retreat, his frost-bitten and cracked hands weakly pushing against the floor, but his body wouldn't obey, watching the tang sword draw ever closer. His body was already numb, and his sense of pain was fading. Una lightly raised the tang sword, not exerting much force, but it plunged straight into his heart. The bitter wind outside, carrying snowflakes, instantly froze the hot blood gushing out, reducing the stench of blood significantly. Everyone present was stunned. They always thought Una wouldn't dare to really draw blood, but never expected her actions to be so swift, cleanly ending Owen's life. Although Owen's body was already numb, the bright red blood still filled him with terror, causing him to try screaming in vain. His body wouldn't obey, leaving him powerless, lying on the cold ground. Chapter 31, Delicious Oil-Braised Large Shrimp. People who originally intended to confront Una all subconsciously stopped in their tracks. While they knew the fear of the powerful, they had never imagined that a young woman could be so ruthless. Gavriel disdainfully kicked Owen to the side and then went upstairs with Una, leaving the residents behind not even daring to breathe loudly. Walking in the stairwell, Una shook off the blood on her tang knife somewhat disdainfully, but what was on her mind was what she should eat tonight. The medicines we searched for at the hospital will be equally divided among the three of us. I've already given Alanis her share. Shall I give you your share when we have dinner tonight? Hearing this, Gavriel shook his head. You keep it for me. There isn't much space left in my storage, consider it as keeping it for me. How about giving me some interest every day? Una thought for a moment and didn't fuss too much about it. She just nodded and started listing dishes. I want to eat oil-braised large shrimp tonight, you can decide on the rest. Una took out a bag of thawed shrimps from her storage and handed it to Gavriel. Isn't this a bit too much? We too can't finish them, and they won't be fresh after one night. Feeling the weight of the shrimps in his hand, Gavriel thought of asking Una to take some back. Una waved her hand. Alanis also put in a lot of effort this time. Auntie is also working hard at home. After the meal is ready, I want to send some to them to supplement their nutrition. Gavriel was a bit surprised. In his impression, Una always dealt with matters officially and wouldn't care much for those not very familiar to her. Her personality had changed in this new life. She seemed softer now, but before he could continue with this thought, Una's voice rang in his ears again. Her health is poor now, we need to fatten her up. The stronger she gets, the faster she can kill zombies and return the crystal cores to me. By the way, if she delays, I'll raise the interest rate. Listening to her words, Gavriel's mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly understood something. Truly, it's Una, who would never suffer any loss when it comes to benefits. Outside the window, everything was greyish, and room 1802 was filled with a strong scent of cooking, especially the aroma of oil-braised large shrimps, which made Una's mouth water. Before the food was served, she eagerly walked into the kitchen. The aroma of oil-braised large shrimps filled the room. Gavriel also specially made a bowl of century egg lean meat congee, paired with appetizing side dishes and refreshing juice. Una was very satisfied with this dinner. She busily laid out the dishes on the table, feeling really hungry and sipping a mouthful of hot congee straight from the pot. Indeed, the taste was excellent. Una realized that her palate had been spoiled by Gavriel. Eating instant noodles now felt difficult. It's easy to get used to luxury, but hard to revert to frugality. The oil-braised large shrimps were now out of the pan, and Gavriel came over with a full large plate, placing the glossy red shrimps closest to Una. Feel free to eat. I've already kept Alanis's portion in the pot. It's not late to send them over after you finish eating. Hearing this, Una felt relieved and grabbed a shrimp despite its heat, burning her fingertips a bit red. Seeing this, Gavriel couldn't help but push the lean meat congee towards Una. Drink your congee first. Let me peel the shrimp for you, it's cooked and won't run away. Una scratched her head, embarrassed, then picked up the century egg lean meat congee and drank it contentedly, enjoying its fresh flavor. By the way, I also want to go back to the hospital, but the risk factor will greatly increase this time. Una watched Gavriel skillfully peel the shrimps into her bowl, hesitating to speak. Gavriel naturally knew what she wanted and didn't stop his action. Are you going there to collect the instruments inside and the vaccines in the warehouse? His words received strong agreement from Una. Una has always been a person who fears death. Although each task outside involves risking her life, her fear of death has never decreased. This life was a huge opportunity and surprise to her, making her pay more attention to her abilities and physical condition. As a mutant, her physical strength was indeed superior to ordinary people, but it wasn't indestructible. Mutants could get injured in battles or develop tumors or other diseases in their bodies. When the apocalypse came, everyone only cared about food and water, but when they turned their attention to medicine and instruments, it was already too late. The zombies in the hospital were also growing stronger over time, making it increasingly difficult to enter the hospital to search for instruments and medicines. Almost every squad that went on missions to the hospital faced near-death experiences. Una wanted to take advantage of the time before the zombies fully evolved to gather more necessary supplies. This way, if anything happened to her in the future, she would at least have a chance to survive. Gavriel naturally understood her feelings. He hadn't planned on abandoning the precision instruments inside the hospital either, so the two decided to make another trip together. However, Gavriel now had some reservations. Are you still planning to bring Alanis? In this new life, Alanis was ultimately just a newly graduated female college student. She hadn't received enough training yet, and her courage and abilities still had much room for improvement. This mission to collect instruments wasn't a simple task. If Alanis's participation would hinder their normal operations, it might be better for her to stay behind and watch the house. Hearing Gavriel's question, Una felt a bit of hidden concern. After thinking for a while, she finally spoke. Let's ask Alanis later and let her decide. People need a process of growth and training. I believe Alanis will surely become a qualified and reliable powerful mutant in the future. Her words eased one of Gavriel's concerns. After finishing dinner, the two went up to the 17th floor together. Seeing the oil-braised large shrimp, Alanis and Daniela were both stunned, standing still in shock. Seeing no response from them, Una pushed the dish forward a little more. Take it quickly. You're not eating for free, you'll have to pay back eventually, so don't feel any psychological burden. Her words brought Alanis and her mother back to normal. They carefully took the plate full of shrimp into the room. With permission, Una and Gavriel followed inside to discuss their next trip to the hospital to gather supplies. Alanis didn't have many thoughts and readily agreed. However, Daniela gripped her hands tightly, even deforming the freshly peeled shrimp. Linksnow, maybe you shouldn't go. Your mother knows the rewards will be great, but the risks are also significant. Your father is still missing, and your mother only has you left. If something happens to you, how can your mother live on? Chapter 32, Bizarre Dream. Alanis's smile faded at these words, and her hand froze mid-motion. She knew all too well what she meant to her mother. How would her mother survive the apocalypse without her? Una understood their concerns and naturally did not force Alanis to go to the hospital. They had managed to endure in such harsh living conditions for so long. Now that they finally had a decent place to stay, they definitely didn't want to risk going out again. Una did not plan on staying here either. Everything needed to be decided by the mother and daughter themselves. She and Gabrielle, as outsiders, were indeed a bit intrusive here. Seeing Una and Gabrielle rise, Alanis hurriedly stood up to see them off. Before the door, she whispered, "Wait for me, I will surely go tomorrow." Una did not respond. Whether or not Alanis could come depended on her, but Daniela might not allow Alanis to go out. If he caused a scene, Alanis would have no chance to leave even if she wanted to. Although Una lost her parents early, she still understood the bond of family. In this post-apocalyptic world, many people persisted in living just to find or protect their loved ones. Alanis was naturally no exception. Una and Gabrielle were indeed unencumbered by relationships, but most people had families and friends, so every outing required much consideration. Una naturally hoped that Alanis would grow into a powerful psychopath as soon as possible, so that they could better overcome future difficulties together. But change always took time. Things that happened overnight were rare in the world. Back on the 18th floor, although there was no moonlight outside the window, it was not entirely dark with the snow covering the ground. Una sat in the rocking chair by the bed, casually draping herself with a blanket, and drifted into sleep. In her dream, she was on a mission to search for supplies. A group of people stood in the mission hall anxiously waiting for someone. A vague figure approached from afar. Though the post-apocalypse was bleak and dirty, he wore white trousers and a black short-sleeve shirt, making him look particularly cold and detached. Una felt oddly familiar with his silhouette but couldn't recall where she had seen him before. During the rest of the mission, he seemed to follow her like a shadow she couldn't shake, only to help her at critical moments. This dream was unusually exhausting. Una tried hard to see the man's face, but realized she had never paid attention to him before, not even catching a glimpse of his face. She woke up with confusion, threw aside the messy blanket, and looked out the window at the grey sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of frustration from this dream. How she wished to see that man's face but couldn't. Why didn't I notice it in my past life? Una, looking at her exhausted reflection in the mirror, asked aloud. Thinking about it, she gave a self-deprecating laugh. In her previous life, her attention was always on Ernest. How could she pay attention to other men? Even her supposed friend had only ever been Roscoe. That was her laughable previous life. Una shook away the unpleasant thoughts in her mind but secretly wondered if the man in her dream was Gabrielle. Yet she was unsure why she would catch his attention. Her previous life had been lived rather carelessly. She wore clothes that Roscoe no longer liked, ate the worst food, because everything she brought back from missions went to that pair of lovers. It was as if her entire previous life was spent in vain, and in the end, she met a tragic death. At this thought, Una recalled how she had disabled Ernest and Roscoe. She wondered if they had survived. If they did, they would face an abyss of endless despair, with no hope of redemption. After tidying up the house once more, a light knock came at the door. Putting down the pillow she held, Una went to open the door, revealing Gabrielle standing outside. He wore a black down jacket and white trousers. Though the weather was different from her previous life, this outfit still left Una momentarily dazed. Gabrielle did not notice Una's reaction and simply handed over the breakfast he carried. "I've decided to deliver breakfast to you every morning after preparing it. You can't just sleep through mornings without eating, your body will give out soon enough. The tougher the environment, the more important it is to take care of yourself. We need to agree now, don't get angry when I call you for breakfast in the future." Una tossed out all the random thoughts in her head and eagerly took the sandwich and ate treasure porridge from Gabrielle's hands, then placed them on the dining table. She did not close the door, but Gabrielle still stood at the doorway, showing no intention of coming in. Feeling somewhat helpless, Una walked to the door and invited him in. "What are you afraid of? Am I some kind of ferocious beast? I was planning to discuss with you about going to the hospital. We should be well prepared before we go there, otherwise, we won't be able to handle any emergencies." Gabrielle seemed a bit uncomfortable, taking a deep breath before putting on the slippers Una handed him and stepping inside. Since the electricity and water supply were normal in Una's place, she didn't need to wear heavy clothing with the heating on. After entering the house, Gabrielle felt somewhat restrained and dared not look around. He sat stiffly at the dining table, watching Una eat. His gaze made Una somewhat uneasy, so she tried to find something to distract herself. "We're not sure yet if Alanis will come with us, but we can't go without a plan. I think it's best to figure out the layout of the hospital first before making a move. Understanding the zombies' activity areas will help us avoid them and save energy." Una pondered aloud, and Gabrielle relaxed slightly, sitting across from her while she ate breakfast, his eyes filled with tenderness. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, Una wiped her mouth, only to find nothing on it, and started looking at Gabrielle with a strange expression. "What are you looking at?" She couldn't help asking. Gabrielle snapped back to reality, clearing his throat and replied, "I think what you said makes sense. I was just thinking about the problem, not looking at anything." Una didn't dwell on this. "Did you come up with any solutions? Should we go check it out today or what?" By now, she had finished most of the sandwich and picked up a spoon to start eating the porridge. Gabrielle had put a lot of effort into cooking the porridge, which was sticky and sweet just to Una's liking. Chapter 33, Giving them a way out. "I don't think it's necessary to scout ahead. The zombies' movements are unpredictable, and now that some of the braver people have started venturing out to search for supplies, the zombies often get lured all over the place. My psychic ability can actually be quite useful. Once we get there, I can directly detect the specific locations of the zombies. As long as we avoid them carefully, it shouldn't be much of an issue. Gabrielle's words reassured Una, so she sped up her soup consumption. After finishing, she thought about washing the bowl but was surprised when Gabrielle took it from her hands. He waved goodbye and returned to apartment 1802. With Gabrielle back home, apartment 1801 fell quiet again. Una sat back on the sofa and picked up her tablet to continue watching shows, but then she realized she had forgotten something. My sunflowers should be ripe by now, right? She hurriedly put down the tablet and entered the space. The sunflower seeds were now plump and round, densely packed together, exuding a sense of abundant harvest. Just as Una reached out to pick them, the system, which had been silent for a while, spoke up. The system offers an automatic harvesting service for just 100 crystal cores. Enjoy permanent automatic harvesting. Would you like to purchase this service? The system's prompt startled Una, but she felt conflicted inside. While automatic harvesting would indeed save her a lot of trouble, especially since she didn't know how to properly harvest many crops, the price wasn't negligible. Vegetables and fruits were manageable, but crops like rice and wheat were not easy to harvest or process. Although she had collected quite a few zombie crystal cores yesterday, including a third-grade core, her savings were still far from what she needed for the system store. If she spent crystal cores like water, purchasing items from the system store would take even more time. Can I buy it later? Una's current goal was indeed to purchase the system store. Besides, she already had plenty of food, so farming was merely a hobby. Limited time offer. This service will increase to 1,000 first-grade crystal cores if not purchased within 24 hours. Una scratched her head in dismay and reluctantly agreed, handing over the third-grade crystal core to activate the automatic harvesting service. Looking at her meager remaining crystals, she felt deflated and slumped onto the grass, but then she thought of a way to earn more crystal cores. It had been a month since the apocalypse, and the official base was beginning to take shape, though it hadn't opened to the public yet. Once the base was completed, it would become the largest trading center. She could exchange her stockpile of food for crystal cores there. Even things she didn't need, like tobacco and alcohol, could fetch her a lot of cores. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about crystal cores anymore. Relieved that this problem was partially solved, Una took the harvested sunflower seeds out of the space, planning to roast them properly before eating. Just as she exited the space, she heard faint knocking at the door. It seemed someone was knocking on the anti-theft door of the 18th floor. It must be Alanis. Una put the sunflower seeds aside and let her in. Alanis waved. I won't come in. I just want to confirm with you, when are we leaving for the hospital? Una was a bit surprised. Seeing her expression, Alanis explained, somewhat helplessly. My mom is worried about me, but we both know that to survive in this world, we need to make more efforts. Honestly, I feel safe going out with you and Gabrielle. You're both strong. I haven't given up on finding my father. Only by becoming stronger can I find him sooner. Una nodded, as long as your mother agrees. Since you have permission, let's leave tomorrow morning at dawn. That would be safer. Only after getting a definite time did Alanis return home. Una also knocked on apartment 1802's door to inform Gabrielle of the time before going back to do her own things. Time flew, and soon it was the next day. Una got ready early and went down to the 17th floor, only to find that Gabrielle and Alanis had arrived earlier than her. She checked the time, then looked at the still dark window. What's going on? Why are you both here so early? Gabrielle rubbed his head. I was woken up early by noise. Didn't you hear it? Alanis also nodded in cooperation, leaving Una as the only one still puzzled. I didn't hear anything. I slept until half an hour ago. What sound are you talking about? Gabrielle pointed to the door. The residents of Building 1 are probably all sitting outside the anti-theft door on the 17th floor. They started crying from 3 in the morning, and it's been causing headaches. Una looked through the peephole with a puzzled expression, seeing that indeed many people were sitting on the stairs, looking exhausted but with no intention of leaving. Una drew back her gaze and said, what do they mean by this? Alanis shrugged. I heard that it's too cold now, and they have no way to go out to search for supplies, so they can only stay home and starve. Many people are already sick, so they came to beg you for forgiveness and ask for a way out. I've been hearing this for hours, almost memorizing it. Una snorted in response. When they tricked us into being locked outside, why didn't they give us a way out? I just stopped them from going out to search for supplies, and they can't hold on. Una had Gabrielle use his psychic power to seal all exits of Building 1. These people could only sit and wait, consuming what little food they had left, which was now even more insufficient. Gabrielle's psychic power almost enveloped the entire Building 1, blocking the human scent from reaching the zombies' noses, naturally preventing more zombies from being attracted. Thus, the area outside Building 1 was relatively safe. Una adjusted her clothes and then pushed open the anti-theft door on the 17th floor. The scene seen through the peephole always seemed somewhat distorted. The people in front of her did appear weak and victimized, but Una clearly saw resentment and fear in everyone's eyes. Even the few barely surviving children were no exception. They resented Una for her overwhelming abilities, which they couldn't resist, yet they feared her powers and dared not rebel. This was the truth of survival in the apocalypse. As long as your abilities were strong enough, you needn't fear any plots or schemes because these people would only weep at the feet of the strong. Chapter 34. Her nature is simply so kind. Una's appearance made everyone's eyes light up, and they rushed to the safety passage with excitement. The building manager Owen's family did not show up. Instead, other residents had gathered, basically all of them were there. What do you mean? Blocking me here to force my hand? Una stood coldly in front of the door, her creamy white scarf adding a touch of softness to her demeanor. At the forefront was a thin woman, with a child cowering behind her, both looking emaciated and frail, almost skeletal. We all know that what we're suffering now is self-inflicted. But we hope you can be magnanimous and let us off. Even if you don't care about us adults, at least don't stand by and watch as the children starve to death, right? She quivered her lips, pleading for mercy, tears streaming from her murky eyes, mixed with snot dripping down, making Una feel nauseous, almost ready to vomit her breakfast. Seeing that Una remained unmoved, the woman hurriedly pushed the child hiding behind her forward. Adolfo quickly begged the sister to let us out to find supplies. The boy named Adolfo had frost-bitten cheeks, and his small hands were hidden in his sleeves for warmth. Called out, he reluctantly spoke, reciting words like a rehearsed script at a rapid pace. I'm sorry, sister, we know we've been wrong. Please have mercy on us and don't keep us locked up anymore. I'm really going to starve to death. After finishing his sentence in one breath, he sighed with relief as if completing a task, the white mist he exhaled quickly dissipating in the air. The woman smiled obsequiously, but before she could speak, Adolfo began shouting, Mom, didn't you say that after saying these words, I could have bread? Give it to me now, I'm starving. The air in the safety passage seemed frozen, and the woman awkwardly pulled Adolfo behind her. Children don't understand, he's just talking nonsense, please don't take him seriously. But Adolfo quickly broke free, pointing at Una's nose and rolling his eyes. Didn't you say she's just a bitch? Why are you trying to flatter her? Mom, make the bitch give me a piece of bread. Her smile completely vanished, and before she could respond, other children also started to echo Adolfo. You said she deserved to be bitten by zombies and wouldn't come back, and that we should take all the good food while she's unaware. Right. My mom said that everything that belongs to the bitch should be ours. Watching the children inside the building exchange comments, Una showed no reaction, but Gabriel's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Feeling his energy fluctuations, Una quickly stopped him. These people had become animals kept by Owen, not knowing how to survive in this apocalyptic world. And these children would one day understand the horrors of this world. Killing them now seemed somewhat unworthy. Albin unsheathed his blade, and the thin woman instinctively took 2 steps back, trying to flee, only to have her throat slashed by Una directly. The little boy who had been hiding behind her was left dumbfounded, standing still for a moment before bursting into tears and wails. Realizing their intentions had been exposed, the residents naturally dared not stay any longer and ran back home in panic. Una approached Daniela, handing over the watermelon knife she once used. Auntie, keep this knife for self-defense. Don't open the security or home doors unless it's us returning. Daniela tightly gripped the knife handle, unsure of how to advise them, only gently patting Una's hand. I'll wait for your safe return. Una nodded heavily, then the 3 of them went downstairs together, driving away from the swarm of incoming zombies toward the hospital. Gabriel was driving. At first, his expression was relatively relaxed, but as they got closer to the hospital, his brow gradually furrowed. There's a large group of zombies ahead, and it's unclear how they were attracted here. We need to change our route. Just as he finished speaking, a heavy thud came from the rear of the car, causing the vehicle to violently shake. Una turned around to see a zombie climbing on the trunk in an extremely distorted posture. Gabriel sharply turned, hit the brakes, and accelerated, but none of his actions could shake the zombie off. It even started pounding on the glass violently. This was the modified sedan Una had worked on. Despite the reinforced glass, cracks were starting to appear, indicating it wouldn't hold for long. Observing the zombie's strength and reaction ability, Una realized it was a level 3 zombie. Considering it had only been a month since the apocalypse began, how did level 3 zombies become so common? Alanis was much calmer this time and wasn't frightened by the extremely twisted appearance of the level 3 zombie, but she still didn't dare to use her power randomly inside the car. Gabriel knew that Una's and Alanis's powers weren't suitable for release inside the vehicle, it could easily harm their companions, so he decided to handle it himself. With ease, his mental blade controlled the frenzied zombie, swiftly severing its head from its body. Una remained frozen for a moment before looking down at her palm. This was probably the difference between a level 2 and a level 6 power user. In this lifetime, she had never felt the sensation of instantly taking down a high-level zombie. Though the zombie was resolved, the screech of the brakes had attracted numerous others. The car was now essentially a write-off, completely unusable. Gabriel had no choice but to pull out an SUV from his storage space, yet just as he was about to start the engine, he saw a man sprinting towards them. Una also spotted him, nearly thinking it was a trick of her eyes because behind him was a tidal wave of zombies, which looked enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. How did he manage that? Alanis, sitting in the backseat, couldn't help but marvel while anxiously tapping the seat, urging Gabriel to start the car. The density of zombies was overwhelming. If they waited until the zombies were very close before making a run for it, it would be even more dangerous. Gabriel didn't linger any longer, but the man started shouting for help, his high-pitched voice agitating the swarm into a frenzy, all emitting ear-piercing roars. Help me. I have lots of crystals. Help me. Una's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this, lightly patting Gabriel's hand. Let's save him. It wasn't for the crystals, it was simply because her nature was so kind. Gabriel naturally knew that this little miser wouldn't let go of such an easy opportunity. Besides, he wasn't incapable of safely navigating through the swarm. So, he drove straight toward the man calling for help. Seeing that someone had actually come to his rescue, the man ran even harder, managing to put some distance between himself and the swarm. With Alanis's help, he successfully jumped into the backseat of the car. Chapter 35, a 3-No product. Gabriel had been observing the horde of zombies trailing behind. Seeing they were about to catch up, he immediately stepped on the gas, increasing the distance between them, and drove towards a direction away from the horde. This area was close to the hospital, but it wouldn't be a wise choice to go there now. They might still get surrounded by the remaining zombies. The best option right now was to head home and wait for an opportunity, at least until after 3 days when the zombies would likely wander off before coming back to search for supplies. Elliot had just climbed into the vehicle and hadn't even caught his breath when a pale, slender hand appeared in front of him, palm facing up. Where are the crystal cores? Una always had a purpose when saving people. Either she wanted to gain some benefit from the person or because that person could be useful to her in the future. Elliot clearly belonged to the former category. Startled at first by Una's demand, he reacted only after Alanis nudged him hard. He hastily fished out the crystal cores from his pocket. Una watched with satisfaction as the cores piled up in her palm. Soon, she needed both hands to hold them all. Her eyes became increasingly bright, and her attitude towards Elliot grew much kinder. The system gathered all the crystal cores. This time, Elliot had given her a total of 342 level 1 crystal cores. Despite having just escaped from the zombie horde, Elliot still maintained an elegant demeanor, not showing any signs of dishevelment. Thank you all for saving me from danger. My name is Elliot. If you need anything from me in the future, feel free to ask. Una looked at the man in the brown down jacket. He seemed familiar to her, and even his name sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. A stranger who felt so familiar must have been a significant figure in her previous life, someone worth adding to her network. Gabrielle also recognized the relatively young-looking man across from him. His expression darkened slightly, followed by a hint of wariness. In their previous life, Aitor was like a poisonous snake. Whatever he coveted would accidentally end up in his possession eventually. He appeared refined and scholarly, yet beneath that facade lay a cunning mind, one so devious it was hard to detect. Gabrielle didn't enjoy deepening relationships with such shrewd businessmen, who saw only profit and ignored everything else. After receiving the crystal cores, Una intended to let him find a safe place to get out of the car. But when Gabrielle stopped the vehicle, Elliot showed no sign of leaving. Una turned and looked at him. You're not getting out. Elliot smiled, understanding that Una was the leader here. He then pulled out 2 level 3 zombie crystal cores from his storage space. Una's eyes widened, her hands twitching with the urge to take them but restraining herself. What do you mean by this? She asked uneasily. Elliot curved his lips into a smile, his pure black ear stud on his right ear adding an air of danger and allure. I just want a place to stay. I came out of the Kyoto base on a mission but was left behind by my teammates. Now I'm homeless, friendless, and without family, a true 3-No product. So I'm looking for a relatively safe place to settle down for a while. Crystal cores aren't an issue. Could you help me find a good residence? I can offer a referral fee. He extended the crystal cores toward Una, enticingly offering, these may be my entire wealth for now, but they won't be in the future. I'm currently a level 3 ice elemental user and consider myself quite efficient in killing zombies and extracting crystal cores. If you don't mind, I think I could be a short-term addition to your group. He smiled warmly, but Una wasn't fooled by his harmless appearance. She remained wary. Rescuing someone wasn't something they needed to think deeply about. Accepting payment to save someone required no moral qualms. However, bringing a stranger of unknown background home could endanger the lives of the 3 of them, so Una wasn't willing to do it. Never mind, you can rest in any nearby shop or building. You don't need to stay with us. Caution is essential in this post-apocalyptic world, so I won't bring you back to our base for these crystal cores. Una spoke plainly, cutting off Elliot's potential further persuasion. Silence stretched on, but Elliot still didn't get out of the car. Just as Gabrielle prepared to forcibly remove him, Elliot took out his identification card. It was the entry and exit pass of the Kyoto base, which both Una and Gabrielle had seen before. This, however, was the very first version of the pass, not the advanced bracelet style used later on. Now, if you 3 plan to settle in Kyoto base in the future, I believe I can be a great intermediary. I can assure you that I will help you secure the best living and lifestyle conditions within the base. Alanis looked at him suspiciously. You just said your teammates abandoned you, meaning there must have been conflicts between you. Who knows if you even have the ability to bring us into the base? We don't want empty promises. Only now did Una realize who Elliot was. In the future, he would be the head of a small base. Despite having fewer people than official bases, his base was full of talents and its supplies and weapons were often superior to those of official bases. All this could be attributed to this man. Though he was good at calculating, once he promised something, he would do it no matter what the cost. Gabrielle was also aware of this. Since Una planned to live in the base in the future, this could be an opportunity. He turned his gaze to Una, letting her make the final decision. Una pondered for a moment, feeling conflicted. Official bases were still in their early stages of establishment, but within a year, numerous small bases would sprout up like mushrooms after rain. Official bases were mainly populated by powerful users, even lower-level users couldn't afford to live there, and the conditions were extremely strict. However, official bases always offered the most opportunities. High-end technology, advanced weapons, and the highest volume of crystal core circulation could all be found here. After unlocking the system shop, she would need more crystal cores to purchase items from the store, and the demand would only increase. When it came time to trade in official bases, it would definitely be the best choice. By then, Elliot might become her stepping stone. After much deliberation, Una decided to bring this man back but only let him stay below the 17th floor. She would try to minimize contact with him, thus fulfilling his request. Elliot naturally noticed Una's hesitation. He pushed the 2 level 3 crystal cores forward again, and this time Una did not refuse. Fine, but if you can't keep your promise, I will have him kill you. Chapter 36. Wade moves into building number 1. She pointed at Gabrielle, who had been sitting in the driver's seat without a word, with an obvious threat in her eyes. Psionic individuals could sense each other's abilities, so Wade naturally knew that Gabrielle was very powerful, and therefore would not act rashly. No problem. Wade did not think he would break his promise. He indeed lacked the energy to deal with the threats of the night and needed a safe place to rest. During the time he had been on the run, hiding here and there, he hadn't rested for many days, yearning to sleep for a whole day once he relaxed. Humans are not machines, they will eventually become exhausted. He had been holding on alone for too many days, and continuing to stay tense might make him go crazy. With Una's approval, Gabrielle started the car and headed home, but Elliot still dared not relax. Una was indeed wary of him, but he was also not as carefree as he seemed toward Una and the other two. No one is a fool, and Elliot even less so. He always wore a heavy mask and built a high wall around himself. The nearby zombies did not give up chasing them. Gabrielle chose a slightly longer side road, though it required detouring, it offered a higher safety factor, and there was no need to worry about the vehicle being destroyed again. Sitting in the car, Una felt dizzy. She then adjusted her seat and began resting. Gabrielle immediately slowed down upon noticing this. At bumpy spots, he would specifically use psychokinesis to level the ground to avoid disturbing Una's rest. Wade watched everything happening in the front seat from the back seat, sensing a complicated relationship between these two people. It seemed like unrequited love, with this cold-faced brother having a long road ahead to win his wife's heart. He leaned back against the seat, somewhat tired. Yet, he noticed Elise leaning against the hard window glass. Although Gabrielle drove very smoothly, such a posture might not hold up well for long. Her soft hair covered her fair cheeks, although her skin appeared slightly rough, she still amazed many in this harsh time. Wade did not consider himself familiar with Elise, so he did nothing extraordinary and returned his gaze to the outside. The snowfall outside had significantly decreased. Despite the low temperature, visibility was no longer blocked. When they returned to Xingfuli community at noon, Una was gently awakened by Gabrielle. The 4 of them formed a small team, much like a game of cat and mouse, following Gabrielle into building number 1. Although Wade was surprised, he understood Gabrielle's strength more clearly and knew this was not someone to be easily provoked. Walking upstairs together, Una did not want Wade to enter the 17th floor, so he chose apartment 1601. Although there had been zombies, they were cleared out by Una, and the bedding was not contaminated. Luckily, Una had the key, which she handed over before the 3 returned home. After arriving, Una cleaned up a bit and started exercising her body and psionic abilities. Though now only a 2nd level psionic, hunting zombies was still a difficult task for her. But she was never the type to give up easily, believing she would never stagnate forever. Otherwise, in her previous life under such hardships, she probably wouldn't have made it through. So she kept training until late at night, with Una not visiting room 1802 all day. Time passed quickly, and after 3 days, no more snowflakes fell outside the window, but the temperature had dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius, making it difficult for many people to bear. Even by the fire, they still felt stiff and cold. Owen died of severe injuries, but his wife and son continued living in building number 1, albeit ostracized and ridiculed due to Owen's past actions, leading to a tough life. Una also let Gabrielle lower the outdoor barrier. Although the residents of building number 1 did not want to search for supplies, life had to continue, so they had to venture out despite the stiffness and numbness in their bodies to find food. Those on the 18th floor planned to visit the hospital today to look for instruments and medicines stored in the warehouse, giving them more leverage in this post-apocalyptic world. However, when they went downstairs, they found Wade making snowballs from unmelted snow on the windowsill of the safety passage. He looked surprised when he saw the 3 come down. "Are you going out to search for supplies?" He quickly went back inside and grabbed his empty backpack, waiting excitedly for the trio's next move. Seeing him ready for action, Una said helplessly, "We didn't say we were taking you along on the supply run. I've already found you a safe place to stay. Are you going to join us for the supply run as well?" Elliot did not think there was any problem at all. "It's not that I must go, but I believe I can be of some help to you. With me around, the task will surely be a bit easier, right? I'll definitely put in extra effort, but I'll only take 1 backpack of supplies. That's not too much to ask, is it?" The main reason he chose to follow Una and Gabrielle was because he was unfamiliar with this city. Wandering around on his own would easily lead him to lose his way or miss places with supplies. So following these 3 was definitely the best choice. At least they wouldn't come up empty-handed and would have some gains. Una thought about it and didn't object anymore. After all, this guy had a higher psychic ability level than she did, and having him around would give them a better chance if they ran into trouble. It wasn't that she didn't trust Gabrielle's abilities, however, danger was always present, and in this apocalypse, the phrase strength in numbers indeed made sense. Thus, the 4 set out together toward the hospital. On the road to the hospital, they could still see a few zombies sporadically, but due to the low temperature, their movements were somewhat stiff, barely able to move even when chasing the car. Una actually liked this temperature. It at least limited many low-level zombies' movements, giving them more opportunities. The zombies previously attracted to the area around the hospital had mostly dispersed, some wandering aimlessly away, while others were likely lured by survivors. They smoothly arrived near the hospital. Gavriel extended his mental energy, confirming there was no danger before getting out of the car first, leading the way. Elliot was also very perceptive and took up the rear, ensuring Una and Destiny were protected in the middle as they slowly moved forward into the compound. Gavriel acted like a human radar detecting the positions of zombies, guiding the other three to dodge and hide until they finally reached the outpatient area. This area was on the 3rd floor, with most diagnostic instruments kept inside rooms, which required some effort to obtain. But for Una, a spatial psychic, these troubles were nothing. She excitedly stuffed everything she wanted into her spatial storage. Chapter 37, Suddenly Encountering Mutated Animals. Wade's main goal was medicine, especially anti-inflammatory drugs, so he did not touch these instruments, only waiting for everyone to go through the hospital warehouse together. Gavriel had been observing the outside situation in the hallway the whole time, and they finally headed toward the warehouse only after Una had moved all the instruments away. The warehouse was located on the underground floor of the hospital. Everything went smoothly despite a few emaciated zombies crawling out, but Wade promptly eliminated them and extracted the crystal cores, handing them over to Una. Una waved them off. She had principles when it came to accepting things. She would accept what she should, but she wouldn't pocket what didn't belong to her. After clearing out all the medicines in the warehouse, the 4 people followed the passage toward the exit and then sped away towards Happiness Community. Why do I feel like there are fewer zombies along the way? Alanis felt puzzled as she leaned against the bed, a faint sense of unease stirring within her. Una and Gavriel also sensed something was amiss, but they couldn't figure out where the missing zombies had gone. As they got closer to the neighborhood, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Zombies near the Happiness Community seemed to be drawn here by something, densely surrounding the entire area without leaving a single gap. They surged forward like waves, heading toward the slightly desolate residential buildings. They piled up like building blocks. The first wave of zombies became stepping stones. As the zombie crowd climbed upward, some had already reached the windows of the 2nd floor, trying to break in through the shattered glass. Una frowned, watching this scene, while Alanis ran madly toward building number 1. Daniela was still inside the building. She couldn't just watch her mother be trapped by zombies. Una tried to stop her, but Alanis was surprisingly strong with bloodshot eyes, struggling fiercely to break free from Una's grip, ignoring everything others said. Let me go. My mom is still in the community. At this rate, she will be swallowed by the zombies. She dashed madly toward building number 1. With no choice, Una hurried after her, using her abilities to clear a path by disintegrating the zombies blocking the way. Gavriel and Wade followed quickly, the 4 of them charging towards building number 1 together, ensuring no zombies blocking their way survived. Una didn't know why so many zombies targeted Happiness Community, but she understood that if she didn't eliminate them, her house would eventually be overrun, and her peaceful life would turn into nothing. Her permanent utility supply buff could only be used once. If this house were lost, she would have to pay a heavy price to regain this privilege. Exerting all their strength, they finally broke through the walls into building number 1. Gavriel immediately used his mental power to seal off the entrances swarming with zombies, stopping their advance. Alanis rushed crazily towards the 17th floor, smashing the skulls of any zombies attempting to stop her with a military shovel before collapsing weakly in the stairwell. Una, Gavriel, and Wade chose not to go home yet, watching the dense tide of zombies climbing upward outside the window, their hearts growing increasingly tense. What is attracting them here? Why are all the zombies coming this way? Una couldn't figure it out. Although there were survivors in building number 1, after a month, only a few remained. The sparse scent of humans was not enough to attract many zombies. Yet, their frenzied attack now suggested that something inside was drawing them in. But besides humans, what else could make them so excited? A white mist covered Gavriel's eyes as he extended his mental power further. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he shouted to Wade, hurry up and inform Alanis and Aunt Liu to get downstairs immediately. Building number 1 can no longer be lived in. Although Wade didn't understand what was happening, he followed Gavriel's instruction, running with all his might to the 17th floor. Una looked at Gavriel in surprise. What happened? Why can't we live in building number 1 anymore? Gavriel furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance. I just caught sight of a mutated animal with my mental power. It seems like something belonging to it was stolen by survivors in building number 1, so it tracked it down. No matter if building number 1 hands over this thing or not, it won't remain intact enough for us to continue living here. Una's heart pounded as she heard this. What did they steal? I think it must be the offspring of this mutated animal. Even though mutated animals are now brutal, they still retain their intelligence and may even be smarter than ordinary animals. Trying to survive after taking away its child is simply impossible. Gavriel's words completely drained Una's will to struggle. Mutated animals were a step above zombies and humans even in the early stages of mutation. They possessed higher intelligence, and the virus had endowed them with formidable strength and a crazed brutality. The people in building number 1 dared to steal the offspring of a mutated animal. It was equivalent to directly declaring war on it, a war to the death. When Una realized that the ultimate enemy was a mutated animal, her first thought was to escape as soon as possible. A first-level mutated animal was difficult for even a third-level ability user to kill alone, typically requiring several ability users working together. Now, although they had Gavriel this powerhouse, Their opponents were not just the mutated animal but also the countless zombies outside the window. During the battle between Gavriel and the mutated beast, building number 1 would inevitably suffer losses. Just the zombies breaking in would be enough to disrupt all their battle plans, easily leading to total defeat. At this moment, piercing screams and escape cries echoed from upstairs. However, building number 1 was entirely surrounded by zombies, leaving no exit for them to escape. Terrified rescue cries and curses immediately mixed together. At this time, Alanis and Wade came down with Daniela. With everyone gathered, Una didn't have time to linger on her home. The 5 of them then ran towards the -1 floor together. Most of the zombies attacked from above ground. Although there were also many zombies in the underground level, they could handle them and buy some time to escape. Una was responsible for driving, while Gavriel and Wade attacked the zombies blocking the road outside the car. In this way, they escaped unscathed. Before they had gone far, Una heard a roar belonging to the mutated animal, so deafening that it felt like her eardrums might burst. Chapter 38, The Disappearance of Happiness Neighborhood. The cars sped up, but the roars behind them still echoed clearly in their ears. Alanis had successfully saved Daniela. Now she had calmed down, but her face was pale with fear at the sight of the monster sprinting away in the distance. What is that thing? Her voice trembled, filled with boundless fear and dread. Una followed her gaze. The windows of building number 1 had all been smashed by zombies, and they were surging inside madly. The most striking was that creature towering 4 stories high, looking like a mutated mountain goat with blood-red eyes. Its sharp horns effortlessly rammed into building number 1, splitting it open. Countless pieces of rubble fell to the ground, burying the entire building in a cloud of dust. Una turned her head away, knowing all too well that from now on, Happiness Neighborhood would cease to exist, and there would hardly be any survivors inside. Mutated animals were always humanity's greatest threat, no matter when. Humanity would always have to pay a heavy price to fight these terrifying giants. The car sped away, leaving a trail of dust. Una looked back at the now ruined Happiness Neighborhood, feeling somewhat regretful and sad as she withdrew her gaze. It wasn't that she liked the place, but regular water and electricity supply were rare luxuries in the apocalypse, greatly improving her life. Now, she would have to start running around for her livelihood again, without having an absolutely safe and comfortable home to return to. Thinking about this, Una suddenly realized she needed to buy a well within her space. Water sources became harder to use as the apocalypse progressed. Most drinking water could only come from bottled mineral water or water element ability users. The water from rivers, lakes, and seas was more or less contaminated by viruses, and using it would require multiple disinfection processes. Often, the effort outweighed the benefits. Although Una had stocked up a decent amount of food, she hoped to have enough clean water to sustain her normal life. Calling out to the system in her mind, Una began asking how many crystals were needed to build a well. She was now considered quite wealthy, as Joshua had given her plenty of crystals, and her recent zombie hunts had earned her around 600 first-level crystals. She guessed buying a well wouldn't be too expensive. Building a well requires 100 crystals. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Una clicked to confirm the construction. Soon, the system notified her that the well was completed. Entering her space with her mind, she found an ancient, majestic well already built. Standing by the well and looking down, a refreshing chill hit her face, making her feel refreshed and at ease. Although she had lost a significant number of crystals, Una didn't feel regretful. She needed a lot of water for daily life, and it seemed only a well could meet her needs. She would eventually need to buy one anyway. Suddenly remembering something, Una asked the system again, what about the permanent water and electricity supply buff? Can I still obtain it? You still have one chance to use the permanent water and electricity supply. Please choose your next location carefully. Una was relieved but also felt a tinge of melancholy. Finding a permanent place to settle in the apocalypse wasn't simple. She needed to think carefully about this. Do you guys have any places in mind? It's best we find somewhere safe to live. Constantly moving around and living in fear isn't a solution. Una didn't have any specific goals. She usually went with the flow, but now she wanted to find a safe place to stay, so she could sleep better at night without waking up startled by every little noise. Gavriel naturally wanted to follow Una, and Joshua didn't have any specific plans either. However, Alanis and Daniela exchanged glances, clearly harboring some unspoken concerns. Alanis wanted to go with Una, but she and her mother still needed to search for her father. Though the chances of finding him were slim, she didn't want to give up. Until she saw his body, she would keep searching. But the journey to find her family was perilous, and she didn't want to drag Una into it or cause trouble for everyone else. Seeing no one respond, Una glanced at Alanis through the rearview mirror. From their conflicted expressions, she knew what they were thinking. Una remembered someone mentioning in her previous life that Alanis's father was found in the Jingju base, but he was missing a leg. Mickey her then aimlessly searching, it might be better to try their luck at the Jingju base. At least they'd have some hope and wouldn't suffer as much. Ling Snow, where did your father work before the apocalypse? Alanis's excitement gripped her clothes tightly at the corners as she responded to Una's inquiry. It was a small city near Jingju, where his project was located. However, we couldn't contact him after the apocalypse started. Why don't we go to the Jingju base and try our luck? Joshua said he could bring us into the Jingju base and provide us with the best living conditions. Una glanced at Joshua, who was dozing off beside her. Upon being mentioned, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, looking somewhat dazed and unresponsive. Seeing his confused state, Una explained, I said, our next destination is the Jingju base. Joshua finally came to his senses and patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I'll make sure it happens. Una parked the car by the roadside and handed the driver's seat over to Gabrielle while she moved to the passenger seat for a rest. She was indeed quite tired today, and since she wasn't familiar with this road, she didn't know which route to take to get to the Jingju base. It was better to leave these matters to Gabrielle and Joshua. She was more than happy to let them handle it. Closing her eyes and entering her space with her mind, she hadn't been able to explore her space thoroughly while driving. Now, she could finally settle down and appreciate the changes inside. With abundant food supplies, Una hadn't used the extra land for planting. It lay barren and seemed somewhat out of place. The newly added well was placed 5 meters away from the land. Una walked to the well and filled a bucket with water. Although she entered the space through consciousness, she could still feel everything within it. She could smell the fresh earth and feel the coolness of the well water. Pouring the well water into a cup, Una withdrew her consciousness from the space, then took a sip of the freshly drawn water. The water wasn't icy cold but had a sweetness different from mineral water. She took another large gulp before putting the cup back into her space. Turning her head to look out the window, the mountains surrounding Yuncheng blocked her view, much like the couple from her previous life that had obstructed her path to happiness. But in this lifetime, wherever she was, she would prioritize her own happiness and always live for herself. Chapter 39 Night at the gas station. Snow started falling again outside the window, and the temperature inside the car gradually dropped. Una rubbed her frozen red hands and then turned on the car's heater. The warm air immediately made her feel much better. Although running the heater indeed consumed a lot of fuel, it was much better than getting sick from the cold. With the warmth of the heat, Una dozed off drowsily. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the car had stopped in front of a gas station. Someone gently nudged her shoulder, bringing her back to her senses. She sluggishly undid her seatbelt and got out of the car. It seemed this would be where they stayed for the night. Una glanced at the overgrown grass by the wall and the drafty windows but had no choice but to go inside. She naturally disliked those people from building number 1 even more for daring to steal mutant animal offspring, which left her homeless and now staying in this dilapidated gas station. There were few people around here, and the food in the convenience store hadn't been looted. It still sat steadily on the shelves. Gabrielle wiped the dust off the gas pump and started the generator stored inside the gas station. Meanwhile, Una pulled out the specially prepared oil drums from her spatial ring, picked up the nozzle, and began to store gasoline. Before the apocalypse, she had bought quite a bit of gasoline and diesel, but these non-renewable resources needed to be scavenged from gas stations for future use. Now that they happened upon a gas station, Una intended to stockpile as much fuel as possible for emergencies. They kept working until all the storage tanks in her spatial ring were full, and her hands turned red with cold again. She quickly went into the convenience store and locked the door. Gabrielle closed all the Venetian blinds in the convenience store. Zombies have an acute sense of light in the dark, so it was best not to let any indoor light leak out. Una thought about turning on the air conditioner but decided against it because the outdoor unit might attract dangerous things. She took out several warming pads from her spatial ring and distributed them to everyone. Though they might not help much, they could provide some warmth instead of leaving everyone stiff from the cold. When offering them to Alanis and Daniela, both shook their heads in refusal. Alanis rubbed her frozen hands and said apologetically, I've only repaid less than half of the crystal cores I owe you. It feels really bad accepting more from you. Daniela also quickly said, we're used to living in apartment 17 without being this cold. Just keep the warming pads for yourself, Momo. Both mother and daughter felt guilty toward Una. She had helped them so much, even sharing resources during scavenging missions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long. They remembered the favors others did for them and believed that Una didn't have many warming pads, so they hoped she would keep them. Una didn't care about their refusals and tore open the warming pads, stuffing them into their hands. You don't need to pay me back for these. Since they're already opened, if you don't take and use them, I'll just throw them away. Alanis and Daniela exchanged looks and quietly stuck the warming pads on their bodies. Yet, the warmest place was their hearts. Gabrielle and Ori also received enough warming pads. Although Gabrielle was an ice-type psychic immune to cold and Ori could wrap himself in his psychic power, they accepted the pads obediently. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, yet the room remained unaffected by the cold. Gabrielle used his psychic power to seal every gap in the doors and windows, ensuring the indoor temperature was warmer than outside. Ori voluntarily stood guard by the door. Una's spatial ring held plenty of beds and bedding she had collected from a furniture mart. After setting up mattresses on the floor of the convenience store and covering herself with blankets, it wasn't particularly cold. In her past life, when Una was assigned tasks in winter, she slept directly on the ground at night. Even though she wrapped herself in blankets and mattress pads, her body suffered significantly. Each menstrual period was excruciatingly painful, as if she had walked through the gates of hell. This time, Una wanted to treat her body well, enjoying everything she could and never letting herself endure hardships. Una, Alanis, and Daniela slept on a large bed, while Gabrielle slept on a small one. Ori huddled in thick quilts, squatting by the door to keep watch. Unlike the Xing fully residential area, zombies might approach their door overnight. If not promptly detected and dealt with, it would be very dangerous to leave tomorrow morning. In this post-apocalyptic world, people who cherish their lives never allow themselves to fall into a deep sleep at night. It's better when teammates are around to watch over each other. If one is alone, every night will be spent in fear and trepidation. It was for this reason that Ori insisted on moving into building number 1. Una wasn't in the best mood today. She fell asleep not long after lying down on the bed, but her spirit never truly relaxed. After all, this wasn't her home, and unknown dangers could be lurking around. Any slight sound within the room could startle her awake. Gabrielle naturally noticed Una's unease. The fear of danger had long been ingrained in her bones. Despite living again, she still felt fear and vigilance toward this world. The snow outside the window gradually grew heavier. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this place, no zombies were attracted by their presence during the entire night. Ori wrapped himself in a quilt and peeked through the gap. The ground was now covered in thick white snow, obscuring its original appearance. He felt uneasy. The snowfall was heavy, and if it continued, they might not be able to travel tomorrow. Snowy days made the roads slippery. In case of encountering zombies, it would be a race against time, which became even more dangerous and difficult in the snow. Therefore, without enough confidence and equipment, most people wouldn't dare to travel in snowy weather. The night slowly passed in heightened alertness. After waking up, Una felt drowsy and weak. Her eyelids felt like they were burning, and she couldn't muster the strength to sit up. She soon realized she had a fever. Since the apocalypse, she had always stayed at home, enjoying the comfort of warmth. Now sleeping outside, her body couldn't handle the sudden change. Una frowned in annoyance and took 2 fever-reducing pills from her spatial ring. The snow outside the door had nearly reached midcalf, making it impossible to see obstacles or sharp debris on the ground. Just as Gabrielle was about to tell Una that conditions outside weren't suitable for traveling, he saw her curled up like a shrimp, her usually pale face now tinged with an eerie pinkish hue. Chapter 40, Awakening Dark Elemental Ability. Gabrielle hurriedly took out a thermometer from his spatial ring and handed it to Alanis to measure Una's temperature. After waiting anxiously for 5 minutes, they discovered that Una had a high fever of 39 degrees Celsius and seemed somewhat disoriented. Logically speaking, an elemental's physical condition should not be this poor. Post-apocalypse, elementals hardly ever fell ill. Yet, Una had become an unusual exception. Although Una was burning up and feeling faint, she was still able to perceive what was happening around her. She pulled the quilt closer around herself, her voice sounding weak. "I'm fine, I just have a bit of a fever. It won't delay our journey. You can wait for me to rest for a while, and we'll set off in half an hour." Seeing her stubbornness, Gabrielle felt helpless but had no solution. "The snow outside is too heavy. We may have to wait until it melts before we continue our journey. You should rest now." Only when Una realized that her illness would not hinder their travel did she close her eyes in relief to rest. The howling northern wind passed through, yet inside the convenience store, everyone was anxiously pacing back and forth. Despite taking antipyretics, Una's body remained frighteningly hot. Under these circumstances, with no medical personnel available in the group, treating Una seemed impossible. But then Joshua, who was standing guard at the door, noticed some movement outside. Peering through a crack, he saw a silver-grey van parked askew by the roadside, from which 8 people emerged and started walking directly toward the convenience store. "Gabrielle, someone's here," Joshua said. Unwilling to let this group of unknown people enter, he could sense the elemental energy they possessed, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. Therefore, he sought Gabrielle's advice. Getting up from beside Una, Gabrielle walked over to the door and indeed saw the approaching group. 5 of the 8 people were elementals, posing a certain level of threat. But Gabrielle didn't want trouble, especially not now when Una was sick and couldn't endure any more strain. Before he could speak, one of them reached the door and knocked gently 3 times. "Excuse us, could you please open the door?" Glancing at Una, Gabrielle stepped forward and opened the door for them. "We have a sick person here, so please keep quiet so as not to disturb her rest." After instructing them, Gabrielle intended to return to Una, but a girl with a doll-like face stepped forward. "I am a healer elemental. If she's not seriously hurt, I think I can help." Her teammates exchanged looks of resignation but didn't stop her. Worried about Una, Gabrielle was relieved to see a healer elemental. Excitedly, he guided the girl to Una's side and pointed at her burning form. "She seems to have caught a chill and has been running a high fever. Please help her. Once she recovers, I will give you ample compensation." The girl waved her hand dismissively, rubbed her hands together, and gently took Una's hand, starting to channel healing elemental energy into her body. However, her expression turned increasingly pale, and she abruptly pulled her hand away, looking terrified at Una. "She's absorbing my elemental energy. All my elemental energy is being absorbed." Confused, Gabrielle grasped Una's hand and tried to send in some of his mental elemental energy. To his surprise, his elemental energy also began to be gradually absorbed by Una. Her body seemed like a black hole, growing increasingly insatiable with the energy being channeled, actively drawing energy from within him. Hastily pulling back, Gabrielle realized that Una's situation was far more than just a persistent fever. It appeared that she was awakening an elemental ability. Upon realizing this, Gabrielle felt a mixture of excitement and concern. Awakening an elemental ability was a life-or-death process. Success would be ideal, but failure could lead to dire consequences. In the previous timeline, many talented elementals had awakened their second abilities, yet many could not withstand the dual energy flows, ultimately leading to death. The girl, almost entirely drained of her elemental energy, was barely standing, caught by her teammates, who found a clean place for her to rest. The 2 groups stayed without interfering with each other for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Una finally woke up. Opening her eyes, everything seemed blurred, causing her head to throb even more. Struggling to sit up, Una took out a bottle of mineral water from her spatial ring and tried to drink, only to wake up Gabrielle, who had fallen asleep exhaustedly beside her. He first glanced at Una in disbelief, then helped her up with sheer joy, carefully feeding her mineral water. Only when he saw that her condition was improving did he feel relieved. How are you feeling now? Gabrielle examined Una from head to toe, afraid that she might still be uncomfortable somewhere. Una pursed her lips. I feel a bit hungry. I want to have the 8 treasure porridge you cooked. Only then did Gabrielle relax. He hurriedly called Alanis to take care of her and set up a fire outside the convenience store to cook porridge. Just as Una was about to get out of bed, she heard the system notification. Congratulations on awakening dark elemental ability, reward with X1 level increase. Please check your rewards. The mechanical voice abruptly sounded in her mind, causing Una's motion of wrapping herself in the down jacket to pause for a moment. No wonder she, as an elemental, had caught a chill so easily. It turned out she had awakened another elemental ability. Although Una felt infinite joy in her heart, she still felt a chill down her back when she thought about it. Thankfully, she had pulled through the high fever. What if? She quickly stopped her thoughts. What if? There would be no what if. This life, she would definitely be blessed with health and longevity. Although she still felt weak, she could barely manage to walk. After standing up, Una noticed a group of strangers she didn't recognize in the corner of the convenience store. Judging by Alanis's reaction, these people must have been there for some time. Seeing her getting up, Alanis hurried over to support her, whispering in her ear, "They came when you were in a high fever and unconscious. That doll-faced girl tried to save you but almost fainted when her elemental energy was nearly drained by you." Una was a little confused. She hadn't known her new elemental ability could absorb others' elemental energy. She hadn't heard of such a dark elemental ability in her previous life either. Now it seemed truly unique. Gabrielle has given them rice and flour as a thank you gift, but that girl still hasn't recovered. She looks very pale. Una followed Alanis's gaze and looked at the girl. Indeed, she looked quite pale and weak, as if still ill. Chapter 41, Lighting a Charcoal Stove in the Snow. Although she didn't know exactly what her power had done to the girl's intention to help was good. Now that her body could not recover, she should at least care about her a bit. Una took out a backpack from an unseen corner and then pulled out some milk and meat cans from her spatial storage. These would at least help replenish the girl's body. Though deeply heartbroken, she also retrieved a level 2 zombie crystal core and held it tightly in her hand before walking toward the corner where the group was. Seeing Una now recovered, the doll-faced girl felt relieved, but the pain of having her power forcefully sucked out still prevented her from recovering. The food supply in this post-apocalyptic world wasn't abundant, and now as an ability user with no trace of power left in her body, things were even tougher for her. Una quickly stepped forward and handed over the prepared backpack, then pushed the level 2 crystal core into the doll-faced girl's hand. "Thank you for saving me. This food is quite nutritious. You should take it to strengthen yourself. And this crystal core, your body should improve after absorbing it." Una squatted down, took a bottle of milk from the backpack, opened it, and handed it over. Since it came from her spatial storage, it was lukewarm and hadn't frozen. The girl received it gratefully. She thought exchanging her power for over 100 pounds of rice and flour was already a good deal, never expecting to receive precious milk and canned food. She bit her lip, excited, and took the backpack. "My name is Arabella. Nice to meet you." Her smiling eyes complimented her sweet face, making her appear harmless and easy to approach. Una smiled back at her, then stood up and walked to the door to see Gabrielle cooking porridge. Hearing Una's footsteps, Gabrielle hurriedly stood up and walked inside. "Don't stand so close to the door. What if you get sick again? Even ability users need to take care of their health." Seeing his worried look, Una laughed helplessly. "I didn't have a fever because I caught a cold. I awakened my second ability." Pausing briefly, Una leaned closer to Gabrielle's ear and asked, "What is dark ability? Have you heard of it?" Gabrielle thought for a moment but hadn't heard of such an ability before. Most ability users had one of the 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Besides those, there were powerful lightning abilities, healing abilities, spatial storage abilities, and rare ones like poison or electricity. He indeed had never encountered a dark ability user in his previous life. The fact that it could absorb others' abilities suggested it wasn't ordinary, and Una needed to be cautious when exploring its potential. Seeing Gabrielle's puzzled expression, Una realized he might not know about this ability either and decided to drop the subject. She didn't know how to use or attack with this ability, and testing it on her friends, who were all ability users, might end up like what happened to Arabella. She couldn't afford to harm them. The scent of 8 treasure porridge soon wafted through the door, causing everyone inside to subtly salivate. Though it was winter, few people had access to hot meals. Many survivors chewed ice when thirsty and ate rock-hard buns when hungry. Their living conditions didn't allow for much effort spent on cooking. With the smell of porridge now in the air, everyone naturally hoped to get a bowl. Knowing the weather was bad, Gabrielle cooked extra, ensuring each person got a small bowl to warm themselves. The other group sat in the corner, swallowing saliva without standing up to ask for anything. Una developed a slight fondness for these strangers. In the post-apocalyptic world, they still chose to help others and didn't reach out for better food despite their hunger. They kept their distance and remained comfortable sharing space. Una squatted beside Gabrielle, waiting for him to ladle porridge while watching the snow piled above her calves, feeling a headache coming on. In this situation, they didn't know how long they'd be trapped here. It was tormenting both mentally and physically. "How long will this snow last?" She propped her chin in her hand, squatting on the ground. Though the snowy view was beautiful, they couldn't stay in this convenience store forever. Gabrielle handed her a steaming bowl of 8 treasure porridge and added a spoonful of sugar. At the moment, it's unclear. Don't worry, we'll probably be trapped here for 10 to 15 days. For now, let's reinforce the windows and doors against the colder temperatures to come. Una carefully sipped the 8 treasure porridge, and the sugar added did somewhat improve her mood. She no longer dwelled on the weather she couldn't change and then sat down on a chair to rest. There were still many instant noodles and mineral water on the shelves in the convenience store, but because they couldn't boil water, Arabella's team could only eat the noodle cakes with ice cubes. Only Arabella's meals were improved a bit thanks to Una. Destiny and others each got a bowl of porridge. The 5 of them quietly drank the porridge, casually grabbing an instant noodle or sausage from the shelf, and this meal was thus carelessly finished. Una had 3 full bowls, feeling warm all over, her little face flushed red from the heat. Satisfied, she put down the bowl and looked out at the heavy snowfall, thinking it would be good to light a charcoal stove inside the room. But lighting a charcoal stove in a closed space was still somewhat dangerous. If windows were opened, cold wind would constantly blow in, making the charcoal stove almost useless. Una considered drilling a hole in the window, sticking out the exhaust pipe, and sealing all gaps to prevent cold air from blowing in, which should raise the indoor temperature. Deciding to act immediately, as they might be trapped in this convenience store for quite a while, she thought it better to improve their quality of life now. Since Gabrielle's spatial ability was already exposed, Una let him take out the charcoal stove and then started modifying the windows and other areas. The other group also saw what they were doing and strong men came over to help, significantly increasing efficiency. The stove was successfully installed. All leaky windows were sealed, and the charcoal stove was lit, gradually spreading warmth throughout the room. Una sat contentedly by the stove to warm herself up. Suddenly thinking of something, she asked Gabrielle for several steamed buns, placing them beside the charcoal stove to roast. Soon, a delightful aroma filled the air. The young man holding Arabella spoke up. "Where are you guys headed?" Elliot, chosen to communicate, adjusted his smile and replied, "We plan to seek refuge in the Jingdu base." Chapter 42. Is he your boyfriend? The man's eyes lit up instantly. "We were planning to go to the Jingdu base too and rushed over here after hearing the news. However, I heard that the entry requirements are quite strict. I'm not sure if we qualify." Joshua maintained his usual calm smile. "If you meet the requirements, naturally you can enter. I'm Frank, from Changju. Where are you all from?" "We're not too far from here, but it must have been tough for you coming all the way from Changju, right?" Joshua never revealed too much about himself, always leaving himself an out and a trump card. This made Frank feel like he was listening to nonsense without knowing how to refute it. Frank took a deep breath. "Actually, it's nothing. We are 8 alumni who escaped together from our school." Una raised an eyebrow. No wonder there were so many psychics, all young and strong, naturally with a higher chance of awakening abilities than older people. But their group of 8 had 5 psychics, which suggested they must have undergone significant attrition, leaving only the strongest behind. Sherry looked much better after absorbing a level 2 crystal nucleus, and her previously drained psychic powers were now partly restored. She scooted closer to Una, asking somewhat shyly, "What's your name?" "I think we're around the same age. Can I call you sister?" Una, seeing her beaming eyes, replied readily, "I'm Una, as in extra. I'm 23 now." Sherry cupped her still youthful face. "I'm 21. I was supposed to start my 4th-year internship, but then the apocalypse happened, and now look at me." Una turned and scrutinized her. The down jacket she wore seemed to have come from some warehouse, riddled with small tears from scavenging for supplies. Her face was dirty, yet one could still see that she was a beauty despite the evident weariness from constant travel. "Sister, is that man in black your boyfriend? He didn't sleep for 3 days straight taking care of you." Sherry gazed enviously at Una. "He's so attentive, unlike the wooden block back home who needs me to teach him everything." She glanced disdainfully at Frank and pouted. Una felt slightly embarrassed by her words but was also touched that Gabrielle had taken such good care of her while she was unconscious. After spending so much time with Gabrielle, Una understood that in her previous life, there must have been something between them she didn't know about, otherwise, he wouldn't be so considerate in this lifetime. Though they had lived together for over a month, she still couldn't bring herself to reveal her rebirth to him, feeling a lingering hesitation. Seeing Sherry's eyes, Una waved her hands bashfully. "He's not my boyfriend, just a neighbor and teammate." Sherry looked at Una, then turned to glance at Gabrielle, who appeared to be daydreaming by the door but was actually keeping an eye on Una, and laughed teasingly, saying nothing more. Relationships were always a two-way street, and as an outsider, Sherry felt it wasn't her place to give advice. Frank and Joshua talked for a long time, but Frank couldn't get any information out of Joshua while revealing everything about himself. He thought he was smart, but he realized he had gained no advantage in front of the old fox Joshua. Darkness fell quickly. Both teams decided to take turns keeping watch tonight. Trusting strangers with their safety simply felt unsettling. The other 4 had slept poorly for the past 3 days since Una fell ill, especially Gabrielle who hardly slept. So Una insisted on taking the night shift while everyone else went to bed early due to exhaustion. The team assigned for night duty was a strength-type evolved human named Eden, muscular and intimidating. A firefighter axe hung from his waist, caked with dried zombie blood, making him look stern and unwelcoming. Una sat by the window keeping watch, while Eden sat on a box 3 meters away, silently watching the entrance, resembling a small mountain. "Brother, what level are you now?" Impressed by his imposing presence, Una couldn't resist asking. Even the level 3 evolved human she had seen in her previous life was not as imposing as the one before her. If Eden could successfully advance within a month of the apocalypse, he would surely become a formidable figure in the future. Eden, feeling called out, glanced at the resting people around and quietly moved a box to sit next to Una. He whispered, "I'm only at level 1, rank 3 now. I look strong mainly because I used to be a part-time fitness coach, so my physique was naturally better. Whether psychics or evolved humans, each level is divided into 3 ranks. Regardless of the gap between levels, even just a single rank can give one overwhelming power over another." Una stroked her chin. Although he was only at level 1, rank 3, his promotion speed indicated that he was gifted. She gave Eden a thumbs up. "You've advanced pretty quickly." The other man scratched his head shyly. "Actually, it's nothing much. Our captain is a great leader. In all our zombie hunts, we never kept anything for ourselves. Instead, we shared the spoils equally among every psychic and evolved human to help everyone improve their strength. My current power is also accumulated from those crystal nuclei." Una looked towards the corner where their team was resting. "Is Frank your captain?" Eden nodded. "Yes, our captain is even stronger. He's now an initial stage level 2 wind-type psychic, absorbing the least crystal nuclei in our team but advancing the fastest." Una had to admit she looked up to this Frank more. To be a captain who could truly distribute crystal nuclei without keeping any for himself was no easy feat. Moreover, with his powerful talent, despite absorbing the least crystal nuclei, he advanced the fastest. With enough crystal nuclei, he would have long broken through the initial stage of level 2. "How did your team manage to have mostly psychics and evolved humans? Are you all that strong?" Una asked, and the unsuspecting Eden began to spill the beans. It turned out that these people were all college students, and when they formed a team to escape the school, there were over 30 of them. But as they struggled to survive, some died and others were injured, leaving only a few capable ones like them alive. Chapter 43, A Visitor in the Snowy Night. Una could understand why their numbers had decreased so much. In the post-apocalypse, there indeed was strength in numbers, but more people also meant more noise and a greater need for food. Infighting within the group happened frequently, and even the slightest sounds could attract a horde of zombies. With such a large number of people, the rich scent of cooked meat would naturally draw even more zombies. Una wanted to ask more questions but then noticed a rustling sound outside the door. The snowy night was already silent, and the gas station's location was even more remote and desolate. Aside from the talking inside, no other sounds could be heard, making the noise outside even more conspicuous. Una raised her hand to signal Eden not to speak as she quietly approached the crack left for observing the outside environment. A pair of human eyes suddenly appeared at the crack, dark pupils quietly watching Una without any change in emotion. Una was startled by this person and then moved aside to push Eden forward to communicate with him. "Please let me in. The snow outside is getting quite heavy." The noise woke the sleeping people inside, who quickly got up due to being light sleepers. They cautiously opened the door after that. Amador found himself surrounded by everyone inside and felt uncomfortable. "I just stopped by to seek shelter from the snow. You don't have to be so cautious around me, do you?" He nervously rubbed his hands and tried changing his stance but still felt uneasy. Frank frowned as he stood in front of him. "The snow outside is almost thigh-deep. How did you get here?" Amador's arrival indeed surprised everyone. The heavy snow made it difficult for even zombies to move, let alone humans who felt cold. But looking at Amador now, except for some snow on his head, he was clean and spotless, even his boots untouched by the snow, which seemed impossible for someone walking through a snowdrift. Feeling awkward under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, Amador extended his hand. In the next moment, his entire hand was encased in metal, as if molded from it directly. "I'm a metal-type Esper. While traveling, I used metal to encase my clothes, so I didn't get dirty. I was trapped in my car by the snow. Seeing the situation worsening, I got out to find a place where I could gather supplies." He patted his flat backpack to prove he was genuinely short of food, finally easing their suspicions somewhat. Seeing the crowd around him gradually disperse and return to their spots, Amador grabbed a bag of instant noodles from the shelf and devoured it hastily, showing how long he must have gone hungry. Una watched this man and couldn't help feeling he wasn't as weak and harmless as he appeared. A metal-type Esper who could encase himself entirely in metal, how could he be an easy target? Leaving his car stuck halfway and waiting until the snow was waist-deep before searching for food in the snow pile, it all made sense, yet everything seemed suspicious. Wade and Gabrielle, lying on the small bed, became alert. This man wasn't easy to get along with. Wade had witnessed Amador kill bloodlessly back at the Jingju base, while Gabrielle had heard of this man's reputation in his previous life. Amador looked like a thin, mild-mannered youth who always deferred to others, but when it came to killing, he remained utterly unfazed. This man's true nature differed greatly from his outward appearance. Gabrielle had once fought against him, though the latter's abilities were far below his own, he was still a well-known metal-type Esper in the post-apocalypse. In his previous life, this man established his own power base, accepting high-paying commissions to kill without ever failing. Looking like a weak and harmless youth, he was actually the feared Azura, a fact hard to accept. Una once heard a familiar yet unknown name and felt a twinge of melancholy. Why were last life big shots appearing one after another in her vicinity? It felt strangely eerie. Wade was puzzled about how Amador had ended up here from the Jingju base. He himself had ended up stranded in Yun City after being betrayed by his squad. But what about Amador? With his metal-type abilities, he had a solid footing in the Jingju base. Why was he now in Yun City? Amador, too, noticed Wade and secretly doubted. His teammates had said he died during a mission, so why was he seeing him alive in Yun City? Though the room was silent, everyone's thoughts were a mess, and they dozed off uneasily from night into day. The sky had begun to lighten. Una felt hungry and casually took a sausage from the shelf, intending to peel and eat it, but before she could even start, Gabrielle snatched it away. "What are you doing?" Una looked helplessly at the man holding the sausage, reaching out to try to get it back, but Gabrielle stepped back. "Just eating sausages in the morning isn't nutritious. I'll make breakfast for you." Una glanced around the barren room, seeing no pots or pans. Preparing a meal would be too much trouble. "I'm not that delicate. In these conditions, eating the same as everyone else is fine. I even felt like I was troubling you when we had the 8 treasure porridge yesterday." While she liked to eat nutritiously and heartily at every meal, now wasn't the time to be in a safe residence with luxurious survival conditions. For meals, simple was better. Gabrielle said nothing, just put the sausage back and pulled some dry wood and bricks from his spatial bag to build a makeshift stove outside the convenience store. He then prepared a relatively simple breakfast for Una. Though the stove was set up outside the store, the aroma kept seeping through the door, making the others groan inwardly as they climbed out of bed. There was no way they could sleep any longer. As Una ate her breakfast, she couldn't help but wonder if she had saved Gabrielle in her previous life. Otherwise, why was he being so kind to her? Despite her doubts, Una didn't voice them. After finishing breakfast under envious gazes, she got back into bed, pulling the covers over herself to rest, blocking out all outside disturbances. Frank stood by the window watching the snow fall ceaselessly, worry etched clearly on his face. There was no sign of the snow stopping, and soon it might bury the windows. Though they usually sent people out to clear snow, for safety reasons, they only cleared the area around the convenience store, not extending further. It was precisely the time when the Jingju base was recruiting, and if one had enough ability, there was still a good chance of getting in. But if they arrived too late, it would be nearly impossible to enter. Chapter 44, Extreme Heat arrives. The carrying capacity of a base is limited. When the population grows large enough, the standards for living in the base will naturally rise, and being turned away is the last thing Frank wants to see. So many have died or been injured, if they ultimately have to leave helplessly, Frank feels he might break down. But now the heavy snow has completely blocked the road. It's clearly impossible to continue the journey, and while he is anxious, he can't change the weather. Kiona approached him at some point, coming up behind him and gently wrapping her arms around his waist. "Worried we won't make it to the Kyoto base?" Frank turned around, placing her somewhat cold hands in his palm and gently rubbing them. "I'm just afraid that all our efforts over this long time will come to nothing. You know, I once told them I would take everyone to the Kyoto base. But look now, only 8 of us remain." Kiona understands Frank's stress but doesn't know how to comfort him, so she quietly buries her face in his chest, accompanying him through this tough period. "We will get in, we definitely will." Snow fell continuously for half a month, but then something even more terrifying happened. Una was sound asleep at night when she suddenly felt unbearably hot. She quickly threw off her blanket and stripped off her down jacket and sweater before she could breathe normally again. The snow outside had completely melted, with no trace of water left on the ground. The room felt like a steamer, tormenting everyone's nerves. In panic, Una took out a thermometer from her spatial ring, only to find that the temperature inside had reached an astonishing 38 degrees Celsius. Winter turned into scorching summer in less than 10 minutes. The sudden temperature spike caught everyone off guard. Una distributed shorts and short sleeves from her spatial ring, allowing everyone to observe what was happening. While there were extreme temperature changes in her previous life, this life situation was different. Una felt a headache. Her rebirth's butterfly effect truly caught her off guard. This lifetime has many differences from the previous one, so much so that it makes her doubt the accuracy of her past memories. Gabrielle also changed into cooler clothes and came over. The outdoor temperature kept rising, some earth cracking, and the thermometer's readings continued to climb. Una fanned herself a couple of times but found it useless, then put away the fan and used a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Though it's very hot now, at least we can travel. Let's pack up and go before the weather changes again." She planned this way, and Frank and the others were naturally even more anxious. Although they were sweating profusely, they didn't stop for a moment. They packed their things and dragged some food from the convenience store as they left. Kiona especially came to bid farewell to Una. Though both groups were taking the same route, they didn't want to travel together. Una has a good impression of this young girl who improved her health multiple times with her ability without asking for any payment. Considering this, Una, despite being frugal, took out 10 first-grade crystal cores from her spatial ring to repay her kindness over the past few days. Frank's group soon left the gas station, and Una and her group also prepared to set off. Amador followed Elliot closely like a shadow, leaving Elliot puzzled by his intentions. At the car door, seeing Amador still unwilling to leave, Elliot turned to him, a thin layer of anger on his face. "What do you mean?" Amador curved his lips into an innocent smile. "Nothing special, just hoping you guys can give me a ride. My car ran out of fuel and couldn't even reach the gas station." Elliot, not wanting to tangle with him further, tried to open the car door to get in, but the handle was entirely wrapped in metal by Amador, making it immovable. Not wanting to spend more time with this guy, Elliot suppressed his impatience and knocked on the passenger side window. "Older sister you, this guy insists on following us to the Kyoto base." Una heard through the car window and didn't want to travel with this mysterious man. She opened the window and poked her head out irritably. "No, get in quickly, it's burning hot." Upon hearing this, Elliot immediately changed to another car door and got in, leaving Amador standing alone, breathing in car exhaust. Gabrielle started the car only after Elliot closed the door and asked impatiently, "Why did you waste time with him?" Elliot sighed helplessly. "This guy's ability to stab people in the back is almost as good as mine. With the chaotic factions inside the Kyoto base now, I don't want to get involved with anything dirty." Una indeed knew that while the 4 major bases were the most fortified and technologically advanced, they also experienced fierce internal strife. With power blocks clearly defined, even minor friction between 2 people could spark conflict between 2 factions. You were betrayed by your teammate. Probably everyone in the Kyoto base thinks you're dead now. Do you want to prepare for something? Una suddenly thought of this issue. Although they were still some distance from the Kyoto base, it was crucial to think carefully about this matter. Elliot looked indifferently at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. There are still some connections within the base, so you don't need to worry about this. Una caught his not-so-friendly gaze through the rearview mirror and clearly felt that those who had betrayed him were in for a rough time. The car kept moving forward, and the ground became scorching. Una barely touched the window and could feel the stark temperature difference between inside and outside. It was terrifying. She could only wait quietly, knowing that the temperature would be much better at night. Rivers and lakes they passed had their water levels significantly lowered, showing just how severe the impact of this weather was on water sources. Snow piled up half a meter high had all melted away instantly. How fierce must the temperature have been? From day into night, the dense darkness outside the window concealed the unbearable heat. The moment Una opened the car door, she abandoned the idea of resting outside, thinking that if things didn't work out, they would just make do in the car for the night. Beside them was a silver-grey minivan, which seemed like the one Kiana's group was riding in. Una found it curious. They set off early and were in such a hurry, yet why did they encounter each other? Looking over, there was a small roadside restaurant. Before the apocalypse, it likely served nighttime drivers, but now it was their temporary refuge. Una approached and lightly knocked on the door. Once the people inside realized it was her, they immediately opened it. Una then saw them huddled together, engaged in something unknown. Chapter 45, Precious Water Elemental. Sherry's sobs emerged from the crowd, and a frail-looking girl forcefully pushed her, filled with malice in her tone. "Why are you crying? A healer can't even handle heat stroke. What good are you besides crying?" Her sharp voice deepened Sherry's self-reproach, silencing her cries, but she trembled, stifled by overwhelming emotion. Elliot stepped forward to examine the scene. A man lay limp on the ground, twitching occasionally, with slight white foam at the corner of his mouth. This condition, coupled with the weather, inevitably raised suspicions of heat stroke. Although Sherry's power could alleviate his symptoms, the oppressive heat would remain if not addressed, potentially worsening his state. "Doesn't your team have any water elementals?" Cooling him down is now the top priority. Elliot glanced over but chose not to intervene, as he never acted without benefit. Naturally, he wouldn't help for no reason. Frank shot a look at the girl who had shoved Sherry, revealing a look of disdain, but said nothing. With energy transferred, Sherry's face was already pale. "Xiaoman, can you use your ability to cool Callan down? It won't waste much of your power, just enough to make him feel cooler." Gabby remained indifferent, giving an almost contemptuous glance at the nearly unconscious Callan before turning away. "He's only a normal human. Why should I, an elemental, save him?" Though usually gentle, Sherry's anxiety grew. "Callan may be ordinary, but how many times has he saved you? How much has he contributed to our team? Can't you see? Last time when you were almost pounced on by a zombie, he saved you. Wouldn't it be paying back his life-saving favor?" Feeling that her pride was challenged, Gabby's shrill voice sounded again. "I didn't ask him to save me. Besides, don't we always need water from me? Water is the source of life. Consider it repayment for saving my life." Una, standing aside, witnessed anew the depths of shamelessness this woman possessed. Feeling her elemental level, a mere beginner grade 1, could output less than 1 L of water in a day, Una wondered how such a tiny amount could repay someone's life-saving favor. Frank finally lost his temper. "Gabby, if you don't save Callan today, you will no longer be part of our team. Let's go our separate ways." With those words, he continued using his wind elemental abilities to cool Callan, but the high temperature in the air made it almost ineffective. Eden, a tall man, reluctantly approached Una, struggling to pull out a melted chocolate bar from his pocket, fighting back tears which still fell onto the ground. "Una, can you save Callan? He's my best brother. If you can save him, I'll do anything for you. Please." Despite appearing not very smart, Eden could tell Una was the leader among Gavriel and others. All she had to do was give the order, and Callan would surely be saved. Una glanced at the weeping Callan. Though they had only spoken during night watch, this large man indeed showed no ill intentions. Noticing the deformed chocolate, Una refused with a wave of her hand. "No thanks, I like this brand of chocolate." Upon hearing her refusal, Eden felt like suffocating but was driven by concern for his brother to beg further. Before he could act, Una gave Elliot a look. Sensing it immediately, blocks of ice swiftly surrounded Callan, momentarily lowering the ambient heat. The ice melted too quickly, so Gavriel added an external psychic barrier, slowing its melting, while Sherry hurried to apply her healing abilities. Finally, Callan's condition was stabilized. Una wasn't overly kind-hearted. Frank's ability was evident. Saving his teammate meant he wouldn't overlook her future troubles. She merely helped casually, yet from then on, Frank owed her a debt, waiting for her to collect. In a corner, Gabby stood, visibly indignant and puzzled why Frank would forsake an uncommon elemental for an ordinary person. She pondered over what Frank had just said and concluded that he must have been bluffing. He definitely wasn't serious about making her leave the team. Fresh water was hard to come by these days, and with the weather turning so scorching, water elementals would naturally become more valuable. Frank would be a fool to drive away such a precious asset like her. With this thought in mind, Gabby felt assured that she wouldn't be abandoned. She walked toward the supply bag filled with food, intending to take out a bread to fill her stomach. Today, she had only eaten 3 cans of meat from Sherry. Wanting more, but the stingy girl refused to give her any extra. Now, all she could do was eat some bread to quell her hunger. Before her hand could touch the bag, a wind blade whizzed past her fingertips, instantly slicing off half of her nail, frightening her into taking 2 steps back. Glaring angrily at Frank, she found him looking at her menacingly, as if he was ready to cut off her fingers in the next moment. I just said, if you don't help, you're no longer part of our team. These foods have nothing to do with you. Gabby widened her eyes in disbelief, rushing forward to confront Frank, only to be blocked by Eden halfway. She was always scared of tall, muscular men like Eden. Facing his cold glare made her tremble slightly, unable to speak up. Frank stepped forward to thank Elliot, who waved his hands repeatedly. Don't thank me, I wouldn't have acted if it weren't for Una. Frank, touched, approached Una. Thank you. From now on, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll do anything for you. Una wanted exactly this response and nodded contentedly before casually finding a corner to rest. Elliot placed many ice blocks around them, while Gavriel maintained the psychic barrier, yet the ice melted at an alarming speed. Una couldn't sleep all night due to the heat. The next day, with heavy panda eyes, she made a significant decision. She decided to find a large enough RV. This way, even if the temperature soared, she could lie on the bed and enjoy the air conditioning, allowing everyone to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 46. Tell a story. A motorhome was hard to find, even more so in the perilous world after the apocalypse. Una did not wish to put everyone at risk just because of her personal desires. Before sunrise, the 2 teams once again boarded their vehicle and continued on their journey. Una then voiced her idea. To find a motorhome would mean entering the city where dangers and hardships were sure to increase manifold. While she herself could handle it, she didn't want to force others to take the same risk with her. Her goal this lifetime was to live easily and freely, to not betray herself, but for most of the other survivors, being alive was blessing enough. After Una proposed finding a motorhome, the car fell silent for a moment, until Daniela first raised objections. She only wanted to reach the capital base as quickly as possible and settle in. No matter how harsh the environment, she felt she could endure it. But if they went back into the city, not only would they encounter many zombies, but it would also delay their travel. Una's main goal for going to the capital base was business, while Alanis and Daniela wanted to find their dispersed father and husband. Naturally, they were more eager to get to the capital base. Daniela tugged at Alanis's sleeve and said, Momo, actually, our current vehicle is quite good. We can enjoy air conditioning during the day, and it's not too hot when we rest outside at night. You know this motorhome is bulky and fuel-consuming, and looking for one will surely bring us much trouble. How about you endure for now? We should still focus on getting to the capital base. Daniela was already past middle age. Her biggest dream now was to reunite her family sooner rather than later, thus causing this discrepancy in opinion with Una. Although Alanis wished for better night's sleep, thinking about her lost father made her somewhat anxious, so she remained seated in silence, torn between conflicting emotions. Govind also had a strong desire to go to the capital base to take revenge. Being an ice ability user, he had some resistance against the summer heat, making him think that seeking a motorhome would be both time-consuming and laborious. With different survival goals, their thoughts naturally diverged. Una thought for a moment and decided she couldn't bear the unbearable heat keeping her awake at night. If she had the capability, why should she make life difficult for herself? Alright then, you guys can use this vehicle to continue your journey. I'll head into the city to look for a motorhome. Maybe we'll meet again if fate allows. She glanced out the scorching sunlight through the window, pulled out a parasol from her space, and stepped down to leave. Alanis instinctively wanted to follow, but Daniela held onto her sleeve tightly. Where are you going? Momo has great abilities and can manage well in this post-apocalyptic world, but following her would only become a burden. Do you remember what we came here to do? Your father's fate is uncertain. Shouldn't you be focusing on finding him instead of enjoying the ride? Alanis lowered her head, sitting there as if her soul was missing, feeling utterly confused. She couldn't let go of Una, this rare friend, nor could she abandon her worry and concern. But the other side of the balance held her father whose fate was unknown, so she decided to find him first. Govind had temporarily teamed up with Una. Splitting up was inevitable eventually, but he would keep his promise. He got off the car and tapped on the glass of the new SUV Una brought out. I'll safely deliver them to the capital base and settle them in. When you and Gavriel arrive, mention my name, and I'll personally welcome you. Una nodded, placed on her sunglasses, and drove away in high spirits. Una's goal was to enjoy her second life, and Gavriel cherished the time he spent with her. Therefore, he wouldn't go to the capital base with Govind but planned to explore the nearby city first with Una. Finally reaching a couple's paradise, Gavriel felt secretly excited and kept fidgeting as the passenger, his gaze never leaving Una. Una naturally felt the burning gaze on her, helplessly adjusting her sunglasses, trying to ignore it. Gavriel, why have you been following me? She suddenly realized this was a perfect opportunity to clear things up. There were too many mysteries around both of them. Perhaps resolving these issues now would relieve her mind. Ever since she knew Gabriel might also be a reborn, Una always suspected that he approached her for a specific reason. However, after being together for 1.5 months, this man had only been concerned about her physical health every day and hadn't asked anything else. But it was precisely because of this that she couldn't let down her guard. If things continued like this, she might not be able to face Gabriel anymore. Every action of his seemed purposeful in her eyes, making it hard for her to accept. When Gabriel heard her words, he knew she might be trying to start understanding the secrets about him. This could be a good opportunity for their relationship to progress. He didn't directly answer her question but instead told her a story. Let me tell you a story. Maybe you'll be willing to listen, and perhaps it will answer your questions. Once upon a time, there was a man who moved into a base where he met a woman. She was very naive, giving all the supplies she gathered back to her boyfriend and best friend. She didn't know she had already been betrayed, yet she foolishly gave away everything she had. At first, I just thought she was silly, but later, during a mission, this man was actually saved by this woman. At the time, he was almost swallowed by a mutant plant, but the woman used up all her abilities to save him. All the teammates ran away, leaving only this woman behind. So this man started caring about her, paying attention to her every move. One day, after going out on a mission, he came back only to be informed that this woman was dead, completely devoured by zombies, betrayed by the people she trusted, leaving no intact body behind. The man killed all those who betrayed her and then committed suicide, dying at the place where the woman was devoured by zombies. But he was lucky to be reborn 6 months before the apocalypse. He went mad searching for this woman, knowing only her name but nothing else about her. Time passed, and by chance, he received a call from her. She rented his warehouse, and they finally crossed paths. At that moment, he swore to repay her for saving his life in her previous incarnation with his entire life. The story ended abruptly, and Una understood the meaning behind it, but her heart remained unsettled for a long time. Chapter 47, Suddenly Encountering a Level 3 Zombie. Una had never thought that the person before her had intersected with her in her previous life. She also hadn't expected that the warehouse she once rented actually belonged to him. Thinking back, they must have met then, but she hadn't paid much attention to Gabriel, leading to this mix-up. Originally, she believed that all of Gabriel's actions were purposeful, yet she didn't expect him to be the very person she had saved at the cost of her own life in her previous existence. Una had never imagined that her one act of kindness in her past life would grant her such a capable ally in this life. Others might not understand what Gabriel said, but she truly could grasp his intentions. The reasons behind Gabriel's long-term care and favor towards her were finally explained, allowing Una to reluctantly put aside her suspicions. Gabriel glanced at Una again and spoke, "In this life, I follow you because you saved my life, but there are other reasons too. When the time is right, I will tell you. Let me make it clear now, these other reasons won't bring any negative impact on you, and you don't need to feel any burden." After some contemplation, Una accepted this powerful and obedient teammate with ease. The other reasons he followed her probably stemmed from his desire for better living conditions due to the resources in her space. She needed a teammate who wouldn't be a drag, and he needed the supplies she had. The two found common ground and agreed to face challenges together, significantly improving their chances of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Moving forward, the two remained silent as Una focused on the road ahead. Although unfamiliar with the city, she had a map bought before the apocalypse. Though not detailed, it still helped guide her roughly to the destination. They had been taking desolate backroads after leaving Yuncheng, encountering fewer zombies, but suddenly entering this new city shocked Una with the sheer number of zombies blocking the way. The high temperature made the rotting stench from the zombies even more unbearable. Closing the car windows barely shielded them from the suffocating odor. Why are there so many zombies here? By logic, this area should be considered the outskirts of the city. Una asked in confusion, gripping the steering wheel tightly while carefully avoiding the oncoming zombies. The screeching sound of sharp nails scraping against the car made everyone's teeth grind, making Una increasingly tense. Before the apocalypse, this place held a grand jewelry exhibition with many attendees, naturally turning into a zombie hotspot after the apocalypse. Gabriel recalled the news pre-apocalypse. He had planned to buy a couple of necklaces for Una during a trip to Jeju, but the timing coincided with the onset of the apocalypse, forcing him to abandon the idea. He only now realized he should have suggested a different route, which might have prevented this dangerous situation. Una didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. Spotting an opening, she stepped on the gas and sped out, maintaining high speed to shake off the relentless zombies chasing them. Ahead lay the largest auto sales center in Jeju, showcasing various models and brands of cars, leaving Una momentarily dazzled. Before she could enter, a chill breeze swept past her, followed by a clattering sound, putting her on edge instantly. Gabriel's heart pounded, thankful he used his ability to protect Una earlier, otherwise, he couldn't bear the consequences. Fury surged within him as he extended his mental power, locating the attacker, a zombie. It appeared no older than a teenager, with skin unmarred by decay and larger pupils compared to regular zombies. Clearly, this was a higher-level zombie, possibly attracted by their presence. Seeing this, Una wrinkled her nose in disgust. Perfectly intact zombies, not decomposing, often meant they had consumed numerous humans, raising their levels. She wasn't grieving for those eaten people but found it revolting to see zombies using human bodies to enhance their abilities. She had heard of a zombie who, after regaining consciousness, refrained from eating human flesh, relying solely on zombie cores to elevate its level and eventually forming its own zombie army. Though just hearsay, a zombie avoiding human flesh indeed seemed unbelievable. What did it use to attack me without getting close? A terrifying thought crossed Una's mind. Could it be a psychic power? During the mutation and upgrading of zombies, there indeed was a possibility that they could awaken psychic powers. The level 3 zombie she had seen at the Yuncheng Central Hospital only had certain body parts strengthened, but once it became a zombie with psychic powers, its attack strength would increase significantly. Just like humans, the gap between a level 3 evolver and a level 3 psychic user was insurmountable, and this applied to zombies as well. Gavriel nodded gravely. Yes, it is indeed a level 3 zombie that has awakened psychic powers. Do you need me to handle it? He had no chance of losing against a level 3 zombie, but he also wanted Una to gain more combat experience. After all, he couldn't protect her 24/7. The best way to protect someone wasn't by keeping them like a canary in a cage but by making them a soaring eagle capable of facing the storms alone. Una shook her head. Let me try. My dark-type psychic power just awakened, and I haven't used it yet. This is a good opportunity to practice. Una narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the zombie clinging to the roof. She took out the Tang Dynasty saber from her space and prepared to strike. Sensing her fighting spirit, the zombie seemed slightly agitated, forming several water blades in its palms and launching them at Una. Those water blades must have collided with Gavriel's mental barrier earlier. Since Una was far from him, her lightning-type psychic power didn't reach that far yet, so she could only use her newly awakened dark-type psychic power for the attack. But instead of the expected energy ball, a continuously spinning vortex formed in her palm, absorbing all the water blades shot by the zombie into it. Una suddenly felt her lightning-type psychic power becoming more abundant, and she felt more energized, as if she had consumed some highly effective supplement. Chapter 48, Successfully Obtaining the Camper Van. Una finally understood the true purpose of the dark ability. It was originally used to complement her own ability with others, and moreover, the other party's ability couldn't harm her at all. Upon realizing this, Una immediately perked up, hastily using the level-up buff granted by the system upon her awakening on the dark ability. She didn't use it before because she wasn't clear about the specific powers of the dark ability. Now that she found its advantage, Una naturally wouldn't hesitate. The zombie, at this moment, lay confused on the rooftop. Its ability had always been lethal in one strike, but unexpectedly, this prey managed to deflect its attacks twice in a row. This made it increasingly enraged. With a loud roar, it lunged toward Una. Una was also prepared to confront it. She entwined the electric ability within her body around the Tangdao saber, knowing that if the zombie touched the blade, its movements would be restricted. The sunlight became more blinding at this moment. While the zombie had no perception of heat or cold, Una felt quite uncomfortable. The scorching sun left her feeling dazed. There were indeed too many challenges for humans in this post-apocalyptic world. Without time to think, Una could only dodge the zombie's attack based on her instincts. Then, she mobilized the lightning ability inside her body to counterattack fiercely. Electrified by the current, the zombie couldn't control its body normally. Sensing its abnormal state, it instinctively hurled an aggressively powerful ability toward Una. But unexpectedly, the ability was absorbed again by Una, and during the continuous fighting, it gradually turned into a pile of charcoal. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Una felt dizzy as if she might collapse at any moment. It was already hard to bear the high temperature indoors, let alone standing outdoors fighting for her life. This undoubtedly affected her physical condition. Gavriel rushed over to support her swaying body, dragging her into the shade. He took out the ice cubes he had obtained in advance from Wade to cool Una down. Even ability users couldn't endure direct sunlight outdoors, no wonder Frank's teammates suffered heatstroke indoors. Such temperatures were simply unsuitable for human activities. Choosing to search for a camper van equipped with air conditioning at night was indeed a correct decision for Una. Otherwise, even ability users might not withstand the unbearable heat. As the ice cubes melted continuously, Una finally shook off the dizziness. Although she still felt hot and struggled to breathe in the burning air, she stood up and walked into the car showroom with Gavriel. Inside, various cars were displayed, race cars, camper vans, and more. No matter what kind, they could find it here. Una did not hesitate. She collected higher clearance cars, all sizes and types of camper vans, and several heavy-duty off-road vehicles into her spatial pocket. Although finding a versatile mechanic was difficult in the post-apocalypse, having enough vehicles ensured that she wouldn't run out of cars. If one broke down, she could simply replace it with a new one, living as freely as she wanted. Picking a smaller camper van that 2 people could handle, Una started inspecting its interior. All necessary facilities were present, the bathroom, shower head, and even a dedicated solar power panel on the roof. Una filled the water tank with well water, making future water usage convenient. Though the interior space wasn't very large, it comfortably accommodated 3 beds and could sleep 5 adults easily. Satisfied with the vehicle, Una grabbed the keys from the nearby display shelf and happily left the car showroom with Gavriel. By the time they reached the open area outside, both were drenched in sweat. Una hurriedly retrieved the newly chosen camper van from her spatial pocket, sat in the passenger seat, and Gavriel willingly took the driver's position. The air conditioner was switched on immediately, lowering the temperature inside the vehicle. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Una contentedly took out a bottle of cola from her spatial pocket and passed another to Gavriel. She had everything in her spatial pocket, and the cola had been stored frozen. Even now, it remained perfectly chilled. Drinking it made her feel better instantly, allowing her to ignore the intense sunlight outside. Not wanting the vehicle to deteriorate quickly, Gabriel wrapped it entirely with his ability. Thus, even minor bumps wouldn't damage it, extending its lifespan significantly. Due to the high temperatures, Una hadn't slept well for days. Leaning back against the seat, she began dozing off, her head nodding like it might drop at any moment. Understanding her recent fatigue, Gabrielle slowed the car speed. Both of them quietly left Jeju City, continuing their journey towards the Kyoto base. When Una opened her eyes again, it was already night. She cautiously cracked the window open, only for a wave of hot air to rush in from outside. It hadn't become any more comfortable just because the sun had set. Una quickly closed the window. Gabrielle chose a relatively quiet roadside area to rest, parking the car and locking all the windows and doors before daring to take a break. But this was ultimately the outskirts of nowhere. Even though there weren't many zombies, that didn't mean there were none. During the extreme cold period, lower-level zombies' joints had been completely frozen, rendering them immobile. However, the current scorching heat had no impact on them. Hence, the danger was now higher than during the cold period. Having slept through the afternoon, Una was in better spirits compared to Gabrielle. Thus, she volunteered to stand guard that night, firmly insisting that Gabrielle get some sleep. Actually, it was mostly because she felt somewhat awkward being with Gabrielle. Although she knew what had happened between them in their previous life, Una still felt uneasy sharing a room with an adult man. Gabrielle could vaguely sense Una's discomfort and decided not to go against her wishes. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed to rest. Una sat by the window, keeping watch over the surroundings. Her task for the night was to observe for any unusual activities. Since she was alone, she had to be even more cautious to avoid being ambushed by advanced zombies or mutant flora and fauna at midnight. As Gabrielle fell asleep, the only sound in the vehicle was the hum of the air conditioner. Through the thick darkness, Una saw a car with its high beams on approaching the location of their camper van. The camper van showed little sign of use, looking brand new, and was bound to draw attention. If these people noticed it, who knew what might happen? Una took a deep breath, hoping they wouldn't stop right next to the camper van. Otherwise, she would have much more to observe tonight. Humans might not be as dangerous as zombies or mutant plants and animals, but their intentions were hard to predict. They could do anything, so she needed to be extra vigilant. Chapter 49, Box Truck Blocking the Way. Time ticked by, and the distant car grew closer to the camper van. The glaring high beams made Una instinctively avoid the light. She had thought the car would just drive straight past, but it actually stopped next to the camper van. Only then did Una see the full view of this vehicle. It turned out to be a small box truck. It drove in front of the camper van, blocking its way forward, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Una furrowed her brows but didn't get out to check. As long as these people didn't target the camper van, whatever they did was none of her business. Soon, noisy sounds came over. Through the gaps in the curtains, Una saw that there were at least 20 people inside the truck, including men, women, and children. They were chattering noisily about something. Una found this somewhat amazing since such a harmonious scene was very rare nowadays. Besides, there seemed no discrimination against the weak. Apart from their ragged clothes, they looked like they were on a picnic. A fire was soon lit. Despite the hot weather, it was cooler outside than in the stuffy truck, so they all ran down. The fire quickly ignited, illuminating the endless night. The high beams were finally turned off. Whatever they were chatting about, their laughter even reached Una's ears. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Una remained vigilant, watching their every move while also being alert for zombies. After all, with more people and a bonfire, the brightness and noise could easily attract zombies, making the situation more dangerous than before. Gabriel was awakened by the sound and drowsily stood beside Una. He was greatly shocked when he saw the situation outside. Such a harmonious group still existed in this post-apocalyptic world, which was indeed surprising. "Did I wake you? Go back to sleep. We still need to travel tomorrow." Una took out a chocolate bar from her storage space and kept observing the situation outside. Gabriel nodded and went back to bed. Yet, Una noticed someone walking towards the camper van. A warning bell rang in her heart. She frowned and saw a woman dressed relatively neatly approaching. She wasn't looking haggard, her big eyes gazed curiously at the stationary camper van. "Hello, is anyone here?" Standing at the door, she tried peering inside. Unfortunately, Una had drawn all privacy curtains, so the woman couldn't see anything inside. Disappointed, she knocked on the window. Seeing no response, she reluctantly walked away, glancing back occasionally. Una couldn't understand why, in this post-apocalypse era, one should have basic vigilance. This woman knocked on other people's windows casually. Wouldn't she fear encountering a bad-tempered person who might end her life? Una didn't bother understanding. She took out a self-heating meal from her storage space and waited for it to be ready. Afterward, she began eating her midnight snack with chopsticks. It tasted pretty good. She took a sip of a drink and threw the trash into the storage space after burping. In the distance, the crowd was in a commotion. They seemed to have reached a consensus and swaggered towards Una's camper van. Una shrugged in surprise but didn't know what they intended. She could only get closer and observe. Before she could react, they surrounded the entire camper van and started banging on the exterior wall. The chaotic sounds gave Una a headache, yet she still didn't understand their true intentions. Though they didn't seem to be tampering with the vehicle, Una felt annoyed and considered using her ability to shock them away. But thinking of Gabrielle still in the vehicle who would also be hurt, she abandoned the idea. While their behavior was unbearable, Una didn't want to get out easily either, in case they had other motives and tricked her. Outside, the people continued pounding on the body of the camper van. Awakened by the noise, Gabriel immediately set up a mental barrier to protect the vehicle from any harm upon noticing people outside. He looked sleepy. What's happening outside? Why are so many people surrounding the camper van? What are they doing? Una shook her head but guessed their purpose vaguely. They probably want to force us to open the door by creating noise, hoping to catch us off guard and get in. This comment actually amused Gabrielle. Aren't they afraid that the people inside the vehicle might take their lives? How could they be so bold to provoke others without knowing their strength in this apocalypse? Una also found it somewhat amusing, thinking these people probably hadn't encountered enough evil to know better and hence acted so recklessly. Such people deserved a taste of someone's bad temper to learn their place. Una stretched her wrists and said irritably, "These people have been banging for half an hour now, don't they feel tired or hot?" Gabrielle glanced outside, noticing the group was drenched in sweat yet still persisting, likely thinking the RV occupants were worth targeting. They probably didn't damage the RV because they wanted it for themselves and feared breaking it. The standoff continued until the group outside gave up first, retreating to the fire, occasionally glancing back at the RV, clearly coveting its supplies and the vehicle itself. Finally, peace resumed, and Una stretched contentedly, then sat back down, intending to urge Gabriel to sleep but found he was already wide awake. "I can't sleep anymore. You rest now, and tomorrow you'll drive while I assist from the passenger seat." Seeing his clear-headed state and feeling tired herself, she didn't refuse, moving to the other bed to rest, gradually falling asleep under the air conditioner's cool breeze. Only then did Gabriel look out the window, his psychic power surging toward the group's minds. Moments later, everyone was writhing in agony on the ground, too weak even to stand. These people were too bothersome and had designs on the RV, they should have prepared for retaliation. So what if they were many? In this apocalypse, numbers weren't the key to victory, strength was. Night passed quickly, and Una woke gently, stretching as she climbed into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. But when she looked ahead, she froze, fury rising instantly, her delicate hand clenching tightly into a fist. Chapter 50, You Are Selfish. The road was not very wide to begin with, but if the van had parked normally on the side, the motorhome could still pass. But now, the van was completely across the middle of the road, clearly not wanting the motorhome to move a single step. The rest of the people had also retreated into the vehicle, leaving only the charred remains of the fire outside. Gabriel, sitting in the passenger seat, did not seem upset at all. With a light wave of his hand, the van flipped over entirely, and screams and wails instantly filled the air. Una gave him a thumbs up. Gabriel then lifted the van with his psychokinesis, and subsequently threw both the van and its occupants into the adjacent woods, breaking the sun-dried trees, which now lay haphazardly. With the road now cleared, Una happily started the vehicle and drove towards the end of the road. She didn't want to know who these people were or what they were doing. As long as they no longer affected her life and received their lesson, she could turn a blind eye. But if she saw them again in the future, it wouldn't be just throwing the vehicle that would happen. The scenery outside flew by rapidly as Una hummed a tune while driving. When she saw the dried-up riverbed, her expression slightly changed. The once roaring river now had not a drop of water left, with only the bottom mud remaining somewhat damp. The rest of the area was cracked from the intense heat. Mankind was now suffering nature's punishment. Countless people couldn't survive under the scorching sun, dying under the sunlight that they depended on most. A cold winter had taken many lives, and the sweltering summer was claiming more lives. Zombies were continuously evolving, and mutant plants and animals were appearing more frequently. Una felt a heavy heart. She had experienced all this, yet seeing it again made her feel anxious. Humans seemed insignificant in the face of nature and stood little chance against such overwhelming dangers. Just surviving was already so difficult. Exhausting one's efforts to enter a base only meant no better life was secured. Instead, they were still swept away by the tide of power and influence. The sun rose higher, hanging in the sky. Even with the air conditioning on, Una still felt stiflingly hot in the car. It probably could fry an egg outside now. Una didn't plan to continue driving. Keeping the car under the blazing sun wasn't wise. She decided to find some shade and rest until the sun wasn't so intense. She chose a small-town auto repair shop with 2 gates, making it convenient for both escape and pursuit. Most importantly, it was cooler inside despite the heat, though still stifling compared to being under direct sunlight. While resting with the air conditioner on, Una heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Lazily lifting her eyelids, she recognized it as last night's van. Despite being somewhat deformed from being thrown around by Gabriel, they stubbornly drove over and even chose the same resting spot as Una. Seeing them angrily march toward the motorhome as soon as they got out, Una knew she had to settle things today. She opened the door and sat there without getting out, as the temperature outside was unbearable. Standing at the door was the woman she had seen before, the one who knocked on the window. She was momentarily stunned by the coolness inside the vehicle, instinctively wanting to get closer to the comfortable temperature but was forced back 2 steps by a sharp tang knife. Una extended the tang knife outside, keeping the woman at a distance, showing no attempt to hide her disdain. The woman looked awkward but forced herself to smile. "Hello, my name is Vicky. Pleased to meet you." Una waved her hand, a sarcastic smile on her face, unwilling to converse with this scheming woman. "I don't want to know you. Your actions last night and this morning have greatly affected me. If you continue to disturb me, I believe you won't like the consequences." Her words froze Vicky's smile, stripping off the false politeness. "There are only the 2 of you in the car, right? It's so hot outside, yet you two have such a good living environment. Why don't you share it with others? Do you know how many people have died in this extreme heat? Una couldn't comprehend her logic. If so many people are dead, why don't you join them? Vicky rolled her eyes in anger, then waved to the back, and 4 children came forward, only to retreat 2 steps when frightened by Una's tang knife. Seeing that Una still showed no sign of pity, Vicky seemed to be greatly stricken, almost losing her balance. Look at these kids. They don't have enough food and live in such harsh conditions, yet they are striving hard to survive. Seeing them struggling in this difficult environment, don't you feel heartbroken? You have abundant food and clean water. Don't you feel ashamed looking at them? She appeared righteous, with sweat mixing with tears rolling down her cheeks, gently stroking these children's heads. Una chuckled, took out a bottle of mineral water from her space, and drank it. She didn't stop until half of the bottle was gone. Why should I feel ashamed? I found these supplies myself. I can drink as much as I want. These kids are not related to me in any way. Why should I feel heartbroken for them? Are you sick or am I? Is there something wrong with your head? Vicky trembled as she released the children, pointing at Una in agony, but quickly drew back her finger under the threat of the tang knife. I can't save them, but why don't you share your ample food and good living conditions? Is your heart made of stone? Do you feel happy watching them suffer? Una always felt that there was something wrong with this woman's mind. Wasn't she just morally blackmailing others? Why did she portray herself as a kind-hearted Madonna? If you care so much about them, why don't you share your food with them? You are so kind, great, and selfless. Una's sarcastic words made the woman blush. My food and water are barely enough for survival, but you obviously have extra food, and your motorhome can accommodate more people. Since you have the ability, why don't you help others? Aren't you just selfish? Chapter 51, The Ones Blessed by God. Una had gradually run out of patience after saying so much to her and no longer felt like arguing back. Seeing Una silent, Vicky thought she had been persuaded and proudly stepped forward to enjoy the cool air from the air conditioner. However, she never expected that Una's tang directly pressed against her skin. The blade tip was excessively sharp, easily slicing her skin with little force, causing blood to instantly gush out and soak her short sleeve. Painfully seeing herself injured, the sharp pain made her cry out loudly, retreating a step as if Una had directly used the tang knife to take away her life. Originally, those who were standing by the car watching all came over, looking ready to confront Una as if they were a group of debt collectors. What? Do you also want me to stab you so you can suffer together with her? Una flicked the blood off the blade tip as if it was stained with something dirty, her face full of disdain. A man walked out from behind the crowd, wearing a black short-sleeve shirt stained with salt frost, his hair messily sticking to his forehead, and a flame gradually forming in his palm. The flame looked lackluster, probably just indicating he was a low-level ability user, posing no threat to Una or Gabrielle at all. This person seemed inexplicably respected within this group. Una glanced at him and, judging from others' attitudes towards him, deduced that this man must be the leader of the group. She found it somewhat laughable that such a weak person could lead so many people. She couldn't imagine how he managed to gain their trust. Vicky saw the man and got excited as if she had seen a savior, quickly moving to stand behind him. Brother Liu, these two have no kindness in their hearts. I think we should give them some lessons. Her eyes were filled with admiration and reverence for Blaze. They lived in the same village, and this trip out on the truck was only possible because of the powerful ability user Blaze. Thus, everyone was particularly grateful to him, almost worshipping him as a deity, always offering him the best food and drinks first. Una looked at this man in front of her, who was disheveled and covered in mud from somewhere unknown, smelling terrible as if he had just been fished out of a sewer. Blaze nodded arrogantly and stepped closer to Una but was forced to stop by the tang knife, his leg still in the position of stepping forward, looking quite ridiculous. As if losing face to Una, he raised his hand with flames to slap her, but Gabrielle suddenly flung him away. None of the surrounding people could clearly see what happened. They were waiting for Una to receive a harsh slap but didn't expect their leader to be mysteriously thrown away, slamming into the wall and sliding to the ground. Una remained calmly seated on the RV steps, even laughing at Blaze's appearance, which further infuriated the crowd. Vicky hurriedly ran over to help Blaze up. Blaze obviously took a bad fall but still struggled to walk in front of Una, looking suspiciously at her for a while. You two are also blessed by God. Hearing this, Una was puzzled but quickly understood his meaning. Now that the power system had completely collapsed and information spread extremely slowly through word of mouth, these people did not know about abilities yet. Superstitious ones naturally regarded abilities as divine gifts and zombies as heavenly punishments. Una finally understood why this man was so respected. Ignorant villagers probably revered him as one blessed by God. Many ability users hadn't fully explored their powers, and some were killed as monsters, while better-off ones were revered like Blaze. Una laughed again, being blessed by God. This is called an ability. If you were truly blessed by God, your life wouldn't be so hard and painful. Stop daydreaming, brother. It's too ridiculous. Hearing Una deny the existence of deities, Blaze became visibly flustered, waving his hand to dismiss the other villagers, leaving himself alone to confront Una and Gabrielle. I know this is an ability, but I don't think you need to expose me. Look at those people, each one is ignorant and foolish. They regard me as a savior, and they will agree to whatever I ask them to do. As long as you two don't expose me, I can also let you enjoy the same treatment as me. If you treat them as slaves, they would be willing to carry your shoes. Una sheathed her tang knife, now fully understanding the true nature of the man in front of her. She had initially thought he was just an ignorant and superstitious person, but it turned out that he was using people's faith in the apocalypse for his own benefit. Just looking at this kind of person made her feel like she wanted to vomit up her breakfast. Using others' faith to survive the apocalypse to deceive them, this guy was truly despicable. Una snorted coldly, not wanting to continue talking to him. What happened to these people in the future was none of her business, as long as they didn't bother her anymore. This man's deception skills were so good that even if she exposed him, those villagers might not believe her. Better to mind her own business and leave them alone, as that was the true survival rule in the apocalypse. I don't want anyone to serve me like cattle. You can continue deceiving them, but I hope you won't let them bother me again, or the consequences will be worse than what you've just experienced. Una narrowed her eyes and smiled, but the man felt all the hairs on his body stand up as if he had encountered something terrifying. He nodded frantically, without any courage to face Una and Gabrielle again, rushing back to the small truck to receive the service from those people. Una looked at the scorching sun outside, still hanging high in the sky but less intense than at noon. She didn't want to tangle with these people any longer and decided to drive away, heading to the next city. The weather was stiflingly hot. Gabrielle sat in the passenger seat, dozing off, while Una continued driving. Along the way, she saw cracked earth and scorched flowers and plants. Unlike winter, which merely buried life, this heatwave seemed to have obliterated all life with its absolute force. Chapter 52 Toll sign by the bridge. Continuing to push forward with all their might, they walked and rested for 3 days before the RV finally reached the outskirts of Wenifeng City. The closer they got to Wenifeng City, the more abandoned vehicles and resting survivors they encountered. Una felt increasingly puzzled inside. Finally, after continuous walking, they arrived at the Kuajiang Bridge entrance to Wenifeng City, only to unexpectedly find a group of people with guns guarding the bridge, and barriers were specifically placed ahead. Una looked at the sign next to the barrier, which displayed the entry fee. One person needed to pay 100 jin, approximately 100 pounds, of rice or flour, plus at least 5 liters of clean water. If one had a vehicle, an additional toll was required, 20 jin of grain per vehicle, without any restrictions on the type, even coarse grains would do. Una stared at the toll sign, deep in thought. She wasn't sure where these people had obtained the guns. Gabrielle observed for a while and then scanned the area with his mental powers before concluding, they're all real guns. The bullets aren't many, but as long as they're not wasted, they can still be used to intimidate people. Before the apocalypse, ordinary people rarely came into contact with firearms and ammunition, but after the apocalypse, anyone brave and capable enough could search certain specific locations and obtain something. Later on, these items could even be openly traded without much taboo. Una opened her map and started studying it, wanting to find an alternative route. However, she soon realized this was the shortest way. Changing the route would add at least half a month's journey by vehicle. The world post-apocalypse wasn't the same as before, now they could only choose routes with fewer zombies, making food acquisition another significant issue. A one-day journey from pre-apocalypse times now probably took at least 2 days to complete, let alone considering supplies and various dangers along the way. Can your power deflect bullets? Una gave up on the idea of taking a detour but didn't want to hand over so many supplies either. A group of people forcing travelers to pay tolls using guns wasn't something Una was willing to cooperate with. Whoever did would be taken advantage of. After some consideration, Gabrielle replied, no problem. I've withstood the full attack from a level 5 mutated creature before. Hearing this, Una felt reassured. Gabrielle's mental powers could kill zombies, block bullets, and even serve as a scanner. It was indeed an essential item for travel and daily life. While pondering how to handle the unexpected and challenging situation, Una heard a gentle knock on the car door. Through the window, she saw very familiar faces. It was Alanis, Daniela, and Joshua. Their supplies were just enough to last them until the Kyoto base. If they handed everything over, they would starve halfway through the journey. Taking a detour was too risky, so they were stuck here, originally planning to slip through unnoticed but unexpectedly encountering Una and Gabrielle. Una jumped off the RV and brought out a sunshade umbrella from her spatial pocket, holding it over her head. She then chatted with Alanis. Although all of them were now at the bridge, they looked very different. Una and Gabrielle could sleep in the air-conditioned RV every night, while Alanis and the others could only enjoy a brief respite in the car during the day. To save fuel, they endured the heat. Daniela was old and in poor health but never complained about hardship or fatigue during the journey. For her, the most important thing now was to reunite with her family as soon as possible. This would at least allow her to sleep soundly and feel less anxious and bitter. Alanis sighed helplessly, whispering into Una's ear, my mom has been nagging me a lot on this trip. She doesn't want to burden you and told me specifically not to take any advantages when we see you again. We didn't go with you to look for an RV, and my mom feels guilty about that. She's just worried about Dad. When she saw you two just now, she immediately told me not to embarrass ourselves by staying in your RV. I'm really impressed. In her eyes, her daughter is such a shameless person. Una covered her mouth and laughed, then turned to look at Daniela, who gazed anxiously at the bridge. With the road to Kyoto base blocked, she was likely the most anxious among them, given her husband's uncertain fate. Joshua recounted what happened since they parted ways. Everything was quite normal except for encountering a small group of about 30 zombies midway. That night, it was Daniela's turn to stand guard, but she fell asleep unintentionally. The zombies approached unnoticed until Joshua noticed the abnormality and found the house surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, they were all low-level zombies, and the two of them managed to barely clean up, even gaining quite a few crystal cores. Alanis listened to Joshua's account and lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Then she suddenly remembered something and pulled out a piece of rag from her pocket. She slowly unfolded the cloth, revealing the crystal cores inside. These were all the crystal cores she had collected on the way, plus the ones she returned to Una in Yuncheng earlier. Now she considered herself as having paid back the debt. Una did not refuse, directly putting them into her spatial pocket, then walked into the RV to cool off, also thinking about the next move since the weapons these people held were not simple, so caution was necessary. Daniela stood in the sunlight, beads of sweat continuously seeping out from her forehead, her clothes drenched, and disheveled strands of hair sticking to her wrinkled face. She was afraid. The apocalypse had been too long already, and she truly didn't know what state her husband would be in when she saw him again. But the most terrifying thing was that she might never see him again. Her concern for her family made her sink into pain every day, tossing and turning sleeplessly at night. Even when she finally fell asleep once, it almost caused a disaster. For her, nothing else mattered. As long as her daughter and husband were safe, that was enough. She did not wish for a leisurely and beautiful life but only for her family to reunite and face this devouring world together. She clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and muttered prayers, making Alanis, who stood beside her, feel especially bitter. She understood her mother's worry and anxiety, yet how could she not feel the same? After the apocalypse, countless families were displaced, many unable even to see their loved ones' faces, and some even killed their mutated relatives with their own hands. No one wished for these things to happen, but since they had to face them. Only by living well could there be a chance to go to the Kyoto base and a possibility of finding her father. Alanis took gentle steps and walked behind Daniela, hugging her into her arms. Chapter 53. A band of desperate men. Mom, don't worry. Dad is so powerful. To me, he has always been like a superhero ever since I was little. Maybe he has already awakened his psychic ability and is waiting for us in the Jingju base. Don't always worry and scare yourself. We will find him eventually, and our family will reunite. Her comfort was not particularly effective, but Daniela still felt warm inside. She gently stroked her daughter's head with a look full of pity and guilt. It's Mom's fault. I've given you and Quinn a lot of trouble along the way. Don't be annoyed by my nagging. Quinn is indeed an outstanding girl. In terms of both capability and intelligence, she stands out from the crowd. Though you two are good friends, even close relatives need to settle accounts clearly. Don't always take advantage of her. If it weren't for her, we probably wouldn't have survived until now. I might have died in your arms long ago. If she offers food or drinks as a favor, we should not refuse her face, but remember to repay her one day. Understand? Alanis helplessly tugged at the corner of Daniela's clothes playfully. Oh Mom, do you really think I'm a stingy person who likes taking advantages of others? I know Una doesn't mind sharing supplies with us, and I'll always keep her kindness in my heart. I will always treat her well, and if I get any crystal cores or other supplies, I'll think of her first. Please stop worrying about me. Daniela realized that too much nagging was unloved by her daughter, so she ended this topic and shielded Alanis from the scorching sun above. Mom has no psychic abilities and poor health. I have been a burden to you young people on the journey. But I promise not to make you worry about me anymore. I will definitely exercise more, and when danger comes, I will run faster than all of you young people. Alanis and Daniela looked at each other and laughed at her words. The somewhat melancholy atmosphere was relieved, and they leaned on each other sitting by the roadside. Gabrielle exchanged information with Chavez and returned to the car. Chavez had stayed here for some time and basically learned the identities of the group guarding the bridge. They were all desperate men who escaped from prison during the chaos after the end times began. They also seized plenty of guns and ammunition along the way. After looting and killing, they found this bridge. Being relatively well informed, they knew the establishment of the Jingju base would attract many more people to live there. So they claimed the bridge as their own, which could provide them with plenty of supplies. All these death row inmates didn't care much about human lives. So they showed no hesitation or psychological turmoil when shooting or killing, having committed many evil deeds. Una naturally knew there was no point in reasoning with these people. To cross the bridge, she either needed to subdue or eliminate them completely. And she would only choose the latter. Gabrielle sat in the passenger seat while Una drove the car towards the bridge across the river. As they approached the toll booth, several people did indeed surround them. Get off the car. Didn't you see the charge standard? A man with a beard held a cigarette in his mouth and drank beer from an empty bottle, exuding a strong bloody smell. He has killed many people. This was Una's first impression. Obeying, they jumped off the car. Gabrielle followed suit, attracting all the bridge guards' attention instantly because they were dressed so cleanly and tidily. After the apocalypse, anyone who could live so cleanly must have a lot of supplies. Not to mention they lived in an RV, making them very profitable targets. Una wore a light purple short-sleeve shirt and a black sun hat, standing under the sunlight. The sight of her made them stare with lust. Exchanging glances, they obviously had bad intentions towards Una without trying to hide it at all. What's your name, beautiful? With such looks, we brothers won't charge you for food. How about spending tonight with us and then leaving tomorrow? The bearded man tossed the beer bottle to a brother and walked toward Una with body odor and the smell of tobacco and alcohol. Before he reached out to touch her desirable little face, he twitched and collapsed into a pile of ashes, dying silently. Intense currents swirled around Una's palm, carrying an intimidating force. Haven't killed for quite a long time. Let him be the first. Una lifted her chin slightly. Sensing her intent to kill, the lightning surged more quickly, distorting the surrounding air. Fuck. This bitch killed the boss. Someone roared in anger and lunged forward, only for his head to separate from his body. Gabriel stood off to the side in a black short-sleeve shirt, his imposing presence impossible to ignore. Seeing that 2 men were lost, the rest instantly raised their guns and started firing at Una and Gabriel. But the bullets were as if blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to harm them in the slightest. Una lifted her hand, and a fine mesh of electric web appeared above these people's heads. They didn't even have time to scream. The next moment, their souls had already departed. The surrounding onlookers froze in place, forgotten how to react, but Una eagerly ran over to search the firearms and ammunition from their bodies. These items were precious nowadays. In the end, she obtained only 6 pistols and 36 bullets. Though the quantity wasn't much, they would be sufficient if used sparingly. Una was very excited as she stored all the items in her spatial pocket without touching the supplies these people had scavenged. She wasn't lacking in supplies now. Too much rice and flour wouldn't be of any practical use. And because of poor storage conditions, much of the rice and flour had become damp and moldy. Given her current living standard, she certainly wouldn't choose to continue consuming it. The RV soon left the bridge, and after a brief moment of shock, the others began frantically looting the stockpile of supplies that these bandits had accumulated. Many people who lost their footing were trampled underfoot, yet no one paid attention. In the apocalypse, what's never lacking is dead bodies, but food can never be scarce. Chavez drove the SUV over quickly as well, knowing the importance of food in the post-apocalypse. As these people fought over the supplies, casualties would inevitably occur. Food is life, but whether there will be life to eat the food remains uncertain. Want food? Then go grab it. You rob him, he robs someone else. In the end, the dead are dead and the wounded are wounded. It might be better to leave quietly and continue the journey. Those with clear heads had already driven away, leaving only those not so smart to fight over a bag of rice on the spot. Chapter 54, Reunion with Roscoe. Daniela also felt a pang of pain looking at the supplies, but she sat in the backseat without uttering a word. Although they were short on supplies now, they could not risk their lives for moldy rice. She had just witnessed a man being trampled by everyone, screaming in agony with blood gushing from his mouth. But nobody cared, all the people were crazed, with only the food on their minds, and human life did not count for anything. How long will it take us to reach the capital base at this speed? Una leaned against the car window, somewhat tired, holding a bag of chips, occasionally putting one in her mouth to satisfy her craving. Gabriel, gripping the steering wheel, said, conservatively estimated, about 3 days. Una deflated instantly. Despite spending so much time on the road, the apocalypse has been going on for nearly 2 months, yet she still lacked a permanent place to live. Gabrielle naturally noticed Una's fatigue and handed her a pack of jelly from the storage space. Just hang in there. The capital base is taking shape now. Although the area isn't very large, the trading places are sizable, and you'll surely earn a fortune. Though Gabrielle did not understand why Una was so obsessed with crystal cores, he wanted to reassure her. Thinking of the yet unlocked store and Fishpond in her storage space, Una felt suddenly motivated. The supplies stored within could be sold for crystal cores, which she could use to purchase more valuable items from the store, ones hard to find in the apocalypse. When crystal cores continuously flowed into her hands, the thought made her feel incredibly happy. Crystal cores can be used as currency for trade and to enhance one's ability level. As for Una's lightning abilities, they are the most offensive among all types. Coupled with her dark abilities, if she keeps striving, she would stand a chance against each base's top combatants, possibly even surpassing them. Imagining future life sweetly, Una drifted off to sleep. She woke up again at dusk. The moon hung crookedly in the sky, its light mingling with the red glow left by the sunset, casting over everything visible. Opening her eyes, the scene before her seemed dreamlike, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Gabriel had already stopped the car and was cooking on a makeshift stove outside. Despite the sweat pouring down his face, the temporary kitchen setup served well. Una had said eating simply was fine, but Gabriel insisted on cooking under the sun rather than having her eat carelessly. Una did not understand why Gabriel insisted on doing this but pulled out a small fan and cooling patch from the space to give him some relief. Tonight, they had spicy stir-fried meat with rice. Although there was only one dish, Una felt quite satisfied. Taking a big bite of the meat, Una believed that Gabrielle's culinary skills rivaled any professional chef pre-apocalypse and was indeed talented wasted on her alone. Destiny and others were following behind the RV. Seeing Gabrielle and Una stop to rest, they parked about 3 meters behind the RV. Daniela rested in the back seat, while Destiny absorbed energy from the crystal core in the front passenger seat. Elliot had driven all day and now lay exhausted in the driver's seat, with the car idled to save fuel. Although Una had a favorable impression of Destiny and the others, she was unwilling to share her spicy stir-fried meat. After all, Gabrielle prepared this meal despite the heat specifically for her. Giving it away might undermine the gesture. She knew Destiny's group lived frugally and although she wished to help, she wouldn't go overboard. Generosity breeds ingratitude. She wanted friendship, not ungrateful freeloaders. That would ruin things. Inside the air-conditioned RV, Una had lunch. She acutely sensed movement outside. This was the only major road passable after the bridge. Presumably, those who remained fighting had finished and were getting back into their vehicles. Una stayed alert but did not get out to watch them. Instead, she asked Gabriel to use his abilities to protect both the RV and SUV. Whether or not these people were malicious, she would remain vigilant. After the apocalypse, one shouldn't bet their life on others' remaining kindness. She couldn't afford such risks. As dusk fell, some vehicles continued to press on through the dim night, while others stopped not too far from the RV, their occupants occasionally glancing over under the pretense of using the restroom. Seeing a vehicle loaded with supplies parked next to theirs, anyone in this post-apocalyptic world would feel the temptation. This was human nature and an inevitable part of traveling in the apocalypse. The noise woke Destiny and Elliot in the SUV. Abandoning any thoughts of resting, they stared intently at the group of clearly ill-intentioned people from within their vehicle. These survivors, having participated in the earlier grain robbery, all had blood on their hands. Anyone who had once stepped over others to gain something would become addicted to it, gradually seeing human life as nothing significant. Una observed the situation outside the window but didn't stop eating. She continued scooping rice into her bowl, occasionally taking a big bite of the spicy stir-fried meat. They were watching, and the people in the other vehicles were also watching. Nobody dared to be the first to make a move. The early bird gets shot. Una's handling of the bridge guards had left a deep impression on these people. To them, nothing was more important than their own lives. Thus, before making a move, they always weighed the pros and cons. Of course, the best scenario was for someone else to make the first move, allowing them to follow and pick up the leftovers. How could Una not see through these people's thoughts? However, she wasn't afraid. She just waited silently, seeing who would be willing to be the sacrificial chicken. Time ticked by, and darkness enveloped the road, illuminated only by the pale moonlight. Finally, someone couldn't wait any longer. They cautiously approached the RV door and knocked lightly. Una snorted coldly, then opened the door directly, only to find a familiar face, Roscoe. Looking at her deformed and twisted wrist, Una felt a strange sense of satisfaction, even smiling slightly. How ironic, she hadn't taken the lives of that scumbag and his trash daughter back then, precisely because she wanted to see these two useless people struggle in the apocalypse. And now, she truly did see them. Chapter 55. Don't go too far. She was covered in filth, her greasy hair clumped together and now tangled beyond combing, sticking to her face and neck miserably with the sour smell of sweat. What she wore barely counted as clothes, a tattered burlap sack crudely cut and draped over her body, just managing to cover herself. Many inexplicable emotions mixed in her eyes when she saw Una. Pain, hatred, jealousy, inferiority. She thought she had hidden them well, a humble and pitiful smile on her face. She subconsciously put her hands behind her back, trying to appear at least somewhat dignified. At least in front of Una, who was clean and rosy-cheeked, she didn't want to look too ridiculous. Una, it's been a long time. How have you been recently? She stretched her lips into a stiff smile, admiring Una for actually speaking to her, the enemy who had severed her hands. How do I look? What do you think of my life? Instead of answering, Una threw the question right back at her. She wanted to trample Roscoe's dignity completely, making her pay for her actions from the previous life. Roscoe swallowed hard, the hatred in her eyes almost overflowing. To avoid being noticed by Una, she could only lower her head, hunching over before Una. I see you're living quite well. She seemed to be saying this through gritted teeth, because even before the apocalypse, although she relied on Una for food and drink, she would never admit that Una was better than her. That was why she deliberately seduced Ernest, to prove that she could match Una. At least, she had easily lured away Una's boyfriend. But after the apocalypse, she had watched helplessly as the gap between the two grew wider, far beyond what she could catch up with, which made her more painful. At this moment, Gabriel also walked out, standing silently behind Una. His prominent nose was hidden in the shadow, and his smooth facial lines made people unable to look away. His beautiful face made Roscoe forget to hide her envy and jealousy. Gabriel didn't leave either. He stood behind Una and casually handed her a bag of chips. Roscoe licked her chapped lips, a sarcastic thought rising in her heart. No wonder Una is living so well, she must have seduced a powerful man just like herself. Yes, exactly. How could Una possibly be better than her? Just seducing a stronger man, something she could do too if given the chance. Is this your boyfriend? The two of you look really matched. Roscoe rejoiced secretly, quietly waiting for the moment when Una would embarrass herself. In the post-apocalypse world, women were merely playthings for men. How could a toy be a girlfriend? She couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth, eagerly waiting for the dirt hidden beneath Una's polished appearance to be exposed. Why was she always worse than Una? Why did she have to be worse forever? Roscoe's thoughts drifted back to pre-apocalypse times, those years of living in inferiority that she had always avoided recalling. They met in junior high school, where Una was so confident, outgoing, and beloved by everyone. Good grades, good personality, good family background, and outstanding looks. Teachers praised Una whenever they mentioned her. Their friendship began in the first year of junior high school when Roscoe suddenly got her period and Una helped her get out of the restroom. Girlfriends' friendships were initially pure. In those flowery years, their bond grew deeper and deeper. Then came their ascension together through high school, but during this time, Una's parents died in an accident, breaking the princess's beautiful family. Roscoe comforted Una carefully while inwardly gloating. Una had countless suitors, none for her. Una excelled academically, she did not. Una had a happy and wealthy family, none for her. It seemed that she was always inferior to this princess-like girl in every aspect, but now there was finally something she had that Una did not. Except Una's life didn't change much beyond fewer smiles and a more reserved demeanor. She remained popular and radiant, attracting all attention like a little sun in the sky. Later in college, Una dated Ernest, her first romantic relationship. Roscoe was envious but had another thought. Una's abilities and appearance she couldn't take, but the boyfriend, maybe she could steal him? She knew Una had conservative morals and rarely held hands or embraced Ernest, let alone anything else. Thus, relying on the instigation and seduction from behind, she finally succeeded in making Ernest cheat. Seeing Una being deceived by her and Ernest in a roundabout way, Roscoe felt incredibly delighted. But now, an even more outstanding man appeared beside Una. While she herself had become a woman who lost both hands and could only rely on men to live, she no longer had the ability to compete with Una. Gabriel glanced at Una and then shook his head gently. "She's not my girlfriend." Roscoe's eyes instantly lit up, and a hint of smugness surfaced in her heart. "See, even you, Una, haven't had everything go smoothly in life, right? My life might be as messy as mud-breeding maggots, but what does it matter if you look polished on the surface? I'm courting her, seeing if she will agree." Gabrielle's words immediately plunged Roscoe into despair. She stiffly pulled at the corners of her mouth, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Una curled her lips in a somewhat mocking gesture. "I forgot to ask you, how is Ernest? With such severe injuries, he must have died, right?" Roscoe looked up at Una, disbelief clouding her face. She really couldn't understand why this love-struck brain had suddenly come to its senses and figured out the hints between her and Ernest. She uncomfortably glanced around. "He's dead. Not long after you left, he bled to death." Una scratched her head as if asking casually, "Then how did you not die?" The mask on Roscoe's face slipped off. Her eyes were slightly bloodshot, gritting her teeth. "Una, don't go too far. All we did was date each other behind your back. What gives you the right to ruin both our lives like this? By the way, do you know this woman cut off my hands and severed her ex-boyfriend's legs at the roots? You like such a wicked woman, aren't you afraid of suffering the same fate as him?" Gabrielle uncaringly handed Una a cup of warm water and said, "Firstly, I will never betray her in this life, so there's no reason for her to sever my legs. Secondly, you and that man deserve to die. The fact that you're still alive has already exceeded my expectations." Chapter 56. This is what you owe me. Roscoe stood rooted to the spot, her mouth opening and closing but no words came out. Una found the Roscoe in front of her particularly laughable, a laughability mixed with an unbearable disgust. Before she could speak, a man walked over, foregoing a shirt because of the heat, only wearing shorts that reached his knees. He wore a pair of slippers on his feet and the sweat hanging on his face made him look exceptionally greasy. He casually draped his arm around Roscoe's shoulders, yet Una noticed Roscoe instinctively shiver, clearly filled with fear towards this man. "Hello there. I just heard Xiao Jing saying she knows this young lady since middle school as close friends. We were thinking of letting her chat with you two to reconnect, but it seems she has been here for quite some time already." He gently rubbed Roscoe's nape with his thumb, the force not strong but undeniably carried a threatening tone. "You said you wanted to share many heartfelt things with your friend and also tell her about your recent hardships. I wonder if your stammering got the message across." Roscoe trembled, lips quivering, unsure of what to say, her legs so weak they almost gave way beneath her, demonstrating just how deeply this man affected her. "Lu brother, I'm talking, I am." Scared, Roscoe's voice trembled, yet she still managed to force a smile at the man in front of her, her body shaking uncontrollably. The man lightly patted her face. "I knew you would be well behaved, I won't disturb your chat anymore. Xiao Jing, remember to talk properly, understood?" Roscoe nodded heavily, her face carrying a smile uglier than tears, wishing to kowtow on the spot. The man referred to as Brinley finally walked away, and Roscoe's emotions steadied. After taking a deep breath, she looked at Una, her expression pitiful, kneeling down in front of her. "Una, save me. Our friendship can't just end like this. Give me something to eat, food, living supplies, water or weapons, anything please. You saw that man just now, he sent me here to get things from you. If I return empty-handed or without what he wants, I will surely be punished, I beg you." Una looked at her cringing form, feeling no satisfaction but instead nausea. "Why do you think you deserve to take things from me after everything? Do you think I can forget how you and Ernest betrayed me? Or how I severed your limbs?" She couldn't bear to look at Roscoe any longer, fearing even a few more seconds would sully her vision. Roscoe fearfully glanced in the direction where Liu was, seeing something that made her shake even more violently. "Please forgive me, Una. I'll change, I really will. Even if you cut off my hand, I wouldn't resent you. Please help me this once, or he will truly kill me. I beg you." Una kicked Roscoe away and then plunged a tang knife into her heart, watching her eyes dim. "How could I let someone else kill you? Your life belongs to me, this is what you owe me." A heavy burden lifted from Una's chest. She took out a bottle of water to clean the blood from her beloved dagger, unwilling to soil it. Her actions had been under surveillance by people harboring ill intentions, especially Liu's gang that Roscoe used to follow. Una stabbing Roscoe suited their agenda perfectly, giving them a reason to strike. They rushed over at the scent of blood, eyes gleaming at the sight of Roscoe's corpse. Zaire forced a fake expression, lifting Roscoe's body while avoiding the dirt and blood-stained parts, showing just how much he despised her. "What have you done, killing Xiao Jing like this? She was your friend since middle school. Even if you didn't want to acknowledge her, why did you kill her?" Una had no intention of continuing this pretense with him, a ball of lightning flickering in her palm, its glow brighter than the moon. "Don't pretend to be a good person here, you're just using her body to gain some benefits. If you truly valued her, you wouldn't have sent her to beg for supplies from me." Una gave a cold snort. "Let me tell you this, I'm not someone to be bullied. If you insist on going against me, you might as well try with your life. If you've had enough of living, better get lost while my mood is still okay." Una's words made Zaire somewhat hesitant to proceed. After all, he had witnessed Una's formidable strength before. Confronting someone like her was not something to be taken lightly without assessing his own capabilities. Zaire was indeed afraid, but he was also incredibly greedy. Looking at the luxurious and neat RV, and the beautiful Una, he found it hard to abandon these things that were almost within his grasp. If one person's power isn't enough, what about everyone together? Zaire gritted his teeth, looking at Una's slender, white hand, then fiercely turned to look at the onlookers around him. Everyone pay attention. This woman took a lot of supplies when she left that bridge, including some firearms and ammunition. Our supplies were all taken by those bandits. These guns should belong to us. Why should they take them? His words indeed incited some people. That's right, although the guns weren't taken from their hands, why should they go to Una? Wouldn't such powerful weapons be better off in their hands? The dark thoughts of the bystanders began to grow instantly, exchanging glances before gradually closing in on the RV. Una didn't show any mercy either. Anyone who tried to attack her immediately turned into charred remains. The number of pedestrians on the road suddenly diminished significantly, and the remaining ones who hadn't joined the riot immediately quieted down, not daring to act rashly anymore, just staying obediently in their cars seeking shelter. Una, with a cold face, searched through the pockets and vehicles of these people for crystal cores. There were quite a few people, and many had a substantial stockpile of crystal cores, which finally allowed her to gather enough to unlock the spatial store. Chapter 57, Entering the Capital Base. Una's heart thumped violently as she excitedly tapped into her personal page to check her crystal core reserve. All high-level cores placed in her space were automatically exchanged for level 1 cores, and now she was a small mogul with 1293 cores. However, once she traded these cores at the shop, it would probably set her back to square one. But Una didn't dwell on this too much. After all, the space shop was an essential item for navigating through the post-apocalyptic world. The sooner she unlocked it, the more resources she could have. Swallowing nervously, Una said, "Open the system shop." Instantly after her words, a store icon appeared at the top right corner of the transparent screen before her eyes. Una looked at the items on the screen with excitement but was mindful of the strangers around her. She had to hide her condition, so she ducked into the RV and closed the door behind her before impatiently tapping the store icon. The store offered a wide variety of goods, neatly classified into categories such as clothes, seeds, weapons, alcohol, snacks. The more Una saw, the more exhilarated she felt. Although the prices were quite steep, there would come a day when she could afford them. Everything seemed available in the shop, anything she could think of could be bought from inside, which made it very convenient indeed. Una glanced at the price of the cheapest handgun and her soaring spirits plunged straight down. Sure enough, things in the store weren't cheap either. But if they could be bought, then there was hope. After browsing through most of the store's items, Una rubbed her shoulders and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. After freshening up, she got into bed and started resting. Gabrielle finished dealing with the bodies outside and got into the car only to find that she was already asleep. He wanted to go to the bathroom to wash up but decided against it, fearing he might wake her. Instead, he sat quietly by the window keeping watch. This feeling brought him comfort. Being close to someone he barely had a chance to approach in his previous life now resting soundly beside him, it was a rare and precious experience. The sun rose and set, and finally, Una arrived at the gates of the capital base. At the entrance of the capital base, crowds swarmed, surrounded by various cars worn down by harsh conditions. People who came out from the vehicles all looked rather disheveled. Everyone appeared numb, rarely stopping to chat with each other. They busily went about their own affairs. They were also excited, staring fixedly at the long queue for base entry registration, imagining a better life within its walls. Wade got out of the car, and Una and Gabrielle naturally followed him to the front of the registration line. The staff were 4 young men, appearing to be in their 20s, looking exhausted and irritable. Sweat trickled down their faces. Noticing someone stepping out of line and standing at the front, one of the men impatiently said, "Stay in line, anyone cutting will be kicked out." Wade sighed, "It's me." The registrar lifted his head to look at him. Drops of sweat mingled with dirt streamed down his face under the sunlight. Upon recognizing Wade's face, he froze in place. Brother son. After a moment, he snapped out of his daze, flipped over the broken chair, and jumped up, ignoring the sweat and stench emanating from Wade and hugged him excitedly. "Brother son, you're alive. Those bastards said you encountered advanced zombies during the mission and died unexpectedly in Yuncheng without leaving any remains. I told you you're blessed and would be fine." Wah! Seeing him crying sorrowfully, Wade awkwardly pushed him away. Okay, your snot and tears are all over me. You're not grossed out. I'm feeling nauseous. What about Dash and the others? How come you've become a registrar? Ignoring the still queuing survivors, Chad, not minding, pulled Wade toward the base entrance. Wade held back his arm. "I want to bring 4 people in. It's thanks to them that I returned safely. I want them to settle successfully in the capital base." Chad finally calmed down from his excitement and turned to look at the people behind Wade. The base spots are now very scarce. Look at all these people in line, those who truly qualify are very few. You're making this hard for me, Brother Sunday. Chad showed his discomfort. If Wade had come a few days earlier, it would have been easier, but now thousands were waiting in line, yet only a few hundred could enter. Wade pointed to Una, Gabrielle, and Destiny behind him. These 3 are ability users, all at least second-level beginners. Surely the base wouldn't turn down such talent. Only now did Chad take a closer look at Una and the others, noticing that they were neatly dressed and appeared healthy without any signs of distress. The base would certainly accept such powerful psychics, but it likely wouldn't accept the older one. After all, she was just an ordinary person who couldn't contribute much to the base. Brother-son, with their abilities, these three definitely qualify to enter the base. But it's unlikely for this aunt. She can't make any significant contribution to the base's development. The higher-ups have so many family members they need to admit. They definitely won't accept ordinary relatives of psychics. Destiny stepped forward and was about to say she wouldn't go in, but unexpectedly Daniela held her sleeve. Lingxue, this opportunity is too rare. Mom can live on her own now. Don't worry about me, you should go in and live well. Still feeling uneasy, fearing Destiny's stubbornness, Daniela added, you search for Dad outside the base while I search inside. Although I can't get in, the area around the base isn't infested with zombies, so it should be safe. Tears streamed down Destiny's face as she refused to leave Daniela. Though the military around the base hunted zombies, more people meant more troubles. Without the threat of zombies, human nature became the biggest threat. So many people had their food supplies seized in an instant, and so many lives were lost inexplicably. How could Destiny possibly leave her mother outside the base? Wade patted Chad on the shoulder. I can still speak a few words to those old guys. Bring this aunt in, any trouble will be my responsibility. Chad hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to bring all 5 into the base's quarantine area, leaving everything until after the 24-hour isolation period. Human mutation after being infected with the zombie virus typically occurred within 2 hours, but to ensure safety, the base chose a 24-hour quarantine, reducing potential risks. Chapter 58, Fighting is prohibited here. The base was established not too long ago, and many facilities were still far from perfect. For instance, the quarantine rooms were not separated by gender. 12 people shared a room, with psionics patrolling the hallways. In case of emergencies, they would immediately open the doors to resolve issues. Una and her group happened to be allocated to the same quarantine room. Another team shared the room with them, and none of these people seemed to be kind-hearted sorts. The several men's malicious gazes remained fixed on Una and Alanis after laying eyes on them. Their appearances had already been quite remarkable before the apocalypse, let alone now. There were no beds or bedding inside, only a few tattered mats were provided. Even going to the bathroom required using a wooden bucket placed in the corner. Una chose the spot closest to the door. It was at least furthest from the bucket in the corner, thus less suffocating with its stench. Wuji, there are so many people here. What are you doing? I'm shy, Tilda. An affected voice sounded. Una already felt like vomiting due to the mix of dampness and fecal odors in the room, which now became even more unbearable. She instinctively looked up to find the source of the sound, discovering a bald man fondling an attractive woman, acting as if the other people did not exist. Furrowing her brow, Una lowered her head and applied menthol ointment on her wrist, inhaling it to suppress her urge to vomit. However, this bald Wuji grew even more brazen instead of holding back, causing everyone in the room to lower their heads and cover their ears awkwardly. Gavriel naturally noticed Una's discomfort. Using his mental power, he pulled Fagin and the woman apart and then immobilized Fagin against the wall, making him unable to move. Seeing this, Una felt relieved. She leaned further into the corner, hoping for a short rest. But how could Fagin just take this lying down? Although Gavriel silenced his mouth, his eyes reddened in fury. The woman beside him wasn't trapped by Gavriel. Though she wanted to save Fagin, she didn't dare act rashly, unsure of where the force originated from. Fagin struggled fiercely but could not break free, only roaring angrily in his throat like an enraged wild boar. Una couldn't rest due to the noise. Opening her eyes, she hurled an electric ball directly. Fagin, who was struggling just now, instantly went silent, flopping limply to the ground. Gavriel released his mental restraint, and finally, silence returned to the room. Una closed her eyes contentedly. But the woman started screaming and shaking Fagin's body. Wuji, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Una was about to flare up when suddenly a patrolling psionic from the hallway approached. After glancing at Fagin lying on the ground, he frowned and opened the iron bars to enter. What happened to him? The woman's name was Reese. Seeing someone come in, she clung to his leg for support. It must be them. They definitely used their psionic abilities to harm Wuji. You have to investigate and give us justice. They can't bully us like that. Fighting is forbidden within the base. The staff member shook off Reese and checked Fagin, finding that he had only fainted without any serious injuries. Everyone in quarantine was a psionic. It was better to mind one's own business than to meddle and potentially incur the wrath of a high-tier psionic. With a light cough, he confirmed Fagin had no wounds and left the room. Reese, having lost her last support, now cautiously watched every person in the room, fearing she might be the next one to faint. Finally, the chaos subsided. Una rested against the corner, and when she woke up again, it was due to Alanis's furious shouting. What are you doing? What the hell do you think you're doing? Alanis was visibly furious, trembling as she berated a pig-like obese man standing before her. Una turned to Gavriel and learned what had happened from him. Alanis had been resting when this man approached her with intentions of groping. He was caught in the act and was now facing off against her. This scheming man was named Fred. Even though caught red-handed, he showed no guilt, only scoffed and pretended to nap, returning to his spot. Naturally hot-tempered, Alanis would never tolerate such underhanded acts. Despite the man not succeeding, she felt thoroughly disgusted. After all, this time he didn't succeed. What about the next time? They had to stay together for at least 24 hours. Who knew when this man would make his next move? Seeing Alanis about to act, Una walked up and pressed her hand down. The ability of a fire psi user was too obvious. Once it hit an enemy, it would leave very noticeable marks, which would be hard to explain to the staff. Entering the base was already difficult, so it was best not to cause trouble right now. Even if punishing this kind of scum, she couldn't let Alanis do it. Seeing Una step in to stop her, Fred humphed with satisfaction. He sized up Una with his eyes and then revealed a satisfied look. Since the apocalypse began, he, as a psi user, had become someone others sought after. Before the apocalypse, he was always ignored as just another extra, but now many beautiful women would approach him for protection voluntarily. Over time, this boosted his confidence, making him bold enough to target girls like Alanis who looked weak and easy to bully. Una didn't let Alanis act because a fire psi user's attack would leave traces. But she, as an electric psi user, could control the intensity of her power perfectly, making the opponent unable to speak due to pain without leaving any wounds. Having calmed Alanis, Una compressed her power into a tiny grain and threw it directly at Fred. Unlike the electric shock given to Fagin, this time Una used even more potent power, which, though small and hard to detect, could easily knock Fred to the ground. He twitched in agony but couldn't stand up or scream. Fred's teammates noticed something was wrong and understood that someone must have messed with him, otherwise he wouldn't be in such pain. So the patrol personnel who had just come in once were called back again. But when he checked Fred, he found no abnormalities. Fred only looked extremely pained and kept twitching. Chapter 59, Come to me if you have any issues. The patrol officers wanted to settle the matter quietly, but psychics were revered figures in this apocalypse era. Fred's teammates would never agree to let his attacker off so easily. Fagin and Reese had no influential connections. Fagin could only get in because he was a level 2 peak Earth-type psychic. Although Reese didn't seem to be a formidable character, she was a level 2 beginner water-type psychic, which made her very valuable in this era of severe water shortage. They came without teammates and thus lacked backing. However, Fred was part of a 5-member strong psychic squad. How could the other members sit idle after one of them got bullied? Their piercing gazes swept over everyone else like sharp blades. It must be one of these 5. I demand each person shows their psychic abilities. The man supporting Fred snarled. The patrol officers had no choice but to follow his request, as this allowed them to at least clear themselves of any involvement. Whoever was guilty could be expelled directly, leaving no blame on their job performance. Una and others were now singled out. Una, as a dual-element psychic with spatial abilities, could demonstrate any ability except lightning to avoid suspicion. She and Gavriel took an item from their space pocket and put it back, not revealing any other psychic abilities. Wade was ice-type, while Destiny was fire-type. Neither was related to the mysterious force that injured Fred. But Daniela, who stood in front of Destiny blocking her view, seemed like an ordinary middle-aged woman with no sign of psychic powers, clearing everyone in the room of suspicion. There had been no reported cases of dual-element psychics yet, leading everyone to believe one could only possess one type of power. Thus, this lead ended here, and Fred fainted in agony. The patrol officer looked displeased. All psychics have been checked. No one has harmed your teammate. Perhaps there's something wrong with his health causing him this state. Stop making a fuss. Your group causes the most trouble among all quarantine rooms. He shook his sleeves and left. Fred's teammate gave wary glances to Gavriel and Wade, suspecting their involvement but lacking evidence. With limited options within the base, they could do nothing but swallow this injustice for now. The 24-hour quarantine period passed quickly. As they emerged from the isolation room, everyone felt reborn, curiously surveying the official base. Most people inside hurried about, mostly young and predominantly psychics. A small number of ordinary humans were elite professionals from various fields. Wade didn't like this impersonal base and noticed his teammates waiting outside upon first glance. Brother, son. Over here, over here. Chad rushed forward but halted mid-stride, sniffing suspiciously around Wade. Bro, what's that smell on you? Wade clenched his fists. What do you think? What smell could come from a quarantine room? Chad realized he was dangerously close to getting hit and hastily changed the subject. I've arranged accommodation for your friends. We can't stay in those villas, but I found a residential building with spacious enough living space. Though we'll be sharing, it's already quite good. Una stepped forward curiously. How are we sharing? In her past life, she rented her own place. Though Ernest and Roscoe lived with her, the space was ample. She had never shared with strangers and knew it wouldn't be comfortable. Chad paused briefly at the sight of Una before Gavriel stepped in front of shield her. Feeling awkward, he rubbed his nose. A 3-bedroom apartment with 2 bathrooms has been divided into 12 small rooms. That's the environment here. Wade frowned. Isn't that too unsafe? Is there nothing better? Chad shook his head helplessly. You don't know what's happened in the base during your absence. Rents are sky high, not just housing but shop rents even more. Sharing a house among many costs 10 kilograms of food per month. Better environments come at steeper rents. How much would it cost for a separate apartment? Wade asked. After a moment of thought, Chad replied. For a decent residential unit, it's at least 50 kilograms of food or 50 grade 1 crystal cores monthly. This price was indeed too high for many people to accept. Although most of them were psychics, they did not have much food or crystal cores in reserve. Crystal cores were needed for enhancing their psychic abilities, and food was naturally indispensable for normal living. Therefore, many chose to endure living in crowded shared apartments. Wade had promised Una that he would secure the best living conditions for her in the base, and he naturally wouldn't go back on his word now. He handed all the crystal cores he collected on the way to Chad, which would only cover 3 months' rent. Use this to rent a better place. Once you've chosen somewhere suitable, move in with them. After instructing Chad, Wade turned to look at Una and Gavriel. If you have any issues in the base, come to me. I will definitely help you solve them. Una nodded and then followed Chad away. Destiny waved goodbye to Wade before following Una, while Wade walked off in another direction. After wandering around the base for an afternoon, Una was finally led by Chad to their new home. The building was an ordinary residential complex, but the residents here were clearly dressed cleaner, and some could even afford to smile. Handing over the key to Una, Chad said cheerfully, I'll leave you here. If you can't find brother son in the future, you can come to me. I work at the place where we met today. Just say the word, and I'll come. His gaze seemed glued to Una, and his suntanned skin turned slightly red, adding a touch of shyness. Una smiled slightly, thanked him, and entered the house, completely oblivious to Gavriel's slightly aggrieved look beside her. The house wasn't large, but it had 3 rooms, totaling less than 100 square meters. Destiny and her mother stayed in the master bedroom, Una in the second bedroom, and Gavriel in the guest room. Thus, the 4 settled down in the Kyoto base, looking forward to resting well today and exploring the environment tomorrow. Chapter 60, Selling Rice and Flour at the Trading Hall. The room was almost empty, with broken furniture on the verge of collapse. Una directly stored all the furniture in her space and then took out new ones to place them neatly. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the floor, requiring several buckets of well water just to barely clean off the dirt. Alanis and Daniela did not have much water to clean the house, and Daniela originally thought about asking Una shamelessly for some, but was sternly stopped by Alanis. In the end, he opened his mouth but dared not speak further. After cleaning up the house, Una stood by the window, enjoying the night breeze. Although it was very hot inside without air conditioning or fans, it still felt safer than living in an RV. She entered the space to wash up. The moment she came out, she was drenched in sweat as the room felt like a steaming pot, making it hard to breathe. Una quickly opened the space store looking for something to cool down quickly. She found an air conditioner priced at 100 crystal cores. Feeling the scorching air around her, Una gritted her teeth and bought the air conditioner, suspecting that she wouldn't be able to sleep at all tonight otherwise. The system's air conditioner was a cylindrical standing unit with no external unit. It could be used simply by pressing the switch. Una enjoyed the cool breeze from the air conditioner, marveling at how useful this cheat really was. There was no need to install an external unit, and she could feel the refreshing breeze just by placing it in the corner. Items produced by the system always differed somewhat from those in the human world. Seeds grew faster and yielded more, weapons were sharper, heat weapons had greater power, clothing was sturdier and more durable, and even food tasted better. Everything was truly essential for daily life. As the temperature in the room gradually dropped, Una lay down on the clean bed and instantly fell asleep. She had been too exhausted after entering the base and didn't get a good night's sleep during the quarantine period. Today, she wandered around the base looking for a house, so she was so tired that she fell asleep the moment she hit the bed. After a good night's rest, Una slept until 11 a.m. the next day. She hastily ate bread and milk from her space for breakfast and set off for the base's trading area. Gavriel followed behind her with his homemade breakfast, looking rather resentful but dared not say anything more. He silently put the breakfast away. Alanis and Daniela went to the recruitment area to look for jobs, while Una's main goal was to exchange the food stored in her space and the unlimited supply of well water for more crystal cores. The trading area was crowded, and people could easily be separated if they weren't careful. Gavriel carefully protected Una behind him, using a mental barrier to isolate them from the crowd. They finally managed to reach the entrance of the trading area. The trading area was divided into 2 parts. One part was outdoors, with no cover. When the sun shone directly, it almost felt like it could knock someone out instantly. Therefore, only those who couldn't afford better stalls sold here, and the items sold generally had little value. Una walked into the trading hall. Although it was also hot inside, at least there wasn't the intense sunlight. Most of the items sold here were practical in the post-apocalyptic world, which made it more crowded. Una strolled around the hall and finally found the stall rental counter. There were many people queuing to ask about prices, but most left dejectedly because the prices were too high, even for psychics. Stalls could be rented by the day or month. A daily rental cost 20 first-grade crystal cores, while a monthly rental required 500 first-grade crystal cores. This was just for ordinary stalls. More popular stalls would require higher rents. If one couldn't afford such expensive stalls, outdoor stalls were an option. Outdoor stalls only cost 5 first-grade crystal cores per day or 120 per month, though conditions were much harsher. Una didn't have many crystal cores left. Yesterday's purchase of the air conditioner had already reduced her total to 193 crystal cores. If she spent too much on renting a stall, it wouldn't be worth it. Looking outside at the scorching sun, Una hesitated for a moment and decided to rent an outdoor stall for just a week. If business went well, she could directly move the stall indoors. If it didn't go well, she wouldn't lose too much. After paying the crystal cores, Una received a dirty red number plate from the staff and was instructed to find her stall outside according to the number on the plate. Una, holding a parasol, walked out and noticed that each stall was marked with white paint and numbered, like parking spaces, ensuring no one could take over another's stall. Arriving at her stall number 54, she found herself surrounded by vendors selling gold and silver jewelry, phones, televisions, and the like. These items had little appeal in the post-apocalypse, resulting in poor business for these vendors, who all wore worried expressions. Una was not in a hurry. She set up a sunshade canopy from her space and began arranging her stall. The discomfort caused by the sun was slightly alleviated with the canopy shielding her. She then took out a small blackboard from her space, clearly marking the items for sale and their prices before sitting down on a small stool to wait for customers. Earlier in the trading hall, she had inquired about the market prices here. Although she wanted to sell quickly, if her prices were too low compared to other vendors, her stall would surely be boycotted. Therefore, Una priced her goods according to the market rate but had an advantage over other vendors. The rice and flour sold by others often had flaws such as mold or insect infestations. However, the rice and flour in Una's space were pristine, immune to spoilage. So, at the same price, customers would definitely choose the better quality. Despite the heat, few people were willing to stay home and consume without earning. Most would come to the trading hall to see if they could find something worthwhile. Una's bright red sunshade stood out in the open-air trading area, indeed attracting a few customers. A woman in a tank top and shorts sized up Una and pointed at the blackboard. "You say you're selling rice, flour, and clean water. Where are the items?" Seeing a customer, Una instantly put on a sweet smile and pulled out a 20-pound bag of white flour from her space. She tore a small opening in the bag and scooped out a spoonful to hand to the woman. "My rice and flour are of the highest quality, guaranteed no mold, no insects, and never soaked in water. You'll be my first customer. If you're interested, I'll give you a 10% discount." The woman examined the white flour in the bag. Indeed, there was no sign of mold or spoilage, looking very clean, and the price was tempting. Chapter 61. Things did not go as wished. The woman inspected the white flour with a clean spoon for a while and, seeing that it was indeed clean, put down her guard and began discussing the price with Una. Una, who successfully made a sale, felt quite happy and gave the woman a 10% discount smoothly, thus earning her first pot of gold. "If you need more in the future or if your friends need rice or flour, come to me. I assure you the quality and the price." Una, holding the heavy crystal core, bid farewell to the woman. Only after the woman's figure disappeared did she put the crystal core into her space. The system, acting like a bill counter, instantly identified the exact number and grade of crystal cores when they were put into the space, so Una didn't need to count them again. She had sold a total of 500 kilograms of white flour, which seemed a lot but was actually just 10 bags. However, the harvest wasn't bad. Even at a 10% discount from the market price, Una still earned 450 crystal cores. Seeing those numbers, Una's mood improved significantly. Even though she was drenched in sweat, she still felt full of energy. With the first customer coming, more and more people came over. The white flour and rice in Una's space were selling very well, and the well water was also popular, though not as much as the grains. Most people bought enough food for their entire team, so the amount of grain in Una's space decreased, while the crystal cores increased. She was busy until the trading hall closed. Many people who didn't manage to buy anything urged Una to come earlier the next day, saying they would wait at her stall. On the way home, Una felt she was floating. Watching those crystal cores turn into a string of numbers in her pocket, she felt that life was getting better. However, she had sold too much grain. Although she still had a considerable reserve, it wouldn't last forever. So right after arriving home, Una locked the door and entered her space to start buying land for farming. Each piece of fertile land in the space cost 50 crystal cores. Una, not short of money now, bought many pieces, totaling 20 pieces, including the ones given by the system. Although she had plenty of crystal cores, Una didn't plan to waste them. The rest would be used to buy seeds or fertilizers, which would be significant expenses. Since most ability users hadn't settled down yet, they didn't have many crystal cores. Once everyone got used to life in the base and started taking missions to earn crystal cores, Una could sell some fast food and snacks from the space store in the base, making good profits. When the time came, accumulating more crystal cores would allow her to purchase powerful thermal weapons or other living supplies and medicines. After arranging all the newly bought lands in order on the ground, Una eagerly planted wheat seeds. The seeds only took 3 days from planting to maturity, and then the system would automatically harvest and grind them into flour, storing them in the warehouse. All Una needed to do was sell them. Watching these seedlings grow rapidly, Una felt relaxed. Unlike her previous life, she now lived happily and contentedly. Sitting in the space for a while, Una suddenly remembered the unlocked buildings. The fish pond and pasture were still locked, so the icons for animal babies and fish fry were grey, and they couldn't be purchased yet. Una checked her crystal core balance and decided to unlock the fish pond and pasture later. Now, the biggest wish of survivors was to live, and better yet, to live with enough food and water. In this situation, selling meat had no prospects. It would be better to wait until people adapted to the post-apocalyptic life before preparing to sell it. By then, there would be many survivors enjoying life, and sales wouldn't be a problem. For now, it was best to save the crystal cores for buying seeds and fertilizers. In the near future, she could try selling fresh vegetables and fruits, but everything depended on one condition. That was to enhance her abilities, ensuring she wouldn't get hurt even if someone targeted her. This would protect her resources from being coveted by others. Surviving in the post-apocalypse was difficult, and surviving under everyone's gaze was even harder. To live freely while being watched by those with ulterior motives was nearly impossible. Strength was the hard truth. Only by making herself invincible could she ensure that no one dared to challenge her. Only then would she truly stand firm in the base. After washing up, Una came out of her space and soon fell into a deep sleep on the bed. She had been exhausted all day and her body couldn't hold up any longer. Gabriel, however, was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. He felt that the relationship between him and Una was increasingly developing into friendship, which was quite different from what he had imagined. In her previous life, Una's heart and eyes were all focused on Ernest. Though Gabriel wanted to get closer, he didn't know how. In this lifetime, he had planned to take good care of Una and gradually become an indispensable part of her life. But things didn't go as he wished, and Una seemed to treat him merely as a very good friend with not a hint of romantic interest. The moonlight was bright, accompanied by the warm night breeze that rushed into the room, making the atmosphere even more restless, preventing anyone from calming down. Unable to sleep due to heat and uneasiness, Gabriel quietly walked out of the room, deciding to take a stroll outside. Although it was still sweltering outdoors, at least it wasn't as stifling as indoors, providing some relief. Wandering aimlessly in the streets, Gabriel subconsciously released his mental energy to investigate the surroundings but unexpectedly detected a very strong ability fluctuation. When an ability user was not using their abilities, the fluctuations were hard to detect. However, once they engaged in combat, psychic-type ability users could easily locate them. Fighting was forbidden in the base, so Gabriel didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. He changed direction to leave, but suddenly heard chaotic footsteps and cries for help from behind. Just as he intended to run away faster, a slender hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. Gabriel frowned and forcefully shook off her hand, wrinkling his brows in disgust as he patted his clothes, then turned around without looking back. Behind him, an eerie voice said, "Isn't this the teammate of the pretty girl from the quarantine room? Out at this hour of the night, did she kick you out of bed?" Before he could react, mocking laughter erupted. Gabriel would never tolerate such slander against Una. Turning around, he found it was Fred and his gang. They had been tricked by Una last time and suffered a silent loss. Now, they clearly didn't intend to let it go. Chapter 62, This is Confidence. Before Gabriel could make a move, Fred spoke again. "I was thinking about where those two little bitches live. But you should know that, right? When there's good stuff, it has to be shared for everyone to enjoy together. After having some fun, I'll give you a few crystal cores as payment for leading the way. How about that?" Fred, fat as a pig, grinned nastily as he spoke, causing his teammates to burst into laughter. The lecherous expression on their faces made people feel very uncomfortable. The woman who had been thrown aside by Gabriel pressed close again. "Please save me, please. My father is the district chief of the trading zone. If you save me, I can provide you with a lot of supplies. Please." It appeared she was Fred's group's target for the day. To dare do such things openly in the base, and towards the daughter of the district chief, truly, they had enormous guts. Seeing Gabriel, Fred lost interest in the woman he had been chasing. What truly preoccupied him were Destiny and Una, the two women as beautiful as flowers. Once seen, never forgotten. Gabriel looked at these men with malicious expressions. Anyone who threatened Una would not escape his notice. With an indifferent wave of his hand, the men who had just been laughing wildly fell to the ground without a scratch on them, lifeless. Having settled everything, Gabriel didn't even glance back at the woman and started to leave until she pursued him once more. "My name is Brianna, thank you for saving me." Gabriel did not intend to respond. He used his power to immobilize her on the spot before turning away. Dawn came early. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, Una got up to wash up. She thought about eating a piece of bread while going to set up her stall but found Gabriel sitting in the living room, a simple yet exquisite breakfast laid out on the table. "Eat your breakfast first. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it." He pushed the breakfast toward Una, including her favorite sandwich. After some hesitation, Una sat down on the sofa and happily picked up the sandwich, putting it in her mouth. Gabriel's hands seemed magical. No matter how ordinary the ingredients were, they always became delicious after he prepared them. Even though she was too busy to think about eating, the sight of Gabriel's breakfast made her mouth water. "The weather today is really hot. Maybe you should stay home, and I'll go to the trading zone alone." Una glanced out the window at the sunlight, feeling it wasn't fair to make Gabriel work for free. A hint of disappointment flickered in Gabriel's eyes, quickly hidden away. "I'll accompany you. If it gets too crowded, I can help out, improving efficiency." Seeing Gabriel's persistence, Una pondered how many crystal cores to give him as wages daily. Too many would hurt her budget, too few wouldn't do justice to Gabriel's enthusiasm. Under the blazing sun, they arrived at the trading zone. People were already gathered around her stall, nearly jumping with excitement as they saw Una approach. A chaotic crowd stood nearby, each eager to pay first to avoid missing out, but all kept outside by Gabriel's mental barrier. Una set up her awning and began attending to customers, accumulating more and more crystal cores in her storage. After yesterday, her shop had gained much attention within the base, including her competitors. Una's goods were of exceptional quality, yet priced similarly to average quality items, drawing most of her competitors' customers, naturally making others unhappy. Busy with fervor, suddenly an axe slammed into the ground just inches from Una's toes, nearly severing her toes. Her smile vanished instantly, and the atmosphere turned tense. Customers were frightened into silence. Looking up, Una saw a towering man standing at her stall, pushing aside other customers and disdainfully examining her humble setup. Such a lousy stall, opened in such a terrible place. "Can anything here be any good? You must all be blind coming here for grain." His voice deep and menacing, he scanned the surrounding customers with a threatening gaze, then contemptuously sized up Una. "You're quite the looker. I wonder if you sell grain or something else. Ha ha ha." His gaze roamed over Una like a slimy snake, revolting. "What do you mean?" Una gave him a cold look but didn't expect this man to throw a bag of rice directly at her feet. The bag burst open instantly, revealing rice infested with worms that wriggled densely in the gaps, one after another. "This is the rice I bought from your store. Look at this trash. I'm not here to make things difficult for you today. If you just compensate me with 10 bags of rice of the same weight, it'll be over. If not, how about compensating me with 10 sleepovers instead?" Una's fists clenched at her sides, but she refrained from acting due to the rules. Mainly because she didn't want to expose her other abilities. Spatial type ability users were already rare, and if she let others know about her other 2 abilities, her life would likely no longer be so peaceful. Gavriel's eyes narrowed slightly, and his ability erupted instantly, causing the man's head to explode. Una wasn't particularly scared. Instinctively, she glanced back at Gavriel, then immediately stepped back, putting some distance between herself and the headless corpse. Everyone had seen bloody scenes since the apocalypse, but not many had witnessed a head exploding like this. They all retreated a couple of steps, and some timid customers ran away. Una's anger hadn't subsided. This man wasn't just trying to humiliate her but also to tarnish her shop's reputation. Encountering such an incident on only the second day of selling, she couldn't predict what might happen next. With such an event happening at her stall, base patrol personnel would definitely come to investigate, and it seemed like business for the day was done. She didn't rush to leave, instead smiling and continuing to sell grain. But just 5 minutes later, the base patrol officers arrived. Packing away the sunshade and the small blackboard into her spatial pocket, Una was unsurprisingly taken away for questioning. But what could they do? Who could prove that she killed the man? She was just an ordinary spatial type ability user, and they wouldn't find any evidence regardless of how hard they tried. This was Una's confidence as she sat drinking tea in the patrol hall. Chapter 63, My Boss is Wade. Even if they did discover she was a trisexual psychic, in the end, more psychic teams would vie for her favor, and various factions within the base might even invite her. But she didn't want to confine her free-spirited life inside the base, unwilling to spend her entire life under the confined sky or face daily dangers due to others' fears. She wanted to open a small shop, earning crystals to improve her living conditions. When tired, she would rest for some time. When free, she would travel. Even if the journey were perilous, she wouldn't fear it, because her life had always been on the road, perpetually at the start of a new adventure. Gavriel and Una sat calmly on a dilapidated wooden chair that creaked slightly with movement. Before them, on a somewhat worn desk, sat a man. On the desk lay an insulated cup covered in tea stains, containing merely half a cup of water. "Speak up. The power evolver Orwin, who had his head blooming like a flower, was killed by one of you too, wasn't he?" Gavriel thought he looked familiar. In his past life, he had lived in the capital base for some time and guessed this must be him, a very upright person who later fell victim to deceitful individuals, eventually dying unexpectedly from a mutated plant while on assignment. Una lowered her head sadly. "I'm just a businesswoman. How could a spatial ability user kill someone?" As she spoke, she glanced toward Aiden, who was gripping the cup on the table, her eyes full of disbelief and sorrow. Embarrassed by her gaze, Aiden sipped some water from the cup before awkwardly averting his eyes. "What about the gentleman beside you? There's a psychic fluctuation around him, and his strength surpasses yours." His sharp gaze fell on Gavriel, his expression unusually serious. Today was his first day in office. Who would have thought something so vile happened in the trading district? He had to solve it properly to report back to his superiors. Gavriel pretended to rummage through his spatial pocket and took out a cup. "I'm also a spatial ability user. Though my level is higher, I just have a larger space than low-level users. I can't kill anyone." Looking at the two sincere faces, Aiden felt something was off but couldn't figure out what. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the iron door of the interrogation room was suddenly knocked on. Chad, panting, opened the door, anxiously checking on Una. Relieved that she wasn't hurt or scared, he calmed down. "Hello, Captain Zheng, right?" He walked over to Aiden, extending a hand in greeting. Aiden looked at him questioningly. "Who are you?" Chad smiled. "My boss is Wade. You should know him. This Miss Yu is a close friend of his. She has been brought here, so we had to send someone to check on her." Hearing this, Aiden's expression changed. Though he didn't know Elliot personally, he knew of his reputation, his outstanding abilities, astute mind, and how he fought his way back from Yun City after being framed, ruthlessly eliminating an entire team. Describing him as a wolf in sheep's clothing seemed fitting. Aiden glanced at Una and Gavriel, still unwilling to let them go. "Regardless of who your boss is, these two are closely related to the death of an evolver. I haven't completed my questioning yet. They cannot leave." He wouldn't care about their identity or background, everyone must follow the base rules. As an officer, he bore the responsibility. Seeing his grim expression, Chad waved his hands defensively, then sat down in a nearby chair. "I don't intend to take them away. Ask your questions. Just remember, they won't stay overnight here tonight." "That's what our boss said." Aiden checked the wall clock. It was already evening, only about an hour before dark. It seemed Wade intended to intervene in this matter. Given his difficult nature, who knew what kind of trouble he might stir up? "I won't make them stay overnight. Once I get the information I need, they can go." Hearing this, Chad shrugged. "All right, continue asking. I won't interrupt. Aiden watched Chad lounge in the chair, contemplating kicking him out but realized he was already admitted without obstruction. So, he ignored Chad and asked Una a few mild questions. Una answered all of them, but no matter how Chad tried, he couldn't extract any incriminating information. Eventually, he had to let them go. Una and Gabrielle followed Chad out. Where's your boss? Una looked around curiously and asked Chad about the situation. He's waiting for you at home. Quite a few things have happened recently, but most are good news. Our boss wants to invite you both for a meal. Miss Zhao and Aunt Liu are here too, we're just waiting for the two of you. Chad quickly led the way, and the three arrived at Wade's house. It was an ordinary residential building, just a bit smaller than the apartment Una and her friends had rented together. Although it was crowded with everyone gathered for dinner and drinks, it was warm and lively. Seeing Una enter, Alanis hurried over, excitedly taking hold of Una's arm. I've been waiting for you. Wade told me that the patrol team took you away, which gave me quite a fright. Una sat down with her, and although the dishes on the table were simple leftovers from the pre-apocalypse days, they now counted as a sumptuous and rare feast. She pulled out a bottle of liquor from her spatial pocket and handed it to Wade. Thanks to you, Gabrielle and I could get out of there so quickly. This bottle is my way of thanking you, you can do whatever you want with it. Wade took it and examined it. It was a good brand from before the apocalypse, very useful for smoothing things over nowadays. Una's gift of gratitude truly hit his heart. Gabrielle also pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his spatial pocket as a thank you gift. After receiving them, Wade didn't put on airs and started chatting with them about what had happened since they arrived in the capital base. It was only their third day in the base. Una and Gabrielle made money by setting up stalls at the trading market, while Alanis and Daniela had found different jobs. Daniela worked in the kitchen, some high-end venues within the base required chefs, and she had always been a good cook even before the apocalypse. Alanis joined a temporary squad and had already gone out on a mission today. The main task was searching for supplies, with generous rewards and extra necessities allocated as well. Chapter 64, Gabrielle, do you like me? Compared to those four, Elliot's life was much more eventful. After returning to the base, he first found the people who had once harmed him and completely slaughtered everyone in their squad. He himself was a powerful ice element psychic, and none of his team members were pushovers either. The base's upper echelons decided to let this incident slide, turning a blind eye to it. Elliot's value could offset his crimes, so no one within the base dared to provoke him anymore. Una was somewhat surprised. From what she saw, Elliot didn't seem particularly outstanding, but she never thought that after returning to the base, he would act with such decisiveness, striking fear into those who opposed him. This was not just due to Elliot's personal ability, but more because he had an extremely strong team. His teammates had extraordinary abilities that ensured his actions would succeed. In her previous life, it was he who led these people to establish the strongest small base, with each member excelling in their own domain. Una began to consider whether she should also gather more people around her, at least giving her the confidence to stand up to any power. The base leadership all had their own scales. They could abandon a powerful psychic, but they couldn't abandon a group. Night fell deeply, and everyone had drunk some alcohol, feeling slightly dizzy, yet still unwilling to leave this relaxed and warm environment. Una could barely keep her eyes open. The effects of the alcohol and fatigue made her feel lightheaded, and her steps became unsteady. Want to go back and rest? Gabrielle steadied her swaying body to prevent her from falling off the sofa. Una nodded heavily, then tried to stand up, struggling against the weakness in her limbs. Her mind was clear, but her body felt uncontrolled, as if she were walking on cotton. We should go back and rest. It's really late now. We can gather again in the future. Una waved goodbye to everyone and, supported by Gabrielle, slowly made her way downstairs toward home. She staggered with every step, clearly not holding her liquor well, yet insisted on walking herself, moving only a meter at a time. Gabrielle simply squatted down and carried her on his back, walking steadily toward home. Though Una couldn't walk properly, her consciousness was clear, and she understood that what Gabrielle was doing wasn't something ordinary friends would do. Not to mention someone with Gabrielle's aloof nature, who probably hadn't even held a girl's hand before. Una was startled and instinctively tried to jump off his broad back, only to find herself immobilized. She awkwardly shifted until she found a comfortable position, resting her chin on his shoulder. Gabrielle naturally felt Una's movements. Her soft breaths gradually steadied, gently touching his neck. It felt ticklish, but he didn't resist. Rather, it filled his heart with happiness almost to the brim. Gabrielle, do you like me? The seemingly sleeping person suddenly spoke these words. Gabrielle was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, instantly feeling nervous. But he knew he had to confess today or he'd never have the chance to get closer to Una. Yes, I like you. Not because you saved my life. Gabrielle was afraid Una might misunderstand, thinking he liked her because of the debt of saving his life. In his past life, he did focus on Una because of her saving grace, but he had already given her enough crystals and supplies, which could be considered repayment. But he was attracted to her simply because she was Una, simply because of the person in front of him, not because of the so-called debt. He had never thought of repaying a life-saving deed with affection. Una remained silent, seemingly drifting off to sleep again. Gabrielle didn't speak further. The dim streetlights cast long shadows on the road. In the interplay of light and shadow, everything seemed to blend together, slipping away with the passage of time. The sky was faintly bright, with scattered clouds painted red, hanging gracefully in the sky. Una sat up in bed, feeling confused. She had fallen asleep in a daze yesterday and didn't know how she got inside. But she hadn't forgotten the journey or Gavriel's words. Rubbing her head irritably, Una wished she hadn't remembered Gavriel's words and hadn't asked him that question. How should they interact in the future? No matter what, it would feel awkward. She looked at her wrinkled clothes and felt lethargic. Her entire being lacked energy. Una pinched her cheeks and went into the space inside to wash up and shower. After changing into fresh clothes, she came out. Today, she really wasn't in the mood to set up a stall outside. So, Una simply lay on the bed, contemplating her feelings for Gavriel. Though they had only known each other for a little over 3 months, this person seemed to have invaded her life with an incredibly dominant attitude. Every meal, every outing, every disaster, and every battle, his presence loomed in all of them. It felt like his influence could be found in everything around her. Wherever she was, he was somehow involved. Ernest was indeed a scoundrel, but Gavriel was not. The two of them were on completely different levels, not even comparable. Una felt that perhaps she had some affection for Gavriel, but this liking wasn't enough to support a relationship between them as boyfriend and girlfriend. After all, they had only known each other for a little over 3 months. Apart from knowing his name, she seemed to know nothing else about him. Yet, he seemed to understand her thoroughly, such as her taste preferences and little habits in life. Gavriel knew everything clearly. Taking out a bag of chips from the space inside, Una tore it open and stuffed 2 pieces into her mouth. After much thought, the chips were quickly finished. Una finally made a decision. She would interact with him as usual. If they naturally ended up together, she wouldn't resist it. If their interactions didn't deepen her feelings for him, she wouldn't feel regret either. She was never willing to like someone she barely knew. It was too risky. Everything else could only be resolved by time. Stretching lazily by the window, Una realized she might need to eat lunch, as she had woken up too late to even have lunch on time. Stepping out the door, she retreated a step due to the heat. With the air conditioner on inside, it felt like 2 different worlds. Gavriel sat quietly on the sofa, the table laden with dishes Una loved. Una's eyes lit up immediately. She sat excitedly at the table, picked up a shrimp ball, and put it in her mouth, feeling that eating was truly one of the happiest things in life. Looking up at Gavriel, she felt somewhat curious. Chapter 65, 3 meals a day included. So many dishes, and the kitchen doesn't have any utensils. How did you cook all this? Gavriel pointed at the ceiling with his finger. On the rooftop. There are rarely people there, and as long as I put the food into my spatial ring in time, no one would notice. Una was momentarily stunned. She hadn't realized that Gavriel had to go up to the rooftop each time he cooked for her, especially considering how hot it was up there. She silently swallowed the food in her mouth. You don't need to do it next time. Instant food is fine. I'm not that picky. Gavriel gently pushed the food closer to her. I want you to be picky. It's all voluntary on my part. You don't need to feel burdened. I've said that I like you, so I'll show you through actions that I deserve your choice and can take care of you, standing behind you. Una almost sprayed out the rice in her mouth. Gavriel usually appeared to be a cold and distinguished gentleman, and such bold confession didn't seem like something that would come out of his mouth. She paused awkwardly, unsure of what to say, choosing to remain silent instead, which at least eased some of the awkwardness. You didn't wake up early today. I suppose you don't plan to set up the stall? Otherwise, we could explore the base together. There are still many places you haven't been. Gavriel sat upright at the table watching Una, but his eyes gleamed with anticipation, making it hard to watch him end up disappointed. Una admitted to herself that she softened a bit, so she nodded and continued eating. Just then, Alanis yawned and walked out from the bedroom. Seeing the grand feast wasn't for her, she didn't show any interest in the food, merely sitting obediently on the sofa half leaning to wake herself up. After having her fill, Una patted her round little belly and thought about going out with Gavriel. However, Alanis suddenly sat up on the sofa, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Una. Mo, are you planning to stroll around the base? Una nodded naturally, pulling out a bottle of mineral water from her spatial ring and gulping it down before asking, do you want to join us? This way, you can get familiar with Jingju Base now. It'll make it easier when you're looking for Uncle, so you won't be searching blindly. Alanis nodded excitedly but then glanced at Gavriel standing beside them awkwardly. Maybe you two should go first. I'll tidy up a bit and then find you in the trading hall later, okay? She had some perception at least, seeing Gavriel's intentions towards Una and understanding that he didn't want her to be the third wheel. While exploring the base was important, walking around under Gavriel's ominous gaze all day would probably lead to nightmares tonight. Imagining the scene, Alanis shuddered subconsciously and fled into her room. Gavriel felt relieved. He always preferred being alone with Una, talking freely, which made him feel completely relaxed. Moreover, Una was someone who could be easily touched by another person's sincerity. Only by gaining enough presence could he get closer to becoming her boyfriend, otherwise, all his efforts would be futile. Although Una didn't understand why Alanis insisted on meeting them later, she didn't bother to think much about it and simply left with Gavriel to wander around the base. As they walked, Gavriel held a map of the base, which was filled with scribbles but still pretty clear. The map specifically marked residential areas, research areas, training zones, trading zones, and administrative zones. The administrative and trading zones were the busiest, especially the former, where people usually went to handle matters like renting rooms or cars or opening shops within the base. It was a great place to get an overview of Jingju Base. By walking around, one could understand what Jingju Base currently lacked, needed most, and least required. Since Una planned to settle down and open a store here, she needed to know these details clearly, without any ambiguity. Do you want to check out the mission hall? Gabrielle looked down at Una, who nodded, so he began leading the way. Today was slightly overcast, more people were out, and it was even difficult to walk near the trading hall. Looking at Gabrielle's psychic abilities, the two of them barely squeezed in and saw today's general mission requirements on the large screen indoors. Different windows had different missions. Ordinary people were generally assigned dirty and tiring tasks, but these were within their capabilities. The pay was low, yet with hard work, they could still afford 3 meals a day. In the apocalypse, being able to have 3 regular meals a day was already a very luxurious thing. Some people could only eat 1 meal a whole day, while the rest of the time they had to tighten their belts to get by. The tasks for evolved individuals were divided more clearly. Strength evolvers were good at moving heavy objects, while speed evolvers excelled in dangerous reconnaissance and acted as vanguards. They would check if there were any dangers at the task location before other psychics went out on missions and report back quickly when encountering danger. There were also hearing and vision evolvers who had their own strengths, each of whom was an important talent in the base. Most of the tasks for psychics involved searching for supplies and hunting zombies outside. Most required spatial psychics or powerful offensive psychics. Water psychics mostly worked inside the base, mainly dealing with water shortages. Their primary task was to produce a certain amount of water daily. In terms of earning crystal cores, they probably had it the easiest. Una curiously checked each window but was surprised to find a job with overly generous benefits, with many people vying to sign up. The job description was mainly cleaning and transporting garbage, requiring few people, but almost everyone was trying to get a spot. 3 meals a day were fully provided, accommodation was specially arranged, and although the monthly crystal cores weren't plentiful, they were enough for one person to live normally without living too frugally. Una became interested. Did such good jobs really exist in the apocalypse? Or was it a wolf in sheep's clothing, deceiving those anxious to find work? She stopped to watch for a while. Just as she wanted to leave, someone lightly patted her shoulder. Chapter 66, Don't Ask Me Why. Alanis appeared behind Una with a smile, curiously glancing at the very tempting job offer. She tugged at Una's sleeve. Moa, look at this job. It sounds pretty easy, and the benefits are great. Una nodded in agreement but felt that this job wasn't entirely reliable. She gently poked Alanis's head. I think you'd better be on your guard. A job with such good benefits may not be as good as it seems. If you really want to give it a try, you should check out the details from multiple sources. Otherwise, you might get cheated. Alanis nodded in strong agreement. Actually, I mainly want to find an easy and well-paying job for my mom. She refuses to stay at home and insists on finding work. But she's not in good health. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting her do heavy labor alone. It would be better if I could find her a reliable job. Even if the pay is lower, it doesn't matter as long as the job is easy. Una understood Alanis's needs, so she joined her in squeezing into the crowd. The recruiter was a man who looked somewhat shifty-eyed. He wore an old, worn-out shirt and was surrounded by the surging crowd. However, he seemed indifferent to the questions of the applicants, clearly not taking them seriously. Una and Alanis linked arms and approached him, instantly catching the man's attention. He spat out the toothpick from his mouth and scanned them up and down with his eyes like a scanner. Are you two here for the job too? Alanis nodded excitedly and asked, May I ask your name? The man sat up straight, with dark circles under his eyes, looking lackluster but forcing a yawn before replying. Just call me Mickey. You two are applying together. Alanis waved her hand. Not exactly. I just want to ask about a job for my mom. The benefits listed here seem good, and the requirements don't seem high. Mickey's eyes darted around for a moment, then he smiled. To be honest, this job is more suitable for you two rather than older people. Alanis glanced at the job posting, puzzled. There were no age restrictions stated, but why did he make such a distinction when applicants came forward? Una immediately thought of some grey industries that only wanted young men and women, using recruitment as a front to search for quality prey, without any need for unnecessary conversation. She gave Alanis a meaningful look and was about to take her to look at other job postings. Mickey swallowed, seeing Una about to pull Alanis away, quickly interjected. Please don't go yet. We assure you it's a legitimate job posting. Otherwise, how would our base allow us to place it in such a prominent location? He subconsciously rubbed his nose. The reason we say younger people are more suitable is genuine. This job is essentially a cleaner, but to be honest, it's almost like a round-the-clock nanny. Though the tasks aren't heavy, it requires being available anytime. Older people can't keep up with that. Una snorted coldly. Who is so high maintenance that they need a nanny? Besides, how many young people nowadays know how to take care of others? Nannies are usually around 30 or older. Your reasoning is too flimsy. Hearing Una's words, Alanis became more vigilant. After all, this wasn't a law-abiding society. The base was filled with demons and monsters. They had to be cautious. They turned to leave but were unexpectedly stopped by Mickey again. His thin, crooked body blocked their way. Please don't leave so hastily. Let me explain our salary and job specifics to you. If you're trying to find a job for your mother, you can bring her here to try. If she can handle it, we'd definitely accept her. He scratched his head awkwardly. Our boss mainly recruits people to take care of his parents. 2 elderly people need a lot of attention, and it takes someone physically fit and young to manage it. But you two caught my eye. If you're willing, bring Auntie here this afternoon, and I can arrange for a few days of internship. If the boss is satisfied, there won't be any problem. Una still had her doubts, while Alanis was slightly tempted. After all, this job offered food and accommodation. If she and her mother could both get hired, they would have more time to search for her father within the base in the future, ensuring a better quality of life. However, Una did not believe in such windfall good things. Alanis had not experienced the apocalypse. Now that she had just entered the base, she was in a stage of fresh curiosity about everything. Moreover, the Jingju base was one of the first official bases established, which surely gave ordinary residents confidence and allowed them to live here long-term with peace of mind. Therefore, Alanis was unaware of many dark sides within the base. Just hearing those stories from Una didn't help her fully understand the severity of the situation. Seeing Alanis getting more and more tempted, Una simply pulled on her clothes and led her away. Do you really believe such a? He's just trying to trick you. Finding a job for Auntie is just a ruse. Don't be so easily deceived by others, or you might end up selling yourself out and still helping count the money. Una tapped Alanis's head somewhat exasperatedly. You don't need to ask why. You just need to follow my advice. Don't contact that person anymore, hear me? Alanis nodded solemnly. Although she was very interested in that job, Una's words were like an imperial decree to her. Una told her not to believe him, so she would obediently listen. Gabriel wasn't worried that the two would go astray. He simply followed the two girls quietly as their bodyguard, spending the day exploring various buildings within the base thoroughly. Una and Alanis were somewhat tired and didn't want to wander around any longer, so they headed home. The way home was somewhat desolate. They had wandered near the edge of the base, so there were very few pedestrians around. Chapter 67, Alanis's father appears. Alanis stood beside Una, curiously pointing at a large villa ahead. Inside was an enormous fountain continuously spouting clear water. The survivors could only dream of drinking such fresh water, yet here it was treated as an inexpensive ornament in this villa. Alanis sighed wistfully, her interest piqued by the villa. Una found it intriguing too and took a few more steps closer for a better look. But just as they reached the villa's railing, a man in a security uniform with an electric baton emerged. His skin was dark, and his exposed arms bore disordered scars and healed wounds, signs of some inhuman treatment he must have endured. Seeing Una and Alanis trying to get closer, he immediately shouted, "Stop. Do you know what this place is? Get lost." As he spoke, he approached them, his electric baton crackling menacingly. Una glanced back, losing interest, and grabbed Alanis's arm to leave. However, she stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the approaching guard. Time ticked away, and the guard came closer with his electric baton raised. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his dark skin, dripping into his eyes, causing him to rub them uncomfortably. His vision was blurry, but when he looked up, he felt one figure strangely familiar. Alanis's voice choked up, and tears fell instantly to the ground, evaporating just as quickly. Dad. The man froze, his fiery gaze slowly clearing as he looked at Alanis. Linksno. He stared at the girl before him, now darker and thinner, but unmistakably his daughter Alanis. Instead of embracing his daughter and returning home happily, Fabian started retreating step by step. He glanced fearfully into the villa and waved at Alanis, saying, Linksno, get away from here quickly. Don't come here again ever. Your father is fine here. There are reasons I can't reunite with you and your mother. Don't worry about me, and don't think of coming to find me. Stay far away from this villa, understand? Alanis couldn't accept the message. Her once strong and tall father was now covered in scars, much darker, and emaciated. How much had her father suffered during their separation? Who had hurt him? Why wouldn't he come home? These questions immediately enveloped Alanis, trapping her in unbelievable pain. Just then, a few men in short sleeves emerged from the villa, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, hunched over as they looked in Una's direction. Mitchell, what's going on? Fabian hastily wiped his tears, saying, Nothing. I saw someone trying to approach our villa, so I wanted to drive them away. Turning back, he pointed the electric baton at Alanis, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Listen to Dad, don't come here. Go now. Without looking back, he pocketed the baton and walked back into the villa, appearing somewhat dazed. Una's eyes followed Fabian, listening intently to his conversation with the thugs. Mitchell, why didn't you come in? What were you talking about? Did you invite those two girls in? I should take a look. They seemed quite good from a distance. A yellow-haired man said as he stepped forward, only to be stopped by Mitchell. She looks pretty ordinary. It's too hot outside. You all go back inside, I'll keep watch out here. The group slowly dispersed. Una half-hugged Alanis, who was sobbing uncontrollably. She comfortingly patted her shoulder. Linksno, there must be a reason for your uncle's behavior. Don't act impulsively and ruin things. The people in that villa clearly aren't ordinary. Let's find Elliot first to get some information. Once we confirm the situation, we'll plan a rescue for your uncle, okay? Gradually, Alanis recovered from the initial shock. She wasn't stupid, her father's fear proved that the people in the villa weren't good. Rescuing her father required understanding their opponent first. She wasn't about to rush in foolishly, risking failure. She hoarsely replied, I know, Moa. Don't worry. Let's go find Wade and ask him now. Clearly, my father is being forced to work there. Maybe it's a bigwig, otherwise, he wouldn't be doing this kind of coercive thing. Una nodded heavily, then took out a wet wipe to help Alanis clean her face. The three of them sped up and arrived at Wade's residence. Luckily, everyone was there. Wade was in the middle of a meeting with the group. Seeing Alanis with red, swollen eyes from crying, he hurriedly invited the trio inside. What happened? Who made our Miss Zhao cry? He glanced at Una, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of anger. Una recounted everything that had happened around the villa to Wade, emphasizing its location and grandeur, as this would make it easier to lock down the target. Wade thought for a moment before speaking. I know who it is, West. He was in the grain business before the apocalypse, and now he controls most of the food supply within the Jingju base. This allows him to create his own power base using these resources. However, I've always suspected he has some underground dealings. Although he indeed has many crystal cores, quite a few of them have dubious origins. But no one in the base dares to challenge or investigate him. Una nodded, realizing that Alanis's father had been trapped by someone formidable. It was extremely difficult to get him out now. Newcomers like them couldn't compare to West, who had done significant favors for the Jingju base from the start. In terms of strength, wealth, and connections, they were far behind. If they confronted him directly, they might be expelled from the base and never get a chance to return. Everything needed careful planning. They absolutely couldn't act impulsively or let emotions dictate their actions. Una glanced at Alanis and, seeing that her emotions were relatively stable, asked, do you know what secret transactions West doesn't want anyone to know about? This could be a breakthrough point. After all, it's a secret. If it can cause a significant impact on West, it would be truly beneficial. Chapter 68, Just 3 days. Wade shook his head. Although I have some connections, West has been very careful to cover his tracks, leaving no traces of what he's doing. If you want to oppose him, you should think it through carefully. He's not just relying on the food in his hands, he's also won over the base's top brass with unknown means. This kind of person, wealthy and powerful with strong backing, is hard to truly bring down. If the blow isn't fatal, he can always come back. Alanis naturally understood that with their current strength, they weren't ready to confront West directly, but they couldn't just stand by and watch her father suffer. Is there any way to make sure West never gets up again? She asked, wiping the tears from her face and forcing herself to calm down and think about this issue. Wade was silent for a moment before speaking. You could ally with people in the base who already dislike West, but you must first show them your value, otherwise these old foxes won't even give you a glance. He sat there, pondering with a headache, scratching his head. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. I've got it. There are 2 big shots at the research institute, a married couple. They have significant backing behind them, virtually controlling the entire institute and holding much of the base's advanced technology. Previously, they quarreled because one refused to share research results early on. Now they're practically mortal enemies. One controls food, the other technology. Both are crucial factions that the upper echelons of the base need to watch closely. However, perhaps due to West's undisclosed secrets, the leadership tends to favor him, allowing many crystal cores to flow into his pockets. Yet, the research institute needs manpower and funds the most, and those 2 things are being taken by someone else. The couple wouldn't be willing to let this slide. They've probably wanted to get rid of West for a long time. Alanis's eyes lit up, her swollen eyes gaining a bit more life. How can I make them see my usefulness? Wade stroked his chin, then placed a photo in front of them. This woman is Sarah. She spends all day at the training grounds, a very powerful offensive water-type ability user. She's an only child, pampered by her parents. If we can win her over, meeting Professors Zhang and Wang won't be difficult. With a solution in mind, Alanis and Una rushed to the training ground and found her without much trouble. Upon learning Alanis's background, Sarah took a sip of water nonchalantly, wiping her sweat with a towel on her shoulder. Want to meet my parents? No problem. If you can beat me so I can't fight back, I'll grant your wish. Alanis naturally accepted the challenge but underestimated Sarah. Never having faced an offensive water-type ability user before, and with her own abilities being somewhat restrained, she lost within 10 minutes. Sarah sneered. Your skills aren't even good enough to see my parents. Don't take yourself too seriously. As Sarah turned to leave, Una stepped forward confidently. How about you try me? I promise you'll be surprised. Her confidence caught Sarah's attention. Do you really think it will be a surprise? Una nodded earnestly. I guarantee you'll lose. But let's agree, if you lose, you'll take Alanis to meet your parents. Sarah agreed readily but was defeated in the first move, unable to withstand Una's easily conjured lightning ball. Despite the hit to her confidence, Sarah kept her word and brought Alanis and Una to meet Professors Zhang and Wang. The professors were formidable yet kind as they sat before Alanis. We don't have many demands of you, but we urgently need someone to infiltrate and figure out what business West is hiding. We want you to go undercover to investigate. Rest assured, in 3 days, both you and your father will be rescued. Without hesitation, Alanis agreed. Whether it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, she would take the risk if it meant rescuing her father. It was worth everything. Una, though worried, didn't follow. At least she had to stay outside to monitor the situation, ensuring someone would look after Daniela during the next 3 days. Every day since then, she anxiously guarded outside the villa. Thankfully, she saw Alanis and Fabian successfully escape from inside. Ernie did indeed keep his word and sent someone to rescue Alanis right on the 3rd day, but her eyes were now filled with resistance and pain. Una knew that chatting outside the villa wasn't appropriate, so she simply supported Alanis and Fabian back home. For some reason, Fabian's legs, which had been fine a few days ago, suddenly fractured and now hung limply below his knees in agony. Una quickly arranged for people to take care of them. The wounds on Alanis's body and the fractures in Fabian's legs gradually improved. Only when Una saw their conditions improving did she finally feel relieved. At this moment, Alanis collected her thoughts and told her what had happened during those 3 days. It turned out that West's clandestine business was human trafficking. Whether it was young children or elderly people with wrinkles, as long as there was market demand, West would do everything he could to import them. But what could be done? Those who came to buy were all influential people who secretly favored West. Even if he made a mistake, it would be immediately covered up by these people. The collusion among officials stood out prominently in today's Kyoto base, but the ones most harmed were still the ordinary people at the bottom. Their missing family members might have already been sold like goods. Sitting on the sofa, Alanis wept, her eyes hollow yet full of pain, a pain mixed with helplessness. There are innocent children inside, and elderly people too. There is only what you can't imagine, not what you can't see. The environment is oppressive, as if being forcibly pushed into an abyss, with no chance to catch your breath. She suddenly grabbed a wine glass and drank deeply. I am not a kind person, but I really fear that I may become their target again in the future, or be captured and auctioned off once more. My father was tricked into working as a guard there. After discovering the abnormalities, he tried several times to escape or lead the victims to safety. Each time, they caught him and brought him back, then subjected him to torture. Chapter 69, See Who You've Provoked. Alanis wiped the tears off her face helplessly. I wonder why he had so many injuries. Working for this group of beasts would make his conscience suffer, and when he tried to escape with other victims, they were caught and tortured. He attempted to escape many times but was always sent back. Gradually, he stopped thinking about escaping and just stayed there. My father broke his leg saving me while trying to get me out, and we were discovered. I still have value to be sold, so they didn't treat me too badly. But my father's leg was literally trampled by them. Yet, despite all this, everything continued in an orderly manner. Those who were supposed to be sold would still be sold, dying amidst their families' cries. Una listened silently, feeling pain in her heart, but she didn't like meddling in others' affairs. As long as West didn't target her, she wouldn't take action. But if someone really refused to listen? The trading square was crowded. Una hadn't set up her stall for several days, disappointing many people. So when she appeared today, crowds instantly gathered around her stall. She was busy selling grains when a group of burly men suddenly arrived, rudely pushing away the waiting customers and standing next to her stall, ready to hit anyone who dared come closer. Una frowned impatiently. Various factions within the base might be intertwined, and her thriving business could have disturbed someone's interests. Otherwise, she wouldn't be targeted like this. Whispers spread through the crowd. Though Una couldn't hear what they said clearly, West. Indeed, this guy relied on those grains to establish himself within the base. Otherwise, he might have been chased by zombies somewhere else. Una's items were cheap and of high quality, affecting his business, or else she, as an unknown minor would never have caught his attention. West controlled 65% of the grain supply in the base. In this aspect, he had no rivals, and closing down any shop was merely a matter of waving his hand. Una posed an increasing threat to him, so he wouldn't let someone who could influence him continue to thrive. He was now eager to act. The burly men stood silently around Una's stall, using their large bodies to block the crowd. Anyone who tried to approach was deterred by their stern looks. Though Una's goods were good, other survivors wouldn't risk attracting trouble or being targeted by West. They naturally chose not to buy from her anymore. Clenching and unclenching her fists, Una sneered and packed up her stall. If West wouldn't let her live in peace, then neither should he expect to remain stable in the base. Seeing Una leave, the burly men smirked contemptuously and returned to report to West. Gabrielle followed behind her, watching her smooth, sweat-dampened hair. What are you planning to do? If you want to kill them, I can do it now. Everything depends on you. Last time, when he killed the troublemakers, it unexpectedly caused trouble for Una. Now, he hesitated to act rashly, but always wanted to avenge her. However, she shook her head and took out an umbrella from her spatial ring. I need to find a way into the underground trading place Alanis mentioned. I must destroy what he values most, making him regret provoking me. Una rubbed her head. It started drizzling, but thick clouds hinted at a bigger storm. Rolling thunder drowned out the surrounding chatter. Gabrielle nodded. Fine, I'll go with you. That way, I can help. Una refused and handed him another umbrella. It's unnecessary. Going alone will make them less vigilant. With you inside, there'll be no one outside to assist me. Tonight, I'll stroll around for a while. Given my appearance, they'll definitely notice me. Even without that, West won't let me go. Tonight, I'll walk into the trap myself. Discuss with Joshua to find a way into his underground trading place. We'll turn things upside down and ensure he can no longer stay in the Kyoto base. Although Gabrielle understood Una's plan, he still felt uneasy. After all, they didn't know the situation in the underground trading place. Even though Una had her spatial ring and dual-type abilities, he still didn't want her to go alone. Una naturally understood Gabrielle's concern. She stood on the steps and looked directly into his eyes. Rest assured, I will come back safely. I just want those who obstruct me to pay the price for this life, so that I can live more freely. Gabrielle gave Una a deep look. Her bright eyes seemed to be glowing, attracting him like an apparently harmless whirlpool. He sighed helplessly. You know, I can't refuse any of your requests. Looking at Gabrielle in front of her, Una's heart skipped a beat. Then she turned around uneasily and walked towards home. It was daytime now. Even if that group of people wanted to take action, they would probably think twice about it. Therefore, it was best for her to show up at her stall when the trading place was almost closing in the evening. Even though she wouldn't sell much, it would indeed be provoking someone like West, a superior figure. At that time, it might be hard for her to return home safely. Una wasn't worried about getting hurt. After all, her spatial ring could allow her to hide directly inside. Even if she encountered danger, she could escape in time and wouldn't really get hurt. She has always been well prepared and never put herself in real danger without any escape route. After resting at home for half a day to regain energy, Una went to her stall right before the trading hall was about to close. Perhaps someone had informed them in advance. The moment she appeared, people came to disrupt again. It was the same group as in the morning, each one looking extremely ferocious. Una pretended to be angry and sat in her place, quietly waiting for night to fall. The weather was already gloomy, with a light rain falling faintly, making the night seem to arrive faster. Fewer and fewer people remained in the trading hall. Una waited until the staff urged her to leave before reluctantly standing up. Behind her, mocking voices from those large men echoed, "Does she really think sitting here will make someone buy her things? She should see who she's messing with." Chapter 70, A Living Hell. Una sneered and then slowly walked away with her umbrella open. Hearing footsteps behind her, she deliberately slowed down and chose to enter a narrow alley instead of taking the main road. The alley was inhabited by people who couldn't afford rent. They slept under the sky and on the ground. It looked messy and desolate. Most residents here did the hardest and most exhausting jobs in the base, so they rarely came back here. Una zigzagged through the alley and turned into an empty corner considerately. She then felt herself being covered by a stinky jute bag. She pretended to struggle briefly and then stopped moving. "Did you put medicine in the sack?" "I did before, but not this time." "Oh, this woman is indeed an esper, but her physical condition is weak. Such a small dosage of medicine knocked her out." Well, what use would it be for her to struggle? Anyone who dares to oppose the boss never ends up well. But this girl is truly beautiful. We could sell her for a good price. Maybe the boss will reward us with some crystal cores. The two men walked excitedly while Una was roughly carried on one of their shoulders, feeling like throwing up from the shaking and the stench inside the bag. After half an hour, she finally heard a crowd's noise. Then, as if thrown into a room, everything went silent. Una lay still for a while, listening quietly. Confirming no one was around, she carefully crawled out of the sack. It was pitch black, with barely a glimpse of light. The air was damp and had a faint scent of blood, though someone might have cleaned it up already. She took out a flashlight from her spatial ring and dimmed the light to explore. The room wasn't large, only about 10 square meters, with nothing inside except a simple straw mat. The windows were welded shut with metal sheets, leaving only a few cracks for ventilation. There was no other way to escape. The heavy anti-theft door was locked from the outside. Despite trying to turn the handle, it wouldn't budge. Una sat on a stool she pulled out of her spatial ring and began pondering her next move. She had come here to uncover all of West's black market operations, see how the priced living humans were captured, and find out who bought them. Once everything was clear, she could expose West, making everyone detest him and his accomplices. Though the base had various factions, the majority were ordinary people and espers. These people were the foundation that kept the Kyoto base standing. If everyone united against something, West would hardly stand a chance. Without illegal trade income, he wouldn't be able to maintain relationships with the powerful figures within the base. When his crimes were revealed, he'd have nowhere to turn, falling into eternal ruin. As she thought, footsteps suddenly approached. Hearing them getting closer, Una quickly crawled back into the sack, pretending to be unconscious. A key inserted into the lock, followed by a fawning voice. "Boss, this is the woman who opposed you. I think she looks pretty, so I brought her back. Rest assured, I took a hidden shortcut, ensuring no one saw us." A deep, raspy voice responded. The sound of leather shoes on cement made Una's heart race. She prepared to retreat into her spatial ring at any moment. What's the point of capturing her? She's just a young girl trying to make money. If not for the quality of what she sold, I wouldn't be targeting her. You're generous, boss, but you haven't seen this little wench. She'll captivate those customers. As he spoke, he pulled open the sack, revealing Una's delicate and pale face. Though unadorned, her rosy lips and long lashes made her seem like a fragile piece of jade lying motionless in the darkness. West's breathing paused. Even before the apocalypse, finding such beauty with an unwitting allure was difficult. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and casually tossed a third-stage crystal core to the man from his pocket. "Good job. This is your reward." Recently, people's tastes had become increasingly picky. Beauties sent over didn't last long before being discarded, then killed. Now, he was in dire need of someone like her. The sight of her stirred an unbearable itch, making her a priceless treasure. If she were auctioned on stage directly, she could fetch an astronomical price, wouldn't she? Give her a better living environment. By the way, what kind of esper is she? If she's offensive, don't feed her. When she's too weak from hunger, she won't be able to resist. The man smiled obsequiously and waved his hands hurriedly. No need, no need. She's a spatial esper. If we starve such a delicate person, it would ruin her value. If necessary, treat her well with good food and drink. By then, we'll definitely get our money back. West glanced at Una, who was still unconscious, and nodded in satisfaction. Give her a better room and send her 3 meals a day. But remember to put some muscle relaxants in her food so she can't escape. The man agreed repeatedly, and then they both left together. Una lay still on the ground because she knew someone would come to take her away soon. If that man came back and saw her move, it would be hard to fool him. Sure enough, before long, messy footsteps sounded again. A robust strength-type evolver suddenly picked up Una and headed for the outside. Una cautiously opened her eyes. There were no windows here, All the light came from artificial lighting. So she must have been sent to somewhere in the underground trading place. The small black room she was in earlier was more like a cell. The long corridor was lined with doors similar to that room, occasionally filled with cries and screams, just like the filthiest living hell on earth. In total, 4 people were responsible for transporting Una. Hearing the ding of an elevator, Una pretended to open her eyes dazedly, looked at the floor and situation, and started struggling vigorously. But no matter how much strength she used, she couldn't match the strength of the evolvers. Eventually, she was tightly restrained and thrown into a clean and tidy room. Perhaps under West's orders, these people didn't mistreat Una. Even when she struggled, they didn't use force. After throwing her into the room, they locked the door and left. Chapter 71 Deeper Than the Abyss. Seeing this group leave, Una raised her head to observe the room. After a thorough inspection, she did not spot any surveillance cameras but noticed that there were plenty of cameras in the corridor outside. Attempting to leave would certainly result in being caught by those people, yet Una never intended to escape so quickly. In fact, she now felt that this room was rather comfortable. Underground temperatures are naturally lower than above ground. West, in order to cater well to these wealthy and influential customers, had specially turned on air conditioning in their frequently used areas. To be able to run air conditioning over such a large space and maintain a very comfortable temperature suggested that West must have a considerable supply of energy cores or similar resources. However, given the nature of his highly profitable business, it's understandable that he aimed to make those people feel at ease, which would undoubtedly make his pockets even fatter. Una did not miss a single corner, scrutinizing the room for any listening devices or miniature cameras. Eventually, she indeed found quite a few from various hidden spots. There were no obvious surveillance devices, but looking into hard-to-detect corners revealed several right away. Una gave a cold laugh and threw all the gadgets she found outside. The door was a heavy iron one, but perhaps to allow buyers to better view the goods, there was an opening with an iron grill. The thrown objects made a crisp sound upon hitting the ground, quickly catching the attention of those people. Una pretended to be angry and forcefully shook the immovable iron door. "Let me out! Let me out!" The guard was annoyed by her commotion and simply pointed the electric baton at her face. "I'm telling you, it's best if you behave yourself, otherwise, you won't want to know the consequences." Una raised her eyebrows, displaying a rebellious attitude. "What if I don't behave? I've been kidnapped here, this is the Jingju base, do you still have the rule of law?" The guard clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. "Young lady, do you still think this is a law and order society? This is the apocalypse. The one with the greatest power and might makes the rules. Listen carefully, and you might end up with a good buyer who will treat you well and feed you whatever you want. If you're disobedient and insist on seeking death, you'll likely end up with injuries that will never heal. You better think about it." After saying that, he waved the electric baton threateningly at Una and then hummed a tune as he left. Once they were gone, Una stopped pretending to be furious and afraid. She lay down on the bed, which looked relatively clean, and stretched. Although she had allowed herself to be captured, on the surface, she was just a forcibly kidnapped young girl. If she showed no resistance at all, it would be suspicious. So she had to act like others who were panicking and flustered to prevent them from suspecting her true intentions. The furniture in the room, while not luxurious, was clean and tidy. Una lifted the bedsheets and tied them in front of the door to block their view from the outside. All cameras and listening devices inside the room had already been disabled by her. Even if there were any undetected ones, they wouldn't function anymore due to the fine mesh electrical grid she had installed around all the furniture. After finishing this, Una took out a new set of bedding from her spatial ring and changed it before lying down to rest. She fell into a drowsy sleep, and when she woke up, her stomach was growling hungrily. Opening her eyes, she smelled the aroma of food. Initially thinking it was a hallucination, she was surprised to find meals placed at the delivery hatch. There were stir-fried cauliflower and 2 steamed buns. Though not lavish, in this environment, it was considered delicious. Una didn't touch it but kept it where it was, taking out fresh food from her spatial ring instead. To prevent her from escaping, they must have added something to the food. It would be strange if she dared to eat it. However, these meals could be useful. In a few days, she would pretend that all her stored food was consumed and then take their meals and store them in her spatial ring, pretending to have eaten them, preparing for the next step. For now, she must resist and ensure they did not detect any signs of her real plan. Days passed, and Una maintained her facade of being well-fed and content. The door clicked open, and West entered, followed by a crowd. They carried a damp air, seemingly having just come through rain. Una sat on the bed, staring intently at them, her face full of fear, like a startled bird. Bright lights shone on her, and everyone in front wore masks, their eyes fixed on her without a hint of looking away. "This is the final highlight product for the auction in 5 days. Just look at this quality, and tell me if you're not excited." Una was being scrutinized like a commodity. She simply pulled the quilt over herself entirely and retreated to the corner of the wall, refusing to come out. West's face darkened instantly. His fingers twitched slightly as he signaled someone to pull Una out of the quilt and bring her in front of everyone by holding her shoulders. Pair after pair of dark, murky eyes scanned her up and down, harboring intentions of possession and unknown desires. Amidst this humiliating scrutiny, Una suppressed the surging abilities within her due to anger, transforming the rampant killing intent into a driving force for her progress. She originally thought of making West lose all his dignity and end up homeless, but now she only wanted these people's lives. Everyone's, not just West's life. Not having truly lived in such an environment before, she seemed to really be unable to understand the pain and despair of other victims. Now, she felt that anger was almost burning her whole being. She only wanted these people to redeem themselves with their lives and blood, to comfort the souls tortured endlessly by them. Today, West brought these people here merely to stir up their interest. A sufficiently enticing product would make the auction in 5 days incredibly successful. There would also be many other items put up for sale, and this time, he would likely earn a fortune again. Time passed quickly, and everyone left the room, leaving only dirty shoe prints stained with mud on the originally shiny tiles. Looking at those shoe prints, Una suddenly became unusually calm. She had never been a great hero wanting to save others, but now she only wished to destroy the entire underground trading market. At least, she didn't want to see any more victims in the future. Alanis had said that not only young women were sold from here, to satisfy those people's perverted tastes, there would even be men and children. This place was more painful than hell and deeper than the abyss. Chapter 72, Massacre at the Trading Venue. The 5-day auction period passed quickly, and unexpectedly, a dish of braised spareribs appeared in Una's meal. She was well aware that time had run out and that the people confined in the deeper levels were about to be rescued soon. Una stripped all the meat off the spareribs and threw it into her storage space, then casually tossed the bones onto the plate. Finally, she lay on the bed pretending to be asleep. More than an hour later, someone came in. It sounded like a woman, who was sneering. All these days she didn't touch any of the meals we sent over, but now with braised pork, she cleaned it all up. In the end, she couldn't resist. Pretending to be so virtuous and pure, but in the end, she fell into the trap herself. As the woman spoke, Una felt herself being yanked off the bed with great force and then carried away on someone's shoulder. The mocking woman wouldn't stop talking, but her chatter did provide Una with some information. The drug in the food will only make her unconscious for an hour. After a while, she'll wake up but won't have any strength. You tell me, hasn't this kind of woman already been violated long ago? Yet those buyers don't think she's dirty. It's really incomprehensible. The man carrying Una had a low, displeased voice. Stop talking so much. You'll ruin things. Although West's actions were more or less known to the upper echelons of the base, no one had actually investigated him. After all, he had enough food to keep the Jingju base prosperous. Because of this matter alone, the upper echelons wouldn't take action against him. Annoyed by what he said, the woman's temper flared even more. What gives you the right to tell me what to do? How could our boss ever fall? I heard the base commander will come tonight. Even he approves of our boss's business. What could possibly go wrong? Una was taken aback. So, most of the higher-ups in the base were all in cahoots, even the base commander was among their customers. A wave of unbearable disgust welled up inside her. She had never imagined that an official base could be rotten to the core. In her previous life, although she was powerful, her mind and heart were entirely focused on Ernest, that bastard. There was rarely an opportunity for her to talk with the upper echelons of the base. In this lifetime, having truly entered the upper echelons and peeking into the deepest secrets of the base, she found it unbearably revolting and painful. The woman paused briefly before speaking again. Among the recent arrivals, there are many children, emaciated to skin and bones. We don't know if they can be sold even after nurturing them. Why did they capture such poor specimens? Even if we improve their condition, they're not easy to sell, and we've wasted a lot of food. The man laughed. It's not a big deal. Our boss likes young ones. He doesn't care about appearance. As long as the age is right, it's fine. We just need to wait in bed and count crystal cores. Those people will obediently bring money to our boss, and we can benefit from it. They walked forward, and finally, Una was placed on an exquisite single bed. Special women washed her body and dressed her in a white dress. Without makeup, she still looked so beautiful that it left people breathless. Watching herself being toyed with, Una opened her eyes. They weren't surprised, thinking that the effects of the drug had worn off, causing Una to wake up but still lack strength. Lying limp on the bed, Una was moved by several strength users onto a stage with glaring lights. Bright light shone upon her, countless lenses aimed at her, displaying her beauty on the large screen. Just wearing a white dress, she looks so delicate and charming. Wouldn't you all like to see what lies beneath that white dress? This beauty is the last treasure of this auction. Please place your bids. The highest bidder wins. Servants propped Una up against the headboard. Her eyes showed indifference and coldness, which only excited the crowd further. I bid 500 second-grade crystal cores, 300 third-grade crystal cores. I bid 20 crates of bullets and 50 pistols. The bidding voices grew louder. Sitting there, Una felt it was incredibly ironic. The crystal cores in their pockets were all plundered from the lower-class residents of the base. Now, they were using them for such purposes. She never imagined she would be worth so much. I bid 1,000 third-grade crystal cores. The moment this voice rang out, the entire underground trading venue fell silent. All eyes turned to the man who made the bid. He wore a pure white short-sleeved shirt, black suit pants making his figure look even taller and slimmer. The upper-class aura from him made them involuntarily retreat 2 steps, hiding in the corner and whispering to each other. Una naturally also looked up and saw him. The familiar figure made her originally tense body relax unconsciously. Although this person wore a fox mask, she knew it was Gabrielle. Their eyes met, and both saw trust in each other's eyes. Gabrielle's gaze flickered. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was off guard, he used his mental power to destroy all the lights and cameras, plunging the room into darkness instantly, with not a speck of light visible. Una jumped off the bed like lightning. The tang knife in her space instantly came out of its scabbard. Tonight would be an especially bloody hunt. Equipped with night vision goggles, she held the sharp blade and moved through the crowd. Una was like a merciless demon, allowing warm blood to splash. The pure white dress was dyed red with blood, but Una's expression never changed. She usually followed the principle of not harming others unless provoked, but now she no longer wanted to adhere to that rule. She only wanted to follow her heart and kill every one of these beasts, leaving none behind. Among them, there were mutants who tried to resist, but their bodies were pinned in place by an invisible force, unable to move. They could only feel the bloodiness growing more intense until they too fell into the pool of blood. A massacre where no one had the ability to resist. Una shook the blood drops off her blade and then put it back into her space. The people in the monitoring room must have sensed something was wrong. Chaotic footsteps approached, and Una hurriedly pulled Gavriel to leave, but unexpectedly, many people also came from another passage. If they stayed here any longer, they would certainly be discovered, and then they might be chased for a long time. Una searched everywhere for a place to hide, but to ensure safety, all customers were searched upon entry, so there were no large items big enough to conceal two people. Helplessly, Una grabbed Gavriel's hand. Just as they broke through the door, the two of them flashed into the space. Gavriel had just been in complete darkness, but now found himself in blinding light, making him momentarily unable to adapt. Chapter 73 What is our relationship? The smell of grass wafted from his nose, and a light breeze blew past, bringing a hint of coolness that made one subconsciously relax. Gavriel opened his eyes and saw the well-cultivated land planted with grains, the simple yet grand well, and the boundless prairie. Una naturally knew he would be surprised, so she didn't want to explain anything to him. She left quietly, fetching some water from the well to wipe her albin. Gavriel stood in place for a long time, pinching himself hard before realizing this was not a dream, but a real space, the last piece of untouched land after the apocalypse. After calming down, Gavriel walked towards Una and squatted beside her awkwardly, yet without asking anything. Una looked up at him, cleaning the blade with a towel. You're not curious? Nothing you want to ask? Gavriel rubbed his head and sat down on the ground beside Una very naturally. Everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask further. But I'm glad you let me into your secret. Una's movements slowed while wiping the knife, then she smiled helplessly. You sure are easily satisfied. Gavriel lay down on the soft grass under the blue sky, watching clouds float by leisurely. I'm not easily satisfied, I just feel happy being able to get closer to you. He turned his head towards Una. The clouds here are beautiful. Outside, the sky is always grey, and the clouds aren't as nice. Though Una often entered the space, she hadn't really paused to admire its sky much. She also lay down, letting the grass below tickle her face, feeling an inner peace. This place is beautiful, but sometimes I think it feels unreal and impractical. This is the first time I've truly felt it. Gavriel stared at Una, abruptly rolling up and leaning closer to her face. A cold, woody fragrance enveloped Una, making her slightly tense. Una, the clouds in your eyes are even prettier, because this is the scenery I can see only through you. Una pushed him away with a sigh, rubbing her head. Gavriel, how come I never noticed you have this talent? Gavriel looked bewildered. What talent? Seeing his innocent expression, Una got the urge to tease him. She leaned closer to Gavriel, her delicate face inching nearer. Seeing the girl who stirred his heart getting closer, though Gavriel didn't change expression, his body betrayed his true feelings. Una watched as he blushed from neck to ears, gently pinched his earlobe. Your clouds in your eyes are pretty too, but I'm the most beautiful. Gavriel's heart skipped a beat, then started pounding violently. He could feel the vibration from his chest. Seeing how shy he was, Una retreated 2 steps, lying back in place, patting her face helplessly. You can't handle teasing, then don't always flash that face in front of me. Gavriel swallowed. So, what is our relationship now? Una hummed questioningly, then raised her head to look at the bashful Gavriel. I just touched your earlobe. Did that really make you ask this question? Gavriel seemed somewhat unwilling to concede, but you held my hand when we came in, which is something only lovers do. And you were just so close to me, almost. His face was red like a cooked shrimp, but he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Una scrutinized Gavriel. Hasn't this guy ever been in love? With a face that attracts attention, how does he manage to stay so innocent? Not wanting to continue this conversation, Una changed the subject. How long do you think we have to wait to go out? Gavriel thought for a moment. I'm not sure either. At least 2 hours or so. So, what is our relationship now? That question wasn't going away, huh? Una rolled her eyes and shoved Gavriel irritably. Can't you skip over this topic? Gavriel looked aggrieved, stealing a glance at Una before lowering his head again. So, holding my hand, being so close to me, and touching my earlobe were all spur-of-the-moment things. So, in your eyes, am I that casual? You treat me the same way you treat others. Una, blocked by his words, didn't know what to say and could only wave her hand. If you think so, then I can't help it. Gavriel seemed deeply hurt, glancing at Una in disbelief before moving half a meter away, turning his back on her and pouting without looking at her. Gavriel, don't you think you're being immature? Una, watching Gavriel's puffed-up back, felt more speechless. Hearing her words, Gavriel only moved slightly to show his attitude but refused to turn around. Sighing helplessly, Una raised her voice. I suddenly want to eat spicy chicken. I wonder who would be so kind as to cook it for me. If I don't eat, I won't be able to sleep. Gavriel lay on the ground, fidgeting uncomfortably. Though he tried to restrain himself from getting up, he couldn't resist any longer. With a sullen face, he laid out his cooking gear on the grass. Una watched as Gavriel displayed a picture of domesticity and couldn't help but curl her lips. This guy, even when angry, wouldn't refuse her anything. He would probably only express his displeasure with silence. The aroma of food began to fill the air, mingling with the smell of grass and making one feel increasingly relaxed. Una took chairs and tables from her space and placed them on the grass, then arranged fruits and drinks, waiting quietly for the dishes to be served. Gavriel expertly controlled the heat, his powerful mental ability used for cutting vegetables and cooking, which indeed was quite a waste. Watching his movements, the white short-sleeved shirt swaying in the breeze, the smooth muscle lines on his arms exuded an impeccable sense of strength. Gavriel, do you work out regularly? Gavriel paused in mid-motion, originally planning to stay silent for 10 minutes without serving her any dish, but now he began to waver. He gave up on resisting and said helplessly, I consistently exercise. Even though my psychic ability is strong, I can't neglect physical agility and strength. Una blinked. What time do you usually work out? Gavriel looked up at her, then put a piece of meaty spicy chicken in her bowl. What? You want to join me? Chapter 74, Everyone is finally saved. Una nodded eagerly. Gavriel's well-built figure was truly something she envied. She also placed importance on physical training, but everyday matters always seemed to delay her. Training with Gavriel would likely make her more disciplined. Gavriel pondered for a moment. You might not be able to keep up with the stamina requirements, but if you're willing, come by my place tomorrow. Una felt somewhat discontent inside, feeling that Gavriel had misjudged her, but she didn't say anything, only wishing to prove herself and leave him speechless. Time passed quickly. Una's spatial ability could only exit from where it had entered, so she carefully ventured out first, planning to return to the space if necessary. The moment Una exited the space, Gavriel was flung out by a force before he could even react. He stood there, slightly dazed, rubbing his back, still unclear about how he got thrown out. Una suddenly tapped her head. Oops, I forgot. Anything except living entities produced in the space will be ejected when I'm not present. She had tested this during the early stages of the apocalypse, but as it had been too long, she forgot today. The surroundings were desolate, with no one around. The corpses on the ground had all been cleared away, and warning tapes had been put up everywhere. Gavriel spread out his mental energy, discovering many people beneath them. Perhaps they were here to rescue survivors, or maybe this was their way out. After all, to safely leave, they had to disguise themselves as victims, otherwise, they would attract considerable trouble. Gavriel took Una's hand, locating all the rescuers downstairs. Then, placing his hands on the ground, he jumped down directly. They landed right in the room where Una lived. Just outside the door, a uniformed rescuer who turned out to be an acquaintance walked past. Aiden looked at the two in surprise, then pushed the door open. Did I remember wrong? When I came in earlier, there was no one inside, and the door wasn't locked after being opened. Una gave a somewhat awkward smile. Must be your memory, we've been in here the whole time, just hiding out of fear. Aiden looked at the calm duo with a frown, then led them away. You two sure do like to get into things. You're always involved in everything. But this time it's serious, both of you need to come with me to make a statement. Una pouted. Really, Captain Zheng, we were only taken because we're too good looking, what could we possibly know? Aiden turned to retort but, seeing their appearances, couldn't find words. Alright, you two are handsome, and you two are tough. He cleared his throat lightly. Good looks aside, don't get cocky. Both of you come with me, no questions asked. Una exchanged a helpless glance with Gavriel but obediently followed, knowing that leaving as victims would clear much suspicion off them. People kept emerging from the elevator, men, women, and terrified children too scared to move. Their eyes held numbness and unknown fear, tamed so thoroughly they dared not resist, only following behind rescuers, walking slowly, urged on if they lagged. They couldn't distinguish good from evil anymore, knowing only that disobedience meant more beatings or going hungry. Adults were questioned while children were temporarily protected, hoping someone would come to claim them later. If no one did, the base wouldn't waste food on these helpless individuals. Arriving at the familiar room, Una sat down voluntarily, just like last time when Aiden interrogated her. How did you two get captured? Una wiped away non-existent tears pitifully, speaking sorrowfully. We are weak spatial ability users, unable to resist those people. We were knocked unconscious and stuffed into bags. When we woke up, we were in that room. Aiden found them more complicated than they appeared but couldn't find anything to counter. Asking some superficial questions, Aiden finally let Una and Gavriel leave, focusing on other investigations. Leaving the patrol bureau, the rain outside had intensified, with puddles forming on the ground. Do you think the escaped criminals will be caught? Will the truth ever be known? Una looked at the bewildering rain curtain, always feeling that everywhere inside the base was filled with danger and conspiracy, unable to see the direction of future life. Gavriel shook his head. No, many of the upper echelons of the base are involved in this. If this matter is revealed, it would tarnish the reputation of the entire Jingdu base. Once it becomes public knowledge, it will cause unrest among the people. When that happens, the end of Jingdu base won't be far off. Una felt a sigh rise in her heart. She had thought that the truth of the matter would eventually be known to the public, but she never expected that now they shouldn't even let them know. I think Aiden will definitely want to loudly champion justice and then be obstructed at every turn. In the end, he can only obediently give up. Una imagined Aiden's serious and righteous appearance and felt somewhat regretful in her heart. Such an upright person surviving in such a dirty environment could only be constantly suppressed and ultimately lose the light he held onto in his heart. Gavriel, however, shook his head. He won't give up. He will strive for his ideals all his life and will never abandon anyone or anything. But in the previous life, this guy died because he was too upright. Such people are truly the most precious in this apocalyptic world. Everyone has been assimilated by the environment, yet only he persisted in being true to himself without ever giving up. The two slowly walked home and saw Destiny and Wade anxiously waiting at the unit entrance. Una was somewhat surprised and then ran up excitedly, hugging Destiny tightly. Why wait for me here in the rain? You could have just gone back home. Feeling Una's warm body temperature, Destiny replied, I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle those guys. When I heard some news from there, I hurried out to wait for you. The four then went home together and sat on the sofa chatting. Una didn't mention that she had killed all those beasts. After all, the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. Wade rubbed his head helplessly. The winds of change within the base are rapid. The base commander is dead, and instantly the deputy base commander took over the position, as if afraid someone else might snatch away the power. Chapter 75. You suit my taste. Una instantly thought of the actions of the previous base commander. How does the newly appointed base commander compare to the last one? Wade shook his head. Not good. Neither of these two are decent people. In the base, they use their positions to help those who shouldn't be in power, providing all sorts of backdoors. The corrupt atmosphere inside the base is mainly because there's not a single good person in the upper echelons. Good people never get close to these positions. Una was silent. There was not a single reliable upper-level officer in the base. Most people, even if they didn't have malicious intentions, would still not care about the survivors for the sake of their own interests. She wasn't a kind person herself and didn't really care about the lives of the survivors in the Jingdu base. But living in such an environment made her feel restless, as if the dark and corrupt atmosphere was gradually eroding her mind, leaving her utterly exhausted. Looking at the rain outside the window, Una sighed helplessly. When this heavy rain stops, I plan to leave the Jingdu base. Doing business isn't limited to just this place. In just 3 days of selling goods from a stall, I've already attracted attention from people in high positions. If I continue, who knows what might happen eventually. Wade fell silent for a moment, as if making a decision. If you go, then I'll go with you. I'm not happy living here with my brothers. In this apocalypse era, no one knows when they might die. We should enjoy life while we can. Una was somewhat shocked. You've been working hard to establish yourself in Jingdu base. Just as things were getting better, why leave now? All your recent efforts will be wasted, and all the gifts you sent will be for nothing. Wade shook his head indifferently. What's the point of always flattering others and groveling? I, Wade, would rather sit in a high position myself, free from control by others, doing whatever I want. Upon hearing this, Gavriel knew that Wade had already formed the idea of establishing a small base in the future, perhaps a bit earlier than in the previous life. Undeniably, Wade was a very talented ability user, with stronger leadership skills than most people. Such a person is a born leader. Staying under others would only diminish his dreams and turn him into a numb person over time. Alanis raised her hand solemnly. I'll go with you too. Wherever Una goes, I'll be there. I'll take full responsibility for everything concerning my parents and promise not to cause any trouble for everyone. The 4 people in the room exchanged smiles, then raised their cups, gently clinking them together as if sealing an unspoken promise. Una, who had been on edge lately, felt quite tired. After seeing Wade off, she returned home to sleep but suddenly remembered she had promised Sarah to spar with her twice a week. After all, it wasn't Alanis who defeated Sarah before, so finding Ernie would still require some effort. However, Sarah was very interested in Una, enthusiastic about improving her abilities, and quite satisfied to have a powerful ability user like Una as a sparring partner. Thus, they agreed to spar twice a week. Unfortunately, recent events kept Una from keeping her commitment. Standing outside the villa, Una handed her pass to the guard at the gate. Seeming to recognize her, he checked it without issue and let her in. Una went to Sarah's door and knocked gently. With a click, Sarah's cold yet somewhat masculine face appeared in the doorway. In just a week, Sarah had cut her long hair to a short bob, making her look even cleaner and more efficient. Una apologized slightly. Something came up last week, so I couldn't come see you. I'm sorry. After all, she had promised Sarah to spar, and breaking that promise meant she should apologize. Sarah offered her a glass of water but said nothing reproachful, leading to an awkward silence between them. Were you captured by West's people recently? Sarah spoke first, and Una nodded. Yes, I just got out yesterday afternoon, reported my safety to my family, and finally have the chance to come see you today. Sarah looked at the stray hairs around Una's ears, speaking softly but firmly. Did you know many people died? Una looked puzzled. No, I didn't. I was suddenly rescued amid chaos. Who died? Seeing that Una didn't seem to be lying, Sarah leaned against the soft sofa cushion with her cup. Many powerful people in the base, including the base commander, died there. So now the deputy commander has taken over. Now, there's been a major shakeup within the base. If you have the capability and want to live in a villa, I can help you secure a house, right across from mine. Although Una was tempted, she still declined. She only needed a place where she could feel at ease. As for other things, she didn't have any special requirements. Especially in this villa area, there were many rules, and quite a few people who looked down on others. Living here wouldn't make anyone feel comfortable. Sarah rubbed her head, somewhat conflicted as she spoke. The environment here is definitely better than your current house. The reason there are empty houses is that half of the powerful families have been killed, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many vacant houses. If you come, you can frequently visit me for sparring. If my father has any new research, I can also share the information with you. Una waved her hand awkwardly. Let's not talk about that for now. I want to ask you if there aren't stronger ability users or evolutionists in the base than me. Why are you so insistent on sparring with me? Sarah touched her short hair, feeling a bit uncomfortable as she spoke. Because you are a powerful electric type ability user. Although I'm not an expert, I shouldn't be beaten in one move by other ability users either. I think there's indeed no stronger ability user than you in the base. Finally, it's because I don't have many friends, and you suit my taste. Una's face instantly filled with shock upon hearing this. Sarah seemed like a cool and distant older sister, and hearing that she wanted to be friends was more terrifying than hearing ghost stories at night. Seeing Una's shocked expression, Sarah rubbed her slightly flushed face awkwardly. The people in the base who get close to me all have ulterior motives, either wanting me to join their squad or trying to get some benefits from my parents through me. But you're different. They all pretend to hide their true intentions, but I can easily see through them. When you and Alanis came to find me, you directly stated your thoughts without lying to me or using me as a stepping stone. Chapter 76, Base Riot. Una was somewhat incredulous. She thought for a moment before organizing her words. Are you that easy to satisfy? But I had my own agenda when I came to find you back then. Aren't you at all bothered by that? Sarah shook her head. You're genuine. At least you were willing to tell me your true intentions. You also gave me promises and adequate rewards. You're far better than others, so I'm very willing to be friends with you. Seeing Sarah, who wasn't good at expressing herself and blushed after a few words, Una felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. Before the apocalypse, her parents were researchers and never had time to take care of Sarah. Now they are even busier, and Sarah can only immerse herself in loneliness and combat every day. Perhaps it's only now that she appears shy and warm. It turns out that she isn't a lunatic who just worships strength. She wants to catch her parents' attention because being strong is what matters. Only if she's strong enough can she prove that she's not useless and can live without relying on her parents' protection. Fighting daily might be just to relieve her boredom. Sarah, actually, I really want to be friends with you too. But besides fulfilling my promise today, I have something else to tell you. Once the rain stops, I think I will leave the Kyoto base. It's too suffocating here. This place isn't suitable for me to continue living. Sarah gripped the corner of her shirt tightly, her voice tinged with urgency. Why? Is someone bullying you? I can help you take revenge. I can also help you clean up all the remnants of West. Wouldn't it be better if you stayed here in the base? Una shook her head helplessly. Sorry, I just don't like the atmosphere here. It makes me feel like I'm not in a normal survivor base. Sometimes, I even feel like I'm trapped in a cemetery filled with numbness and pain. Sarah didn't say anything. The two of them leaned against each other and sat there for over half an hour. Suddenly, Sarah spoke. When you leave, can I go with you? Una's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Sarah in disbelief. Your parents are still here. Why would you want to leave with me? Sarah smiled weakly. My parents only come back once every 2 months. They won't know wherever I go in between. Mickey her than spending boring days here. I'd prefer to venture out with you. That way, I won't waste my time. Una was conflicted. I don't have a problem taking you along, but what about your parents? Would they agree? If they hear you've left the base and think I've taken you away, wouldn't they come after me? I'm really scared of being hunted. Sarah chuckled instantly. You don't need to worry about that. My parents have always respected any decision I make since I was young. They never forced me to do anything. Besides, it's not like I won't come back. Maybe my parents would be happy that I'll be training outside. The two continued chatting back and forth, and Una eventually agreed to take Sarah, though she had to talk to her parents first. It was raining heavily outside, making it unsuitable for sparring. So, Sarah directly led Una into the basement. This was her dedicated training room, spacious and spotlessly clean. The cool air from the central air conditioning flowed through the ducts, making the indoor environment even more comfortable. Standing face to face, Una couldn't help but find Sarah's serious demeanor somewhat amusing. Although she was of a higher rank, she didn't feel particularly formidable, and Sarah's expression made her feel slightly awkward. Without knowing who moved first, their figures collided. Numerous water swords controlled by Sarah flew in the air, attacking Una at astonishing speed. Standing still, Una didn't dodge. Instead, she formed a large electrical net in her palm, effortlessly neutralizing Sarah's attack. She then directed the net toward Sarah. Sarah stepped back hastily, trying to avoid it, but she couldn't damage Una's electric net at all. All she could do was watch helplessly as it approached. She dodged repeatedly while Una stood still, manipulating the net with ease and confidence. This contrasted sharply with Sarah's panicked state. No longer intending to toy with Sarah, Una suddenly lifted the electric net, then enveloped Sarah underneath it. Fine currents surged through the net, trapping Sarah tightly, causing her hair to stand on end due to the faint pressure. You lost. Una retracted the electric net, and Sarah composed herself before walking up to Una. No wonder you're a lightning-type ability user. Lightning is inherently the most powerful offensive ability. You can stand against other ability users who are one rank higher than you. Una smiled. You're very strong too, the best in water-type abilities I've seen when it comes to controlling your power. The two exchanged smiles and then walked upstairs together. The rain outside was heavier, but the weather remained stiflingly hot. Meanwhile, bad news spread within the base. With increased focus on defense and not on drainage reinforcement, many low-lying areas were flooded, forcing people to crowd into residential buildings, causing chaos within the base. Taking advantage of the chaos, several residents rushed into the villa area. This place, usually admired from afar like a palace, had turned into a breeding ground for evil. They held weapons in their hands, constantly knocking on every villa door. Even if one failed, another would take their place. Una watched from inside. The nanny wasn't working today, which saved her from having to divide her attention to protect her. Quite coincidental indeed. We two will be fighting side by side today. Una looked at Sarah with a smile. They exchanged looks and immediately opened the door. Like lambs entering the mouth of tigers, seeing someone actually opening the villa door emboldened them to rush forward with even greater madness than zombies. Sarah and Una stood at the door as raindrops kept falling, sounding like a rousing call to arms or a song to comfort the dead. Together, they fought, killing all who approached the villa. For these people, as long as they weren't afraid, they wouldn't stop attacking. Wave after wave of attackers fell, finally no one dared to come closer. They redirected their attacks to other villas, not daring to approach Una and Sarah again. They locked all windows and doors, drew the curtains, and the room plunged into darkness. Chapter 77, Raising a Little Kitten. What should we do? I don't think it's possible that only the villa area has problems. Other places within the base must have also been attacked. Although Sarah appeared calm on the surface, she still couldn't help but be concerned about her parents. Worry was inevitable. Una wasn't worried about Gavriel and Alanis back home, they had enough strength to deal with this riot. The survivors in the base were essentially the best picked part from millions of refugees. They thought they would live happily after entering the base, but never expected to still live in barely clothed conditions every day. Working the dirtiest and most exhausting jobs in the base, yet receiving less and less pay as days passed by, all because of the endless exploitation by those living in the villa area. After days of scorching sun, many of them could not even endure the high temperature. Under the blazing sun, they became scalding bodies, eventually discarded and buried hastily in the incineration plant. But the base's elite continued their daily pleasures, one of whom even built an outdoor swimming pool at home. Many ordinary people could barely drink water, never thinking that what they valued and desired was something easily attainable for others. Una understood their pain and helplessness but didn't believe it justified their indiscriminate attacks. Revenge for grievances, but their actions were no different from the elites who disregarded other people's lives and only cared about their own pleasure. Rain continued to pour outside, raindrops mixed with sultry winds pattered against the glass, mingling with anguished screams. It felt like the whole world was in chaos. Una sat on the sofa pondering the next move when she saw something seeping through the door crack. Water. Her heart skipped a beat. The curtain of rain outside had blurred everyone's vision. Una, standing by the window, couldn't see more than 3 meters away. The rain was too heavy, and the accumulated water outside had already spread into the house. If this continued, the ground floor would soon be submerged. Sarah tried to block the door seam with something but ended up in vain, totally useless. Una didn't stay on the ground floor any longer. She simply dragged Sarah upstairs. They stood on the stairs, watching sewage flood over various pieces of furniture silently. I've never seen such heavy rain my entire life. It's terrifying. Sarah looked uneasily at the water accumulating downstairs, her heart pounding. Una, however, wasn't too surprised. After all, the apocalypse had come. How many things would not happen? Extreme cold and heat had taken many lives, and this heavy rain seemed ominous too. Una quickly thought of many negative outcomes and began to feel untrustworthy toward this villa. The torrential rain had just flooded 2 staircases, but if it continued, the second floor wouldn't be safe either. Considering these factors, Una felt she needed to go back home. After all, the apartment she rented was on the 10th floor, and it would take some time for the rain to flood it. Sarah looked out the window uneasily, worry for her parents growing, yet knowing they should be fine. After all, the research building was the safest structure in the base, equipped with backup generators and sufficient food and water. As long as they stayed inside, they should be fine. The rain was so heavy that Una found it troublesome to go home even if she wanted to. It was better to avoid danger for a while. There were several rooms upstairs, and the guest room was always cleaned by an aunt, thus quite tidy. Una planned to rest here tonight and return home tomorrow if the rain lessened. Since she was staying overnight at Sarah's house, Una took out self-heating hot pot from her space dimension and shared it with Sarah. Steam rose continuously from the pot, filling the room with its aroma. Sarah eagerly grabbed the hot pot and started eating heartily. She had missed hot pot for a long time. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't had any. Now, she just wanted to eat more and even drink the soup. Though their living conditions were much better than ordinary survivors outside, eating self-heating hot pot was still a luxury. After eating, Una lay down to rest but suddenly felt something staring at her unwaveringly from outside the window. Alert, she sat up in bed. Amidst the sound of the pouring rain, a faint meow came from outside the window. Una took out the albin from her spatial pocket, gripped it tightly in her hand, and looked towards the window. A small black kitten with soaked fur was huddled on the windowsill, its golden pupils emitting a dangerous yet wary gaze. Una found it somewhat amusing. Its fur was plastered to its body due to the moisture, looking rather messy. Taking out a sausage from her spatial pocket, Una tore open the packaging and opened the window slightly as if to entice the cat, placing the sausage by the windowsill. The little kitten hesitated for a moment before stepping closer. Una put away the albin into the spatial pocket and then donned thick gloves, cautiously approaching the kitten. It glanced at the sausage and carefully moved closer to Una's extended hand, then gently rubbed against it. Seeing that it had lowered its guard, Una picked it up carefully with her gloved hand, but still felt that the sausage wasn't suitable for it to eat. Considering its age of about 2 months, eating sausages would not be very healthy. Una took out previously stored goat milk powder from her spatial pocket, prepared it with warm water, and then used the smallest syringe to carefully feed the kitten. After a while, the kitten had completely relaxed, its eyes half closed as it purred in Una's arms. Seeing that it was still dirty, Una brought it into her spatial pocket, mixed hot and warm water to an appropriate temperature, and carefully gave it a bath. The temperature inside the spatial pocket was just right, and the human and cat cuddled together until the little black cat's fur was completely dry before they left the spatial pocket. Una gently tapped its tiny nose. "Let me give you a name, okay? How about calling you Arjun?" Though Arjun didn't understand what she was saying, it could sense the kindness and warmth from the human in front of it, yawned widely with its little mouth, and then snuggled closer into Una's arms. In her previous life after the apocalypse, Una had raised a cat, but Ernest disagreed with keeping something that wasted food and threw it away when Una was out on a mission. Since then, no matter how hard Una searched, she never saw that little calico kitten again. Chapter 78 Safe at Home. Now Una chose to adopt this little cat, not only because she liked fluffy animals, but also because of the lingering obsession from her previous life. They had drifted off to sleep, cuddling together, only to be awakened by a scream the next morning. Una opened her eyes somewhat bewilderedly, and Persia, who was in her arms, looked equally confused. A strong smell of water reached her nose. Instinctively, Una glanced at the side of the bed and found that the water had already flooded up to the bed's feet and was still rising. Sarah, wearing slippers, rushed to the door of Una's room, panicked, and opened the door. She then discovered Una calmly putting on rain boots and subsequently picking up the kitten from the bed. A kitten? Sarah rubbed her eyes disbelievingly. Could there actually be living creatures in such an extreme environment now? Moreover, it looked like a kitten, which indeed could be considered incredibly lucky. Una attached a leash to Persia and placed it on her shoulder. "Let me introduce you, my new friend, its name is Persia." Persia mewed obediently, as if greeting Sarah. After calming herself down a bit, Sarah asked anxiously, "The situation outside is not good. Although the disaster-induced riots have passed, the base has been flooded up to 2 floors high. I'm going to the research building to find my parents. You must take care of yourself." Una shook her head. "I will go home for a while. Now the most important thing is to reunite with my teammates." "Take care of yourself too." Sarah nodded heavily and then walked towards the window, about to jump down. Una quickly held her back, asking incredulously, "Are you going to swim directly to your parents?" Sarah released her grip on the windowsill and pulled back. "Yeah, what else can I do?" Una patted Sarah's shoulder, slightly troubled. "Your idea isn't bad, but don't rush into it. I need to pass by the research building on my way home anyway, so I can take you there." She then pulled out an already inflated rubber boat from her storage space. She had prepared it last night just for today's trip home for convenience. Given the current water depth and hidden dangers, having a means of transportation would certainly be more convenient and safer. Sarah watched in amazement as Una threw the rubber boat out of the window, and she hurriedly followed behind. The two of them and the kitten thus embarked on their journey. The rain outside showed no sign of letting up, but compared to yesterday, one could see distant buildings clearly today, making it easier to find their destination. The rubber boat was equipped with a motor. Despite the difficulty in controlling the direction, Una encountered person after person seeking help in the water. There were adults and children among them, all hoping to be saved. However, Una didn't spare any of them a glance. The rubber boat could hold a maximum of 5 people. With her and Sarah on board, only 3 more could join. But with so many waiting to be rescued, could she really save everyone? When the boat couldn't carry any more people, those left behind might direct their hatred towards her, jeopardizing the safety of reaching the destination. The research building soon came into sight. To Una and Sarah's surprise, it was surrounded by people. They clung to the windows, trying not to be swept away by the floodwater, desperately pleading with those inside to let them in for refuge. However, the staff inside wouldn't agree. The building contained all the base's confidential research, each piece of precision equipment costing multiple lives of psychics. Letting in so many unknown people could put everyone at risk, potentially leaving them unable to protect themselves against these seemingly pitiful individuals. As the rubber boat neared the window, people tried to climb aboard but were driven away by Una using her tang knife. Sarah gently knocked on the window and saw her worried parents inside. Her parents unlocked the window to let Sarah in, causing those outside who were locked out again to become even angrier, pounding on the glass harder. But ultimately, they couldn't get in. Una naturally wasn't going to stay here. She sped away toward the rented house. Upon arrival outside the building, they found it surrounded by survivors. These survivors had shattered the lower windows with hard objects and rushed in. After circling the building in vain, they finally found a less crowded window to enter through and instantly stored the rubber boat in her storage space. Persia nestled in the hollow of her neck, its big eyes curiously examining the surroundings, yet remained quiet and docile, resting beside Una. Through the long corridor, Una made her way from Unit 1 of this building to her own residence in Unit 2. Every floor that had not been submerged was packed with people. They lay exhausted on the ground, their bodies soaked in filthy water, and the slightly cool breeze forced them to curl up for warmth. Una found it difficult to navigate through the crowd. By the time she reached her front door, she was covered in stains and her hair had become disheveled. She pulled out the key from her storage space and opened the door. Glancing behind at the refugees who avoided apartment 101, she had some thoughts. It was likely that either Gavriel or Alanis had acted, making these people, who tried to break in, too afraid even to approach the doorstep. Hearing the door open, Gavriel, who was sitting on the sofa, hurriedly stood up to greet her. Alanis, who was resting inside, also rushed out. Both looked anxiously at Una. "Don't worry so much, I'm back safely, aren't I?" Una waved her hand carelessly, intending to go straight into her room to take a shower in the storage space. However, Gavriel grabbed her wrist. "Did you encounter any danger while you were out there for so long?" Una shook her head. "Do you still doubt my ability?" "No danger, just picked up a poor little one. Persia, come say hello to Uncle." Persia gave Gavriel a proud look, then turned her head away, clearly uninterested. Watching Una carry Persia into her room, Gavriel finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked back inside, feeling exhausted. Yesterday's riot had him wanting to go to the villa area to find Una immediately, but not only the villa area but also the ordinary residential building they lived in was attacked. Alanis couldn't protect the house alone. If he left, Una would have no place to stay when she returned. Gavriel knew Una's capabilities well. Though confident she could protect herself, he still couldn't help worrying and hadn't slept soundly all night. Chapter 79 Knocking Pregnant Woman. A sudden clap of thunder echoed outside the window, and the rain became heavier once again. Dense raindrops hammered crazily against the windows. Gavriel looked out through the peephole on the door, noticing most people were moving up the stairs. It seemed there was still rising relentlessly. Now even the base wasn't safe. The rain carried countless pieces of garbage and corpses, with zombies occasionally floating in and out. Danger now lurked everywhere. If a zombie appeared in the hallway, no one might survive. Just as he was vigilantly observing the situation outside, Una finished her shower and walked out in slippers. How is it outside? Is it more chaotic? She smelled sweet from the shampoo, and the scent wafted to Gavriel's nose through their intertwined clothing corners. Caught off guard momentarily, Gavriel stood stiffly until Una looked up directly at him, awakening him abruptly. The situation isn't good. Zombies have come in through gaps and the heavy rain. People in the water are easily scratched and infected by zombies. If an infected person appears in the hallway, the situation will only get worse. Una frowned and lightly patted the not-so-thick anti-theft door. Use your power to seal all doors and windows. The water hasn't flooded to the 10th floor yet, but people have already surrounded us outside. Gavriel understood the seriousness and dispersed his power to protect their home from external damage. Many households' doors within the building had been forcefully broken open, and numerous disaster victims ran inside, plundering supplies indiscriminately. Natural disasters coupled with horrifying human nature made the current Jingju base more terrifying than a horde of zombies. Alanis protected her parents while Una and Gavriel guarded the door, carefully wary of outsiders. With a heavy downpour outside, neither going out nor staying seemed like a good option, but they at least had a place to stay without battling the storm. Feeling the damp air, Una thought her body felt sticky again after the shower, which wasn't very comfortable. Someone's coming. Gavriel pressed his ear against the door, not looking through the peephole but sensing an unknown force attacking the door continuously with his psychic ability. Una approached and indeed saw a psyker standing outside, possibly seeking shelter. He was fiercely attacking the door, to no avail. Seeing that the door remained immovable despite his efforts, the man instantly appeared irritable but forced himself to calm down and left, glancing deeply at the anti-theft door before going. Una didn't open the door but went to the balcony to observe the outside situation. The rain had already flooded the 2nd floor and was creeping toward the 3rd. It wouldn't be long before survivors resting in the hallway climbed upward again, making things even more dangerous. With scarce food and no clean drinking water, they would go mad. As she pondered, a knock came on the door. A pale-faced pregnant woman was standing there, clutching her belly in pain. Her clothes were soaked through and stuck messily to her small frame. "Can you save me? Save my child? Can you give me something to eat?" Her face was filled with a touching plea, her messy hair plastered against her cheeks, shivering in pain. Una glanced at Gavriel, who immediately spoke. "Someone is hiding around the corner where we can't see. It's probably that man from earlier. This one is likely just a decoy, and many eyes are watching us from other places. If we dare to open the door, it will be hard to close it again." Una snorted and shifted her position on the couch, feeling too sluggish due to the humidity to move. Fabian Chow, Alanis's father, sat nervously at another corner of the sofa, occasionally glancing at Una, unsure what to say or how to express gratitude. Alanis had told him that her safety reaching Jingju base and settling here were all thanks to this girl named Una. Without Una, her family might never have reunited, and his broken leg might never have had a chance for treatment. He had only returned home shortly after Una left and had barely interacted with her, feeling somewhat awkward about what to say in gratitude. Una noticed the silent man's nervousness and smiled gently. "Hello, Uncle. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. How is your health?" The tension in Fabian's heart was instantly dispelled by Una's friendliness. He patted his leg lightly and said with a thick accent, "Lingxue specifically found someone to treat my leg, it's recovering very well now. She keeps talking about you in front of me. I am really grateful to you. If not for you, our family couldn't live together like this." He stood up from the sofa and bowed deeply towards Una with great determination. Thank you very much indeed." Una quickly avoided the bow and walked forward to help Fabian back up. "Lingxue and I are good friends, so of course I wouldn't stand idly by as her father. You can call me Mitzi directly in the future. We don't need to be so formal." Alanis stood beside them smiling, while Daniela stood rooted to the spot with a look of shame on her face. She had once shamelessly tried to take advantage of Una, but now she didn't even dare speak to her. After hearing about the past events from Alanis, both father and daughter scolded her for a long time. Now, she only felt shame towards Una and nothing else. The pregnant woman outside, seeing no one respond from inside, trembled and knelt on the ground, reaching out trembling hands to grab at the man nearby. Brother Jesus, please spare me. I have a child in my belly. Please, release us mother and son, please. She cried bitterly, so afraid of the man in front of her that she dared not even lift her head. Her body shook violently as if sieving grain. Jesus, who had tried to break the door earlier, rubbed his buzz cut. A wind blade gradually condensed in his palm. The wind blade spun rapidly. Before the woman could react, half of her head was sliced off. Blood flowed down the wound, staining the entire floor. Jesus scoffed coldly, who knows whose bastard is in your belly? You couldn't get the job done and yet you want me to let you go? Gabriel had been observing the situation outside with his psychic ability and naturally noticed this slaughter, but he did not say anything. Una and Alanis were fine, but they were worried that Fabian and Daniela couldn't bear such a horrific sight. Chapter 80. Do you like it? Outside the door, our Jesus had not given up on his plan to attack Una. His eyes darted around as if trying to see through the door. He was, after all, a stage 3 psychic, yet despite his full efforts, he couldn't break this door down, which proved there must be a stronger psychic inside. At least one with better defense. Houses occupied by powerful psychics surely contained many valuable things, otherwise, our Jesus wouldn't have been keeping a close watch without any thought of giving up. The rain pattered against the window. Our Jesus sat directly on the pregnant woman's corpse, took out a pack of relatively well-preserved cigarettes from his pocket, and lit one. This kind of crisis often brought great wealth. With patience, opportunities would come. Una rested inside the house, watching the rain intensify outside. The straight raindrops fell to the ground, causing deeper water accumulation. Survivors hadn't fully awakened from their sleep when they found the water already soaking their ankles. They screamed as they ran upstairs but were pushed aside by some stronger people who then cautiously moved towards safer areas. Listening to the screams outside the door, Una felt that maybe someday even the 10th floor wouldn't be safe enough. Perhaps she should consider moving upwards, even to the rooftop would be better than staying submerged in the water. Walking to the window, she saw the water rising rapidly, almost reaching the 3rd floor, engulfing it with sewage mixed with rainwater. Nature's calamity was not something humans could easily obstruct. A scream came from somewhere, followed by the roaring of zombies. What Una feared most finally happened. Zombies had taken advantage of the heavy rain to infiltrate the base, and these weren't simple, low-level zombies that could be easily killed. Gabrielle sat on the sofa checking the situation outside, live reporting to Una. Though they didn't go out, they still knew exactly what was happening. This zombie wasn't an ordinary one, it was fast and possessed wood element psychic powers. The wildly growing vines cornered the people, and some survivors jumped into the water through open windows because they couldn't escape. But water wasn't safe either. Besides losing stamina, floating zombies in the water might grab and infect them. Our Jesus frowned, looking at the zombie covered in vines. The air around him began to twist, sending wind blades slashing at the zombie, only cutting off one vine. This was the gap between humans and zombies. Sometimes, even if humans attacked zombies beyond their level, they still paid a high price for just a narrow success. Our Jesus clenched his teeth and continued attacking. Other psychics hiding inside also hurriedly joined. Though they didn't want to charge forward, they understood that if they didn't fight back, they might end up dead themselves. Never expect others to save you, your fate will be far worse otherwise. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the zombie was eventually killed by our Jesus. Dark red blood mixed with foul-smelling brain matter splashed on the walls, making nearby survivors instinctively step back. Our Jesus cut open the zombie's head, casually claiming the crystal core, while other contributing psychics were pulled back by friends. This guy looks like someone you don't want to mess with. Our lives are more important now. Don't compete over this. Our Jesus sneered at the surrounding psychics, shoved the crystal core into his pocket, and whistled again as he sat back on the corpse. The body had become somewhat stiff but was still softer than the hard ground. He played with the crystal core in his palm, but his mind was full of Una's figure. He had seen her enter, looking a bit disheveled, yet her face left an unforgettable impression. He licked his lips, his gaze seeming to pierce through the door and land on Una's body. His hungry and possessive stare made everyone shudder and step back. Una looked at the mature crops in the space, harvested them, but found little use for them, so she sold them to the system. Though it didn't bring much income, it helped buy cat food and litter for Arjun. She never expected to have a chance to keep a cat in this life, so she hadn't prepared pet supplies. Now, thanks to the space, Arjun's daily life was secured. Arjun sniffed the cat food Una had just taken out of the space, blinked her eyes, wanting to get closer, but swallowed and stepped back instead. Seeing that it was obedient, Una directly pinched 2 pieces and fed them to it, then poured the prepared goat milk into the bowl. The aroma continuously tempted Arjun, yet it stood firmly beside Una's feet, like a valiant knight. Una examined it carefully and then laid it down for a closer look. Oh, so you're a little boy. Arjun didn't understand this, as Una pushed its food towards it and gently patted its small head. Knowing it could eat, Arjun wanted to bury its whole head in the food bowl, but Una had to pull it back by holding its nape. Eat slowly, you're acting like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Would I ever let you go hungry? Una gently stroked its back fur, feeling its excitement. Having such a small creature around wasn't bad, At least it could pass the time and provide some emotional support. Una nodded contentedly and walked away from Arjun, sitting next to Gabrielle outside the door. How are things? You should rest for a while. I'll keep watch. If I hear anything, I'll go out and take care of it. As long as we guard this house well, we can have some peaceful days ahead. Gabrielle shook his head. No need. I think that psychic is still watching us. He's right outside the door. I'm afraid if I leave, he will attack again. You can kill him, but the door won't be repaired. Una thought it made sense and simply pulled out a roasted chicken from the space. Prepared before the apocalypse, she hadn't cooked today, so having this would be better than eating instant food all the time. Wearing gloves, Una tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Gabrielle. I've tried it before, it's quite good. Have a taste. If you like it, we can eat it often. I've stockpiled quite a few. Gabrielle took the chicken leg from her and took a bite, finding it indeed quite tasty, so he nodded. Like this kind of food? I can cook it too, though I don't have enough tools. Otherwise, I could make it even better. He was very confident in his cooking skills and hoped Una would be satisfied with his culinary abilities. Only then would he feel needed by her. Chapter 81, This Life Too. Una glanced at him in slight shock. You can do this too? What can't you do then? Gabrielle's eyes crinkled as he smiled warmly. As long as it's something you want to eat, I can make it. Una clicked her tongue and gave Gabrielle a big thumbs up. This guy didn't seem to be lacking in sweet talk when pursuing girls either. Time slipped by like that. Outside the window, dark clouds continued to loom while torrential rain lashed down. The water had risen to the 6th floor, making the corridor increasingly crowded, with no room for anyone to stretch out or rest comfortably. Jesus's body, where he sat, was now completely stiff, faintly emitting a putrid odor in the humid air, causing everyone discomfort. He tugged at the pregnant woman's clothes, dragging her over to the 6th floor window before shoving her out with a kick. The corpse made a splash as it entered the water, swiftly being carried away by the swift currents until all traces were lost. Disgusted, Jesus patted his hands, then began urinating into the floodwater after loosening his pants. His attention was caught by something within the water. It seemed to have scales on its body, floating up and down, occasionally creating ripples. Just as he tried to get a closer look, a pair of webbed hands shot out from the water, grabbing his trouser leg and pulling him in. Before he could react, he choked on a mouthful of water. Instinctively, Jesus struggled, but his heart was torn out before he could even scream. In his final moments of consciousness, Jesus stared at the creature before him, a mutated zombie. The zombie's body was entirely deformed, only its claws remained the same. The rest of its body was covered in black scales hidden in the sewage, making it nearly undetectable. Blood from Jesus's corpse dyed a patch of water red which quickly disappeared, unnoticed by the other survivors. Gabrielle's focus remained inside the building, so he hadn't noticed this terrifying intruder. Noticing Jesus's disappearance, Gabrielle let out a sigh of relief. After all, without Jesus around, the threat to the other survivors was visibly lessened. Sitting on the sofa, Una rubbed Raven's small belly. Suddenly remembering something, she bolted upright. How are Joshua and the others? I remember they lived on the 4th floor. They haven't been flooded out, right? After a moment's thought, Gabrielle responded, he has legs, doesn't he? He can still run if danger comes. Why do you care so much? Una was taken aback for a second, then sensed the strong jealousy emanating from Gabrielle. Feeling mischievous, Una rubbed Raven's little belly and said, Joshua helped us so much since we came to the Beijing base, it's natural for me to worry about him. Seated alone in the corner of the sofa sulking, Gabrielle did not argue further. Una, however, felt fine and handed him a piece of chocolate. I just think, having traveled together for so long, we might as well consider ourselves friends. So asking how he is should be normal. Why are you getting so jealous? Silently seated in place, Gabrielle expressed his disagreement with tightly closed lips. Amused, Una stopped trying to comfort him and returned to the room with Raven. Although Gabrielle appeared calm and reserved, it turned out he was quite prone to jealousy and grumpiness. The contrast was rather amusing. Raven nestled in Una's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her before yawning and falling sound asleep. Feeling somewhat tired, Una thought of Gabrielle who had been sitting on the sofa guarding everyone without resting. It made her feel bad. She gently moved Raven aside, then walked into the living room. To her surprise, Gabrielle was still sitting there, his eyes full of grievance when he saw her. Helplessly, Una sat beside him, rubbing his head lightly, just as she would Raven's. Still angry? Gabrielle narrowed his eyes slightly. Not anymore. Seeing how easily pacified he was, Una's hand became a bit more vigorous, tangling up his hair playfully, her face showing a teasing expression. Gabrielle's gaze grew more intense, lightly catching Una's mischievous hand and inching closer to her. Only my wife is allowed to touch my head. If you touch it, you're responsible for me. Startled, Una tried to pull her hand back but found Gabrielle's grip unyielding. She could only let him hold her wrist as he stroked his soft hair. Being your wife means just touching your hair. That sounds way too easy. Pouting, Una ceased struggling but maintained a stubborn tone, refusing to admit defeat. Gabrielle shook his head repeatedly. Only my wife can pet my head willingly. No one else gets to touch me even once. Una's tactic of turning the tables left Gabrielle flustered, forcing him to explain himself carefully, lest he give Una any unnecessary misgivings. Una kept silent, but she had much to think about. Gabrielle's love and favor toward her had always been open and unhidden. Whenever she wanted something, Gabrielle would fulfill her wishes without regard for cost. In times of danger, he wouldn't just protect her, he would let her fight on her own, while silently ensuring her safety from behind. This made her feel cherished without feeling like a pet bird with clipped wings. She could still spread her wings and soar. But their time together was still too short, only 5 months so far. Gabrielle understood her well, but she knew nothing about his preferences or his family. Given this, she didn't want to rush into anything with him. If they got to know each other better and found that they weren't suitable, it might mean they couldn't even be friends afterward. Una was always a very laid-back person, but she took relationships seriously. Like in her previous life, despite Ernest not being a good man, she was still willing to do everything for him. Drawing from her past experience, this time Una only wanted to live for herself. In matters of the heart, she needed to understand the other person thoroughly before making a decision. She couldn't easily get involved with someone she didn't fully understand, lest she suffer the same fate as before. Seeing that Una wasn't speaking, Gabrielle gently held her hand and spoke firmly. I will never force you. Whatever your answer is, I will always prioritize you in this lifetime and ensure you never get hurt. Una rested her chin in her hand as she looked at him. I don't think what you said is quite right. If I don't agree to be your girlfriend, eventually this position will be taken by someone else. Then you'll prioritize your girlfriend. How can you say you'll always prioritize me? Gabrielle shook his head, his eyes fixed on Una's. My girlfriend will always be you. In my past life, I loved only you, and in this life, it's the same. Chapter 82 Unscientific Lightning Rod. Una looked at Gabrielle, who wore an earnest expression. Though she showed no change on her face, she felt sweet inside. This guy is really sincere to the point of being somewhat lovable. Alright, I'll believe you. She barely managed to keep her lips from curving upward when suddenly Arjun walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Gabrielle getting closer and closer to Una, it let out a sudden bark, then leapt flat-footed, spinning 360 degrees to swipe its claws at Gabrielle. Though he instinctively used his psychic shield to protect himself, Gabrielle still felt puzzled. He stared at Arjun standing before Una in a protective posture and felt inexplicably baffled. I don't think we have any grudge, right? Why does it seem like it treats me like an enemy? Una, watching them about to get into a fight, hurriedly picked up Arjun and gently comforted it. It might consider you dangerous since animals' perception ability is much stronger than humans. Otherwise, such a small kitten wouldn't have survived until now. It's really pitiful. Gabrielle glanced helplessly at Arjun. And you aren't dangerous? It's clearly discriminating against me. This is prejudice, different treatment. Una proudly kissed Arjun. Arjun recognizes its owner. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared outside my window. Although Arjun had only followed her because of the fragrant ham sausage in her hand, this didn't stop Una from viewing Arjun through adoring lenses, finding everything it did cute. Gabrielle knew he couldn't argue with Una, so he took out a packet of fish snacks from his space bag. The strong smell permeated the air. Though Arjun wanted to drool, it turned its head away and refused to look at Gabrielle. Una and Gabrielle found it quite novel. Cats usually would never refuse food, but surprisingly this one was turning down offered treats. Looking at this upright Arjun, Una took the fish snacks from Gabrielle's hand and gave it to Arjun. Eat, Arjun. This is a reward from your sister. Arjun cooperatively scratched Una's palm with its tiny paw before happily taking the snack and gnawing at it. Alanis walked out from the room looking rather frustrated. The rain is too heavy. It has already spread to the 7th floor. I think our 10th floor will be affected soon. What should we do? Una frowned as she moved to the window for a look, not expecting that the rain was actually intensifying to the point where escape seemed impossible. Let's wait and see. We'll pack up our things first. Once the water reaches the 9th floor, we'll move upwards. Alanis spoke worriedly. With the rain this heavy, where can we go? There are so many people in this building now. Even if we 5 go out, we might end up crowded together, or worse, unable to fit at all. Una looked up at the ceiling. We'll go to the roof. Alanis widened her eyes in shock. The roof. Even tents could be blown away by the wind there, not to mention it's a place easily struck by lightning. We might be struck dead before even being drowned. Una imagined the scene of 5 blackened bodies being struck and couldn't help but find it amusing. Don't worry. I'll handle this. We just need to go there when the time comes. Alanis obviously wanted to protest, but thinking of the person in front of her, Una, she swallowed her words back. She's Una. The one who always finds a solution to every dilemma. If she says there's a way, there must be. After some thought, Alanis nodded in satisfaction, feeling much better. She stroked Arjun's fluffy head and went back inside to continue observing the situation. Sitting on the sofa, Una's consciousness entered the space directly. In the space store, there were many items for sale. Anything existing in the human world could also be found here. Even if something didn't exist in the human world, as long as Una wanted it, the system could create it, though the price might be higher. Due to fear of being struck by lightning, Una bought a lightning rod from the system store. It was different from those in the human world. Items from the system store were always top-notch. Placing the lightning rod on the ground meant no lightning strike within a 10-meter radius, with 0 risk. The items in the store couldn't be explained scientifically, so Una didn't bother to delve into details, as long as they worked well. Thus, the torrential rain submerged everything, and the water level continued to rise. The turbid water finally reached the 9th floor, dangerously close to Una's 10th floor residence. Standing by the window, she could see floating trash and corpses below, emitting a stench hard to endure. All the necessities in the room had been packed up, and the 5 of them opened the door and climbed up the stairs continuously. Those who once attempted to break in finally saw the true faces of the people inside. However, They didn't dare to act rashly now and could only watch as the five walked up the steps. The hallway was filled with evacuees, and the air was heavy with a foul smell mixed with the unique scent of rain, making everyone dizzy. There was actually no gap through which they could pass, but Gavriel used his psychic power to clear a path, allowing the five to reach the top floor. Water was constantly leaking from the top floor, and some people were resting under plastic bags or mats on the ground. Una opened the door leading to the rooftop. The moment she stepped out, her raincoat was instantly blown by the fierce wind, tightly adhering to her body. If she had an umbrella, it would have flown her away immediately. She took out a specialized windproof tent from her space bag, placed a platform on the wet ground, and set up the tent above it to avoid the standing water and dampness. Gavriel created a psychic barrier to shield the rain, and everyone quickly assembled the tent and hurried inside to take shelter. Before entering, Una laid a waterproof tarp over the tent for added security. Inside the tent, they arranged beds and bedding. Although she knew moisture absorbers wouldn't do much good, Una still hung quite a few she had stored in the tent. After everything was set up, Una noticed someone peering through the entrance of the rooftop, but she didn't pay attention. It was natural for them to be curious, but if they dared to come in and seize their spot, don't blame her for making an example of them. Taking out pots and firewood from her space bag, Una looked excited. The weather is so damp, shall we have some hot pot to eliminate the dampness? Without waiting for a response, she began taking out the hot pot base and various ingredients. Fresh green vegetables still glistened with droplets, and the hot pot balls were frozen hard, as if just taken out of the fridge. Chapter 83, The Peeping Vine. Alanis rubbed her hands together excitedly. This is great. I've been craving this for a long time. Hot pot really suits rainy days. She rummaged through the backpack she had been guarding and pulled out a bag of substantial crystal cores from the inner pocket, handing it to Una. These are the crystal cores I've saved up recently. Consider it as our family's meal fee. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it after some time. Una naturally didn't refuse. She happily accepted them and then handed all the tools and ingredients to Gavriel before lying down on the bed for a short rest, occasionally wiping the saliva dribbling from the corner of her mouth. Although their meals were usually quite rich, hot pot and barbecue were forever entrenched in Una's heart. Just thinking about it made her drool uncontrollably. It was food from her dreams. The post-apocalyptic environment was harsh, and such fragrant food was too noticeable. Unless in an uninhabited area, the smell would surely invite trouble once it wafted out. However, now with winds howling from all sides and heavy rain pouring down, even if they ate hot pot, the smell wouldn't be significant, allowing them to enjoy it without worry. Gavriel worked quickly. He prepared the soup base without making Una wait too long. The spicy red oil boiled vigorously in the pot, and then the ingredients were added one by one. The meat slices cooked quickly. After preparing the dipping sauce, Una couldn't wait to put the meat into her mouth. She felt a bit scalded and took a while to say, delicious. Everyone picked up their chopsticks. The aroma of the hot pot was well concealed inside the tent. The rain continued outside, yet it did not affect the warm atmosphere within. Una picked up some well-cooked tripe with her chopsticks, savoring it with satisfaction, closing her eyes slightly. How blissful this feeling is. Why does something so delicious exist in the world? Alanis nodded in agreement, stuffing another sweet chili sausage into her mouth. It's wonderful that we can still eat hot pot after the apocalypse. My life feels fulfilled. Lunch passed quickly. All the prepared ingredients were consumed swiftly. The five of them lay on the beds, rubbing their bellies contentedly. Finding the rain outside improved their mood significantly. But this wasn't a good solution for long. The building only had 18 floors, and it took just 3 days for the rain to flood up to the 10th floor. It wouldn't be hard to imagine it reaching the 18th floor. Although Una didn't understand why a nearly plain region could have such deep water accumulation, she had no choice but to accept it. Before the rain reached the 18th floor, she needed to find a way early. After taking a moment, she put on her raincoat and went up to the rooftop. Water already covered the 10th floor and kept rising unabated. Una couldn't figure out why the water level was so high. But understanding it wouldn't help much because what troubled her most was the accumulated water. Since she couldn't change the frightening rainfall, she could only adapt. Raindrops striking her through the raincoat hurt, so Una hurried back to the tent, where Arjun waited at the door. Hanging her raincoat at the entrance, Una sat on her bed, holding Arjun and pondering whether the inflatable boat could capsize in such heavy rainfall. Before the apocalypse, she had stockpiled survival supplies, including inflatable boats and rubber rafts. Yet, life remained precious, and she must protect it. Drought followed by heavy rain, what comes next? Extreme cold? Or another drought? Una didn't know what fate had in store. She could only do her best to prepare, making her life as smooth and happy as possible. Unnoticed by her, a vine had sneaked under the waterproof cloth outside the tent, rooting itself in the muddy soil. Stretching its body comfortably, it extended a small tentacle through the gap, cautiously peering inside the tent. Arjun, who was rolling around in the cat bed Una provided, noticed this sneaky thing and instinctively sensed danger. It narrowed its eyes, watching the vine warily. Una noticed Arjun's unusual behavior and followed its gaze. After observing for a while, she finally saw the vine. It was waving its tender tentacles continuously, clearly a mutated creature with some awareness. Una instantly became wary. She asked Gavriel to use a mental barrier to envelop it and pull it out of the mud. Then she examined its seemingly malnourished body. It should be a mutated plant. The current environment isn't suitable for it, so it has deteriorated like this. Gavriel sized up the situation for a moment before speaking. The vine was suspended mid-air inside a mental barrier, and the once wriggling small tendrils had now stopped moving. It looked somewhat nervous, just hovering in the air without trying to break free or resist the barrier wrapping around it. Una scratched her head. We should kill it. Otherwise, when the floodwaters recede after some time, this thing will likely start eating people. It could become an endless trouble then. Gabrielle nodded, and the mental barrier began to shrink continuously. Only now did the vine sense the human's ill intentions toward it and started waving its tendrils frantically, banging against the barrier forcefully. But how could Gabrielle be moved by pity? He continued contracting the barrier, only to find this creature surprisingly hard to deal with. The contraction trend was being resisted with considerable force. Suddenly, a green hole appeared on the vine, and crystal cores were pouring out of it one after another. They were all bright and translucent, each as big as a pigeon's egg. Una initially hadn't felt much until she saw the crystal cores. She immediately asked Gabrielle to stop and continued observing the small vine that seemed tiny but contained plenty of treasures. Perhaps realizing the crystal cores could please the humans in front of it, it hurriedly began spitting out more of them, quickly piling up various sizes and colors within the mental barrier. Gabrielle simply opened a small hole at the bottom, allowing the crystal cores to flow out through it. This standoff continued, and the rate of crystal cores dropping began to slow down, but they still formed a small mountain, sparkling even in the dim tent. When the last crystal core fell atop the pile, the barrier closed again, and the vine shuddered. Una stroked her chin, thinking this little creature might make a pretty good assistant. After all, just looking at its hoard of crystal cores indicated that it must have strong capabilities. Despite its weak appearance, having so many crystal cores means it's definitely not to be trifled with. What level do you think it is? Gabrielle frowned at the seemingly weak and innocent vine, finding it difficult to evaluate. Chapter 84. The new name for the vine. I haven't seen its true form yet. Its current strength is definitely being suppressed. We'll only know when it resumes its original body. But mutated plants are never simple creatures. This one just looks harmless. Compared to mutated animals, mutated plants each have their own pros and cons. Mutated plants are generally rooted in one place, often being the dominant force in that area. Mutated animals mostly travel in groups, making it hard for either side to gain a clear advantage over the other. Una suppressed the urge to keep this little thing as a pet and threw an electric ball at it directly. Given the vine's small size, the electric ball made it dance wildly for 5 full minutes. Yet after those 5 minutes, it simply shook off the black ash covering it and resumed its original state. Una was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to strike again, it spat out another crystal core. It was as big as a baby's fist, possibly a core from some other mutated plant or animal. No wonder it had been reluctant to part with it earlier. Una looked at the little thing. Do you eat people? The vine hurriedly extended a tentacle and shook it forcefully. So what do you eat? The tentacle pointed downward toward the crystal core. Can you beat me? After hesitating for a moment, the vine pointed at Gabrielle, then waved its tentacle. Then it pointed at Una before retracting its tentacle. Gabrielle knocked on the transparent barrier, so it means it can beat me but not you. Plants indeed fear heavenly lightning, and Una, as a mid-stage 3rd-level thunder-type psychic, certainly posed a significant threat to this creature. Let it out to run around a bit. I want to see what it will do. Una formed an electric ball in her palm, clearly threatening the vine, which made its already slender body shiver once more. With stiff movements, the vine, under everyone's watchful eyes, lifted 2 trembling tendrils and dragged a piece of cat food out of Arjun's bowl. Some vines know they are alive but feel they are dead. It stuffed the cat food into its mouth as if giving up hope, followed by a second and third. Arjun was so angry it started panting. The vine thought it was its last meal, having finally found such a delicious treat among humans, and continued numbly repeating the act of stealing and eating the cat food. Una found this amusing. This vine didn't resist, unlike most mutated plants which would attack humans immediately upon release. But this one seemed rather unintelligent, finishing all of Arjun's cat food for the day. Had Una not stopped it, it might have bitten into the bowl. Una and Gabrielle exchanged glances, both intrigued by the vine. Keep it. Sure, for fun. And so, Arjun got a new sibling of unknown gender named Sheldon. Una chose this name because the sight of Sheldon stealing cat food was too funny to resist. The team grew larger, and Una took all of Sheldon's stockpile, stuffing her own pockets. Feeling quite pleased, she even gave Sheldon its own bowl to prevent fights between the two. Destiny found it fascinating that this mutated plant wasn't violent or bloodthirsty, though she remained somewhat cautious. This really satisfies its energy needs. Destiny genuinely wondered, especially since it was her first time seeing a vine that loved eating cat food. Una squatted next to Destiny. I think it treats this as a snack. Its main energy supply must still come from absorbing crystal cores. But this little one does seem pretty weak. Wonder how big its original form is. She gently poked Sheldon, who was intently chewing on the cat food. Irritated, it tapped Una's hand with a tentacle but paused its meal cautiously once it realized who it had touched. Una sensed its panic and found it both cute and hilarious, frowning slightly as if pretending to be angry. This was Destiny's first time seeing fear in a plant, finding it oddly amusing. Sheldon extended a tiny tentacle to rub Una's knuckles, then leaned the whole vine against her. Though faceless, its actions felt fawning. Una couldn't help but laugh, rubbing Sheldon's tentacles affectionately before lying down on the bed. Destiny, however, did not leave. She watched Sheldon, which looked as if it had just survived a catastrophe, and found it even more amusing. Inside the tent was peaceful, but the hallway was not. The heavy rain caused the water level to rise too quickly, reducing the area available for survivors to take shelter. Thus, everyone kept moving upward. But space was limited. As people below kept pushing upward, some weaker individuals were inevitably forced out of the building, enduring the relentless beating of the rain. Seeing the tent standing on the open ground, some of them hesitated, glancing at the fierce-looking people in the hallway before cautiously approaching the tent. Gabrielle naturally noticed these people but said nothing. After all, the rooftop wasn't exclusively for their group of 5. It was a public space, and anyone else could come up as well, so long as they didn't enter their tent. With the first person being pushed out, soon there would be a second and third. Those with a bit of luck had plastic bags to shield themselves, while others could only endure the pain of the rain pounding on their bodies. Some people's gazes were fixed on the tent. In such a situation, who would want to provoke those with such sturdy tents? Everyone hesitated, no one wanted to be the first to approach. Yet the rain continued. Those drenched by the downpour could barely breathe, and they ran towards the tent despite their fear, driven by their desperate desire to survive. How could Gabriel let them in? He used a mental barrier to envelop the entire tent. All those who rushed over collided with this invisible barrier, and some were knocked to the ground. Taking these as warnings, the others stepped back, looking at the tent and then at the entrance to the hallway, standing there in confusion, torn between two difficult choices. Why? How could it be that in this vast world, there was not even a place for a single person to hide? Why was it like this? They couldn't understand, but their hearts were filled with pain and growing hatred for this world and the others around them. Chapter 85. Mutated Zombies Come Ashore. After Una had her fill of food and drink, she sat on the bed, leisurely stroking little Persia's head. No matter how much hardship the people outside the tent endured, it had absolutely no impact on her. She wouldn't feel any sympathy for them either. In this apocalypse, strength always reigned supreme. The powerful could naturally seize places to shelter from the rain through sheer force, while the weak would naturally be driven out. There was nothing to blame others for. After all, everything happening now was due to their own weakness. The weak couldn't live normally in the apocalypse. Thus, another half-day passed with the rain gradually becoming lighter. The first rays of sunlight pierced through just before the floodwaters covered the rooftops. After the rain came the clear sky. Although a foul smell from the floodwaters still lingered around, it at least brought humans hope for survival and a chance to carry on. Everyone ran out from the corridors, wildly walking around the rooftop, screaming with excitement. The rain had come swiftly and left quickly, breaking up the cloudy sky into bits, leaving only a humid warmth in the air. Una gazed at the clear sky, feeling as if these days of heavy rain were like a dream. Just like the previous drought that melted the thick snow instantly. The rain came quickly and left quickly as well. After pondering for a while, Una decided to wait until the floodwater receded before leaving the Kyoto base. After all, the floodwater inside the base was still rushing rapidly, and no one knew what dangers might be hidden within. It would be better to wait until the water retreated, allowing a full view of the ground. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed by zombies or other creatures lurking underwater. The rain stopped, and everyone screamed with joy. But a piercing sound suddenly broke through the excited atmosphere. A zombie covered in scales crawled out of the water, carrying putrid mud on its body, but the scales gleamed greasily under the sun. Sadly, a Jesus had been reduced to nothing but bones, otherwise, he could have told them this was the zombie that hid underwater and killed. The floodwater was about to cover the rooftops, and the zombie lurking underwater naturally smelled the rich aroma of human flesh. Unable to resist hunger, it leaped out abruptly, revealing sharp shark-like teeth due to excitement, startling many people. The rooftop was crowded with people. For the zombie, it felt like being inside a barbecue restaurant surrounded by all kinds of delicious humans. Psychic ability users hurried to counterattack, but the density of people on the rooftop was too high. Everyone was packed together like sardines in a can. Releasing psychic abilities would likely hurt some humans as well. This greatly hindered their actions, giving the zombie opportunities to exploit. Una, staying in the tent, noticed the accident outside through the window she had reserved beforehand. Amidst the crowd, she accurately caught sight of the mutated zombie. This thing indeed had impressive defense. It was feasting on humans like it was at a buffet, nibbling on one and biting another. Too many people got infected. The entire top floor had turned into the zombies' territory. Staying any longer would probably trap them inside the tent. Una hastily gathered everything into her spatial bag and called everyone to leave. Gabriel used his mental barrier to protect the 5 of them, preventing those infected from infecting them further. In the current zombie epidemic, everyone's mentality had more or less twisted. Most would rather bring others down with them than live poorly. Human hearts were unpredictable. One must always protect oneself. With the sudden removal of tents, the rooftop became emptier, and people immediately filled in the spaces. If not for Gabriel's mental barrier, Una and the others might have been scattered by the crowd. Some infected people's bodies were already covered in bulging veins, their eyes turning somewhat hazy, looking extremely terrifying. They weren't fully mutated yet, still retaining some human consciousness, struggling against their craving for flesh. The rooftop became increasingly chaotic. Some people, unable to bear it, jumped into the water, unaware of what awaited them below. Una and Gabriel managed to reach the edge of the rooftop thanks to the mental barrier. Una took out an inflatable boat from her spatial bag, and the 5 of them jumped aboard, ready to leave. The other survivors, seeing hope, crazily swam toward the inflatable boat, even swallowing sewage, still pleading for help painfully, hoping someone would save them. Alanis and Daniela both turned away, unwilling to watch. In this apocalypse, pity for others is a dagger aimed at oneself. Though it seemed too cold-hearted, it was the most realistic situation. Looking at those survivors desperately asking for help, Una actually thought about leaving some of the inflatable boats and speedboats from her spatial storage for them. But with just a moment's consideration, she could imagine the consequences. Everyone would jump off the rooftop to snatch the limited number of inflatable boats, tearing each other apart, dragging one another down. Those who successfully got on board would be pulled back into the water by others. In the end, it would turn into direct hunting among humans, an outcome far worse than being caught by zombies. After all, this is human nature. With full throttle, the speedboat shot forward, leaving the survivors far behind as it sped toward the unknown. Una controlled the direction, not knowing where she wanted to go, but only that she didn't want to see those scenes of hell on Earth anymore. The water was parted by the speedboat, and Una looked at the sun hanging in the distance, feeling an unprecedented sense of confusion in her heart. Where are we going? Alanis remained silent, while Gabrielle glanced at Una and spoke. It doesn't matter where we go, as long as we're all intact, as long as we're still human, there will always be hope. Una looked at Gabrielle, then looked at the endless expanse of water, and nodded heavily. No matter how bitter or tiring it was, she could persevere. After barely earning a second life, she had to cherish it. Not all bases were suffering, the weather around the world seemed to have been torn apart. Maybe places not far from the Kyoto base were worrying about droughts, and perhaps some bases were struggling with extreme cold. In her previous life, although Una had experienced natural disasters, she had never gone through the full spectrum of hardships like she did in this lifetime. The speedboat raced quickly toward the distance, passing by numerous rooftops along the way. Countless people reached out for help, and when they realized their cries went unanswered, they turned into incomprehensible curses. When you are in pain, few people are willing to see others happy. When you are in darkness, many will try to drag those in the light into the abyss. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there might have been many people who helped each other, but as the miseries piled up, most of the remaining kindness in humans had been worn away. Chapter 86, Unexpected Encounter with Wade on Water. After passing through the low-lying area, the sun gradually began to set, and zombies started emerging from the still water. Gabrielle steered the boat while using a barrier to encase the entire speedboat. Una threw electric spheres that she had condensed directly into the water. It proved to be quite effective. Tossing an electric sphere into the water instantly took care of many zombies. It was nearly perfect. They continued this coordination as the sun sank completely, leaving no trace of light behind, making the surface of the water pitch black. Una took out several flashlights from her spatial pocket and hung them around the edge of the speedboat, stopping the boat at the same time. It was too dark, and the flashlight beams were limited in their illumination. If there were anything barely noticeable underwater, they might have bad luck. Although Gabrielle could detect objects beneath the boat, most foreign objects would float with the water's surface, making it time-consuming and laborious to determine what they were and whether to avoid them or not. Resting on the speedboat wasn't easy due to its cramped space. Una simply sat by the side of the boat and closed her eyes for some rest, while Gabrielle sat beside her, tiredly resting as well. The night watch duty was assigned to Destiny and Fabian, taking turns so that someone could rest for a while and be ready to continue their journey early tomorrow. Night descended, as if the world had been muted, producing no sound at all. Una felt extremely exhausted even sitting on the speedboat. Resting didn't help much. It felt like her whole body had been pounded with a hammer. The weather was warming up again. Soon, these accumulated waters would be dried up by the scorching sun. Una wondered if the Kyoto base would have any solutions for reconstruction when that happened. Nodding off, waking up due to neck pain, Una hardly slept well throughout the night, still feeling very fatigued but slightly less drowsy. Dawn was breaking, dim enough to make out things vaguely. Una decided to depart immediately. They needed to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise, drifting and resting on water would likely drive her to the brink of mental collapse. The roles were switched again. Gabrielle and Una started driving the speedboat, while Daniela monitored the rear situation. The five of them set out once more, heading west. The sun grew increasingly harsh. Though it was relatively cool on the water, Una could distinctly feel the rising temperature. The temperature rise indicated that these accumulated waters were evaporating continuously. They would likely dry up completely before long, so they wouldn't need to stay afloat anymore. With this realization, Una's mood improved greatly. Ready to attack the zombies hiding underwater, she noticed a bamboo raft drifting towards them lazily from afar. Despite its rudimentary appearance, it was a fairly good means of transportation under current conditions, enough to save more people. Seeing Una's speedboat, one of them retrieved a crudely made paddle and started rowing water, obviously wanting to approach the speedboat to say something. Una disliked getting involved in trouble and tried to leave at full throttle but then heard a somewhat familiar call. Una! Una! Startled, Una realized that these people were Wade and his group. One of them had vision-enhancing abilities and recognized Una and Gabrielle from a distance. Realizing who they were, Una quickly maneuvered the boat closer. When she arrived near them, she noticed they weren't doing too well either. Each person was covered in dried mud, reeking of a foul odor, and their hair was matted together. Looking over the bamboo raft they rode, Una admired their practical skills. Being able to build such a rudimentary yet functional raft under dire circumstances showed that these people weren't just pretenders. Wade glanced worriedly at Destiny, relaxing only after seeing she was fine. He shifted his gaze back to Una. Really is you guys? Thank goodness I have a loud voice, or we probably wouldn't have met. Una scratched her head sheepishly. You guys are pretty fast. Didn't expect to run into your raft. Wade sighed helplessly. We pushed ourselves day and night just to reach here. Human power can never match a speedboat. Una looked at their sweat-drenched and exhausted faces, feeling fortunate for preparing such items in the pre-apocalypse era, which allowed them to travel easily without much pressure. Then he gave Chad a teasing look. This guy has been worrying about you. I told him you were fine, but he wouldn't believe me. Chad's face turned beet red, glancing shyly at Una for a moment before looking down quickly. Gabrielle suddenly felt a sense of crisis but had no proper identity to prevent Una from interacting with other men. He felt incredibly aggrieved and turned his head away in a huff. Una didn't notice this, instead starting to inquire about Wade and the experiences of his group during this period. Their entire squad lived in the same building. When the riot began, they all rushed back home at the first opportunity, so none of them were missing. Then came the heavy rain, forcing them to move upward floor by floor. They nearly got harmed by a group of survivors. Fortunately, their building was 6 stories taller than Una's, so they didn't encounter any significant conflicts and managed to survive until the rain stopped. However, being trapped on such a high floor wasn't a long-term solution. Wade led his team to build a bamboo raft, barely managing to escape from those, and finally arrived here after days and nights of hard travel. Encountering Una was something they hadn't expected, but it was certainly a good thing. Uncertain about what to do next, Wade decided to follow Una's group. Strength lies in numbers, and having more people would make solving problems easier. Una thought for a moment, then took out 2 more speedboats from her spatial pocket, enough for Wade and his 10 brothers, increasing their speed as well. Wade wouldn't use Una's supplies for free. He and his brothers pooled together a large number of crystal cores, which all ended up in Una's pocket. Una was very satisfied, and Wade's brothers were also content. Everyone was happy. The roar of the engines echoed over the water as the speedboats carried them forward non-stop. Most dangers they encountered along the way were handled by Wade and his group, leaving Una with no chance to act. Wade himself was a powerful ability user, and his subordinates all had unique skills. They could easily solve any problems that arose. Most importantly, these people had no bad intentions and obediently followed Wade, willing to do whatever they were told. They could be content with just eating a pack of instant noodles. Chapter 87, Let's get one thing straight. Una found this team quite interesting. Elliot, such a wily old fox, had people under him who all seemed rather simple-minded and easily deceived. With them around, Una didn't have to pull night shifts. The energetic group of men stayed up all night killing zombies and were still as effective the next day. After 2 days of hard work, they finally arrived at a large building in the city center. It was an office building, with files and office supplies washed out by water. Some paper, soaked through, floated listlessly on the surface. Tired from floating for so many days, the group hurriedly approached the window filled with silt, taking turns to go in and rest. The weather was too hot, the temperature rising to unbearable heights for humans. Everyone felt dizzy and sluggish after just light activity. The room was thickly covered with dried mud, giving off a heavy stench that made one want to vomit. Wearing a mask, Una walked around, planning to go upstairs where it was cleaner since those areas weren't flooded. Although feeling unwell, everyone kept pace without complaint, supporting each other as they climbed upward. Una glanced at the floor signs. They were now on the 3rd floor. She was surprised to find that the water level had dropped so much. No wonder rafts often saw branches, lampposts, or billboards now. As they climbed floor by floor, they finally reached a relatively clean level before collapsing. Though the stench from below remained, it wasn't as dirty here, and there was less guilt lying down to rest. Everyone was exhausted by the heat and lay sprawled on the ground, feeling extremely tired. Una couldn't breathe properly in the stifling heat. Being in the water felt more comfortable, but entering these sealed high-rise buildings immediately made it feel hotter. Pulling out chilled mineral water, she handed 2 bottles to each person, helping combat the heat. Elliot's brothers initially hesitated but took the water once their leader gave permission. The cold water instantly relieved their thirst, restoring some energy. After resting a while, they got up from the floor. This was a hall, not flooded by rain, but dust-covered and marked with footprints. Una decided not to continue boating and planned to rest here for a while, even if others were in the building, avoiding conflict. Feeling slightly refreshed, Una and her group continued climbing, eventually settling on a meeting room 3 floors up suitable for 15 people. Clearing out the room, Una didn't hesitate to bring out an air conditioner to cool it down. Others were shocked but enjoyed the rare comfort silently. Una, pleased with their reaction, pulled out a soft mattress from her storage space and laid it on the ground for bedding. She hadn't rested well recently, finding it hard to sleep on a boat. Exhaustion loomed over her, and anyone disturbing her sleep would risk their lives. The others were equally tired but being men, they didn't mind the sleeping arrangements, lying directly on the ground and falling asleep. Elliot and Gabrielle remained alert. About half an hour later, an auditory evolved member of Elliot's team suddenly woke up and sat up. Looking around cautiously, he whispered to Elliot, "Boss, people are coming down from upstairs, about 7 of them, including power evolvers. Should we wake everyone up for defense?" Gabrielle, though his eyes were closed, used his mental powers to detect the approaching group. They were led by a high-level level 2 water-type ability user, with the rest being survivors who posed little threat. He probably went downstairs to check the situation because he was afraid that these newcomers were not good people, otherwise, there would be no need to be so cautious. Elliot thought for a moment and then shook his head. The brothers had been exhausted for a long time. Letting them rest well was the most important thing. He would handle any issues first. Being alarmed like this was too tiring. There was no need to wake them up for trivial matters. He gently patted the auditory evolved member on the shoulder. There's nothing serious. Go rest quickly. I will deal with these people. If it gets worse, I'll call you. The auditory evolved member was a bit worried but still chose to trust his leader. He then lay back down in his resting place and closed his eyes, not intending to inquire about the situation outside anymore. As footsteps gradually approached, Gabrielle and Elliot stood up at the same time. After exchanging glances, they opened the door of the meeting room and walked out. The other party was also a group of disheveled survivors. Though they looked somewhat haggard, it seemed they hadn't endured much hardship and appeared cleaner than Elliot and his brothers. A high-level psychic ability user could naturally use their powers to investigate others if they wished. The man standing before Gabrielle was a second-level high-level water-type ability user. He watched the two tall men at the meeting room door cautiously. Who are you? Elliot put on a very friendly smile. We're just passers-by who came in to rest. We won't go further up and intrude on your territory, please rest assured. The water-type ability user glanced at them several times, clearly not believing Elliot's words. After all, a team of ability users had said something similar before, but ended up stealing a lot of supplies and fleeing. They even killed several of their brothers along the way, which was a huge blow to Alexei, the water-type ability user. Let's get one thing straight. If any of you cause trouble on our floors, don't blame us for fighting for our lives and making you pay the price. Elliot chuckled and nodded without showing any discomfort due to Alexei's words. Chapter 88, Temporary Residence Fee. Seeing Elliot's amiable attitude, Alexei had nothing more to say and simply left with the people behind him. Gabrielle and Elliot returned inside and sat down, enjoying the coolness of the air conditioner. Both sighed in comfort, feeling blessed to enjoy air conditioning on such a scorching day, a luxury that only their group seemed to have post-apocalypse. Even if others could find a way to use air conditioning, it wouldn't be as cool as what they were experiencing. Everyone felt somewhat exhausted and fell asleep until the next morning, just as dawn was breaking. Una finally crawled out of her mattress when the sky started to lighten up. The room was filled with snoring sounds, rising and falling. She rubbed her sore neck, but this felt like the most comfortable sleep she'd had since the deluge. Gabrielle immediately noticed she was awake and walked over cautiously to ask what she wanted for breakfast. Una thought for a moment and took out some bread and several cans of jam from her space. Though not lavish, this simple meal did not require cooking in the sweltering heat and was enough to fill everyone's stomachs without complaints. She wasn't generous, but she wasn't stingy either. Within her means, she was willing to help those who treated her sincerely. Peaceful coexistence was far better than constant scheming. After some consideration, she also brought out steaming white flour buns and pickled vegetables. The smell instantly tempted many of them. They all opened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the breakfast laid out in the center of the room, rubbing their eyes nervously. Una picked up a bun and then handed everyone a pair of chopsticks. Eat up freely, we'll need to set off after a good meal. Elliot nodded. All the men eagerly grabbed the buns, ignoring the calluses on their hands as they stuffed their mouths with the delicious bread and buns, relishing the rare feeling of fullness. While they usually ate adequately, these freshly baked, aromatic buns were a dream come true. Suddenly being able to eat as much as they wanted, even with simple side dishes like pickled vegetables, made these men feel like it was a festive occasion. Although Una enjoyed grand feasts, she too found great pleasure in the humble combination of buns and pickles. She ended up eating 2 buns. After eating to their heart's content, everyone leaned back lazily, belching in satisfaction. During breakfast, Gabrielle noticed someone peeking outside the door but didn't intervene because no one came in to disturb them. Gabrielle was aware that they would send someone to monitor them, but as long as they posed no threat, he decided to let it slide. However, if anyone dared to harm them, he wouldn't show mercy to any of them. With nothing else to do, the group thought about playing cards. Among Elliot's team was a short man, a level 3 spatial ability user, who kept all the supplies in his space. Realizing the enthusiasm among the brothers, Sarai quickly fetched several decks of cards from his space. Una found this game quite interesting. Normally, they stayed in the base under high tension, leaving little time for relaxation or entertainment. Now that they had relaxed, Una wanted to experience the joy of playing cards together. There were no stakes, losing just meant a few jokes. So everyone played happily, including Fabian, who hugged Elliot's neck and laughed loudly, forming an unlikely bond across generations. Suddenly, there was a knock on the wooden door of the meeting room. Just as Una was getting tired of playing, she stood up to open the door. Outside stood a young man with dyed yellow hair mixed with stray black strands, making it look more chaotic. The lingering scent of bread and buns wafted out with the air conditioner's chill, reaching the young man's face. He swallowed subconsciously, composed himself, and said, "We've been living here all along. Since you're new, you should pay us a temporary residence fee, right?" Una glanced at the boy, around 16 years old, and replied disapprovingly, "Did you build this building? Is your name on it? You're asking for a temporary residence fee?" The boy was momentarily speechless, then drew a deep breath and said, "Do you understand seniority? We got here first, so this building belongs to us. You arrived later, so naturally, you should follow our rules." Just as Una was about to draw a knife from her space, Gabrielle whispered beside her ear, "There are 3 men hiding at the stairwell corner. This boy is likely just being deceived into coming forward." Shifting her gaze from the boy in front of her to the stairwell corner, she saw the 3 men panic-stricken as they tried to hide, confirming Gabrielle's suspicion. Una had no intention of dealing with this cannon fodder. She simply closed the meeting room door and locked it from the inside, effectively shutting out these people with ulterior motives. The yellow-haired boy outside the door was momentarily stunned. He then began to furiously bang on the meeting room door but got no response. Slightly deflated, he glanced at the door, then reluctantly walked towards the stairwell corner. There, he found the three men whispering, as if conspiring about something. Unaware of those three men's intentions, Una stood by the window and looked down. Many treetops were already visible, indicating that the water level had dropped significantly. If the temperature remained this high, the ground would likely return to normal soon. Though there would be dried mud, it would still be drivable. Feeling better, Una secured the windows and continued enjoying the delightful coolness of the air conditioner. Soon after, Gabrielle frowned and approached Una. Someone's coming. A group of people live upstairs, and they don't look friendly. These people hurried along, clearly carrying a lot of anger, evidently here to cause trouble, so caution was necessary. After waking up, Una learned from Gabrielle about what happened yesterday. These people claimed they wouldn't interfere with each other yesterday, yet they repeatedly provoked today, clearly underestimating Una's patience. She walked to the door and pulled it open, freezing Alexei mid-knock, making him look both comical and awkward. Una coldly eyed the group in front of her. What is it? Alexei coughed lightly, pushing someone from behind him, the yellow-haired boy who had come earlier to ask for the temporary residence fee. Your people injured ours. At the very least, you should give us an explanation, right? Chapter 89 Mutual Non-Interference. Una glanced at the scratches on Ianto's face. They looked intimidating in patches but were actually just minor bumps. Thinking about the three men at the stairwell corner, Una glanced past Alexei and Ianto, and indeed spotted those three retreating cautiously with guilty looks. A faint smile curved her lips as she pointed at Ianto's injuries. I want to ask him who hit him, where it happened, and why. If his answer proves that someone from my team really hurt him, I won't tolerate it. But if someone deliberately injured himself and came to our door to frame us for some benefit, I won't let them off either. Alexei turned around and patted Ianto on the shoulder. Tell me who hurt you. Don't be afraid, Uncle will never let anyone bully you. Ianto's eyes darted around, turning to look at the three men who urged him with their glances to stick to their rehearsed lines. Swallowing hard, Ianto said, it was a very muscular man. I was just looking down from the stairs, and suddenly he punched me. I only knew he was strong, I was too scared to see his face. Una found this amusing. So your meaning is that someone punched you out of nowhere, and without seeing anything clearly, you ran upstairs to complain? Ianto, being young, felt uneasy lying, especially when instigating conflict between teams, making his guilt even heavier. He nodded randomly, then hid behind Alexei, lowering his head with his hands nervously clutching the corners of his clothes. Alexei interpreted his nervousness as fear and patted Ianto's head sympathetically, looking at Una displeasingly. What are you talking about here? Let the man who spoke to me come out. He should be your leader, right? Una looked at them, somewhat displeased. I'm the leader here. If you want to talk, speak to me. Otherwise, scram. Alexei was visibly irritated but restrained himself, looking at Gabrielle standing behind Una. Brother, I at least came personally to resolve this matter. By sending out just any woman to handle things, your leader seems to be showing disrespect to me, Gu. Gabrielle, expressionless, pointed at Una. She really is our leader. Alexei's face darkened like a pot bottom, trying to call Wade forward, but unexpectedly, Wade stepped out voluntarily. Before he could speak, Wade calmly pointed at Una. She truly is our leader. Last time, I spoke with you because she was resting, and I didn't dare disturb her. Una lifted her chin, and Alexei immediately felt embarrassed, standing silently, unable to find words. Seeing he wasn't in the mood to negotiate, Una went straight to the point, firing questions like bullets from a machine gun. You insisted on mutual non-interference, yet your people sent this Ianto to knock on our door demanding temporary residency fees. We naturally didn't give in. But why did you send someone to bother us after agreeing on non-interference? Alexei immediately sensed something was amiss and pulled Ianto out. Did you ask them for something? Ianto trembled, too scared to speak, but this helped Alexei understand the source of this farce. It turned out he was the fool, used by his own men. Una didn't intend to spare Alexei's face. Your own people injuring each other and framing us. Do you think we're easy to bully? Alexei hung his head in shame, thinking his subordinates wouldn't deceive him, only to realize he had been used. How ironic and absurd. Ianto, terrified and feeling Una's oppressive presence, quivered. Looking at Alexei anxiously. What are you staring at? If you can accuse us falsely, I can make sure you don't go back unharmed. Not much, just all your teeth. Liars must pay. Her smile was gentle, yet Ianto felt an invisible force pressing down on him, unable to move. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he looked at Alexei, shouting frantically, it wasn't what I wanted to say. It was Maddox and the others. They said if I got supplies from these people, they would give me 1/3. Uncle Gu, you know me. I've never acted like this before. I was just too hungry. I didn't mean to do it. Please save me. Alexei averted his gaze from Ianto but noticed the three men at the end of the line looking furtive and shrinking back. They were the instigators Ianto spoke of. Without their urging, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Una sighed and took out a pair of pliers from her spatial bag. She pointed at the three men who were trying to sneak away. Gabrielle, bring them over. As soon as she spoke, the three men were manipulated by psychic power and brought to Una's front. Seeing the new pliers in her hand, they tried to use their abilities to break free, but Gabrielle's suppression made all their efforts futile. Una thought for a moment and then called out a strength-evolved member from inside the room. Although she wasn't very strong, pulling teeth would require quite an effort. Professional jobs should be handled by professionals. Gavriel used psychic power to pry open their mouths. Unable to scream for help, they could only mumble in hopes of gaining mercy from Alexei, as he was now the only one who could save them. But who cares about traitors? Though Alexei usually treated his team members well, he despised betrayers. Una merely wanted their teeth. If it were someone more ruthless, Alexei and his team might have been wiped out entirely. Facing someone with bizarre, irresistible powers and so many capable individuals, they stood no chance. Since they provoked Una, they must bear the consequences. My team doesn't need traitors. From now on, you are no longer part of our team. We will not interfere with each other. Without any mercy, Alexei turned and left with the rest of his team, ignoring the cries of those being punished. Chapter 90. Which is more important, emotions or the future? Una looked at their terrified expressions and felt a bit nauseous. She simply entered the room and listened quietly to their wails. Her mood improved considerably. In this short period of time, the water outside the building had receded somewhat. It would not take long before they could leave this place directly. Una thought for a moment and decided to settle in the Shishing base for some time. The terrain there was higher up, even torrential rains would hardly cause such conditions. Moreover, Shishing base was in a relatively remote location. Survivors within the base struggled with searching for supplies, thus creating a large market demand. Looking at it this way, it also seemed very suitable for her. Furthermore, the surrounding area around the base was desolate. While the number of zombies was alarming, it was still far better than the Jingju base and other official bases. The 4 people who had all their teeth pulled did not know where they went. Alexei refused to accept them again. They might have to find a good place on their own from now on. With these 4 people as an example, no one dared to continue targeting Una's group. This allowed them to live in peace for a while. The sunlight was still scorching, drying out the dirty water covering the ground and evaporating all moisture on the surface. Una planned to leave. However, Chavez and others did not plan to go to the Shishing base but intended to head south to seek opportunities to establish their own base. Una knew about his ambitions. Such a person never wished to be subordinate to anyone. One day, he would surely build his own power to protect those he wanted to protect. In her previous life, Chavez established a small base that was no less impressive than an official base. This lifetime would likely not be different. On the day of departure, Una wanted to bid farewell to Chavez but found that he and Alanis had found a private room to talk alone. Although Una was surprised when she discovered this situation, young people living together for so long would inevitably develop feelings. Alanis would definitely follow Una wherever she went. Chavez's ambitions were neither in the Shishing base nor in Una's small team. The two would eventually separate. Whether they would meet again was a question. Una did not plan to meddle in their affairs. Matters of the heart had to be resolved by themselves. It was inappropriate for an outsider like her to meddle. Through the glass, looking at their backs, Una felt a bit bitter. After 10 more minutes, they finally emerged from another room. Alanis's expression did not change. With a determined look, she walked towards Una without glancing back at Chavez. Una sensed the atmosphere between the two was not right but did not ask more. She bade them a hasty farewell and then boarded the RV. Alanis's family followed behind in a small car, while the RV led the way. Una sat in the passenger seat of the RV, noticing that Chavez's eyes kept following the small car until it disappeared from sight, then he reluctantly shifted his gaze away. Everyone has their own aspirations. Perhaps everyone has their own choice, but every gain has its loss. There was nothing to feel regretful about. The RV headed west towards the Shishing base. Gavriel drove the car, but his gaze often swept over Una's face. Feeling annoyed under his scrutiny, Una closed her eyes and submerged her consciousness into the space, starting to harvest and plant crops inside. She planted rice and wheat again this time to obtain more food, which was easier to sell in this world after the apocalypse, making it more convenient to earn money. Corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, being simple and easy to carry, would also be in high demand. Mainly because the seeds of these crops were cheap, yields high, and selling them would yield greater profits. Seeing Una as if she fell into a deep sleep, Gavriel realized she might have immersed her consciousness in that magical space again. He didn't interrupt her further and quietly drove the vehicle. Alanis and her father both could drive, so they took turns driving and did not feel tired. Daniela sat quietly in the back seat, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead with tissues. To save fuel, the air conditioning was not turned on in the car. Alanis did not want to trouble Una with everything, so she always solved problems like food and gasoline on her own and never asked Una for help. Though they were friends, Alanis did not want her family to become leeches on Una. Relying too much on one person would make you lose the ability to survive on your own. Alanis did not want to end up as a useless person who couldn't do anything. Daniela watched the RV leading the way a few times, wiped the sweat from his head, but didn't say anything. She had been told many times by her husband and daughter. Now, although she still envied Una and Gavriel's quality of life, she didn't dare to make any more demands. She was well aware that she couldn't be much help in this environment, so not causing trouble for her children was the best thing she could do. Fabian frequently traveled around different places in the country for business, so he was quite familiar with these roads and could find suitable gas stations for supplies. The 5 of them usually assigned tasks whether they were resting or traveling to improve efficiency and reduce manpower waste. However, Una and the others were still not fully reassured, leaving Alanis and Fabian to take night watch alone, so they paired up accordingly. Alanis and Una would keep watch together, while Gabrielle would team up with Fabian. This way, they could complement each other, ensuring better sleep for those who were resting, which would greatly assist with the next day's journey. Tonight it happened to be Una and Alanis's turn to sit on the roof of the RV, gazing out at the starlit sky beside the crescent moon, a sight of unusual beauty. Una sipped some water, quietly listening to the sounds around her and observing the surroundings. Although this place wasn't particularly dangerous, vigilance during night watch was crucial, as careful observation of the surroundings was necessary. Gabrielle had chosen an excellent rest spot. It was surrounded by open space, allowing immediate detection of any situation. Not to mention there were Xiao Liu and Arjun, two little creatures with top-notch alertness who would immediately jump up to warn Una if anything happened. Under the starry sky, despite the heat, Una felt this was both a kind of enjoyment and happiness. In the pre-apocalypse world, where could one see such beautiful stars? Most times, only a few scattered ones were visible. Una, do you think emotions or the future is more important? Alanis looked at the stars in the sky somewhat lost, a question that had clearly troubled her for a long time. Una roughly guessed why she was asking this question but didn't know how to explain the difference between the two to her. Chapter 91 Love at First Sight. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she tentatively asked, "Did you have an argument with Wade about his move south?" Alanis sighed and nodded helplessly. "I'm really conflicted. I understand that he shouldn't give up everything he's worked for just because of me, but him so easily leaving me behind makes me feel like I'm nothing but expendable in his heart." Una truly understood Alanis's inner turmoil, yet who could ever fully grasp such matters? "In fact, I've always believed that pursuing what one desires is most important. Maybe this makes me seem too heartless, but I still hold this belief. People live in this world not for another person or a certain relationship. Everyone should have their own aspirations and be willing to sacrifice something for those pursuits." In her previous life, she had given up becoming the best version of herself for Ernest, which ultimately led to her tragic death. No matter when, one's pursuit must always come first, otherwise, living is no different from being a walking dead. Alanis looked up at the sky. She knew this truth deep down, yet people lost in emotions often had their eyes blinded. Una glanced at Alanis. "Do you have no goals for the future?" Alanis looked at the brightest star in the sky. "Not really big ones. I only hope to protect my parents and friends and wish everyone can live happily." As if suddenly remembering something, she turned to Una. "What about you? I've always thought you lived quite zen. You do whatever comes to mind, and it seems like you live a very carefree life." Admittedly, Alanis admired people like Una, capable of bearing the consequences of their actions, doing whatever they thought of without hesitation. Una smiled. "Just as you said, my goal is to live freely and extravagantly, leaving no regrets." Alanis nodded enviously, then her eyes twinkled mischievously as she started probing for gossip. "How are things between you and Gabrielle? There's definitely something going on between you two. The way he looks at you is anything but innocent. Want to share your progress?" Una scratched her head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Nothing much, we're still getting to know each other. Let's see how it goes after some time. If it works out, we'll be together." Alanis was somewhat surprised. "I thought you two had known each other for a long time. Why are you still getting to know each other?" This time, it was Una's turn to be puzzled. "Why do you think so?" Alanis explained, "Because he knows your preferences clearly and understands when to offer help and when to let you fight your battles. I thought you two had been together for a while to achieve such." Una laughed helplessly. Indeed, Gabrielle's understanding mostly came from her past life, and in this life, he always considered things from her perspective, which made him seem very familiar to her. So-called familiarity wasn't exactly based on mutual understanding but rather Gabrielle always putting Una first, giving others the impression of closeness. After chatting for a while, they noticed zombies approaching continuously, swaying unsteadily, their putrid smell constantly assaulting their nostrils. Una was almost ready to reach the third level of the advanced stage, and Alanis had already become a second-level high-fire elementalist. Dealing with these minor foes was effortless for both of them. The night passed peacefully, and the five embarked on their journey toward the western base again. However, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. A flashy Maserati sped out from behind, stopping right in front of the RV, nearly causing a collision before Una managed to stop in time. A familiar face got out of the car, basking under the scorching sunlight despite wearing a flamboyant leather jacket. Removing his sunglasses, Una finally recognized him. Amador waved at Una inside the RV, greeting, "Hi, long time no see. Where are you all headed?" Looking at Amador's youthful and handsome face, Una felt anger surging up. Biting her lip, she immediately stepped on the gas pedal, crashing straight towards him without intending to spare Amador's life. He watched in terror as the RV sped closer, hastily running back into the Maserati and driving away, barely saving himself and his car. Una did not stop to argue with him but continued driving forward, only stopping by the roadside when night fell to set up camp. Amador had never left. Seeing Una stop, he hurriedly parked his car on the side of the road and ran down toward Alanis. Una felt irritable. Looking at his charming face made her want to punch him. This man wore a mask too thick, as if he never showed his true self, making it impossible to discern his real intentions. Such people were always very frightening, especially when they faced someone as dangerous and merciless as Alanis. It was even more frustrating in such a situation. Amador raised an eyebrow and greeted her, then began to flirt around Alanis, but was sent reeling back several steps with a single palm strike from her. Then scorching flames ignited the edge of his clothing. Alanis intensely disliked this baffling man. They had never crossed paths before, so why was he now constantly pestering her? She truly couldn't deal with such terrorists and wasn't sure how to handle them. Amador brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and smiled at Alanis, his youthful face incredibly beguiling. I have no ill intentions, I just fell in love with you at first sight. Could you please do me the honor of being my girlfriend? This impolite request actually amused Alanis. She immediately launched fireballs at Amador more rapidly, leaving some scorch marks on him. Zhu Tianhao rubbed his injured area. I just like you, why are you treating me like this? Alanis rolled her eyes in frustration. Fabian also lifted his axe, ready to fight this thug-like man. Popping out of nowhere to declare one's love for a stranger and rudely asking them to be their girlfriend indeed deserved a beating to teach him a lesson. Chapter 92. You think you can match me? Una didn't allow Amador to continue his tantrum. She directly hurled an electric ball at him. Amador instinctively tried to metallize his body to deflect the attack but ended up twitching from the electricity. Watching his well-maintained leather jacket getting covered in mud, Una finally clapped her hands in satisfaction. Then she instructed Gabrielle to tie him to a tree while they finished their cleanup. The five of them returned to their cars for dinner, leaving Amador convulsing from the electric shocks. His once styled hair was now standing on end, making the formerly handsome young man look ridiculous. After dinner, the sun had set, and although the temperature outside was still scorching, it was marginally better than during the day. Una patted her stomach contentedly and approached Amador, inspecting him for a moment before bursting into laughter. You don't need to smooth talk anymore. Speak up. Why have you been following us? What's your motive, or who's behind this? Amador shook his head and calmly replied, no one ordered me. Everything I said earlier is true. I fell for Alanis at first sight, and I want to pursue her. Una sensed he wasn't being entirely honest, so she hurled another thunderball at him, causing the recovering Amador to twitch again. Alanis stood nearby, watching coldly, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This continued for some time. No matter how much Una tormented Amador, his answer remained unchanged. Unable to accept this explanation, Una eventually let him be and went back to rest. That night, Gabrielle and Fabian took the watch. One was taciturn, and the other only spoke when necessary, leading to an eerily quiet atmosphere. Feeling bored, Gabrielle walked over to Amador, looking at his familiar yet somewhat naive face. He lightly tapped his hand and then pulled out a chair from his spatial ring, sitting down. They stared at each other in silence. Finally, Amador couldn't take it anymore. Blinking his sore eyes, he asked sarcastically, brother, what's wrong with you? Competing with me late at night on who blinks less? Isn't that childish? Gabrielle smirked. Compared to you, you're the more childish one. Coming all this way just to declare your love, isn't that silly? Amador huffed and looked away. You wouldn't understand. I fell for her the moment I met her. But I know she likes someone else, so I didn't confess. Now that Joshua has left her alone, isn't this my chance to take her away? Gabrielle chuckled, breaking through Amador's forced composure. What are you laughing at? Don't think you're superior to me and can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, I'm not easy to provoke either. Gabrielle knew that this person before him was the leader of an assassin organization in a past life, a capable and courageous individual. But now, he seemed immature and laughable, like a naive and foolish boy. I can believe your story of love at first sight, but your actions have troubled Alanis and displeased Una. When Una isn't happy, neither am I. So, you choose either stay and let me torment you further, or leave now. Gabrielle wasn't one for trouble and usually avoided dealing with people. But since Amador made Una uncomfortable, he wouldn't stand by idly. Amador hesitated, then smiled mischievously. Is Una your girlfriend? Gabrielle shook his head. Not yet, but someday. Amador laughed out loud. So, she hasn't accepted you yet? It's just you being narcissistic, right? Then what's the difference between us? At least I dared to admit my feelings for Alanis. Look at you, trying to win her over with companionship and love. That's outdated. Gabrielle remained unperturbed, waving off the comment. Love isn't just about declaring your feelings. It's also about daily companionship. Look at you now, scaring Alanis so badly she wants to kill you. How can you compare yourself to me? This time, it was Amador who felt deflated. After all, what Gabrielle said made perfect sense, but he stubbornly refused to admit it, putting on a brave front despite his inner struggles. Gabrielle easily grasped Amador's true thoughts and casually remarked, they say that companionship is the longest-lasting declaration of love. I think you should first make Alanis accept your presence. Do you know how to take the first step? Amador clearly sensed that Gabrielle had ulterior motives, yet he couldn't resist being intrigued by his words. Despite his reservations, he finally gave in and asked Gabrielle what he should do. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Gabrielle couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. Let me put it this way, when pursuing someone, you need to proceed step by step. In this post-apocalyptic world, your first goal should be to make her feel at ease around you. Do you know what that means? Amador was momentarily stunned, looking rather bewildered as he shook his head. With a feigned look of disdain, Gabrielle replied, you should become her teammate. Someone who spends every day with her, gradually integrating into her life, so she can accept you. Hearing this, Amador felt it made sense, yet he also sensed that he was being led into some kind of trap, leaving him feeling uncertain. It does sound right. So, I should join your team now. I'm already a level 3 intermediate metal type Esper, and I won't be a burden to you at all. Gavriel shook his head regretfully. Our team isn't easy to join. You've heard of Joshua, right? He wanted to be our temporary member and had to hand over all the crystal cores he possessed to our captain just to get a temporary position. If you want to become part of our team, you'll need to be prepared to pay the price. Amador snorted dismissively. While Joshua may have many crystal cores, none can match mine. He has so many subordinates to support, but I only need to worry about myself, so I have quite a stockpile of crystal cores. Chapter 93, The Big Fish Takes the Bait. Gavriel laughed heartily. The big fish was indeed hooked. It depends on your sincerity. If it's sufficient, our team leader might give you a chance. But if you can't even get this opportunity, you'll likely lose destiny forever. After saying that, he returned to the roof of the RV to stand guard for the night. Amador, bound to the tree, his mind raced. He knew Gavriel must have other intentions after persuading him for so long, but Gavriel's words made perfect sense, making it impossible for him to refuse. The night passed quickly. Una woke up and went to check on Amador, who was still tied to the tree. Surprisingly, he didn't look as exhausted as expected but instead appeared spirited and lively. Una didn't rush over. She washed her face with water first, then walked over while nibbling on a sandwich, sipping milk leisurely. How do you feel after being tied up all night? Amador's expression was resolute. I want to join your team. I hope you will allow me to become a member of your team. Destiny was also drawn by their conversation. Although she had no particular fondness for Amador, she couldn't deny that having such a powerful mutant in their squad would be beneficial. Una shook her head. You only want to join my team to be closer to Destiny, and I won't agree. Having thought about it all night, Amador anticipated this response. He cleared his throat and glanced at Destiny's beautiful face. I do like Destiny, and I overstepped yesterday. I've reflected deeply on that and wish to apologize to her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Destiny felt less angry and simply nodded dismissively, no longer dwelling on the matter. Then Amador continued, I want to join your team. My primary goal is indeed to get closer to Destiny and pursue her, but I promise I will not offend her again. She has no boyfriend, and I have no girlfriend. I like her, so I want to treat her well. If I do anything that makes her uncomfortable in the future, I'll leave immediately and won't linger. Seeing the sincere expression on his face, Destiny thought of Elliot, who had left decisively, feeling conflicted, unsure what to say. Secondly, I have nowhere else to go. It's unsafe for one person to wander in this world. Joining the team will provide mutual support and better safety. I am confident that my abilities can help resolve many troubles and cause no inconvenience. Una looked at Destiny, prioritizing her wishes since Amador joining would affect her the most. Destiny glanced at Una, lowered her head, and remained silent. Amador noticed their hesitation and added fuel to the fire. I don't have much else to offer, but I have an ample supply of crystal cores. If I join, I'll hand over all the crystal cores I have, keeping none for myself. Seeing Una's interest piqued, he smiled. I have over 50 level 3 cores, several others, 3 mutant animal cores, and 1 mutant plant core. Una and Destiny exchanged glances, then retreated to the RV to discuss it. Though Una loved wealth, she wouldn't sacrifice Destiny's peace for crystal cores. Lingxue, if you disagree, I can make him leave right now. Your comfort comes first. I won't force you to accept someone you dislike. Una's stance was firm. She wouldn't let Destiny endure someone she detests for her sake. After some thought, Destiny firmly held Una's hand. Let him stay. He promised to leave if I'm dissatisfied. Our abilities are not low, but we may encounter stronger teams. Safety first. The journey to the western base is long, and we should be prepared. Una stared at Destiny, then glanced through the window at Amador still tied to the tree, sensing that things might change drastically when Elliot returns. He had probably never imagined that the person he had been thinking about had already caught the eye of another wolf, who was trailing behind her. The two got out of the vehicle. Destiny stood in front of Amador and spoke. I can agree to let you stay and join our team, but I hope you will maintain a normal social distance with me. We are just teammates. Is that okay? Amador looked at Destiny's serious expression and smiled confidently. I said I wouldn't make you feel troubled. Only then did Destiny nod. Seeing the right moment, Gavriel also untied Amador from the tree. His body had gone numb after being tied up all night, and Amador nearly fell to the ground due to weakness, looking quite disheveled. He supported his sore arm and walked toward the flashy Maserati, then took out a large hiking backpack. The pack looked heavy, and it seemed dangerous that he might drop it at any moment, so he had to grip it tightly with both hands before slinging it over his back. Placing the backpack in front of Una, he unzipped it. Inside, crystal cores shimmered like a small mountain. A few fell through the gaps but were quickly caught and stuffed back into the bag by him. These are all my crystal core reserves. Since I've joined this team, I should contribute all my private stock. Una's eyes sparkled. She indeed lacked crystal cores, and with these, she could buy thermal weapons. However, these cores couldn't be taken by her alone. Amador had willingly paid such a high price for Destiny, and she couldn't pocket all the benefits herself, right? Una thought for a moment, took half of the cores from the backpack, and placed the rest in front of Destiny. These cores are ultimately because of you. I'll take half shamelessly, and you keep the rest safely. Shocked, Destiny shook her head and waved her hand in refusal. No, I don't want them. Chapter 94, Establishing the Smooth Wind Team. Una frowned. Although she loved wealth, she wasn't someone who would take everything unrelated to her into her space. These crystal cores should have been divided with Alanis in the first place. If she didn't want them, then Una would compensate her in other ways. Alanis hugged Una's arm, her long hair gently brushing against Una's cheek. There isn't much we can buy with crystal cores on our way to the western base. If you insist on giving me crystal cores, why don't you help take care of our family's 3 meals a day instead? We don't need gourmet food, regular meals will do. Una looked into Alanis's clear eyes and always felt as if she was considering things for her all the time. Even though Alanis didn't understand why Una placed such importance on crystal cores, since she understood Una's needs, she would do her best to fulfill Una's wishes. Even if she lacked the ability, she wanted to make Una's life easier. Una felt a bit choked up. How could she not understand Alanis's meaning? She gently held Alanis's hand. Thank you. Alanis shook her head and then gripped Una's hand. You've always helped me. What I do for you is just a fraction of what you've done for me. Let's not say such formal things between us. I only hope that I can grow strong enough to match you, and never be a burden to you again. As they tightly held hands, Amador felt like an intruder watching them. Una clapped her hands. Starting today, Amador will officially be a member of our team. We'll work together, share happiness and bear difficulties together. Excited, Alanis asked Una, how about naming our small team? Caught off guard, Una appeared momentarily stunned, having never considered this issue before, assuming that being together was enough. After thinking for a moment while squatting on the spot, Una suggested, what about calling it the Smooth Wind Team? Alanis and others were momentarily stunned, but after a slightly awkward atmosphere, applause filled the air. Great, great. It has significance. We need smooth sailing in this world. Exactly, really good. Una blushed at the compliments but firmly decided on the name with confidence. Dinner was steak bought by Una using crystal cores from the store. The quality of sauce and meat cooking was top-notch, far surpassing any so-called high-end hotel dishes. Everything sold in the space store was superior in quality to those produced in the human world. Whether food, seeds, weapons, or clothing, they were all of top-notch quality. After all, products from the space store were always excellent. The price of the steak was not high. A palm-sized piece cost only 10 first-grade crystal cores. Although delicious, it indeed couldn't satisfy an ability user's appetite, so Una also bought everyone a bowl of beef noodles. Large slices of beef lay atop a rich bone broth, with springy noodles, and the soup was so flavorful it was almost tongue-numbing. Everyone enjoyed their dinner thoroughly, especially Amador. After eating bread and instant noodles for days, tonight's dinner refreshed his entire worldview. So delicious. Joining the Smooth Wind Team is the best decision I've ever made. At least I now have a pursuit for food. Amador swallowed the last sip of soup, contentedly wiping his mouth. Gabriel thought about his shortcomings while eating and resolved to continue improving his culinary skills. Amador's ostentatious Maserati was taken into Una's space, along with the sedan driven by Alanis's family. Previously, Una treated everyone merely as traveling companions and did not provide extra care. But now, as teammates in the same group, things changed. In the end times, a truly powerful team often had a harmonious atmosphere, where everyone bonded like a family. Una had many motorhomes in her space. After some thought, she planned to let Alanis's family live in one motorhome, while Amador moved in with her and Gabriel. Gabriel, who initially smiled broadly, froze at once. Una's decision meant he'd become a third wheel between her and Una. This significantly impacted his plan to gradually invade Una's territory. Even if he disagreed, Una's decision wouldn't change. Ultimately, everyone had to follow Una's grouping arrangement. The Zhao family, of course, were all too willing to agree. After all, resting in the sedan at night had indeed been very tiring for them. Now that they had a motorhome, they finally had their own dedicated survival space, and their quality of life had significantly improved. Although Amador would have preferred to live with Alanis, he obediently boarded Una's motorhome and chose a bed to settle down. He planned to stay here from now on. He was well aware that even if he pursued Alanis aggressively now, she would firmly reject him. It was better to slowly let her accept him, just like the old fox Gabrielle. For women he genuinely liked, he always had great patience and would never make them feel uncomfortable. Upon their first meeting, he hadn't left a particularly good first impression on Alanis. Now it was better to stay calm for a while, allowing her to gradually forget his rudeness. The night watch tonight was shared between Daniela and Amador. Previously, due to insufficient personnel, Daniela had to rest every night. With Amador around now, they could take turns keeping watch together at night. This way, everyone could take turns every 2 days and get better rest. Daniela was no longer the timid middle-aged woman she once was. She had developed some muscle through training, improving both her strength and reflexes. She could now easily handle low-level zombies with the knife Una had given her. Una was very satisfied with everyone's efforts and improvements in ability. In the apocalypse, nothing was more important than one's own capabilities. Even ordinary people must not rely on others to survive or slack off. Fabian and Daniela were both ordinary people and in their early 50s, yet they still persisted in exercising whenever they had spare time each day. All this was so they wouldn't be a burden to their daughter and could save their lives when encountering difficulties. Amador may look like an innocent, harmless man, but when faced with Alanis's mother, he naturally became sweet and outgoing. He managed to make Daniela extremely happy within just one night of duty. Chapter 95, A Trap Buried in the Soil. The next day, Destiny woke up drowsily, hearing Daniela talking non-stop about how well-behaved and obedient Amador was. She felt a bit perplexed. This Amador sure knows how to curry favor with elders. It took him just one night to make her mother very satisfied with him. What a talker. Destiny still remembered Amador's frivolous demeanor from their first meeting yesterday, so she felt somewhat resistant to her mother's praise and simply remained silent, going straight to find Una after getting off the vehicle. Breakfast that day consisted of corn with soy milk, as well as stuffed pancakes, steamed buns, eggs, and other dishes. Everyone was quite content with the meal. Looking at Amador sitting beside Gabrielle, eating attentively, Destiny couldn't hold back her words any longer and blurted out, "What did you say to my mom last night? Why has she been praising you all day?" When Amador heard Destiny addressing him, though it was more like an interrogation, he still felt delighted inside. "I just told Auntie about the details of my previous battles with zombies and taught her some zombie-killing techniques. If I must say what flattering things I mentioned, it would probably be complimenting Auntie for having a beautiful and obedient daughter." He smiled naturally, not feeling ashamed of what he had said the previous night, and even wanted to continue chatting with Destiny. Now it was Destiny's turn to feel uneasy. She could only wave her hand to stop him. "Okay, I misunderstood you. Sorry." Amador kept smiling but didn't respond. Gabrielle, sitting beside Una, listened to Destiny and Amador's conversation and couldn't help but recall the two from his previous life. In his past life, Amador lived proudly yet arrogantly, yet time and again he abandoned easy-to-grasp opportunities and risked his life to rescue Destiny. Though Gabrielle was merely an observer, he still admired Amador's feelings for Destiny deeply. However, he wasn't sure if these two had ended up together in the previous life. Perhaps it was destined. When Amador met Destiny this time, he fell in love with her instantly once again. Though Gabrielle didn't understand their future relationship development, he was willing to give Amador a chance. Compared to Wade, Amador obviously cared more about Destiny and was more willing to give up everything for her. From a man's perspective, pursuing one's dream might be more important, but from the angle of the beloved one, staying by her side was ultimately better. Amador performed better than Wade in this regard. Therefore, although Gabrielle had a closer relationship with Wade, he still wanted Amador to have a chance to go all out in love in this lifetime. Thinking of this, Gabrielle turned to look at Una and then continued eating the bun in his hand. He would rather give up everything to stay by Una's side. He didn't need to become a base commander or the leader of a force. He only hoped that while he was alive, he could accompany Una properly and have enough ability to protect her from any harm. Disasters frequently occurred in this post-apocalyptic world, and who knew when a catastrophe might strike? Struggling outside to build his own force wouldn't mean much if his beloved one no longer existed. Deeply glancing at Una, compared to himself, he wished to become a ladder for Una to climb up and help her build her own force in this post-apocalyptic world, giving her sufficient backup. Being strong himself was far less meaningful than making Una powerful enough to be unbeatable, powerful enough to make all bases tremble with just a slight stamp of her foot. Breakfast time quickly passed, and everyone returned to their vehicles to continue their journey. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Without the air conditioning in the vehicles, they might not be able to endure such unbearable heat. Amador was still driving. This guy remained very calm when he wasn't seeing Destiny and indeed showed admirable driving skills, which made Una admire him. He drove steadily, and Una sat in a chair inside the cabin, staring quietly out the window. She wondered if it was just her impression, but daytime seemed to have gotten much longer than nighttime recently, and dawn arrived earlier and earlier. A vague sense of unease arose in her heart. The current situation reminded her of the disaster that happened in the second year of the apocalypse in her previous life. Polar day. For an entire year, there was never any night, with the blazing sun scorching the earth, followed by snow cover after 6 months. People were affected by the continuous daylight, finding it hard to sleep, becoming increasingly irritable, and suffering from worsening mental health. Conflicts broke out frequently in various regions, resulting in many deaths. However, disasters also present opportunities. Many bases took advantage of the polar day to cultivate a lot of crops that year, sustaining more survivors and improving their living conditions. Without night, various human construction projects and hunting activities became more frequent, and indeed, they reaped abundant rewards during this period. Una felt uneasy but didn't dwell too much on it. Things would naturally sort themselves out, there was always a way through. It was best not to be consumed by fear of the future. The motorhome was driving along when Gabrielle suddenly shouted, "Stop the car." Although Amador didn't understand what had happened, he obediently hit the brakes, then patted his thumping heart and looked at Gabrielle. "Dude, what are you up to? You gave me quite a scare." Gabrielle didn't respond but got out of the vehicle and walked to the front. Una hurriedly followed and sure enough found shiny nails buried in the yellow earth about 3 meters ahead of the motorhome. This road was originally dirt, making such hazards completely invisible once covered, posing an easy risk of puncturing tires. She glanced around but saw only desolate land and scorching sunlight, with no sign of anyone else. A moment after getting out, she broke into a sweat. Gabrielle quickly moved everything aside and then called Una back into the vehicle as she continued to look around. Gabrielle's ability was indeed useful, though initially he thought the objects on the road were just trash. It wasn't until they got closer that he realized something was wrong. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise, replacing the motorhome's tires wouldn't have been easy, and Una might have had to abandon it. These things were definitely placed here by humans. Their purpose is unclear, but I think we should stay vigilant. After informing Gabrielle and Amador, Una took out the prepared communication device and contacted Destiny. Both vehicles raised their guard and cautiously continued forward. At the end of the dirt road was a small town, surrounded by dilapidated shops and 2-story buildings, looking like they hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Chapter 96, The Route to the Westbound Base. It was noon, and Una had intended to linger in the small town for lunch. However, it now seemed better to leave as soon as possible. She urged Amador to pick up the pace but found that the passage ahead was blocked by furniture like wardrobes and sofas. They couldn't be moved without considerable effort. But this posed no problem for Gabriel. With a mere exertion of his mental power, all obstacles on the road were cleared away, allowing the motorhome to move forward again slowly. Before they could speed up, a group of armed people suddenly appeared ahead. Una looked closely and saw that most of them held firearms and wore menacing expressions. They certainly weren't good people. Gabriel quickly erected defensive barriers around both vehicles and then used his abilities to knock everyone down. Amador took advantage of the moment while they hadn't managed to get back up, speeding past like an arrow released from a bow. Those who just got up helplessly shot at the tail end of the cars. Though they successfully escaped, Una was still shaken. She truly didn't understand why these people had so many firearms. When they encountered the gang blocking the bridge earlier, they didn't have nearly as many guns as these survivors hiding in the town. She suspected the four-pronged spikes buried in the dirt roads were meant to force the survivors out of their vehicles to walk, making it easier and quicker for these people to shoot and plunder supplies. Even if the vehicles weren't damaged, the survivors inside would have had to get out to clear the debris on the road, giving these people another chance. However, they hadn't anticipated someone like Gabriel, a powerful psychic ability user who made short work of their tricks. Though still somewhat frightened, Una quickly regained her composure and handed Gabriel several crystals to replenish his abilities. That group back there definitely wasn't benign. On our way to the westbound base, we'll pass many small bases. We'll encounter more humans along the way, so we need to stay vigilant. Gabriel nodded in agreement. The situation had indeed been dangerous. If not for the strength of his abilities, they wouldn't have survived under the gunfire. Though they were now far from the city, they were near scattered towns where zombies occasionally roamed in groups. Despite still staggering and groaning, these zombies were clearly more evolved and not ordinary low-level ones. Their skin wasn't decaying anymore, and their eyes had become larger. They passed by several stores and supermarkets. Alanis had wanted to search for supplies, but Una refused. After much time since the beginning of the apocalypse, venturing out for supplies might yield little reward and require significant risk. After the incident with those people, Una became more cautious and preferred to keep traveling rather than stop for mundane supplies. There was plenty of food and water in her spatial pocket, sufficient for the 6 of them to live normally, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. After driving another dozen kilometers, Amador glanced at the cars passing by and turned to Una, saying, "There should be a small base up ahead. We're encountering more survivors now." With the increase in human activity and vehicles, Una understood that they were more likely to draw attention. In this apocalyptic world, those who could afford motorhomes sounded like easy prey and would attract envy. Una immediately instructed Alanis, and they disembarked at a suitable opportunity. Then, they stored the motorhome in Una's spatial pocket and switched to an old delivery van. 6 people fit snugly inside, although less comfortable, it reduced their visibility and potential danger. As they drove, more people came into view, and finally, the entire small base came into sight. It looked more like a small town surrounded by high walls. Though not tall buildings, it suggested that the inhabitants had united to clear out the zombies within before establishing the base. Una had no intention of entering any of these small bases along the way. The minivan continued heading west, but suddenly, they were stopped by someone. There were several parked vehicles around, and many survivors were chatting nearby. Gabriel couldn't simply push the people who were blocking the vehicle away, so he rolled down the window to negotiate with them. "May I ask what's going on?" He looked at the other person, an old man with a head full of white hair standing outside the vehicle, looking very serious. "Have you been traveling straight along this road without taking any detours?" Gabriel was confused by the question but didn't feel the need to hide anything, so he answered honestly. The old man frowned. "Didn't you encounter anyone in the last town? Or face any danger?" Gabriel turned to look at Una. "We did encounter a group of armed people, but we were lucky and managed to get through." The man seemed to have more questions, but Gabriel interrupted. "We are in a hurry and can't chat further." He was about to roll up the window when the old man quickly held onto the glass. "I don't mean to pry into your travels, but that group has deceived and killed many survivors from our base. They are ruthless and show no mercy. Our supply routes have been severely disrupted. You must be capable people if you've made it here. Could you join forces with us to deal with them? We'll pay you a substantial reward." Gabriel turned to look at Una, who shook her head slightly. He immediately understood that she didn't want to get involved and turned to refuse. However, the man directly threw over a large piece of paper, which unfolded into a detailed route map marked in red. "Since you're heading west, you're likely planning to settle at the westbound base. I used to be from the westbound base and founded this town myself, so I know the route there very well. If you help me, the reward won't just be this map." Chapter 97, The Troubled Town. Gabriel handed the map to Una. After unfolding it, all routes were clearly marked, even noting areas with more zombies and where supplies had been exhausted. Though unsure of its accuracy, Una did develop some interest in this diagram. Perhaps seeing a glimmer of hope, the man extended an olive branch again. "Since you all have successfully passed through that town, you are definitely not ordinary people. If you agree, we can share 30% of the seized weapons after our success." Una glanced at the earnest-looking man and considered the probable weapon reserves in that town. She was indeed somewhat tempted. After all, although firearms and ammunition were sold in the spatial store, they were extremely expensive, requiring a great number of crystal cores to purchase just a few. If she could get many firearms and ammunitions after solving the town's problems, it would be like saving a lot of crystal cores, which could then be used to buy other items later. I want 70%. After all, once the people in that town are dealt with, you benefit more. And even if we go to solve the problem, we'll do most of the work. In this case, giving me 30% of the weapons seems too stingy. The man was taken aback by Una's audacious request and swallowed hard. How about 50-50? Our people are also not ordinary. Besides, they've located those people's lair before. They'll guide you there, you handle it, and everyone will benefit equally. Una rolled up the car window directly. Amador, let's go. As the window closed, the man reluctantly agreed despite his inner pain, sweat trickling down his face. I agree, is that okay? Amador knew when he was being used for bargaining. Now that Una's expectations were met, he stopped the car. The man sighed helplessly. Park the car in the lot. It's almost dark now, I'll arrange accommodation for you. We'll head to the town tomorrow to solve the problem. Una got out of the car compliantly, and the others followed suit. Then she stored the car in her spatial pocket. What should I call you? Una smiled and asked the man. Just call me Mitchell. I'm the leader of this base, but unlike the official bases, we don't have so many formalities. Everyone here is like neighbors, we resist outsiders and search for supplies together normally, and we sit down to solve problems together when necessary. Seeing the residents warmly greet Mitchell, Una felt it really resembled neighbors taking an evening stroll, far from the hurried pace of official bases. Noticing Una's surprise, Mitchell chuckled proudly. All the survivors in our base are originally residents of this town. We were all old acquaintances who lived together before the apocalypse. After cleaning up the zombies, we built the basic structure of this base. I left here due to work reasons back then, but rushed back from Shishing base when the apocalypse broke out. Then we reinforced the base together until it reached its current state. Following him forward, they arrived at the registration office. There's no need for quarantine here. Shishing base has developed test strips to check if one carries the zombie virus, greatly improving efficiency. In her previous life, such test strips indeed existed, but she heard they were first developed by Jingju base, not realizing Shishing base was leading now. After passing the tests, the group was led by Ray to a 2-story villa near the gate. We only have these 2-story villas now. Though not very spacious, 6 of you squeezing in shouldn't be a problem. Ray scratched his head awkwardly. More and more survivors are joining us, and houses are becoming insufficient. Una waved her hand. No problem, we'll settle in. Let's meet at the gate at 8 tomorrow morning. Ray nodded and left. Once he was gone, Una changed her expression and entered the 2-story villa with Gabrielle and the others. Inside wasn't huge, but it sufficed for 6 people split across 2 floors. Gabrielle scanned the surroundings with his ability and was about to tell Una about cameras inside when she covered his mouth. Una had already become wary when Ray agreed to give her 70% of the weapons. How could he so easily agree to share so many firearms and ammunitions? Moreover, regarding what he said about gun owners affecting the normal life of the base, Una hadn't seen much evidence. After all, many people inside the base were smiling, and there was no sign of shortages in clothes or food. If the facts were truly as Ray described, that armed people occupied that town and prevented them from passing through normally, then how did the people inside this base search for supplies from various places? After all, most areas around the base were wastelands. Only by passing through that small town could they reach other more prosperous cities. When Amador drove over, they saw cars driving towards them, indicating that those vehicles would certainly pass through that small town. So how could it be that they were threatened and unable to cross that town? She shook her head slightly at Gabrielle, signaling him not to tip them off, then organized everyone to rest. Gabrielle, Amador, and Fabian stayed on the first floor, while Una, Alanis, and Daniela stayed on the second floor. The 4 young people all sensed something was wrong but didn't say anything. They exchanged glances and began to have dinner. Una intentionally wanted those people to expose their true colors quickly. She took out a barbecue grill from her spatial pocket and moved it directly to the rooftop terrace. Fresh tender mutton was marinated with spices by Gabrielle, and everyone began to skewer meat together, having a barbecue on the terrace. In the apocalypse, the smell of barbecue wafted for miles, and no one could resist such temptation. However, no one from the town came to knock on the door. Though they all swallowed saliva secretly, they still insisted on not exposing themselves, not realizing that their abnormal behavior made it easiest to reveal their true intentions. After all, survivors who had been hungry for a long time would rush over upon smelling such fragrance, wanting to snatch or beg for food. But the people in this town appeared too calm. Although people kept swallowing saliva and leaving, Una caught their probing and possessive looks in time. Chapter 98. Are you teaching me how to do things? She sat on the edge of the rooftop, looking down while taking over the fragrant lamb skewer handed by Gabrielle. Quite a bit of cumin was sprinkled on it, and knowing that Una liked chili powder, Gabrielle had specially added some. The smell could be considered mouth-watering for miles around, and as Una sat on the edge of the roof, Shinji felt like the sound of people swallowing saliva downstairs would deafen her. With a skewer in her mouth, Una began secretly analyzing the relationship between this base and that town. Now she seriously suspected that they were colluding to kill passing survivors and snatch their supplies. Though the act looked rather clumsy, most survivors were dazzled by the conditions offered by them, entering their base dazedly, and in the end not even knowing how they died. Una knew it was a trap but still wanted to jump in because she did indeed know how many weapons were in that town and could roughly guess how much food was stored in this base. Whichever side it would be, after getting rid of these people, she would gain considerable benefits. After all, Both sides had set their sights on her. If she let them off every time, it would make her seem too easy to bully. People downstairs were swallowing saliva, while the person upstairs enjoyed the barbecue, truly making the place fragrantly inviting. Her belly was full after eating until round, the sun had already set, and after finishing the barbecue, they also sweated. Una led the way to store everything in her spatial bag and then went downstairs to rest together. After all, it was now the apocalypse, there wasn't much lighting after dark, and many people slept right after coming home from work. Una did not hide the fact that she was a spatial ability user. Despite countless surveillance cameras hidden in the corners, she boldly took things out of her space. People on the other end of the camera were so excited that their eyes sparkled, thinking that what they were targeting were just fat lambs, but turned out to be an even bigger surprise. Una placed air conditioners on both the first and second floors, and the room instantly fell into darkness except for Fabian and Daniela. No one dared to close their eyes. Accidents always happen when people least expect them. Perhaps someone would sneak in while they were asleep at midnight, so everyone remained tense, and no one dared to let their guard down. Time passed minute by minute, and Una didn't hear any footsteps approaching even with her eyes wide open till dawn. She was somewhat puzzled. What were these people waiting for if they weren't attacking when the guard was down? Although she couldn't figure it out, Una composed herself when Ray knocked on the door. The old wooden door creaked. Though it was a door, it served little practical purpose. Ray squinted his eyes and smiled at Una's energetic look. How was your sleep last night? Una stretched and nodded. Not bad. The environment in your base is quite relaxing. As expected of neighbors who have lived together for a long time, the atmosphere is great. Ray discreetly observed the others, relieved that nothing seemed out of place. We are going to that town soon. Our base has dispatched 4 ability users to go with you, all young folks who can get along well with you. Una pretended to be surprised. Ray, you're not coming with us? Ray waved his hand. I need to manage various matters within the base daily and can't spare any time today. Once you return victorious, I will surely give all of you a warm welcome and a proper farewell before you leave. Una laughed heartily. I knew you were generous. Don't worry, I won't hold back with you. Ray felt a hint of sinister meaning in Una's words. Despite the scorching sun outside, he felt a chill run down his spine. Ah, all right, no problem, I'm waiting for your return. He introduced the few young men standing behind him one by one. These 4 are also old residents of our base. Though they are ordinary ability users, they react quickly and won't drag you down. Ask them if you don't understand anything. Una looked up at the people in front of her. All carried more or less a bloody aura from killing, their eyes calm and indifferent despite their young age. The oldest was about Gavriel's age, and the youngest looked only around 15. It had to be said that among ability users, most were strong young adults. There were very few who awakened abilities after 50. The oldest one was a woman who wore a set of black close-fitting clothes. Her long hair had been completely shaved off, and her scalp was covered with green stubble that had just grown back. Everyone just follow me, I'll take you to your car. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying the scent of tobacco, which meant she wasn't an ordinary person since she could afford to smoke in this apocalypse. After all, items like tobacco, alcohol, tea leaves, candies, and the likes were high-end goods. One would have to spend quite a few crystal cores to exchange for them, or it could be equivalent to 3 months' food supply for an average person. Una quietly observed her, clearly knowing that she was not someone easy to provoke, looking far more dangerous than she appeared on the surface. Led by the 4 people from the base, they arrived at the parking lot outside the base. There were many vehicles parked there, but Una's minivan was quite close to the edge of the parking lot, making it very easy to find. As they approached, Una patted the car door but seemed a bit hesitant. I don't want to drive this car today. We 6 can fit in it perfectly, but it still feels a bit cramped. Fortunately, I have other vehicles that can replace this one. Let's just leave this one here for now. The youngest boy obviously couldn't hide his thoughts. Upon hearing that Una didn't want to drive this car, he immediately put on a dark face. This car is pretty good. Don't bother with other things. It's more important for us to hurry to that town now. Una looked at the arrogant boy and gave him a sarcastic look. Are you teaching me how to do things? The boy was clearly a troublemaker within the base, possibly relying on his own formidable strength. He wasn't afraid when he met Una. Instead, he squinted his eyes and flipped her off. His face was filled with expressions that shouldn't belong to someone his age, his gaze lingering on Una and Alanis's bodies, making people feel sick. A cruel smile curved Amador's lips. A butterfly knife formed at her fingertips, and under her control, it stabbed straight into the boy's eye. A sharp scream of pain erupted instantly, attracting the attention of many people, but no one came closer. Chapter 99. Thank you for your gift. The other 3 men sent by Ray were clearly somewhat angry, but still did not attack immediately. They took a few deep breaths to calm themselves down. The oldest woman was named Genevieve. She handed the injured boy over to another woman among the 4 and then put on a stiff smile as she negotiated with Una. He's my younger brother, Isaiah. He's still young and naive. Please bear with him. But Una didn't give her any face at all. I can't bear with him. Actually, I want his hand, but just looking at him makes me feel sick. She laughed heartily, which appeared hateful in Genevieve's eyes. Biting her molars tightly, forcing herself not to lose her composure, Genevieve forced a fake smile that lacked any real joy, and then gestured for Una to get into the van. The minivan is spacious and convenient for travel. We've already wasted a lot of time. Why don't we hurry up and go to the town? Una noticed they all insisted on making her sit in the minivan and clearly knew they had tampered with the vehicle. So she directly pulled out a bottle of gasoline from her spatial pocket. In front of everyone, she poured the gasoline directly onto the car body, and then Destiny tossed a ball of fire towards it. The flames flared up instantly, swallowing the car whole. Before anyone could react, there was a booming explosion. Gabrielle timely protected Una and others with a mental barrier, while the rest didn't have such good luck and were instantly burned by the rising flames, their skin turning red and blistered. Groans of agony filled the air as Una observed the car and then smiled. This car exploded just a few seconds after catching fire. Maybe someone tampered with it. Otherwise, an explosion shouldn't happen so quickly, right? She laughed like a devil coming from hell, seeming even more like a death-bringing Rakshasa in Genevieve's eyes. Genevieve wanted to run, but the severe pain in her body prevented her from making any reaction. All she could do was endure the pain and look at the only healer among them. Although Isaiah's eye wounds had healed, he had lost his sight completely and couldn't see anything. Now suffering from the second wave of impact, he rolled on the ground in agony. Genevieve painfully struggled to her feet, enduring intense pain as she hugged her injured brother tightly, wailing in agony. It seemed she would not continue this mission. After all, Una and her group had harmed both siblings, and the four were now severely injured without timely treatment. But how could Genevieve let them off easily? She was also a psychic ability user, secretly gathering psychic blades before stabbing straight at Una. But how could Gabrielle not sense her ability fluctuations? Before she could strike, Una had already absorbed her ability into her body. Not enough. At your ability level, it will take a few more years before you can match up against Grandma here. Una smiled sweetly, then threw a lightning ball at them, turning all four into charred remains, leaving no intact corpses behind. The commotion naturally startled the others in the base. Ray rushed out but only saw towering flames and 4 blackened lumps that looked like garbage. Realizing something, he looked at Una in disbelief, then at the 4 charred bodies on the ground, charging forward regardless. Fuck, you're asking for it, aren't you? Then let me teach you a lesson. His entire body burst open, oozing dark green pus that sizzled upon hitting the ground. Una smelled a strong stench, matching the decay smell of zombies, if not stronger. I've never seen this kind of ability before. But his clothes are being corroded, I wonder if I'll end up blind later. Una watched as his clothes gradually turned to smoke, feeling a strong urge to vomit. Ray paused, then charged at Una in a fit of anger, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. But in his current form, what came out couldn't be good. Una and the others quickly stepped back, raising their mental barriers for protection. Seeing his ability blocked again, Ray looked clearly stunned. You used the same ability to block bullets back in the town, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a psychic ability. How did you achieve what even Genevieve, a third-level beginner psychic, couldn't? Ray clearly didn't want to believe that someone's psychic ability had reached its peak, easily blocking his attacks. Why so many questions? Do you want to die more clearly? In the chaos, Una actually fished out a bottle of orange juice and took a swig, then grinned at Emmett with gritted teeth. Brother, not to be blunt, but you look more like a toad now than ever. I advise you to hide at home and not go out so as not to dirty others' eyes. To show her disgust, Una even made vomiting gestures, maximizing her mockery, making Ray's face turn purple with rage. Don't think you're impressive by saying a few tough words. I'm telling you, if you dare to provoke me, Paxton, I guarantee you'll never leave this town alive. Next year's today will be your anniversary. His body swelled, the pus oozing from his ruptured skin gradually being absorbed back into his body, disappearing without a trace. Una naturally knew he was about to unleash a big move, so she directly activated the dark elemental ability in her body, ready to absorb his ability as soon as he attacked. Though disgusting, it indeed added significantly to her energy reserve, which greatly benefited her abilities. Paxton, go ahead and throw. I'm waiting for you. Una looked at Paxton slyly, then imitated calling a dog's name again. Fugue, come here quickly, come on, Fugue. Paxton was almost about to faint from anger, then attacked Una like a madman, but the poison liquid vanished in midair. Satisfied with the abundant energy inside her body, Una couldn't help but give Paxton a thumbs up. Thank you for your gift. I feel I'm close to reaching advanced 3rd level. Seeing himself contributing to someone else's growth, Paxton lost all reason and gave up on long-range attacks, charging directly at Una. However, halfway through, he was instantly turned into a pile of charcoal by an electric net. The biggest threat within the base had been eliminated. The remaining people, although unwilling to let Una and her group go, didn't dare to approach them further, only stepping back cautiously, hiding farther away. Una retrieved another minivan from her spatial pocket, then beckoned everyone to get in, heading once again toward the old town. Chapter 100, The Demon Underground. With some of the troubles in the base resolved, Una did not forget about the thugs in that small town. The weapons in their hands were far more appealing to her than grain and flour. Since they had already paused for a day, she didn't mind making another trip. Una sat in the passenger seat, watching as Gabrielle drove the car at high speed. The 6 of them quickly approached the small town. Perhaps in collusion with Paxton, no one was visible within the town. A glance revealed only desolation, even the roadblocks that Gabrielle had overturned before were gone. Spreading out his abilities, Gabrielle immediately found the hiding place of those people. In the sewers, they might have dug some tunnels. The lack of signs of human life in this town probably means they've never lived on the surface. Una was somewhat curious. Why didn't you notice they lived underground before? Gabrielle explained helplessly, last time I was too focused on what was above ground. And they were hiding in odd corners, not underground, so I didn't pay attention. Una nodded, imagining the abundant supplies stored underground. She simply told everyone to get out of the vehicle. Since Fabian and Daniela weren't very agile, Una kept Arjun with them in the car and then asked Heath to enlarge and protect them. This was the first time Una had truly shown that she needed Heath, who was incredibly excited. He scooped up cat food and ate 2 large bowls eagerly, rapidly expanding his body. His size continuously grew, eventually reaching around 5 meters tall, exceeding Una's expectations. After all, this guy had always been a weak, vine-like creature, but now he appeared enormous and terrifying, almost unrecognizable. Seeing that Heath still wanted to show off, Una quickly stopped him and ordered him to protect the car and its occupants. Mutant plants weren't easy to deal with, and an intelligent and quirky mutant plant like Heath certainly wasn't a simple adversary. Heath followed Una's orders diligently. He rooted himself next to the van and spread out his branches and leaves. Gabrielle swiftly took out a few people peeking out, trying to warn others, and then they descended into a relatively clean saw tunnel, eventually arriving at a dimly lit underground passage. Una understood this might be their lair, but it was small, barely wide enough for one adult to walk through. Amador and Gabrielle couldn't even stand upright inside, having to move slowly with their heads down. Una recalled the firearms stored in her space. In this situation, killing them wouldn't be easy, nor would significant combat maneuvers. Especially Alanis's ability, if she set fire, it wouldn't just affect the group. So Una retrieved 4 guns with magazines from her space and distributed them. While she and Alanis weren't very skilled, Gabrielle and Amador handled them easily. Don't worry about conserving ammunition. We're practicing today. Killing these guys will give us more hot weapons. Protect yourself. Let's make sure these guys drink deep today. Una smiled sinisterly. The 4 moved along the long tunnel, eventually reaching 2 forks in the path. Naturally, Gabrielle paired with Una, while Alanis and Amador teamed up after getting used to each other. They chose different paths. Gabrielle wrapped Una head to toe with his psychic ability, checking meticulously before moving forward cautiously. He would never let Una be in front of him, not even if she was fully prepared. As they moved carefully forward, Una smelled something meaty and aromatic, like sizzling barbecued meat, yet there was an indescribable, gamey, odor. The closer they got to the end, the stronger the smell became. Despite the meat aroma, it made Una feel nauseous. Why haven't they come yet? Didn't Ray say Genevieve would bring those fat lambs over? Who knows? Maybe something unexpected happened. How can that be? You don't trust Ray's work. Besides, the other 4 aren't simple characters either. Though they seem casual, their strength can't be underestimated. Chewing sounds and lip-smacking noises filled the air, making one imagine how delicious their meal must be. Gabrielle glanced at Una, exchanging a look, and then the sound of a head hitting the ground echoed. Psychic ability users could kill invisibly, something ordinary ability users couldn't easily achieve. Gabrielle probed again, finding no immediate danger but frowned as he sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to continue forward, he hesitated and turned to look at Una, saying with a bit of reluctance, "You'd better not see what's ahead." Una immediately thought of that inexplicable gamey smell. Suppressing her wild thoughts, she took one step after another toward the corner of the passage. On a large iron plate lay the mutilated body of a young girl who had been horribly devoured by those people. Una's eyes instantly reddened. She leaned against the wall and vomited, the stomach acid burning her esophagus, tears blurring her vision. She knew that in this post-apocalyptic world, some people resorted to eating their companions when they were starving, but she never imagined anyone would consider human flesh a delicacy. Beside the table stood jars filled with condiments and seasonings, clearly showing how much these people enjoyed this dish. Seeing the bodies of those people, she suddenly felt that simply killing them wasn't enough. They should be tied up on the surface to experience being torn apart bite by zombies. Understanding Una's distress, Gabrielle handed her a bottle of water and then lifted her into his arms, carrying her away from the corner. Humanity cannot always be called humanity. Don't let these things affect your well-being, they don't deserve it. Only after the gamey smell had completely vanished did Gabrielle put Una down. Watching her rinse her mouth and noticing her complexion improved somewhat, he finally felt relieved. Una gulped down a mouthful of water. "I just can't stand that scene. I only heard about it before but never thought I'd actually witness it, and I can't bear it." Gabrielle knew she didn't want to talk about what just happened and led her further into the depths. Chapter 101, Amador got shot and injured. Continuing further inside, a pungent stench gradually spread. Una looked around and discovered that in the low and narrow cages, many naked people were imprisoned. These people were tightly confined by the short cages, they couldn't even lift their heads. Hearing footsteps, they only trembled instinctively, with no room to move at all. Una looked at these people and thought of the girl she saw earlier. Could they be the stock food for those beasts? Every one of them was a victim, enduring unimaginable pain and psychological pressure, now being bred in the dark underground. They couldn't see any light or feel any hope for survival, counting down every day till their deaths. Una looked at their backs bent forcefully by the cages, the varying depths of scars on their bodies, and their swollen, bloodshot faces before turning away unwillingly. It seemed as if they had lost all their humanity, staying obediently like animals in the cages, devoid of even a thought of resistance. Una understood that it wasn't the right time to help them out of the cages. These people might panic and run once freed. It was best to rescue them after dealing with the group first. Una followed Gabrielle as they continued forward, finding numerous supplies, weapons, and medicines. This place looked like a storage room but had no anti-theft doors due to its location underground. Therefore, it was guarded by the people up front. But Gabrielle had already cleared them all, and Una naturally didn't hesitate to take these items. She, however, didn't want to touch food and water, which were left by the wrongly dead souls. She did not wish to become a carrier of evil. There were still many survivors outside, so these supplies should be kept for them. Her eyes only fixed on various firearms and ammunition. Indeed, the warehouse had an abundant variety of strictly classified items. Una thought that after obtaining the supplies, they would likely send some to Paxton's base. They colluded together, sharing most of what they obtained equally. Una flipped through the boxes stacked on the ground, filled with countless firearms and ammunition. The sheer quantity was enough to surprise her. So many heat weapons, where did these people get them from? Even a police station wouldn't have this many. Unless these people had betrayed a well-equipped military force. Although the world has fallen into chaos, soldiers never bowed their backs. They would risk everything to save every life, refusing to abandon anyone. But human hearts are unpredictable. Sometimes, the people they saved with their lives were not humans but beast-like monsters. Una felt an inexplicable anger. Clenching her teeth, she wished to tear these people apart. Since they don't act as humans, they don't need to live either, better off dead. In her past life, Una was saved by a soldier who gave his life for her. This became a perpetual wound in her heart. It also made her more protective of soldiers, unwilling to see their noble intentions exploited by villains. Putting all the guns and ammunition into her space, they continued deeper. The lights became increasingly bright, and even small stones mixed in the soil were visible. The place ahead doesn't look good. There are many women tied up. Gabrielle paused briefly, also many men. I think it's best you stay here. I can handle them directly. Una immediately understood Gabrielle's meaning and nodded. Kill the men, leave the women. Gabrielle nodded, then came sounds of heavy objects falling, followed by several screams, then silence. Only then did Una walk over, finding a group of disheveled women standing blankly, corpses beside them. Blood stained their feet red, yet none moved. They appeared like puppets, soulless marionettes, passively enduring everything. Una kicked away the corpse beside her foot in disgust, taking out clothes from her space and handing them to each woman inside. At first, no one dared to move until Una said, "All put on clothes. You will leave soon." The chains that bound their hearts seemed to be suddenly snapped, the numbness in their eyes gradually overwhelmed by tears. Trembling, they took the clothes from Una but did not dare to put them on. Una looked at the nearest girl to her. She looked only in her early 20s, yet there was not a single good place left on her body due to abuse. "Put on the clothes, I'll take you out soon." The girl shook her head, holding the clothes like some precious treasure, both hands raised in midair, not daring to put them on. Her chapped lips trembled as she looked up at Una with a trembling voice. "I'm dirty." These two short words hit Una's heart hard. Looking at how they were tortured, she gently wiped the dirt off the girl's face with a wet wipe. "You're not dirty, you're not." She sighed, asking Gabrielle to go ahead and scout the situation first while she pulled out several foldable bathtubs from her space. Filling them with clear water, Una invited them to take a bath, at least making them feel better psychologically. There were 8 girls in the cave, and Una had prepared 8 bathtubs, one for each of them. To avoid making them feel embarrassed, Una placed all the bathing supplies and clean towels within their reach before walking out to join Gabrielle. "Have you settled them?" Gabrielle asked. Una nodded but didn't speak. The two continued forward and came to a 90 degrees turn, then encountered Alanis and Amador. They both looked far from good, especially Amador. His left shoulder was soaked in blood, and his face appeared pale and weak. "How did you get so badly hurt?" Seeing the disheveled duo, Una hurriedly asked Amador to sit down and then took out medicine from her space to clean his wound. This was indeed not an easy task, especially the bullet embedded inside, since none of them knew medical skills. What if they made it worse? Alanis clung tightly to Amador's shirt, looking panicky and helpless. Chapter 102, Polar Day arrives. Una and Gabrielle mainly went to the storage area, while Amador and Alanis headed for the rest area of this group. They were discovered not long after they entered. The opponents were familiar with the cave environment and more proficient in using guns. Amador was preoccupied with protecting Alanis. Consequently, dealing with so many opponents was overwhelming, and he ended up instinctively shielding her with his body. At first, he could protect himself with metal. However, abilities have limits, especially when it comes to deflecting bullets, which consumed much more energy. Without the protection of metal, he had no choice but to use himself as a meat shield, only hoping that Alanis would be safe. "The others have all been taken care of by the two of us. How is your situation over here?" In pain, Amador gritted his teeth, trying to distract himself by talking to Una. Una carefully poured iodine onto the wound before speaking. "We are mainly in the storage area and didn't encounter many enemies, but we found quite a few hostages." Thinking about this, she suddenly remembered those hostages. What if there was a doctor among them? Then Amador's injury could be treated. Una quickly asked Gabrielle to help Amador move forward to the nearest cave entrance. There, the girls had already finished bathing and put on clean clothes, waiting at the entrance. "Do any of you have medical training? He's been shot and needs someone to remove the bullet from his body." The girl who had spoken with Una hesitantly raised her hand. "I'm a medical student, but I haven't graduated yet." Una glanced at the others. There seemed to be no better option. "Then I'll leave it to you. Tell me what medical supplies you need, and I can provide them." The girl nodded and began examining Amador's wounds in detail. Despite her aversion to men, she felt compelled to repay Una's kindness. surgical knife, antiseptics, bandages, and if possible, anesthetic. She rattled off a long list of items, but fortunately, Una's space shop had everything they needed. Otherwise, Amador's shoulder might really have been ruined. Clearly inexperienced, the girl's hands trembled, and sweat dripped from her forehead as she carefully treated Amador's wound. After some time, she finally picked up the bandage to wrap the wound. Despite being drowsy due to the anesthetic, Amador lifted his hand to wipe away Alanis's tears. "Why are you crying? I'm tough, it's fine." Seeing him struggling to reassure her despite his confusion, Alanis couldn't hold back any longer. She turned around and hugged Una, sobbing loudly. Her usual strength was nowhere to be seen, leaving only guilt and fear. Una gently comforted her, but knowing Amador's condition, they shouldn't stay in the damp cave any longer and needed to find a proper place to rest. Gavriel took care of Amador, while Una went to rescue those trapped in cages. A large crowd emerged from underground. The survivors only truly believed they were free when they saw the sunlight again. Having been underground for so long, many struggled to adapt to the strong light, their eyes watering until they could barely see clearly. Hayden, noticing the crowd, became cautious. But upon sensing Una's aura, he instantly shrunk and scampered onto her. Una caught Maro, who was also rushing towards her, then scanned the town surroundings. Given Amador's condition, it was best to rest for a while rather than continue traveling by car. She chose a relatively clean two-story house. The key was still in the door, indicating the owner had likely met an unfortunate end. The 6 entered the building, while the other rescued survivors divided the supplies from underground and started moving away. Perhaps they would face various dangers, but compared to their current bleak life, it wasn't much. Una examined the dust inside the house. Fortunately, with enough people, they could clean it up and settle down. They deserved a good rest after such constant vigilance. The ground floor of the small building was once a clothing store, now covered in thick layers of dust, obscuring its original appearance. The second floor was the living area of this household. Although not large, it had all the necessary facilities, but now it seemed a bit cluttered. Under the effect of anesthesia, Amador felt drowsy and fell asleep as soon as he was laid on the bed after everyone cleaned up. It was evening outside the window. After spending the entire day underground, everyone was tired, especially Alanis, who was deeply shocked. She sat listlessly by the bedside, unresponsive even when Una called her. Una called Alanis 3 times without any response, so she approached her directly. "What's wrong? Why are you so lost? Still worried about Amador's injury?" Alanis glanced at Amador sleeping soundly on the bed and nodded helplessly. "He is the first person who was willing to risk his life to protect me, but I don't know how to repay him." Una gently patted her head. "Those who are willing to risk their lives to protect you don't need your repayment. Maybe treating him better in the future would be enough. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, it's not good for either of you." After saying that, Una went to the window. Although it was already evening, the sky was still frighteningly bright, showing no signs of getting dark. Una felt a vague unease, sensing that the polar day might be arriving soon. When that happens, agriculture will develop rapidly, but conflicts will also intensify. Pulling the dusty curtains shut, everyone had finished dinner, though Amador, still unconscious, would have to wait until he woke up to eat. Gavriel and Fabian were on night watch while Una lay down on the prepared bed and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock the next morning. She was woken by sighs. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the dazzling light outside the window. Even the curtains couldn't block out the sun's rays, which were seeping through the gaps into the room. Una, now wide awake, decided to switch shifts with Gavriel and Fabian, letting them rest while she sat quietly on the bed watching the window. Chapter 103 Arrival at the westbound base. Despite it being the dead of night, it was still unbearably hot. The shadows cast by trees barely hid a few zombies lurching over. Una took out a bottle of orange juice from her spatial bag and sipped it slowly. Unexpectedly, she heard Amador's cry of pain. She rushed over to check on him. The wound hadn't reopened, but there was no way it wasn't hurting like hell. Una retrieved 2 painkillers and handed them to Amador. Then she brought out a bowl of millet porridge for him from her spatial bag. Though it didn't provide much nutrition, she believed sick people should eat this kind of food. Amador had been injured in his left shoulder. Although he was grimacing in agony, he could still feed himself, which saved a lot of trouble. The constitution of psychics is excellent. "With your injury, you'll be about 70% healed in around a week, and then we can set off," said Una. She glanced at the sleeping people around her and lowered her voice. "Joanne feels pretty guilty because of your injury. I think you can find an opportunity to comfort her and increase your presence." This made Amador rather surprised. After sizing up Una with a look, he finally spoke. "I thought you would advise me not to expect anything in return. Now you're actually helping me boost my presence. Comrade Una, are you possessed by a ghost?" Una rolled her eyes disdainfully. "If it weren't for the fact that you treat our Joanne well, do you think I would give you this chance? But let me tell you this, you have a very strong competitor down south. If Montague returns, I'm afraid you'll lose miserably." Amador raised his chin arrogantly. Daddy never knows how to spell the word lose. Besides, Chavez might be great, but he cannot change the fact that he abandoned Joanne. Since he chose his future over Joanne, he must also be prepared for her to be taken away by someone else. Una looked approvingly at his confident manner and patted him on the shoulder. "Good boy." Unfortunately, she accidentally hit his left shoulder, making him grit his teeth in pain, his face turning green. "Did you do that on purpose, sister you? Do you hate me so much that you want to take revenge?" Amador sucked in cold air as Una scratched her head awkwardly and sat back down beside the window, keeping watch. Wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, she gradually felt chilly in the air-conditioned room, even though the temperature was still at 26 degrees Celsius. Seemingly realizing something, Una quickly took out a thermometer from her spatial bag and stuck it outside. Sure enough, the temperature was dropping and had already reached 28 degrees Celsius. Cheerful now, the scorching sun had always been the most annoying part of the midnight sun. It turned out that it wasn't so bad now, at least the temperature had dropped and living conditions wouldn't be too hot. At such temperatures, research on crops or daily life would become more manageable. At least they wouldn't need to worry about heatstroke caused by high temperatures. With days and nights blending together, Una covered the windows with curtains when it was time to rest, yet it was still too bright inside. Over time, this did affect her sleep. A week passed quickly, and the physical strength of psychics was indeed astonishing. Amador's shoulder was almost fully healed and wouldn't be affected much unless during vigorous activity. Una decided to start their journey immediately. This kind of weather made it better to head for the westbound base earlier, at least allowing them to settle down sooner and determine their safe house for peace of mind. Although Amador was nearly recovered, he shouldn't drive, so every day he just squatted between Una and Gabrielle, chattering non-stop. The young man talked a lot but managed to make Una laugh many times, which made Gabrielle remember him positively deep down. They moved slowly but were able to solve dangers promptly whenever they encountered any. Thus, they arrived at the westbound base without wasting much time. Most importantly, Paxton's map was genuine. Perhaps he believed that even if he gave the route to Una and company, they probably wouldn't survive to use it, so he hadn't faked the map, which saved Una a lot of trouble. When arriving at the westbound base entrance, Una's group had already met many teams hunting zombies and some helpful individuals pointing them in the right direction. Just as Paxton mentioned, testing strips had been developed here. After examination, Una and her companions entered the base. There were many people here, but the place was vast and sparsely populated. Housing wasn't tight, and rental prices weren't too expensive. Upon entering the base, someone approached them, introducing himself as a guide of the westbound base and inquiring if Una needed a tour of the area. After asking about the price, it wasn't too steep, just a pack of instant noodles for a full tour. Una didn't refuse. The guide was so excited he nearly jumped for joy, but after regaining his composure, he led the members of the Fengshan squad on a tour of the entire westbound base. While it was also an official base, this one had been established entirely by the military, so it didn't suffer from the complicated entanglements of power seen in the Jingju base. Everyone here had clearly defined roles. The base operated under strict military management with clear rewards and punishments, separating public service from personal matters. Although gathering supplies nearby wasn't simple, due to favorable weather conditions, the base's leadership strongly supported agricultural development. This provided many job opportunities and resolved survival issues for most residents. For Una, this place indeed seemed like an excellent location for settling down. Military personnel trained ordinary civilians in combat techniques without any discrimination. The upper echelons of leadership were not much different from ordinary residents, and there were no signs of extravagance or wastefulness. In fact, some of the base leaders lived even more humbly than the average survivors. As they toured, Una could feel the discipline within the base. There were no instances of fighting or brawling, and the security was excellent. Once the tour ended, Una paid the guide his fee and then headed to the administrative hall. All matters related to residency registration at the westbound base were handled here, which made the administrative hall relatively crowded. However, everyone waited patiently in line, and Una obediently joined the queue at the back, slowly moving forward with the crowd. When it was her turn, there were plenty of available houses, including apartments, bungalows, and villas. Prices varied, but nothing was outrageously expensive. Una rented 3 units on the same floor of the same building, ensuring her team stayed together for greater safety. After completing the registration, Una paid with crystal cores and then led everyone to their newly selected residence. Chapter 104, The Convenience Store That Has Everything. The Alanis family lived together, while Gabrielle and Amador, the 2 men, made do with sharing a place to rest. Una had her own apartment. Unless something unexpected happens, Una did not plan on changing her living arrangements in the future. Therefore, this time she took extra care to organize the house. She carefully placed everything from the air conditioner to small household appliances. Dust and other waste in the room were thoroughly cleaned up, and after arranging the furniture and necessities, it became a rather nice residence for Una to enjoy all by herself. However, she came here not just to live in such a comfortable place but also to sell resources from her personal space. Although the number of zombies around the western base was not particularly high, due to the environment, there were more mutated plants and animals. As a result, the value of crystal cores they held was naturally higher. Una needed precisely these energy-pure crystal cores, which would allow her to exchange for more and better items in the space shop. The room was quickly tidied up, and Una entered her space to harvest and plant crops again. Then she took a shower and went over to Alanis's place for a dinner gathering. Alanis had a lot of crystal cores too, and she had just gone around the trading area. So tonight, her family treated everyone to dinner. They had agreed to have hot pot for dinner, so Una brought some meat slices and hot pot balls, Gabrielle brought drinks for after the meal, and Amador brought several cans of beer, insisting that they wouldn't stop until everyone was drunk. Everyone happily toasted, and as the hot pot bubbled and gave off its fragrance, the abundance of ingredients made everyone drool. Usually, their meals while traveling were not very rich. Occasionally having hot pot was considered one of life's great pleasures. Our smooth wind team has now found a satisfactory place to settle down. In the future, we can go out together for missions or find better paths individually. But what we must never forget is the time and feelings we've shared along the way. We will always be the best partners, and no one can be left behind. Una raised her glass. Today, her mood was exceptionally good. She even specially allocated canned food and freeze-dried goods to Mackenzie and Hayden. May all our lives be smooth and fulfilling. Their glasses clashed, beer foam spilled out, and everyone indulged in the joy of arriving at the western base. After much travel outside, nobody felt happy about constantly being on the move. Not having a fixed home was not a happy thing for anyone. But now with a fixed residence, the future also looked brighter. Everyone could find jobs and lifestyles that suited them better. That night, everyone drank a little too much and chatted until 3 in the morning before going home to sleep. But outside, it remained as bright as day. Una had already installed double-layered curtains, and once drawn, the whole room plunged into darkness, making it very suitable for sleep. Thus, they slept until dawn, each getting a good night's rest. Una now needed to secure a stall in the trading area first. Although Gabrielle, Alanis, and Amador insisted on accompanying her, despite finding it a bit annoying, Una agreed and took these 3 tails with her to the trading area. All stalls in the trading area were open air. The base did not build any large structures specifically for selling items, so everyone had to work under the sun regardless of what they sold. However, stalls with more foot traffic naturally commanded higher prices. Although Una believed in the saying good wine needs no bush, she now realized the importance of choosing a prime location. Mainly because all stalls were open air, and the few shops at the beginning attracted most customers, leaving the remaining stalls to only earn a few scattered crystal cores by the end of the day. If there was a better opportunity, Una would not pass it up. She chose a stall with decent foot traffic. Although it couldn't compare to those near the entrance, it was among the first ones customers would see upon entering. Having chosen the stall, Una wanted to give her store a name. At least she had to make a strong impression so that the customers within the base knew about her shop. Only by reinforcing their memory could she attract more customers to buy goods. After thinking for a moment, Una took out a huge wooden board from her space. This was something she had salvaged from an abandoned wardrobe, and now it came in handy. She dipped a writing brush in ink and handed it to Gabrielle. I know you have good handwriting, help me write the convenience store that has everything in 6 characters. Gabrielle gave a thumbs up in admiration after hearing the name. Great, simple and clear. Una proudly nodded her head, of course. Alanis and Amador exchanged glances but didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. Una set up the sunshade canopy and hung the sign that Gabrielle had written. From afar, the 6 big characters were very eye-catching. A nearby stall owner watched amusedly as the group of young people bustled around, asking with interest, really got everything? Una nodded vigorously, absolutely everything, and all items are quality assured, not expired. The stall owner found Una's earnest look even more amusing, so he decided to tease her a bit, then give me a bottle of fine wine, let uncle try it. Ha ha ha. Seeing the middle-aged man before her, who looked somewhat weathered but still exuded an air of elegance, Una knew he was likely a person of influence before the apocalypse. She retrieved a bottle of wine from her space and poured a small cup for the uncle. Come, try this one. If you're satisfied, do give my little shop some publicity. Una smiled and poured herself a cup. I won't charge you. Have a free taste. The stall owner, half believing, sniffed the wine cup in front of him. His eyes lit up suddenly and then he took an unbelievable sip. The taste wasn't of cheap wine at all. The rich aroma made anyone feel intoxicated just by smelling it. Good wine, truly good wine. It's impressive that you can get such fine wine during the apocalypse. The stall owner's mouth widened into a smile, savoring every drop of the small cup of wine, constantly praising Una. So, do you believe my sign now? No matter what customers want, I can provide it, and I assure quality. Please help me spread the word so I can start business and sell something soon. The stall owner nodded and reached into his collection of jewels behind him, picking out a top-grade jade bracelet. Its deep green color was dignified and impressive, enough to fetch a sky-high price before the apocalypse. I can't drink your wine for free. Consider this bracelet a thank-you gift. You can wear it for fun. As for customers, I'll definitely help. Your shop is indeed excellent and worth everyone's visit. Chapter 105, We Make Money Together. Una accepted it without any further ado. After all, a fine jade bracelet was now less valuable than a packet of biscuits. Her wine was indeed worth the price. The stall owner looked somewhat down on his luck but had an air about him that couldn't be ignored. It seemed he must have been someone important before the apocalypse, but sadly, lacking enough ability post-apocalypse led him to this unforeseeable state. Una no longer continued talking to him and turned back to her own storefront, yet she still felt as though something was missing. Although it was named whatever convenience store, most survivors didn't trust her claim that she could sell everything. She needed to show some items to prove herself. Una took out various goods from her spatial bag, fresh fruits and vegetables, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, rice, flour, cooking oil, cigarettes, alcohol, and instant food, an entire heap of stuff. Feeling it was still somewhat messy, Una directly rented 3 more stalls, making the total area around 50 square meters. Putting up some tall shelves was now no problem at all. She neatly placed the commonly used items on these shelves. Passers-by could easily see the variety of goods, and even if they didn't buy anything, they were curious enough to come in and check things out. Gabrielle naturally considered the possibility of space-type psychics stealing things and enveloped all the shelves with a mental barrier. Customers could only look but not touch. If anyone was interested in something, they could go straight to the cash register and find Una to purchase it. She would then take the same item from her spatial bag to sell, minimizing unnecessary losses. Una's method was indeed effective. Soon, many customers came over, very interested in the products on the shelves, walking around wanting to pick something up. Gabrielle functioned like a human surveillance camera, sitting on a small stool in a corner, keeping a close eye on everyone's movements. Many reached out to feel the items on the racks, and some attempted to use their spatial abilities to steal something, but none succeeded. Una's convenience store stocked practically everything needed for daily life, including some high-end items, especially ensuring quality. Her sanitary napkins, toilet paper, rice, and flour clearly hadn't been soaked by rain, remaining quite clean. Throughout the day, many customers came and went, and quite a few purchased items. What surprised Una the most was that many people bought apples. The fruits and vegetables grown in her spatial bag looked exactly the same once matured, both in quality and appearance. Apple tree seeds cost 20 first-grade crystals each, yielding 200 apples per planting. Una priced one apple at one first-grade crystal, and many survivors bought apples, holding them dear as treasures, unwilling to eat them. After all, although one crystal wasn't much to them, fresh fruit was something many hadn't tasted since the apocalypse. It had been 7 months since the apocalypse, and most survivors could only eat simple foods like potatoes and sweet potatoes every day, causing many to struggle with bowel movements. Now, with fresh fruit being sold, and at such a low price that ordinary survivors could easily buy several to take home. By the end of the day, almost every category of item had been purchased, but mostly fruits and fresh vegetables. Others bought common snacks and meals. Being the first day, Una's sales were already the highest in the entire market, drawing envy from surrounding stall owners. As closing time neared, security personnel ushered all customers out to prevent potential theft or robbery during the stall owner's cleanup. Cleaning up was easy for Una, as putting the items back into her spatial bag wasn't difficult. The rest was straightforward. Even though the other stall owners hadn't finished tidying up, they rushed over to Una, asking excitedly, "Miss, where did you get all these supplies? Such good quality, completely unspoiled. Your customer base is sure to grow. Yes, so many fresh fruits and vegetables made me drool. There don't seem to be any orchards around our base. How did you manage this? Miss, can you tell us? We can make money together. We'll let you open 2 hours earlier than us in the future to ensure your highest profits. That way, we all benefit, right? Exactly, you shouldn't keep a good source to yourself. If we sell together, it won't make you stand out too much and provoke retaliation. What do you think?" A group of stall owners surrounded Una inside her booth, clearly indicating they wouldn't let her leave unless she revealed the source of her goods. The main reason was that Una was merely a spatial-type psychic, looking pale and delicate as if she had never experienced hardship, quiet like the moon in water. Such an easily breakable-looking person seemed easy to bully, which led more stall owners to gather around, not considering letting her leave properly at all. Everyone appeared decent during business hours, but what these foxes hid under their fur after customers left was only known to themselves. Una and Alanis were protected in the middle by Gavriel and Amador. Una understood what these people were thinking. They simply wanted a share of her profits. She intended to continue doing business here for a long term, not short term. If she couldn't resolve this issue thoroughly, it would forever trouble her. Una smiled with her eyes curved, her sky-blue short-sleeved shirt fluttering gently in the breeze, making her stand out oddly within the trading area. "I don't know where everyone else gets their goods from, and I don't want to explain where mine come from either. If some people persist in entanglement or give me trouble behind my back, I believe the consequences might be something you wouldn't wish to see." Her fresh and attractive appearance contrasted sharply with her unyielding words. Looking harmless, her words made many feel uneasy. But how could such statements quell so many people's curiosity? Most of the stall owners were prominent figures within the base. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to lease stalls long-term, let alone stock so many goods. "You young lady are really naive about getting along. We're all veterans in the base, how can we harm you? Your foundation is still unstable now. Standing out too much in the trading area isn't good. It would be better if we share the burden. If any trouble comes up in the future, we'll be the ones facing it first, right?" Chapter 106. Absolutely not a simple character. Una gave a sarcastic snort, not wanting to get further entangled with these people. "I have nothing to discuss with you. Let me go right now, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Her words tore off the mask of hypocrisy from their faces as they revealed their true colors, palms glowing fiercely with abnormal light. "Do you want to push your luck? Let me tell you this, a newcomer like you trying to fight against us? You're still too green." Gavriel was about to step in but thought it better for Una to reveal herself as a dual elementalist at this moment. Dual elementalists were already rare. There wouldn't be more than 5 in a single base, making them akin to national treasures. With her spatial and thunder elemental abilities combined, even the higher-ups in the base would think twice before taking action against her, let alone these minor troublemakers. Suddenly, dense dark purple electric grids appeared in midair, and as Una's laughter gradually faded, the previously chaotic area instantly fell silent. Everyone twitched and fell to the ground. Even those who attempted resistance couldn't withstand the power of the lightning, falling to the ground in pain. The stall owner who gave Una the jade bracelet stood dumbfounded by his stall, quietly tidying up his jade jewelry, never expecting to witness a historic moment that would be talked about within the base. Gavriel cast an unexpected glance at Una, impressed by her improved control over her powers. Now she could manipulate electric grids to avoid harming those she didn't wish to harm, a significant improvement. I didn't see anything. The stall owner, feeling Una's gaze land on him, started nervously packing up his items, too afraid to bend down to pick up the necklaces and bracelets that fell to the ground. Una stepped over the convulsing group and walked up to the stall owner, helping him collect his fallen valuables and stuffing them into his backpack. I'd like to ask what punishment my actions might bring me here in Shishing Base. The stall owner steadied himself and cleared his throat. You are a dual elementalist with high-intensity powers. The base likely won't do much to you. They were at fault first, and you acted in self-defense without harming them fatally. There should be no problem. Una smiled easily and handed the stall owner an apple. If these people slander me tomorrow, please help me testify. The stall owner's hand froze mid-air when he caught the apple, finally stuffing it into his backpack. No problem, I understand. He sighed helplessly. You little girl, you sure know how to find people. If the authorities come looking for you tomorrow, just let them find me. My name is Grant. Una smiled widely. Great, thanks a lot. Grant waved his hand, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strolled away humming a tune. Una also waved goodbye to Destiny and the others, and the four walked home. Destiny asked curiously, holding Una's hand, why did you choose Grant? He just looks like an ordinary stall owner, nothing special except for his unusual demeanor. Una casually tossed her a cookie. You mentioned his unique aura. That's exactly why I chose him. His stall is a prime location with high foot traffic and a large area. Do you think an ordinary jewelry vendor could afford such a spot? Destiny swallowed the cookie whole. So you chose him based on that? Isn't that a bit casual? Una chuckled helplessly. Those who tried to trouble us were arrogant and disrespectful. But they showed some respect to Grant, proving that he is not a simple character. Though I'm unsure of his exact identity, he must be influential in Shishing Base, which offers us more security. Destiny nodded thoughtfully. Tomorrow, we might be taken away by the authorities. If this person can really help us, we should build a good relationship with him. Una agreed wholeheartedly. Despite walking, the sky remained bright. Many people within the base were rushing around busily on the streets. Climbing up the stairs back home, the four gathered in Gavriel and Amador's living room for a small meeting. After all, today's events were enough to make their wind team famous within the base. Hardly any time had passed since their arrival, yet they managed to take down so many shop owners, drawing attention no matter what. With Una's dual elemental abilities, they would definitely face a lot of questioning from the authorities tomorrow. They needed to unify their story and be prepared today. Gavriel did not plan to hide the fact that he was a dual elementalist anymore. After all, there were already psychic ability detectors in the base, and even if they tried to conceal it, it wouldn't last long. Their team's capabilities were likely the strongest in the entire base, so they might receive an olive branch from the authorities, inviting them to join the official psychic squad. Una had indeed done her research. The official psychic squad had good benefits, but missions were more dangerous, and there were greater restrictions on behavior. Therefore, she did not intend to agree. But today's incident needed an explanation. This was a military base after all, where rules must be followed, and even high-level psychics had to act according to regulations. Although Una was in the right, making the first move would always put her at a disadvantage. If those people colluded to report her, she might face some punishment. If it was just about compensating with supplies, it wouldn't be too bad, but if she had to go to solitary confinement, that would not be good news. Una rubbed her temples, which ached from lack of sleep, and said, we have to adapt as we go tomorrow and make sure the main responsibility doesn't fall on us. Having that uncle around might help improve the situation somewhat, but most of the people here are upright military personnel, so we also need to be well prepared. Everyone agreed on this point. It was already 1 a.m., yet the sky was unnaturally bright, as if the noon sun hung high in the sky, making it hard to feel sleepy. Una felt drowsy but couldn't fall asleep because of the brightness outside. In the end, she played a lullaby next to her pillow, which provided some psychological comfort even if it didn't really help. Conflict within the base was frequent now, mainly because everyone slept poorly, leading to worsening moods. The security management personnel were also struggling to cope. There were both advantages and disadvantages. At least the crops were growing well recently, and during the harvest time, there would surely be uplifting news. Chapter 107, Really Not Considerate. Sleeping from dawn to dawn, despite the heavy curtains blocking most of the light, Una didn't rest well. Since the polar day arrived, she has been sleeping uneasily every day. Such daily unrest truly made Una feel very exhausted. But now, this was the environment she had to adapt to, at least it couldn't affect her health. Rubbing her sore eyes, she got up and washed up. Squatting outside the plot of land within her space, the seedlings inside had already grown, and it was almost time for harvest. Wiping off the droplets of water on her face, Una looked at these plots of land, feeling they weren't enough. So, she spent crystal cores to unlock another 20. She was now quite wealthy in crystal cores. Yesterday alone, she earned a substantial amount. Naturally, she would gain more every day going forward. Una planted mango seeds in the new plots of land, then changed into clean clothes, exited her space, and went to Alanis's house after opening the door. The family was eating breakfast, just simple pancakes with rice soup. Una helped herself to a bowl without hesitation and sat contentedly at the table. Auntie, the porridge you cooked is so fragrant, and the pancake is delicious too. Daniela beamed with pleasure at her praise and hastily pushed the pot of porridge closer to Una. If you like it, Auntie will cook it for you every day. I know how to make many things. Whatever you want to eat, I can make. Both she and Fabian found jobs within the base. Fabian's work was physically demanding, mainly building the defensive walls, all labor-intensive tasks. Daniela snagged a job sweeping the streets, which required considerable effort every day, leaving her bent over with exhaustion by the time she got home. However, the couple insisted on not being supported by Alanis, feeling uneasy about living off others' efforts. They worked regular hours each day and came home with numerous abrasions on their hands and feet. "Thank you, Auntie." As Una ate the pancake and drank the porridge, her mood was fairly pleasant until it was interrupted by a knock at the door. Assuming it was Gabrielle and Amador, Una merely asked who it was before opening the door, only to find several tall men in military uniforms standing outside. All of them were armed, their posture indicating they were no ordinary individuals, looking sternly serious. "Hello, my name is Cohen, captain of Squad 4 of the westbound base. This morning, someone reported that you and 3 others maliciously used your powers to harm others within the base. We need you to come with us to understand the situation." Daniela and Fabian came nervously but were reassured by Una and Alanis as they led them into the bedroom. After calming them down, Una and Alanis went out, only to find Gabrielle and Amador waiting in the hallway. Cohen brought 4 men with him, attracting considerable attention as they walked through the base. Following their steps into a room that looked tidy, more like an office than an interrogation room. Papers and maps cluttered the room, even the worn-out sofa was piled high with plans and maps, making the entire place seem crowded yet surprisingly organized. Cohen tidied up all the papers before gesturing for Una and the others to sit down. He sat behind his desk, looking at the 4 people in front of him, unsure of where to start. Coughing awkwardly twice, Cohen directed his attention to Una, as the others could only be considered accomplices, while Una took direct action. More importantly, Una was a rare dual elemental user. Higher-ups had instructed that if she was promising material, they should try to recruit her, otherwise, they should persuade her to stay on the right path. "I heard you electrocuted a group of shopkeepers yesterday. Is that true?" Una met Cohen's gaze without fear. "Yes, they saw the goods I sold were good and blocked me, asking where I got them from, trying to take a share. I refused, so they trapped us and wouldn't let us leave, using their powers to threaten us." She appeared like a victim, speaking lightly but conveying a sense of grievance. Cohen wasn't entirely naive but knew what Una said was true. After all, there was surveillance footage in the trading area clearly recording everything. These aren't significant matters since no real harm was done, and they initiated the conflict. Cohen glanced at Una's innocent and fair face, then nervously shifted his gaze away, somewhat uncomfortable. "But why didn't you list your spatial and lightning abilities directly on the registration form when entering the base?" Una stretched out her index finger to scratch her face. "Is it against the rules?" Cohen was speechless for a moment, taking a while to slightly shake his head. "I'm just curious. After all, being a dual elemental user can bring you more conveniences. There's no other implication." Una waved her hand indifferently. "I didn't misunderstand you. I just don't want to reveal too much about myself, otherwise, my life will definitely become a mess, like it is now." Cohen coughed lightly. "Are the 4 of you a squad?" Una nodded. "Yes, we're the Shunfeng squad." Cohen glanced at the other members. "Can you introduce your elemental attributes and levels to me?" Una naturally didn't refuse, introducing each member one by one. Gabrielle, a dual elemental user. Spatial elemental ability level 5 beginner, mental elemental ability level 6 advanced. Alanis, a fire elemental user, level 3 advanced. Amador, a metal elemental user, level 4 beginner. Cohen shifted his gaze to Una, pursing his thin lips before opening them slightly. "And you?" Una thought for a moment. "My name is Una, spatial elemental ability level 5 advanced, lightning elemental ability level 4 intermediate." Her voice had already faded into the air, but Cohen still couldn't recover from his shock. Level 4 beginners were already rare, yet in this team, almost everyone could match 2 people when pulled out individually. If such a squad could serve the base, many more survivors could be saved, and more dangers could be resolved. "Your strength is very impressive. I wonder if you have considered joining the official elemental squad. The benefits are excellent." Una shook her head. "No, we are ordinary people. Living an ordinary day-to-day life is already very happy for us. We aren't interested in the official squads, which offer better benefits but also greater danger." Cohen still didn't want to give up. Everyone who joins the official squad gets free accommodation and meals. High-tech weapons developed by the base are available for you first. Family members will also get lighter work assignments, and they receive at least 4 times the crystal cores compared to private squads every month. Really not considering it at all? Chapter 108, Reaching an Agreement with the Stall Owners. Una rolled her eyes inwardly. The official squad members were given such good treatment because their missions were often the most dangerous. 10 people might not return at all after a mission. In such a situation, how could the crystalline core rewards be few? She greatly admired these people who stood in front of every survivor with their bodies, building the strongest defense with flesh and blood, using their lives to crush all dangers lurking in the dark. But she was just an ordinary survivor, without such noble aspirations or goals, nor the resolve to sacrifice herself for others. "I admire everyone in the official squads very much, but I don't want to be one of them. I'm grateful that the base leadership gave me this opportunity, but I really just want to be an ordinary survivor." Cohen looked at Una's determined face and sighed helplessly. "Alright, I'll help you solve those stall owners' problems. You may leave now." Joining or not joining the base's official squad was Una's right. He did not want to force them but was willing to resolve some of their troubles for them. Una was somewhat surprised by his words. After pausing for a moment, she got up to bid farewell, and the four of them left together. On the way to the trading area, Una saw the surrounding survivors whispering, but pretended not to notice. The four continued to head towards their stall. They arrived late, and there were already many customers crowding around the stall, anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Una, they relaxed and began calling out. Did your store sell fresh vegetables and fruits yesterday? Are there any today? Any toilet paper? I can't bear to use dead tree bark every day. Sanitary pads? Wine? I had to save up a lot of crystalline cores to afford it. Potato chips? I want the tomato-flavored ones from last time. The crowd clamored so much that Una felt overwhelmed by the demand. Meanwhile, other stalls remained empty, their owners enviously watching Una, yet none dared to cause trouble. Una, seeing a long queue of people forming, reluctantly set up her stall and started selling items. There was demand for everything. Mainly, all the goods she sold were reasonably priced and easy for everyone to afford. Thus, she stayed busy throughout the day until the staff came to drive away the customers, many of whom were still queuing up and didn't want to leave. It took great effort to convince them to go. Una was exhausted, having worked tirelessly all day with barely any rest. She had only quickly eaten a few cookies for lunch. However, the number of customers far exceeded what she could handle today. If this continued, both the people's needs wouldn't be met, and she would be drained. Una looked at the other stall owners who were slowly packing up. They hadn't had anything to sell since Una opened shop, and each day they just sat idle with few customers. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She called over all the nearby stall owners. Although reluctant, they slowly approached. What do you want? Haven't you shocked us enough yesterday? Do you plan to do it again today? A slender stall owner grumbled, yet kept his voice low. After all, he faced a dual-attribute psychic, which was too intimidating even if he wanted to cause trouble. Una smiled kindly. I'm wondering if anyone is interested in taking goods from me and selling them independently. Upon hearing this, the stall owners exchanged glances, indeed feeling somewhat tempted. Una had a reason for doing this. By herself, she could monopolize most of the business in the base, but with so many customers, people couldn't handle it all. Hiring more salespeople would require extensive vetting, wasting valuable time. Now Una could become a supplier behind the scenes while living in leisure, as there were plenty of stall owners in the base. Being a supplier, she wouldn't have conflicts with stall owners anymore and could enjoy a peaceful life. Truly, a win-win situation. Is it really possible? One of them asked hesitantly. Una nodded in agreement. I have only one condition. The selling price must not be higher than the purchase price by more than 5 level 1 crystalline cores. My goal is to build a good reputation and allow survivors in the base to afford necessities and improve their quality of life. If you can do that, then you can come to me for supplies. But if you fail to meet the standards and inflate prices with inferior goods, I will not let this person off. The stall owners all nodded furiously, shouting that they would definitely meet the conditions, each one nearly jumping with excitement. Although Una set a cap on prices, she also left room for profit margins. While the profits might not be huge, the customer base was large. By today's numbers, they would only make more money over time and wouldn't have to worry about business at all. Seeing that they agreed, Una led the group to Cohen's office, having him act as a witness. This man radiated integrity and clearly held a high position in the base, making him the perfect witness. She then had all the stall owners who wanted to cooperate with her sign contracts before returning triumphantly to the trading area. Una sat at her stall as the stall owners queued up to collect their supplies. The number of crystalline cores in her pocket grew rapidly, far exceeding what she had made today. This strategy proved mutually beneficial. Everyone earned crystalline cores, and customers had better quality products. Supplying goods to those who signed agreements kept Una busy until 3 o'clock in the morning, but she felt energized walking home with Gabrielle and the others. The crystalline cores she had earned today piled up like a small mountain. Everything in the spatial store was now within her reach. Una was especially excited about this, and it being daytime, she wasn't sleepy at all. She even suggested a grand meal to celebrate with everyone. Destiny and Amador, however, were so tired they could barely think straight, shaking their heads to indicate they didn't want to eat. Una gave in, and after returning home, she took a shower and lay on the grassy field in her spatial world, watching her thriving farm with satisfaction. Having earned so many crystalline cores today, Una felt the need to splurge. So, she immediately started unlocking new areas in her spatial world. She unlocked the Fishpond, ranch, and processing workshop, then bought plenty of fish fry and animal offspring from the spatial store to raise, finally patting her hands contentedly. Chapter 109. I will be very happy. The space was more like a game world, where all the buildings placed now could be moved around at will. Therefore, Una wasn't worried about the possibility of building collisions in the future. Una watched the little chickens stroll leisurely around the farm, their softness beyond description, with occasional clucking sounds heard. The tiny fish fries in the fish pond kept swimming, their tails occasionally creating ripples, only to shyly dive into the water afterward. After watching contentedly for a while, Una felt a bit tired herself and simply exited the space to lie down on the bed. The curtains were drawn tightly, and Una even wore an eye mask and earplugs. Finally, she hugged Arjun, who was already half asleep, and took 2 deep breaths. Outside the window, it remained bright, but the breathing inside the room gradually became steady and regular. On the road, some people were hurrying along, many survivors taking advantage of the current situation to search for supplies day and night, hoping to sleep only an hour or so a day. For them, only enough supplies would allow for normal living in the base and provide a better life for their families. Zombies had nowhere to hide under the sunlight, making it easier for survivors to deal with them, and the time they could spend searching for supplies each day was constantly extended. The next day, Una didn't wake up until 3 in the afternoon. She felt somewhat dazed, unable to distinguish between day and night, morning or afternoon. This was one downside of polar day. It severely affected her perception of time and slightly influenced her mood. She casually threw the eye mask and earplugs into the space, slipped on a comfortable long dress, and walked toward the living room, falling onto the sofa without getting up. Gabrielle seemed to sense her movements and appeared at the door, gently knocking. Una, do you want lunch? Hearing his voice, Una quickly went to open the door and indeed smelled the aroma of delicious food. She directly invited Gabrielle in. I was just thinking about eating something to fill my stomach, and here you are. Una looked at the simple yet tasty meal before her and hurriedly fetched chopsticks and a bowl to start eating. Gabrielle sat at the table with a helpless look as he watched her. You hardly ate anything yesterday, and you skipped breakfast and lunch today. It's not good for your health. Una swallowed the broccoli in her mouth and pitifully nodded. I know it's bad for my health, but this damn polar day really messes up my sense of time. I don't want to get up during the day, and I can't sleep at night. If this continues, I'll go crazy. She angrily took a bite of the steamed bun, chewed a few times, and then gulped it down. Gabrielle, isn't your sleep affected by this? How come you don't have dark circles? Una sized him up and found it incredible. After all, these past few days, she had been completely nocturnal, her skin deteriorating, relying on expensive skincare products from before the apocalypse to salvage the situation. Gabrielle smiled. I can give myself mental suggestions to let my body know when it needs rest. This can somewhat improve the situation. Una thought it was quite amazing that Gabrielle could influence his own judgment with his mental power, proving that his ability had once again reached a new level. Can you suggest to me? I haven't rested well recently and am utterly exhausted. After eating 4 fist-sized steamed buns and clearing all the dishes, Una finally felt full and stretched lazily. Gabrielle looked at her and shook his head. It's best not to. As a psychic ability user, my abilities mostly give positive feedback. But if I try to affect you, there might be problems, since mental energy is unpredictable, and mistakes could happen. Una thought about it and agreed. Helplessly waving her hand, she then collapsed on the sofa. I will definitely go to bed on time tonight. This can't continue, or I'll go insane. Seeing her somewhat exhausted appearance, Gabrielle walked over and gently massaged her temples. If you feel uncomfortable, don't force yourself. The polar day will pass eventually. What's most important now is to make yourself comfortable. Leaning back on the sofa, enjoying Gabrielle's service, Una said straightforwardly, you know me, I've never been able to stay idle. Staying home every day is too boring. Gabrielle sighed helplessly, deciding not to persuade her further, and continued massaging her. Suddenly remembering something, Una grabbed Gabrielle's wrist. Hold on, I need to ask you something. Gabrielle was a bit surprised, feeling the clear sensation from her touch but hesitating to let go. He gently spoke. Speak up, I'm listening. Una reached out to play with his neatly trimmed nails, hesitating for a moment before speaking. You've never told me about your family situation until now. I don't mean anything by it, I just want to ask if you can tell me. Gabrielle's eyes softened as he looked at her silky hair, unable to resist using his other hand to gently stroke it. Of course, I would tell you if you want to know. It's just that there's not much to say. It was nothing more than a business marriage. My mother died early, and after my father remarried, I severed ties with him. The rest of my relatives and I didn't have any contact either. After I came of age, I never saw them again, not even a phone call. Una wasn't surprised. After all, Gabrielle had never mentioned his family to her, which already indicated either they weren't close or they were no longer alive. But she was still curious and lately wanted to understand him more. Sit down. Una called Gabrielle to sit on the sofa but didn't expect herself to be scooped up directly, flipping around to kneel on his lap. Do you asking me these questions mean you want to understand me more? Gabrielle held her slender back lightly, their actions obviously intimate, yet he showed no sign of being affected. Seeing his composed demeanor, Una felt her cheeks flush, finding it somewhat embarrassing, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned closer into his embrace, their breathing becoming intertwined. So what if I do? She tenderly stroked Gabrielle's hair, her lips slightly parted, her eyes exuding an allure even she wasn't fully aware of. Gabrielle's Adam's apple bobbed, tightening his hold on her without becoming overly bold. If so, I will be very happy, extremely happy. Chapter 110, What Does Candy Taste Like? Una twirled his hair around her fingers, sitting quietly on his waist, with no apparent intention to continue their conversation. Gabrielle felt her movements but found his throat getting increasingly dry, unable to take his eyes off her. Gabrielle, I'm a very hypocritical, cold, and even heartless person. Una lightly placed the hand that had been playing with his hair on his face, caressing it faintly before whispering softly into his ear. Do you like a woman like this? Gabrielle felt the warm breath swirling by his ear, causing a slight shiver to run through him as if he was being electrocuted. He then solemnly replied, I love you, no matter what, I will always love you. Una wasn't surprised by his answer. She held onto his shoulder with one hand and slid the other under his shirt, her warm hand gently pinching his abs. A flush instantly crept up Gabrielle's handsome face. Instinctively, he grabbed Una's wrist, trying to pull out the mischievous little hand. But before he could react any further, warmth suddenly touched his lips. Although it was fleeting, Gabrielle still caught the glint of mischief in Una's eyes. She withdrew all her actions, pretending nothing had happened, retreating to the other end of the sofa, avoiding him. Alright, congratulations on gaining another girlfriend. Una popped a candy into her mouth, laughing like a cunning little fox, charming and cute. A dangerous glint flashed across Gabrielle's eyes. Sensing something amiss, Una instinctively tried to stand up and escape, only to be scooped up horizontally by someone. Even when she was pressed against the bed, Una made no move to resist. Feeling utterly helpless, she realized how thoroughly Gabrielle's psychic power had worked on her. There was indeed no way to resist. Her hands were lifted over her head by an invisible force, completely immobilized. She felt as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Gabrielle, don't do this. Men and women should maintain proper boundaries. Una struggled with her hands and feet, finding herself fully controlled and unable to resist. What does the candy you ate taste like? I want to try it too. Gabrielle rested his forehead against Una's, asking softly, enveloping her in his refreshing woody scent. Still undeterred, Una teased him, if you want to know what it tastes like, why don't you try it yourself? Gabrielle smiled faintly, then I won't hold back. Thank you for your hospitality. Just as he lowered his head to kiss her, the person beneath him vanished, leaving only an empty large bed and slightly wrinkled sheets, mocking his foolishness. Gabrielle chuckled in spite of himself, lying down helplessly to wait for Una to emerge. The air inside the space smelled of fresh grass, the younglings in the pasture having grown much bigger. Una added more feed to ensure they grew quickly. Thinking about Gabrielle, she shyly covered her face, then sat cross-legged on the grass, watching the small fish in the pond, lost in thought. Though she had lost her parents early, Una wasn't a promiscuous girl. In her past life, even while dating Ernest, they only held hands, and hugs were rare. Teasing Gabrielle just now had cost her a lot of effort, and in the end, she couldn't help but flee when he pinned her down. Sighing, Una felt she was wasting such a high-quality boyfriend. Another 3 hours passed before she left the space. Thinking it had been long enough for him to leave, she appeared and saw Gabrielle staring at her intently from the bed. Smiling guiltily, her body tensed. I was just thinking there were some things to tidy up in the space. Gabrielle responded sarcastically with an "oh," then sat up, tightly hugging Una. So I still haven't tasted that candy. Realizing this, Una pulled out the grape-flavored hard candy she had eaten earlier from the space, carefully unwrapped it, and offered it to Gabrielle. Taste it. I have something else to do. I want to chat with Joanne for a while. Gabrielle turned away from the candy, his eyes fixed on Una, his meaning clear. You know how I want to taste it, comrade Una. If you don't satisfy my wish today, I'll keep pestering you. He tugged at the hem of her clothes pitifully, and it was you who initiated it first, and now you're treating me like this. Una had always been one to respond to gentle coaxing rather than force. Seeing Gabrielle's pitiful, comforting-seeking expression, she instantly felt her heart soften. She hesitated slightly before putting the candy in her mouth and then approached to give Gabrielle a light kiss. Better now. Be good. Can you let me down? She stroked Gabrielle's head gently as if petting a dog, and in the next moment, she was directly pinned by someone who started claiming his kiss. The candy, neither too big nor too small like a glass marble, took Gabrielle quite some time to savor before he was willing to stop. Una was kissed until she was breathless. After being released, she felt numb on her lips, unsure of how to react. Gabrielle licked the corner of his lips satisfyingly, smiling seductively and charmingly, looking like a spirit that absorbs human essence. It tasted great, grape flavor. Una patted her chest to catch her breath. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at him with annoyance, even forgetting to pull herself out of his embrace. Isabel, I'm very happy, incredibly happy. Una felt weak, softly leaning in his arms. Happy about what? I have yearned for you for 3 whole years. Now my wish is finally fulfilled. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hearing this, Una's mood became complicated. She had never imagined that she would be someone's treasured one, whom they think about day and night. The importance she didn't receive from others, Gabrielle has more than made up for her. Gabrielle. Don't say things like that all the time. You talking like this makes me want to possess you completely. If you're not afraid, I'm happy to accompany you. Una looked at Gabrielle with shock, unable to imagine such words coming out of his mouth. I always thought you were someone untouched by mundane affairs. Who would have thought, Gabrielle, you could talk like this? Una clicked her tongue in marvel, her long eyelashes blinking, indeed looking surprised. Gabrielle smiled. I not only say so, but I will do so. I am not a gentleman, but I respect your wishes and put you first in everything. Chapter 111, the first anniversary of the apocalypse. Una pulled on his earlobe unceremoniously. From now on, you must do everything I say. If I tell you to go east, you absolutely can't go west. Got it? Gabrielle nodded resignedly. As you command, my princess. Call me your majesty. Una had an arrogant expression, and Gabrielle couldn't help but chuckle, yet he obediently replied, as you command, your majesty. Only then did Una nod in satisfaction. But suddenly she heard someone knocking on the door. She hurriedly jumped off Gabrielle's lap and opened the door after checking through the peephole and seeing Alanis. What's up, Lingsnow? Alanis looked up with a smile, but when she saw Una's face, she paused for a moment before realizing something. She stuffed the pork belly into Una's hands and glanced inside. Is Gabrielle in your place? This time, it was Una who was puzzled. Yeah, what's wrong? Alanis grinned lecherously. No wonder. Tell him to be gentler, your lips are swollen. If you're not careful, you won't be able to go out and see people. Then she closed the door and her unrestrained laughter echoed down the hallway. Una stood there dazed, holding the meat. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and ran to the mirror. Sure enough, her lips were swollen, and even the color was an unnatural red, as if she had applied lip gloss. Gavriel walked out of the room looking bewildered. What did Alanis just say? Una suppressed the urge to punch him and gritted her teeth. Gavriel, look at my mouth. What have you done? How am I supposed to go out like this? Gavriel scratched his head helplessly and lowered his head like a child admitting fault. I know, I lost control. I'll be more careful next time. Una chased after him angrily. What did you say? Don't think I didn't hear that. Time flew by at Westwood Base Camp. 3 months had passed, and today marked the first anniversary of the apocalypse. The survivors were all dispirited, and even the bustling exchange market was unusually empty. Today was the most painful day for all humans, the beginning of a nightmare, a pain no one could forget. Watching the slow-moving survivors outside, Una felt little emotional impact. She had already become numb to such suffering, even learning to find joy amidst the hardship. This atmosphere didn't move her much. Alanis and Amador knocked on Una's door, each carrying piles of ingredients. Today is the first anniversary of the apocalypse. If it weren't for the apocalypse, we wouldn't have this chance to gather together. It's not a good day, but we should still have a meal together. How about dinner at our place tonight? Amador held ingredients bought from the market, while Alanis carried lighter items. Una checked her watch, it was already 6 p.m. Having dinner and going home to sleep wouldn't interfere much with her rest. She agreed readily. Sure, but why did you buy so much? Are we having hot pot or barbecue? Alanis wagged a finger in front of her. Neither. Everyone plans to make their specialty dishes tonight. Gavriel has already started cooking at home. We're waiting for the rest of us. Una smiled sheepishly. I don't know how to cook. I can barely just get the food heated up. Alanis waved it off. No problem. Your boyfriend will naturally help you with your share. You just wait to eat. Hurry up and pack. We're going to Amador's place to prepare. My parents have already gone over. Una nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll give Persia and Hayden their dinner and then head over. Alanis gave a thumbs up and left with Amador. Persia walked gracefully behind Una, rubbing against her ankles. Though once slim and lithe, she now looked somewhat heavier, yet still moved gracefully. After preparing food and water for Persia and Hayden around her neck, Una left in slippers. Now, the 6 members of the Favorable Wind Squad lived like a family. They paid no attention to appearances and visited each other's homes in comfortable slippers for meals. Una lived in apartment 502, Alanis's family in 501, and Gavriel and Amador in 503. Tonight's dinner party was at 503. As soon as Una entered, Alanis fed her a slice of garlic sausage and then sat on the sofa without hesitation. She herself couldn't offer much help, so she fished out a wriggling carp from her spatial ring and walked towards the kitchen. Would you like to have sweet and sour carp tonight? I also have squids and octopuses. If you want to eat them, I can get some out. Alanis, being a seafood enthusiast, naturally called out excitedly for some, and Una immediately took out several still lively ingredients without hesitation. I can only contribute this much. Cooking is something I'll leave to you guys. Una smiled awkwardly, then turned around and lay down on the sofa. This kind of life was very happy for her now. When bored, she could find a resource-searching mission at the mission hall, usually lounging lazily at home or taking a nap. Every 3 days, she would deliver goods to vendors. Though not particularly busy each day, she had made plenty of crystals, and with a wave of her hand, she expanded the farmland in her spatial ring to 100 plots. She freeloaded at different houses for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, enjoying varied dishes. Within just 3 months, she gained nearly 10 kilograms, making her figure look much more balanced. Alanis called it healthy beauty, as Una originally looked like a skeleton, and with these 10 kilograms of weight supporting her, she indeed looked better. Dishes came quickly. Although most were contributed by Gavriel and Daniela, everyone participated in some way, making for a pretty good gathering. Una simply brought out a whole box of beer to share, aiming for an evening of no return until everyone was drunk. Alanis's relationship with Amador had grown closer recently. They were always together, whether doing chores or other activities. Alanis also started showing signs of wavering. Fabian and Daniela were increasingly satisfied with Amador over time. After all, it was rare to meet someone willing to genuinely care for their daughter in the apocalypse, not to mention Amador's outstanding looks and abilities. Sitting in place, Una found more and more food piling up in her bowl, soon forming a small mountain. Nearby, Gavriel was diligently peeling shrimp for her. You don't need to keep taking care of me, you should eat too. Chapter 112 Why Don't You Cry For Me? Gavriel helped her move the hair that had fallen beside her ear, then placed the shrimp in her bowl. Don't worry, I will definitely not starve myself. Una was quite accustomed to Gavriel's care, so she began to toast and celebrate with everyone. One beer after another, the scene before her eyes gradually became blurred. Everyone was a little drunk. Although Gavriel usually didn't drink alcohol at all, he also drank 2 cups under the influence of the atmosphere. But overall, it didn't have much effect on him. In this post-apocalyptic world, food is precious. Although there are many types of dishes, the quantity is not much. Now they have all been cleaned up by everyone, even the 2 cases of beer taken out only have empty bottles left. Daniela and Fabian, who were older, have already gone home to rest. Una couldn't hold on either, her head dazed and she leaned on Gavriel's chest without moving. Destiny was even worse, completely dead asleep, sprawled on the table and couldn't be woken up no matter how much she was called. Amador and Gavriel both had good alcohol tolerance, drinking until the end didn't have much reaction. They could only helplessly exchange glances and begin to move these two slightly drunk ones. Amador called Destiny several times, but got no response. He could only carry her horizontally, then knocked on the door of room 501. However, the elderly couple had closed the door and gone to sleep due to drinking, having absolutely no reaction to Amador's knocking. Inside, Fabian's snoring was deafening. Amador helplessly carried Destiny inside. She, however, opened her eyes hazily and pulled on Amador's face. Amador, why do you have 1, 2, 3? Why do you have 7 heads? Destiny moved around shockingly in his arms, refusing to calm down. She insisted on helping Amador remove the extra heads, laughing as she did so. Seeing these two, Gabrielle felt somewhat helpless, carefully supporting Una to the door of room 502, taking out the key to open the door. As Una's official boyfriend, he naturally had the right to enter and exit Una's home casually. Now he didn't have to worry about Una, this little drunkard, being unable to find the keys to open the door. After helping Una inside and closing the door, Destiny pitifully stood at the door, tugging at Amador's head, crying out that Una was going to be eaten by the big bad wolf, insisting on entering to rescue her. Helpless, Amador could only take Destiny back to his own room, but this troublemaker wouldn't close her eyes to sleep on the bed. She would ask for water one moment, then ask for a story the next, or insist on removing Amador's heads. Wade. These 3 words echoed in the room. Amador froze like he was under a spell, sitting on the ground and laughing bitterly. He thought his company could gradually make Destiny let go of Wade, but all his efforts turned into a joke. Wade, I don't want to like you for the rest of my life. Destiny choked out these words, tears falling down one after another, leaving Amador feeling rather at a loss. Don't cry. If you don't like him, then don't like him. Why are you crying? Although Amador himself felt uncomfortable, he still forced a smile and comforted Destiny, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You heartless little thing, after drinking for him, why don't you cry for me? Amador gently tapped Destiny's head, then patted his own mouth. I'll never let you cry for me in this lifetime. His actions drew Destiny's attention, and she weakly pounced into his arms. Amador, you're an idiot. You're the dumbest idiot in the world. Being hugged by her slender arms, although Amador relished her warmth, he could only push her away. I am silly, foolish enough to think that I might mean something to you, but... He didn't continue speaking, just pressed Destiny into the pillow, covered her well, and forced her to sleep. Tears welled in Destiny's eyes. Taking advantage of Amador not leaving yet, she suddenly leaned up and kissed him on the face, then fell asleep instantly. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, but only for Amador. The others slept well, leaving him alone in turmoil. Although he had many questions in his heart, the person he wanted to ask was already sound asleep and couldn't be woken up. A painful night seemed even longer. Sitting by the bedside, Amador pondered over the issues between him and Destiny, his mood fluctuating. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, he wasn't sure whether to laugh or sigh. This little girl dealt him a strong blow, sleeping soundly while leaving him to wander aimlessly throughout the night. Room 502. Una clung to Gabrielle like a koala, burying her head deeper into his chest, then fell into a deep sleep. Since there was no place for Gabrielle to rest in room 502, he settled her down and returned to room 503, where he naturally sensed the commotion inside Amador's room. He understood that after drinking so much, Destiny wouldn't behave well, but he didn't want to interfere with others' feelings. So he directly used his mental power to block his senses and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the earliest risers were still the elderly couple. However, they did not disturb the young people resting. After tidying up, they hurriedly went out to work. Waking up groggily, Gabrielle did not plan to stay any longer in room 503. He directly went to room 502 to make breakfast for Una, and intentionally made more noise when closing the door, intending to inform Amador that he had left. Entering room 502, Una was still asleep, with heavy curtains drawn. Though some light leaked in, it was enough for her to sleep soundly. Gabrielle didn't make too much noise, quietly walking to the kitchen, closing the door gently, and then started preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, the situation in Amador's room was rather tense. Destiny and Amador stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Why are you looking at me like this? Did I say something wrong last night when I was drunk? Destiny asked cautiously, only to unintentionally amuse Amador completely. Destiny, did you really forget what you did, or do you just refuse to take responsibility for your actions? Just as Amador finished speaking, Destiny subconsciously checked her clothes and the bed. Finding nothing amiss except for the mess, she sighed in relief. What kind of responsibility? Nothing happened between us. Besides, we are adults. Even if something did happen, so what? Destiny always had a fiery personality. With a throbbing headache from the hangover, she had no patience to argue about taking responsibility with Amador. I don't want to talk anymore. I'll go home and sleep for a while. She stood up to leave, but Amador immediately locked the door, transforming the entire lock into connected metal, making it impossible for Destiny to open even if she wanted to. Chapter 113, Amador, I like you. She naturally also noticed that Amador's mood was off and nervously scratched her head. Did I really do something unforgivable last night? Say something, I can't remember anything now. Seeing her bewildered face, Amador took a few steps forward, cornering her so she couldn't move. You mentioned Chavez last night. Alanis's eyes flickered, she looked somewhat helplessly at the man in front of her, clearly feeling guilty. Why would I mention him? Maybe you misheard or are deliberately slandering me. Amador shook his head. You said you wouldn't like him anymore. Then you forced yourself on me and kissed me. He pointed to his lips, right here. How do we resolve this? Alanis stood there, incredulous. I really kissed you. This question instantly broke Amador's guard. His face showed a hint of grievance and disbelief. Do I really have no charm in your eyes? You ignored my beauty. Alanis hurriedly smoothed things over. That's not what I meant. I'm just shocked. How do you want to resolve this? If it doesn't work out, let me make it up by kissing you back, then we're even, right? Amador gave her a sidelong glance. I never kiss anyone other than my girlfriend. I vow to stay chaste for my wife my whole life. Alanis rubbed her still hazy brain. Then it's simple. I'll be your girlfriend. Amador stood frozen, silent for a long time. Alanis looked up at him and found him standing there as if petrified, stiff like a wooden board. She sighed. What's wrong with you? You react like this when I agree to be your girlfriend. No sign of excitement at all. Truly uninteresting. Amador's Adam's apple moved up and down, his throat choked as if stuffed with cotton, unable to speak. I don't have plans for dating now. I'm already of marriageable age, so I only look for a wife. Alanis counted on her fingers, then several black lines slid down her forehead. Brother, you're only 27 years old. Are you seriously thinking about settling down? Amador nodded emphatically, looking at Alanis in bed with hopeful eyes. All right then, you win. Alanis got up from the bed and suddenly jumped onto Amador, wrapping her legs around his waist. Amador, I like you. One arm encircled Amador's neck, and she pressed her soft lips against his, feeling his heart beat wildly. So excited. She rested her face on Amador's shoulder, the lingering sleepiness making her close her eyes. Very excited. I feel like my life isn't wasted. Amador gently placed her on the bed, and they fell asleep together, the noisy sounds outside sounding particularly sweet. Alanis buried her face in Amador's chest, breathing steadily. Initially mired in self-doubt, wondering why Chavez had abandoned her, Alanis felt, thanks to Amador, that she deserved love, someone better, and all good things. Amador had long entered her heart with his actions, making everything seem natural and fitting. Perhaps time heals many sorrows, but Amador's love always remains fervent. Room 502. Una slept until 9 a.m., awakened by the aroma of breakfast wafting from the living room. The last bit of drowsiness vanished. She freshened up in the bathroom, changed out of her alcohol-scented clothes, showered, and emerged from the bedroom. Gabrielle served breakfast and poured Una a glass of milk. Still have a headache? Drinking so much last night could leave you in pain today. He held Una in his arms, inspecting her carefully to ensure she felt all right before feeling more relieved. Eating the fragrant red date steamed bun, Una waved her hand, signaling she was fine. I feel great now. Later, I want to go out with Linksnow. It's been too boring lately. Gabrielle smiled. I think Alanis might not be able to join you today. Why? She's resting in Amador's room. She drank more than you did, and won't be feeling well today, probably staying home. Una was taken aback and gulped down a mouthful of milk. What's going on? Why is she in Amador's room? Isn't he taking advantage of her? Gabrielle helplessly tapped her overactive little head. You can rest assured, Amador is not that kind of person. Let's just stay at home and play today. I don't want to go back to room 503 and disturb them. I'll rely on you for shelter. Una boldly patted her own small chest. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. I definitely won't let you be homeless. Seeing her determined expression, Gabrielle found it endearing and couldn't resist pecking her cheek when she wasn't paying attention, causing Una's face to turn red instantly. She nervously rubbed her face. Don't do that, Gabrielle. I feel like you're always casually flirting with me. Looking at Gabrielle's amused smile, she pretended to be serious and clenched her teeth. Be careful, one day I might just have my way with you completely, and you'll walk around me every time you see me. Gabrielle quietly watched her, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes but quickly disappearing. Is that so? Then I'll wait for that day to come. At that moment, Una was still confidently delivering threats, never imagining that in the future, she would be the one walking around him, finding life increasingly unbearable. The two of them cuddled on the sofa watching a tablet, which had movies and TV shows Una had specifically downloaded to pass the time. She snuggled into Gabrielle's arms, browsing through the options seriously before deciding on a horror movie. The cover looks really scary, perfect for watching on such a sunny day. This is going to be great. Una got excited, turned on the air conditioner in the living room, covered herself with a blanket, and nervously watched the opening scene of the movie. Gabrielle was amused by her cautious demeanor and helplessly held her close to comfort her as they watched the movie together. Gabrielle, did the ghost come out yet? They were at a particularly scary part, with eerie music making Una's heart pound fiercely. She wanted to open her eyes but didn't have the courage. No matter how terrifying zombies or mutated creatures were, she wasn't afraid of them, but this eerie music paired with distorted faces gave her goosebumps. Seeing the sudden appearance of a female ghost on the screen, Gabrielle softly comforted her until the ghostly face disappeared, then gently patted her shoulder. Okay, it's gone now, don't be afraid. Chapter 114. Did you successfully gain position? Una finally Gabrielle. I don't know how Joanne and Amador are doing. I don't insist that Joanne be with someone specific, I just hope she chooses the person she loves more. Life isn't about being particular. If you're not with the person you love most, it seems meaningless to me. Gabrielle instantly caught the essence from her words. So, are you saying I am the one you love most? Una rolled her eyes in exasperation. What else? Why do you think I'm with you? Gabrielle smiled sweetly. I'm just happy to hear you admit that I'm the one you love most. Una found Gavriel's logic hard to follow and turned her attention back to the horror movie before her. Though frightened into screaming repeatedly, she still found it extremely interesting. Both were engrossed when they suddenly heard raindrops tapping on the glass. The rainfall was heavy, quickly forming a fine curtain of rain outside the window. Everything seemed unreal, reminding Una of the flood that drowned everything. However, since the western base had a high elevation, there was almost no risk of flooding even during a torrential downpour. After some thought, Una sighed in relief. But the initially comfortable warmth soon turned cold. Even after turning off the air conditioner, Una still felt chilly. She went over and opened the window. The rain cascaded down with a pattering sound. However, most people had forgotten to bring umbrellas and appeared rather disheveled. Una suddenly thought of Fabian and Daniela. As ordinary people, if they got sick from the rain, it would cost a lot to treat them. The harm to their bodies was truly the most terrible thing. Una quickly put on her rain boots, raincoat, and jacket before heading out and knocking on the door of room 503. Alanis opened the door. She had also prepared herself, holding 2 umbrellas ready to go out. Una, why are you wearing a raincoat? It's raining heavily outside. She gently adjusted Una's raincoat, then tried to pull her towards room 502, thinking it unnecessary to go out given the weather. Una stood her ground. I'm going with you to give the uncles and aunts umbrellas. Actually, I quite like rainy days. Splashing in puddles can be fun. Alanis couldn't argue with Una, so she fastened the buttons on her raincoat and checked for any issues before they both headed downstairs. Amador wanted to follow but was pulled into room 503 by Gavriel for questioning, forcing him to abandon his idea of sticking close to Alanis. Sitting on the sofa, Gavriel found Amador's smug expression amusing. Did you successfully gain position? Hearing this, Amador sat down with a satisfied grin. Of course. My Joanne said she likes me the most. People like Chavez are just history. Gavriel gave him a thumbs up. Great, brother. Congratulations on finally having a title. Although it's a few months later than mine, at least your wish came true. Amador rolled his eyes, unwilling to see Gavriel's boastful face, feeling an urge to punch him. At this moment, Alanis and Una arrived hand in hand at the place where the elderly were working. Despite the heavy rain, they continued working tirelessly. Their bodies were drenched, but they kept dragging themselves along weakly. Fabian and Daniela were among them, silently enduring, yet clearly approaching their physical limits. The heavy rain made it hard to breathe while they held onto rough bricks and tiles, leaving no time to wipe the rain from their faces, making them look rather miserable. Seeing this, Alanis stepped forward to hold umbrellas for the 2 elders. Upon seeing Alanis and Una, they finally took a deep breath. Daniela struggled to put down the brick and rubbed his sore waist. Why did you 2 come here? Girls shouldn't be out in the rain. Go home quickly. Alanis understood her parents' stubborn nature, as evidenced by their insistence on working rather than relying on her support. Persuading them to rest now was virtually impossible. Una took out 2 raincoats and jackets from her bag for them to wear and also provided each with a hat, finally feeling somewhat reassured. Uncle, aunt, you carry on. Lingxue and I will wait over there, and the 4 of us can go home together for lunch. She wiped the rain from their faces with tissues before pulling Destiny away from the construction site to a small, secluded corner. Una set up a rain shelter she took out from her spatial bag, followed by a table and chairs, then sat down with Destiny, watching the 2 elders work in the rain with a bitter feeling in her heart. You know what my parents are like. I've told them I can support them, but they seem obsessed with working as if being supported by me would be an unpardonable sin. Destiny sighed helplessly, her gaze fixed on her parents, full of worry. Una rested her chin in her hand beside her without answering Destiny's question. In truth, they both knew that as their parents grew older, they started to feel they would become a burden on their children. So no matter how hard or tiring it was, they insisted on working and never gave themselves a moment's rest. Especially in this post-apocalyptic world, they were ordinary people whose bodies were not as agile as they used to be. In case of zombies, they could only be a hindrance to their daughter. Naturally, they felt pressure. Watching them toil in the rain, Una also felt worried. This job was nothing more than manual labor, which would only harm the health of the 2 elderly and yet did not earn them anything valuable in return. Closing her eyes to rest, Una suddenly had an idea. How about setting up a small stall for the uncles and aunts? Let them sell breakfast or snacks. That way, they can work more easily and earn more than now. Destiny's eyes lit up, clearly considering the feasibility of this idea. Una thought of the beef noodles in her spatial bag that were on sale. She had bought a bowl recently to try. It was filled with generous amounts of beef, served with springy noodles and rich broth, making her want another bowl after just one. In her spatial bag, a bowl of beef noodles cost 8 first-grade crystals, and Una planned to price it at 20 first-grade crystals within the base, ensuring decent profit margins while also matching the quality of the all-beef noodles. Chapter 115, a reward for finishing it all. She no longer wanted to shout out opening a store within the base every day. Too many people knowing her made her feel uncomfortable. It was better to hire Alanis's parents to work, giving them a monthly wage. This way it would be mutually beneficial. More, I guess this matter depends on you. You just need an excuse to say that they're working for you. As for wages and such, I'll take full responsibility. I definitely won't let you down. Alanis rubbed Janie's cheek. I love you, sweetie. Give your sister a kiss. Janie pushed her away disdainfully. Who do you think I am? I genuinely want to open a store. Just right, uncles and aunts can help me out in the store. Naturally, I should pay them if they work. Alanis scratched her head. They are troublesome, but they are indeed working for you. They should thank you for providing opportunities. I know you are doing all this for me. If not, could we split their salary? Otherwise, I really feel bad about it. Seeing Alanis insisted, though reluctantly, Janie agreed. Then both of them started to consider where to rent a stall for them. Actually, there were many nice places within the base, but most stalls have been rented as stores. There weren't many used for selling food. If Janie's beef noodle shop really came into being, it might be unique within the base, making everyone envy. Sales volume was expected to increase. However, she also worried whether anyone might deliberately pick quarrels. The base had a trading place, but no designated gourmet square. So perhaps they could rent a stall near the entrance or some other places with heavy traffic. Selling regularly every day would keep people curious and reduce manpower waste, allowing two elders time to rest. But such sudden appearance of a beef noodle shop might arouse others' envy. Even if they rented the stall, someone could use random placement as an excuse to drive them away, leading to previous efforts going in vain. Currently, the best solution Janie could think of was to rent a store from the higher-ups in the base, sign agreements to determine the location of the stall, and ensure it was well managed. However, signing an agreement with these high-level officials was no easy task. To deal with these old foxes, she had to offer something they desired. But Janie did not wish to join an official team under supervision, which posed another big challenge that made her headache. While she was deep in thought, a man in military uniform walked briskly towards her. His thin lips slightly pressed together and the black pistol at his waist added more solemnity to him. Janie focused her gaze and recognized him as Cohen. The handsome always walked with a breeze. Initially, she thought he was going somewhere else. Unexpectedly, he walked under the awning with a black umbrella, folded it up, and greeted Janie. "Hello, miss you, we meet again." He had a cold face. Although Gavriel also gave people a distant feeling, this person obviously surpassed him, looking like an immovable iceberg. Janie glanced up lazily, nodding her head. "Captain Shin, what brings you here?" Cohen didn't get angry at Janie's offhand attitude. He put the umbrella aside and then asked, "Anything you need to do lately in the base?" Janie looked up at him. "So? What does the top management of the base need from me?" Cohen nodded without hesitation. About 10 kilometers west of the base recently emerged a mutated plant with strong attack power and good concealment ability, capable of releasing a smell to bewilder humans. Many members of our hunting squads have failed dealing with it. The senior leadership knows that the team led by you has outstanding capabilities. They wonder if you can cooperate with us to eliminate this mutant plant. We will try our best to meet your requirements as long as they're not too excessive. Janie and Alanis exchanged glances, surprised and delighted in each other's eyes. Just as one feels cold, someone sends clothes over. Looks like setting up a stall in the base is now settled. And she might be able to ask for more from the upper echelons. Janie sighed deliberately, pretending to be puzzled. Sounds complicated after you describe it. But since the base management has spoken, I can consider it. Give me 2 days. I'll come to your office the day after tomorrow with an answer. She did not wait for Cohen's reply. After putting on the raincoat, she packed up the awning. "Captain Shin, we need to pick up someone, so we won't be staying here to accompany you. Please feel free to do as you wish." After saying this, she left with Alanis, leaving only a slender back view and a lively little figure in a transparent raincoat still hopping around. Cohen subconsciously gripped the umbrella handle tightly, standing there for a long time before coming back to his senses. He sighed with some annoyance and then turned to leave. It was just noon break at this moment. Because the rain was too heavy, construction work basically couldn't continue, so everyone had a half day off in the afternoon, though without pay. Una looked at Daniela's lips which were frozen purple and felt a bit heartbroken. She helped her adjust the raincoat and then took the two of them home to rest quickly. The temperature had dropped to around 20, and they were still wet. The wind made them shiver. Back home, Alanis naturally took care of her parents. After thanking Una, the three of them returned to room 501 together. Una took off her raincoat and umbrella and put them into her storage space, then walked in without thinking, only to find Gavriel napping on the sofa. Hearing the door close, Gavriel got up from the bed and went to the kitchen to bring out a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. This will help dispel the cold. The temperature outside dropped rather quickly today. Although you weren't soaked by the rain, you should still prevent catching a cold. Take a hot bath later. Even as an ability user, you must not neglect your health. Una took a sip of the warm and stomach-soothing brown sugar ginger tea but found the ginger taste quite spicy, so she thought about tossing it into the space without finishing. However, how could Gavriel miss her intention and actions? His long fingers tapped on the wooden table, making tapping sounds. You have to drink it no matter what. Finish it, and there will be a reward. Una pouted at the brown sugar ginger tea, then glanced up at Gavriel. Finally, she pinched her nose and gulped down the steaming bowl of ginger tea. Putting the empty bowl on the table, she jumped directly into Gavriel's arms. You mentioned a reward just now. What kind of reward? Is it the marrow shwer wang I wanted to eat this morning? You know, eating marrow shwer wang on such a cold day is just perfect. Chapter 116, A Grown Man. Gavriel watched as Una's small hands roamed over his body, and without any delay, he carried her into the bedroom, pressing her beneath him and covering her still chattering mouth. Una was instantly enveloped by his woody scent. Her breath was taken away, and her lips gradually turned a bright red, her crystal-clear eyes misty. After what seemed like an eternity, Gavriel reluctantly released her, gently cradling her fluffy little head to his chest. What flavor? Una's face burst into a deep blush instantly. She coughed awkwardly twice, then slid her hand under Gavriel's shirt, lightly tracing his well-defined abs. Gavriel pulled her hand away from his body. Tell me the flavor, or I won't let you touch. Dissatisfied, Una lightly bit his earlobe, then swiftly slid her hand under his clothes and quickly uttered 3 words. Lychee flavor. Only then did Gavriel seem satisfied, lying on the bed like a content child, letting Una explore his body without resistance. Una felt tired after a while and lazily leaned against Gavriel's chest. Will you have to eat candy every time you kiss in the future? Gavriel chuckled softly, causing slight vibrations in his chest. If I eat candy, it gives me an excuse to kiss longer. Una rolled her eyes in exasperation and pushed him aside, rolling to the other side of the bed to sleep. How could Gavriel let her go? He followed and rolled over, pulling her back into his arms. Why are you running? Clearly, you were all over me first. This is just interest for my loss. How can you be unwilling? His voice was low, as if restraining something, yet he tried to remain calm. With their bodies so close, Una naturally sensed his physical changes. In her previous life, though she had done nothing with Ernest, after years of exposure during the apocalypse, she understood many things quite well. She knew how much Gavriel respected and cherished her. Gavriel, have you ever had a girlfriend before? This life or your previous one? Don't lie to me. Una turned to face him, their faces so close that she could feel the warmth of Gavriel's breath. I haven't. You are my first love. Hearing this, Una couldn't help but laugh, making Gavriel shyly hold her even tighter. Why are you laughing? This is called being virtuous. Una laughed again at his serious expression, playfully biting his earlobe. All right, being virtuous, very nice. Though she said this, her mind was full of naughty thoughts. She was 24, Gavriel was 28, some things would naturally happen, there was no need to resist them. Gavriel, you'll listen to everything I say, right? Gavriel was puzzled but nodded earnestly. Of course, why do you ask? The rain outside grew heavier. It was dinner time. Alanis wanted to talk to Una about beef noodles. After seeing her parents settled, she knocked on the door of apartment 502. Gavriel opened the door, but there was no sign of Una. I'm looking for Una, what's she doing? Gavriel smiled slightly. She's sleeping. We can talk tomorrow. Alanis sized up Gavriel. The man looked thoroughly satisfied, with fresh scratch marks on his arm, clearly indicating what had happened between them. Alanis paused. Moy isn't in good health. Be careful. Gavriel coughed awkwardly and hurriedly locked the door behind him. Una woke up groggily upon hearing the knocking. Seeing Gavriel tiptoeing inside, her anger flared instantly. Indeed, men were not reliable once they left the bed. He had promised to listen to her in everything, but, thinking of what just happened, Una blushed furiously, feeling too embarrassed and upset to speak to Gavriel. Isabel, I've made red date porridge for you. It's good for blood nourishment. Want to try a bowl? Gavriel gently picked Una up and carefully placed a pillow behind her back. Before she could react, a pillow hit him hard, accompanied by Una's hoarse voice, Get out. I won't drink it. Unbothered, Gavriel patiently brought the steaming porridge over, blowing on each spoonful before feeding it to Una. When the bowl was finished, Una insisted on getting out of bed but fell onto the soft carpet, thankfully unharmed. Gavriel, you bastard, get out of my house. Una had no strength left and was carried from the bedroom to the living room sofa by Gavriel like a useless person, truly experiencing being weighted on hand and foot. Although Gavriel was scolded, he still felt incredibly happy inside, smiling as he felt his wife's passionate love bombard him, his smile never fading. Una lay on the sofa, feeling like crying but having no tears. Whenever she saw Gavriel, she rolled her eyes to express her annoyance, almost getting eye cramps. Indeed, she had underestimated Gavriel's abnormal stamina. Initially, she was in control of the situation, but later on, she could only cry until her voice turned hoarse, even damaging one of her nails. I'm telling you, Gavriel, today I'll consider myself bitten by a dog and won't hold it against you. Now get out of the house. Don't set foot inside for a month. Thank you for your cooperation. Gavriel's gaze now looked at her as if a wolf had seen a sheep, making her feel terrified. So she decided to make Gavriel leave first, at least not making her feel like fish on a chopping board. Gavriel ignored her words with a grin, holding her gently and soothing her, softly rubbing her sore waist. You took my purity. From now on, I definitely have to sleep with you. If you don't want me, how are you any different from those rotten men who run off after they're done? Gavriel spoke without any shame, while Una found it more and more strange as she listened. What do you mean I took your purity? I'm a woman. Even if I did take something, it would be you taking mine, right? Don't push me to curse you, Gavriel. I'm not feeling well right now, just like a bomb, ready to explode with the slightest touch. Gavriel looked injured and disbelieving. What do you mean? You got what you wanted but don't cherish it. I'm a grown man and you just cast me aside like that, right? Una rolled her eyes fiercely, almost fainting from this thick-skinned man's antics, painfully pinching her philtrum. Gavriel gently patted her back to soothe her. Now I'm a married man. Living with Amador all the time, what does that look like? Besides, Alanis often visits Amador too. It's so awkward for me to be there like a third wheel. Chapter 117 What good is face? I only want a wife. Una slightly calmed down after hearing this. After all, Destiny and Amador had only recently started dating, being as close as honey lovers. Gavriel's constant presence in room 503 would inevitably interfere with the development of their relationship. However, Una still felt uneasy about having such a time bomb around, since this guy could go through walls. Even if she locked her door from the inside, it wouldn't stop him at all. With a tinge of melancholy, she rubbed her head and popped a chocolate bin into her mouth. It's not impossible for you to live here, but you absolutely mustn't step into my room without permission. If you do, you'll have to move out of 502 immediately and never think about living here again. Got that? Gabriel kept his face neutral but was inwardly shaken, nodding modestly. You make me sound like some bad person. Believe me, I won't enter your room randomly. He blinked at Una playfully, then went off to tidy up his bedroom in high spirits. Una lay on the sofa, feeling sore and exhausted all over, quickly falling asleep after regaining consciousness for just a short while. After finishing tidying his room, Gabriel noticed Una sleeping on the sofa. He gently picked her up, intending to carry her into the bedroom, but remembered what she had said. This girl held grudges. Even though she wouldn't say anything now if he put her in the bedroom, it might become an excuse to evict him later. Gabriel naturally wouldn't leave himself so vulnerable to Una. He pondered for a moment and simply carried her into his own room. Although it only had a bed and table chairs when he just finished tidying it up, over time, it would feel more like home. Gabriel gently laid Una on the bed, kissed her forehead affectionately, and then embraced her in his arms. Usually composed and self-restrained, he hadn't expected to lose all control when it came to Una. This must be why she was so tired. Gabriel thought to himself, he could endure everything else except this. It couldn't be borne or changed. While deep in thought, he started planning future training schedules for Una. She had always wanted to train with him before but gave up after not persisting for long. Hence, her poor stamina led to fainting after only an afternoon. Having planned the exercise durations and moves for Una in his mind, he lay wide awake for quite a while, excited, until finally falling asleep deeply in the early hours of morning, breathing in the scent of her hair. Room 503. At that moment, Destiny was straddling Amador, pinching his chin forcefully and making him look at her. What did you just say? Repeat it. Amador obviously felt guilty, his eyes darting away several times but forced to meet hers by Destiny. Speak. Amador finally gave in and directly said, I want you to move in and live with me. Destiny huffed coldly. Who gave you the nerve? Do you think the house is yours now that Gabriel has moved out? There's no telling when he'll return. You start ordering around his room here. Is that polite? Amador snorted discontentedly. If he can stay at Una's house once, he'll probably cling stubbornly and refuse to leave. When I want him back, he probably won't agree either. Besides, we are a couple. If this were normal society, we'd probably already have gotten married and settled down. Why should I keep living alone? Look at Gabriel, who can hug his wife every night. Why can't I? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became, casting a cautious glance at Destiny before turning his face away. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Destiny suddenly pulled away from his embrace. It's too late, it's already 11:30. My parents must be worried about me. I need to go home. Go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow, I'll make breakfast and call you up for a meal, okay? Be good. With that, she hurriedly headed for the door, but unexpectedly encountered her parents, Fabian and Daniela, who were supporting each other as they came out of room 501. Destiny rushed forward. Mom, Dad, why did you come looking for me? Let's go home. As she tried to close the door back into 501, her parents blocked her way. We heard that Gabriel and Momo are living together now. Why don't you just live with Amador here and stop coming back home? You're both at the age where you should get married. It doesn't look right if you're always living with us instead of with your husband. Destiny's smile froze instantly as she turned to see the smug smile on Amador's face. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Her parents' change in attitude was definitely due to Amador's instigation, but she hadn't expected him to actually succeed. Reflecting on it, she realized this wasn't entirely unacceptable. However, the fact that Amador had plotted behind her back made her extremely uneasy. Without rejecting it outright, Destiny nodded, went back to 501 to pack her things, and then moved directly into 503, boldly occupying Gabriel's room. Though she felt a bit uncomfortable, she asked Amador several times during the process. She even considered knocking on the door of 502 but was thankfully stopped by Amador. Don't worry. Gabriel told me this morning that as long as he can stay at Una's house for one night, he likely won't come back to disturb our two-person world anymore. This afternoon, he already moved everything out of his room. You can move in without any worries. Sighing helplessly, Destiny glanced at the time, agreeing that it was indeed late. She pushed Amador out of the room, said goodnight, and locked the door securely before falling into a deep sleep. At home, though Fabian and Daniela felt somewhat bitter, they understood that their daughter was at the age where she should get married. It wasn't wise to keep her tied down indefinitely. Moreover, Amador was a decent young man, and entrusting Lingxue to him meant the couple could rest easy. Chapter 118, I Don't Eat Tender Grass. The elderly couple had a brief chat and also discussed the matter of the beef noodle stand with Alanis. They planned to resign from their construction site jobs tomorrow after they woke up, taking 2 days off to rest at home. Their current physical condition indeed wasn't in good shape. Perhaps operating a small stand occasionally was a decent choice for them, which could ease the burdens on their children and serve as a good job option. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was time to give Cohen a reply. The four agreed that staying idle at home for too long would make their bodies rusty. They were somewhat interested in the mutated plant and thought working with the official team might fetch them some benefits. Led by Una, the four came to Cohen's office. However, he wasn't there, and only a young woman who looked just out of her teens was tidying up his slightly messy room. Seeing so many people, she appeared somewhat nervous. After adjusting her black-framed glasses, she quickly left with a stack of documents. Una watched the pretty girl leave, couldn't help but rise and peeped out curiously. Is this person Cohen's sister? Alanis poked her head, teasing. What if she's his girlfriend? Una sneered. This little girl looks only around 18 or 19, right? Cohen is already 28. Is he going to be one of those old bulls eating tender grass? The wooden door creaked open. I don't eat tender grass. It was Cohen who said this. Una had just been caught badmouthing him behind his back and sat down awkwardly, scratching her head embarrassedly. Cohen seemed not to care much, sitting back in his chair before turning to look at Una and her teammates. Have the four of you made up your minds? Are you participating in this mission? Una composed herself and nodded solemnly. We're in, but I have conditions. Cohen understood well that making them join would come at a price. He had already discussed this with his superiors and they could accommodate reasonable demands. Please proceed. Una rubbed her nose. I want to set up a beef noodle stand near the entrance of the base, and I need the base's management to take extra care of it. If anyone causes trouble, they should help me deal with it. Cohen pondered. It was merely setting a precedent within the base. Although a bit tricky, it wasn't an insurmountable issue. Agreed. Seeing his unperturbed expression, Una continued, also, I hope to be informed immediately about any new inventions or breakthroughs in zombie or mutant flora-fauna research. Una's request stemmed from careful consideration. Despite her remarkable abilities, she couldn't always get first-hand information about the apocalypse, which often limited her actions when facing unknown events. If she could establish a collaboration with the base's research institute, it would be beneficial, providing her a head start in various aspects and more response time. Cohen reflected for a moment. I can't decide this alone. Let me consult my superiors. If you don't mind, please wait for a few minutes while I ask them. Una had no objection. Go ahead. Cohen nodded slightly and walked out of the room, possibly to find communication equipment to discuss this with his superiors. About 15 minutes later, Cohen returned, looking at Una. They agree, but they hope for a long-term collaboration. In the future, if we run into troubles, they expect you and your team to provide assistance. Una pondered. But the more missions I participate in, the more requests I will have. My appetite might grow larger than what you can satisfy. Cohen smiled. That won't happen. Some psychic abilities members in the official teams have asked for even more outrageous things. Our policy is democratic. If we can negotiate, we will certainly work out a solution with you. Una considered this for a while and nodded. All right, when do you plan to depart? Cohen glanced out the window. We leave at 4 in the morning tomorrow. We'll aim to resolve things as quickly as possible within our capabilities. Where's the assembly point? Right at the main gate of the base. There will be a military truck waiting for you. You'll see it as soon as you come out. Una nodded. Okay, I understand. We will definitely be there on time tomorrow. Cohen nodded, quietly watching Una and her teammates leave, his hands clenched into tight fists. Is the man beside Una her boyfriend? Shaking those unrealistic thoughts out of his mind, the wooden door was gently knocked on. It turned out to be the young woman who had just tidied up his files. Captain Shin, are you done? What would you like for lunch? I can bring it back from the canteen for you. Cohen waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. Your internship position has nothing to do with me, so there's no need to take special time to organize my materials for me. Thank you anyway, but it won't be necessary in the future. Solange swayed slightly, forcing a smile. Sorry, Captain Shin, I've caused you trouble. Cohen didn't respond, immediately sitting at his desk and getting busy, signaling she should leave. Solange dragged her slender body out, looking through the window at his straight back, her heart still racing uncontrollably. She understood their age gap was significant, yet feelings were so inexplicable. She couldn't control her heart or her actions. After one last deep look, she sighed silently and then left softly. As a powerful psychic ability holder, Cohen naturally sensed Solange's hesitation but did not show much regard for it. He was a soldier, prepared all his life to sacrifice for the people. With dangers lurking everywhere now, he shouldn't have any attachments to anyone, nor should he become an attachment to others. Looking at the documents on his desk, he found it hard to focus, as images of Una's mischievous smile kept appearing in his mind. He shouldn't have such feelings, but he also realized he couldn't control them, nor did he wish to. There was a slight joy and anticipation within him, looking forward to meeting her again tomorrow, hoping for more chances to speak with her. Cohen's admiration for Una initially stemmed from her powerful abilities, but somewhere along the way, his feelings had changed. Chapter 119, Departure to Eliminate Mutant Plants. The light rain continued to drizzle down. Una yawned as she stood in the square, with Gabrielle holding an umbrella for her. I've never woken up this early before. I'm literally breaking my own records. She wore a white waterproof jacket, while Gabrielle wore a matching black one. The two of them looked incredibly well-suited standing together. However, this well-matched appearance was only skin-deep. Gabrielle had pestered Una for an entire evening before she reluctantly agreed to wear matching outfits. Una never cared much for superficial things like this, but Gabrielle seemed to want to declare his relationship with her at every turn, always parading around like a peacock. Una found him unbearable and thus moved under Alanis's umbrella, sending Amador, who had been sticking close to Alanis, away. Go share an umbrella with Gabrielle. Linksnow and I will be together. Una squinted her eyes and waved dismissively, even whistling mischievously. Amador dared not argue, knowing fully well that Alanis would always favor Una. He had no choice but to find Gabrielle to share an umbrella with, the two men standing together looking wistfully in the same direction, their atmosphere drawing many side glances. Cohen arrived late, hurrying over to guide Una and the others into the vehicle. Sorry, there was an incident within the team that held me up. We're leaving now. Una didn't scold him and obediently followed Cohen into the van, where several people were already seated. These are the members of our squad, your companions for this mission. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. These members belong to the smooth sailing squad. Everyone must help each other and strive to complete this mission without casualties. Cohen gave a brief introduction before knocking on the front of the vehicle, signaling the driver to depart. The roar of the engine sounded, and Una was thrown backward by inertia onto Gavriel, nearly sliding off again. She clutched onto Gavriel's clothes nervously. This driver isn't very skilled. He seems intent on throwing us out to reduce the load. Gavriel chuckled at her antics and pulled out a sandwich from his spatial bag, handing it to her along with a box of milk. You didn't have breakfast this morning. Have these for now. I'll cook a big meal when we get back home. Una accepted the breakfast. Gavriel had already opened the packaging for her, and she bit into the sandwich voraciously. What big meal? Maybe something lighter is better. I feel like I've gained weight recently. Another feast might make me look terrible. A trace of understanding flashed in Gavriel's eyes. He softly said, Didn't you ask me to help you exercise long ago? Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Una thought about it and realized he was right. Her physical skills weren't strong enough. If mutants ever depleted her strength, she'd be helpless. Alright, let's start exercising together when we get back. But remember, don't complain if I'm slow and inexperienced. Gavriel couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Of course not. Would I be that kind of person? Sitting in the corner of the van, Cohen watched how they interacted. Even if he didn't want to believe it, it was clear that Una and Gavriel were a couple. He felt a sour taste in his heart, as if a ball of cotton was stuck in his chest, making it hard to breathe. Laughing bitterly, he shifted his attention to the map brought back by the previous operation team. To hunt this mutant plant, they needed a thorough understanding of the environment and basic knowledge of the mutant itself. The mutant plant appeared in the city center, meaning we'll encounter many zombies on our way there. That's the first challenge. Secondly, Q City was once known as the Kingdom of Flowers. I'm worried there might be other mutants besides this one. This mutant excels at hiding and can emit certain odors to confuse human perception, luring them into illusions to kill. So everyone should be cautious. If you smell anything strange, run immediately and don't stay put. Una tapped her chin thoughtfully. Would wearing a gas mask help? Cohen shook his head. It wouldn't. The scent emitted by this mutant isn't a physical odor but rather a mental hallucination, making people think they're smelling something pleasant. Therefore, a gas mask won't be effective against this mental illusion. It may offer some psychological comfort, but nothing more. Una nodded thoughtfully, her gaze then turning to Gavriel. Isn't this right up your alley? Gavriel raised an eyebrow slightly. While I do excel in using mental power, I'm not at the level where I can hypnotize a crowd, right? Una chuckled softly, but inside she was already making plans. Gavriel's ability was indeed very powerful, but there was still room for improvement. This mutant plant seemed to be a master of psychic abilities, which indicated its crystal core might also belong to the psychic type. If Gavriel could absorb this crystal core, it was possible that his psychic powers would reach another level. The vehicle sped forward, and Cohen's subordinates soon discarded their frost masks, pulling out 3 decks of playing cards from who knows where. There were 9 of them, but it was obvious that Cohen wouldn't join their game, thus creating a situation where one player was missing. A short-haired woman held the cards and wailed, I should have known Captain doesn't play landlord. You see, now we're 1 player short. This feeling is just too painful. Beside her sat a heavily built muscular man, clearly a strength-evolved individual, but significantly more powerful than any strength-evolved person Una had encountered before. The man pinched his shoulder muscles and patted the woman on the shoulder lightly, thinking it was gentle. Don't be sad, if all else fails, the 2 of us can play together. We don't need Captain. Una felt somewhat itchy to join, so she stood up and sat next to the woman. Take me in, I'll play too. To Arnong, Una was like a celestial fairy sent by heaven to save her, hugging her tightly. This little sister is so nice. Look at our captain, what else can he do besides frowning every day? The veins on Cohen's forehead twitched. He clearly didn't approve of what Arnong said, yet couldn't refute it. Una, squished by Arnong's chest, felt dizzy and almost suffocated before finally being let go. Little sister's name is Una, right? I'm Arnong, and this big guy is Zhao Leluo. Una glanced at Zhao Leluo in surprise. His name seemed far too delicate for his imposing figure, as if it was hard to call out Zhao Leluo. Chapter 120. Take advantage of its weakness. Una started shuffling and dealing the cards after taking them in her hands, somewhat awkwardly calling out to Ray. Ellis scratched his head good-naturedly. Just call me Lele, everyone does. Una gave an embarrassed laugh and fell silent. Soon, the game in the car was going full throttle. Una, who had always been lucky, tormented the other 2 players with every hand, causing them to scream in agony. She earned 3 second-grade crystals and over 50 first-grade crystal cores just from this ride. Feeling refreshed, Una hopped off the vehicle. Valerie and Ellis jumped down like they'd been drained of their energy, bitterly looking at their depleted wallets. I shouldn't have played with her, her luck is insane. No one gets bombs every round. Valerie punched Ellis in pain before venting her anger on the approaching zombies. Though Valerie appeared more playful and seductive, making it easy for others to overlook her dangerous side. Una couldn't help but feel that her worldview broadened as she watched Valerie wield two short knives to decapitate zombies smoothly and skillfully. Moreover, Una could also clearly sense the abilities of Cohen's people. They were not ones to be trifled with. The street was filled with dust-covered vehicles and all sorts of obstacles. It would likely take a while to clear these, so everyone chose to walk towards their destination. The Windfall team members followed behind Cohen's group like idle landlords, enjoying the spoils of their kills without facing any danger. As they walked, Una sharply sensed something amiss. A sweet fragrance enveloped them unknown to when, enticing everyone to move closer toward its source. Una pulled out a small spray bottle from her spatial ring, filled it with well water, and sprayed it on her face, regaining some clarity as a cool breeze blew past. Seeing more people walking deeper into the trap, Una signaled Gabrielle to encase everyone in a mental barrier before spraying them awake. This mutated plant's ability was truly formidable. It wasn't straightforward attacks that were hard to deal with, but its subtle luring that was hardest to guard against. By the time everyone woke up, they might already have been devoured by the mutated plant without even realizing it. Waking everyone's rationality, they all felt a lingering fear, looking around at the empty buildings, imagining monstrous faces reaching out. An unseen enemy was the most terrifying. The survivors fortunate enough to return to base had never seen the full form of the mutated plant, and those who did probably didn't survive. What do we do next? I don't think we can kill this mutated plant while remaining conscious. Una sprayed herself a few more times, becoming increasingly alert in the cool breeze. Cohen prodded a boy who looked about 15 years old, his eyes clouded and dazed, as if a faint mist was swirling within them. It's on the rooftop. Gabrielle raised an eyebrow in surprise. This young boy, though barely in his teens, had an impressive level 4. The official team indeed harbored many capable individuals. None should be underestimated. Since they knew where the mutated plant was located, they needed a way to approach it consciously and hunt it down successfully. However, this was nearly impossible. Though Una's water spray still worked because they were a distance away from the plant, the mental pollution wasn't severe yet. If they proceeded, they might be mentally controlled before reaching the top floor and end up becoming nutrients inside the mutated plant. Una rubbed her temples, trying to think of a solution but coming up short. Currently, unless someone could sever the plant's mental influence, there was no other possibility. Heath, who had been coiled around her wrist, waved his tiny tentacles, drawing Una's attention. He transformed from bracelet form to standing upright on her palm, using his tentacles to gesture. You want to go up there and draw its attention, allowing us to act accordingly? The little vine tapped and waved happily, clearly glad Una understood. Una shook her head with concern. How can you go up there and take the risk? Look at your thin arms and legs. What if you fail to attract its attention and end up being swallowed by it? Don't be too impulsive. We will come up with other solutions. The little vine, seeing Una doubting its strength, patted her hand unhappily, then instantly grew larger, lifting Una up on its top. As she found herself getting farther from the ground, Una instinctively clung to Heath's tentacles to prevent falling, and the next moment, she was sent right beside the mutated plant on the rooftop. Heath had grown gigantic, as tall as a floor, looking quite imposing compared to the mutated plant squatting lewdly on the roof. Without any hesitation, it swung its vines towards the plant, engaging in an intense fight without showing any signs of weakness. People downstairs naturally noticed that the mental influence of the mutated plant was gradually weakening. They pulled themselves out of the shock caused by Heath and began sprinting upwards along the stairs. This indeed surprised them. They didn't expect anyone could tame a mutated animal to work for them. Una turned out not only to be a dual energy wielder but also someone with a powerful ace up her sleeve. Heath was fighting the mutated plant while Una stood nearby, gathering electric grids. She cautiously approached the mutated plant, then shouted, "Heath, get away." Instantly, Heath retracted all its tentacles. The next moment, the mutated plant was struck by high-intensity lightning, causing its dark green leaves to turn slightly grey and emit a strong smell of burning. Una took advantage of its weakened state and hurled another ball of electricity, blowing away all the protective layers of the mutated plant's leaves. Only then did they see the true appearance of this mutated creature. It was originally a fiery red rose. But now, it looked nothing like the beautiful and alluring flower it once was, instead resembling a ragged cloth after being electrocuted by Una. Chapter 121, Resolving the Mutated Plant. At this moment, Gabrielle and Cohen, among others, quickly approached. Seeing Una unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, it wasn't that easy to defeat the mutated plant. The scorched leaves on its body were rapidly regrowing at an alarming speed, soon enveloping it once more. That sickly sweet fragrance was released again. Even Heath's attempts to distract it by lunging forward could not prevent the mental influence on Una and the others. Being too close, the impact of the psychic force was too profound, causing Una to lose consciousness instantly as she saw Gabrielle running towards her in anxiety. When she opened her eyes again, she was lying on the sofa at home. It was still drizzling outside, accompanied by an earthy smell. Gabrielle walked over with a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea, picking up a spoon and gently feeding it into her mouth. Awake. Una drank a mouthful from Gabrielle's hand. The sweet and spicy sensation made her regain some clarity. She sat up and glanced at the wall clock. It was already 6 p.m. in the evening. Did it take us so long to deal with it? How are Joanne and Amador? Are they both okay? Gabrielle shook his head. They're fine. Don't worry. Right now, what's most important is for you to take care of yourself. Only then did Una feel reassured. She wanted to take out a cold remedy from her space pocket to drink, but found nothing in her hand. She was surprised, lifting her eyes to look at Gavriel, noticing something amiss. The way Gavriel looked at her shouldn't be so calm, like an ancient well, deep and serene. Una instantly realized something was wrong. Recalling the mental influence of the mutated plant, she immediately opened the door of room 502. She ran to knock on the doors of 501 and 503. Alanis and Amador came out, repeating the same sentence mechanically like programmed robots. "We're fine. We're very good." Una pinched herself hard. The pain was real, yet everything before her seemed unreal. Was this a dream or reality? She called out to the system mentally, trying to enter the space to seek refuge, but all these attempts failed, leaving no way out. Una pulled out a long unused Tang Dynasty saber from her space pocket and decapitated the 3 people in front of her without hesitation. Their heads fell heavily, but they were just empty shells, devoid of human flesh and blood. A few dark green leaves even vanished from the cut. "Daring to pretend to be them to deceive me, do you think you're anything?" Una planted her palms on the ground, unleashing all her abilities through her hands. The residential building, bearing their weight, flickered like a TV with poor reception, about to collapse. Without giving herself or this illusory world any retreat, she directly unleashed all the energy within her body, destroying the world and plummeted from upstairs in the next moment. As she was about to hit the ground, she suddenly opened her eyes. Before her stood Gavriel with concern on his face, while Heath continued fighting. The others had all fainted, their expressions peaceful as if they had experienced a tranquil dream. Una's abnormality was completely depleted. Her limbs tingled numbly, and the scenes before her blurred and became hard to see clearly. She hurriedly took out several crystal cores from her space pocket, absorbing them one after another. Instantly, the brilliant colors faded, turning to ash and falling to the ground. Her body barely managed to move again. Only when her absorbed abnormality was fully replenished did she stand up. Heath was fiercely battling the mutated plant, even tearing off several thick vines, but kept entangled in combat, protecting Una behind him. "What's going on now? Have they all been trapped in illusions and can't wake up?" Gavriel nodded. "Indeed, I can resist this kind of mental infiltration, but they can't. However, that little boy is struggling and might wake up soon. But the rest don't look good." Una didn't have time to wake everyone one by one. She and Gavriel rushed towards the mutated plant, hoping to help Heath alleviate some pressure. Both Gavriel and this mutated plant were masters of psychic abilities, making it impossible to determine a winner in this struggle, which also proved the strength of the mutated plant. But for powerful lightning ability users, all other abilities appeared equal and weak in their eyes. Especially this kind of mutated plant, what they feared most were undoubtedly fire and lightning ability users. Not to mention someone like Una, whose abilities were comprehensively enhanced by the system, posing an even greater threat. Seeing Una rush up, it subconsciously tried to pull up its roots from the rooftop to escape, but was unexpectedly blocked in place by Gavriel's mental barrier. The energy ball in Una's palm had already grown to the size of a basketball, distorting the surrounding air, and the mutated plant struggled even more fiercely. However, all struggles were in vain. Lightning would equally take away every creature that resisted her, no matter who it was. The huge creature instantly turned into a puff of ash, with dust suddenly falling to the ground, making Una instinctively cover her mouth and nose. As the mental power subsided, everyone regained consciousness, though being forcibly awakened from a mental illusion wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Una was already squatting on the ground searching for crystal cores, finally finding one as big as an egg nestled among the thickest ashes. It emitted a rich milky white glow, and even in the rain, the surface seemed iridescent. Just looking at it made one feel it was incredibly beautiful. Without hesitation, Una stored the crystal core in her space pocket. She was never one to be overly polite, and if not for her, these official team members might have all died. Since she killed the mutated plant, the crystal core naturally belonged to her. She wouldn't let anyone else benefit from it. Everyone, with splitting headaches, picked themselves up from the ground. Heath also reverted to Una's bracelet form, now hugging a green crystal core absorbing energy, happily hanging on Una. Una carried Alanis in her arms and slowly walked down the stairs, the others also supporting their bodies and following closely behind. No one asked about the crystal core. After all, they all knew that without Una, they might have perished here. There was no need to be ungrateful after receiving such help. However, Cohen was quite interested in Heath, staring at Una's wrist for a long time before finally giving in and asking. Chapter 122. You will get used to it. May I ask, I'm curious why the mutated plant on your wrist listens to you. Mutated plants have always been bloodthirsty and ruthless. How come it acts like a well-behaved baby hanging on you? Una looked at Sheldon on her wrist, gently stroked it, then raised her eyes to Cohen and said, "It was beaten into submission by me. Just that I found it interesting, so I spared its life." Cohen paused, thinking about Sheldon's exceptional combat abilities and Una's powerful ability, then he abandoned the idea of raising one himself. Given how unfathomable Una's abilities were, taming a mutated plant would be extremely challenging. It was best to focus on enhancing his own abilities. Driving was Gavriel, as he and Una were the only ones who could move normally. The others were mostly awake but their reaction times were still slow. As Gavriel put it, they had been injured by a forceful interruption of mental power, and after resting for some time, they would be fine. As the car arrived at the entrance of the base, many people who knew what happened gathered around, looking anxiously into the vehicle. Everyone understood that encountering such terrifying mutated plants might lead to complete annihilation, so they had to be prepared for casualties. One by one, people jumped out from the back of the vehicle, and surprisingly, no one was missing. Apart from appearing slightly weak, none of them showed any signs of injury. Everyone cheered and excitedly escorted the heroes into the base. Members of the Smooth Wind team kept their accomplishments low-key, waiting until the crowd dispersed before jumping off the vehicle to go home. Although less than a day had passed, everyone felt exceptionally tired. Their greatest wish now was to rest in bed rather than listen to other survivors' praise. Back home, Una forced herself to enter the space and take a shower before collapsing onto the bed to rest. Today she was utterly exhausted, having used up her abilities twice in succession. Although she replenished them with crystals, she still felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Her body couldn't withstand this pressure. When they got home, it was already 7:30 p.m. Una slept until 4 p.m. the next afternoon, her mind groggy from oversleeping. After washing up, she opened the door and went out. The living room was still quiet, except for the covered lunch on the table, which Gabrielle must have made when he woke up earlier. She stretched and silently opened the door to Gabrielle's bedroom. Since Gabrielle moved in, she hadn't officially been inside. Even though she had slept in this house, she walked out dazed after waking up without paying much attention. The guest room was smaller than her master bedroom but tidily organized by Gabrielle. The bed was neatly made, and lying on it quietly, he seemed like a sleeping beauty. Against the wall stood a not-so-big wardrobe, along with a desk and chair. These were all the furnishings in the room. Everything looked overly neat, lacking the warmth and comfort of a home. Not wanting to wake him, Una quietly left, but an invisible force pulled her directly onto the bed, followed by the man tightly embracing her. Una pushed him. "So you weren't really asleep?" Scared me half to death lying there motionless. Gabrielle remained unaffected by her push, burying his head in the crook of her neck, rubbing against her. "Do you know which idiom can describe you now?" His voice was hoarse, filled with fatigue from just waking up, making Una feel a tickling sensation in her heart. Curiously, she asked, "What idiom?" Gabrielle chuckled, demonstrating the idiom through his actions. The well-kept pajamas he wore earlier had somehow disappeared. Una breathed lightly, pushing the man in front of her feebly, feeling completely limp. "Gabrielle, I said a month, no touching." Gabrielle licked his lips, nibbling on her rounded shoulder, pinning her hands above her head. "You said I couldn't enter your room for a month, but now you're the one who came into my room. That's called a lamb entering the tiger's mouth." Una shivered, her mind racing, and in the next moment, she flashed into the space. To better bathe, she had bought a fully renovated house within the space. Now lying on the bed, she didn't expect the man who should have vanished to mysteriously follow her in. Una was stunned, not realizing that the mechanical voice of the system, which hadn't appeared for a long time, popped up again. The system has successfully identified the relationship between the host and Gabrielle, granting him privileges. When the host enters the space, he can choose whether to enter the space as well, and the host cannot expel him. "System, you're screwing me over, aren't you?" Gabrielle sized up the surroundings and knew immediately that he had entered the space. He chuckled softly, gently nibbling on Una's delicate collarbone. "This is quite nice. We don't have to worry about soundproofing issues here." Una felt like crying but couldn't, so she kissed him with trembling lips, secretly pulling back her restrained wrists and loosely draping them around Gabrielle's neck. Seeing her willing cooperation, Gabrielle withdrew his hand, placing it wherever he wanted. Una pulled at his lips, and at the moment when the man was thoroughly enchanted, she abruptly pushed him away, trying to run off while grabbing the bedsheet. Her ankle was caught by a gentle grip. "Little fox, I wondered why you were so obedient just now." Gabrielle slowly pulled her back from the edge of the bed, kissing away the impatient tears from the corner of her eyes, and gently holding her waist. "You'll get used to it." No one knew when the light rain had stopped, with sunshine constantly filtering through the clouds, and a rainbow could be faintly seen arching across the horizon. Una lay in bed slurping a bowl of beef noodles, refusing to give Gabrielle even a glance. Only heaven knew how annoying this dog was. She didn't want to see him anymore. Gabrielle, looking completely satisfied, pampered her, cradling her in his arms and massaging her, feeling inexplicably good. Finishing the last sip of soup from the beef noodles, Una ignored Gabrielle and lay down to rest. She felt a warm hand lightly pressing on her waist. "Beast. I've only rested for less than half a day." Una instinctively tried to run, but Gabrielle quickly comforted her. "I'm just helping you massage. Didn't you keep complaining about your back pain?" Una rolled her eyes fiercely. Why did she have back pain? Wasn't it because of Gabrielle's lack of self-control? She deeply regretted starting this. If she had known he was an insatiable wolf, she would never have been so proactive in delivering herself into his mouth. Chapter 123, Heroes Find It Hard to Resist Beauty. She lay on the bed, feeling drowsy and had directly ushered Gabrielle out of her room. She then attempted to fall asleep immediately but was unexpectedly woken up by knocking at the door again. Una figured anything would be resolved by Gabrielle, so she simply covered her ears with the quilt and closed her eyes, sinking into dreamland soon after. The person knocking was Cohen, who felt a tinge of loneliness when he saw Gabrielle opening the door. Gabrielle was not blind either and naturally understood this man's feelings towards Una, hence his tone wasn't too pleasant. "Anything?" Cohen nodded. "About this mission and the promised reward to your team, upper leadership wants your captain to come over for discussions." Gabrielle took his jacket from the nearby coat hanger and put it on. "I'll go. Our captain needs rest. Anything related to her, I can handle." Cohen paused but did not refuse, instead walking downstairs with Gabrielle. Two strikingly handsome men walked down the road one after the other, catching many people's attention, and their voices filled the air in amazement. Captain Shun is already stunning, but the man behind him is even more handsome. Goodness, what incredible looks. Which team does this black-clothed handsome stranger belong to? I've never seen him before. Men and women alike couldn't help but be drawn to the two. It was a bit of excitement in their otherwise dull lives. They walked into the administrative building where most senior base leaders had their offices. Any one of them was crucial to the Shishing base. Gavriel showed no sign of nervousness, striding along with Cohen to the top floor of the administrative building. Gently knocking on the heavy wooden door, they heard a low and slightly aged voice. Please come in. Cohen brought Gavriel inside and stood still before an elderly man, saluting. Frederick, this is the deputy captain of the Shunfeng team. The captain isn't feeling well and resting at home, so he will be handling this discussion. Gavriel nodded slightly at the elder. Looking up, he noticed something peculiar about the way the old man was looking at him. Your father, is he the commander of the southern base? He adjusted his glasses, somewhat regretful. You two look incredibly similar. You're very capable as well. A true tiger doesn't have dog cubs. Gavriel chuckled softly. It's just blood relations. Feel free to say what you need. A glint of sharpness flashed in the elder's eyes but didn't continue with the topic of blood relations. This mission wouldn't have succeeded without your Shunfeng team's help. Those mutants going on the mission would likely have all perished. I'd like to extend my thanks to your captain through you. Gavriel waved off the gesture. No need. We are part of the base and should contribute to its safety. Moreover, we negotiated our conditions beforehand, so there's nothing to thank us for. The elder realized he was getting nowhere with that line of conversation. You get benefits only if you offer help. Beyond that, don't expect any extra favors. He sighed. Young people these days are hard to trick. I heard from Zhou Yuan that your captain has a mutant plant. A wise and loyal mutant plant is quite rare. Could you hand it over for some in-depth research? It might bring better news for humanity. Seeing Gavriel's expression turning unpleasant, he quickly added, of course, we'll provide compensation or other conveniences, everything is negotiable. Gavriel shook his head in refusal. Absolutely not. This isn't open for negotiation. Sheldon is a member of our team, not just a mindless mutant plant. Please drop this idea. The elder coughed, appearing to catch his breath. After a moment, he managed to speak normally. We understand its significance to you. However, if a solution can be found to utilize mutant plants for humans, think of how many innocent lives could be saved. Mutant plants regenerate extremely well. You don't need to worry about it being harmed. Gavriel's expression remained unchanged, but his voice grew colder. I said no. If you insist, I think our conversation can end here. The elder wanted to persuade further but seeing Gavriel's increasingly grim face, swallowed his words, deciding not to pursue the topic. Then let's talk about other matters. The place I promised for you to set up a stall has been planned out by my men. You can go there anytime convenient, and if anyone causes trouble, the patrol officers within the base will intervene promptly. As for various research directions within the base and studies related to the apocalypse, I think it would be better if I take you on a tour of the research institute in the future. This way is much simpler and more understandable than just talking about it. Besides these, is there anything else you want to ask? Gavriel shook his head, then stood up to bid farewell to the elder, walking straight out after opening the door. Cohen sitting on the sofa obviously looked somewhat displeased. He frowned as he watched Gavriel leave, clearly harboring some dissatisfaction. Frederick, if they don't agree to study that mutant plant, do we need to take other measures? The elder waved his hand. Not at all. That mutant plant might only be an exception. Even if Una is willing to hand it over, whether we can control it remains uncertain. He wobbled to the window, gazing far into the clouds on the horizon. Gavriel is no ordinary talent. He submits himself now probably only for Una. If he really appears in the southern base, his father might directly choose to retire and give him the position. Cohen asked with some confusion, what happened between father and son? Why did their relationship become so strained? It has been quite a while since the disaster broke out, yet they seemingly haven't even met each other. They might be less familiar than strangers. The elder sighed helplessly. Their family disputes are unclear to anyone, but this Gavriel is indeed the most powerful psychic I've ever seen. Even Una doesn't compare to him. But heroes find it hard to resist beauty. Take good care of their team. Perhaps when there are difficult tasks in the future, they will lend us a hand. Thinking of Una's charming smile, Cohen couldn't help feeling a bit sour in his heart, but he understood that everything was just his own infatuation. Deciding not to dwell on it, he bid farewell to the elder and left the administrative building somewhat dispiritedly. Chapter 124, The Beef Noodle Shop officially opens. Gavriel returned home, and upon opening the door, he found Una sitting on the sofa watching a drama. After changing into comfortable clothes, he sat down, casually pulling her into his arms, gently massaging her waist. Why are you awake? Don't you want to rest a bit longer? Una shook her head, relaxing in his embrace. What did you talk about with the base's top brass? Gavriel held her small hand in his, speaking softly. It was about the things we discussed before. However, Heath has caught their attention, and they want to take it to the research institute for study. They asked if I agreed. Una wasn't particularly shocked, asking calmly, did you agree? Gavriel kissed her forehead gently. No, I didn't. I know what Heath means to you. Even though it's just a mutated plant, it's still part of our team. It won't be forced to lie on a cold operating table. Una knew Gavriel understood all her thoughts, so she wasn't surprised by his answer. What about the other conditions they promised us? The stall has been chosen, and we can go anytime. However, the research progress at the base needs an on-site inspection at the research institute. I think seeing it with my own eyes is more realistic, so I agreed to that as well. Una nodded. Alright, then when we're free, we'll go check it out. The research inside the base is something ordinary people like us can't access. Learning more is always good. Gabrielle naturally had no objections. The two sat together watching the drama, creating a cozy and comforting atmosphere. Time flew by quickly, and in a blink, 3 days passed. Una's back and legs were finally better. After dressing up, she headed to the prepared stall location. She bought specialized tables and chairs from the space, simple wooden tables, and stools, but they could accommodate quite a few people. To prevent rain or snow, Una directly purchased bricks and concrete from the space and posted a recruitment ad in the mission hall. They built a house on the designated empty land the base provided for them. The base gave them a decent-sized stall area. After all, it was a large, useless open space, and they allocated 100 square meters for Una. She transformed it into a 2-story building, which looked nice from afar. Una was willing to spend money, attracting many experienced workers with high salaries. With everyone working together, the house took initial shape within just 3 days. The first floor was designed for convenience and speed, accommodating a lot of people who could eat and leave easily. The second floor was planned by Una as a small restaurant where people could order a few dishes. Although the prices were a bit higher, many survivors in the base could afford it if they tightened their belts. This would give her another way to earn money and provide the survivors with a place to improve their diet, making it a win-win situation. The 2-story building wasn't small, standing 2 stories high. To build it sturdy, it would take some time. Una even hired a designer to draw plans, as she wanted to run this shop long-term and couldn't deceive consumers with a bare room. A better environment would justify higher prices, and Una understood this. The foreman said it would take at least 2 months to finish with the current workforce. However, Fabian and Daniela wouldn't want to stay idle for 2 months. Una made them wear masks and work as supervisors. Though their daily wages were reduced, it kept them occupied. The elderly couple was very willing despite knowing their wages were halved, unaware that all their wages came from Destiny. Una created these positions considering their well-being, and Destiny didn't want to take advantage. Since her parents weren't actually working hard, she wouldn't let Una pay for it. Thus, 2.5 months passed. The Shunfeng team occasionally took simple missions to relax, while the 2-story building gradually rose. The new Chinese-style building had its unique charm. All materials used for construction were purchased from the space, ensuring no harmful substances. Therefore, it could be used immediately without airing out. Una arranged the tables and chairs, foreseeing many diners. She hired several diligent and hard-working waitstaff to keep the elderly couple busy too. Sure enough, on the first day of opening, many curious people came in to dine. After tasting a bite of the noodles, they couldn't stop praising them. The sales volume astonishingly reached over 400 bowls in one day. Fabian, Daniela, and the other waitstaff were busy running around the store all day long. They were so occupied that they didn't even have time to rest until the evening when the shop closed, and there were still many customers urging them to open earlier the next day. When Una saw the sales figures, she was completely stunned. Although she understood everyone's purchasing power, she hadn't expected the revenue to be this high on the first day. After pondering for a moment, Una even felt that the current number of waitstaff wasn't sufficient. She decided she needed to hire 2 more people to prevent them from getting too tired and to improve efficiency. Una wasted no time and quickly found suitable candidates in the trading hall. After finalizing the salary, working hours, and location with them, she returned home satisfied. Now, the number of crystal cores in her pocket kept increasing, bolstering her confidence. Her daily life had become rich and colorful. The beef noodles were served only on the ground floor of the store, and takeaway was not supported. Therefore, many customers had to stand and eat while holding their bowls, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. The main reason Una didn't allow takeaway was the fear that someone might maliciously accuse her of something being wrong with the food. She had installed surveillance cameras in the store, so any issues could be promptly investigated. However, if an incident occurred outside after the food was taken away, it would be impossible to explain clearly. There were always people in the base who wanted to find trouble and get something out of her. No matter what, she wouldn't give these people the chance, so she opened the second floor originally intended for a small restaurant, allowing survivors to sit down and eat. But opening the second floor would definitely require more staff. Una set up a kitchen on both the first and second floors and hired more people. This way, not only did the revenue double, but the reputation of the shop also spread widely. The store was located right at the entrance of the base, where people frequently entered and exited. Whether going out or returning, they could reward themselves with a bowl of noodles. As a result, Una's business became even more prosperous. Chapter 125 Who Made the Bioweapon? Una lay happily on the sofa, gazing at the string of numbers behind the crystal core displayed in the spatial panel, feeling much better. To her, nothing mattered more than accumulating crystal cores. With more cores, she could naturally obtain anything she wanted. At that moment, Destiny was lying next to Una with a bag of chips, watching a TV drama playing on a tablet on the coffee table before them. Both of them and the cat were engrossed. Una grabbed a handful from her chip bag and chewed a couple of times before swallowing. Only then did she notice countless chip wrappers scattered around the bin near Destiny's feet. "You've eaten so many bags. Didn't you have breakfast?" Destiny expressed her suffering, gripping and then releasing Una's hand, finally sighing helplessly. Amador saw Gabriel cook for you every day. He didn't want to lose and started training his own cooking skills. You wouldn't know how many times pots have caught fire in my home. If I hadn't sought refuge at your place, I might not be far from being poisoned. She pretentiously wiped non-existent tears from the corner of her eyes, sobbing pitifully. If it comes to it, can you take me in for a night? He forces me to eat those unidentifiable objects. I'm afraid I won't see tomorrow's sun. Una glanced at her somewhat helplessly. That exaggerated? Taking you in is fine, but I'm worried your boyfriend will come knocking on the door late at night to look for you, which would definitely disturb my sleep. Destiny felt utterly helpless, having gotten used to eating grand meals made by Gabriel. You can't imagine how terrible others' cooking can be. If you try Amador's food, it'll certainly broaden your horizons. Una hesitated, her hand slowing as she reached for more chips. Really? Destiny nodded solemnly and pulled Una's hand in a determined manner. They walked together to the door of 503. The hallway was filled with thick, choking smoke, almost making Una think something was burning. She casually pulled out an extinguisher from her spatial ring. Destiny gave her a figure-it-out-yourself look, then bravely opened the door of 503. Amador, hearing some noise, stood at the door holding a plate of pitch-black food, his apron covered in soot. Welcome back, Lingxue. Try this new candied yam I just made. Seeing Una behind Destiny, he invited, Una also come in and taste my dish. Don't be shy. Destiny whispered painfully to Una, seeing him cook for me makes me quite moved, but I don't dare say it tastes bad to protect his confidence. Una gave a thumbs up to Destiny and they both entered. The candied yam on the table looked like charcoal, barely recognizable as yam when pierced with chopsticks. Sugar had been caramelized into a burnt coating over the yam. A single lick would taste bitter. No wonder Destiny fled to 502. Looking at Amador's eager face awaiting praise, Una couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Should she let him try again? After all, having such intention is better than not wanting to do anything at all. Seeing neither of them moving their chopsticks, Amador pushed the plate closer to them. It doesn't look great, but I really put a lot of effort into it. Anything made with love should taste good. Watching his confident expression, Una picked up her chopsticks, then gently placed them down again. Have you tasted it yourself? Amador shook his head. I made it for Lingxue, she must have the first bite. How can I eat first? Una looked speechless at Destiny, giving her a signal, pretend to eat. Destiny reluctantly picked up a piece of yam and held it to her mouth, bravely biting only air. Amador almost jumped in excitement, rushing to Destiny. How is it? Good. Destiny forced a smile. You try it yourself. Amador quickly grabbed a piece and shoved it into his mouth. He spat it out even before chewing. It was bitter beyond words, the dense burnt flavor hitting the top of his head, truly intolerable. Seeing his deflated look, Destiny decided to speak the truth. Amador, maybe it's better if you don't cook. Why don't you stop wasting food trying to cook for me? In these 2 days, Amador had wasted countless valuable seasonings and ingredients while cooking. Destiny felt her heart bleeding but didn't know how to persuade him tactfully. Now he knows how his cooking skills are, perhaps he won't take the risk of trying again, right? At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of 502. Una hurried to open it, only to find Gabriel had already returned from the beef noodle shop, sniffing the air somewhat puzzled. As he walked in, he asked, who made the bioweapon here? Amador's face turned from black to red and back to black again. He directly picked up the caramelized yam from the table and dumped it into the trash can. Una looked at Gabriel helplessly, but the latter was still confused about what had happened. Gabriel sat next to Una and said, Are you free this afternoon? We can go check out the research institute. Cohen has given me the passes, 4 in total. Una took the passes eagerly and then handed one each to Destiny and Amador. Sure, we're all free this afternoon. Let's go to the research institute together. We'll definitely find something valuable. Everyone nodded in agreement, proposing to go after lunch. Una pulled out 2 roasted chickens and a few garlic sausages from her spatial ring, along with a large pot of rice. Let's have a simple meal. We don't need to cook. After we finish eating, we can head straight to the research institute. Destiny sighed as she bit into a chicken leg. Una, you're spoiling my palate. Only you in the entire base could call eating roasted chicken a simple meal. It's too luxurious. Wailing, wailing, wailing. She happily took another bite of the roasted chicken and stuffed a mouthful of rice, closing her eyes in satisfaction. Amador also nodded in agreement. I will never cook again. I realized I simply don't have the talent for it. I'd better just stick to being a food bucket. Una and Destiny both nodded in agreement, while Gabriel chuckled. So that bioweapon was made by you, huh? Bro, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known it was actually a dish. Gabriel and Amador usually took every chance to tease each other, and now they were arguing even more fiercely, sparks flying. However, Destiny and Una were happily munching on sausages, not bothering to join in their bizarre way of bonding. Chapter 126, Zombie Jade Butterfly. The way men bond seemed to be strangely paradoxical. Gabriel and Amador, despite being very good friends, always had to tease each other a bit before feeling content, which often made Una and Alanis roll their eyes. A noisy lunch passed in this manner. After getting dressed, they walked out and were immediately hit by a gust of cold wind as they stepped out of the unit door. It feels like it's already autumn, even at noon, it's somewhat cool. Una pulled her clothes tighter around her body, then directly took out 2 electric scooters from her spatial storage. The research institute is quite far from the residential area. Let's just ride there, it's faster. Everyone agreed readily. The two men tactfully sat at the back, their long legs awkwardly bent, making them feel uncomfortable no matter how they placed them. The buzzing of the electric scooters drew much attention along the way, occasionally eliciting envious exclamations. Wheels undeniably moved faster than feet. In less than 20 minutes, Una had already arrived at the entrance of the institute, where several researchers in white lab coats could be seen hurrying about. Storing the electric scooters in her spatial storage, the four people presented their passes and walked over. The security guard diligently stopped them, asked some questions, and carefully inspected their passes before finally letting the four of them enter after a while. The entire research institute was built with high-quality construction materials. Whether it was windows, doors, or other components, considerable manpower and resources had been invested, making it the safest building within the base. After all, most of the research inside was potentially dangerous. Any leakage would have irreversible consequences, a truly terrifying event for both the base and its survivors. Entering the institute, they soon caught someone's attention, who quickly came over to greet them. Una looked closely. It was actually an old acquaintance, Sherry. Una, oh my god. When I heard there was a powerful lightning ability user named Una, I suspected it might be you. It turns out it really is you. Sherry ran over excitedly and abruptly hugged Una tightly. I've been looking forward to our next meeting ever since we parted last time. Finally, my wish has come true. Una was slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm and stood frozen in place. It was only when Gavriel couldn't bear it anymore that he used his abilities to gently pull Sherry away. Sorry, I just got too excited seeing you after so long. Sherry's face was flushed slightly, fidgeting shyly with her fingers, but her eyes sparkled like scattered galaxies. Una gently patted her head. Did your whole team settle in Westwood Base? Was it during the flood in Kyoto Base? Sherry shook her head lightly. We didn't manage to squeeze into Kyoto Base, so we went to live in a smaller base. We only moved to Westwood Base 3 months ago. Una was somewhat surprised but felt relieved internally. After all, if they had entered Kyoto Base back then, it was likely that some members of their team would have perished. Westwood Base is much better than Kyoto Base. I plan to settle down here for the long term. If you're willing, you can visit me more often. Una patted Sherry on the shoulder and looked around. Today, we four are here to tour the research progress at the institute. Will we be touring freely or guided? Sherry snapped out of her excitement and hurriedly led Una to the office to find the responsible person. Walking through a long corridor, Una was stunned by the sight, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Advanced and precise instruments lined the ground, with countless researchers observing data beside them. Una felt dizzy watching the flashing numbers on the screens. Just as she marveled at the scene, a woman walked by. She wore a protective suit, looking like she had just come from the lab, with droplets of blood still drying on her goggles. You must be today's visitors. Please wait a moment while I change. She entered the changing room, discarded the protective suit, and then quickly approached Una in proper attire. Please follow me. After saying goodbye to Sherry, Una followed the woman, riding an elevator to the second underground level. The base has been researching mutated flora and fauna and zombies. Although we haven't made significant breakthroughs, we have developed several agents that can harm them. The Shunfoam team members followed her to a transparent glass wall. This place resembled an airtight prison cell, filled with an unknown liquid. Something akin to an octopus tentacle was floating in the liquid, occasionally curling up. This thing was hunted back by an official team. The main body of the tentacle managed to escape, but this severed tentacle is still alive and has basic vital signs, so they brought it back for our research. The tentacle doesn't show much aggression, but previously, when we encountered mutated flora and fauna, their severed body parts would lose all activity. So, this tentacle is quite unexpected. After introducing this room, she led Una to another transparent glass wall. This room was very spacious, with many experimental tables inside, each tied down with several zombies. It was unclear what method they used, but the zombies seemed to have been forced into a state of deep sleep, lying motionless on the tables. These zombies were randomly captured from outside. Research has found that these things enter a dormant state when they haven't eaten for a long time, reducing their energy consumption and waiting for prey to appear. Una frowned as she looked at the monitoring instruments on the zombies, asking in puzzlement, can they stay dormant indefinitely? Without any energy supply, will they never die? The woman nodded helplessly. Indeed, that's the current situation. The zombies in here haven't eaten anything since they were captured. The one that's been here the longest has been in a dormant state for a year and 2 months. It's not dead, it just uses its stiff appearance to deceive humans. Una still found it hard to believe but didn't ask more questions. She followed the woman to the next window. It was a cold, bare room with no experimental equipment inside. In the center sat a little girl who looked as if carved from jade, sitting cross-legged in peaceful contentment. She is the most dangerous thing in the entire institute, a zombie with a completely human-like appearance, intelligence, and emotions. We've named her Jade Butterfly. Una's pupils dilated in shock, gazing at the seemingly normal little girl before her, only to find herself directly meeting her gaze. Chapter 127 Why She Was Sad. Her pitch-black pupils now gazed at her like a vortex, devoid of emotion, devoid of desire for flesh and blood, and lacking any sentiment whatsoever. Pure, just like a newborn baby, bearing no traces of the passage of time. She is the biggest secret hidden within Xing Base. We even suspect that she might be the first-generation zombie, fully transformed by the virus. However, it appears she does not crave flesh and blood. In her daily life, she sustains herself on the energy inside crystal cores. Una took a step closer to the glass wall, and Abigail seemed to sense this as she walked over with small quick steps. She gently raised her hand and touched Una's face through the glass. Though her eyes were void of emotion, the sweet smile on her lips made people subconsciously overlook her true identity. Una's heart was slightly stirred. She turned her head to look at the researcher and asked with confusion, "Since she is a secret, why did you bring us here to see her? Aren't you worried about us leaking this secret?" The woman played with her slightly curly long hair. "It's merely a secret that the ordinary survivors within the base are not supposed to know. Every official base in Huagua knows of Abigail's existence. However, transporting her is too dangerous, so for now, she must stay within Xing base to assist with simple research. As for you all, I think even if you spoke up, no one would believe you. Moreover, the four of you likely have better things to do. After all, if bad news affected the normal operations of Xing base, it would surely cause trouble for everyone." Una shrugged, unable to deny that the woman's words made perfect sense. Abigail lightly touched Una's soft face through the glass with her hand. Her emotionless eyes always made people feel uneasy and frightened. She possesses a regenerative ability far beyond human capability, never falls ill, and her senses and physical attributes surpass those of advanced zombies. Yet, she has no special powers, leading us to suspect that she might be the mother body of the zombie virus, the origin of all evil. Una examined Abigail's chubby face, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Just suspicion? Haven't you conducted research to confirm this?" The researcher sighed helplessly. "Human weapons cannot cut through her skin or harm her in any way. However, we have experimented and found that any animal, plant, or human scratched by her rapidly turns into an advanced zombie, possessing basic intelligence from the initial stage of transformation. This is terrifying, which is why we dare not release her or conduct further studies." Una watched Abigail, feeling her heart rate accelerate, as if drawn by something, developing an inexplicable fondness for this little zombie with a human appearance. Una shook her head as if something inside was crashing around, trying to break through some restraint. Suddenly, a clear childlike voice sounded, calming her chaotic thoughts, instantly bringing her back from her daze. "At first, we thought Abigail couldn't speak because she sang every day, proving she had basic communication skills, but simply didn't wish to converse with humans." Regret was evident on the researcher's face as she led Una and the others forward. Next were just some studied zombies or mutated animals, along with seed, weapon, and equipment research areas. The base was accelerating its development incredibly, creating things to improve human life using the simplest materials. Despite its size, the institute housed everything conceivable. Even after leaving the space, Shunfeng team members struggled to recover their composure. What Una couldn't forget most was Abigail, the zombie. She was clearly a carrier of the virus but showed no craving for blood. Her eyes, like those of a newborn baby, concealed no malice or bloodlust. Was she sad? Was she feeling upset? Why was she upset? Una fell into deep thought. Alanis called her several times without getting a response until she finally snapped back to reality after being tapped on the shoulder. "Why did you scare me like that?" She patted her chest, still shaken. Then she saw Alanis looking at her with confusion. "What were you thinking about so intently?" Una forced a smile. "Nothing much, just lost in thought." "Oh, what did you want when you called me?" Una changed the subject quickly, and Alanis began chatting away about advanced weapons, miraculous potions, cruel experiments, and the mystery of Abigail. She leaned close to Una's ear and said, "Do you think Abigail is really a zombie? I always feel she resembles humans more." Una shook her head. "I'm not sure, but she indeed carries many secrets that make people want to explore further, yet there's no clue where to start." Alanis looked at Una, a bit stunned, then gently tapped her head. "Oh, what are you talking about? For us, being able to live well is enough. Everything about Abigail is something the base leaders need to worry about. What we should focus on now is what to have for dinner tonight." She laughed and pulled Una's hand, running toward home. Una cleared her mind of all random thoughts and hurriedly followed her pace. After some discussion, they decided to have Sichuan-style pickled fish for dinner. However, Fabian and Daniela had not come back from work yet. They would only start cooking after both of them arrived, as it wouldn't be right for them to eat leftovers. Una took out 3 large fish that were still flopping from the storage space and settled on the sofa with a tablet to catch up on TV shows. Although Amador couldn't cook, he could help clean the fish or assist in other ways. He and Gavriel helped each other efficiently, quickly preparing the fish for marination, and the sour-spicy aroma was unforgettable once it filled the air. Alanis also went to the elders' bedroom to help tidy up. Each of the 4 was busy with their tasks, and the scene was chaotic yet orderly. Time passed quickly, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening according to the wristwatch. At this moment, Fabian and Daniela finally arrived, sweat dripping from their foreheads, but they looked energetic and happy. Seeing the 4 kids at home making dinner, they hurriedly changed into clean clothes and freshened up before coming out of the bedroom. Looking at the bubbling Sichuan-style pickled fish on the table, they smiled happily, the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes deepening. Daniela sat next to Una and whispered mysteriously, "Guess how many bowls of beef noodles we sold today?" Chapter 128. Everything will be better. Una put on a look of surprise. "How many bowls, Auntie?" 600. Daniela couldn't stop laughing. "You're wrong. Today we sold a total of 1,238 bowls. This time Una was genuinely shocked. Although she had provided plenty of manpower and raw materials for the elderly couple, she never expected they would sell so many bowls. "This isn't even the maximum, many people wanted to take it away." If we allowed takeaway, our sales would definitely be several times higher. The queue has stretched from the store all the way to the entrance of the base since opening, and there was still a long line outside when we closed. Many customers who wanted to eat didn't get any. Daniela straightened her back with pride. Auntie's second floor sold over 100 more bowls than Uncle's first floor. In the end, this old man is no match for me. Una smiled at the two elders bickering. The natural smiles on their faces revealed their current happiness. It appeared that doing something meaningful made them feel much better. Seeing their slightly tired bodies, she finally spoke out with some reluctance. Uncle, Auntie, I don't require you to sell a specific number of bowls each day. I opened this beef noodle shop mainly so you could have some rest. Don't push yourselves so hard. Just sell a few bowls when you have time, and if you're busy, stay home and rest. She was not short of crystals, nor did she want the two elders to work under her. She only wanted to give them a relaxed and free working time. Selling 50 bowls a day was enough to make a profit. She cared less about the quantity but hoped they wouldn't be too exhausted and would have sufficient time to relax. How could Daniela and Fabian not know what Una was thinking? Their eyes were filled with affection and gratitude. The two of us understand your intentions. But we are only in our 50s, we don't need to lie around at home being waited on hand and foot. Your meaning is clear, you want us to have easy jobs while still earning crystal cores. But how could such good things exist? It's through your own efforts that you live well, and we also don't want to rely on young people like you for life. As long as we can work, we will put in effort and help where we can. That makes us happy. Daniela gently patted Una's hand. Auntie made mistakes before, and now making up for past misdeeds feels right. Refusing might hurt our feelings deeply. Una looked at the two of them, somewhat conflicted, then listened as Fabian said, Mitzi, don't worry. We won't overexert ourselves. Our health always comes first, and we'll pace ourselves accordingly. There's no need for you four to worry about us. With hands and feet intact, we won't just lie at home, will we? Una exchanged glances with Alanis and felt helpless but ultimately had to agree. Alright, let's make it clear. From now on, the store hours will be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. After this busy period, you must close down and come back to rest. I care about your health and also worry that selling too many noodles daily might lose customer interest. Una playfully shook Daniela's arm. Auntie, you can't refuse me. I'm looking forward to my gourmet meal with your first month's salary. Daniela lovingly rubbed Una's little face. Sure. You're the sharpest among you four. When I buy groceries next time, whatever you want, I'll cook for you. I'll feed you till you're chubby and adorable. Una giggled and leaned into Daniela's arms. They chatted and ate until they finished all the pickled fish in the pot, even drinking a lot of the fish broth. With her round belly, Una returned to room 502, feeling tired, and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Halfway through washing, she heard a soft knock on the bathroom door. She knew without guessing it was Gavrielle. With shampoo suds on her head, she asked somewhat resignedly, "What's the matter?" Gavrielle stood outside the door unreservedly, wearing black knee-length shorts and leaning against the door, a towel draped over his shoulder. "Not much, just wanted to remind you that I'm here." Una rolled her eyes, ignoring him, rinsing the foam off her body. Yet Gavrielle started chatting intermittently from outside the door. "What do you think about the jade butterfly? Despite its formidable body and superb defense capabilities, why doesn't it have the usual flesh craving of a zombie?" Una's movement slightly paused, then she shook her head. "I'm not sure either. Researchers suspect she is the mother body of the zombie virus, but there's no concrete evidence to support this suspicion." Gavrielle sighed. "There are actually zombies that are completely identical to humans. The key point is their unparalleled strength and lack of craving for flesh. Isn't this what humans most want to become? Immortal, incredibly strong to the point of making others fear." Una froze under the shower head, a terrifying thought creeping into her mind. Could the zombie virus be for the successful evolution of humans? Those who haven't mutated into zombies might be the real failures. Now, zombies need flesh to replenish energy, but unless their brain tissue is destroyed, they can still act. They have an incredible recovery ability, don't die, don't suffer, and aren't hindered by emotions. All zombies have the potential to continue evolving, becoming stronger and smarter with each level up. This couldn't help but make Una wonder if they continued to evolve, could they replace humans? Shaking these thoughts out of her mind, Una felt she shouldn't think too deeply, as if thinking further would lead her to something horrifying. Hastily rinsing off the foam, Una rushed out of the bathroom and went to rest beside the farm. She had placed a rocking chair here. When feeling down or stressed, she could lie here and relax a bit, alleviating some tension. Gavrielle soon came out of the bathroom and found her resting on the rocking chair. He quietly sat beside her with a small stool. A gentle breeze brought the fragrance of grass and the smell of soil from the fields, making one feel inexplicably reassured, as if everything was still hopeful, and light had never disappeared from life. "Gavrielle, everything will get better, right?" "Yes, everything will get better." Chapter 129, Zombie Wave Eruption. Una was gently swaying on the rocking chair before she flashed out of the space. The space only allowed her physical body to enter for 2 hours each day. Apart from bathing, Una rarely came in. She wanted to use the time for more important matters. If she encountered a danger she couldn't handle in the future, she could always hide inside the space and re-emerge when the danger passed. Gavrielle was sitting on a small stool when he was abruptly pulled out by Una, almost losing his balance. He knocked her head gently with a touch of helplessness. "Can you tell me next time before you come out? You shuttle through the space every day. I'm afraid one day I'll be scared to death." Una shoved his hand away and forcefully raised her fist to hammer his back twice. You wouldn't have been dragged along if you didn't follow me in. You're looking for trouble but blaming me for not taking care of you. You really ask for a beating. Though she didn't hit hard, the enhanced physique of an Esper was evident, almost knocking Gabrielle off the sofa. While they were laughing and playing, a sudden loud knock on the door startled Una. She glanced at the wall clock. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Who would come knocking at this hour? Must be something very urgent. Exchanging glances with Gabrielle, Una hurriedly went to open the door, with Gabrielle right behind her. Outside stood a man in a protective suit, his face completely hidden by the breathing mask, leaving no trace of his true appearance. Sir and madam, a mutated zombie is attacking our base. Its body is highly decayed. We suspect it's a poison-type mutant zombie because the smell it emits is also toxic to humans. It's also accompanied by many other high-level mutant zombies. The base needs your help. If you too are willing to take the risk and join the fight, we will reward you generously. Una hesitated for a moment, glancing at Gabrielle, her heart pounding. She wasn't sure whether she should go or not. Perhaps sensing Una's hesitation, the man spoke again. If you don't want to go, you can follow the staff instructions and shelter underground. The choice is yours. At that moment, 2 familiar figures appeared behind him, Amador and Alanis. They had already put on their protective suits and were ready to go. Una, I want to stand up and protect my parents. Mickey her than cower underground. I'd rather fight this battle. Looking into her determined eyes, Una gritted her teeth and turned to the man in front of her. Do you have extra protective suits? Give me one. Gabrielle stepped forward. I need one too. Una looked at Gabrielle, feeling a twinge of bitterness in her heart. In her past life, she had seen her share of crises. Forcing the Shishing base into underground shelter meant this operation would be extremely dangerous. In such perilous circumstances, without enough power, going out would just be asking for death. Even with powerful abilities, there was no guarantee of coming out unscathed. Inside the base were countless survivors, top technical talents from all walks of life, newborns who could barely babble, and vibrant youths full of sunshine. These lives were so vivid, yet so fragile in the eyes of the zombies. They could be made to close their eyes forever with just one blow. She wasn't a saint and didn't want to risk her life protecting people unrelated to her, but she understood that if these zombies weren't stopped, she too would eventually be in grave danger. Hearing that Una and Gabrielle were willing to help, the man clenched his fists in excitement and then produced 2 sets of protective suits. Although the protective suits are useful, it's best to fight from a distance and not get too close to the highly decomposed zombie. Una nodded, quickly changing into the suit, and followed the man out of the residential building. On the way out, they encountered several staff members evacuating civilians. Though worried about their own families, no one left their posts. They organized crowds to follow designated routes into underground shelters. More people dressed in bright yellow protective suits appeared, holding various weapons. Although their faces were hidden, their determination was palpable. Their straight backs, unyielding as if bearing the fate of the entire base, showed resilience. Gradually forming a team, everyone stood together, no grand slogans or whispers among them. Each person was prepared to face death. Now, everyone was both a sharp blade and a sturdy shield. If injured, their bodies would slow down the zombies' advance towards the base, delivering their final value. Wearing the heavy protective suit, Una found her breathing and movements somewhat restricted, yet her heart was pounding fiercely. No matter when or where, the power of unity always left people overwhelmingly moved. All the survivors in protective suits were assigned to different positions to defend the base. Una and Gabrielle were stationed at a small gate to the north of the main entrance, while Alanis and Amador went to other locations. The 4 of them didn't even have time to say goodbye as they rushed to their destinations, unsure if this would be their last meeting. Without much time to think, Una followed the group to their destination. The zombies had already gathered in large numbers, surging towards the base like a wave. People in protective suits kept rushing forward, slightly slowing down the tide of zombies, before their bright yellow figures vanished into the sunlight. Una's eyes stung with emotion. Without any hesitation, she released Hayden and then charged out of the gate herself. Before leaving, she stuffed several pistols and plenty of ammunition into Gabrielle's hands. Only now did she regret not pulling Alanis and Amador back earlier, not realizing in the urgency that she still had weapons in her space. Guns and ammunition were best suited for long-range combat. Having a gun in hand could increase one's chances of survival. Neither of them spoke, only giving each other one last look before rejoining the battle, gripping their heavy but cold guns tightly. Many inside the base had guns in their hands, but most didn't know how to use them properly, wasting countless bullets. Una and Gabrielle, however, had practiced extensively due to ample supplies and could now achieve headshots with every shot. Zombie growls filled their ears constantly, and while the putrid saliva and rotting flesh odor were blocked by the protective suits, being confined within them was uncomfortable, a feeling they could only endure. Their movements were also greatly restricted. Una could only continuously shoot while cautiously dodging the zombies that reached out with their claws. Chapter 130, The Start of Turmoil. The wave of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see, among which were many mutant zombies wreaking havoc in the crowd. They moved fast and had strong regenerative abilities, tormenting the survivors like malicious children. Their sharp claws tore through protective suits, then viciously dug out unidentifiable organs. Una endured her nausea, her eyes bloodshot as she continuously fired bullets. More and more zombies fell to the ground, slightly easing the pressure. The high corruption zombie was not here. It walked straight into the base the moment it appeared, with a very clear goal. Powerful psychics inside the base were dispatched specifically to deal with it, but none expected this creature to continue advancing under such heavy encirclement. The flesh on the high corruption zombie's body hung loosely, its body resembling nothing more than a skeleton. Though it looked incredibly frail, it still devastated the psychics. The smell emanating from its decaying body continuously corroded the protective suits worn by the psychics. Many yellow protective suits already had various sized holes caused by acidic gases, swiftly losing their protective capabilities. Some survivors simply discarded their protective suits and threw them aside, then continued to fight the high corruption zombie, only for their skins to begin rotting, causing pain that made it almost impossible to breathe. Una couldn't see what was happening here, but she knew that this high corruption zombie was the main force behind this wave of zombies. If it could be eliminated successfully, the remaining group of zombies would be mere small fry. After pondering for a long time, Una instructed Heath to continue guarding the gate before turning around and rushing towards the main entrance of the base. The battle was brutal, with many psychics' bodies already rotten and incomplete, emitting a strong stench. When Una arrived, quite a few people had fallen to the ground, yet they were not dead, just lying there moaning in pain, unable to stand up and fight any further. She clenched her teeth, lightning accumulating in her palms before shooting directly at the high corruption zombie. This zombie was over 4 meters tall. Most of the psychic's attacks could only shave off chunks of decayed flesh from its body, so it did not take Una's attack seriously. However, the lightning ball instantly exploded, vanishing like fireworks, making its massive body lose balance and fall to the ground. No one lingered. All psychics aimed their attacks at the high corruption zombie's head. Una straightforwardly bought a mortar from her spatial bag. Under the successive bombardment of mortar shells and psychic powers, the zombie's head was blown into pieces, finally giving the defenders a breather. Una did not relax her vigilance. She transformed her psychic power into a large net that fell from above, directly turning the corpse of the high corruption zombie into ashes. The biggest threat was finally over. Una took off her protective suit and ceased using her psychic power, instead carrying the mortar to a relatively safe area to launch attacks on the zombies from afar. The recent battle had exhausted much of her psychic power. With the situation critical, it wasn't wise to replenish her psychic power using crystal cores, so she had no choice but to use thermal weapons. Yet, thermal weapons proved highly effective against zombies. Heads exploded with each gunshot, though soon more zombies swarmed around. Una understood that neither she nor those who were about to run out of psychic power could clear the remaining zombies alone, leading to even more sacrifices. Everyone who can use guns, come over here. I have weapons. She shouted loudly, taking out all the firearms and ammunition from her spatial bag, allowing those capable of handling thermal weapons to play a greater role. Una's words rekindled hope in the nearly exhausted psychics. As more gunshots rang out, the number of zombies was finally reduced significantly, and everyone managed to hold on with their last ounce of strength. Survivors within the base witnessed the scene via surveillance. With the major danger resolved, those who could only engage in close combat rushed out in groups. They held weapons in their hands, assisting the psychics in clearing the remaining zombies while also cleaning up the battlefield. Cheers echoed throughout the base, deafening and touching. Una closed her eyes wearily, staggering towards where Alanis stood. Seeing that she, along with Amador, was uninjured, she smiled happily, then turned around to look for Gavriel. But just as she turned back, she saw Gavriel's somewhat weary smile. Before she could speak, she was enveloped in someone's arms, their hearts beating in unison as their bodies pressed tightly together. I was terrified. I didn't see you, and now I finally feel relieved. Gavriel held her tightly, the anxiety in his heart vanishing the moment he saw her, finally allowing him to relax. Una gently patted his back. I'm capable of taking care of myself. I can't just sit in a corner waiting for trouble to find me. Though all the firearms and ammunition I prepared were exhausted this time, at least we survived, and we still have our home. She hoped to have a place where she could live safely. She was very satisfied with everything in the Shihang base and did not want what she had built up with great effort to collapse overnight. Alanis and Amador supported each other as they stood up. All right, no more sentimentality. Let's hurry back home to rest. We're all too tired recently. It feels like we can't catch our breath. The four looked at each other and then returned to the residential building. After cleaning up in their respective rooms, they fell into a deep sleep. Una kept her tired, sore eyes open, feeling an immense sense of confusion. Logically, any base might suddenly encounter a zombie wave, but the probability of a zombie outbreak in Shihang base was absolutely the lowest in the entire country. Located in a remote area, there weren't many people living around here even before the apocalypse, let alone after the zombie outbreak. Although survivors often came to live here, each one wouldn't attract many zombies, and any zombies approaching the base were directly dealt with by the guard team. Una rubbed her eyes, her body unable to support further thinking as her eyelids grew heavier until she lost consciousness. This day was one of heavy casualties for the Shihang base and marked the beginning of turmoil. Outside the base, the land was littered with corpses, human and zombie bodies mixed together, presenting an especially sorrowful scene. Survivors silently moved the bodies, transporting them to designated locations for incineration. Flames, carrying the scent of blood, licked the blood-soaked earth as if trying to burn away all the disasters. Chapter 131 Today's Feast. When Una woke up again, it was already 5 in the morning the next day. She felt sore all over, as she hadn't paid attention to her body during yesterday's battle and now had many bruises. She rubbed her knees, which were aching, and didn't really want to get up to do anything. So, she simply lay on the bed and fished out a pack of chips from her spatial ring to eat. Gavriel, perhaps noticing the commotion inside the room, opened the door and handed Una a sandwich. Made it just now. Don't always treat snacks as meals, it's not good for your health. He looked at the large and small wounds on Una's body with concern, gently massaging them while being careful with the pressure of his hands. I know the situation is urgent, but you can't treat yourself like an indestructible person. You must take care of your body. It would be such a pity if the zombies don't hurt you, but you end up bruised all over. Gavriel sighed sympathetically, then carried her horizontally to place her on the sofa. Stay here and binge watch shows. Eating in bed might dirty the sheets. I'll tidy up the house. If you need anything, just shout. Una nodded and took a big bite of the sandwich, nearly spilling the salad sauce inside. The base suffered significant damage yesterday and is currently in recovery mode. Una doesn't need to restock goods for vendors in the trading area. Still, the brightness outside was unrelenting, and no one knew when this polar day would end, allowing a proper night's sleep. She sighed helplessly, pulled out a quilt from her spatial ring to cover herself, and then glanced at the thermometer. The room was now 16 degrees Celsius. Despite wearing thin pajamas, she felt quite cold and even needed a blanket for warmth. Sighing once more, she thought about buying a batch of quilts from her spatial ring for sale. It would certainly be profitable come winter. After tucking herself in better, she took another bite of the sandwich and fetched a box of milk from her spatial ring. Gavriel was busy in the kitchen, presumably preparing lunch. Meanwhile, Una lounged half sideways on the sofa, occasionally chuckling while reading notes on a notebook. Time passed slowly, and after finishing a series of short dramas, Una noticed Gavriel still hard at work in the kitchen. She put on slippers and cautiously moved to the door to peek inside. Gavriel was handling ingredients on the countertop, with plenty of already sliced items laid out. One look and she knew there would be a feast for lunch today. Una clutched the doorframe excitedly. What delicious dishes are you making? Gavriel held up a claw of a crayfish he was holding, a large, plump creature Una had raised in her spatial ring. Today's lunch will include spicy crayfish, braised pork ball, sweet and sour pork ribs, and pork trotters stewed with soybeans. By the way, you mentioned wanting cheesy corn? I'll make that too, it could be a nice snack. After speaking, Gavriel continued working, and Una stared at him in surprise. Why are you making such a luxurious meal today? Gavriel didn't stop his actions, replying while looking down. Aren't you injured? It wouldn't hurt to eat well and replenish your strength. Also, you've stored lots of ingredients in my spatial ring, and it doesn't have preservation features. They'll spoil if we don't use them soon. As he sorted through the crayfish, he urged Una to leave. The kitchen smells heavy. If you're bored, go chat with Alanis for a bit. We can invite them over for lunch. Just don't forget the time. Una nodded and bounced out happily, feeling sweet inside. Nowadays, Gavriel treated her like a daughter. He made whatever she wanted to eat, did laundry, cooked, massaged her feet, nothing less. Plus, he was handsome, making her feel happier just by being around him. She lightly knocked on apartment 503's door. It was already 8 a.m., yet neither Alanis nor Amador had woken up. Una knocked for a while before Alanis finally answered, yawning widely and looking extremely tired. Why are you so sleepy? You got home at 2 in the afternoon yesterday, didn't you rest immediately? Una observed Alanis's heavy black eye circles with curiosity. Amador also emerged from the bedroom, dressed in grey loungewear and looking just as exhausted as Alanis, as if they had been drained of energy. Seeing their states, Una couldn't help but worry. Alanis waved her hand, yawning again. You don't know, after we came home yesterday, we were worried and went to the shelter to find my parents. By the time we found them, it was already 5 in the afternoon. After I brought them out and came back home, my mom insisted that we must have dinner since she had been tired all day. So, I waited for dinner, and by the time we finished eating, it was 6 o'clock. My mom wanted to chat with me. I could tell she was still quite shaken up, so I stayed with her. But the thing is, once she started talking, she couldn't sleep. She kept chatting with me until 1 in the morning. By the time we got home and cleaned up, it was very late. Una gave them a sympathetic look, feeling somewhat guilty. I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep. Why don't you two go back to bed? You can come over for lunch at my place, and I'll come get you when it's ready. She spoke sincerely, preparing to leave apartment 503, but was stopped by Alanis who grabbed her wrist. Don't go. I don't want to sleep now either, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight if I sleep all day. Let's play some cards to pass the time. Once I feel more awake, we can go have lunch. Una readily agreed but suddenly thought of Fabian and Daniela. Did Uncle and Aunt go to sell noodles today? Alanis shook her head and casually took out a deck of cards from the drawer of the coffee table. Most people in the base are outside clearing zombies. They're too busy to eat beef noodles. My parents didn't set up their stall either. They plan to wait 2 or 3 days until life returns to normal before selling again. The sales will be higher then. Una felt relieved. After all, the stall was too close to the main gate of the base, where survivors coming and going were mixed and unpredictable, making accidents more likely. Moreover, the 2 elders were also shocked yesterday. It would be good for them to rest at home for a couple of days, giving their bodies a chance to recover during this period. While shuffling the cards, Alanis suddenly asked, Una, don't you think this zombie wave seems too strange? Chapter 132, The Jade Butterfly Speaks. Una nodded. Yesterday, she hadn't had the chance to think much before falling into a deep sleep. Now, awake, the situation seemed even stranger. Have you two also noticed something was off? Una asked, but Alanis shook her head. Every survivor within the base has sensed the abnormality. Now everyone in the base is anxious, worried about the next wave of zombies. This disaster has already taken many survivors' lives, including some high-level psychics. Their deaths are the greatest loss for the base. Una scratched her head irritably. What do you think brought the zombie horde together? Normally, zombie hordes should all converge on more prosperous and more populated areas. The Western Journey base does have a lot of people, but there are so few zombies around it that forming such a large-scale zombie horde is simply impossible. Amador, who had been sitting silently on the side, suddenly raised his head when Una asked. Perhaps there's something inside the base attracting them, not food, but something else very important to zombies. His words enlightened Una. After all, apart from their craving for human flesh, zombies seemed to have no desires or needs. If not for eating, what else could they value? What could it be? Zombies have no emotions, and most have no thoughts. What in the Western Journey base could attract them? Una was lost in thought when her heart skipped a beat. She thought she had grasped the key point. Do you remember the jade butterfly? Alanis and Amador exchanged glances. Yes, the biggest difference between the Western Journey base and other bases might well be that this base has a small zombie named Jade Butterfly. The incomparably powerful Jade Butterfly would certainly become the king of 10,000 zombies if not confined within the base. The hierarchy among zombies is extremely strict, and lower-level zombies will obey any command from higher-level ones. In this case, it wouldn't be impossible for the Jade Butterfly to summon other zombies to rescue her. But the Jade Butterfly had never shown any desire to escape the base. She was indifferent to everything, without desire or thought. Why would she suddenly call for zombies to slaughter the city? Una didn't understand, but she knew that others, including the upper echelons of the base, must have realized this as well. Could humans really influence such a powerful, conscious, and intelligent zombie like the Jade Butterfly? Would she allow herself to be manipulated without resistance? Una's heart raced. A voice inside her urged her to see the Jade Butterfly, at least to ask what she wanted, and why she behaved strangely when they first met. Una couldn't figure it out, but she knew that everything was interconnected in some way. It just depended on whether she had the courage to find out. Sighing helplessly, the three of them lost all interest in playing cards, sitting on the sofa and sighing deeply, unsure of what to do next. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Una thought Gabrielle might need help with something, but through the peephole, she saw Cohen's figure. He looked disheveled, with thick bandages wrapped around his left arm and a pale complexion from apparent blood loss. Una, thinking he had come regarding yesterday's zombie horde, opened the door and let him in. Cohen didn't seem surprised to find Una in room 503. Sitting on the sofa, he said, "I knocked on 502 just now, and your boyfriend said you were here, so I came over." Una nodded. "What's up?" Cohen stared at his rough hands, his voice hoarse. The Jade Butterfly spoke. "She specifically requested to see you." Una was shocked, nearly spraying the water she had just sipped. She coughed awkwardly. "Did she say why she wants to see me?" Cohen shook his head. "She only said she wants to see you," repeating the same thing. Researchers tried to get information from her but failed. Una placed her cup on the coffee table, where the water inside was still rippling after she drank half of it. "I can go with you, but I wonder if you also feel that the Jade Butterfly might be connected to yesterday's zombie horde." Cohen nodded heavily. "We considered other possibilities, but the Jade Butterfly remains the most likely one, especially since she started speaking today after the horde passed. No one would believe it was a coincidence." Una silently sat on the sofa, picked up her cup, and finished the water in one gulp. "If I go, can you guarantee my safety?" Cohen remained seated. Hearing her question, he lowered his head, his hands gripping tightly together as if his throat was blocked by cotton. Una knew from his reaction that it was impossible. After all, the true strength of the Jade Butterfly was undeniable. The strongest psychics in the base were probably just Gabrielle and herself. Even they, working together, couldn't handle a single zombie like the Jade Butterfly, let alone the other survivors in the base. After a long pause, Cohen finally spoke. "What you mentioned is indeed something we cannot do. But no one knows if the Jade Butterfly will act again if you don't go. The Western Journey base has already lost too many people. We really can't withstand another wave of zombies." Una lifted her eyes, her clear gaze filled with bitter sarcasm. "So you want to sacrifice me to pacify the Jade Butterfly, even if I die? As long as the Jade Butterfly is satisfied, it's fine." Cohen tried to deny it but found himself speechless, for this was indeed everyone's first thought, sacrificing Una to save the Western Journey base. He was no exception. Alanis and Amador stepped in front of Una protectively, their gazes at Cohen becoming increasingly unfriendly, as if ready to throw him out at any moment. "From now on, the 5th floor is not welcome to any of you. How can you use Una's life to exchange for others' lives? We are not saints. We also want to live and don't want to lose our families. Captain Shin, please leave. None of us agrees to this." Alanis clenched her teeth, her grip on Una's wrist tightening fiercely, not allowing any chance for her to escape. Una looked at her two determined teammates standing firmly in front of her, her eyes involuntarily welling up with tears. "Lingxue, let me go." Before she could finish speaking, Alanis covered her mouth, pulling her into the bedroom and slamming the door shut. "Do you know what foolish things you're saying? Just because a zombie has intelligence doesn't mean it isn't a zombie anymore. Are you going to bet your life?" Chapter 133 Jesus ago. Alanis was clearly anxious, terrified that Una would risk her life. "Moa, listen to me. We can leave the Western base and live somewhere else. Even if we don't go into another base, we can live in the deep mountains or caves. It's not impossible. You really shouldn't go. Everyone knows how dangerous the jade beauty butterfly is. If you sacrifice yourself for everyone in the base, what will happen to us? Think of me, think of Gabrielle. You really can't go. Her eyes were red with anxiety, tears pooled due to overwhelming emotions, falling continuously as she blinked. We really can't lose you, Una. Think of us even if you don't think of yourself. The entire Swift team has united because of you. What will become of us without you? Una saw Alanis's worried and sad face, feeling her heart pounding like a drum. She then lifted her hand to gently hug her, pulling her into an embrace. Linksnow, you know I've never been a good person. That jade beauty butterfly wants to see me, and actually, I want to see her too. I feel like she holds secrets I need to know. If I don't meet her, I'll miss out on so much. Let me go. I promise I will come home safely. Alanis sobbed, breathless. The jade beauty butterfly is so powerful. On what basis do you guarantee this? She's different from those zombies you usually encounter. Don't underestimate her. Una gently patted her head and then pulled her away from her embrace. I won't underestimate her. Rest assured, I promise I will return safe and sound, untouched. Looking at Una's determined face, Alanis knew that no matter how much she tried to stop her, it wouldn't work. She sighed helplessly, grabbed some tissues to wipe her tears. If you die, Una, I will never forgive you. I will wait for you in the western base forever. Even if zombies besiege the city, I won't leave. Una, moved by Alanis's determination, tightly held her hand. Don't worry. I will come back safely. I promise. Trust me. Alanis turned her face away in a huff, unwilling to look at her, and opened the door, letting Una out. At this moment, Gabrielle also sat on the sofa, understanding Cohen's visit today. His gaze fell on Una, who seemed completely unaffected, walking quietly out and standing in front of Cohen. I'll go with you. Gabrielle understood Una's resolve. He stuffed the coat he was holding into her arms. I want to go with her. Did Jade Beauty Butterfly say anything about not allowing someone to accompany Una? Cohen paused, realizing this might be a one-way trip, but he did not argue against Gabrielle's words. Quietly, he led the two away. Walking silently, Una glanced at Gabrielle beside her. She thought he would resist her meeting the Jade Beauty Butterfly like Alanis did, but surprisingly, he agreed and even volunteered to accompany her. Gabrielle felt Una's gaze and lightly patted her head. Don't overthink it. I'm curious about this Jade Beauty Butterfly too. Since you're going, I'll go with you. If things get bad, we'll run. Una smiled at him, understanding his meaning, though Cohen was unaware of Una's mysterious space. He felt a chill, knowing they were within the attack range of the Jade Beauty Butterfly. If she didn't want anyone to leave, who could truly escape unscathed? It was just a vain hope before death. They arrived at the current room where the Jade Beauty Butterfly was held, now transferred to a more secure location, allegedly cooperating voluntarily during the move without attacking. The new room was larger and more fortified, with layers of defensive and offensive measures to neutralize her threat or buy time for other survivors. You too can enter. We have already gained the Jade Beauty Butterfly's consent to allow both of you into her territory. A researcher in white protective gear opened the door, leading Una and Gabrielle into the room. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished, only with a bed and nothing else. Jade Beauty Butterfly sat by the bed, dressed in a white lab coat, wearing slippers on her feet. The researcher led Una and Gabrielle to the last door, then withdrew, leaving the three of them alone in the room. Una looked at the harmless-looking zombie in front of her, her vigilance not reduced in the slightest. She stood quietly before her, always ready to flee. Jade Beauty Butterfly, seeing the two people before her who were on high alert, patted the edge of the bed beside her. Sit. Una hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Sorry, you make me feel dangerous, so I don't want to get too close to you. Jade Beauty Butterfly didn't mind what Una said. With her palm facing up, the surveillance cameras and listening devices buried in the corner of the room instantly turned to ashes. Una was somewhat shocked. Didn't the base researchers say that Jade Beauty Butterfly had no special abilities? Why did this happen now? Not only did Una find it terrifying, but the loss of all monitoring equipment also made the base leadership panic. There was nothing they could do, so they could only wait for the faint outcome in deadly silence. I have eliminated everything that might affect us, so now we can talk properly. Jade Beauty Butterfly squinted her eyes and looked at Una. Do you remember me? Una nodded. I saw you when I came down to check the research status of the base last time. Hearing this, Jade Beauty Butterfly smiled and said, I'm not talking about that. For you, it should have been a long, long time ago, before you were killed by those two people. I remember we met back then. Una was stunned in place, suddenly understanding why Jade Beauty Butterfly destroyed the surveillance equipment. If today's conversation got out, she might end up without a proper burial place. She stood in one spot for a long time before regaining her voice, yet cold sweat dripped down her back, and her heart was pounding violently. Sorry, I really don't remember you. Gabrielle was also surprised, moving closer to Una, then holding her icy hand in his. Jade Beauty Butterfly waved her hand indifferently. Alright, it's fine. It seems neither of you remembers me. Chapter 134, The Object of Experiment. Una stood rigidly beside Gabrielle, feeling as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her from head to toe. It jolted her into instant wakefulness while making her heart pound violently. You don't need to be afraid, I bear no ill will towards either of you. I was just curious to find out that everything changes so drastically when given a second chance. It's not surprising that you two, who retained your memories, would eventually end up together, but it caught me off guard to see even the weather disasters and timelines changed dramatically. The world isn't set in stone, it doesn't follow any predetermined path but constantly changes along with human steps. Una clutched Gabrielle's hand tightly. I don't quite understand what you mean. Why do you know so much? Joan sat on the bedside wearing simple clothes, with her dark hair obediently clinging to her side. I didn't exactly know these things, I merely experienced them just like both of you. Therefore, I can only feel a sigh at how rapidly things can change. Gabrielle gently stroked Una's palm with his own soft hand to calm her down, then shifted his gaze to Joan. Your meaning is that you've also reincarnated? Joan stared steadily at both of them before scoffing. Do you think having everything now is due to rebirth? It's nothing more than time rewinding and developing naturally thereafter. Who could get another chance at life? There's no pill for regret. The word rebirth, Chong, itself shouldn't exist. A wave of unprecedented panic washed over Una, causing her to subconsciously tighten her grip on Gabrielle's hand, cold sweat dripping from her palms. All the researchers in this base think I'm an ordinary zombie without any superpowers, but even if I used my power, they wouldn't even realize it. Una's heart skipped a beat. So, what's your superpower? She had some idea, but still couldn't believe it, a sense of unprecedented fear enveloping her entirely. Joan smiled, her eyes curved adorably as if she were an innocent child. Her lips parted slightly, yet the words hit Gabrielle and Una like a heavy hammer. Time, my superpower is time. Una felt like she had plunged into an ice cellar. Time, how terrifying could such a superpower be? How could time be altered by a superpower? Could such ability truly exist in this world? Joan clearly saw the disbelief on their faces and lifted the corner of her mouth slightly. Hard to believe, right? Or rather, you refuse to believe time can be changed and that human memories and life trajectories can be modified by such strange power. However, I rarely use this power. After using it last time, almost all the energy within my crystal nucleus was depleted and hasn't fully recovered to this day. Una's gaze fixed intently on Joan. What did you use your power for the last time? Joan smirked. To go back in time and restore Earth to its original state. I also wanted to see how great an impact my power has on the world. She pointed at the surveillance cameras that had already turned to ashes. For me, time passes for all things, and I am the 0 point. Thus, using myself as the origin, I can arbitrarily alter the timeline of any object or living being. By using this power, I rewound Earth's time back before the apocalypse. She paused slightly after looking at Una and lightly touched her long hair. But the timelines of both of you have been deliberately altered by me. Even the time of your memories wasn't erased. Therefore, you two became pioneers on Earth, getting the chance to be together. Una looked incredulously at Joan. Why us two? Why choose us specifically? Joan grinned. If you ask me that, I can't give you a definitive answer. Perhaps because you two are among the best humans. Whether it's ability or intelligence, you're both at the top. But with great power comes regrets and missed opportunities, so I offered you two a chance to be my experimental subjects, giving you a chance to choose a different path. Una swallowed hard and shook her head dazedly. You're crazy, absolutely crazy. Time becomes your plaything, and human emotions and regrets turn into your experiments, all for the sake of seeing your impractical questions. Joan shook her head disapprovingly, looking at Una with some resentment. How can you say that? Don't you like the opportunity one gave you this time? Look at your previous life, pitiful and ridiculous, acting like a brainless fool, being played around by two people you thought you could trust. But in this life, you have the ability to foresee the future and have stored so many supplies in advance. You even awakened spatial and dark abilities unexpectedly. Isn't this all a gift from time? Don't you wish for this new life? Don't you want to fill the void in your own life? She laughed sarcastically and then looked at Gabrielle, who stood beside her. And what about you? You couldn't protect the one you loved the most, even until your death. She never fell in love with you, and there wasn't a trace of you in her memories. Do you not appreciate the second chance I've given you? Wouldn't you want the sweetness of embracing your lover? Una and Gabrielle remained silent where they stood. Indeed, who wouldn't want someone selling regret pills in this world? Everyone would have regrets in their lives, and with regrets came the desire to return to the past and make changes. They were no exception. They had been overjoyed upon realizing they had rebirthed, never imagining they were mere lab rats in someone else's eyes, objects for experimentation. Every move they made, every choice different from their previous life, was exactly what Joan wanted to see. They didn't feel human anymore but rather like dolls manipulated by Joan's hand, consciously aware of their own thoughts but unable to escape this absurd cycle. Seeing the two remain silent, Joan couldn't help but curl her lips. I actually haven't just been observing you two. I've also been watching the rest of humanity, and they've surprised me greatly as well. Even though it's only a second chance, many people's choices and actions have changed. The weather, various natural disasters, and even the mutation levels of zombies have all been altered. Chapter 135 Location of the Research Institute. Una rubbed her completely stiff face and spoke very unnaturally. So do you think there's an answer to your question? Do you feel happy seeing how much your own abilities have changed the world? Sienna tugged at her clothes, her pitch-black hair gently fluttering with her movements. Though I now possess intelligence, I have also lost the joys and sorrows that humans should have. So when you ask me if I'm happy, I truly cannot answer. I am merely an imitator, learning all human behaviors and wanting to mimic your emotions. But I found that I seem unable to do it. She pointed to her brain. Those who imprisoned me taught me everything, but they never taught me how to survive outside the laboratory or what feelings are. I once wanted to seek the source of emotions no matter what, but by the time I realized it, it was already too late. I am a zombie, my heart does not beat, and my brain is just anchored on my crystal core. Their teachings have been of no help to me in understanding these things. Una took a step back with Gabrielle. So why did you let the two of us come in? Do you think your tricks should be known to us? Or do you find the foolish humans advancing under your expectations boring? Sienna shook her head. Neither. I've sensed that I am about to disappear. She shrugged helplessly. So I want to spend my last moments talking with you too. At least this will make me feel less lonely, and at least someone like me has experienced new times and felt the wonders of time. Una frowned and asked, what do you mean? Why do you say you're going to disappear? Sienna didn't care. Although I am powerful, changing the entire Earth requires a significant cost from me. My crystal core has fractured due to forcibly altering major events in time, and the cracks are getting larger. I can no longer use my powers to repair it. However, I don't feel regretful because I have lived for so long and tried everything I wanted after escaping laboratory control. In grand terms, I've even altered the course of history before, and it seems I got everything I desired. She paused slightly and looked up at Una and Gabrielle, but I still don't understand the two of you. Even though you live better than others using your memories, why haven't you thought of using your advanced uniqueness to change other things? If you were willing, you could make many people truly realize that the end times are coming. You could dominate a base and become top figures, or build a strong fortress to live in. But why haven't you chosen to do anything impactful for the future beyond storing supplies? Una looked into Sienna's questioning eyes, which were deep and dark like an abyss, giving off no light. Sienna, humans may seem ambitious, but we actually want very little. We don't aim to drastically alter the heavens and earth, nor do we have any thoughts of becoming kings or emperors. At least the two of us wish to live our lives peacefully and steadily. You were once human, but perhaps you never lived in a normal world and thus don't understand how humans think when facing disasters. We only want to survive, and if we hope for more, it would be to live safely and happily with our loved ones. We ask for nothing else. Nowadays, many people's greatest dream is simply to drink a mouthful of clear water or eat a bun that isn't moldy. Una looked calmly at Sienna. It's been you asking us questions until now. It's time for me to ask you some. You said you were imprisoned in a lab, and considering your powerful abilities, you must have been among the first to encounter the zombie virus. Who created the zombie virus? Is there a cure? Is there any hope left for this world? Sienna sat quietly on the bed looking at Una, then chuckled. You say humans only want peaceful and happy lives, yet listen to what you're asking now. Once you learn certain things from me, will you strive to change things, striving to overcome every obstacle in front of you? In that case, you still have desires, and what you need isn't simpler than mine. Una didn't argue but walked closer to Sienna, sitting down next to her with a relaxed expression. I don't care about those things. I just want to understand where these things originate from. Moreover, only by resolving these issues can I truly feel at ease. This is not just my wish, it's the desire of all humanity. Sienna looked at Una's boldness, her eyes flickering for a moment, but she did not make any move to harm her. I have nothing to tell you. All the people who researched me are dead, even Yui had his head gnawed off by me. Let me tell you, Yui's brain was extremely unappetizing. It was so bad that after eating one of his eyeballs, I never wanted to eat human flesh again. It was really awful. You wouldn't believe how disgusting his flesh made me feel. After eating him, I immediately grabbed my stomach and cut it open to clean it. Luckily, I acted fast, otherwise, once digested, I would have become filled with a foul smell. Sienna playfully blinked her eyes. Don't you dare disbelieve me. I dare say I'm the cleanest zombie among all. You won't argue with that, right? Una sighed. Sienna had indeed experienced a long time. Although she still looked like a child, she remained playful and laughing. Clearly a zombie, she still tried hard to get closer to being human. Perhaps none of them wanted to turn into something abnormal, but unfortunately, there was no way to revert. Una resignedly nodded. You are indeed the cleanest zombie, so where is the research institute you were in? She added another sentence. This is really important to me. Can you tell me? Sienna laughed uncontrollably. I don't know. Ever since I gained consciousness, I was locked in that place. All I know is that there's never any sunlight inside, no windows, only cold walls and beeping instruments. By the time I woke up and impulsively bit the first person, I was already sent out of that place and never saw anything else. My knowledge of that place is perhaps not much more than what you might guess. Chapter 136, The Death of Joan. Una remained silent. She didn't know whether everything Joan had said was true or false, she only felt that her last hope had been shattered. No one wanted to live in perpetual peril, and everyone hoped that a zombie virus antibody vaccine would eventually be developed. Everyone looked forward to the day when humans could live without fear of the zombie virus, living vibrantly under the sun. Joan quietly observed Una and Gabrielle. Despite numerous hardships and setbacks, the two remained as spirited as they were in their previous life, becoming even more resilient and powerful. I really want to see what this world will become, whether the final outcome for humanity can be rewritten. Unfortunately, I cannot hold on any longer. You two can give me the answer after you die. Joan rubbed her head slightly with evident weariness. You two may leave. I am tired and need rest. Una and Gabrielle exchanged glances, fully understanding Joan's meaning and knowing that staying would not uncover any secrets. Thus, they turned and left the room where Joan was held. Passing through multiple reinforced metal gates, Una couldn't help but look back. Through layers of glass walls, she saw an empty room and Joan's slightly emaciated figure, nothing else. She did not continue watching but gently held Gabrielle's hand, and they walked back into the research institute. As soon as they exited the area where Joan was held, many people surrounded them, thoroughly checking Una and Gabrielle's bodies. Only after confirming they were uninjured did they relax. The surveillance system broke down for some reason. What did Joan say to you inside? A respected professor among the researchers asked, as everyone wanted to know Joan's secrets but dared not approach. They relied on Una and Gabrielle as intermediaries. But Una wasn't someone who would easily divulge their conversation. Yet, no matter how she fabricated it, there would still be loopholes. She didn't say anything. We just sat facing each other, doing nothing else. The professor clearly doubted her, but with both the surveillance cameras and eavesdropping devices out of commission, he had no way to verify Una's statement and could only half believe it. We risked our lives for the safety of the base once, surely we deserve some reward. Una smiled slyly, implying she expected something in return. The professor understood that she wouldn't let this opportunity pass and sighed. He then gestured to his assistant, who respectfully handed over a metal box. Opening it, the professor revealed two finely crafted pistols inside. Unlike common black firearms, these guns were silver-white, radiating an uncommon metallic luster. Under the lab lights, they exuded an eerie allure. The professor carefully took one gun out of the box and displayed it to Una. This is my latest invention. Its bullets are far superior to ordinary handguns. Both the metal used in its construction and the energy in its ammunition differ significantly from regular firearms. Its ammunition isn't solid, instead, it utilizes the crystal core within the gun to accumulate energy, firing energy rounds. For us, this serves as a potent long-range weapon. If we encounter another high-corruption zombie attack, we won't be defenseless. Una's eyes twinkled with amusement as she gently took the gun from the professor, inspected it, and then placed it back in the box. It does sound impressive after your explanation. Our task is done, so we won't disturb you further. Saying this, she put the box into her spatial storage and left the institute with Gabrielle. Upon leaving, Una saw 4 people anxiously waiting outside. Alanis spotted her first and sprinted into her arms, knocking her back a couple of steps. Thank goodness you're safe. Una gently patted Alanis's back, feeling her trembling body and rapid breathing. Daniela also rushed over, scrutinizing Una to ensure she was unharmed before finally relaxing. You didn't tell Aunt and Uncle when you were taken away. They came looking for you immediately, as anxious as Linksnow. Amador laughed aloud, though he didn't seem overly excited. The lingering fear and worry in his eyes revealed his concern for Una and Gabrielle. Una didn't want to disrupt the warm atmosphere. They chatted a bit more before strolling hand-in-hand back home from the institute. She didn't know that chaos had already broken out within the institute. The once vibrant Joan, who was sitting on the bed earlier, now showed no signs of life. Although zombies inherently lack breathing and heartbeat, their crystal cores usually function normally, sustaining their movements. But Joan's crystal core had completely lost its function, and her formerly robust body could now be easily sliced open by a scalpel. This confirmed one thing: Joan was dead, and her crystal core was damaged beyond use. The professor stood next to Joan with a solemn expression, sighing helplessly. He knew that Joan's death was ultimately a good thing for all of humanity. Such a powerful zombie should never have existed, as it could easily mobilize all other zombies to attack the Shishing base. In that scenario, the Shishing base would have become a significant chapter in the annals of human resistance against the apocalypse, but ultimately, there would be no way to turn the tide. However, despite this, seeds of doubt had taken root in everyone's minds. What did Joan say to Una before she died? Could it really have been, as Una claimed, just staring at each other in a room? That seemed too absurd. If it were truly like that, they could have chosen anyone else. Why specifically Una and Gabrielle? If Joan really said something, why would Una and Gabrielle hide it? What was the content of their conversation? Everyone had doubts but didn't know how to ask Una. After all, they weren't dealing with an ordinary psychic but someone who controlled 70% of the goods passing through the base and possessed incomprehensibly powerful abilities. Chapter 137, We All Need to Stay Healthy. Una also had a fully domesticated mutant plant under her name, which could be considered a great asset. Even if the base were to try to force her to reveal some truths, it would be highly unlikely. Although Gabrielle didn't often display his abilities, he handled the last zombie wave with ease, indicating that his strength was unfathomable, and he was not someone easy to provoke. The professor wore a worried expression but said nothing, only waving for everyone to disperse before shaking his head and leaving the lab. By now, Una and the others had returned home. To Destiny, Una was like someone reborn from the dead, so they decided to celebrate with a feast. Una couldn't refuse and obediently agreed, then changed into casual clothes and headed to 501. Today, Daniela and Fabian were cooking. They had spent most of their lives honing their culinary skills, and their home-cooked meals tasted wonderful to Una. Seeing Gabrielle sitting at the table as if ready to show off his cooking skills, Una hurriedly pulled him back and gave him a look. Uncle and Aunt are busy preparing this celebration for us. If we insisted on cooking, they might feel uncomfortable. So, let's give Chef Cheng today off. We can have you cook whatever I want tomorrow. Gabrielle smiled helplessly at Una. Is that what you think? I just felt bad seeing them busy in the kitchen. Besides, wouldn't having one more person make things faster? He gently tapped Una's head. Besides, with Uncle and Aunt in the kitchen, anything you want, I can still cook for you. Una stuck out her tongue playfully, and the four of them sat together, waiting for the long-awaited feast, which also contained the elders' affection and attention for the young people. Daniela naturally knew what Una liked best and made several dishes specifically for her. He kept bringing plates to the table, placing all her favorites right in front of her without even noticing Destiny waiting beside her. Pouting slightly, Destiny playfully put on a sulky face and teased Daniela, "Mom Tilda, you're only paying attention to Una and ignoring me. I think my place in your heart is less important than Una's now. If you keep favoring her, I'm going to run away from home. Don't come looking for me or Dad when that happens." Humph. She giggled coyly, her smiling eyes making her even more lovable, and she successfully got Daniela to laugh. Daniela gently tugged on Destiny's ear. "You and Una are equally precious to me. In my life, I've always wished for a brother or sister to accompany you. Now it's perfect, I've gained 2 daughters. From now on, I'll have a much easier time. After all, my future sons-in-law will be like sons to me, so your father and I won't have to worry about our livelihood anymore." Una felt warmth in her heart. Since losing her parents, she had been melancholic for a long time, trying hard to hide her vulnerabilities from others. But deep down, she still yearned for parental love and companionship. Now, Daniela and Fabian treated her like their own daughter, and compared to Destiny, there was no difference at all. They truly welcomed her as part of the family. They never asked for anything in return, often thinking about helping her save resources like crystal cores to improve her life. Whenever there was something good or fresh, they would send it to room 502 first. For Una, this kind of care and affection was invaluable. In this apocalyptic world, too many people had lost their homes, suffered sorrow and regret, and left the world full of sadness. Una was grateful to have become the test subject for the Jade Butterfly. Though it wasn't glamorous or perfect, it gave her a second chance. She seized this opportunity to live better. She possessed crystal core reserves that other survivors could never match, had unmatched abilities, and developed a tougher heart. But now, surrounded by the warmth of people who loved her, her heart was gradually warming up. It allowed her to experience human emotions and made her feel cherished. Una raised her glass in gratitude, feeling touched. "I know I'm stubborn and lack empathy, often being too strong-willed. Everyone has been tolerant of me despite my tough personality. You haven't coveted the resources I hold like others would, and you even encourage me to save them, wishing me a better life. I'm very fortunate to have met all of you, and fortunate to be changed by you. To become teammates, lovers, and even a family with you. The post-apocalypse will last for a long time, but our feelings will only grow stronger over time. To me, you are my family, the most important people in my life." As she spoke, her voice became slightly choked up. "Sometimes I still feel scared and worried about being betrayed or harmed. There were times when I was so vigilant that I couldn't fall asleep at night. But now, I can trust you all with my back and believe in you completely, knowing you'll never hurt me. I'm so glad to meet you and happy that we've become a family." Una drained her glass in one gulp, wiping her mouth vigorously. "Thank you all for your company. No matter how difficult the road ahead may be, we'll walk it together, never abandoning each other, and always staying together." Destiny was moved to tears, hugging Una tightly, clearly already drunk. "Una, why are you thanking us? It's we who should thank you. To me, you are an angel who saved me, do you know that? In my eyes, you have wings, you are someone I would give everything for. I know I used to be weak, but I will keep improving myself and won't let go of this good friend of mine. You helped me, so you are my family. You are the most important person to me. I don't want to leave you for the rest of my life, and I will never abandon you. My parents, you, Amador, and Gabrielle, we are the most important people to each other. Everyone must stay healthy, absolutely no injuries, and no making others worry about us. We are a family, and a family should be together, whole and intact, never giving up on anyone." Chapter 138. Finally, the midnight sun has passed. The two clung to each other tearfully, impossible to separate. Gabrielle stood aside without intervening, silently watching Una release her emotions under the influence of alcohol. Though she didn't say much today, he distinctly felt that she was quite suppressed. She had thought that she had gotten another chance at life, but never did she expect to merely be a pawn in someone else's game. This realization truly frightened Una, making her feel panic deep down. While Sienna could reverse time, was she really the most powerful zombie? Could there be other beings with extraordinary abilities like hers in the world? Una feared even more, what if her memories had been altered by some force? Was it possible that she was reliving the pain of the past unknowingly every day? No one knew for sure. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was no such thing as the most powerful, only those who were more powerful. Although Sienna's ability was already incomparable by humans, could there be other zombies or mutated flora and fauna that possessed even more terrifying powers than her? Gabrielle understood Una's concerns and chose not to say more, just quietly watching her hug Alanis intensely and finish the wine in her glass sip by sip. He couldn't eliminate Una's fear, but he could choose to protect her with his life, at least making her feel that the world wasn't entirely false. Gabrielle picked up the wineglass on the table, casually clinked it with Amador's, and then drained it. Amador gave him a surprised look. Though he sensed something off about Una and Gabrielle, he tactfully refrained from asking. Whatever had caused both of them to be so distressed probably wasn't good news. He still preferred to live with hope rather than resign himself to despair so soon. "Gabrielle, after all these days together, our relationship has grown closer. After living together for so long, we might as well call ourselves brothers. I don't care what will happen in the future, but I want you to know that your brother will always stand behind you. We are a harmonious family. No matter what difficulties we face, we will overcome them together, and none of us will retreat. Embarrassed, he simply grabbed the bottle next to him and gulped a mouthful. That's what I mean. The Smooth Wind Squad doesn't need to treat either of you as shields. Don't take on everything yourselves either. Gavriel had always been emotionally distant. There had been little in this life he truly cared about until he met Una. Admittedly, the apocalypse had given him much. In gaining these things, he became more mature and compassionate. Gently patting Amador's shoulder, he said, "Rest assured, the Smooth Wind Squad is always a family. We won't do anything stupid." Gavriel raised his cup and gently clinked it with Amador's. "Trust us, and trust yourselves." The two exchanged a knowing smile, everything unspoken yet clear. The gathering atmosphere was pleasant, and everyone drank some wine. By the end, Daniela and Fabian were almost incoherent, and it was Gavriel and Amador who helped them back to their bedroom. Cleaning up the mess on the table, the two men, who were relatively sober, carried their wives home. A tense yet unforgettable day came to an end. Una didn't sleep soundly that night. In her dreams, she felt like a puppet manipulated by others, her memories, age, and thoughts all being controlled. She struggled desperately to climb out of the abyss, but it was futile. Having drunk too much, Una felt nauseous late into the night. Waking up in a pitch-black room, not a single light lit. Half asleep, she took out a flashlight from her spatial pocket and noticed that the clock on the wall showed only 3 in the morning. Her alcohol-numbed brain slowly cleared up, and she suddenly realized. The midnight sun is over. She screamed and rushed to the window. Sure enough, it was dark outside, and the thick blackout curtains now seemed unnecessary. Soft moonlight bathed the ground. Her scream woke Gavriel. They locked eyes, and Una excitedly jumped into Gavriel's arms. Finally, the midnight sun is over. From now on, I can sleep well, and I don't have to worry about the curtains letting in light at night. Excitedly jumping in Gavriel's arms, she exclaimed, "I'll change these curtains in the future. It's been so long under the midnight sun, and now we can finally get normal rest again." Gavriel looked at Una with indulgence as her excitement made his heart beat in sync with her joy. Everything felt so perfect. He didn't want to know if he had stepped into another powerful player's game, or if he was a fool being controlled without his knowledge. All he knew was that if he hadn't been chosen by Sienna, he wouldn't have had the chance to be with Una, and this was what caused him the most pain. "Okay, stop jumping. You've had too much, you must be feeling unwell. I've prepared a sobering soup for you in the kitchen. Let me warm it up for you, finish it, and then go back to sleep." Gavriel gently placed Una on the sofa, tidied her disheveled hair, and walked towards the kitchen. He returned a while later with the soup. Una eagerly took the bowl and drank it all down, feeling warmth spread through her heart. Gavriel always knew exactly what she needed, no matter how insignificant. To him, it was always something he must do for her. Una didn't regret becoming an experiment. After all, if not for this opportunity, she might never have realized just how worthy of love she was. After cleaning up, they felt no urge to sleep, so they brought out stools and sat on the balcony, gazing up at the bright moon. Not having seen it for so long, she found it strangely familiar yet foreign. Una pointed at the stars in the sky. "Look, humans haven't polluted the earth for so long now. There are so many more stars now, and it feels like the sky is within reach of my hand." She instinctively reached out toward the sky, finding her actions childish but not minding, giggling as she leaned back into Gavriel's embrace. "When the zombie virus is finally contained, let's go traveling. We can see the mountains and rivers that have recovered over time. Those landscapes will surely be breathtaking." Gavriel looked at Una tenderly, his eyes filled with the softness of the starry night, twinkling and inviting one to drown in this unrealistic tenderness. Chapter 139. Who is the one with love on the brain? Una looked up at him and nodded firmly. "All right, let's go together. One day, everything we hope for will come true, the world will become safe, and humans won't have to shuttle through danger." She raised her head to gaze at the moon in space. The moon hung high, quietly overlooking the bloodshed and filth on the ground, but remained luminous itself. Though they did not sleep all night, when dawn came, Gavriel and Una appeared very energetic and went excitedly to room 503 to call Alanis and Amador. To their surprise, these two had not slept either last night. Maybe it was because the moonlight outside the window was too bright, for many people in the base did not sleep last night. However, no one spoke out. Everyone silently enjoyed a moment of peace and happiness, welcoming a new life to come. Fabian and Daniela got up early to tidy up the shop. They hadn't been opening normally recently. It had been a while since day and night alternated as usual, so today was indeed a propitious day for opening the store. They left early, leaving the choice of breakfast entirely up to these 4 people. However, everyone's eyes fell tacitly on Gavriel. After all, his cooking skills were known by all, and not using such a good chef would truly be wasting talent. Una tugged at Gavriel's sleeve. "I suddenly want to drink red date soy milk, paired with a sesame pancake, TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy." Amador and Alanis also nodded in agreement, and Gavriel, looking helplessly at the 3 figures before him, resigned himself to walking into the kitchen and began working. The indoor temperature had already dropped below 10, and Una wrapped herself in a padded jacket, wearing fluffy slippers on her feet. "What's our plan for today? Staying in the base all the time, I almost grow fur. Why don't we go find a mission at the mission hall? We can stroll around and get rewarded after returning. How pleasant." Alanis looked at Una excitedly. "What do you think?" Una was lost in thought, only coming back to reality when Alanis waved her hand in front of her face. "What did you say?" Alanis restrained the urge to hit Una and repeated her words. Una naturally agreed and waited until breakfast was over to set out. Gavriel's cooking was still excellent. Once breakfast was served, it was quickly cleaned up, and even the red date soy milk was left with only bean dregs. Una stroked her little belly contentedly and climbed upstairs, leaning against her stomach somewhat tiredly, and started to regret having eaten so much that morning. To aid digestion, Una walked leisurely ahead. Alanis's state was similar now. The two walked like penguins one after the other, which amused Gavriel and Amador. I understand why they are such good friends now. Their habits are quite similar, even the way they walk after eating too much is alike. Amador looked at Alanis's back smilingly, love almost spilling from his eyes, making Gavriel shudder. Didn't you have some brothers under your command? Why haven't you seen them join you here in the western base? Gavriel asked. After all, they couldn't just walk together aimlessly, they needed some topic to talk about. Amador laughed without care. I've chosen a new leader for them. From now on, each of us goes our separate ways. Gavriel raised an eyebrow. If you didn't succeed in chasing Alanis, would you feel your departure was a mistake? Why wouldn't I be able to chase Alanis? In terms of ability, appearance, and personality, I am not inferior to Wade in any way. He could only attract Ling Snow initially because I wasn't there, but being the best in the world, my Ling Snow will definitely choose me. Hearing this, Gavriel smiled but didn't comment, as he felt he shouldn't undermine the feelings between couples. Seeming to sense Gavriel holding back laughter, Amador sighed helplessly and rolled his eyes slightly irritated. To be honest, I didn't expect I could really be with Ling Snow. When I disbanded those brothers, my main concern was that if I was distracted, I wouldn't be able to lead them well. Before meeting Ling Snow, I could fully devote myself to my brothers' lives, but after recognizing my feelings, I felt I wasn't a qualified leader. I can't divide my time and energy into two halves, and if I had to choose, I wouldn't give up Ling Snow, so I could only part ways with them. After our last parting, I don't know how long it will be before we meet again. But I believe they are not ordinary people. Without me, they can still live well relying on their own abilities. I am just a petty person, my mind can only focus on one thing. After Ling Shuo entered my heart, there's no room for anything else. Gavriel sighed somewhat regretfully when he heard this. This is the biggest difference between you and Wade. You chose destiny, while he chose his brothers, which led to the current situation. I don't know if he will regret it, but it is certainly something that teaches him a lesson. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing the showdown between you two. Amador gave him a helpless punch. That's enough from you. I don't want to see this, Wade. I'm not afraid of him and his few brothers, I'm just worried that Ling Shuo will feel awkward and uncomfortable if she sees both of us here. To me, nothing is more important than paying attention to Ling Shuo's feelings and life. This is what I want to focus on now and take seriously. Gavriel T-scared in admiration. Really nice. You're just like someone who has love on the brain. You've lost all your previous cold and ruthless demeanor. Your brothers might not even recognize you now. After all, your face clearly says I am in love, and it's hard for others to see past those words. Amador sneered, giving Gavriel a rough shove. Don't mock me now. When it comes to being love-struck, you're actually better at it than I am. You managed to care for Una 360 degrees without any blind spots. I admire you for that. Gavriel didn't get angry at being shoved. Instead, they laughed and sped up their pace to catch up with the two penguins ahead, slowly strolling into the mission hall. The missions inside weren't particularly difficult. If they wanted more challenging work, they would mostly need to team up with official squads. However, most four-person teams were unwilling to join such squads. After all, the tasks were tough, but the final rewards mostly went to the official squad members, leaving little for the private team members. Chapter 140, You don't have any special abilities? Una strolled casually, her arm linked with Destiny's, as she glanced at the various external missions without much interest. The resources around the Western Expedition Base had mostly been depleted. Now, to find supplies and other equipment required significant effort. Mickey than waste time on these seemingly meaningless tasks, Una preferred lounging at home. Destiny was also somewhat indecisive. Hand in hand, they walked and paused in the hall, yet couldn't find a mission they were truly satisfied with. Their superior abilities and sufficient living supplies allowed them this luxury of being picky. For others, getting a mission meant competing fiercely, even if the reward could barely cover their basic needs. It had been over a year since the apocalypse began, and most resources had been scavenged by survivors, leading to severe shortages. Some usable resources were not easily obtainable, as certain cities were filled with large numbers of zombies. It was challenging enough to enter such places, let alone escape with supplies. Una wandered aimlessly until she stopped before a job advertisement. The mission seemed challenging but not too far from base, searching for medicinal herbs and various fruit seeds on a few desolate mountains. Anyone with a bit of sense knew that mutated animals and plants were rampant now. Few survivors could easily deal with mutated flora and fauna, so less capable ones wouldn't dare risk their lives. Thus, despite the generous rewards offered by this mission, few people consulted about it. No one would gamble with their lives. Una stood fixedly before the mission board, while the enthusiastic responsible person approached. Today, Una's face was a well-known signboard. Ordinary people in the base might not recognize her immediately, but anyone with more interactions knew who she was. A powerful dual ability user with lightning and spatial powers, her teammates were equally formidable, none of them ordinary. Any task given to them was practically guaranteed completion without any issues. Crucially, this mission was very urgent. The Research Institute was developing new herbal medications to address the base's healthcare and medication shortages. While Una's spatial store did supply some medicine, the number of survivors in the base was too high, and many fell ill in the harsh environment. She mainly supplied food through her spatial store, which had high-priced medicines and thus limited availability for distribution. After all, food was the primary necessity for survivors, and not everyone had the means to buy medicine, so sales remained stagnant. Miss Yu, it's an honor to meet you today. Are you interested in this mission? Una didn't look at the responsible person but studied the mission's reward quietly. First, access to the latest medication and a certain amount of herbal seedlings from the institute. This was undoubtedly rich compensation for an ordinary person. With herb seedlings, they could cultivate and sell them, providing a robust safeguard if they or their loved ones fell ill. Una slowly nodded, though what she wanted wasn't this. She didn't know how to use these traditional Chinese medicines, especially when Western medicine production was constrained. Herbal planting had become popular. Her spatial store sold herbal seeds, but she lacked knowledge of their interrelationships and needed someone to teach her. The researchers at the institute were her best option. She blinked and nodded at the responsible person. I am indeed interested in this mission, but I don't need these rewards. Can you give me different rewards instead? The responsible person hesitated and nodded. Well, this shouldn't be a problem. As the head of pharmaceutical research, I can speak on behalf of the reward system. But may I ask what kind of reward you are seeking? He broke into a cold sweat instinctively, unsure if he could meet the demands of someone like Una, who often squeezed significant sums out of the institute after each mission. But apart from team favorable wins, no other team might undertake this mission. Una smiled amiably, her curved eyes softening the sharpness around her. Actually, I don't need much. I just want a chance to learn. I'm really interested in traditional Chinese medicine, so after this mission, I would like to study at the institute. Would you be okay with that? The responsible person stood there somewhat surprised, blinking a few times before responding incredulously, just learning? Seeing his reaction, Una found it amusing and replied, of course, if you prefer, I could ask for more things like crystal cores, energy guns. She didn't get to list everything before being quickly interrupted by the responsible person. Please have mercy. All your conditions are accepted. This isn't difficult for us. However, studying traditional Chinese medicine can be quite complicated and might seem boring to you. Una shook her head indifferently. You needn't worry about that. If I lose interest, I'll leave on my own and won't make any unreasonable demands. The responsible person pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly, bowing to Una. Thank you very much for your understanding. My name is Dawson. You can just call me Xiao Jiao. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. For this mission, you may need to bring me along. It would be troublesome only providing pictures for you to search for the herbs directly, so I can guide you and ensure the integrity of the medicinal plant's roots. Una nodded casually. Sure, no problem. After all, you're an expert in this field, and it will save us trouble. By the way, do you not have any special abilities? Dawson was taken aback for a moment before answering. I indeed don't have any special abilities, I'm just an ordinary person. Back then, I was able to enter the base mainly because my knowledge met the standards, so the institute reluctantly hired me. Seeming worried that Una might look down on him, he quickly explained, sorry, this is indeed my shortcoming, but I promise I won't hold you back. In case of danger, I'll run far away on my own, and you can treat me as non-existent and don't have to rescue me. Chapter 141, As Jesus as It Can Run. Una waved her hands hastily. That's not what I meant. Whether you are a psychic doesn't really matter much for this mission. After all, your main task is to search for and gather herbs, which is the most crucial part of the mission. You focus on the herbs, we'll handle security. Everyone has their own tasks, and it's easier for us to cooperate this way to finish the mission quickly and return to the base. Her smile was warm and gentle, nothing like the rumored female Rakshasa, easing Boyd's tense heart. He looked up at the members of Team Shunfeng, then spoke somewhat awkwardly. So, shall we go home first to pack our luggage and meet at the entrance of the base in half an hour? Una nodded indifferently. No problem, we'll wait for you there. Just remember to hurry. Boyd hurriedly nodded, then quickly picked up his taskboard and folding stool and ran towards the research institute. Alanis stood beside Una, excited. Digging herbs? That used to be my favorite activity when I was little. Back in my hometown, I often dug wild grass with the small spade my mom bought me. I could usually collect a whole basket full every time. It helped me release energy and fed the pigs when I got home. My mom and the neighborhood aunties praised me quite a bit. She proudly puffed out her chest, waiting for Una's praise, her nose almost touching the sky. Una gently poked her head. Sure, our Alanis is the best. You'll definitely work faster and more efficiently than researcher Zhao here. Alanis finally toned down, shaking her head modestly. Not really, he's a professional, how can I compare? I'm only good at digging wild vegetables, I can't do much else. Then she put on a coquettish tone. I'm so clumsy, sister you, won't you not want me anymore? Won't you despise me? Una grimaced and pushed her away gently, patting her own clothes. Don't do that, or I won't be able to sleep at night. Alanis was caught between laughter and tears, humming softly, then turned and walked over to Amador, sticking out her tongue at Una. Una couldn't help but laugh. The four of them had nothing much to pack, so they headed directly to the base entrance. They didn't have to wait long before Boyd ran over, carrying a silver briefcase, looking rather heavy. He scratched his head apologetically, then bowed. Sorry everyone, just tidying up equipment at the research institute took me some time. I prefer using these handy tools, They don't harm the plant roots too much. Let's get going now. There's a fair amount of herbs we need to find, so we might have to stay in the mountains for a while. Alanis had already informed her parents on the way, so they didn't have to worry and could feel comfortable exploring the mountains. Boyd led the way and soon stopped in front of a battered minivan. Only a small part of the original paint remained, and both headlights were either missing or broken, seemingly only functional for driving. Una looked at the wobbly door and rubbed her face worriedly. Do you plan to drive this thing into the mountains? Are you sure it can handle mountain roads? Boyd patted the vehicle without any qualms. What's the problem? As long as it can run. Worst case, it will take us to the mountain entrance. We can walk from there if necessary. Una glanced at the vehicle with disdain, about to sit down tentatively, when suddenly the rickety door fell to the ground under Boyd's pat, raising a cloud of dust. Una pointed at the fallen door hesitantly. Are you sure it can still make it to the mountain entrance? Boyd laughed awkwardly, helpless. Most decent vehicles had already been requisitioned by official teams, as they went to more distant and dangerous places, requiring better equipment. But this was the best car he could rent now. Private teams also needed to go out, so their cars were reserved for themselves. Rentable cars were mostly close to being scrapped, perhaps unable to even drive a kilometer around the base. Una sighed. All right, I won't push you. Let's use my car instead. Just to clarify, my car is clean, high-end, and expensive. After you develop the medicine, just give me 10 bottles. Any more would be unnecessary. Boyd swallowed hard. Captain Yu, 10 bottles is already a considerable number. Could we possibly negotiate this a bit more? Una smiled and patted his shoulder. So, do you think we should negotiate whether we go on this mission or not? Boyd immediately stood up straight, then saluted. No need to negotiate, I think 10 bottles are just fine. Let's go with what you said. Una nodded in satisfaction. The young man was indeed reasonable, at least he wasn't stubborn and wouldn't budge on anything. She took out an off-road vehicle from her spatial storage. The interior space was very spacious, so the 5 of them didn't feel cramped sitting inside. At least when driving on mountain roads, it would be much easier and less tiring for everyone. Boyd sat in the car with some shock, gently touching the car door and seats, his eyes filled with amazement. You've kept this car in such great condition, it looks like it hasn't been driven before. You must really cherish this car. Una sat in the passenger seat and gave a perfunctory laugh. She had never really cherished any car, there were plenty of replacement vehicles in her spatial storage, and she could switch between different types without feeling any pain. However, this brand new car had quite an impact on Boyd. He kept talking about it on the way, even handling the seats with much gentleness. Gabrielle was responsible for driving. The car sped over the bumpy road and soon they could see the outline of the mountains far ahead. Boyd pointed excitedly at the front. That's the place, but everyone must be careful because the teams that came here before to search for herbs and wild fruits didn't return. We need to be cautious as well. Una nodded in agreement. Don't worry, we'll make sure you go in and come out intact, without missing any limbs. Boyd felt something wasn't quite right with that statement but still thanked her happily. Thank you, Captain Yu, for looking after me. I will follow orders and absolutely won't hold the team back. Chapter 142. The deep mountains in light rain. The mountain road was difficult to traverse, full of potholes with hardly any level ground for normal passage. Since there were few people here after the apocalypse, plants had taken advantage of the recent period of midnight sun and grew wildly, now completely covering the mountain paths. Only through some gaps could one discern the original condition of the place. The 4 people switched seats. Gabrielle drove while Amador sat in the passenger seat. One explored the terrain while another cleared the obstructing weeds and branches. The efficiency was surprisingly high, without needing everyone to get out of the car and struggle up the slope. Boyd clutched his toolbox carefully and stared out the window in surprise, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a duck egg. He had already prepared himself to carry the box up the mountain on foot but never expected that these people could easily clear obstacles from inside the vehicle, saving much time and effort. Una looked out the window. The weather today wasn't too good, misty and slightly chilling, giving the mountains an eerie, scary feel. She pulled a thick cotton coat from her spatial bag and put it on, then stuck the thermometer outside the window. It wasn't surprising, the temperature inside the mountain had dropped to 3. The current coldness was not something ordinary cotton coats could withstand. Boyd envied the thick down jacket Una wore. Though he was a researcher with considerable nucleus rewards, he also carried heavy family burdens. With elderly parents and young children, supporting a large family was far from easy. His parents were frail, bedridden, even walking was a challenge for them. His child was only 1.5 years old, dependent on his mother, and needed proper nourishment rather than just potatoes and sweet potatoes every day. To improve his family's living conditions, he had to cut expenses on himself, hence why he wore only a thin, tattered short-sleeved shirt under a denim jacket at such low temperatures. An ordinary person dressed so lightly would likely fall ill soon. Una distributed the cotton coats to the members of the Windfall team. Seeing Boyd shivering, she simply handed him one as well. These clothes were picked up casually from stores after the apocalypse, nothing special for her. But Boyd was crucial to completing the mission. If he fell ill midway, it would delay the schedule and be counterproductive. Staring at the thick down jacket before him in disbelief, Boyd sniffed. He pointed at himself tentatively. This is, for me? Una nodded and tossed the coat directly into his arms. If you fall ill, it will cause us delays. I won't charge you nuclei for this coat. Just return it when we get back to the base. Feeling the weight of the coat, Boyd nodded gratefully. Captain you are a kind person. Una didn't look back or pay much attention to his words. She just wanted the mission to proceed smoothly. All her choices were made after careful deliberation, including giving Boyd the coat, solely for the sake of the mission. While Una had no particular thoughts, Boyd resolved to give her some other crop seeds when they returned to the base. These seeds were improved post-apocalypse, adaptable to extreme weather, yielding more crops with less maintenance. The car continued driving deeper into the mountains. The colder it became, the more dense the light rain grew, gradually blurring the scenery. Gabrielle slowly stepped on the brakes, observed the surroundings, then opened the door. Let's get out. The road ahead can't be easily cleared anymore. We'll take shortcuts up the mountain to find herbs. Una jumped off the car cooperatively. Without the car cabin's protection, she shivered instantly. The drizzle was light yet persistent enough to dampen clothing. Una fished out raincoats and distributed them, adding another layer of warmth. Gabrielle and Amador took the lead with knives, Destiny and Una brought up the rear, and Boyd was protected in the middle. He meticulously searched for various plants along the muddy, narrow path up the mountain but found little. He only collected a few common cooling herbs. The more potent ones remained elusive. Una wasn't in a hurry. The smell inside the mountain was quite pleasant. The earthy scent from the soil mixed with the freshness of the grass made her feel refreshed and light-footed. Boyd was indeed very professional, treating every herb plant delicately to avoid damaging the roots which could affect their future growth. The four continued deeper into the mountains. Though the harvest wasn't abundant, they did find a few rare herbs, significantly improving Boyd's mood. Time passed quickly as they walked and stopped intermittently, and it was already 6 p.m. Una and the others felt somewhat tired, but Boyd, as an ordinary person, lacked the stamina to endure today's labor. His steps were unsteady, looking like he might fall at any moment. Destiny glanced at the time and then gently tugged on Una's sleeve. It's getting late. Should we find a higher ground to camp, and continue searching when it's light tomorrow? Adhering to the principle that time is money, they hadn't even eaten lunch today, focusing solely on finding herbs. Now everyone was feeling famished. Una nodded in agreement. The temperature inside the mountain had started dropping, making the air so cold that it was difficult to walk normally. The best option now was to find a place to rest quickly, change into dry and comfortable clothes, enjoy a warm dinner, and get some sleep. Gabrielle naturally took the lead, guiding them to a small hilltop slightly elevated with a fairly flat top, perfect for setting up a reasonably large camping tent. Everyone pitched in together, and the tent was quickly set up. However, the temperature inside remained uncomfortably low. While the psychics were fine, Boyd's shoes were completely covered in mud and rainwater, and his body shivered continuously in the cold. Seeing his blue lips, Una knew this wasn't good and took out a charcoal brazier, lighting it and placing it near the entrance for ventilation. Chapter 143, Camping in the Wild. Take off your shoes, I guess they can't be worn anymore. I can give you a new pair. Una lowered her head and used fire tongs to tidy up the bamboo charcoal in the charcoal basin, but I don't just give things away for nothing. Shoes aren't like coats that can be easily recycled. You have to give me some form of compensation. Boyd managed a grateful smile, but his body had already been frozen stiff, making his facial muscles unresponsive, resulting in a somewhat bizarre expression. Thank you, Captain Yu. Once we return to the base, I will definitely teach you wholeheartedly. I can also give you some improved seeds, although the fruits may not taste good, they are sufficient to fill one's stomach. He scratched his head embarrassedly. My family has many members, so I can't compensate you materially. But I can assure you that I will teach you about herbal knowledge with all my heart. I also have considerable experience in planting. If you don't mind, I can teach you everything I know in this area. Una nodded. Although she didn't particularly enjoy eating those poorly tasting crops, the survivors in the base were indifferent to the taste. As long as they could fill their stomachs, it was fine. With enough seeds, she could save a large sum of crystals from purchasing seeds in the space shop. The land in the space can accelerate seed growth. After selling the mature fruits, she could make another substantial amount of crystals. No matter how you look at it, it was a profitable deal, and Una was naturally very willing. She handed the shoes and socks to Boyd and then huddled with Alanis and others in another corner of the tent for dinner. In fact, the weather had been getting colder lately, and they wanted to eat something better, like a hot pot. However, there was a stranger around them. Although there wasn't much to hide, Una still preferred to keep a low profile. After all, the upper echelons of the base had been watching her for a long time. This Boyd was from the Institute and was closer to the base leadership. Although they couldn't have the steaming hot and fragrant hot pot for dinner, Una didn't treat everyone badly. Each person got a bowl of super large beef noodles, with the beef piled up like a small mountain, almost equal to the volume of the noodles. The broth was stewed with rich stock, steaming and appetizing, making Boyd, who was squatting nearby gnawing on a potato, drool uncontrollably. Beef noodles were sold in the base, but due to family reasons, he had never eaten them before, only occasionally standing outside to smell the aroma. Now, 4 bowls of beef noodles lay right beside him, making it impossible for him to stay calm, swallowing saliva uncontrollably. Una wouldn't give him any special favors. A healthy body was essential for completing tasks, but good meals weren't necessary. Since Boyd wasn't related to her, giving him clothes and shoes was already enough. After dinner, it was time to rest. They needed to continue traveling tomorrow, so they would take shifts to ensure everyone could get some sleep. Boyd's 5 senses hadn't been enhanced by powers, so in the dangerous mountains, he couldn't perform any effective guard duty and might even miss important warnings. They agreed that Alanis and Amador would take the first half of the night, while Una and Gabrielle would take the second half. By taking turns, they could still get some rest. Una took out thick sleeping bags from the space and distributed them. She also prepared thick cotton quilts specifically for Alanis and Amador to keep them warm during their watch. The temperature has dropped again. It's below zero now. Don't freeze yourselves. Una helped Alanis wrap herself in the quilt and then crawled into her own sleeping bag, closing her eyes to rest. Heath had been stationed outside the tent. Regardless of any danger, even if Alanis and Amador couldn't react in time, Heath could intercept the first attack. The rain that had started lightly earlier was now pouring heavily, the sound of raindrops pattering against the tent, yet it didn't disturb Una and Gabrielle's rest. On the first night, everyone took turns keeping watch, and everything went smoothly. The night in the mountains was silent, without birds, beasts, or insect sounds. It seemed only the dripping rain and the sliding wind remained. Alanis was the earliest to wake up. It was only 5 a.m., and it was still dark. Gabrielle was quietly sitting on watch. Una had already fallen asleep resting on his shoulder, covered with a heavy quilt. Seeing Alanis get up, Gabrielle made a gesture for silence, then pointed to Una in his arms. Alanis understood and nodded gently, returning to her sleeping bag without making a fuss. She had originally planned to go out early to dig for herbs, but listening to the rain outside and the sun that hadn't risen yet, she feared her plan would be postponed. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked up in the direction where Boyd was supposed to be, only to find him snoring loudly inside his sleeping bag, drool dripping down from the corner of his mouth. She rolled her eyes helplessly. Well, if even the task initiator isn't in a hurry, what's there for her to worry about? At worst, they'd stay a few more days in the mountains. After all, the scenery here wasn't bad either. She might as well treat it as camping. Silence fell over the tent again. It wasn't until 3 hours later that the rustling sound of dressing broke the silence. Una instantly woke up and struggled to sit up from Gabrielle's embrace, only to see Boyd putting on a cotton coat. He scratched his nose sheepishly. Sorry to wake you up. I was thinking of going out first to look for some herbs, letting you rest a while before waking you up. Una waved her hand and then woke up Alanis and Amador. After they got dressed and finished a simple breakfast, they set off. They didn't pack up the tent since they weren't sure if they would return tonight. If they did pack it up, they'd have to set it up again, which would be troublesome. Walking behind Boyd, Una munched on a sandwich in her hand. It's best if this morning's incident doesn't happen again. I know you wanted us to rest more, but if you encounter mutated animals or other dangers while you're out, the 4 of us can't bear the consequences. Hearing this, Boyd felt a bit nervous. He wanted to explain but also understood that Una wasn't blaming him, she was just stating facts. He silently nodded and then focused on searching for herbs, looking for his targets amidst patches of greenery. Una glanced back, feeling as if something intangible was following her. But whenever she turned around, she saw nothing. Chapter 144 Discovering the Follower. Una tugged at Gabrielle's sleeve with some suspicion and turned her head back to look. Do you feel like something has been following us? Gabrielle didn't turn around, he just gently turned Una's head back with his hand and then tapped her head. Don't worry, it's not a zombie or a mutated plant or animal. It's a person. Una was taken aback, looking incredulously around at the desolate surroundings and resisting the urge to look back. Really? This place is so dangerous, and yet someone actually survived. When did he start following us? Why didn't I notice yesterday? Gabrielle enveloped her somewhat cold hand in his warm palm, still smiling. Perhaps it's because of his ability or possibly due to bodily evolution. His movements are very agile, and he hardly breathes. Una grabbed Gabrielle's hand in shock. Hardly breathes? How little? Gabrielle intertwined their fingers as if to soothe her. From what I've observed, this person only breathes for about 10 minutes every 3 hours, and during those few minutes, his breathing is very steady. He clearly doesn't need as much oxygen as we do. His actions are also very swift, causing little noise, which is why you didn't notice him right away. Una didn't look back but asked softly, when did he start following us? Since dinner yesterday, but since he hasn't attacked, I haven't exposed him directly. Una didn't press further, nodding helplessly and continuing on, her step steady despite her unease. The deeper they went into the forest, the more medicinal herbs they found, and the higher the value became. In Boyd's eyes, these were particularly precious. Unfortunately, he only had 2 hands, and his capabilities were limited. Thus, each step now required a brief rest. Although Una's spatial ability could help store the plants, Boyd hadn't asked for it, and she didn't want to invite such trouble. If the herbs got damaged or mysteriously lost, she couldn't afford to bear that responsibility. Once dirted, it would be hard to clear one's name. Breathing heavily, Boyd looked at Una and Gabrielle. Biting his lip, he finally spoke up hesitantly. I know both of you have spatial abilities. Could you please help me carry these herbs? I really can't hold them anymore. Continuing like this, the herbs might get damaged, and all our efforts will be in vain. Una wasn't surprised by his request. Looking back at his laborious trek, she smiled faintly. You've spent time at the base long enough to know the troubles spatial ability users can attract. I don't want any unnecessary responsibilities, so it's best if you manage these yourself. Her smile remained, but her tone was firm, indicating refusal. This herb-gathering mission was too large-scale, and Boyd had only asked for their protection, not additional help from a spatial user. He scratched his head anxiously before saying, I'll count the herbs myself, and if anything happens inside the space, I'll take full responsibility. I won't involve either of you. Una pondered for a moment, pretending to be conflicted, before reluctantly taking the herbs from Boyd's shoulders. Alright, since I'm kind-hearted. You count once, and I'll count once. I'll ensure the quality remains good upon exit, but we can't guarantee every single herb is perfect. So the quality issue will be your responsibility. I won't take on any other obligations. Boyd repeatedly thanked them. After counting the herbs and storing them in the space, they resumed their journey. Their mysterious follower hadn't left, still trailing behind the group like a shadow, neither too far nor too close. Without careful observation, he was almost imperceptible. Una glanced at Gavriel, patting her chest reassuringly. Luckily, Gavriel's mental ability worked like a large detector. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known for sure that someone was following them. However, Una was growing increasingly restless, uncertain of the man's intentions. Though time was tight and they should focus on gathering herbs, the unknown danger following them made her uneasy. As noon approached amidst drizzling rain, the mountain fog grew denser. Everything around seemed shrouded in a thin veil, making it difficult to determine direction. Fortunately, Boyd had prepared well and took out a compass from his backpack. The group continued to walk deeper into the mountain forest, with their footprints gradually being washed away by the rain. Boyd diligently picked herbs while Una was responsible for storing them in her spatial ability. She didn't entrust this task to Gavriel for a reason. After all, her spatial storage had special preservation functions, preventing the herbs from dying or losing potency over a few days. This would ensure the success of their mission. Additionally, she was eagerly awaiting the potions from Boyd. The effectiveness of the potions was directly tied to the quality of the raw materials, so it made sense for her to be more involved. The rain gradually intensified, and everyone put on their raincoats but did not slow down. However, the muddy paths became increasingly slippery, even causing Una to nearly fall several times. Seeing no way to continue searching safely, they found a cave to take shelter from the rain. The cave was somewhat damp inside but far better than being exposed to the weather outside. It was more like an indented rock face than a true cave, but it provided sufficient protection from wind and rain. Una used a heavy plastic sheet to cover the area around the rock face and lit a charcoal brazier in the middle, slowly raising the temperature. Achoo! A faint sound echoed through the quietness of the mountain forest. Despite the person's attempt to keep the sneeze quiet, it still stood out prominently. Given that those inside the cave were warm by the fire, the sound could only have come from the tracker outside. Alanis and Amador exchanged glances and walked out silently. Gavriel immediately set up a mental barrier to trap the follower, ensuring there was no escape. There was no intense struggle, and soon enough, a woman was brought in under restraint, wearing a tattered coat with visible cotton padding. Chapter 145, Just a Brief Encounter. The moment she saw Gavriel, her eyes lit up instantly, and then she got excited and wanted to run to his side. Benefactor, do you remember me? Gavriel frowned and looked at the woman in front of him who was covered in dirt, feeling somewhat disgusted. He did not recall ever saving anyone in his memory. Why would there be a woman calling him benefactor now? Seeing that Gavriel was clearly impatient and did not recognize her at all, the woman standing on the spot became anxious. She rubbed her sleeves vigorously against her face, managing to remove some of the dirt, revealing a rough yet not unattractive face. I am the daughter of the Trade District Governor of the Jingju base. My name is Sophia. That night, bad people were chasing me, and it was you who solved them and saved me. Don't you remember at all? Gavriel fell silent for a while, thinking. Then he vaguely remembered something like that had happened. It was hot that day, and he couldn't sleep well because of his foul mood. He went out for a stroll and just happened to encounter Sophia being chased by several men. However, he killed those men not because of Sophia before him but because they insulted Una with their words. That was why he took action. Gavriel nodded lightly. I do have an impression, but this isn't your reason for following us, right? Standing next to the charcoal brazier, Sophia's frozen limbs had finally warmed up, allowing her to move around barely freely. She stood awkwardly under everyone's scrutinizing gazes, tears continuously rolling down her frostbitten cheeks. I just want to see if you can get out of here. I've been trapped inside here for a week. The fog in the mountains has become thicker, and the compass has malfunctioned, so I can't get out. I also couldn't confirm if you are good people, so I only dared to follow from a distance, hoping to get out with you. Boyd exclaimed in confusion and looked down at the compass in his hand in disbelief. The needle remained steadily pointing in one direction but began spinning wildly when slightly shaken, making it impossible to figure out the true direction. He slid helplessly off the stool and painfully sat on the ground. Oh my god, we've been heading deeper into the mountains, and with such thick fog and constant drizzle, how will we get out? Una also pulled out a compass from the spatial bag in frustration, which unsurprisingly didn't work. This proved that they were completely trapped in the mountains, losing direction in the dense fog and unable to get out. Without a compass or the correct direction, they could hardly survive normally in the cold and damp drizzle. Although she had food stored in the spatial bag as a supply, Daniela and Fabian at the Shishing base were still waiting for them. If they don't go out, the elders would worry. Una sighed helplessly and scratched her head somewhat melancholy. Suddenly thinking of something, she turned to look at Sophia. You definitely didn't enter the mountains alone. Where are your teammates? Where did they all go? Sophia avoided eye contact, instinctively intertwining her fingers together, looking around randomly but not finding anything worth focusing on. My teammates. They all met with accidents, and now I'm left alone. Una squinted her eyes at her, knowing this person wasn't telling the truth, so she closed her mouth and stopped questioning. Sophia clearly showed unusual enthusiasm towards Gavriel. Seeing that Una didn't intend to continue interrogating her, she cautiously moved closer to Gabrielle. Benefactor, I don't even know your name yet. Gabrielle averted his gaze, unwilling to look at her, but Sophia persisted like an indestructible cockroach. I just asked. I've been alone for too long and am really scared. Now, I'm only familiar with you. She cried pitifully, her frail body looking like it might collapse at any moment. Gabrielle moved closer to Una, hiding his uncontrollable indifference. Just a brief encounter, not quite familiar. Sophia seemed to understand that Gabrielle wasn't interested in talking to her, so she simply went to warm her hands by the charcoal brazier, occasionally glancing at Gabrielle sideways. Una saw this but wasn't angry. She wasn't narcissistic enough to believe everyone liked her boyfriend. Moreover, even if Sophia really fancied Gabrielle, it wouldn't cause her any crisis. Outside the cave, the temperature dropped significantly as the rain grew heavier, falling to -4 degrees Celsius, causing some mist to rise on the plastic sheet used to block the wind and rain due to the temperature difference. Sophia had no proper rain gear, and her coat was completely soaked by the icy rain, sticking to her body and making her shiver uncontrollably. Looking at the others all wearing the same military overcoats, she enviously rubbed her frozen arms, hoping it would make her warmer. She had expected someone would come and ask if she was too cold or if she needed a coat, but the other 5 were either dozing with their eyes closed or reading something from books, while the other 2 were idly playing rock paper scissors. No one paid any attention to her. Sophia wiggled her fingers, which had turned stiff from the cold, and huddled up, looking at Gabrielle pitifully, like a frightened little deer. Can I borrow your coat for a bit? My clothes are wet, and it's really cold now. She shivered again, then looked at Gabrielle with a woeful expression and sneezed softly. Gabrielle didn't even open his eyes, sitting still as a backrest for Una, not making any response. Oyu Shinyo, however, was much more kind-hearted. He looked at the military overcoat he was wearing, knowing it belonged to Una and he couldn't just give it away, so he took off the jacket he wore underneath. Though it wasn't very thick, it was sufficient in the warm cave with the burning charcoal pot and wouldn't make her shiver. Here, take this. He gave her the worn-out jacket with a kind smile. Sophia gratefully accepted it, repeatedly thanking him, which made Oyu Shinyo feel a bit embarrassed. He quickly returned to his spot to continue reading. Una, disturbed by the noise, glanced up and caught Sophia's gaze, who was secretly watching her. Seeing that Una did not look away, Sophia swallowed nervously. Well, you and your boyfriend have a great relationship. Chapter 146, The Hero Saves the Beauty Drama. Una glanced at Gabrielle, then moved her head off his shoulder, gently rubbing her sore shoulder and neck. She gave a brief acknowledgement. After all, she didn't wish to engage too much with this mysterious person before her. After being perfunctorily dealt with, Brianna wrapped her coat around herself somewhat uneasily but still wanted to sneak glances at Gabrielle. However, Una was sitting right beside Gabrielle and had caught every small action of Brianna. Upon seeing her look over for the 3rd time, she finally spoke up. Have you not tired yourself out from looking so many times? Staring under Una's cold gaze, Brianna instinctively shivered and tried to wave it off in explanation. Una gestured for silence, her expression growing increasingly cold. There's no need to speak pointless nonsense. I don't understand why you've been following us for so long, but allowing you to come in for warmth is already more than enough kindness from my side. You'd better not entertain any ill thoughts. If any of your actions harm us in any way, I will hesitate not a bit to end you. Una lazily yawned and stood up from Gabrielle's embrace, walking over to warm herself by the charcoal brazier along with Brianna. I just want to leave this deep mountain with you. Truly, I have no other intentions. Brianna cautiously moved a little farther away from Una, biting her lip as if on the verge of tears. Every day I've eaten wild fruits and leaves. I thought I would never make it out of here in my life, but thankfully, I met you all. Una could feel that her neck was still uncomfortable, so she slowly stretched the joints there. I'm not sure if meeting us was intentional or an accident. I've already shown enough goodwill by not asking where your former teammates are. I hope you do not entertain any ill thoughts. For example, leading us somewhere or luring others to come. Brianna felt a chill down her neck, as if a sharp blade were hanging above her head. Wrapping herself tighter in her clothes, she meekly responded, I won't, I dare not. Una didn't reply but stood by the cave entrance, pulling aside the plastic curtain to look outside, then withdrew her gaze. From the looks of the rain, it doesn't seem like it's going to let up soon. The fog outside is getting thicker. Let's prepare to stay here for the night. Gabrielle nodded in agreement but still pulled her back, patiently massaging her shoulders. It's my fault. I should have adjusted your posture during rest. Now you're in such discomfort. Una chuckled lightly. I think it's your fault, too. As punishment, cook a pot of ginger soup tonight to help us warm up. The pressure from Gabrielle's hands was both comfortable and gentle. As you wish. Sitting by the charcoal brazier, Brianna felt a mixture of bitterness and melancholy. It turned out that the heroic rescue scenario she had imagined meant nothing to anyone. The princess found her prince, but the prince had someone he loved. What was all her lingering affection for Gabrielle these past days? It probably seemed like nothing more than a joke to others. Wiping her eyes stubbornly, Brianna reached towards the charcoal brazier again, feeling the heat warming her palms. At least this way, she could bury her one-sided feelings inside, instead of revealing them and becoming a laughingstock to others. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, with occasional howling winds passing through. The plastic film also fluttered continuously. If not for the bricks placed by Una specifically to hold it down, it might have flown away. Feeling the temperature dropping, even though the faint embers of the charcoal brazier still emitted some light, they provided little real warmth. Una simply set up another tent for added protection. At least this way, the cold wind wouldn't cut into their faces like knives. Boyd sympathized with Brianna, a girl who had been living alone for a long time, but his sympathy did not extend far beyond that. He hadn't considered treating her as a true teammate. Despite his innate kindness, he often suffered due to his naivety, frequently being taken advantage of. So after learning from experience, he would no longer easily pity others. The jacket given to Brianna was already his greatest kindness. Asking him to help her into the tent was something he certainly would not do. Watching as everyone else entered the tent one by one and the charcoal brazier losing its warmth in the cave, Brianna felt a pang of panic. The plastic sheet used to block the cave entrance was merely held in place by stones and nails, offering no real protection against harm. Worse still, whenever the howling wind blew past, it seemed as though the plastic film was about to tear. She trembled as she tried to squeeze into the tent, but it wasn't very spacious. With 5 people sprawled out inside, it already occupied most of the space, making it feel cramped if she were to enter. Una, to ensure she wouldn't be poisoned, did not set up another charcoal brazier within the second layer of protection. Instead, she took out her air conditioner. The warm breeze from the air conditioner made everyone feel comfortable despite the tent's poor insulation. After everything was settled, it was nearly dinner time. Outside the cave, the sky had turned completely dark, and the branches that poked through the plastic film looked even more terrifying. Gavriel had set up a pot over a ventilated gap early on, then lit a fire to cook ginger soup. The spicy ginger flavor mixed with the rich aroma of brown sugar. Though Una didn't particularly enjoy this taste, she drank a bowl to avoid catching a cold. Mutants indeed had better physical constitutions, but she didn't want to risk getting sick. Boyd also got a bowl as a favor, but Brianna was not treated as a companion at all and thus sat aside, receiving nothing to eat. Drenched by the rain earlier, her body was almost dry now, but the charcoal brazier was nearly extinguished. The temperature inside the cave dropped significantly, and she was shivering, frozen stiff. Her hunger only intensified her longing for that steaming bowl of ginger soup. Her eyes were fixated on the pot beside Gavriel. She had seen it, there was still plenty of leftover ginger soup in the pot, which those people couldn't finish. If so, perhaps drinking a bowl herself wouldn't be an issue. Maybe these people would turn a blind eye and let her live. Chapter 147, Vitality Drained Dry. Adira cautiously rubbed her belly and walked over to Una's side. She was the daughter of the head of the trading district in the capital base, so she understood the basics of dealing with people. Una clearly appeared to be the mainstay of this team. Adira feared that if she wanted to join them, she would have to start with Una. Since being captured and brought into the cave, she had only revealed her name, Adira, but she knew nothing about the names or identities of the others. She cautiously moved forward 2 steps and voluntarily squatted down beside Una, unconsciously lowering her body slightly. "May I ask what your name is?" Una glanced at her but did not immediately respond. Instead, she asked a question in return. "Why do you need to know this?" Adira swallowed hard. "I thought I might follow your team from now on. Knowing each other's names would make it easier to communicate." Una looked at the fear and yearning on Adira's face and decided not to continue making things difficult for her. "My surname is Yu." Adira felt relieved upon hearing this. "Captain Yu, I will call you that then." Una nodded in agreement, still focusing on the ginger soup in her hands. Despite its spicy warmth, it indeed helped drive out the cold. After drinking just half a bowl, she could feel herself starting to sweat, and the temperature inside the cave seemed to rise as well. Being so close to Una, Adira felt as if the smell and warmth of the ginger soup were tightly grabbing her heart like hands. "I wonder if I can have a bowl of ginger soup too? I'm really cold, and if this continues, I might catch a cold." Una looked at the bowl of ginger soup in her hand, then turned to see Adira's pleading face but said nothing, simply finishing the remaining soup. Adira became anxious and reached out to pull at Una's hands, but halfway through her action, she hesitated, then cautiously pulled her hand back. I really need this bowl of ginger soup. I barely get enough food and warmth usually. I'm terrified of dying here in this dark forest." Una did not feel sympathetic towards her desperate plea. Instead, she handed the empty bowl to Gavriel and looked down at Adira who was squatting beside her. "If you need it, I am not against letting you drink, but you should give me a satisfactory answer first. At least let me feel that this bowl of ginger soup is not wasted, right?" Adira felt something ominous about to happen but still could not resist the soup. She began sobbing and speaking. "Yes, ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything." Una nodded approvingly and directly asked, "Where are your teammates?" Adira's eyes flickered uncertainly. Una noticed her reluctance and shifted her gaze outside the cave. "I hate being deceived. If you lie to me, you might not even have this cave to shelter you." She smiled in a friendly manner, turning towards Adira. "Think carefully about whether to tell the truth or lie. If I uncover your lies, I think you wouldn't want to know the consequences." Adira swallowed hard again. I'll tell the truth." Una nodded satisfied. "Go ahead. I'm listening." After a few seconds of silence, Adira spoke as if facing an inevitable death. "I drained their vitality until they died completely." Una questioned curiously, "What exactly is vitality?" Adira responded painfully, her words laced with unmistakable guilt and sorrow. "We were trapped here together. On the surface, my power made me more agile, but in reality, it was just a reaction from absorbing others' vitality. Vitality can be simply understood as life. When I haven't absorbed anyone's vitality, I am just a regular person. But once I absorb it, I can heal my injuries and enhance my body. My teammates were all barely hanging on, and I couldn't hold out much longer either. I wanted to live. So I directly drained their vitality, converting it into part of myself. This allowed me to survive in the mountains for a bit longer without dying so quickly. Seeing Una's somewhat nuanced expression, Adira hastily explained, "Before, I always absorbed my father's vitality. As long as I don't drain someone's vitality entirely, they can recover to their original state." She spoke with a hint of guilt, but those teammates were already beyond saving. Even if I didn't absorb their vitality, they wouldn't have survived either. It might as well help me use the last bit of life they had left, at least giving me a chance to live on. Una raised an eyebrow, a spark of interest lighting up in her eyes. "So what would happen if you don't absorb vitality for a long time?" Adira swallowed hard. "I would die. Vitality grants me stronger abilities but also imposes many restrictions on me. I can't survive normally. I need to absorb others' vitality periodically to live a normal life. After absorbing vitality, my body is enhanced, and I purposefully lower my body's energy consumption. For example, slowing down my speed and strength, reducing my breathing rate, etc. This ensures that I won't exhaust the vitality too quickly and can prolong my life for some time." Una stroked her chin, looking at Adira's pale little face, and said, "So you haven't absorbed anyone's vitality for quite a while, right? I assume your next target would be us, correct?" Adira swallowed again, intending to deny it but eventually nodded resignedly. "At first, that was my intention, but after really getting to know you, I no longer dared to. I knew even if I gave it my all, I couldn't kill any of you. Instead, I would be killed. I've just let it be with the vitality thing. If you disagree, I won't complain. All I hope now is that when I die, it will be in this cave, at least not soaked by rain, which would be too ugly." As she spoke, she began sobbing, clearly foreseeing her impending death. The vitality she initially absorbed was almost depleted. No matter how carefully she used it, it was still completely exhausted. What awaited her now was nothing but death. Boyd squatted beside her, listening, feeling somewhat melancholic. He then glanced at his slightly lean body. Although he couldn't do heavy work, he didn't think he would die just from having a little vitality sucked out. Chapter 148, Diverting Attention to Location 3, with Backup. Una stroked her chin. On the surface, Brianna's ability was quite straightforward to understand. Essentially, it involved using someone else's life force to prolong her own, although the person whose life force was borrowed would soon return to their original state. Una glanced at the seemingly delicate and fragile Brianna, then raised an eyebrow at Gavriel. "Serve her a bowl of ginger soup, a large one." Regardless of whether Brianna was hiding anything, it seemed that what she had revealed so far was largely true. But even if everything Brianna said were true, Una would never agree to let her borrow life force from anyone on their team. From what Brianna implied, she could directly cause death with her ability, which proved that her power wasn't harmless to others. The question was only whether she chose to cause harm or not. According to her, draining her teammates' vitality might have been a desperate measure, but human desires grow over time. Who could guarantee she would always maintain her humanity? Una didn't want to take that gamble and certainly didn't want such a potential time bomb around. She exchanged glances with each member of Shunfeng team. They had worked together on countless missions and understood each other perfectly. Una's warning was clear, and the others wouldn't give Brianna any advantage. A steaming bowl of ginger soup was handed to the pitiful figure crouched on the ground. She accepted it with surprise, while Boyd couldn't bear to watch and gave her a potato he had brought along. Though cooked potatoes could stave off hunger, in this weather, they had turned rock hard, making it painful to bite into them. But Brianna didn't complain. She looked gratefully at Boyd and devoured the food as if she hadn't eaten for centuries. After dinner, the rain outside continued heavily. Una yawned and went back to sleep in the tent, followed by the other 4 members, leaving Brianna still outside. Una turned off the lamp, plunging the cave into darkness. Brianna squatted outside the tent, her former meekness and fear now replaced by indifference. She bit her lip in frustration, having thought that her pitiful act would win some sympathy from the group. Instead, no one paid attention to her, not even Boyd, who appeared to be the kindest among them. Was her performance not convincing enough? Was that why they remained on guard? Puzzled, Brianna stayed rooted in place, scratching her head irritably. Outside the cave, despite the silence, a dark figure, resembling a child, appeared. However, if seen, anyone would be startled. His face was lined with wrinkles, clearly belonging to a man in his 50s. Brianna saw the figure, moved quietly toward the cave entrance, and received something from him without a sound. The rain pounded relentlessly against the man's raincoat, flowing down to the ground. He didn't linger, handing the item to Brianna before disappearing, leaving no trace. Inside the pitch-black cave, Brianna held a note, but the darkness made it impossible to read its contents until morning. Suddenly, the lamp inside the tent flickered on. Brianna instinctively tried to hide the note, but her body was immobilized by an invisible force. Her eyes widened in terror and disbelief. How could they detect them when they had carefully suppressed their movements? Could there be a psychic ability user among them? While Brianna raced through these thoughts, Una emerged, still wearing her military coat. It became clear that turning off the light and forbidding her from entering the tent were all part of a ruse. They had waited for her to let her guard down and then caught her off guard. Completely unable to move, Una easily took the note from Brianna's hand and unfolded it carefully. Divert attention to location 3, with backup. Una read aloud the note's content, her gaze like a blade piercing the restrained Brianna. You've given me quite a surprise. Didn't you say all your teammates were dead? How is it that someone can still send you messages? Brianna naturally knew that whatever she said now would be useless, so she simply closed her mouth, adopting an attitude of a pig that doesn't fear boiling water, not thinking of answering Una's questions. Although Gavriel controlled her movements, he didn't control her mouth. Therefore, Una clearly understood that it was Brianna's choice not to speak. Indifferent, she crushed the paper note underfoot and turned her eyes toward the immobile Brianna by the faint light of the desk lamp. The darkness made it hard to read Una's expression, and Brianna couldn't discern her mood, her heart pounding violently. You really have guts, huh? You won't even open your mouth when I ask you. Not bad, I admire that. Una smiled with her eyes curved. I don't need you to open your mouth either. Without you, your teammates will still come looking for us, and we'll see what tricks they can pull off. You're just a discarded pawn now, so killing you shouldn't make them feel too bad. With a thought, the tang knife instantly appeared in her hand, its sharp blade flashing before Brianna's eyes, causing her body to tremble violently. Una drew out the tang knife, pressing the cold blade against Brianna's face, making her shudder. I love the feeling of slicing off your head. It's a bit messy to clean up, but as long as I'm happy, that's enough. She raised the tang knife high, but then heard Brianna's scream followed by pleading. I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Please spare me. I won't lead you to them, I promise. Her body twitched from extreme fear, trembling uncontrollably, her mouth opening to beg for mercy. Una stroked her chin, not lowering the tang knife, instead holding it vertically in front of Brianna. If you don't want to die, then spill everything you know. If you're willing to talk, I might let you off. But if you don't... Una left her words unfinished, knowing Brianna well enough to understand the consequences of lying or continuing to deceive them. Chapter 149, Blinded by Lard. I'm actually not a psychic. I was contaminated by mutant plants in the mountains, and my body mutated uncontrollerily. The toxins made us strong, but they are also destroying our bodies day by day. Soon, we found a solution to that problem, consuming others' lives. This allowed us to survive better but we soon discovered that despite finding a way to survive, we couldn't leave. The magnetic field inside the mountain is chaotic, even someone who has explored here for a month can lose direction because of thick fog and heavy rain. But living people are always few, and their lives were drained by us. Worse still, fewer people have been coming in recently, so you five look very precious to us. Una fell into thought for a moment, then, holding her albin knife, she looked at Adira in front of her. So you want to keep us five like livestock, as your reserve food, right? Adira swallowed hard and nodded with palpitations. Una lifted her chin to indicate that she should continue, but became increasingly vigilant in her heart. In fact, we don't have many people left, only 24. We thought everything would develop normally, but some of us have turned into zombies. This raised alarms in everyone's hearts. We know the consequences brought by the toxins from the mutant plants, yet none of us wants to die gradually. That's why we had plans for you. Because it was found that absorbing human life force could slow down the spread of the virus within us. Una felt somewhat surprised. Even if it can slow down the process, won't you all eventually become zombies? Feeling yourself gradually mutating, don't you feel disgusted? Adira's eyes turned red, staring at Una but then looking away out of fear. Would you give up the chance to survive? Even if we're half human, half zombie now, at least we still have thoughts and actions. I know I have a chance to live. Why should I give up? Una laughed, then stepped on Adira's face. You might as well look around. Every psychic or ordinary person in the base commits suicide after being infected by the zombie virus. They knew they wouldn't live long, but they didn't want to turn into mindless zombies or monsters harming others. If I were in your shoes, I'd cut off my head the moment I knew I'd mutate. I'd rather leave this world as a clean human. Adira shook her head frantically, her sharp voice piercing into Una's mind. No. If I can stay alive, why should I die? I'm already a monster, so what's another mutation? I just want to save my life. Even if I become a zombie, I'll eat more human flesh. Una watched this nearly crazed woman quietly, thinking she was beyond saving. Adira shifted her gaze to Gavriel standing behind Una. And you saved me, yet you don't even accept my gratitude. I'm the daughter of the director of the trading area in Kyoto base. Do you know how many people want to be with me? You must be blinded by lard. Una chuckled, interrupting Adira's emotional act and forcing back her tears. How long has Kyoto base been gone? Miss, why don't you see what time it is now? Gavriel remained unmoved, moving closer to Una without sparing Adira a glance. Una yawned and used the tip of her knife to lift Adira's chin. Tell me, where is location 3, how far is it from here, and how do we get there? Adira sat slumped, unable to move due to mental pressure, only able to submit to Una. Looking at the sharp blade, she cautiously swallowed and said, walk eastward through this cave until you see a large tree stump. That's location 3. We specially chose a few trees to cut down as markers to roughly identify the location. Destiny scratched her head in confusion. Isn't it said that tree rings can determine direction? Why haven't you been able to leave? Adira looked nervously at the sharp albin, her eyes almost crossing, but dared not remain silent. We can't cut trees properly, and tree rings aren't visible clearly either. Moreover, it almost rains every day in the mountains, and the thick fog makes it impossible to determine direction. Before long, you would end up back at the starting point, as if walking in circles. Destiny looked at the pitch-black sky outside with some melancholy, the branches colliding chaotically due to the wind. In this deep mountain forest, it was indeed a little scary. Una simply knocked the person unconscious directly. Although she didn't know if the woman was still of any use, killing her like this felt somewhat wasteful. This Adira could probably provide more information, but other than that, it was of no use to Una. Having these pieces of intelligence was basically enough for now. Una looked up at Gavriel and asked, "Are there any more people like her eavesdropping or watching us?" Gavriel shook his head. He had been checking the surroundings all along. The person who came over to hand over a note left afterward and did not keep listening or monitoring them. Una finally felt relieved. She pressed the bricks on the plastic film tightly again, tied Adira up securely, and then returned to the tent to sleep. Boyd was snoring soundly, completely unaffected by what had happened. Now he was contentedly smacking his lips in a sweet dream. Una admired his ability to sleep. She then got into her sleeping bag to rest, leaving Destiny and Amador to take the night watch. The night was cold, but the tent remained warm. Everyone took turns keeping watch, and the night passed quickly. The next morning, Boyd woke up the earliest. Seeing the bound Adira inside the cave gave him such a fright that he fell directly onto the ground. The sound instantly woke everyone else from their deep sleep. They couldn't go back to sleep anymore, so they just sat up to freshen up and have breakfast. Boyd knew nothing about what happened last night, having missed all the important information. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at her. Una walked out at the right moment to enlighten him. She wanted to trick us into being reserve food, don't feel soft-hearted and let her go. Boyd was a bit confused but still stepped back 2 steps cooperatively, cautiously eyeing Adira. "Captain you, what reserve food? Why do I feel like I've woken up in a world that's left me behind?" Chapter 150 Please, spare me. Una stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth. It's a long story. Just keep your distance from her. This person has it in for you. Boyd still felt utterly confused but would certainly not dare to approach Brianna again. After all, he cherished his life more than anyone here. The rain continued drizzling, though with less intensity than last night, tapping densely on the plastic sheeting. A chill persisted as the milk in the pot warmed up, exuding an appetizing aroma that made mouths water. "When are we going to location number 3? I can't wait to deal with these people." Destiny, with a cream-filled bun in her mouth, had eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. All psychics have varying degrees of violent tendencies within them. Living in the base for so long, their bloodthirsty nature had been suppressed too much and finally needed an outlet. One could hunt zombies or mutated flora and fauna, but humans also served as a release. Una poured herself a bowl of milk and shook her head slightly. "No hurry, we don't need to go there." Destiny patted her cheeks dejectedly. "Why not? If we don't go, what if those people come after us? This location is hard to escape from. If they succeed with some cunning schemes, the 3 of us might never be able to leave the mountains." Una swallowed a mouthful of warm milk, feeling as if her entire body was immersed in hot water, comfortably sighing in satisfaction. "We want them to come. These people have been infected and are in the middle stage of turning into zombies. Their transformation just takes longer than usual. But to maintain their current lives, these people will search for us like mad, even without Brianna leading us to location number 3. They'll eventually seek us out. To them, nothing is more important than living people. With Brianna failing to lure us over, other infected will realize she's exposed and likely rally everyone to hunt us down. We'll wait right here in the cave. It won't take long for them to show their true colors." Destiny nodded in realization and then coyly snuggled closer to Una. "Our little Momo is so smart. I admire you so much, Tilda." Una tapped her head slightly, somewhat annoyed. "Don't try this on me. You only get away with it towards your family, like Amador. I'm not. Aren't you going to accept my flirting? I'm so beautiful, aren't you at least a little moved?" Destiny batted her watery eyes at Una, her upward slanted eyes resembling a seductive fox, radiating intense charm. "Why should I be moved by another woman? Do you think Gavriel isn't attractive enough to me?" Destiny rubbed her face dejectedly. "Fine, I admit I'm not as charming as Gavriel, but you can't deny my beautiful appearance." Una naturally nodded. "I admit you're a dumb beauty. Eat quickly, the milk is still warm, best to drink it now." Destiny got a bit of consolation and waved her hand, running over to sit beside Amador to eat obediently. No one spoke during breakfast, leaving only faint chewing sounds in the cave, along with the sound of rain tapping against the plastic sheeting. Outside the cave, everything was white and hazy, with fog serving as a cover for any potential danger. Una squinted toward the outside, sensing the upcoming challenge. Those semi-infected wouldn't be much trouble for them, but whatever had infected these creatures was surely no ordinary enemy. Mutated plants lurking in the fog could strike suddenly, catching most off guard, merely shocking them and leaving wounds needing hasty treatment. But realizing the changes in one's body later on would already be too late. She tugged at Gavriel's sleeve. "Use your mental barrier to envelop all of us. I still feel there's some danger. Mutated plants can hide in the dense fog, attacking any time. Better safe than sorry." Gavriel wiped breadcrumbs from her face. "Don't worry. On the first day in the mountains, I already protected everyone. We'll get through this safely." Reassured by this, Una laid back on a rocking chair she brought out, her feet near an air conditioner blowing warm air, gradually raising the temperature inside. Outside, thick fog obscured the view. Initially, tree shadows were visible, but now everything seemed shrouded in mist, limiting visibility to just a few meters. As time ticked by, the group of people finally could no longer contain their anxious hearts, and one by one they stealthily made their way around the mountain cave. Gavriel naturally sensed their presence and nodded toward Una, signaling the situation outside the cave. Those people's actions were truly hard to predict. If not for Gavriel's reminder, Una wouldn't have noticed that they had already hidden outside. She abruptly stood up from the rocking chair and gave Gavriel a nod. Immediately, people were controlled by mental force and dragged into the cave one after another. Some tried to escape but failed to outrun Gavriel's mental power. Every single person was captured without exception. Una counted each one. There were 23 in total, making it exactly 24 with Brianna. She sighed with some frustration and kicked the nearest man to the ground. You guys are impressive. Do we five mean so much to you? That you'd come here in such numbers to surround us? The man who had delivered the note to Brianna was on the ground. His body was already decaying, not much different from a newly transformed low-level zombie, but he still retained his consciousness and thoughts. You all know, right? Una nodded, her palm facing him, instantly activating her dark elemental ability. Although he had become a semi-infected, the energy within him was real. To her, it was an excellent means to enhance her abilities. Feeling his nearly depleted strength about to be sucked dry, he moved fearfully, trying to run towards the entrance of the cave, but he was entirely controlled by mental force, unable to put up any resistance. Please, spare me. I didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to live, to keep everyone alive. The man's wrinkled, decaying flesh began to deteriorate faster, his pupils scattering, clearly becoming a zombie was imminent. Una drained the last of his abnormal energy and then threw a ball of lightning, sending him to his death. Seeing the black pile of ashes on the ground, the others who were still cursing fell silent, leaving the cave utterly quiet. Chapter 151, Suffering is Right. Una's abnormal ability had once again risen significantly, and she felt quite pleased with herself, letting out a very satisfied sigh. Shout, why aren't any of you shouting? The semi-infected individuals all fell silent, not daring to speak. Una naturally understood what this group of people was thinking. They just borrowed someone else's life. It wasn't as if they would really let that person die, which was why they acted so recklessly. But these people never thought about whether the ones from whom they stole life were willing. Una's dark energy ability could absorb all forms of energy, whether human or zombie, none could escape. They ultimately turned into corpses under her hand. She stepped forward a few paces, and a black vortex appeared in the palm of her hand, from which emerged 23 tendrils. The tendrils connected to each semi-infected person's brain, mercilessly absorbing all their energy into her body. Lacking vitality support, their bodies became more zombie-like, cloudy eyes, decaying skin, even more revolting than newly mutated zombies. Una paused her dark energy and dragged over a small stool to sit in front of these not quite human, not quite zombie creatures. How does it feel now, having your life snatched away? Does it feel good? Those who lacked sufficient vitality were already fully zombified and quickly dispatched by Alanis's blade without wasting time. Una curled her lips toward them, then casually chopped off another zombie's head with a knife. Suffering? Good, that's exactly what you deserve. She signaled to Alanis, and soon the sound of heads falling came one after another. Una walked towards Adira, bound tightly with thick hemp rope like a dumpling, unable to move at all. She had also lost much vitality to Una and was on the verge of mutating. Save me, I don't want to die, don't want to become a monster. Her vision was blurred, her mind foggy, and upon seeing Una, her first instinct was to bite. Where were you infected? Una tapped Adira's decayed cheek lightly with the back of her knife, waiting for an answer. Mutated plants typically had their own attack ranges, unlike mutated animals which could move freely. They remained rooted in one place, expanding their range continually. Thus, to avoid risk, she needed only to bypass where these people had been bitten. Adira's mind was already sluggish, thinking for a moment before speaking. Telling you, will let me eat. Una still smiled but did not reply. The knife in her hand twitched anxiously. Zombie's perception of danger made Adira retreat. She tried to think, then suddenly remembered the place. Zone 3. Then came a roar, as she had fully mutated, losing all traces of human consciousness. Una ended her life instantly and looked at the scattered bodies inside the cave. Fanning away the foul air in front of her face, a power grid descended from the sky, turning all the corpses into ashes. The source of the rotten smell in the cave finally vanished. Amador swept up all the garbage with a broom and dumped it outside the cave. Una observed the rain outside. It was still raining but better than yesterday, now just drizzling, though the mist remained dense. She packed everything in the cave and woke Boyd, who was frozen with fear. Let's go, we need to continue moving forward. Even if we can't get out, you should pick more medicinal herbs. Boyd propped up his almost dropping jaw, carefully glanced at Una, and quickly packed his belongings. Alanis found it amusing. Una, look what you've done to him, don't use such terrifying methods next time. Una finished packing and embraced Alanis. Don't talk, weren't you brutal enough just now? They exchanged smiles, put on raincoats and boots, and walked out. Una worried about getting lost again and pulled out some hemp rope from her pocket, tying it to a tree near the cave. They followed the rope, adding more when it ran out. At least this way, they would have a sufficiently warm place to rest and sleep at night. Otherwise, they would only be able to set up a tent beneath the shrubs, which was far from as good as the conditions in the cave. They didn't hesitate and continued moving forward, with Boyd still being protected in the middle while Una and Gavriel were at the back holding the hemp rope. The group walked with frequent stops, weaving through the dense mist, unable to determine any direction. Once Boyd started working, he would discard all from his mind, remaining as quiet as a wooden post, quietly collecting various rare herbs from the ground. Their journey proved quite fruitful. Occasionally, they could spot a few mutated animals. Although these creatures showed intentions to attack, they were quickly dealt with by either Alanis or Amador. Una found today's situation somewhat surprising since they had been inside the mountain for 3 full days, and this was the first time they encountered such mutated flora and fauna. Though the attacks weren't very powerful, it signified that their current environment wasn't safe, prompting everyone to increase their vigilance. Walking at the back, Una was just attaching a new piece of hemp rope when a dark shadow suddenly lunged towards her. Gavriel was extremely fast, and since Una was already protected by a mental barrier, she suffered no harm. This creature was immediately incapacitated by Gavriel using mental force, now lying silently on the ground, clearly dead beyond any doubt. After securing the hemp rope, Una squatted down to examine this small creature, but couldn't identify what it was. It had wings that hung loosely on its sides, and its legs were 3 times the length of its body, with sharp claws gleaming under the flashlight. Another mutated monster that's unrecognizable. I'm pretty impressed it managed to become so ugly on its own. Una took out a dagger to slit open its brain, then extracted a tiny crystal core. Its rank wasn't high, similar to a level 1 zombie, which was why Gavriel was able to kill it so easily. She happily stored the crystal core in her space, and the group resumed walking in one direction. Chapter 152, Hunting Mutated Rabbits. In the dense forest, it was difficult to determine direction. No one dared to change their target recklessly, they only dared to walk in one direction. The ground was muddy and wet, with a pungent smell of rain and soil that made everyone more alert. The trees here were unlike any they had seen before, lush and flourishing as if they had never been affected by harsh conditions. The leaves were shiny and oily. Una didn't dare touch anything around her randomly, holding her cane firmly and moving cautiously, afraid of accidentally falling on the uneven ground. Pits and hollows filled with water from the rain dotted the uneven surface. Had they not been wearing rubber boots, it would have been nearly impossible to proceed. Gavriel gently held Una's arm, leading the 5 of them forward amidst the dense undergrowth, yet seeing nothing but an endless thicket. Fog enveloped everything, rendering their compass useless, making them wander aimlessly like headless flies. As they continued along their chosen path, Una unexpectedly heard a sharp, piercing scream. She turned back in fear, but found nothing, as if the sound she just heard was merely an illusion. Gavriel and Amador immediately realized something was wrong, shielding those beside them and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. However, the heavy fog greatly impacted their judgment, causing the sounds to echo in the jungle, making it impossible to pinpoint their source. Una's heart raced violently, yet she knew she couldn't panic, otherwise, they might be taken advantage of. The thick fog, light rain, and dense forest created conditions that were extremely unfavorable to them. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. The shrill cries did not cease because they paused. Instead, it seemed the creature was growing more excited, its cries penetrating their ears wave after wave. The 4 stood back to back, forming a protective circle around Boyd, facing different directions with caution. The noise grew closer, and suddenly pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the mist. Like fine rubies, they sparkled, revealing a thirst for blood visible to all. Approaching step by step, they finally exposed their true forms. Una gasped, lightning gathering in her palms, and her body instinctively stepping backward. Mutated rabbits. They were surrounded by these mutated rabbits, their fur dry and decaying, hanging in clumps, resembling ragged toys. Their blood-red eyes seemed to drip with vivid blood, staring at them intensely, with sharp fangs visible in their mouths. These creatures, far from the cute rabbits of the past, now showcased their predatory nature through their sharp fangs and claws. They were here to eat them. Una knew these things wouldn't stop until they tore them apart. However, visibility in the fog was limited to 3 meters, and who knew how many others hid within the mist. But no matter how many there were, she wouldn't let these creatures devour them without a fight. Don't hold back, take them down, every single one. Una charged forward first, the drizzle making the rabbits slippery. Her electric currents surged across their bodies, quickly wiping out a large number. However, more kept coming, filling the gaps left by those killed, the ground covered in red eyes, sending shivers up everyone's spines. Boyd was protected by 4 others. Despite his fear, he remained silent, trembling but standing still, trying not to add to their troubles. The battle lasted half an hour. Although a single energy sphere could destroy a large group of rabbits, their numbers were overwhelming, forcing a prolonged battle that stretched time considerably. Finally, the last mutated rabbit was defeated, and Una breathed a sigh of relief, checking on her teammates. Anyone injured? Everyone shook their heads. Boyd, however, stood frozen, too terrified to respond. Una gently tapped his shoulder. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? She worried that something might have bitten him while they weren't paying attention. Checking on him was essential to ensure his safety. Boyd only snapped out of his daze, staring at the mountain of mutated rabbit corpses, when she tapped him. He then spoke in a manner. I'm fine. Are you all not injured? Una, seeing that he was truly unharmed apart from being scared, finally relaxed and nodded to indicate she was also fine. A joke it would be if this Boyd, who could provide her with many benefits once back at the base, died now. It would indeed be too much of a waste. After ensuring none of them were hurt, they shifted their attention to the mutated rabbits. Una stroked her chin and then swiftly sliced open one of the mutant rabbits' heads. The crystal core inside was about the same size as those from level 1 zombies. If she could get all these crystal cores, it would be a huge profit. Una waved her hand. First, dig out the crystal cores from their heads. After we tidy everything up, let's continue on our way. After all, not taking the readily available crystal cores would be foolish. Alanis needed these cores to improve her parents' lives, so no one objected to this decision. Of course, Boyd stood rooted to the spot without touching the dead rabbits on the ground. None of the rabbits were killed by him, so naturally, he had no right to the cores. He was a very sensible person and wouldn't argue with Una over these cores just for unpleasantness. There were many rabbits, making cleanup quite troublesome, but the Fengshan team worked quickly. The mountain of mutated rabbits was soon cleaned up, with every single brain crystal core extracted. Weighing the bag of crystal cores in her hand, Alanis smiled contentedly. She knew her parents worked hard, so she always took out quite a few cores to support them and went on missions to earn more. These mutated rabbit cores would sustain her for a long time, allowing her to rest for an extended period without worrying about food supplies running out at home. Amador and Gavriel handed over all the crystal cores they collected, keeping nothing for themselves. They usually relied on their wives for daily necessities but still enjoyed a fulfilling life. Chapter 153, a completely changed situation. It was almost lunchtime, but the rain continued to pour down. Mitzi stayed at home and couldn't enjoy her meal with the rain falling. Una simply found a relatively spacious open area and casually set up a tarpaulin. Though it couldn't block the wind, it allowed them to have a simple lunch. Boyd's hands were covered with numerous small cuts from digging for herbs. The cold wind incessantly blew, causing his hands to become red, swollen, and infected. He casually chewed some herbs and applied them. The refreshing sensation instantly relieved the stinging pain, making him feel better. This was already the third day they were trapped in the dense forest. According to the previous plan, today would be the last day, and they should leave here directly back to the base this afternoon. Thus, the food Boyd carried was only enough for these few days. Staying longer would plunge him into a food crisis. Una's reputation in the base was also quite renowned. She owned a well-known beef noodle shop, and many of the goods in the trading area were purchased from her. In such circumstances, Boyd did not dare to ask Una for food. After all, every bite required crystal cores, and the burden on his shoulders was too heavy. He couldn't afford such luxury. When he left, he felt that entering the mountains wouldn't require any crystal cores, so he left them all at home for his wife, leaving himself penniless. If he remained trapped in the mountains much longer, death by starvation would not be far off. Thinking of this, Boyd helplessly shook his head and split the potato into 4 pieces, carefully eating one piece. He couldn't be sure when they could get out, so now he had to eat as little as possible to avoid starving to death immediately. Una was enjoying a spicy chicken leg burger. Fast food was tasty and didn't require cooking, making it very convenient. She was looking around when she suddenly saw a snow-white figure appear and then vanish into the grass. Her body had been enhanced, she never doubted what she saw or heard. So, after finishing the last bite of her burger, she stealthily followed the figure. The figure seemed huge, even bigger than the mutated rabbits they encountered earlier. Could it be another type of mutated animal? Or maybe it was the leader of those mutated rabbits. It must be more powerful, which is why its body was larger. Gavriel quickly packed up his things and followed her. He indeed sensed something nearby but thought it was too far away and showed no aggressive intent, so he didn't interrupt their lunch. Although the hood of the raincoat blocked most of the rain, the thick fog still blurred Una's vision. After running to the shrubs, she lost sight of anything. She walked around for a while, seeing nothing, then turned to leave. Gavriel stood behind her and gently grabbed her arm. "Why did you suddenly chase after that thing?" Una giggled. "I got obsessed with digging for crystal cores. If it was a super large version of a mutated rabbit, the core in its head would be worth more." Gavriel helplessly tapped her forehead and expanded his mental probing range again. Finally, he located the creature. It's not a mutated rabbit. From its appearance, it looks like a mutated wolf. His eyes seemed shrouded in mist for a moment before clearing up. Its hind legs are injured, and it hasn't healed yet for some reason. Una's eyes lit up. A mutated wolf sounded more valuable than a mutated rabbit, though hunting it would definitely be more challenging. But since it was injured, the difficulty would be greatly reduced, making it easier to obtain its crystal core. She indulged in her pleasant fantasies, and Gavriel knew exactly what she was thinking. He gently pulled her under the tarpaulin and took off her hood. "Don't think about catching that thing. The jungle is full of dense fog. What if chasing it causes you to lose your way? Now we just need to focus on finding our way out, and let's not get excited over it." Una scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed, then took another bite of a burger and gulped down a mouthful of cola. Boyd sat quietly beside them, having finished his small piece of potato. He closed his eyes, trying to resist the inviting aroma in the air. Lunchtime passed quickly. Feeling drowsy after a satisfying meal, Una sat lethargically on a small stool, suddenly missing her bed at home. But unfortunately, she chose this mission, and now even finding a way back home seemed an unreachable goal. Sighing helplessly, she got up from the small stool with Gavriel's assistance and then stored everything in her spatial pocket. The group continued on their journey. Gavriel could always detect something following them along the way, but these little creatures didn't launch any attacks, possibly due to witnessing the miserable fate of the mutated rabbits. Una was quite satisfied with this situation, skipping and hopping behind Boyd. Though she seemed relaxed, her mind was on high alert. She couldn't find a way out of this forest now. To protect Fabian and Daniela, she hadn't brought Heath out, so there were no other ways to leave. However, fortunately, the mutated animals and plants were quite wary of their abilities. Any bold one that dared to show itself was easily eliminated, and the rest, though agitated, did not dare to act rashly. The intelligence of mutated flora and fauna far surpassed that of zombies. They knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm, like Heath, who even understood the meaning of submission. How drastically the world had changed after the apocalypse. Una felt a bit sentimental as everyone continued walking forward. Suddenly, a mud-covered mutated animal appeared among the bushes. Its hind leg had a huge gash, as if pierced through by something, and the fresh red flesh was clearly visible. Gavriel whispered into Una's ear, "This is the wolf you wanted to chase earlier. There are no others around it, so you can go directly and take the crystal core." Una grew interested and handed the end of the rope to Gavriel before carefully approaching the white wolf. She indeed coveted the crystal core in its brain, but she was also intrigued by its wound. After all, the recovery ability of mutated flora and fauna was almost divine. If she could figure out what exactly injured it, future encounters with these mutants could be handled using newly developed weapons. Although injured, the mutated wolf remained very alert. The moment Una approached, it sensed her presence. Chapter 154 Injured White Wolf. The low growl immediately reached Una's ears along with the wind. Despite its severe injuries, it was not in the least bit afraid and staggered to its feet to pounce directly at Una. Gavriel used his psychic powers to press it easily onto the ground, letting the rain beat against its body but had no intention of letting go. Pained howls echoed within the dense forest as the white wolf's pair of crimson eyes turned even more eerie. It was wary of this group of outsiders and could only try to drive them away with its calls under these circumstances. Una knew it couldn't harm her, so she squatted down beside its left hind leg to carefully examine its wound. A large chunk of flesh had been torn off. The wound, already whitened by the rain, was no longer bleeding profusely. She held up an umbrella for it to keep the rain off, enabling her to observe the white wolf's condition in greater detail. Without the blurred vision caused by the curtain of rain, the white wolf seemingly sensed that Una did not intend to kill it and stopped moving around, lying still and letting Una inspect it. Its wounds looked like they were ripped off by another beast. They appear to be slowly healing. Una examined the wound closely. Though it wasn't healing quickly, new flesh was forming gradually. She was indeed curious about what had injured it to such a degree. If she could find the culprit, humans might gain a new weapon against mutant flora and fauna. Though it didn't stop them from recovering completely, it at least slowed their recovery speed and was highly effective in combat. Una looked at the white wolf's alert eyes and then asked, "Do you know where the one who injured you is?" She stared intently into its eyes, not missing the brief flashes of hate and fury. It seemed this creature, like Sheldon, understood human speech but simply didn't want to communicate. Una rubbed her chin. "If you speak, I can treat your wound and help you take revenge. But if you don't blame me for taking your crystal core and ending your life." She smiled sweetly. "I know you can understand me. You can make your own choice. I won't interfere too much. However, it would definitely be better to have our help in avenging yourself rather than going alone. And if you don't agree, you won't survive." The white wolf moved its injured hind leg in pain, glaring at Una angrily. Was this giving him a choice? This was clearly a threat. It had no other option but to ally with these humans. Reluctantly, the white wolf turned its head away. Although it couldn't fight Una directly, it didn't want to join forces with creatures that were part of its food chain. Did a wise and capable white wolf like itself have to team up with appetizers? What would the other mutant beasts in the forest think? It would have to forever hunt with its head lowered. Una wasn't blind. She saw the wolf's reluctance and anger but wasn't angry either. She took out a sharp tang knife from her pocket space and swung it mercilessly towards the wolf's head. The whooshing sound of cutting air was abruptly interrupted by the wolf's sharp howl, which now carried tones of submission and even a tremor. Only then did Una put the tang knife back into her pocket space, lightly patting the wolf on the head. "Why did you insist on being so stubborn earlier? In the end, you'd have to surrender anyway. Did you really need me to threaten you with a knife before you agreed? Are you some kind of masochist?" The white wolf rolled its eyes without hesitation, feeling the pressure on its body vanish. It quickly scrambled to its feet and warily distanced itself from Una by a few steps. Una didn't mind its arrogant attitude, gently rubbing her shoulder and then taking out a bottle of Yunbei by medicine from her pocket space. She stored plenty of it and generously poured it over the wolf's wound before throwing a raincoat over its body. It was best for the wound not to get wet. Though unsure whether human medicine would work on a mutant animal, Una believed in the power of psychology. She acted anyway without caring if it worked or not. The white wolf was enormous, nearly 3 meters long, making the raincoat Una had draped over it look somewhat comical. However, it did not shake off the raincoat but instead disdainfully flicked its head. This attitude made Una rather impatient. She walked forward to snatch away the raincoat, only to be lightly dodged by the white wolf. Una sneered, "You're still not badly injured enough. Your leg should have been torn off instead of just a chunk of flesh. You little thing are quite full of pride." The white wolf pretended not to understand her words, staggering ahead to lead the way while glancing around, always thinking of escaping at an opportune moment. Even using her toes, Una could guess what this creature was thinking. So she took a step forward and gave it a light kick. "I'm telling you, don't even think about running. If you dare to run, I can catch you back anytime, and the consequences will be on you. I guarantee your crystal core in your head will end up in my pocket." The white wolf shuddered, shaking its head in dissatisfaction and splashing water onto Una. Una wasn't annoyed either. She directly shot it with an electric ball. The rain-soaked fur combined with a high-voltage current caused the white wolf to collapse and twitch instantly, its tongue hanging out, looking very ridiculous. Una squatted next to it, waiting until it dizzily stood up before speaking. "Well, do you still want to defy me?" The white wolf cautiously stepped back 2 steps but also realized that Una was beyond its capability to deal with. There were stronger humans among this group, and it couldn't escape as it wished. The tiny spark of hope within it completely extinguished. Its tail hung low behind its buttocks, limping slowly ahead without trying to escape any longer. Una was very satisfied with the current situation. She took out a cup of ready-made milk tea from her pocket space and held it, sipping it while casually handing another cup to Alanis. The sweet fragrance of the milk tea indeed improved one's mood. Alanis enjoyed a sip contentedly and then whispered beside Una's ear. "Are you planning to tame this wolf like Sheldon?" Chapter 155 How to Deal with This Guy. Una paused at the words, then gently shook her head. "This wolf is too rebellious. It's different from number 6, that mild-mannered mutant plant. If I really raise it, I'll be responsible for its behavior. If it escapes and eats someone while I'm not paying attention, I'll probably regret it deeply." Una felt it wasn't worth it just imagining the scenario and waved her hand in disdain. "I only want to follow this wolf to find out what hurt it. If I can get a potion that delays the recovery of mutant animals, I can have another trump card in the future." Alanis naturally understood the implications and nodded contentedly after sipping her milk tea. "Actually, that sounds pretty good. But can you ask if the wolf knows how to get out of the forest? We've been trapped for so long, and I think I might even be getting rheumatism." Alanis bent over and tapped her knees with lingering fear. "Let me tell you, it's always raining in the mountains, damp and unsuitable for living. Besides, my parents are still outside. I must find a way to go home." Una gave her an assuring look. "Don't worry, it's a minor issue. Even if the wolf doesn't want to lead us, there are other intelligent mutant animals, right? I don't believe we have no way out." Alanis leaned happily on Una's shoulder, wiggling coquettishly. "Still, our Mo is reliable. What would I do without you?" Una was used to Alanis's playful nature and remained silent until she finished before turning away. The white wolf led the way, and the group followed deep into the dense forest, only to find themselves approaching the rock walls, even spotting the initial cave they lived in. Una instantly felt an inexplicable sense of horror as a bad premonition surged in her heart. Could the thing that harmed the white wolf be the same as what caused Adira and her people to mutate? Una swallowed, yet her curiosity about the substance that could slow down the recovery of mutant animals pushed her to follow. She handed the hemp rope to Alanis. "Just follow the cliff in the opposite direction, and you'll see where we rested last night. You 3 wait there while Gavriel and I scout ahead. If it's dangerous, you leave immediately." Amador understood Una's intention and connected the wolf's injury with Adira's mutation. He steadied his gaze. "I'll go with you. As a metal-type ability user, I have higher defense. If anything happens, I won't be affected." As a team member, he wouldn't agree to let Gavriel and Una venture alone. Alanis stepped forward, speaking up. "Fire overcomes wood, as you know. Although it's raining, my power still poses a threat to mutant plants. Don't keep leaving me behind." Una looked helplessly at them, while Boyd at the back raised his hand. "Well, maybe you should go. I'd just be a burden. I'll wait at the cave directly." Seeing that Alanis and Amador had no intention of leaving, Una reluctantly nodded, letting Boyd take shelter in the cave. The 4 members of the Windfall team continued advancing. The white wolf led the way, but they could feel its pace increasing. It seemed its leg wound was almost fully healed. Following along the cliff, a tree stump cut in half appeared, presumably a marker left by Adira's group. Apart from that, they saw a willow tree with ink-green leaves swaying in the wind. The rain washed the leaves to a glossy green, indicating it was poisonous. Una clicked her tongue twice and noticed the white wolf clenching its teeth and growling, ready to pounce on the mutant willow. "Wolf brother, calm down. If you die, who will guide me out?" Una sighed and pulled the wolf back by its tail. The wolf bared its teeth in dissatisfaction but was instantly cowed by Una's cold smirk, quickly lying obediently at her feet. Gavriel watched as the mutant willow began abnormally waving its branches and warily enveloped everyone, including their temporary teammate, the white wolf. The mutant willow tree was clearly not an easy foe. Upon seeing the white wolf, its old and new grudges instantly resurfaced, launching an all-out attack without any preliminaries. Gavriel's mental blade cut through the waving willow branches in one swift move. Alanis also ignited the mutant willow tree with her power, while Amador hurled a dense cluster of metal blades. The coordinated attacks overwhelmed the mutant willow tree. Una stood behind everyone, accumulating energy by controlling the electric current around her body. In her mind, she called for the system's assistance. "Can you help me extract the venom inside this guy?" "Sure, but the host needs to pay 1,000 second-grade crystals. Una gritted her teeth. "Are you taking advantage of my situation? Would the host like to proceed with the payment?" Una was thoroughly worn out by the system's persistence and chose to pay immediately. She then directed the electric sphere at the mutant willow tree. The wildly growing willow branches abruptly stopped, but the mutant willow tree's body began to twist under everyone's attacks and finally fell silent. Una stepped forward and extracted the crystal core from the mutant willow tree, whose decaying body collapsed on the ground. Looking at the 1,000 bottles of extracted medicine in her spatial pocket, Una felt greatly relieved. She handed the crystal core directly to Alanis. She already had the medicine. Keeping the crystal core would be pointless. Although she couldn't tell Alanis about the existence of the medicine, she didn't want her friend to suffer any loss. Alanis initially refused to accept it but eventually put it in her pocket under Una's insistence. Then she curiously glanced at the white wolf squatting nearby. "What do you plan to do with this guy?" Una turned to look at the white wolf. It hadn't done much, yet now that their biggest enemy was dealt with, it could presumably roam freely in the forest. She stroked her chin, deciding that even if it wanted to roam freely, it had to wait until after they left. Currently, its task was to lead them out of the forest. Una walked up to the white wolf and stopped 3 meters away. We've helped you solve a problem. You should return the favor by leading us out of this forest, right? Chapter 156, You Finally Came. Faulkner tossed his head with a hint of coquettish pride, spinning around like a victorious general before turning his backside to Una. His bushy tail wagged incessantly, making Una feel a little itchy inside. Although Faulkner was indeed arrogant and not particularly likable, its appearance was something that Una, who had a weakness for furry creatures, couldn't resist. Many mutated animals had grown larger in size along with multiple mutations across their bodies. Just like the mutated bird they had seen earlier, it could send chills down one's spine just by looking at it. But Faulkner's body lines were extremely smooth. His snow-white fur was fluffy and sleek. Though its sharp fangs were quite intimidating, they weren't overly terrifying. Una never deprived herself of anything she wanted. She grabbed Faulkner's tail and played with it, teasing the fur against its natural direction until the wolf whined pitifully. Yet it knew well that it wasn't a match for this group of people. As an intelligent mutant wolf, it needed to remain calm and endure when necessary. Seeing it standing still obediently, Una reluctantly stopped after a while, patting its head gently. Come on, lead us to the cave to find the others, then take us out of here. She was in a good mood, which softened her tone, making her more patient with Faulkner's proud demeanor. If you can guide us out of here, I can give you some crystal cores as snacks. After all, in this dense forest, crystal cores could only be obtained after hard-fought battles against various mutated plants and animals, which was by no means an easy feat for survival. The reason Faulkner suffered such severe injuries was due to its greed for the mutated willow tree's crystal core. But both sides had their own formidable skills. The mutated willow had been rooted in one place for a long time, and with its special toxins, it had caught Faulkner off guard. With Una's promise, Faulkner nodded its head vigorously, then took the lead. Its rank was high enough to intimidate other creatures intending to attack Una and the rest, so they didn't encounter any particular dangers along the way. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, Boyd was trembling, holding a dagger vigilantly. Seeing Una finally put his mind at ease. You finally came. I was terrified being here alone. Though his voice trembled, he forced himself to stay calm. Still, seeing Faulkner made his legs buckle instantly. Amador helped him up. Then they all followed behind Faulkner into the woods. It moved quickly but adjusted its pace to match Una's, occasionally glancing back to make sure no one had fallen behind. Light rain continued, and Una, wearing stiff rubber boots, felt increasingly fatigued, knocking on her sore back. This weather easily dampened one's spirits, especially on slippery paths, where even a short walk could make one break out in a sweat. If Una was already feeling this way, Boyd, trudging at the end of the line, clutched his precious toolbox tightly in his arms, almost fainting from exhaustion. Nevertheless, they had to keep moving forward. Gabrielle directly carried Una piggyback style, cautiously walking step by step. Una leaned softly on his shoulder, her voice filled with heavy weariness. Gabrielle, if you're tired, put me down, don't push yourself. Gabrielle chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly but said nothing. Alanis also climbed onto Amador's back. Despite carrying 2 pairs of lovers, their pace didn't slow, leaving only Boyd struggling desperately to catch up, nearly running his legs off. He opened his mouth wide to ask them to slow down but choked on cold air, swallowing painfully and continuing his agonizing small steps. Faulkner walked steadily, leading the team, which moved fast yet took over half a day to follow Faulkner out of the forest. Looking at the broken road hidden in darkness, Una jumped off Gabrielle's back, running energetically to Faulkner. She rummaged through her storage space, taking out lower-grade crystal cores, putting them in a jute bag and tossing them onto Faulkner's back. Thank you this time. We may meet again someday. She patted its large head lightly and pulled out an SUV from her storage space. Although it was now night, eager to leave, they decided not to linger further. The headlights flared suddenly, and Una waved to Faulkner before starting the car and driving away. Alanis fell into a deep sleep in Amador's arms, utterly exhausted, while Gabrielle dozed in the passenger seat. After being trapped for so long, Una naturally understood that everyone was exhausted both physically and mentally. She naturally sped up the car heading towards the Shihang base. The distance wasn't too far, but for safety reasons, she drove cautiously, stopping to observe the situation from time to time. It wasn't until midnight that they finally reached the entrance of the base. The night guards were patrolling when they discovered their presence and conducted blood tests. Upon finding no issues, they promptly let them through. Alanis sniffed at her clothes with some disdain and then groaned in distress. I haven't been able to take a shower for days. I can't stand myself anymore. Una also touched her greasy hair, unable to help it. After all, in the mountains, things were not like at home. Trying to enter the space to take a shower would inevitably be noticed, and once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. She patted Alanis's shoulder in a comforting manner. It's a small problem. Once we're home, you can have a good wash. What's the big deal? Let's rest well for a while. Once we've recovered, we'll treat ourselves to a big meal together. Only then did Alanis become interested. Everyone chattered as they walked towards home. Boyd left the group and arranged the next visit to the research institute with Una. Una was indeed tired and decided to meet him at the institute 3 days later. Boyd readily agreed and headed home with his toolbox. He had been away for many days, and his family must be worried sick. Now the most important thing was to return home and report he was safe. The medicinal herbs stored in Una's space were handed over to the staff at the entrance, who would ensure the items were delivered to the institute. All Una needed now was a good rest. First, she went to apartment 501 to reassure Alanis's parents that they were safe. Then she quickly returned home and entered the space to wash up, tossing her clothes into the washing machine. Gabrielle wanted to join Una for a bath, but she mercilessly refused him and sent him to another bathroom. Although Gabrielle didn't feel particularly tired after all these days, Una felt completely drained. All she wanted was a good sleep, leaving everything else for after she woke up. Chapter 157, Today I'm the Boss. After finishing her nighttime routine, it was already 3 in the morning when Una finally fell asleep. She woke up at 9 in the evening, feeling a bit disoriented and getting up from bed with a rumbling stomach. She looked at the time with some confusion, sitting on the bed still slightly dazed, unsure of what time it actually was. Gabrielle sensed the commotion inside the room, gently knocked on the door, and after receiving Una's permission, walked in holding a bowl of kanji. The sweet aroma instantly filled Una's nostrils. It was her favorite 8 treasure porridge, now cooked to a savory consistency that immediately whetted her appetite. When did you wake up? Una asked somewhat indistinctly as she sipped the kanji. Gabrielle used a tissue to wipe the corners of her mouth, his eyes brimming with affection that couldn't be more obvious, his grey loungewear softening the usual aloofness about him. I got up at 11:30 this morning. Figured you wouldn't wake up, so I made some porridge for you. Una was fully covered in her cotton pajamas, which had become somewhat wrinkled from the night's wear. Now, her collarbone peeked out slightly with every movement. A bowl of kanji soon disappeared down her throat. Una, satisfied, handed the empty bowl to Gabrielle, then patted her belly contentedly while lying back on the bed. It's really good. It made me sleepy again right after waking up. She rubbed her face sleepily, suddenly stood up energetically, and rushed into the space to wash up. Having been too hungry, she had just drank the porridge without washing up first, but felt uneasy not having freshened up. Gabrielle naturally also had access. The moment he saw Una disappear, he followed her in. Standing at the bathroom doorway, he watched Una applying skincare products, their pleasant fragrance wafting to his nose. Seemingly by chance, he came behind Una and slowly embraced her waist, bending deeply and shielding her completely with his broad back. His arrival impacted Una's actions to some extent, but she understood Gabrielle's daily clinging behavior and didn't refuse. After quickly finishing her skincare routine, she headed to the ranch nearby. The young animals she had raised earlier were now grown, frolicking happily within the farm's enclosure, and the dairy cows stood calmly, grazing on fresh grass. Una gleefully harvested dozens of eggs and processed the fully grown roosters, instantly obtaining neatly prepared ingredients. Thanks to the processing workshop built recently, all sorts of items could be automatically processed for free as long as raw materials were provided. Whether food or weapons, everything met Una's expectations perfectly. She threw seasoning and chicken pieces into the machine. Soon, a fragrant stir-fried green pepper chicken appeared before her. It looked and smelled absolutely appetizing, making Una instinctively swallow her saliva. She tore off a drumstick and offered it to Gabrielle. Taste how it is. The processing workshop can choose flavors. It must be very delicious. No sooner had she passed the drumstick to him than she eagerly grabbed one for herself. After they both took a bite, they gave a big thumbs up in surprise. While Gabrielle indeed cooked well, it couldn't match the all-intelligent machine of the processing workshop, nor produce dishes entirely to Una's liking. There will be even more delicious things in the future. Gabrielle, you're going to lose your charm here. Una laughed as she continued munching on the chicken leg, enjoying a sumptuous dinner happily. Gabrielle wasn't annoyed, he simply watched Una's smiling face lovingly, his eyes full of love. They finished the whole chicken between them. Una took a swig of cola to cut the greasiness, then went around checking on her fish pond and farm before strolling out of the space with Gabrielle. Back in bed, she leisurely watched TV, enjoying red sugar sticky rice cakes freshly made by Gabrielle, eating them one by one with great pleasure. Gabrielle was especially attentive today, bringing her water, fruit platters, and massaging her whenever needed. Una enjoyed it thoroughly, sprawled on the pillow watching TV and pointing to her lower back. It's a little sore here, probably from overwork recently. My shoulders and calves are also uncomfortable. Gabrielle, the massage therapist, helped rub those sore spots, Una enjoying it immensely while occasionally guiding his movements. A bit higher, a bit to the left, don't press so hard, it hurts. She clutched the tablet happily, oblivious to the fact that Gabrielle's gaze darkened, laced with desire she feared most to see. She was engrossed in watching TV, but when she finally noticed, she found herself already embraced by Gabrielle, his slightly rough large palm wreaking havoc on the skin around her waist. Una turned her head to meet Gabrielle's gaze and instantly saw what was about to happen from his eyes, a thought flashing through her mind. Gabrielle, don't you think I should have a chance to counterattack? Her eyes sparkled brightly, with a hint of coquettishness at the corners, full of gentle pleading. Gabrielle licked his lips, which weren't dry, yet still felt unbearably hot all over, his hands gradually wandering uncontrollably. Una anxiously held his hands down, her body had softened, but she still managed to maintain eye contact with him. Okay or not? Seeing the plea in her eyes, Gabrielle suppressed his urge fiercely and then lay down on the bed helplessly. You know, I've never been able to refuse you. Una rolled her eyes upon hearing this. She didn't know who had blocked out her cries of refusal earlier. She steadied her breathing, picked up a hair tie, and tied up her long hair that was scattered over her shoulders. Gabrielle's hands automatically grabbed her slender waist, but were mercilessly slapped away in the next moment. I'm the boss today. Do you understand what it means to be the boss? Don't touch me, don't move, got it? Gabriel always indulged her, and even when his hands were pushed away, he wasn't annoyed. He obediently put his hands down, though his gaze couldn't be pulled away from her. It started raining outside the window at some point, making the windows shake slightly, but the storm was kept out, leaving only the heated atmosphere inside growing more intimate. Una truly experienced what it meant not to trust men's words. Gabriel indeed didn't move, but his telepathic power manipulated her mercilessly. She, who should have been in control, was now crying and shaking her head in refusal. Her voice intermittently echoed, as Gabriel kissed her tenderly and gently wiped away the tears rolling down her cheeks. Led by him, feeling everything beyond her capacity, Una gradually lost consciousness in the midst of her dazed state. Chapter 158, starting from today. The temperature had plummeted sharply, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the windows. The rain that kept pouring down seemed to linger, hanging on the icy surface. Una opened her slightly sore eyes with bewilderment. Surprisingly, the man beside her didn't wake up too early today but was lying quietly next to her. She struggled to move her limbs, wincing as she sat up from the bed, hardly believing the small red marks scattered across her body. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she raised her leg to kick Gabriel, but her body seemed uncontrolled, falling downward almost off the bed. In a panic, someone steadied her firmly. Una, however, didn't look pleased. Her voice hoarse, she said, "Gabriel, are you a dog?" Gabriel gently massaged her collarbone, placing a light kiss on the tender skin he couldn't help but cherish. "It's my fault. I didn't control my strength well. It won't happen again." His hands caressed Una's shoulder blades, his fingertips lingering on her smooth back, while his head buried itself in her slender neck, lightly biting it. "Is it okay now?" Una squinted her eyes, instinctively trying to fight back, only to find herself easily restrained once more. This time, Gabriel didn't bother asking. He simply sealed her lips with a kiss, suppressing both her anger and panting. "No. Gabriel, I'm getting mad." Una's hoarse voice barely came out, weak yet filled with suppressed anger. She pulled her hands back, pressing them against Gabriel's chest to stop him from advancing. "I'm exhausted." Gabriel brushed away the stray hairs from her forehead, his thin lips slightly curved. His large palms effortlessly caught her slender waist. "I'm not tired at all." "Why are you tired?" Feeling somewhat ashamed, Una wrapped herself in the blanket like a cocoon. "It's your lack of self-control. Now you're asking me about it." Gabriel paused for a moment, then chuckled helplessly before heading into the bathroom. The sound of water trickling started. Only then did Una sigh in relief, hurriedly entering her space to soak in a bath, trying to ease her physical discomfort. Though she could enjoy it to some extent, too much was unbearable. Gabriel, on the other hand, seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Una sighed helplessly, gently rubbing the red marks on her neck, finally resorting to wearing a high-necked sweater before leaving her space. Gabriel had already prepared breakfast. When Una took the plate from him, she immediately felt how cold his hands were and instantly understood what the bathroom water sound was for. She coughed awkwardly. "The water heater I installed isn't for cold showers. It's winter. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Gabriel glanced at her, his clear eyes lingering on her tightly wrapped neck. "If you had better stamina, perhaps I wouldn't need it." Una felt even more embarrassed by this comment and lowered her head to eat, determined not to continue the conversation. A knock sounded at the door. Alanis stood outside, yawning, dressed in a military coat and wearing a scarf for warmth. Seeing how frequently she yawned and the visible dark circles under her eyes, Una felt a pang of sympathy. "What happened? Didn't you rest well last night?" Alanis glanced at Una's high-necked sweater and then saw Gabriel sitting at the table with a happy expression. She smirked helplessly. "You make it sound like you rested well last night." Una looked at her tightly wrapped neck, thinking of her own high-necked sweater, and smiled awkwardly before leading her inside to sit down. "Where's Amador? Why didn't she come over to play with you?" Una handed her a cup of hot water. The room was warm with the air conditioner on, so she helped take off Alanis's military coat but left the scarf alone. With a hoarse voice full of dissatisfaction, Alanis replied, "She's doing laundry at home. I didn't let her come. She should be here soon." Una didn't press further, leaning her head on Alanis's shoulder and pulling out a small cake from her space. Decorated with fruits of various sizes, it looked exquisite, and the sweet smell of cream instantly filled her nostrils. Alanis's tired eyes brightened. "This cake looks so delicious." She rubbed her hands and took the fork from Una, savoring a piece. Una beamed proudly. This cake was specially made in the workshop, with its appearance and sweetness precisely controlled by her, ensuring it would meet her taste perfectly. The two sat on the sofa chatting about everything under the sun, while Gabriel tidied up the bed and hung out the freshly washed sheets to dry. He then collected the trash, waiting for Una to take it into her space for selling. After everything was cleaned up, the knock on the door sounded again. Outside stood Amador, brimming with energy. He seemed to be in a great mood, greeting Gabriel happily before sticking by Alanis like a piece of chewing gum, refusing to leave her side like an unshakable koala. Una felt a bit awkward, as if she had become a glaringly bright light bulb. She looked at Gabriel helplessly, signaling him to carry her back to the bedroom. It wasn't that she was being picky. Right now, she had a sore waist, aching back, and cramping legs. Even as a mutant, she couldn't recover easily from this. Naturally, Gabriel, the instigator of this situation, was responsible for her daily activities. Una clicked her tongue and clung to Gabriel's back, who gently placed her on the bed. But once the door was closed, he showed no intention of leaving. Una wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, yawned, and lay down tiredly, showing no interest in acknowledging Gabrielle. But the other person gradually approached and then lay down next to her. You've always said you want to exercise. Why don't we start today? Una looked at Gabrielle, thought for a moment, and then replied, no problem. She was indeed feeling a bit lazy, but the future living environment would only become more harsh. Now was the time to improve herself properly. Seeing Una agree, Gabrielle peeled her out of the blanket, pulled her into his arms, his eyes betraying some calculation. After all, improving Una's physical fitness would also bring him numerous benefits. The two watched a few movies in bed before it was time for lunch. Una was carried out again and placed on the sofa. She tapped the transparent screen and asked everyone if they wanted to have hot pot for lunch. With the weather being so cold, everyone had been craving something warm ever since their time in the mountains. Naturally, there were no refusals. Alanis pushed Amador away again, excitedly jumping over to hug Una. Give me another plate of baby bok choy. Una naturally agreed and proceeded to pull out the delicious food from her space in a steady stream. Chapter 159, Can you stop being suspicious? At the dinner table, everyone was discussing their future plans. After all, one must always look forward. Idling away time within the base wasn't a viable long-term solution. Una intended to regularly take on high-paying missions and seize this period to learn herb cultivation techniques at the research institute. Later on, she could cultivate and sell them in her space. Gabrielle, who served as Una's bodyguard and constant follower, naturally agreed with everything Una said. He kept serving her dishes while nodding vigorously. Alanis planned to help out at the beef noodle shop with her parents, go on missions with Una during spare time, utilizing scattered moments for miscellaneous tasks. This way, days would pass by quickly. Amador had almost identical thoughts to Gabrielle, and thus similar to Alanis, he didn't need to be mentioned separately. It was the second day back at the base. After lunch, Una dressed neatly and headed to the trading area with Gabrielle to deliver goods. She stayed for quite some time. Some stores that were doing good business had run out of stock and excitedly welcomed her arrival. Una hurriedly retrieved items from her space. By the time she finished, it was already evening, and she visited the beef noodle shop. There were plenty of people inside, servers were busy working like bees, and the delicious scent filled every corner, which made her somewhat hungry. Taking out a bowl of noodles from her space, there were no empty seats left on the first floor, so she went upstairs and found a place to sit. People around glanced over curiously. After all, Una was a well-known survivor in the base, and her every move was watched closely, like a giant panda. Not long after she arrived, Fabian approached, relieved after seeing the bowl in front of her. How come you're here today? Did Gabrielle come too? Where's that little Lingxue? Not still sleeping at home, is she? Una waved her hands quickly. She has gotten up and tied it up. I came here after we had lunch together. Fabian smiled but saw how busy the shop was, realizing Una wouldn't have any trouble with food. He gave her a nod and returned to his duties. Gabrielle noticed the slightly greasy table and pulled out a cloth from his space, gently wiping it. The business here is indeed thriving. You could be considered the richest person in the base now. Want to consider supporting me? He laughed lightly, but there was deep attachment and love in his eyes. Una fed him a piece of beef. Aren't I already supporting you? Gabrielle laughed again. What if you get tired of me halfway through and don't want me anymore? In that case, you'll find ways to please me, making me feel something fresh. Una grinned widely. Like crystal cores, each one feels new to me. As long as you give me crystal cores, I can support you for life. Gabrielle narrowed his eyes. Is that all you aspire for? Una sipped the soup indifferently. Why not? Crystal cores are most important now. What else should I pursue? Gabrielle nodded. That makes sense, but aren't I more charming than crystal cores in your eyes? Don't talk about this in public, it makes me feel embarrassed. Una stood up, covering his mouth, then sighed and dragged him out. He didn't get upset. Instead, he followed with a smile on his lips, letting his clothes change shape under her pull. Are we going home? You still seem uncomfortable. I can massage you. Gabrielle pointed at her neck wrapped in a turtleneck sweater and said, if you refuse, you might be in pain tomorrow. Una eyed him warily. No need. I will start studying at the research institute in a day or two. For now, I plan to read books and study fundamental knowledge to lay a solid foundation. Gabrielle chuckled helplessly, gently holding her cold hand in his. I'm not a bad person. If I say I'll massage you, I will. Though he charged a fee, his service attitude was always commendable. They returned home amid playful bickering. Alanis and Amador had already left after cleaning up. The house felt unusually empty and lacked warmth. Una changed into a fluffy pajama and sprawled on the sofa, propping up a small table to watch shows. Gabrielle, shall we have Peking duck for dinner? She swallowed hard. On the screen, a plate of sliced roast duck appeared, perfectly cut to medium thickness. The spring pancakes next to it looked soft and translucent, with the aroma seemingly wafting out through the screen. Eat. Gabrielle naturally saw what was on Una's screen and was more than happy to go along with her suggestion. However, ever since Una's space shop opened, he seemed to have hardly needed to cook anymore. Gabrielle felt a bit conflicted. After all, he wasn't of much use to Una. In terms of combat ability, Una's talent surpassed his by quite a bit. She just started later because of the reawakening of her abilities. When it came to wealth, the crystal cores in Una's space were piled up like a small mountain, and the items in the store were plentiful. It was very convenient for anything she wanted to buy. She was brave, strategic, and capable, while he seemed to offer no real help to her. Would there come a day when Una would leave him? Time relentlessly moved forward, and he would eventually grow old, his appearance one day becoming aged and unappealing. How could he retain Una's affection then? A thick sense of unease filled Gavriel's heart. He walked over to Una and hugged her tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very being. Gavriel, what's wrong? Una, noticing his slightly curly hair, keenly sensed his restlessness. He shook his head pretending nothing was amiss, but sighed helplessly near her ear. I'm just afraid that after I grow old and lose my charm, you won't look at me anymore. Una kept her eyes on the screen, absent-mindedly petting his head. That's nonsense. Even if you get old, you'll still be a handsome old man. Besides, you're not much older than me. By the time your hair turns white, I won't be in any better shape. At that time, let's not reject each other. Feeling Una's heartbeat, Gavriel held her close, their heartbeats gradually resonating together. Will you really never abandon me, even if I'm of no use to you and my appearance can no longer attract you? Una lowered her head and gave him a light kiss. I won't abandon you. You make it sound like I'm some sort of scum girl. I've already taken your purity. Naturally, I'll take responsibility for you. Don't be suspicious, okay? Chapter 160, The one who falls in love first loses completely. Una gently patted Gavriel's head. Actually, I should thank you too. Having been with you for so long, it seems like you never had any demands on me. You've always unconditionally tolerated me. I'm very grateful for your unwavering support. Since we're a couple, I won't reject you based on other conditions either. She raised her hand to lift his chin and after closely studying him, she planted a light kiss on his lips. Besides, even when you get old, you'll still be a handsome grandpa. Gavriel stared intently at Una's rosy lips, then suddenly lifted her from the sofa and threw her directly onto the large bed in the bedroom. Una looked somewhat frightened at the man before her who was now unbuttoning his shirt, watching as his muscular and chiseled abs made her swallow hard. I just comforted you nicely. Are you now going to do this to me, Gavriel? She opened her mouth, wanting to persuade him, but before she could speak a few words, she became a puppet in his hands. Gavriel gently nibbled on her earlobe, the warmth around her neck making her eyes unfocused. I'm just too excited and want to prove that this is real. This will make me feel very satisfied, reminding me clearly that you belong to me. Una shivered slightly, regaining some clarity but still powerless against Gavriel's actions. If you want to know if these things are true, can't you just pinch yourself? Why do you have to mess with me? Gavriel silenced her with a kiss, his tongue skillfully entering her mouth, followed by a muffled voice saying, just an excuse. It was another chaotic afternoon. Waking up the next day, Una lay in bed for almost a whole day just to recover, trying to avoid Gavriel as much as possible. Today was the day she needed to report to the research institute. After dressing neatly, including earmuffs, gloves, and a scarf, she set out early. The research institute did not allow outsiders to enter and exit casually, though Swift Team was an exception. However, the base's upper management was wary of them, allowing only Una to participate this time. Gavriel straightened her slightly messy hair, then led her through the cold wind towards the institute. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and survivors lacked adequate clothing and food. Some plants in greenhouses were even frozen to death, drastically lowering the quality of life within the base. Are you coming home for lunch or eating at the institute? Holding Una's hand, Gavriel walked with smaller steps to match her pace. Una sighed contentedly with a warm pack on her body. After thinking for a while, she said, I'll eat directly at the institute. It saves time not having to travel back and forth. Although Gavriel felt a bit disappointed, he didn't say anything, only holding her hand tighter. Then I'll pick you up in the evening. Around what time will you be back? Una wasn't sure since it was her first time going there. I don't know. You don't need to pick me up. Just prepare dinner at home. It's quite cold on the way. What fun would it be if we both got frozen? Gavriel didn't respond, changing the topic. What do you want to eat tonight? I can cook it for you and keep it warm in the pot until you come back. Una pinched his hand, her smile hidden under the mask. I want meat-stuffed pepper buns, and it would be better if served with crunchy salted vegetables. Gavriel naturally agreed. As they chatted, they arrived at the institute. Una waved at him, then ran quickly to show her pass to the guard, completing a series of card swiping and fingerprint scanning procedures while Gavriel could do nothing but wait outside. After losing sight of her completely, he finally left. He couldn't deny that his dependence on Una was much more obvious than hers on him. The one who falls in love first is a loser in all aspects, especially with his love-stricken brain. Since time reversed, they had basically been together all the time. Suddenly being apart for a whole day, Gavriel found it hard to adjust. Back home, he cleaned up, fed Hayden and Arjun, then started kneading dough, chopping vegetables, and mincing meat. He knew Una's taste well, and now with plenty of premium ingredients in the fridge, he had ample time to prepare with her away. While Gavriel was busy at home, Una followed Boyd inside the institute, showing great interest in those precision instruments. The research institute indeed lacked nothing. The most advanced research equipment available in China today was mostly found in the research institutes of various bases. Although the investment was substantial, the returns were also considerable. Boyd seemed to have found his home turf inside the research institute. This was a complete contrast to his timid and fearful demeanor in the mountains. He was very confident in cultivating many hard-to-survive plants, being thoroughly familiar with each instrument. Una prepared a notebook and did not interfere much with Boyd's work, silently following him from behind. She visited the medicinal herb fields and the laboratory, watching as seedlings grew robustly and eventually became part of the medicines. Una was incredibly excited, quickly filling several pages of her notebook with observations. Every sentence, every action, and every detail caught her eye. Boyd was also generous. During lunchtime, he handed Una a somewhat yellowed notebook. The notebook was thick, containing many torn-up pieces of paper, photos, and sticky notes, clearly indicating the note-taker's serious attitude toward this task. Boyd proudly patted the cover of the notebook. "This is a compilation of my knowledge over the years. I've been using this notebook since I started, and now it can't even hold any new entries." Una marveled as she opened the notebook. Inside, the writing was neat and tidy, far from what one would expect from someone who looked as casual as Boyd. Noticing Una's thoughts, Boyd scratched his head sheepishly. "I've always been praised for my handwriting, even though it doesn't match my appearance." Una held the notebook but didn't feel like teasing him. Instead, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for giving me such precious notes." Boyd was taken aback, clearly not expecting Una to thank him. It took him a couple of seconds to react. He waved his hands hurriedly. "It's nothing. If it weren't for you, I would probably still be trapped in the deep forest. You saved my life and helped preserve the herbs so well. A simple notebook is nothing." Chapter 161, The Numb Quagmire. Subsequently, he reined in his laughter and, with utmost seriousness, pointed at the notebook. "All these things are extremely important. If you really want to learn, it's best to thoroughly study everything inside. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and vast. Different herbs mixed together can have varied effects. Mistaking a herb's properties can lead to irreversible consequences. Moreover, due to the severe weather nowadays, many herbs have mutated to adapt to the environment. We need to thoroughly understand their current conditions before using them, making judgments, and observing how they should be applied." Una nodded solemnly. She understood this very well, which was why she chose to learn from Boyd. Though medicinal seeds were also sold in the space shop, whether it was yield, size, or potency, they differed greatly from those in real life. Any herbs grown within the space had greater potency and utility value compared to those in real life, making it difficult for Una to gauge their quantity. Purchasing finished medicine directly from the space was too expensive, yet processing them herself meant she couldn't control the dosage accurately. Therefore, she had to learn for some time at the research institute. Though acquiring traditional Chinese medicine knowledge wasn't achieved overnight, learning even a fraction of it was enough for Una's use. Una spent the entire day following Boyd around. After hastily eating a bread for lunch, she was called away again. The whole day revolved between the planting shed and the laboratory, constantly flipping through her notes. This non-stop schedule kept Una busy until 8 p.m. when she finally managed to stop. After putting on her scarf and gloves, she left the institute. Many researchers were still busy working. Common survivors only envied the high salaries and clean, comfortable work environment of the research institute but never tasted their anxiety and worries. Stepping out of the institute's door, Una exhaled slightly, creating a puff of white mist. The cold wind suddenly blew, making her choke slightly, followed by a light cough. "You came out quite late today. Are you tired?" A familiar voice came. Surprised, Una turned to see Gabrielle standing beside her, looking at her with eyes filled with longing and tenderness. Like a lively little bird, she darted into Gabrielle's arms, burying her face in his chest. "Why did you come to pick me up? Didn't you say you'd wait for me at home?" She took off her glove and held Gabrielle's hand lightly. His hand was icy cold, clearly having waited for her in the cold wind for a long time. Putting her warm little bear glove on him, Una tucked her hands into his down jacket pocket. "Aren't you cold? Why didn't you wear gloves?" Gabrielle tidied up her messy hoodie cap and down jacket cap before replying, "I forgot to bring them when I came looking for you." There were no spare ones in the space. Seeing the concerned look in Una's eyes, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Next time, I'll definitely come fully equipped to pick you up. I won't freeze myself anymore, okay?" Una rolled her eyes at him. "Next time? I've already said you don't need to pick me up. Where would there be a next time?" She hummed softly and walked home with Gabrielle. "I learned so many things today and got a very precious notebook," she boasted with a proud expression. "Even though it was busy, being able to learn new things made me happy." Gabrielle nodded in agreement. "Our Quinn is just amazing. Once you've mastered everything, if I get any minor ailments, I'll go straight to you." Una knew he was flattering her but smiled with half-closed eyes. However, as her gaze landed on a certain spot, she paused involuntarily, her steps coming to a halt. On the street, a woman knelt on the ground, her voice hoarse from crying. Despite that, she continued sobbing, hugging her child and blaming fate's unfairness and punishment. Lying on the ground beside her was a man, wearing only a thin jacket. Lying on the freezing ground, his body was stiff, clearly lifeless. The child in the woman's arms looked about 3 years old. Describing him as pale and emaciated was an understatement. He resembled a fragile skeleton, barely holding together. The woman herself wore little more than a tattered, drafty cotton coat, while a long down jacket was tightly wrapped around the child beside her. Noticing Una's halted pace, Gabrielle followed her gaze but said nothing. Both had lived through many years of the apocalypse. Such scenes were all too common. Those who could endure such harsh conditions were either ruthless looters surviving by plundering others' supplies, or extraordinarily powerful psychics improving their lives through their own abilities. However, the mother and child in front of her clearly didn't fit into either category. With the father dead, it was uncertain if they could even survive for half a month. The family had undoubtedly suffered a lot in the apocalypse, but they were still barely alive in agony, barely having the strength to cry. Una paused, taking out the military overcoat that Boyd had worn. Although it was stained, it was still warm. She gently covered the woman with the coat and then handed her a bag of bread before turning away with Gavriel. It might not be much help, but at least it would allow the mother and child to have a full meal and pass a warm night. Una understood she wasn't kind-hearted and knew she was profit-driven, yet she wanted to use the warmth left in her heart to light up the lives of those who had no light at all. The military overcoat she took out belonged to Boyd and would never be used again, and the breads were whole wheat which she disliked the most, but to this mother and child, these were invaluable treasures. Una didn't want to do more for them, this was enough. Walking hand in hand with Gavriel, she sighed softly. In summer there's no water to drink, in winter there's no clothes to wear. The dangers humans face are not just zombies. After the apocalypse, most people's faces are etched with suffering. Gavriel gently put his arm around her shoulders, shielding her from the cold wind and giving her some warmth. Everyone is human, except for those who can kill without batting an eye, none can truly be heartless. But in this pain-filled apocalypse, everyone struggles in hesitation, watching themselves sink into a numb quagmire. In silence, they walked home. Inside, it was as warm as spring, with the air conditioner releasing thick warmth mixed with the aroma of meat buns. Excitedly, Una went back to the space to freshen up, put on her clothes, and then came to the dining table waiting for the meal. The fragrance wafted through the air, making her appetite grow stronger, saliva continuously flowing. Chapter 162, A Perfect Solution. Oh my god, you really made it for me. Una excitedly picked up a steaming hot meat bun. It was so hot that she almost couldn't hold it, but she still took a bite eagerly. The green pepper mixed with the flavor of the meat immediately aroused her appetite, and she swallowed one after another. She ate 6 fist-sized buns before wiping her mouth with satisfaction. Gavriel helplessly handed her a glass of milk and began to clean up the garbage on the table. Why are you eating so fast? No one is competing with you. Una smiled awkwardly and then gave Gavriel a thumbs up. Your cooking skills are amazing. If not for my full stomach, I could have eaten several more. She lay down on the sofa contentedly, patting her belly, and suddenly sat up again. Did you tell Joanne and uncle and aunt where I went? Although Alanis knew about this, it was still proper to inform her. After all, Fabian and Daniela didn't know what she had done. Gavriel had finished cleaning everything and wiped his hands dry before he spoke. I've told them, and I also shared today's buns with every family. You don't need to worry. Una finally felt relieved. She was very satisfied with her current peaceful life. At least it made her feel extremely happy. With her lover by her side and the care of her elders, each day was like being in a honeypot. Compared to what she had experienced before, her current life was like paradise. Sitting directly on the sofa, Gavriel held Una in his arms, gently massaging her slightly protruding tummy to aid digestion. What time are you going to the research institute tomorrow? After thinking for a moment, Una replied, 6:30. The researchers there work much harder than me. Many of them start working around 5. 6:30 is actually quite late for me. Although Gavriel felt sorry for her long and exhausting commute, he understood that this was something Una looked forward to and was willing to support her wholeheartedly. Try to rest early tonight. Tomorrow you'll need to wake up early and will likely be busy all day. Get a good night's sleep. Una yawned cooperatively, brushed her teeth in the bathroom, and got into bed, trying to fall asleep. Gavriel understood she was tired and didn't insist on sleeping together. She lay alone on the empty bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. As the weather became increasingly cold, the base's food reserves were dwindling, and more residents were dying from the cold. If things continued this way, would the westbound base become a second Jingju base? If riots broke out, the Smooth Wind Squad wouldn't be able to remain unscathed. She tossed and turned restlessly in bed. The harsh weather made life miserable for the residents, and external supplies had been exhausted. However, productivity within the base couldn't keep up with demand. Una wanted to change the situation but couldn't come up with a perfect solution. She wasn't willing to just hand over the food stored in her space. Doing good deeds for too long would only make people take advantage of her generosity, and eventually, others would eye the resources within her space greedily. She considered discussing with the base leadership to develop a project that would provide jobs for more survivors. This way, they could earn crystal cores and improve their quality of life. In the long run, this would prevent civil unrest and maintain the base's strength. Her mind raced as she heard a soft knock on the bedroom door. Gavriel's voice came from outside the door. I heard you tossing and turning. Do you need some company? Una sat up and said somewhat helplessly, come in. The door clicked open, and Gavriel walked in wearing pajamas, carrying a pillow and blanket. Una sighed. You were clearly ready to sleep with me. Why did you still ask? Gavriel chuckled, wrapped himself in the blanket, and faced Una. We should at least pretend to be polite. He produced a cup of warm milk from somewhere and offered it to Una. Have some milk, it might help you sleep. Una accepted it reluctantly, taking a sip half-heartedly. Gavriel, do you think I can come up with a plan to boost morale among the survivors? I need a win-win task that benefits both sides. I won't lose money, and they can gain from it. This way, we can avoid the tragedy that happened in Jingju base, and we won't have to worry about potential riots within the base. This question indeed left Gavriel speechless. He shifted from lying down to sitting up and, without realizing it, slipped into Una's bed. Pulling her into his arms, he finally said, you can see if there's anything in your space that they can work on. Something that can save you crystal cores and help improve their lives, like crop processing, meat processing, seafood processing. All of these are things they can assist with, and it will also ease your burden. Una, nestled in Gavriel's arms, was also pondering this issue. Talking about it was easy, but implementing it wasn't simple at all. Firstly, for crop processing, if she had the survivors' help, she would not only need to provide food but also give them proper tools. Then, for meat and seafood, these items were too conspicuous in this world after the apocalypse. She'd need to be cautious in case anyone grew envious and stabbed her in the back. Una felt a bit frustrated, but she continued to think. After all, she truly wanted to settle permanently in the westbound base and didn't want riots to affect her quality of life. It had taken her a long time to reach the westbound base, traveling day and night. Now, moving to another base seemed impractical. But if they were to settle within the base, she had to consider the consequences of the environment and worry about future threats from zombies and mutated animals. None of these issues could be resolved easily, and Una knew she still needed to put in more effort. Her consciousness entered the space, walking around before finally arriving at the vast plot of land she had unlocked. Currently, corn was being grown here. A large batch had already matured and was stored in the warehouse, while some were still growing but were close to harvest time. Una checked the warehouse. Although the corn had been automatically harvested by the system, the outer husks hadn't been completely processed. To prepare the corn for normal consumption, the multiple layers of husk needed to be removed. However, Una simply didn't have the time or energy for that task. Chapter 163 Relief for Immediate Necessities. Stripping the husks from corn was a job that required no special tools, and even children with strong manual skills could contribute. Una had previously only considered grinding the corn into porridge, but she hadn't thought about the process of stripping it. Moreover, if she wanted the system's help, it would cost 1 level 1 crystal core for every 5 ears of corn. She could just as well assign this task to the survivors in the base, offering them 1 level 1 crystal core or a bread loaf for every 20 ears stripped, letting them choose their payment form. The crystals earned could be used to trade for other food and clothes at the base's trading area. In this way, she wouldn't lose anything while saving many crystal cores, providing these survivors with work, thus improving their lives. The more Una thought about this plan, the more viable it seemed. After discussing it with Gavriel, they planned to implement it soon after leaving the research institute. Though simple to say, it would still be a significant project, certainly requiring supervisors to monitor progress, record how many ears each person took, returned, and the quality of work. Corn harvested could also be sold directly in the trading area, which wasn't a bad idea either. After some discussion, the two reached a consensus. Una felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. She finished her milk, curled up in Gavriel's arms like an octopus, feeling his slightly warm body heat. With Gavriel there, she didn't need an electric blanket, the bedding was already warm. She quickly fell asleep, leaving Gavriel stiff and wide awake, only finally managing to close his eyes much later. Days went by with Una busy every day, originally planning to address matters after graduating from the institute. But as the weather grew colder and more people died, both she and Gavriel realized they couldn't delay any longer. Since Una couldn't leave the institute, recruiting supervisors and posting task notices fell to Gavriel, Alanis, and Amador. They were kept busy as the number of applicants grew, and they finally breathed easier. Boyd quickly completed the potion and faithfully divided the correct amount for Una before starting mass production, aiming to provide every survivor in the base with a share. Each dose saved a life or at least offered prevention, there was no downside. However, Boyd didn't gain much from this work and even contributed a lot of his own time, barely managing to produce so much despite being fully occupied. It had been 23 days since Una entered the institute. Almost a month had passed, during which she felt she had gained much but also recognized her shortcomings. She needed to attend to other tasks and rewarded Boyd with a small bag of crystal cores before leaving. Una understood how difficult things were for Boyd, who spent considerable time and energy to help her, even giving her valuable notes. Such sincerity deserved reciprocation. After saying goodbye to familiar faces in the institute, Una rushed home, only to find no one in 502, so she headed to 503 and knocked. As expected, the other three were inside, working amidst scattered papers that covered the floor, a chaotic sight indeed. Una walked in, trying to avoid stepping on the papers, eventually settling on a relatively clean spot on the sofa. How did you manage to make such a mess? Even under tight schedules and heavy tasks, we shouldn't rush through everything. She started organizing the papers, categorizing them before discussing progress with Alanis and the others. Gavriel sighed at the mountain of documents. These are all the names of applicants. There's a mix of everyone, but some qualifications and resumes aren't great. I think it's better to reject those unsuitable ones. Many of the supervisory applicants are powerful psychics, and some might abuse their power. We can't trust them with authority. Una picked up a stack and saw that indeed applicants for husking corn spanned all ages. Some parents enrolled their toddlers just to get more corn, leading to awkward situations where some had too much work while others had none. It was one thing to register toddlers or elderly people, but some individuals even listed their deceased relatives, all in an attempt to secure more work and earn more crystal cores. The number of applicants was overwhelmingly large, making the screening process extremely labor-intensive. Relying solely on the members of the Shunfeng team would not be practical. Una sighed helplessly, tossing the documents she held onto the desk. She then said, "We still need to collaborate with the base. They have everyone's information, whether it's age or death status, they know everything clearly. With their support, we can surely accomplish this task more efficiently." Gavriel agreed with this viewpoint but still voiced his concerns. What if the base demands a cut? After all, the upper echelons of the base are not ones to be underestimated. The base's recent conditions have been poor, and they are well aware that you have abundant resources and crystal cores. What if they make excessive demands? Una waved her hand dismissively. I don't think they will. This matter will benefit all survivors within the base, and it can also alleviate their urgent needs. If this really happens, they will be happier than we are. I will negotiate with them. Whether it's manpower or other forms of support, I will try to secure it. Gavriel nodded reassuredly. Una was always clear-headed and calm when dealing with the base leadership. She was never led by the nose. Una had her own considerations. After all, corn with husks removed could be sold to the system for a higher price compared to unprocessed corn. This way, she wouldn't just break even, she would earn more. A win-win situation for herself and all base members was worth pursuing. She waved her hand, organizing the somewhat messy registration forms into her storage space, then proceeded to head to the administrative building of the base with Gavriel. The senior management mostly worked there, and if she wanted cooperation, she had to talk to these seasoned officials. Chapter 164, Breaking the Psychological Suggestion. The roadside was filled with people shivering from the cold. Yet, driven by life's harshness, they couldn't stay in warm houses for winter and could only come out in thin clothes to seek their luck. If one could find a job to fill their stomach, it would already be considered very lucky for the survivors. Una wrapped herself tighter in her thick down jacket. Envy and jealousy were thrown at her from time to time, as if these glances stuck to her. Even after walking far away, she still felt them following closely. A child wearing only a short-sleeved shirt ran over. She had no coat to shield against the cold wind, and her exposed arms and calves had turned black and purple. Without immediate help, she might lose the ability to move. Coming before Una, the girl collapsed to her knees due to exhaustion and suddenly fell towards Una's feet, scaring Una into taking a step back. Sister, I'm so cold and hungry, please save me. She couldn't cry anymore, her eyes dull and lifeless. Like a puppet, she spoke with a hoarse voice, begging for help. Una looked around. There were only a few people moments ago, but now a crowd had gathered. Their faces showed curiosity or schadenfreude. Among them were also those observing secretly, probably trying to test Una's attitude by using this little girl. If Una gave her food and clothes, those who didn't receive anything would naturally demand it too. But if she didn't give, they would gossip and even bear resentment toward her. No matter what action she took, this group of people would react negatively. Life had become so hard that they resorted to extorting better-off psychics and evolutionarists. Though encountering some temperamental ones could mean death, seeing their end approaching, they no longer cared about the outcome, only thinking of living on while they were still lucid. Una naturally understood that such a young child wouldn't dare beg outright. There must be an operator hidden in the crowd watching. Now surrounded, Una didn't want to provoke public anger. She picked up the little girl, opened her down jacket, and bundled her in. Warmth enveloped the girl, making her stiff and empty gaze gradually lively again. The onlookers couldn't fault Una for this gesture. But some wouldn't let go so easily. They wanted Una to unconditionally help them through their hardships. Even her act of warming the girl with her body was met with criticism. Why don't you give her some clothes? We all know you have plenty of supplies. You can clearly save us. Why do you treat us, struggling survivors in the apocalypse, like this? Yeah, you can't hold her forever. Why not give her some warm clothes and some food? You have it, we all know you do. You are the one with the most supplies in the base, you can save us. Some were almost hysterical, feeling life slipping away in the cold wind, wanting only to cling onto a chance of survival. Una wrapped the girl tightly in the down jacket and stopped to look at the crowd. They had been shouting madly just moments ago, some planning to block her path, but now no one dared make a sound under her steady gaze. What's all the noise for? You are residents of Shishing Base. The responsibility for your livelihood and safety lies with the base leader and higher up. Why are you now? Do you want to take everything you need from me? I tell you, no one should force me. If you have issues, go to the base leadership. If you're scared, I can accompany you. But if anyone acts up, I will cut off their head and feed it to the zombies. Her voice was cold, and her tone hardened by the end, successfully snapping many back to reality, leaving them dazed and afraid to move closer. Yes, what were they doing just now? Una wasn't only well supplied, she was one of the most powerful psychics in the base. What were they thinking? Provoking such a formidable lightning psychic with their lives? Everyone snapped back to their senses and stood there motionless, watching Una walk away, hearts pounding. In the crowd, a woman tapped her cheek with a helpless expression and then turned to walk away from the gathering. Really, her aura is strong enough to break my psychological suggestion completely. She tightened the scarf around her neck and then walked away with a helpless shake of her head. Una, however, was unaware that the people she had just encountered were under a psychological suggestion cast by the woman, as she had already entered the administrative building. A sharp-looking young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses greeted them. Her demeanor was always rather cold. Frederick, captain and vice-captain of the Smooth Wind team are here. There was a moment of silence from inside before an elderly voice responded, let them in. The woman gently turned the doorknob and led the two into the room, sparing a glance at the girl in Una's arms but not commenting further. The Frederick's name was Body, who was close to 70 years old but still looked fairly spirited. Unfortunately, he would occasionally cough lightly while seated, which surprised Una somewhat. Please sit down. Last time it was the vice-captain who came to discuss matters with me. Now I finally get to meet the captain of the Smooth Wind team. Body gestured for the two to sit on the sofa, his gaze lingering for a few seconds on the girl in Una's arms. Who is this child? Una unzipped the down jacket and gently lifted the girl out of her embrace. Although warmed up, The little girl had already suffered from frostbite in many areas, presenting a shocking sight of grayish-purple skin. Combined with the chilblains on her hands, the small and fragile figure evoked a natural sense of pity. I don't know her, but she must be part of Shishing Base, just living in harsher conditions. Seeing the girl shivering without the protection of the down jacket, Una pulled out a set of appropriately sized cotton clothes and shoes and handed them to her, indicating she should find a place to change. The girl understood immediately. Though not very agile, she insisted on opening the door and walking out, not wanting to affect the conversation between the three adults. Chapter 165 The Real Culprit. Only the three of them remained in the room, but no one spoke for a long time. Finally, Body broke the silence. I know what you mean, but we do indeed lack a lot in food reserves and winter clothing within the base. We have tried our best to rescue as much as possible and have also sent people out to search, but we still can't provide enough for everyone inside the base. Una naturally understood this. After all, the population in Shishing Base was indeed astonishingly large, and so were the supplies needed. However, the base was unable to meet these demands normally. Supply couldn't meet demand, which naturally caused significant trouble now. She didn't press on this issue further but adjusted her posture. Since it's so difficult, what do you, as the leaders of the base, plan to do? Let the survivors within the base fend for themselves? Upon hearing this, Body waved his hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. It's just that the base indeed can't consider so many survivors right now. We can only wait and see. Una gave a somewhat sarcastic laugh. Wait. Do you really think those people who are about to freeze to death can actually wait? The reason Jingju Base was wiped out is because the underprivileged residents there were living too bitterly. Are you saying you want Shishing Base to become just another grain of sand in the river of history? Body clearly understood Una's meaning, but he couldn't handle the matter of supplies either. He had been worrying about it for days, to the point of being at his wit's end. Una adjusted her tone and tentatively said, Shishing Base could use its stockpile of crystals to exchange for supplies from me. This might actually be a good method, at least enough to ease your urgent needs. Body shook his head. The desk in front of him was cluttered with all sorts of documents, looking very messy and overwhelming to clean up. He sighed helplessly and then looked intently at Una, saying, I naturally know we could use the crystals to buy from you, but the welfare benefits in Shishing Base are relatively good, and most of the collected crystals are returned to the survivors. Even if I wanted to, my capabilities are limited. Body showed a look of difficulty and sighed wistfully before raising his eyes to look at Una. This is an internal matter among the top leadership. May I ask why the two of you came today? In his heart, he had some hidden expectations but dared not openly address the issue, fearing disappointment and finding that the survivors in Shishing Base would still have no way out. Una was a mysterious and powerful psychier. No one knew how much supplies she truly possessed or the extent of her abilities. But having such a powerful person within the base was good for the survivors. After all, even the small amount that might slip through Una's fingers might be enough for the survivors to manage. Una's purpose wasn't secretive. She straightforwardly laid out her plans and told Body everything. As Una spoke, Body grew more and more excited, almost jumping out of his chair. When Una finished speaking, Body stood up, slamming his hand on the table and exclaimed, laughing loudly, Great. Excellent. If this plan can be perfectly implemented, the survivors in Shishing Base will be safe. Una naturally understood his excitement. After all, the supplies she controlled were crucial to saving all the survivors. The upper echelons of the base had likely already hoped for her assistance but were afraid of rejection and angering her, so no one dared to speak up directly. But today, she had taken the initiative to visit the base leader to discuss matters, which was precisely what all the top leaders of the base wanted to see. My plan is roughly as follows, but the implementation of everything requires your help. After pondering for a moment, Una continued, I need you to allocate sufficient manpower to assist me. These people must be capable and disciplined and won't show bias. At the same time, retrieve the personnel files within the base to confirm the current number of survivors, ensuring no one uses deceased relatives to cause chaos. The tasks seemed simple when explained, but implementing them would be a massive project. Even cooperating with the upper echelons of the base, it would take some time to investigate, compile statistics, and dispatch personnel. Everything must be carefully planned. Body nodded earnestly. Rest assured, we will fully cooperate with your plan. If you need anything else, we will also provide assistance. Thank you for willing to help Shishing Base get through this crisis. Thank you. He bent over, bowing deeply to Una, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. Una hurriedly moved aside, as the man before her had saved countless survivors and was a hero to humanity, far beyond what she could bear. You don't have to be too polite with me. This matter is not only about helping you but also helping myself. After all, if the base continues to be in chaos, my living environment will also be affected. Our conversation ends here. Arrange the next steps as you see fit, and I'll wait for good news at home. Una got up to bid farewell to Body and left. The girl was already dressed, wearing a well-fitted down jacket, obediently waiting by the door for her to come out. Seeing this little girl, Una was somewhat surprised, as she had thought the girl had long since left, but she was still waiting by the door. Why didn't you leave? Una asked, casually taking her hand and leading her out of the administrative building. My name is Diamond. I stayed to say sorry to you. A smile appeared in Una's eyes. Why are you saying sorry to me? Diamond's small hand tightened around Una's fingers, then spoke somewhat awkwardly. Throwing myself in front of you wasn't something I wanted to do. I didn't mean to say those words back then, but you still saved me. So I should say thank you. Una was slightly confused by her words. Do you mean you were told to do that? Who instructed you? Diamond raised her little face and shook her head. No one told me. I just wanted to do it at that moment, but now I think it was wrong. I didn't want to do that at all, but the voice in my head made me do it. Una and Gabrielle exchanged glances, both seeing caution in each other's eyes. Diamond was young, but around 7 years old, an age when children already have their own sense of right and wrong and basic thinking abilities. What Diamond said made Una believe that her actions at the time were not driven by someone else's instructions but were controlled by some kind of mental force, which also suggested what she should do. Since Diamond's thoughts were controlled, it stood to reason that the others who caused trouble initially were in similar situations, meaning the real culprit was hiding among them. Chapter 166, Even files have impurities. This was not a good sign. There were actually people within the base with such sinister intentions, but what could their ultimate goals be? Una gently rubbed Diamond's somewhat dirty little hand, then took her back to the office of the base leader. The ability to control someone's mind was something only high-level psychics could barely achieve. Therefore, if this puppet master had registered their basic information within the base, it should not be too difficult to find them. This was not just a problem for Windfall Squad. If this person continued to manipulate others' thoughts and incited riots, it would cause irreversible damage to Westwood Base. Back in the office, Body looked at the three of them oddly and asked, "Is there something else?" Una nodded and led Diamond to the desk. "This little girl caused some trouble on the way here, and many residents of the base attacked me simultaneously, expressing strong dissatisfaction. I found it strange at first, but just now, the little girl said that her brain and body were not under her control at the time, doing those things involuntarily, saying she didn't want to do it like that. If what she says is true, it seems that someone deliberately hid among the crowd to stir up anger, controlling everyone's minds to provoke internal unrest within the base. Currently, the situation within Westwood Base is precarious. Any spark could burn everything to ashes. I hope you can help me check the files within the base to see if there are any psychics who can control people's minds, eliminating potential dangers as early as possible." Body's expression became serious after hearing Una. Indeed, if a small riot broke out within the base, it might trigger a chain reaction among the undecided masses. The illusion of stability would be completely shattered, and Westwood Base might even face destruction. He glanced at Una and Diamond with a lingering sense of apprehension and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will immediately send people to look for psychics with such abilities. However, I must point out one thing. If this psychic's power is truly so great, it's likely that their file contains false information. After all, the people filling out the forms are human. If they were controlled by him, the file would undoubtedly contain inaccuracies." Una understood this point, but she couldn't just sit idly by. Her plan was about to be put into action, and an unexpected obstacle could cause significant delays. Not only she but also the base leader and the higher-ups were anxious about this issue. So Una did not say more and directly took Gabrielle home. Diamond had no family and survived by scavenging and doing odd jobs within the base. Meeting Una could be considered her good fortune. Una brought her directly to a beef restaurant near the base gate to work. Although young, Diamond had done plenty of dirty and exhausting tasks and was resilient. With a small appetite, she didn't need much food, so Una arranged for her to stay in a storeroom within the shop, where she would be provided with meals and accommodation while earning crystal cores. For Diamond, this was like finding a blessing from the heavens. Having resolved the issue with the little girl, Una and Gabrielle had nothing much else to do, so they simply lay on the sofa to rest. They knew they would soon have their hands full. Una leaned against a soft cushion, half asleep, while her consciousness entered the space to organize the corn. To distribute the corn and get other residents to help, the quantity needed to be clearly defined. Una even bought woven bags in the space, with each bag holding 60 ears of corn. One could earn 1 crystal core for every 20 ears, making it 3 per bag. A fast worker could earn quite a bit in a day. Using the earned crystal cores to buy food and clothing, and with the base regulating market prices, Westwood Base would only improve over time. However, given the large number of residents, enough supervisors were needed to maintain order. Una wasn't worried, knowing that since Westwood Base was established by the military, each member of the official squad was trained before the apocalypse, making them perfect as supervisors and distributors, imbued with a strong sense of justice and fairness. Una had always admired these people even before the apocalypse and found that they were still the most reassuring afterward. Her speed was not slow at all, as entering the space with her consciousness to work was just a matter of will, which wouldn't make her feel tired at all. However, after a long time, she still needed to come out to rest for a while. The sky gradually darkened, and at 3 a.m., someone suddenly knocked on the door. Una and Gabrielle were already asleep at this point. The knock woke them up abruptly, making them glance warily at each other before slowly moving towards the door. Outside the door was an old acquaintance, Cohen. This guy indeed hadn't appeared in front of them for a long time. After experiencing something during this period, he looked more weathered, with a few more signs of maturity. Gabrielle opened the door to ask, only to be told that all the supervisors had gathered. Now Una needed to go give them a meeting, as the plan was to start being implemented tomorrow. Una was still a bit groggy from sleep but insisted on washing her face to wake up. She then got dressed and went out with Gabrielle. Alanis and Amador followed behind. They were also crucial parts of the plan, 2 people Una could absolutely trust. Every member of the Smooth Wind Squad was essential for this meeting. Everyone had to understand the entire situation and be able to adjust the plan according to different situations promptly. Following closely behind Cohen, Una found this path strangely familiar. It was actually the route to the base square. There was a large platform inside the base that was only used when important events occurred. Now, due to the large number of residents, more supervisors were needed, so they could only hold the meeting in this square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Feeling the cold wind rushing past her ears, Una couldn't help shivering, then she grabbed the microphone and walked onto the stage. The square around the stage was filled with people. They were not wearing warm clothes but stood in the cold wind without a single complaint. They quietly watched Una step up to the stage one step at a time. Though numerous, no one whispered or complained but stood there silently like solemn statues. Chapter 167, New Version Electronic Wristband. But there were also a few who were somewhat different from them, albeit just a minority. Because the official team didn't consist only of soldiers, it also included some powerful psychics who were recruited later by the higher echelons of the base. They enjoyed extremely high with their abilities but now seemed somewhat lazy, filled with complaints. Yet, all fell silent at once when they saw Una. Una's fame was immense. Almost everyone in the Westwood base knew her because she was the most powerful psychic in the base. Una didn't pay attention to those whispering below and simply picked up the microphone and placed it near her mouth. Good evening, everyone. You've been gathered here today for one reason, something many of you have likely heard about. I've initiated a large-scale task that can resolve various pressing issues within the base currently, but I still need help from everyone. Standing here today, you are part of this task, and I promise each of you will be compensated. Your job is to distribute corn to regular residents and keep count, ensuring no one takes more than their share or robs others' efforts. Simultaneously, we'll distribute crystal cores based on individual workloads. She brought out a bag of corn from her spatial ring and began explaining. Each bag contains 60 ears of corn. You earn 1 crystal core for shelling 20 ears, meaning 3 crystal cores per bag. Although it's about working more and earning more, no one can take away a large pile of corn all at once. Each person can take up to 3 bags at a time, return after finishing, and then get new ones to shell. To avoid someone claiming falsely using fake identities, I have specifically designed a wristband that each registered person must wear. The wristband automatically tracks how many bags each person has collected, how many ears they have shelled, and how many they've put back into the bag. This also improves your efficiency and prevents laziness. Her words caused a slight commotion. After all, as Una put it, these wristbands were not ordinary items, they were quite rare in the resource-scarce and technologically backward end times. Creating such devices and matching them to such a large number of people sounded very hard to believe. In fact, Una felt the pinch too since these wristbands were specially customized through the system, each costing 5 first-level crystal cores. Although she could eventually earn back the costs, the total amount spent on so many wristbands was considerable. As for your wages, 50 first-level crystal cores per person per day. What do you think? The terms she offered were already very attractive. Although the time was tight and the tasks heavy, making 50 first-level crystal cores a day meant 1,500 first-level crystal cores in a month. If they were sent out on normal missions, they couldn't possibly get that many crystal cores in a month. Naturally, no one objected. After explaining some details of how to accomplish the tasks and answering questions, dawn had broken. The exchange venue was set in the square, centered around the podium. The rest of the people spread out radiating outward, setting up small tables and electronic scanning boxes provided by Una, waiting for other residents to come and claim corn. The electronic scanning boxes were paired with electronic wristwatches and directly connected to Una's spatial ring. Crystal cores and corn could be taken out directly from the box, but only those wearing the supervisor wristbands could operate them. Just creating these instruments cost Una a significant amount of crystal cores, aimed at increasing efficiency, reducing errors, and preventing laziness. Expensive but effective, Una was very satisfied. Instead of going home, she set up a tent right on the podium and then erected large tents for the supervisors to make them more comfortable. Burning bamboo charcoal and installing ventilation ports inside each tent, Una finally returned to her own tent for decoration, planning to stay here directly during this period to avoid running around and being unreachable when needed. At first, there was some chaos, people cutting in line, arguments breaking out. The square became disorderly and headache-inducing. But with more supervisors joining in, order was quickly restored. No one dared to cause trouble in front of these powerful psychics, all falling silent like lambs. Everyone who came to collect corn was required to wear a wristband, a marker to distinguish individuals. Just this step foiled many people's plans, and after realizing how powerful Una's wristbands were, no one dared to stir up trouble anymore. After all, everything would be discovered no matter what one did. Attempting to steal even a few ears of corn would lead to an immediate disqualification of task completion. Trying to impersonate others to collect corn was simply out of the question. After several attempts with no success, everyone gave up and stopped challenging the authority of the technology. Standing on the elevated platform, Una could overlook the entire crowd in the square. Only then did she truly realize how many people there were in Westwood Base. On ordinary days, some were outside while others stayed at home. Although the numbers at the trading venue and administrative hall were already substantial, it was nothing compared to the overwhelming sight before her now. She stood there gripping the railing, lost in thought, while Gabrielle quietly stood behind her, filled with endless admiration. Una always managed to surprise him, whether it was her execution or big-picture thinking. She had considered everything well in advance, providing solutions for every possible issue. The unusual wristbands and boxes made him feel a fresh burst of inspiration. Una was always a ray of light in the dark end times, always able to split the darkness with her abilities, bringing him into a completely different world. Did Joanne and Caden both go to supervise? Una asked out of curiosity, as she hadn't seen them all day, suspecting they must have been busy mingling with the crowd. Gavriel nodded. Yes, they went early, saying they wanted to help ease your burden and even refused the pay you offered. He guided her away from the railing back inside where it was warm and cozy. Don't stand outside in the cold wind all the time. I know you're worried about the situation outside, but everything seems orderly right now. No matter how much you watch, it won't make much difference. As the overall commander of this mission, your task is to take care of yourself so you can better command. Encountering any situation, you'll be able to solve it faster and more efficiently. Listening to Gavriel's nagging, Una raised her hand helplessly to cover her ears, trying to block out his continuous reminders. I'm a psychic, I'm not that delicate and fragile, okay? Chapter 168, Can't handle it, bear the consequences. Ever since they established their relationship, Una felt like she had become a protected animal. Usually, doing anything that didn't take care of her body would result in Gavriel nagging her for a long time. How did the previously aloof and handsome man turn into this chatty form? Una thought for a long time but still couldn't find an answer. Gavriel also knew that she didn't like being nagged at all times. After sighing helplessly, he remained silent for quite a while before speaking again. Rest well inside the tent. I'll go out to observe the situation. If anything happens, I'll notify you immediately. You woke up too early last night and haven't rested at all today. Now listen to me and get some good sleep. His attitude was firm as he pressed Una down on the bed and covered her with blankets. He then checked the warm charcoal brazier before turning away. Una didn't mind much either. Having a boyfriend with high execution ability and intelligence meant saving herself a lot of effort. She happily wrapped herself up in the thick quilt. She indeed woke up very early this morning and had been busy until now. Even an iron-built person would feel tired. Especially her, an ability user who rarely practiced physical techniques, would appear more powerless when encountering energy-consuming tasks. Una lay in bed, drowsy, thinking about the situation outside, and soon fell asleep. At this moment, Gavriel walked down from the platform and wandered through the crowd, checking on the progress of the plan. Supervisors were not only responsible for distributing crystal cores and corn, but also maintained order within the site. They all wore uniforms with a red stripe tied around their left arms to identify themselves. This was both to scare off people with ill intentions and avoid many troubles. Gavriel understood Una's concern, fearful that some supervisors might openly help others cheat. After all, the official team wasn't entirely made up of soldiers. There were also many high-level ability users who relied on their outstanding skills to join the official team. The people Una wanted to watch closely were precisely these individuals. After all, in this mission, the power holders were the supervisors. If problems arose among them, it would lead to irreversible consequences. He aimlessly strolled through the crowd and encountered Amador and Alanis, who were busily engaged in their tasks. Amador was handling task distribution, while Alanis chose supervision. The two worked together seamlessly. The long queue of people moved orderly, with no one daring to cause trouble. Seeing that Amador's hands were already red and swollen from the cold, Gavriel frowned and asked, didn't Una provide sufficient cold protective clothing and gloves for the supervisors? Why don't you have any? Amador was busy at work and, hearing Gavriel's question, shook his head indifferently. Many people in the official team took extras. The supplies provided by Una were just enough for everyone, so if someone took extra, surely someone else wouldn't have any. After putting a bracelet on the next newcomer in line and handing over a bag of corn from the box, he started to busy himself with the next person. Too clean water can hold no fish. There's nothing that can be done. As long as things are generally fine, let's overlook these minor issues. Gavriel frowned but said nothing. He took out a pair of gloves from his pocket and handed them to Amador before turning away. What Amador said was indeed reasonable, but in such tough times when everyone's life wasn't easy, people should be equal and each have a share. Yet, some people taking extra inevitably left others without. Such behavior was far from ideal. If it happened too often, some would grow more demanding, while others would naturally feel resentful deep down. That would create another big problem. Therefore, it would be best to address the root of the issue now. He usually didn't interfere much, as Una was already capable and needed opportunities to learn and improve her perspective and methods. However, he didn't mind helping out when Una was tired. Nothing mattered to him personally, but if it affected Una's rest and mood, those people would have committed a capital offense. He straightened his slightly disheveled down jacket after being bumped into and then walked toward Alanis. She had a fiery temper and spoke directly, considering the bigger picture but never hiding anything from friends. Seeing that she didn't have gloves either, Gavriel's mood sank even further. Why don't you have gloves either? I just saw old Jew didn't have any. Does that mean many other supervisors also don't have gloves? Alanis stood in place, sternly intimidating a group of residents with suspicious motives. Hearing Gavriel's voice, her expression eased slightly. She sighed helplessly and said, I'm also helpless. Originally, there was a specific person assigned to distribute them, but it seems that those bastards were playing favorites. Some people got them, while others didn't. Since Jew and I arrived last, I thought it wasn't strange if they were all taken by others, so we didn't bother to argue about it. Gavriel nodded and then walked toward where the other supervisors were stationed. On his way, he suddenly saw a woman wearing a heavy military overcoat, holding 6 bags of corn. Her tall and sturdy figure clearly indicated she was a strength evolver. He approached and examined her closely with his ability but found that she wasn't wearing a bracelet at all. Gabrielle snorted coldly, directly controlling the woman's body with telekinesis, and then took all the corn into his spatial pocket. "You're not wearing a bracelet. Who gave you so much corn?" Seeing the corn on her back vanish instantly, the woman was about to get angry, but her body was pinned in place, unable to move no matter how she struggled. "What's it got to do with you? Give my stuff back now, or you'll regret it." Before speaking, she checked Gabrielle's left arm, seeing no supervisor's mark, assuming he was just an ordinary ability user who felt things were unfair. So she wasn't afraid, even lacing her words with disdain and mockery toward Gabrielle. "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Let me tell you, my husband is a supervisor, and even a squad leader in the official team. If you piss me off, I guarantee you'll regret it." Gabrielle approved of her revealing information about herself, then released her, sneering disdainfully. "Fine, then take me to meet your husband. I'd like to see if he can really make me regret it." The disdain in Gabrielle's eyes immediately provoked the woman's anger, coupled with the fact that all the corn in her hands had been taken away by him. She wanted to teach him a lesson. "Great, wait until you're beaten so badly that even your mom won't recognize you, you damn bastard." She spat fiercely, then led Gabrielle forward, filled with disdain. Chapter 169, No Ability to Fight Back. No one would be in a good mood after being insulted. Gabrielle was too lazy to use his hand. Instead, he used his mental power to slap her hard. It must be understood that she was an evolved strength user, whether it was her body weight or physical strength, none of these were comparable to ordinary people. Gabrielle's slap directly sent her flying 5 meters away, crashing into the nearest tent. The basin of hot charcoal inside was flipped over by the tremendous impact and landed entirely on the woman's body. Her shrill screams, akin to a pig being butchered, were deafening. She struggled to get up but was held down by Gabrielle's ability, helplessly watching as the red-hot coals burned through her outer clothing, finally touching her rough skin. The screams became even more piercing. The supervisor and the queuing residents inside the tent were stunned, standing still without knowing who to help. Gabrielle looked up at the dazed supervisor. "Just continue working. I'll have someone come to repair the tent later." He spent almost 24 hours a day with Una, so while some common residents might not recognize him, none of the supervisors who attended yesterday's meeting would fail to know his identity. This was the pampered husband of the base's strongest person. They didn't dare provoke him. The supervisor nodded repeatedly, then pulled back his gaze and resumed his work. Gabrielle stood where he was, letting the charcoal fire burn on the woman's flesh until he smelled a slight aroma of charring before releasing her. With control over her body regained, the woman rolled around on the ground in agony, no longer daring to defy Gabrielle. The pain made it unbearable for her, wishing she could faint and escape the misery. Gabrielle pulled her off the ground. "Come on, take me to see your husband. Let me know just how tough he is and if your mouth still stinks as much as it did just now." The woman glanced at him, her eyes turning bloodshot with anger, but dared not act under Gabrielle's threatening stare. She was terrified and could imagine the consequences of continuing to curse. The man might stuff the scorching charcoal into her mouth then, leaving even a healing ability user powerless to save her. Hatred filled her eyes as she shakily stood up and led Gabrielle toward her husband's tent. As a powerful strength ability user herself, her husband had been invited directly into the official squad due to his outstanding abilities. She had always acted arrogantly within the base, never expecting to meet such a tough opponent today. Snow began falling outside, unknown since when. The woman's body, scorched by the charcoal, was already raw and bloody, and her clothes full of holes offered little protection from the cold. Gritting her teeth, she brought Gabrielle to the tent. He didn't go in immediately but listened at the entrance. Inside the tent, the sounds weren't those of normal supervisors and residents talking but rather resembled friends chatting casually. People queuing were shivering in the cold but seeing that their turn was near, they were unwilling to give up and queue elsewhere, so they continued waiting in the icy wind. Gabrielle looked at the first person in line. "How long have you been waiting?" "I've always been the first one here. You can guess how long it took." Gabrielle chuckled with exasperation. The people inside didn't work but gave special treatment to their families while other survivors waited outside the tent. The woman, whose lips trembled from the cold, laughed at Gabrielle standing at the door without entering. "You should go in. Are you scared? I tell you, you will pay a price for your actions today." Gabrielle sneered and kicked her into the tent, precisely landing her face down onto the charcoal pot again. Inside, the supervisor was named Caesar. What should have been a table for record keeping was now cluttered with wine bottles and peanuts. A few supervisors with red bands on their left arms gathered, drinking and celebrating something. Caesar, startled by the sudden intrusion, quickly recognized his wife and rushed to lift her up. "Shoa, what happened to you? Who did this to you?" At that moment, Alicia was already unconscious, lying there like dead weight. Caesar anxiously looked up for help from the healer, only to find Gabrielle standing outside the tent. His expression turned tense, glancing between his wife in his arms and Gabrielle, instantly understanding what transpired. All supervisors naturally knew Gabrielle, but some felt disdainful inwardly. To those who didn't know any better, Gabrielle seemed like a man kept by a woman for his looks, someone with no real skills, merely living off the kindness of others. But everyone knew Gabrielle's standing in Una's heart, so none dared to lay hands on him directly, only suppressing their disdain. Now, Caesar was almost furious to the point of death but still managed to force out an expression that couldn't be called a smile, gritting his teeth and saying, "Gabrielle, you beat my wife like this. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Gavriel fearlessly met his gaze that could eat people alive. You occupy the position of supervisor without doing your job and give special treatment to your family members. Who do you think owes whom an explanation? Caesar sneered, then had his followers help Alicia find a doctor while he stepped forward to face Gavriel. You're just a pretty boy living off a woman. What right do you have to demand an explanation from me? I'm the captain of an official squad. What audacity do you have to talk back to me here? Gavriel looked at his disdainful sneer, then kicked the man away without any hesitation. The man flew 5 meters and landed heavily on the ground. His followers were dumbfounded. Caesar had joined the squad due to his powerful wind ability. Wind users were known for their speed and reaction time. A high-end 4th-level wind user like Caesar, just one step away from upgrading, was extremely rare. They played significant roles in battles, sensing enemies through wind currents. They were undoubtedly formidable. Yet, such a powerful user was kicked away by a man they thought was a kept pretty boy, with no ability to fight back. Not only were the onlookers shocked, but Caesar himself was also dazed from the kick. The tremendous impact nearly displaced his internal organs, but there was no time for anything else. Fear consumed his mind. Chapter 170. Such a powerful figure. How could this be? He was someone who could easily advance to a level 5 wind elementalist with just a small effort, yet why couldn't he even block one move from this man? Caesar had completely lost his senses. Lying on the ground, he had no ability to move again, only clutching his chest in pain and struggling to breathe. Gavriel's kick seemed to have pierced through his soul. The pain wasn't just physical, it felt like his brain would split open, with fresh blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Anyone could see that Caesar was finished. Just angering Una's man was trouble enough for him, let alone provoking such a powerful figure. With their boss beaten so badly he couldn't get up, the subordinates who were drinking merrily with Caesar quickly backed off, not having any intention of avenging their leader. After the end of the world, teams were polarized. Some teams were incredibly united, facing life and death together, willing to sacrifice themselves to buy time for their teammates. Others were loosely organized, gathering merely for profit. They only knew how to drink and divide spoils in normal times, but when something big happened, they would fall apart at the slightest touch. As Caesar lay on the ground about to pass out, his vision became increasingly blurred. Straining to keep his eyes open, all he could see was redness, and his mouth was full of the strong taste of blood. He struggled to call for help but could only feel the hot blood flowing out of his mouth, dripping onto the ground and gradually losing its warmth in the severe cold. Without the strength to struggle, he fainted straight away. Gavriel stood where he was, looking at the surrounding survivors and overseers who had been attracted by the commotion. This person ignored his duties during the most critical moment and used his position to give his family an easy path. He is merely the first example. If anyone else tries to cheat like him, their fate will be much worse. In today's harsh environment, everyone has finally found a stable job to survive. I hope you don't miss this rare opportunity and make the wrong choice. His voice was indifferent, his dark eyes scanning each face around him. Anyone who met his gaze shivered. Thank you for your cooperation. Gavriel added 4 words, then called new overseers to take over before continuing to stroll among the crowd. The news of Caesar's fate quickly spread throughout the square and eventually reached the base leadership. According to the base rules, fighting would result in immediate arrest, but given the severe situation, failing to set an example would lead some people to exploit loopholes. Giving these people an opportunity might mean many others would starve to death. Thus, the leadership turned a blind eye, and no one came to bother Gavriel. The square was bustling, and within a single day, it seemed like everyone in the base wore bracelets, and most residents' faces showed smiles. Finally, there was food. Holding crystal cores meant they had a chance to live. Everyone was grateful to Una. Surviving in the harsh post-apocalyptic world was already difficult enough. With the current urgency, Una's willingness to help made her a beacon of light to many. It was as if she had been sent by heaven to save the residents of the western base. All kinds of strange rumors spread among the residents, and Una's status rose unprecedentedly. Occasionally, food items would appear outside her tent. Though not particularly valuable or delicious, these were heartfelt offerings from many survivors, and Una accepted them without hesitation. Since she couldn't trace who sent these items, accepting them outright was better than disappointing the residents. However, she immediately increased the security around the tent. It was already hard enough for survivors to eat, so she couldn't accept anything twice. When Gavriel returned to the tent, Una was happily munching on a mango. Upon seeing him, she quickly wiped her hands and welcomed him. Outside, snowflakes started to fall intermittently. Although it didn't significantly affect daily activities, it still caused tension. The road closure from the heavy snow left a deep impression on everyone, making each person fear another blizzard. The more nervous everyone felt, the harder they worked. With the Lunar New Year approaching, even though conditions were poor, it was necessary to stockpile supplies for the holiday. It would also serve as food reserves in case a heavy snowstorm did occur. Una walked forward to help Gavriel gently brush off some snowflakes from his shoulders. Your thunderous means, I knew all about it inside the tent. Nowadays, no one dares to be dishonest anymore. Before doing bad things, they all have to think carefully whether they can withstand your anger. You're really very impressive. Her tone was teasing, and Gavriel laughed at her jesting. He took off his coat, which carried a chill, and hung it beside the charcoal pot. He directly kicked off his shoes and socks and got into bed, where warmth enveloped him, and sleepiness instantly overwhelmed him. Una also lay down to rest for a while, but during her rest, it was Gavriel who managed the outside situation without any break. Even an iron body couldn't endure this. Supervisors usually took shifts, resting after 8 p.m., going home directly. However, Gabrielle watched over those lingering, unwilling to leave people on the square until they finally went away before returning to the tent to rest. Una looked outside the tent. Only a lonely tent remained on the square, with the rest of the supervisors and residents already home. The sky was overcast. The tent was sturdy and windproof, so there was no need to run back and forth to their home. The two of them settled down here directly since mutant plant number 6 guarded the entrance outside, preventing anyone from getting in. After taking out food from her spatial pocket, Una nudged Gabrielle. "I've already eaten. You should eat something before sleeping, or you'll ruin your health." Gabrielle rubbed his sore eyes. Although sleepiness made him not even want to sit up, he always regarded Una's words as commands. Even if he was extremely sleepy, he still sat up and had dinner. Una also accompanied him, stuffing 2 sweet and sour pork ribs into her mouth. Seeing that Gabrielle couldn't hold on any longer, she kicked off her slippers and crawled into the bed too. Fortunately, her spatial shop was spacious enough, and most of the items sold there didn't require electricity. Otherwise, using an electric blanket would take some effort. Chapter 171, Wade suddenly arrives at the westbound base. Una felt the scorching heat from Gabrielle's body, adjusting to a more comfortable position in his arms before she began to doze off. Every morning at 4 o'clock, work on the square would start anew. In fact, the rest time available each day wasn't long, so it was important to make the most of it for mental recovery. Time passed by like this, and soon it had been 7 days. Una and Gabrielle were warming their hands by the charcoal brazier inside the tent when someone outside gently shook a bell. The bell was what Una used as a doorbell, clearly indicating that there was a visitor or something requiring their attention. Una spoke up, "Come in." She didn't rise to greet but sat on a small stool roasting by the fire, her delicate hands feeling comfortably warm. A tall and familiar figure walked in, staying silent all along. Una frowned as she looked back, then her pupils suddenly constricted. Wade, why did he suddenly come to the westbound base? Una inwardly sensed trouble. Although Alanis hadn't wronged Elliot, with 2 tigers contending, another big commotion was likely imminent. His eyes slightly narrowed, wind-worn, with stubble obscuring his skin and dry, cracked lips. His clothes were also dirty, clearly having endured considerable hardship along the way. "Why are you so calm upon seeing me? Shouldn't you have rushed over to welcome me?" He made no mention of the hardships of the journey, only watching Una with a smile, but his next words struck Una right in the heart. "Where's Ling Snow? Although I'm here under the pretext of visiting, my main purpose is still to see her." Wade scratched his head. His hands were rougher than before, looking nothing like his previous refined and meticulous self, appearing more like a homeless man. "I've established my own base and settled down my brothers. Now I can protect her and offer her a better life, so I intend to take her away. You should come with us too." His eyes shone, lips trembling slightly, visibly agitated. When he left resolutely for the south, it had been nearly 2 years ago. But in just 2 years, he had already built his own base and had formidable support. Una had to admit, he was a genius, though this trip to the westbound base would end in failure. Looking at Wade's hopeful gaze, she finally felt that Alanis should tell him herself. No matter how close they were, she shouldn't meddle in this. Matters of love were always complicated. "Ling Snow is busy outside and might not have time to see you. However, she's on duty in the morning today, free in the afternoon, and I can take you to meet her then." Wade shook his head. "No need, I can't wait any longer. I want to see her now, can you take me to her?" Just as Una was about to refuse, a familiar voice came from outside the tent. "Momo, I'm starving. I want a strawberry cake." It was Alanis's voice. It was now 2 p.m., and she had finished her work, entering the tent, playfully asking for a cake. Amador followed behind her, both holding hands, looking affectionate until they saw Wade, whereupon their smiles faded instantly. Wade turned around smiling upon hearing the familiar voice, but his smile froze, turning into pain and confusion, as if a sharp dagger had pierced straight into Alanis's heart. Her voice was a little hoarse, yet she didn't let go of Amador's hand. "Why are you here?" Wade remained silent for a moment, the atmosphere stiffening, making it hard for everyone in the room to breathe. "I came to see you." His voice trembled as he pointed directly at Amador. "Him? Don't you need to introduce him?" Alanis took a deep breath, lifting the hands she tightly held with Amador. "This is my boyfriend, Amador. You two should have met before. Why do you need me to introduce him?" Wade opened his mouth but closed it weakly, disbelief and pain in his eyes as he stared at their intertwined fingers. "Just 2 years, I've only been gone for 2 years, and you've fallen in love with another man so quickly. Alanis, what am I to you? What am I, Wade, to you?" Alanis seemed powerless, sighing deeply before giving Una a smile. "You three go out first, we need to talk properly." Amador spoke up with some disapproval and took a step forward. "I won't leave. I'm staying here too." But his opinion wasn't heeded by Alanis, who instead pushed him out directly. The tent's curtain closed behind them, blocking the view inside. Una and Gabrielle led Amador to sit on the steps of a nearby platform. Snowflakes were dancing down, swaying playfully from side to side, gradually accumulating into a thin layer on the ground. But as people walked across the surface, the snow soon disappeared without a trace. Inside the tent, the two individuals sat silently by the charcoal brazier. Yet, the warmth from the bamboo charcoal could not thaw Wade's heart, which felt like it had plunged into an icy cellar. "Wade, are you feeling bitter? Do you think my actions are betraying you?" Alanis laughed self-deprecatingly, but her voice didn't waver. "I don't believe there's anything wrong with what I did. You gave up on me for your brothers and future prospects. Why can't I choose someone else over you? Wade painfully grabbed at his somewhat long hair, his mind in chaos. It wasn't just about my future and my brothers. I also wanted to be capable and confident enough to protect you. I have always loved you. For the past 2 years, I numbed myself with heavy work every day, all to finish building the base quickly so I could come find you as soon as possible. But why couldn't you wait for even that much time? Tears welled up in his eyes but were stubbornly wiped away with the corner of his sleeve, leaving his voice more nasal than ever. I know that in this post-apocalyptic world, there will always be someone stronger out there. I must ensure that I'm powerful enough that no one can take you away from me, powerful enough for you to live freely like Una. Your presence fills my future. Every step I've taken has been part of my plan for us to be together forever. Why couldn't you just wait for me? He hugged his head in agony, curling up into a ball. The formerly spirited man was instantly gone, replaced by someone bent under the weight of pain, barely managing to stay seated on the chair. Chapter 172, New Spring Festival approaches. Alanis couldn't bear to look at him and turned her head away, forcing herself not to watch. If you can strive for our future, why can't I? But you resolutely left me behind, choosing the path you wanted to take. Did you let go of our feelings merely for a better future for both of us? How many 2-year periods are there in my life? How much must people endure to live safely for 2 years in this world? What if I cannot wait until you return? Was your departure solely for me? Didn't it also serve your grand ambitions and broader future? Don't put on such a noble act. If you truly loved me, you wouldn't have resolved to leave me alone for 2 years. Elliot huddled where he sat, his eyes hollow, as confusion and regret seemed ready to swallow him whole. Indeed, he couldn't claim that his journey south was only for Alanis, other reasons naturally played a part. Yet he had believed she would wait for him, giving him a second chance, never imagining she would turn to another man. Alanis blinked back tears and forced a smile. I want a simple life. Dining with Una, Amador, and the others makes me very happy. For me, nothing could be more blissful. I don't wish to be the base leader's wife. All I want is my beloved by my side every day, without having to worry about him. Amador's abilities are no worse than yours. He also has lofty ambitions and his own desire for power and a future. He has brothers who need him too. But he made all the necessary arrangements and followed me resolutely without using the guise of doing what's best for me to do things that hurt me. Elliot wiped the tears from his eyes, but it was futile. Bitter tears had already trickled into his mouth. Everything is just retribution. I admit my departure wasn't entirely for you. I lost, and I accept it. That's all. I wish you happiness. May you grow old together, united in eternal love. He tugged at his tattered robe, feeling utterly embarrassed, then turned and walked away, leaving the westbound base without looking back. There was nothing here left for him. The one he cherished had chosen another. Now, he felt like a clown, a joke. Una watched Elliot leave without trying to stop him or saying anything superfluous. She understood that Elliot was now a thing of the past for Alanis and didn't wish for further entanglements between them. It was better this way, to cut ties cleanly and have no further contact. Amador glanced worriedly toward the tent but hesitated to enter, which made Una somewhat impatient. What are you looking at? This is your perfect opportunity to crush Elliot completely. Why stand here catching cold when you should be enhancing your presence? She gave Amador a gentle push. Linksnow chose you, and that won't change. Don't overthink it. Amador turned and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Of course I know that. In my Linksnow's heart, I will always be the most important one. She would never abandon me. With that, he strode into the tent boldly. Una and Gavriel left, giving the couple their privacy. On the street, everyone wore smiles, their eyes filled with hope for the future. The numb expressions were long gone. People kept greeting the two of them before leaving with sacks of corn, the jingle of crystal cores in their pockets. Una smiled. Great, the westbound base has weathered another storm. Gavriel held her hand happily, and the two strolled quietly through the streets, enjoying the layered smiles on everyone's faces. There are only half a month until the new year. Everyone already has enough crystal cores for the holiday. I plan to stop after 12 more days so we can prepare for it. It's a major event once a year, and even though it's the end times, we can't treat it casually. There needs to be a sense of ceremony. Una skipped along the street, while Gavriel followed, watching her joyfully. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately swallowed his words. It would be better to surprise her once everything was prepared. Saying it too early would spoil the fun. Suppressing his excitement, he caught up with her, and they held hands tightly, savoring the festive atmosphere as the Lunar New Year approached. Time flew by, and the countdown to the new year shortened day by day. Soon, it was the last day Una planned to work. Although the residents were reluctant to lose such a lucrative and easy job, Una had indeed saved them from dire straits. It was only right for her to reclaim the benefits now. Everyone understood how much Una had sacrificed for this mission, how many sleepless nights she had endured, and how many pieces of equipment she had added. Each person regarded Una as their benefactor, and for a time, she was the most prominent figure in the base. The upper echelons of the base were also in high spirits. This mission had filled their coffers as well. With an abundance of crystal cores, they purchased large quantities of grain from Una, stockpiling for the next harsh weather. The bustling square became sparsely populated, no longer as lively as before. Una returned home from the square platform and lay on her soft, fluffy bed, finally feeling a deep sense of relaxation. She rolled around happily. I must get a good night's rest. It's been so long since I've had a proper sleep. Every day I'm woken up halfway through my sleep. It's too painful. She rubbed her tired eyes and then entered her space to freshen up and take a bath. When she came out, her skin looked noticeably softer and whiter. Gabrielle stared intently at the drop of water that slid down from her collarbone but understood her exhaustion over the past few days. To avoid not being able to sleep himself, he went back to the guest room. Una, however, was content with her freedom. After he dried her hair for her, she promptly lay on the bed and closed her eyes to rest, falling asleep almost immediately. She slept well that night. The next morning, she woke up refreshed and rejuvenated, her eyes more spirited than usual. With only 3 days left until the new year, everyone in the base was busy. Una began supplying couplets and New Year's decorations, which sold out quickly. Many vendors rushed back for more stock. Una couldn't help but marvel at how important the Spring Festival was to Chinese people, always requiring thorough preparation regardless of circumstances. However, it was also a business opportunity, which she naturally wouldn't refuse. Her pile of crystal cores grew even higher with the addition of more glittering ones. Chapter 173, We Just Got Married. She had been busy preparing New Year's goods and decorating the place, while Gabrielle always acted suspiciously, going out from time to time without telling her the reason. Una was curious but didn't follow him either. After all, everyone has their secrets, and she didn't want to pry into Gabrielle's privacy. Even though they were the closest people, it was important to give each other some personal space. Thus, as preparations went on, soon came the eve of the Spring Festival, with the sound of firecrackers occasionally echoing within the base. With these sounds added in, the festival atmosphere became even stronger, and many people put on new clothes to present their best selves for the coming year. Una specially picked a festive red sweater that suited this holiday perfectly, making her look lively and energetic. As the sound of fireworks rang out, the new year finally arrived amidst everyone's anticipation. Everyone gathered together. It was said that a generous ability user had prepared a grand fireworks show on the square, which everyone was eagerly waiting for. The Wind Chasers team hurried to the square to secure a spot. Perhaps because of what happened recently, everyone made way for Una and her team voluntarily, welcoming the members of the Wind Chasers to the innermost circle for viewing. Una saw crates of fireworks there. It had been years since she last saw them, so it was indeed a fortunate event to witness them now. Thinking about this, she turned to ask Gabrielle, will the sound and colors of the fireworks attract zombies or mutant plants and animals? What if they set fire to the houses? Gabrielle's mouth twitched. The organizers must have thought of everything. Let's just enjoy the show, okay? Una thought about it and agreed. After all, the base wouldn't allow anything that could endanger its safety. Since the upper echelons approved it, there must be contingencies in place. She stood happily where she was, pulling out a string of sugar-coated haws from her pocket as a sweet treat. But before she could take a bite, someone gently pushed her to stand right at the center of the crowd circle. Gabrielle quietly watched her, his eyes full of intense love and tenderness that nearly made Una's heart skip a beat. She felt something significant was about to happen and was secretly excited. Suddenly, the lights on the residential buildings surrounding the square lit up, creating a stunning sky of blue and yellow, reflecting the real sky and captivating the audience's attention. As Una admired the sight, the man in front of her suddenly knelt down, tears welling up in his eyes as he lifted his palm, revealing a small red velvet box containing a sparkling ring. The crowd erupted instantly, cheering and shouting, "Marry him, marry him." It was extremely noisy around, yet in Una's world, everything was silent except for Gabrielle. Una, I am so happy to have the chance to make you fall in love with me, to have the opportunity to become the one who accompanies you for life. I vow to spend all my remaining days with you, loving you, protecting you, and choosing you unwaveringly. I have only ever loved you and will only love you forever. Please, marry me. His voice trembled slightly towards the end, but the ring stayed steady in his hand, presented directly to Una. I do. These 3 words, though soft, penetrated deeply into Gabrielle's heart. At that moment, fireworks burst into the sky, creating a breathtaking view that illuminated everyone on the square. Gabrielle had already slipped the ring onto Una's left ring finger, its diamond shining brightly but not as intensely as his love for her. I love you. Me too. They embraced tightly. The night was beautiful, the fireworks dazzling, and the person they cherished more so. After the fireworks gala, many people lingered unwilling to leave, but the Wind Chasers team returned home to have their New Year's Eve dinner. Fragrant pork leek dumplings never go out of style, served with other dishes prepared by Gabrielle, filling an entire table. They raised their glasses to celebrate both the Chinese New Year and the newlywed couple Gabrielle and Una. Amador asked Gabrielle curiously, aren't you worried that this fireworks show might attract something dangerous? Gabrielle took a sip of his wine. I've cleared all zombies within the area that the sound can reach. There are no zombies or mutant creatures. Amador marveled, this vast area, you're truly tough. Una suddenly thought of Gabrielle's early mornings and late evenings recently. Sometimes, he would look a bit dirty and messy, but she never imagined it was for preparing this. After serving Una a braised lion's head, Gabrielle spoke again, I have used mental barriers to protect the sky above every building in the base, ensuring no risk of fire. He looked at Una, his eyes filled with endless tenderness and love. For my proposal, I naturally want it to leave a deep impression on my wife, so that when we are old, I can claim credit, right? Una blushed at being called wife, lowering her head shyly while gnawing on the braised lion's head. Though she didn't care about these formalities, Gabrielle's attention, effort, and dedication left her pleasantly surprised and touched. What could be more blissful than knowing you're cherished? She really hadn't made a mistake in loving him. The happiness today wasn't just because of the proposal but also due to the spring festival. Everyone drank more than usual and didn't stagger home until midnight. Gabriel was clearly tipsy, walking unsteadily, so Una had to support him from apartment 501 back to 503. Back home, she practically tossed the heavy man onto the guest bed, heaving a sigh of relief. Despite his seemingly well-built and muscular physique, Gabriel was surprisingly heavy, almost too much for her to handle. Expecting him to cause a drunken scene, he instead sat upright on the sofa, hands obediently placed on his knees, sitting ramrod straight. Una found it amusing, gently poking his face, only to be earnestly refused by the man. "We just got married, how can you touch me like that?" Una found this behavior unusual. After all, he was usually anything but serious, yet now he was acting so proper after marriage. She couldn't help but tease him. "Gabriel, who am I?" He leaned in closely to scrutinize her for a moment. "Wife, you're the wife." Chapter 174, Southern Base Sent People. She smiled gently, her eyes soft. "Yes, no one could fail to recognize me." She raised her left hand, examining the sparkling ring on her finger carefully. It fit perfectly. It seemed that Gabriel must have searched for a long time to find a diamond ring that she especially liked. Una sat quietly beside Gabriel, leaning her head lightly against his shoulder. "Sometimes I feel very grateful to Mayu Butterfly for rewinding time and giving me another chance to meet you and fall in love with you. Otherwise, I never would have imagined that there could be someone in this world who loves me so much, someone whose heart and mind are filled entirely with me." Gabriel's eyes were a little misty, but he still kindly raised his hand to gently embrace Una's shoulder. "I'm very lucky to have you." The night was long, and on New Year's Eve, fireworks lit up everywhere, illuminating everyone's happy smiles. With the new year comes new hope. Everyone only wished for better days ahead. A deserted road lined with overgrown weeds, taller than a person, sprawling across the ground, causing significant trouble for travelers. The convoy stopped here. The lead vehicle was a tall Hummer, followed by a luxurious and comfortable RV parked in place, and lastly a rugged off-road vehicle. Due to poor road conditions, they had to stop to clear away obstructive weeds, but the passenger in the RV grew somewhat impatient. The car window rolled down, revealing a woman with an exquisite appearance. She wore a simple white down jacket, pristine without any dust. Her makeup was perfect, with round, smooth pearls dangling from her ears, and a dazzling blue sapphire necklace around her neck. Her skin was fair and tender, her eyes large and spirited, making anyone who saw her feel awestruck. "What's going on?" Someone from the leading Hummer got out, standing before the window and bowing slightly towards her. "Miss, the road ahead is blocked by weeds, and we're working on clearing them. Please wait inside the vehicle." The woman called Miss gently lifted her hand to stroke her curled hair, which had clearly been styled and now coiled elegantly. "You all must hurry. Our mission is to escort Brother Gabriel back to the southern base, and the sooner the better." The man nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned to instruct the others to speed up, leaving 3 men standing around the RV to protect the refined woman inside. "Doris, are you sure your brother Gabriel will obediently follow you back to the southern base? He severed ties with the base commander a long time ago. What does it matter if you, who have no deep feelings for him, call yourself his sister?" Inside the car lay another man with an unearthly beautiful face, so gorgeous that it was hard to distinguish his gender, a delicate piece of art like a treasure in a cabinet. Though beautiful, there was a hint of malice in his features, clearly not a good person. Doris touched up her hair in front of the mirror, then took a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her exquisite white high heels, laughing disdainfully. "Though my relationship with Brother Gabriel isn't close, I've liked him since childhood and once visited his home to enjoy a meal made by his mother. This alone makes me a special exception in his life. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, nothing is more important than a luxurious lifestyle and a powerful background. Who can refuse such things?" The man sneered coldly. The Cheng family was the wealthiest household in Jingcheng before the apocalypse, capable of shaking the entire Huaguo with just a footstep. Even then, Gabriel resolutely severed ties and left. "Do you think he'll want to return now?" Doris became visibly angry at the man's words and picked up a wine glass from the table, throwing it at him. However, the red liquid inside stopped mid-air, instantly freezing before shattering on the ground. "Jet, let me tell you this. Your father is merely a dog beside mine. If you dare to show off in front of me again, beware, I'll tell my father to deal with you as soon as I get back to the base." Jet didn't seem to mind. Ice shards flickered continuously in his palm, their sharp points capable of slicing through throats instantly. His gaze darkened. "If you talk about me like that, isn't your father also a dog to the base commander? Instead of belittling me here, you should think about how to complete the task assigned by the base commander." Doris stomped her feet fiercely. She knew Jet wasn't someone easy to provoke. Though she was furious, she didn't continue arguing with him. She smoothed her curly hair, then opened the car door and stepped down. Her high heels wobbled slightly on the uneven ground. She glanced at the mud on the soles of her shoes with disgust, then walked over patiently. "Still not done? How much longer do you need?" The man who had been standing by the window reporting to her bowed his head and continued working, not intending to provoke her. However, it was clear that Doris did not plan to let him off easily. "Draper, I didn't ask you, right? Why aren't you answering me?" Doris's small face wrinkled, looking at the tall and muscular Draper with disdain and disgust. What powerful mutant ability holder? In front of her, weren't they still like obedient lapdogs? Savoring the feeling of trampling on others' dignity, Doris finally felt satisfied. Draper put down his work and walked over. "Please wait a moment, miss. We will speed up immediately." You don't need to worry. Doris snorted coldly, then glanced around and said casually, kneel down and clean my shoes for me. Her shoe soles were already covered with dirt. This was a high-end product, traded for with several lives. It would not be so easy to get another one if needed. Draper stood rooted to the spot, clenching his fists tightly. Doris naturally noticed his reluctance and unwillingness. Your brother is in my father's hands, you know. If you dare to disobey, I'll send a message back, and you can guess whether he'll die instantly or not. Draper had no choice but to kneel half-heartedly on the ground in humiliation. Doris placed her boot on his knees. If it weren't for my disgust at your filth, I would have made you lick them clean just for that attitude. She laughed coldly, but she failed to notice the fleeting murderous intent in Draper's eyes and the anger in the eyes of the other followers. Shishing base. Inside the administrative building, many people hurried through the brightly lit corridors, quickly approaching the base commander. The southern base has sent someone. It's said to be the daughter of a high-ranking official there, but the specific purpose is unclear. Their vehicle should arrive at our base gates in about 3 hours. Body frowned, looking at the serious expression of the subordinate before him, and shook his head helplessly. What needs to come will come. I said it before, Gavriel can't hide in Shishing base forever. With his extraordinary abilities, once his father finds out how strong he is, he will do everything possible to take him away. Even if we want to stop it, we won't be able to. Chapter 175 Captain Yu's lover. He sighed helplessly and waved his hand to signal the person reporting to leave. Frederick, should we send someone out to welcome them? With Jingdu base now collapsed, Southern base is already considered the most powerful official base in Huagua. We will inevitably have to seek some benefits from them. After contemplating for a moment, Body nodded, send someone to greet them. Our Xinjiang base has harsh weather conditions, and we can't develop as fast as Southern base. Without Una and her team, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. Thinking of this, he suddenly slapped the table. Quickly send someone to inform Una's family. The people from Southern base are likely coming for Gavriel, they need to prepare accordingly. His subordinate nodded and quickly left. At that moment, Una and Gavriel were lying on the living room sofa watching a TV show. Just as the most intense battle scene was playing, the security door was knocked loudly. Una wasn't interested in looking, so she simply waved at Gavriel, go see who's here. I'm really engrossed in this part. Gavriel handed her a peeled tangerine before getting up to open the door. Standing outside was Cohen. He seemed to have become their messenger. Whenever the base leaders needed something from them, it seemed like he was always the one to deliver the message. Captain Shen, what brings you here? Gavriel politely asked, then invited him inside. Cohen sat on the sofa, looking uneasy as he began. Southern base has sent someone, a daughter of one of the high-level officials. Our Frederick suspects she's coming for you, so he asked me to inform you to be prepared. Una's attention was drawn over, pausing the movie and sitting next to Gavriel. What's going on? However, Gavriel didn't answer her question. He just gently patted her hand to reassure her, then escorted Cohen out. Una wasn't satisfied with Gavriel's vague response. She circled around asking questions until Gavriel finally explained. That guy must have heard about me being in Xinjiang base from someone. Maybe he doesn't have many useful subordinates, so he wants me to join Southern base. Una immediately understood whom Gavriel meant by that guy, and she pinched his face compassionately. You have an interesting stepfather there. Searching for mistresses everywhere, but remembers you only when trouble strikes. But what do you think? Do you want to go back? Gavriel shook his head resolutely. I don't want to go back. Seeing those illegitimate children of his makes me feel disgusted. Right now, I'm fine being with you. There's no need for me to trouble myself. Una gently tapped his cheek, then said, he knows you don't have feelings for him. If he sends someone to call you back, he must be fully prepared. But don't worry, we'll deal with any problem as it comes. If that old man dares to bully you, I'll zap him into ashes. A smile appeared on Gavriel's face, and he reached out to pinch Una's cheeks into all sorts of funny shapes. I'll rely on my wife's protection then. Una lightly swatted his hand away and nodded, rubbing her cheeks. As husband and wife, she would respect any decision Gavriel made and protect him from any harm. Even if it were the Southern Frederick, her lightning would be enough to sweep away any defiance. The result of Gavriel's deep gratitude was that Una threw him on the bed and had her way with him until he passed out sobbing. Gavriel half supported himself, pulling her into his arms and wrapping her smooth hair around his fingers. Now, Una was the meaning of his life. Nothing could make him abandon her. Even if his so-called father wanted to drag him back, the person he sent would have to prove capable first. Though his eyes were cold, he still gently adjusted the blanket around Una and pulled her closer. Outside the main gate of Xinjiang base, 3 cars had stopped. From the middle protected vehicle stepped off a stunning woman and an unnaturally handsome man. Both were dressed cleanly and exquisitely, clearly high-ranking family members, people accustomed to looking down on others. Body disliked socializing and, as the base commander of Xinjiang base, would not personally greet a woman from a high-ranking family even if the base were lagging behind. Doris didn't deserve such high protocol. Jet stood behind Doris, more beautiful than the elegantly dressed women in front, instantly catching everyone's attention. The person who came to greet them was the captain of an official squad named Magdalena, who had a short and neat haircut, giving her an impressive and spirited appearance. She wore 2 tang knives on her waist. As she strode forward, the wind she generated gently blew some strands of Doris's hair. Miss Lu, hello. I'm glad that Southern base has sent people to visit us at Xinjiang base. Please come in. She made a welcoming gesture, then led the group into the base and, following the orders from the higher-ups, escorted them to a specially designated VIP reception room. These rooms were specifically for guests of honor, transformed from a hotel before the apocalypse, and only people with high social status could be accommodated here. Each room had dedicated staff for cleaning, but when Doris entered, she still covered her nose in disgust. Why does it smell so musty? It's stifling. Magdalena maintained her smile. We always send someone to clean these rooms before guests arrive. If you're not satisfied, I can have someone clean it again for you. Doris raised her chin haughtily. No need. Anyway, I don't plan on staying long here, so it's tolerable even if it's a bit worse. Magdalena didn't say anything more. After settling all 11 people from Southern Base, she turned to leave, her face immediately turning grim. Someone had taken care of Doris's clothing and shoes. She merely walked around the room to familiarize herself with it, then went downstairs with Draper to find a staff member. Take me to your bases, Gabrielle. The staff member, who had been briefed beforehand, hesitated and spoke cautiously. Miss Liu, which Gabrielle are you referring to? There are several people with the same name in the base. Could you please specify so I can check? Doris grew impatient. The powerful dual ability wielder Gabrielle. He has an outstanding appearance and should be quite famous in your base. The staff member finally understood. Ah, you mean Captain Yu's lover, right? Doris's eyes instantly turned dangerous as she glared at the staff member fiercely. What did you say? Lover. Chapter 176. Keep him in line. The staff member's smile remained unchanged. Of course, who doesn't know that Captain Yu and Gabrielle are a couple? They just got married last night. The proposal scene really livened up the entire Western Expedition base. Doris gritted her teeth, then asked the staff member for Gabrielle's address. Leading the rest of her team, she headed straight there. Jet did not follow them. Although he was sent by the base leadership to protect Doris, he had long been dissatisfied with this arrogant woman. To him, as long as Doris didn't die, he didn't need to do anything else. Actually, even if Doris were dead, it wouldn't be so bad. Though he would be punished, at least one less annoying piece of trash would be around. After Doris left with her entourage, the staff member's expression changed slightly, but he said nothing. This group from the southern base clearly didn't take them seriously. However, no matter what schemes they had, Captain Yu would easily deal with them. They weren't mere decorations either. If the southern base wanted to forcefully abduct people, they wouldn't be passive. At this point, Una and Gabrielle had already received the news. The reason the staff member revealed their address was all due to Una's instructions. Otherwise, according to other residents, they would never consider letting such an arrogant woman search their place. Una sat on the sofa holding a tablet, wearing soft and snug pajamas, with peeled fruit prepared by Gabrielle on the coffee table beside her. Seeing the man dealing with shrimps for dinner tonight, Una sat cross-legged, somewhat interested. You're being watched by others, yet you're calmly preparing food. I don't know what to say about you. Gabrielle chuckled lightly. You could praise my calmness and reward me tonight. Una grabbed a cherry tomato and threw it at him, then said, You're really not going to hide from them? Even a direct attack is easier to avoid than hidden arrows. Gabrielle caught the tomato and put it in his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Didn't you say you'd protect me, turning anyone who wants to hurt me into ashes? Why are you suddenly telling me to hide now? Are you unwilling to protect me? Una rolled her eyes and stuck a piece of watermelon into her mouth with a toothpick. I will protect you, but stop acting moody in front of me. Gabrielle continued handling the live shrimp in his hand. Soon, they heard violent knocking on the door. Absolutely no one in the Western Expedition base would dare knock on Una's door like this. They exchanged glances. Gabrielle remained seated, while Una jumped up and walked to the door. She didn't mind eliminating a few lackeys. Opening the door, a fashionably dressed woman stood outside, looking impeccable down to the last hair, almost glowing. Despite appearing unique, this meticulously dressed woman paled in comparison to Una, who was plainly dressed in a fuzzy sleepwear. Doris drew a sharp breath. Since the apocalypse, she had lived comfortably, with every cosmetic and clothing item bought with countless lives of psychics. Yet, a blood-watered rose couldn't match a wildflower growing freely. She was instantly overshadowed when face to face. Who are you? Raising her chin arrogantly, Doris suppressed her jealousy and disdain, asking with contempt. Una glanced at her, her lips curling mockingly. You come banging on my door and ask who I am? I'm your great-aunt. Doris was taken aback by Una's words, standing frozen before screaming wildly, You dirty woman. Una slapped her directly, and the people behind Doris tried to intervene but were blocked by a barrier, making any attacks ineffective. Una giggled, rubbing her wrist, then pulled out a wet wipe from her pocket to clean her hand. Seeing how unmannered you are, let me teach you how to speak properly first. Don't thank me. Then she threw the wet wipe onto Doris's face, sliding down her pristine white down jacket, leaving dust marks when it hit the ground. Speak up, why are you here? Or I'll slap you again. Una smiled brightly, yet to Doris, she looked terrifying like a devil, scaring her into trying to flee. But through a gap beside Una, she saw Gabrielle inside still busy with something. She recognized him instantly and was about to say something happily, but she suddenly pulled at the wound on the corner of her mouth. Rubbing it slightly in pain, Doris whispered rather clumsily, Brother Gabrielle, Uncle Cheng asked me to come and take you back to the base. Gabrielle acted as if he hadn't sensed her presence at all, quietly dealing with the live shrimp in the water basin without even lifting his head. Una, leaning against the doorframe, was just about to shoo them away when she heard Doris's voice. Brother Gabrielle, do you remember your mother's keepsakes? The jade bracelet, which was her beloved item before she passed away. If you want it, just come back with me obediently. After completing your mission, the base commander will naturally give it to you. Only then did Gavriel show some reaction, subsequently raising his eyes to look at Doris. Seeing Gavriel lift his head, she confidently glanced at Una, then sneered disdainfully and calmly watched Gavriel approach. You and your base commander get lost. Don't always think of gaining benefits from me. When did those gifts used to perfunctorily please her during festivals become her cherished mementos? Those things my mother never wore. Tell whoever sent you this, if he wants me to destroy him, I'll certainly comply. If he still wants to keep his position as the base commander, it would be best for him to behave himself. Though he was smiling, it made Doris's hair stand on end. She wanted to say more but was directly turned away. Standing in the quiet hallway, she felt both angry and scared. She had come here with a mission. If Gavriel didn't return, even the usually kind Uncle Cheng might turn against her. If she had known Gavriel was so stubborn, she shouldn't have taken on this hot potato. Now, she couldn't deal with it or throw it away. Doris stomped her foot irritably but was powerless, too afraid to knock on the door again. So she could only leave with her people, then angrily returned to the guest room. Chapter 177, Will Not Stand by Idly. Seeing her foul mood, Draper and others did not dare to approach her for fear of incurring her wrath. They stood by the door waiting, inwardly full of disdain and dissatisfaction. Jet was also called over by her. He sat lazily on the adjacent window seat, turning the ice shard in his palm into various shapes, all radiating an inviting glow. Playing around. Since you came to the Westwood base, you've just been wandering around. Let me tell you, Gavriel couldn't care less about our demands. He doesn't even take the base leader seriously. What are we supposed to do now? Jet clenched his fist, then cast a cool gaze at Doris, who looked extremely anxious beside him. When you came, didn't you tell me your Gavriel brother was special to you? Why are you now blaming me for not helping? I mean nothing special to him. You, as his special childhood friend, didn't get any preferential treatment from him. What good would I be in this situation? Doris turned beet red from Jet's words, teetering on the edge of exploding, clearly very upset. Don't use those excuses on me. I'm telling you, you're also involved in this mission. If we return empty-handed, your family won't gain anything either. Frustrated with her nagging, Jet furrowed his brow and directly stood up, leaving the room and heading toward the reception area. Doris followed, puzzled. Where are you going? Jet glanced at the woman chasing after him, rolled his eyes, and continued walking but was still pulled back by her grabbing his sleeve. The disgusting scent of powder wafted in the air. Jet's expression darkened, filled with murderous intent, yet he refrained from acting out due to the power behind Doris. Since Gavriel isn't cooperating, why don't we pressure their base leader? If Gavriel is expelled from the base and no other base except the southern base is willing to take him in, do you think he might reconsider? This put a smile on Doris's face, and she hurriedly tapped along in her high heels. Not bad, you're not entirely useless. If this plan works, I'll ask my father to reward you. She strutted past him like a proud peacock, maintaining her leading position. Both entered the base leader's office without bothering to announce themselves, storming in aggressively, which seemed somewhat absurd. Body was seated at his desk reviewing documents. Seeing these two clearly hostile visitors, he didn't greet them but continued tidying up his things. Ignored, Doris walked up and slapped the desk. You must be the base leader of the Westwood base, right? Her tone was unapologetically rude, clearly not taking Body seriously. Body understood that it wasn't just Doris who disrespected him. The entire southern base looked down upon the Westwood base. Miss Liu, please have a seat. I'm busy with documents now, and I will discuss matters with you once I'm done. But Doris had no intention of sitting. She was ready to throw a tantrum when someone yanked her hand and tossed her aside. Thrown off balance, her high heels were unsteady, nearly causing her to fall. Her disheveled hair made her look quite flustered. I am the daughter of a high-ranking official from the southern base. My father is the right-hand man of the base leader. How dare you treat me like this? Your behavior is tantamount to declaring war on the southern base. Body remained calm, continuing to handle his paperwork calmly. Magdalena, who had thrown Doris aside, scoffed but stayed silent. Though she was rough, she could roughly discern the complex political implications here. Doris was sent specifically by the southern base to test the Westwood base. The arrogance of this high-ranking official's daughter suggested that others from the southern base wouldn't be much better. But all decisions rested with Body. He had his own considerations. Treating Doris with respect would indicate proper etiquette. However, if someone acted recklessly within the base, it would appear as if the Westwood base feared the southern base. He didn't want conflict with the southern base, yet he understood the tense times required the Westwood base to maintain an advantageous position. Rich or advanced technology meant nothing if they didn't possess a formidable weapon like Una. Body pondered all night, concluding that whoever controlled Una would control the future. The Westwood base had weathered the cold crisis thanks to Una, and the residents had enjoyed a peaceful new year. To hell with the southern base, he didn't want to be inferior to anyone in everything. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Doris to take Gavriel away, let alone trample on the dignity of the Westwood base. Even if the southern base was displeased, what could they do? Try to touch them. Gavriel and Una were not ones to be trifled with. Both sides stood off like this. During this time, Doris exchanged several glances with Jet, but all were ignored. She pouted and sat on the sofa waiting. After 2 full hours, Body finally finished handling the last document, looked up, and then at Doris. Miss Lu, what can I do for you now? Despite his white hair, he appeared spirited, sitting behind the desk which somewhat intimidated Doris, making her hesitate to speak. After a moment of hesitation, it was actually Jet who spoke first. Base leader, you must know Gavriel's identity. Our base leader misses his son dearly and wants to take him back. Surely, you would help us. The location of the Westwood base is unfavorable, surrounded by many zombies and lacking in supplies. The survivors here probably aren't living too well, and technology likely can't keep up with the development of the entire country. If the base leader extends a hand, I believe our base leader will remember your kindness. When the Westwood base faces difficulties in the future, we from the southern base won't stand idly by. Body smiled. He understood that this Doris was merely a figurehead being used as a pawn. The young man before him was the true decision-maker. He was capable and had sufficient means, but his overall demeanor was somewhat gloomy, clearly not a kind-hearted person. Their family matters are none of my business, and I, an outsider, may not be able to assist you much. Jet laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing some of the high-level mutant pressure. You can expel Gavriel from the Westwood base, and we naturally have ways to make sure he has nowhere to go. At that point, you will surely reap benefits. Chapter 178, It's like looking for a needle in the ocean. Body's eyes turned cold. Our Shishing base recruits talented individuals widely, and even ordinary people are welcomed. Gavriel is a promising talent and a powerful sidechicker. How could I possibly turn him away? You two don't need to waste time on me. Captain you, show them out. Although Magdalena is a woman, she can't be a simple figure as she is the captain of the official team. She gestured an invitation with 2 steps forward and then shooed the 2 people from the southern base out of the administrative building like ducks. On the road, Doris and Jet had rather unpleasant expressions on their faces. Anyone would be in a bad mood after being dismissed so hastily. This old man doesn't want to help us, and Gavriel doesn't wish to return either. What should we do? Doris clenched her teeth and asked. The slap from Una that morning still caused her pain. She is also a psychicker, but hers is water-type with not much offensive power. Although her rank isn't low, she cannot compete with a powerful thunder-type psychicker and could only take the slap passively. She did consider asking Draper and others to avenge her, but after careful thought, now wasn't the time to cause trouble. They still had to wait for opportunities. Back at the guest room, Doris and Jet walked in, thinking to discuss matters further with others, only to find everyone lying on the ground, breathing but clearly unconscious. These were all high-intensity psychickers from the southern base. How could they have been taken down so easily? Both Doris and Jet took a sharp breath, instinctively wanting to scream, but their minds suddenly lost the will to resist, though fear remained in their hearts. A woman was sitting on the windowsill, dressed in a fiery red dress despite the winter weather, wearing red-soled heels. Beautiful enough to make one catch their breath, but when she turned her head, it revealed the face of a zombie. A zombie? Why would a zombie appear inside the Shishing base? Hasn't anyone noticed? Doris and Jet both wanted to scream, but their thoughts changed again and they silently approached, kneeling before the woman. Well done, people from the southern base, you've arrived just in time. The woman, no, the zombie, retracted her fangs but her eyeballs were still covered with white, emitting a terrifying aura. I just needed an excuse. Human minds are full of twists and turns, and I love watching you tear each other apart. She laughed with a grating voice like metal scraping against porcelain, making one's teeth grind. The southern base deliberately lured zombies into surrounding the city, causing severe casualties in Shishing base, leading to a southern revenge expedition. What a good play, and it excites me just thinking about it. Doris and Jet's pupils dilated, shaking their heads but unable to summon any urge to cry for help, until finally, a bloody red hue surfaced in their eyes. Affected by the zombie's crimson dress, they instantly stood up, ignoring the presence of the woman. Body is a stubborn old man. Since he won't help us, let's have zombies destroy this base. Let's see if Gavriel can stay here then. Yes, without a place to live, he'll definitely leave with us. So what if many die? They aren't from our southern base anyway. Their thoughts were influenced to extremes and they hesitated not, turning around and walking out. Gavriel's mental power had long covered the entire Shishing base. Sensing the powerful, non-human psychical energy, he immediately rushed over with Una. But following the energy led them to the guest room where the floor was filled with unconscious bodies but no sign of Doris or Jet. Una looked at the fallen people. There were no bite marks but instead bruises from human fighting, making the scene somewhat tragic. They were knocked out by their own companions. But why did they turn on each other? They were comrades, supporting each other on the way. Why did they suddenly fight like enemies? Una suddenly remembered the riots and the unusual energy Gavriel detected earlier. Was the mastermind not human then? This idea made her back chill, her hair standing on end as she looked around fearfully. A zombie living freely within the base without being noticed by survivors, how powerful must it be? Una looked at Gavriel, and they both saw shock and unease in each other's eyes. After all, the previous riot was because the survivors were controlled by some psychological influence. It was likely that Doris and Jet had also been controlled. But what kind of accusation did they receive? Although the specific content was unknown, even a child could guess that it was not good news. No one knew what humans controlled by zombies would do. Una calmed herself down and turned to head towards the administrative building with Gavriel. This matter was indeed too dangerous. They must inform the base commander so he could direct everyone to take precautions. Though it might be impossible to avoid danger completely, at least they should be well prepared and not caught off guard by the enemy. Upon arriving at the administrative building, Body was already informed about the people from the southern base fainting and going missing. When he saw the heavy expressions on Una and Gavriel's faces, he knew it wasn't good news. After hearing Una's account, Body froze, his heart pounding violently, almost unable to breathe. A zombie had been lurking within the human-populated base for so long without them noticing. It was terrifying, the hidden danger was strong and unpredictable. Even if they wanted to deal with it, they had no clue where to start. Finding that zombie among thousands of people in the base. It was like looking for a needle in the ocean, virtually impossible. Since she had managed to stay hidden for so long, she must have her ways of avoiding detection. Any attempt to expose her would only lead to more unpredictable consequences. Now, no one knew when she would strike, perhaps tonight, perhaps months later. She could attack at any time, so Una and Gavriel focused their attention on the missing Doris and Jet. According to surveillance and witnesses, they walked out of the base on their own, with no signs of injury, indicating a high possibility of being under zombie control. Chapter 179 An impossible thing. But why did the zombies drag them out of the base? Una could not figure it out no matter how hard she thought. She was just feeling uneasy deep down, and her look at Gavriel also had a hint of irritation. Though she had space and powerful abilities, they were pretty much useless against such formidable zombies. Even if time reversal with the golden finger happened again, what would change? It would only mean experiencing the terrifying end times once more, fighting those disgusting creatures for several more years. Both Gavriel and Una were somewhat anxious but calmed down quickly and then started to think about the next steps together with Body. Send speed ability users and smell ability users outside the base to capture them. If it's dangerous, they shouldn't proceed with the arrest but report back immediately. Una's gaze darkened. I believe this is a massive conspiracy targeting the Xing base, possibly even extending across all of Huaguax. Because that zombie specifically targeted people from southern base. I strongly suspect she wants to incite internal strife among Huagua's bases. Once her plan succeeds, our base will never be peaceful, and the fangs of zombies and mutant animals and plants will tear apart our already tottering walls. Body had already composed himself as well, speaking solemnly. Starting today, only those who need to explore outside can leave. Everyone else must stay in the city. Strengthen the defense inside and outside the base to resist unknown dangers. After thinking for a while, Gavriel added, that guy's ability is probably to control and alter human thoughts. Even if we reinforce defenses, what if someone is controlled to open the city gate? It was indeed a tricky problem. The opponent's ability was not an ordinary one, but rather a nebulous psychological control power that couldn't be seen or grasped. As they were agonizing over this, Magdalena suddenly knocked on the door and came in. Commander, the unconscious people from southern base have woken up, demanding to see you. Body nodded wearily, took a cup of water from the table, and drank it hurriedly. What do they want? Magdalena's expression was grave. They claim they saw the zombie. Startled, Body stood up abruptly and led Una and Gavriel to the central hospital of southern base. The wounds of southern base victims had been properly treated, but everyone had been harmed by their teammates, some even fatally. However, that zombie seemed not to want to cause too much commotion, so she left them breathing instead of killing them directly. Draper spoke first. He had a wound on his head caused by a vase and looked very pale now. Seeing Body come over, he struggled to get up but was pressed back down by a doctor nearby. Understanding he shouldn't mess with his injuries, Draper took a deep breath and began to tell what had happened. It turned out that after Doris and Jet left, they did not follow, as each of them had some resentment towards the two. They didn't want to seek trouble when they were upset. However, they didn't leave either. They discussed things inside the room, and while chatting happily, a woman suddenly appeared on the windowsill. She wore a skirt, looking out of place in the guest room. Her body was smooth and tender like a human, yet a glance at her face revealed she was a zombie. Their first instinct was to kill her. They didn't have time to wonder where the zombie came from, but she must die without hesitation, otherwise, she might harm humans later. Before they acted, anger towards their teammates surged within them. These were brothers who had fought alongside each other and trusted each other enough to expose their backs, yet at that moment, they felt a strong desire to kill one another. Thinking about it now, Draper felt terrified. A little more, just a little more, and he might have twisted off his brother's head. What kind of formidable zombie could simultaneously control so many powerful ability users? All of them were level 4 advanced ability users, even some were level 5 advanced. Yet in that zombie's eyes, they counted for nothing. Upon hearing Draper's words, Body became more anxious, sitting on a chair and scratching his white hair. Ordinary aggressive zombie abilities still gave them a chance to fight, but being controlled by this guy meant mutual destruction, with no hope of regaining consciousness. What should they do? The lives of so many people in the Xing base might end overnight, and soon the whole Huagua would be swallowed by darkness. Una patted his shoulder in a consoling manner. There's always a way when you reach the bridge. We will figure something out. Panic won't solve anything now. You should quickly instruct the residents within the base to prepare but not to panic. Body naturally understood the severity of the situation and left hurriedly without much delay. Una and Gavriel also turned to leave, but were suddenly stopped by Draper. I just thought of something. Before we lost control, it seemed like we all saw her eyes. Me too. Damn, me too. That zombie was like she had magic. Seeing her, I couldn't help but want to make eye contact, and I couldn't control myself. Yeah, that damn thing, I swear I'll kill her. Una's heart began to race. It seemed this mind control could be countered. As long as they covered their eyes and didn't look at the woman, they shouldn't be controlled. But on the battlefield, not being able to see their enemy, especially a zombie that appeared and disappeared without a trace, was nearly impossible. As Una was thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up. We can cover our eyes and have psychic ability users locate the zombie's whereabouts, then guide the rest of us for a counterattack. Gabriel thought this method feasible, but there was still some uncertainty. Because he couldn't detect that zombie within the base. All zombies were visible to him through his abilities, yet this one eluded detection. If they couldn't capture the most dangerous zombie, winning this war would be impossible. Una understood this well, feeling a bit anxious. After all, if even Gabriel couldn't find it, the only explanation was that its level was higher and stronger than his, capable of completely hiding its movements and presence, successfully diverting Gabriel's attention. We only have this plan for now. Let's take it one step at a time. Have the leader gather all psychic ability users. Chapter 180, System products are always masterpieces. The abilities of the Jade Butterfly indeed gave Una and Gabriel a second chance, while also transforming this world completely. Today, the weather has changed, and some people's awakened powers are different from those in their previous lives. Not to mention zombies, which have evolved into increasingly monstrous beings. Gabriel's ability was intentionally overlooked when the Jade Butterfly rewound time. Despite his power far surpassing this world's by many years, he still found himself outmaneuvered by a zombie. A zombie with exceptional abilities, one that could move without being detected. How could they possibly eliminate it? Both Una and Gabriel felt anxiety well up inside them. Facing unknown dangers, no one could remain entirely unperturbed. Everyone had a premonition. This zombie lurking in the base for so long must have an ulterior motive beyond inciting mutual destruction. This disaster would surely be more terrifying than anything they'd experienced before. They exchanged glances, then silently left the ward, returned home, and sat on the sofa without speaking. After a long silence, Gabriel finally spoke, somewhat helplessly. I hope that if we encounter danger, you can hide in the spatial pocket, okay? This zombie, against which even he was helpless, might be as powerful as the Jade Butterfly. Bloodshed would likely cover the entire westbound base, and the consequences would be unimaginable, beyond what the smooth sailing team could handle. To him, Una's life was the most important. The members of the smooth sailing team were like family to him. It would be best if everyone could stay happy together, but if they faced insurmountable peril, hiding would be necessary. Although the residents of the westbound base hadn't done anything overly wrong, they were only neighbors. In times of danger, Gabriel didn't want to take responsibility for these people. Una paused for a moment before replying. Gabriel, do you think I can really escape? That zombie has clearly targeted me. It repeatedly attacked those who've crossed paths with me. Even if I hide, no matter where I go, it will find me. Gabriel's eyes dimmed, then he said, precisely because its target is you, you need to hide first. I'll protect you with my life, but if I die, I fear no one else can stand between you and it. He gently stroked her face. Hide yourself, and let me confront it outside. If I survive, that's best. If I fail, you absolutely mustn't come out of the spatial pocket. You can hide for a week until your presence fades and it can no longer detect you. Okay. He couldn't suppress his fear. While Gabriel never feared death, he couldn't accept the outcome of Una being devoured by the zombie. In his previous life, he failed to protect her fully. In this life, he couldn't watch her fade away again. He absolutely couldn't. Seeing his anxious expression, Una rested her head softly against his chest. Gabriel, if that thing targets me, do you think hiding will work? My past death doesn't mean much. I'm far stronger now than I ever was. Gabriel hugged Una tightly, not wanting to let go. Feeling his strength, Una sighed helplessly. I love you. And don't you think I care about you deeply too? No matter how powerful this zombie is, what does it matter? Can our combined efforts, along with all of Westbound Base, not eliminate it? It will continue to grow and eventually become stronger than us. We should take advantage of the present and kill it to avoid future troubles. She broke free from his embrace and grabbed his hands. Let's fight side by side and ensure this creature doesn't survive, okay? Gabriel opened his mouth but, seeing Una's determined gaze, he could only nod. I knew you wouldn't be the type to hide. Una chuckled softly, burying herself in his arms, her expression becoming increasingly serious. This zombie cannot live. Soon, the westbound base became bustling. Ability users intensified their training, and even ordinary residents did not slack off, with many voluntarily exercising daily on the square. Red blessings hung on the streets, yet with the new year barely past, everyone was already bracing for another battle for survival. People moved hurriedly, none idle, their gazes firmer than ever. Zombies and humans were always locked in a deadly struggle. Now was a critical juncture. Failing to enhance one's abilities meant becoming food for zombies. These words needed no verbal reminder from body, everyone understood it well. Una and Gabriel went to the spatial pocket to discuss their strategy, as that zombie might not be hiding somewhere in the base. The spatial pocket seemed to be the safest place for now. Gabriel seized every moment to absorb crystal cores to boost his strength, while Una started to study the items available in the spatial store. The weapons there were varied, but none of them seemed powerful enough to deal with that zombie. Worse still, it was hard to assess the surrounding situation and impossible to track the zombie's whereabouts. If they locked eyes with it, the outcome would be deadly. Feeling increasingly anxious, Una kept flipping through the pages but found nothing useful. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. What do you need, host? Una replied, something to deal with that mutated zombie. I can't look directly into its eyes, but covering my eyes will make me blind to the surroundings. Suddenly, the spatial store interface began sliding on its own, finally stopping at a particular page. Object detector. When worn by the host, it allows you to perceive the surroundings through the detector. Any physical object can be detected by the device and presented to the host in different colors. With this detector, you won't have to worry about looking directly into its eyes. Una looked at the object detector suspiciously. If even a psychic ability user like Gavriel can't detect it, will this detector really work? System products are always masterpieces. Una clicked her tongue in amazement and then saw the price of the detector. She gasped, jumping up from the grass so suddenly that it frightened the cow nearby, nearly causing it to run away. One detector for 10,000 level 1 crystal cores. Absolutely worth it. Host, you'll get more than what you paid for. Una's mouth twitched slightly before she obediently paid the crystal cores and bought 50 of them. Fortunately, the number of crystal cores she had earned over the years was sufficient. Otherwise, no one else could afford even one. Chapter 181. Just a small snack. With a slight pang of pain, she put all the detectors into her spatial ring before suddenly jumping up. There were quite a few items in the warehouse, especially good things. Una suddenly discovered the liquid she had extracted from that mutated tree, now quietly placed in a corner of the warehouse. She excitedly picked up a bottle and shook it. These potions would be like adding wings to a tiger for her. As long as she could seriously injure this zombie, cutting off its head wouldn't be too difficult. System, can you help me apply these liquids to the bullets? It would be more convenient. Of course, there was nothing the system couldn't do, but Una once again painfully paid a large amount of crystal cores. Fortunately, her crystal cores were already piled like a small mountain. Otherwise, she might have knelt on the ground wailing out of heartache. Gavriel naturally saw Una's gaze shift from the holographic screen. Then he watched her stand at the entrance of the warehouse and laugh loudly. He approached, puzzled by the greenish light emanating from the bullet in her hand. What's going on? Did you add something to this bullet? The color seems a bit strange. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and was then effortlessly led out of the space by Una. She helped him wear the detector, which was just a device similar to sunglasses, small, non-burdensome, with an obvious use. Gavriel immediately understood where the detector came from and whistled appreciatively. This system is really handy. As he looked around, he didn't expect to see an eerie figure on the sofa. In the detector's vision, Una was human, showing up as normal blue, but what about the humanoid figure sitting at the end of the sofa? The detector showed red, blood red, tightly wrapping around it. A cold sweat broke out on Gavriel's back as he handed Una's detector back to her. Neither of them expected that the most dangerous person was right beside them. It turned out they had fallen into a trap long ago. The zombie had controlled their thoughts, erasing their memories of having seen it, while simultaneously filling them with unprecedented fear and hesitation. Both were extraordinarily powerful, having faced countless dangers. How could they so easily feel afraid? It seemed their minds had been controlled by the zombie, deliberately pushing them toward the edge of a cliff. Una and Gavriel acted simultaneously, launching mental power and lightning balls at the thing. It seemed the entity hadn't anticipated their discovery, yet didn't take their attacks seriously, but unexpectedly stumbled back 2 steps. The feeling of its arm being burned by lightning made the zombie bare its fangs, only to find that its own abilities were now completely ineffective, unable to pose any threat to the two. It roughly scratched off the burnt flesh on its arm and then jumped out of the window. They were on the 5th floor, and no matter how strong Una and Gavriel were, they still had human bodies and didn't want to risk death, so they climbed down the stairs instead. But by then, the zombie had disappeared. Una was getting frustrated when she noticed a red dot flashing on her detector, rapidly moving toward the square before stopping at a location. Without hesitation, the two chased after the red dot immediately. This zombie must not be allowed to live. This time they had a chance to eliminate it completely. Upon arriving at the square, everyone was training conscientiously to prepare for the upcoming danger, the area densely packed with people. Like a game of cat and mouse, the red dot moved through the crowd, maintaining a constant distance from the two pursuers. Una steadied herself, chasing the mutated zombie through the crowd without letting her guard down for a moment. That creature was using everyone on the square as hostages. If it infected just one person, the entire Western expedition base would fall into chaos. Una silently observed it, watching its every move, and suddenly noticed it stopping next to someone, now only 5 meters away from her and Gavriel. A familiar voice came from nearby. It was Alanis. Momo, why are you and Gavriel here? What is this thing you're wearing? The mutated zombie stood beside Alanis, baring its fangs slightly, narrowing its eyes as if challenging them. Una took a deep breath. Immediately, Gavriel cast a barrier, enclosing the mutant zombie and the two of them. The barrier expanded along the ground, driving away the other people and leaving an open space. Those close enough were affected by the zombie's ability, seeing only Una and Gavriel confronting thin air. Those farther away saw Una and Gavriel standing on an empty patch of ground with a woman in red with long hair, finding the scene somewhat eerie. How long have you been staying at the Western Expedition Base? Una looked at the red humanoid figure in front of her and asked. Being too close to this mutated zombie would shield visual perception of it, so Una had to wear the detector all the time, not daring to relax for a moment. However, its voice was not as hoarse as that of an ordinary zombie. Instead, it was clear and beautiful, subconsciously making people imagine a pure and alluring face. I was already here before you came. How long exactly? I've forgotten. It laughed easily, but anger and madness churned in its eyes. Why did its once proud ability fail? Why could these two people suddenly pinpoint its movements? Una and Gabrielle couldn't help breaking out into a cold sweat. It had been so long, living under everyone's noses without ever being discovered. Neither of them had sensed its presence, let alone raised any alarm. Who would have thought that such a reputable official base would openly host a zombie? Most survivors were cognitively blocked, some seeing it as human, others not even noticing its existence. So long, don't you have any desire for human flesh at all? How could a zombie suppress the craving for flesh? Sienna might be one exception, but she was the highest level zombie, so it made sense. But the zombie in front of them, which Una and Gabrielle could injure, clearly didn't possess powerful abilities anymore, yet it managed to resist consuming humans. The mutated zombie sneered and took 2 steps forward. The higher the level of the zombie, the purer the energy it needs. Humans mean nothing much to me, just barely a small snack. What I truly need are the crystal cores from high-level zombies or mutated animals and plants. Only those can satisfy my body's energy demands. Through the detector, Una watched her, feeling that the entity's body was gradually changing. Chapter 182, Burning Crystal Core as the Price. Originally resembling an adult woman, the body now continuously swelled like a balloon being inflated but never nearing the point of bursting. Gabrielle and Una could not see its true form through the detector, they only witnessed its volume expanding non-stop, clearly preparing for something significant. Una hastily pulled out her tangdao from her spatial pocket. Along with her right hand, the blade was enveloped by lightning, buzzing with a formidable, nerve-wracking pressure. Gabrielle appeared unarmed, yet countless psychic blades had already targeted the zombie in front of him, piercing forward at a lightning-fast speed. Clangs rang out abruptly, but there wasn't even a scratch on the zombie's skin. Gabrielle's ability seemed to be merely tickling it effortlessly. Una subconsciously gripped the hilt of her knife tighter, unsure why this creature evolved so quickly and became so difficult to handle. It was just recently that she and Gabrielle could still injure it. Why was it no longer possible? While intensely battling the zombie before her, a commotion erupted from the edge of the square. Zombies are besieging the city. Everyone, get ready, hurry. No one knew who shouted first, but instantly everyone fell into chaos. The crowd in the square surged, pushing some people forward while others were trampled underfoot. Una's heart pounded fiercely. She wasn't sure if the survivors inside the base could handle this siege or how they should deal with the mutated zombie in front of them. The last siege had left the Western travel base severely weakened, losing many psychics. Although new recruits had joined, overall combat strength had declined. She was worried about the situation outside the city but understood that this mutated zombie was her real enemy. If left unchecked, it would eventually cause immense destruction. Gabrielle clearly understood the terrifying nature of this mutant, reinforcing his psychic barrier to prevent any chance of its escape. But it didn't seem intent on fleeing. Instead, it moved its joints with eerie pops, as if warming up before a massacre. Your bodies can also greatly benefit me. The flesh of high-level psychics must be full of energy. Devouring you too will elevate me further. The mutated zombie lunged toward them, claws sharp and black, easily slicing through the air and shattering Gabrielle's psychic blades. Una's lightning continued to gather along the blade of her tangdao, her body radiating a powerful aura. The surrounding air began to distort under the influence of the dark purple lightning. She gritted her teeth, gripped her tangdao tightly, and charged forward. The lightning coiled around her blade gradually transformed into writhing dark purple dragon bodies, their scales exploding outward, eyes flashing with thunderous power. Una's speed was incredible, and she clashed with the mutated zombie almost instantaneously. Her blade, powered by her strength, pierced the zombie's arm. Lightning surged through the wound, burning the decaying flesh into charred remains. That you can still harm me in this state truly broadens my horizons, the zombie coldly scoffed, expecting the wound on its arm to heal automatically but finding no reaction. It finally realized something was wrong. Normally, its arm should have healed by now. Why was there no sign of recovery? It narrowed its eyes and glanced at Una's blade. There's something on your knife, isn't there? Your lightning can breach my defenses but shouldn't cause this irreversible damage. Una smiled and, pulling out a pistol from her spatial pocket, fired into the rotting wound at its base. The zombie attempted to grab the bullet but was restrained by Gabrielle. The bullet instantly penetrated the base of its arm, traveling through the charred wound into its body. The extract liquid from the bullet began working internally, causing the zombie's body to decay further. A putrid stench filled the transparent barrier, making everyone feel sick. Fear spread across its twisted face as it clawed at the decaying wounds, reaching inside to remove the bullets. Yet the wounds continued to worsen without any signs of healing. Una breathed heavily, relieved that her time spent in the deep mountains had paid off. To defeat zombies, mutated flora and fauna were essential. Otherwise, with humanity's current technology, it might not have broken the defense of this mutant. Perhaps startled by the bullet's potency, it suddenly lashed out, its muscles rapidly flexing. Then it charged towards the edge of the barrier. It wanted to crash through the barrier and rush out. As long as it wasn't held back by Una and Gabrielle, it would still have a sliver of hope for survival. But if it could figure this out, how could Una and Gabrielle not know? Gabrielle's defensive barrier wasn't so easily shattered either. However, the enemy was too powerful. He could only focus on reinforcing the shield with all his abilities, leaving the offensive moves to Una. It raised its fists and slammed them forcefully against the transparent barrier in front of it. Though it trembled slightly, there was no sign that it was about to collapse. The mutated zombie quickly became frantic. It struck and smashed with all its might, using its mind control ability recklessly, but it had no effect on Gavriel or Una whatsoever. No one could resist the oppressive force of thunder power. Una's Tangdao began to hum, and dark purple dragon bodies appeared behind her, coiling around her. You too, how did you manage this? Why? The mutated zombie started to panic. It had clearly evolved rapidly, both in terms of abilities and physical strength far surpassing other zombies. Yet, against these two people, it stood no chance at all. No, perhaps it did have a chance, but that strange pair of sunglasses and the corrosive liquid put it at a disadvantage. Its prideful abilities were effortlessly neutralized by Una, leading to the current situation. The mutated zombie gritted its teeth, putting aside thoughts of escape, and made an all-out dash toward Una. Its body shone with a glossy sheen, its veins bulging as black, corrosive pus erupted like bursting shackles. At the cost of burning the energy within its crystal core, it resolved not to lose this battle against these two humans. All its efforts over such a long time would be in vain. It had knelt under Sienna for so long, serving as a minion for so long. Finally, that guy was dead, and it had its moment to shine, but now it faced suppression once again from these two humans. It couldn't die. It still needed to eliminate all humans and build its own kingdom of zombies. Chapter 183, On the Brink of Death. Una instantly sensed the abnormal energy fluctuations from the mutated zombie becoming more frenzied. Its body had swollen even larger, and there was a constant stench of decay, accompanied by waves of manic energy. What on earth did this thing do? How did it become so much stronger? Though puzzled, Una knew now wasn't the time to daydream. She had to block every attack from the mutated zombie to protect her home. Having lived in Xing Base for 2 years, she had developed a strong sense of belonging here. She couldn't let this creature destroy her home. Zombies never consider consequences, they only crave blood and pursue strength and benefits. If she failed, humanity would likely face an unstoppable tide of zombies. Xing Base wouldn't be the first or last base destroyed by this mutated zombie. Once it fell, many more bases across Blue Star would be consumed, and humans would be reduced to livestock, losing all hope of resistance. Una charged forward with a whistling purple dragon behind her. Her albin clashed with the zombie's black claws, but the force sent her flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The mutated zombie seized the opportunity to attack, but Gavriel delayed its movements. The zombie, which could have easily been crushed, was instantly transported elsewhere by an unseen force. It knew full well that Gavriel was responsible. The couple was a bane to zombies. No matter whose ability was at play, it greatly hindered the zombies' actions. Gavriel carefully helped Una to her feet and enveloped them both in a mental barrier. However, the mutated zombie's single blow left a crack in the barrier. Both knew they couldn't hold out for long, but retreating meant condemning their former friends and neighbors to a bloody end. They had no choice but to stand their ground. Una swallowed the metallic taste in her mouth and used the albin to steady herself, standing up again. The mutated zombie had somehow grown so powerful, causing Una pain as she rubbed her back. Yet she raised the albin and charged once more. Her biggest disadvantage against zombies was physical strength. Whether in terms of body durability or speed, she was no match for the mutated zombie before her. But despite this, Una refused to back down, secretly activating her dark energy abilities, continuously absorbing the zombie's emitted power. Though the zombie was physically strong, its true strength lay in its energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have affected so many survivors so easily. Una's dark energy ability allowed her to absorb others' powers and use them as her own, attacking when the enemy was unaware. The zombie's energy was omnipresent. Una absorbed one burst only to be immediately enveloped in another thick wave. The energy gathering along the blade became heavier, making even lifting the albin require more effort. The zombie gathered all its strength for a final blow, but as soon as its hands touched the albin, they exploded into fragments. The thunderous force was too powerful and pure, sending shockwaves that made Una stagger back several steps. However, Una fared worse. She was thrown into the air by the blast wave but was caught just in time by Gavriel. Taking advantage of the moment, she retrieved an energy gun from her storage, loaded with extraction fluid, and aimed at the zombie before pulling the trigger. A gunshot echoed, creating a hole straight through the zombie's chest. Blood and flesh were mangled, revealing the scene behind the zombie. The extraction fluid corroded the surrounding flesh, even a mutated zombie's sturdy body couldn't withstand such agony. Without pausing or resting, Una rushed forward with thunderous energy, aiming for the zombie's head this time. Despite the protective layer around its brain, the impact was too much, exploding it into pieces, blackish purple flesh splattering onto the mental barrier, hissing as it corroded. Finally dispatching the mutated zombie, Una felt a brief surge of victory but quickly collected the crystal core from the zombie's brain. Then, together with Gavriel, she headed toward the city wall. Below, a mass of zombies crowded together. Among them were a few mutated animals that indiscriminately bit off heads whether from allies or enemies. Although they were all products of the zombie virus, these creatures did not unite. Instead, they all craved the crystal cores within each other's bodies. Even in their current alliance against humans, internal conflict still occurred, with occasional fights breaking out between high-ranking zombies and mutated animals. Una might have injured her ribs during her fall, and she was now feeling a dull pain inside her body, but she paid no heed to it as she joined the battle, seeing the densely packed zombies below the city wall. The psychics within the base alone were not enough. The number of zombies this time was far greater than last time, and the number of people was smaller, making the danger facing Xing Base even greater. Una didn't bother with such considerations, simply pulling out all the weapons from her spatial pocket, including various firearms and ammunition exchanged from the system. Thermal weapons were clearly more effective against these creatures, especially when combined with the specialized extraction fluid from the system, which meant they weren't necessarily doomed in this fight. Ordinary people hiding underground kept coming up, those who could use guns used guns, those who could carry cannons carried cannons, all joining this fierce battle. The number of crystal cores in Una's spatial pocket kept decreasing, but the number of zombies did not visibly diminish. The number of zombies lured by that mutant zombie scheme was enormous. It had come with the intention of massacring the city, so naturally, it wouldn't hesitate to control those two people to attract more zombies. Once her psychic powers were depleted, Una would absorb energy from the crystal cores to replenish them. As psychic power continuously filled her body began to swell, with many blood vessels bursting and seeping blood. Everything before her eyes turned blood red, yet she understood that it wasn't time for her to fall. She could only endure, tirelessly absorbing energy from the crystal cores. Psychic abilities indeed relied on the energy within crystal cores to enhance their strength, but she was absorbing too fast, too much, far exceeding what her body could bear. It is suggested that the host stop this suicidal behavior. Your body is on the brink of death. Chapter 184 Lightning at her command. Una's consciousness was already somewhat unclear at this moment. It wasn't just her, all the other psychics around were in the same state, using their very lives to fend off the zombies. Even a powerful psychic like Una had to rely on excessive use of her powers to resist this wave of zombies. The other psychics and evolutionarists could only be suffering more. Gradually, more and more people fell. Gunfire and cannon blasts continued chaotically, but the number of zombies did not decrease much. They still surged forward in dense waves like a tide. This time, there were many zombies, including some highly intelligent mutant ones who knew how to use tools and understood the concept of seeking benefits while avoiding harm. Everywhere, piles of zombie corpses formed small hills, over which more and more zombies climbed, threatening to overwhelm the edges of the city wall. Gavriel spat out a mouthful of blood, having exhausted his internal energy. He enveloped the entire westbound base with it, preventing the zombies from breaking through the barrier. However, although the barrier covered a large area, its strength was limited by the capacity of his powers. The mutant zombies collectively attacked one point of the barrier, quickly creating a crack that allowed a sharp claw to break through. Blood and screams filled the air. Corpses and unconscious people littered the ground, signaling the impending collapse of the westbound base. Alarms blared incessantly in Una's ears. Her mind was already unclear, and the pain from broken ribs made it hard for her to breathe. Yet she struggled to stand at the edge of the city wall, attacking the climbing zombies. Host behavior detected as uncontrolled. Now forcibly extracting 10,000 third-grade crystals for healing. Una was about to collapse, mechanically repeating the motion of throwing lightning orbs. Suddenly, she felt as if her body was being healed by warm currents, like lying in a hot spring. Her ruptured blood vessels and broken ribs were rapidly healing. Her almost bursting body gradually steadied, and her breathing became smoother. Una was surprised by the changes in her body and immediately joined the battle with full force once again. But she had the help of her psychic powers, others didn't. Gavriel had collapsed beside her at some point. His dirty face was smeared with muddy soil, dried blood on his lips, and he was unconscious. It started to rain, droplets pounding down. Dark clouds swirled with violent winds, battering the westbound base as if playing a war song for the zombies. Rolling thunder traveled through the cloud layers, accumulating power, pushing them lower and lower. Una stopped and lifted Gavriel from the cold ground, casually throwing a lightning orb that exploded among a group of zombies. Taking advantage of the moment, she quickly asked the system for the medicine bottle that had healed her, then poured it into Gavriel's mouth. Watching him recover visibly, Una finally relaxed, tears falling from her eyes. She was grateful for her previous manic accumulation of crystals. Otherwise, this battle would have claimed every member of the smooth sailing team, leaving no survivors. The smooth sailing team members were strong, but they couldn't compare to the robust zombies in such a prolonged conflict. Few people remained standing by the city wall. After Gavriel fainted, the mental barrier instantly shattered, allowing countless zombies to surge in, biting anyone they saw. The westbound base was now hell on earth. Una couldn't handle the surrounding zombies and needed to find Destiny and Amador. These two had vanished earlier, defending against the zombies somewhere, probably not faring much better. Gavriel again activated his psychic power to isolate the zombies, then started searching for the other two with Una. To say that Una was frantic was an understatement. She feared finding skeletons rather than whole bodies, finally understanding the pain Gavriel endured after her death in her past life. Losing someone you cared most about to zombies, no one could bear that pain. She searched frantically in the sea of corpses, losing strength in her legs. Why? With time reversed, why couldn't she have a good ending? Would her friends eventually leave her, and would she not survive? When would the darkness be overthrown? Suddenly, her detection device beeped, and the system's voice rang out, location of Destiny and Amador detected. Marked for host. Sure enough, two small red dots that kept flashing suddenly appeared in Una's line of sight. To her pleasant surprise, they were moving. Thankfully they were still moving, which at least proved they weren't dead yet, they were still alive. Una and Gavriel sprinted toward where their companions were located, only to find that the situation for the two was not good. Amador's right arm had been ripped off violently, it was merely roughly bandaged now, with blood already soaking through the cloth around the wound. Dark blood dripped continuously down from one corner of the cloth. Una hurriedly took out a potion from her space and poured it down his throat. His face was turning blue, clearly due to excessive blood loss, he was about to pass out. When she checked on Destiny, she seemed to be well protected and didn't have any visible wounds on her body. However, it was clear that she had overused her powers, as her body had begun to show signs of strain. Una gave her another bottle, then took both of them away from the city wall to rest for a while. They had been fighting for too long. Even the potions from the system couldn't restore their exhausted spirits. The four of them arrived at the inner side of the city wall, directly collapsed on the ground to rest, and watched the zombies outside being blocked by Gavriel's barrier, baring their teeth and snarling at the humans inside. Una looked up at the rolling purple lightning in the sky, feeling her own power surge, resonating with the thunderous sound of the lightning. Feeling the surge of power within her, Una climbed the steps to the watchtower atop the city wall. Standing at the highest point, she could even see lightning strike beside her, drawn by the electromagnetic field around her, as if in resonance. Una's heart raced, and her blood flowed faster. A dangerous yet novel idea flashed in her mind. Psychics themselves do not possess powers, they merely use their energy to channel various forces of nature. So, could this lightning also be harnessed by her? Una's heart pounded violently, with the lightning swirling around her exploding continuously, scattering and vanishing into thin air after spreading out. Chapter 185, The Potion is Well Water. The zombies below the city wall continued to gather ceaselessly. Most of the survivors within the base had already fainted, leaving Gavriel to barely hold on by himself. Una clenched her fists. This time she had to give it a try. Otherwise, the Shunfoam team would only die in this battle. She accumulated all the lightning around her body. The agitation of the lightning grew increasingly intense, then began to attract the lightning and thunder from the cloud layers above. The dark purple lightning entered her body with purpose, one after another. Her originally tied-up hair was now completely loose, dancing continuously in the air. Feeling her body gradually filled with energy, Una clenched her fist and then abruptly threw an electric net towards the zombie army in front of her. The net was so large, its boundaries invisible. Like magic, it instantly turned all the zombies and mutated flora and fauna under its cover into ashes. This was the power of nature. Whether human or mutated flora and fauna, none could resist. Lightning kept striking Una's body. The unconscious survivors only saw a silhouette standing on high ground continuously drawing down lightning, reaping zombie cores like a war god. Una's control over her powers had clearly become much more proficient. She avoided Hunter and some survivors within the zombie horde, but no other zombies were spared, all being engulfed by the lightning. She was tireless, the thunder never ceased. However, all the zombies outside the base turned to ashes, rapidly diminishing in plain sight. Una's hands seemed enchanted, manipulating the fate of all creatures around her. Whoever she wished dead immediately turned to ashes. The battle lasted 3 days and nights. Countless died at the Shing base. Zombie ashes outside the base walls had piled up to half a person's height. It was evident how many there were. After all, the densely packed scene during the siege remained etched in many people's minds. Una's lightning power inside her body was still ferocious, yet she could feel that her powers had strengthened greatly, a qualitative leap. Hunter appeared listless after the battle. The vines hung limply by his side, weakly entwining around Una's wrist. She took out a pile of high-level cores from her spatial ring and gave them to him, then walked out of the base and began scooping up cores. With the 4 of them using potions and purchasing guns and ammunition at the start of the battle, Una's core reserves diminished drastically, looking insufficient. The 4 of them did whatever they wanted without interference. The elderly, sick, and weak who had hidden underground came out, following higher-ups' orders to treat the surrounding survivors non-stop. They saved those severely injured and unconscious with all their might, while the deceased survivors were uniformly placed on the open ground in the square. These were all great contributors to the Shing base. The atmosphere inside the base was somber. The feeling of surviving a disaster did not make these people happy. Rather, they were very silent. They all knew their lives were exchanged for others. Whose child was the deceased? Whose parent? Families that were already broken now lay as cold ash, devoid of laughter and joy. Una couldn't afford to think about this anymore. This battle made her realize the importance of cores even more. Therefore, she didn't want to miss any core around the base, constantly sieving through until she finally sucked all the ashes into her spatial ring. Since the system automatically discards the ashes, it saved her a lot of effort. However, leaving such thick layers of ashes piled at the entrance of the Shing base was not a solution. Una simply stored them all in her spatial ring and took them away, finding a mountain far from the base to sprinkle them. After finishing this task, when the 4 returned to the Shing base, they found the base running well. Although every survivor had been hit hard, not one complained. Everyone voluntarily organized themselves to participate in work, cleaning up the chaotic streets within the base. Following the crowd, they reached the square where countless heroes' bodies were stacked like small mountains, a dense scene that highlighted the intensity of this battle. There were also survivors from the battlefield, but they had been in a coma for a long time, not knowing when they would wake up. Una looked at the suffering and numbness within the base, unsure of what to feel. Body sat quietly on a raised platform in the square. Surrounded by corpses, he stared at the incomplete remains before him, some left only with scraps of clothing. Humanity was suffering too much. Living conditions were continuously compressed. Although zombies did not reproduce, they became increasingly powerful, easily wiping out many lives in one encirclement. Una quietly watched these bodies, then gave a slight bow to them. All those who died in battle deserved respect. She knew that she couldn't contribute much in the logistics work, so she directly went to the hospital where people were constantly being carried in and out, but medical supplies were extremely scarce. Una no longer cared about arguing over crystal cores. She bought all the medicines they might need from her spatial ring in sufficient quantity and placed them at the entrance of the hospital. Doctors in tattered clothes quickly came forward, their white coats stained with blood and dust. But now was not the time for finery as they raced against death. They nodded slightly at Una and hurried back into the hospital with the medicines. Having done all she could, the Shunfoam team returned home to rest. Alanis's parents were settled at home, unable to help due to their poor mobility. It would be better for them to stay home. Una entered her spatial world, too exhausted to lift her body, lying straight on the grass. She forced herself to open the system store and began searching for the potion the system had sold her before. The price was indeed high, but the effect was excellent. If she could buy more bottles, she could save more people. But she searched everywhere and couldn't find the potion, as the system had directly handed it to her at the time rather than having her purchase it through the space store. System, what's the name of the potion you gave me today? I want to buy more. The potion is the well water in the host's spatial world. Una was stunned when she heard this, her eyes widening in disbelief. Well water. My spatial world's well water has this effect. Why didn't you tell me before? The host never asked, and the well water was initially just ordinary water. But with the continuous use and upgrades by the host, it has developed curative properties. Chapter 186, Burn Everything to Ashes. Una bit down on her back molar. You sold me the well water at such a high price. Couldn't you have just poured it into my mouth without worrying? The system sounded innocent as it continued in its mechanical voice. The host did not know the effects of the well water and was near death at that time. Naturally, I had to choose the fastest method. Una's lips twitched painfully at the corners as she thought about the crystal cores she had spent, feeling like her heart was bleeding. However, the matter with the well water gave her some inspiration. Since the well water has been upgraded, does this mean that other structures are also upgraded? The system responded affirmatively, and Una immediately began checking various objects within the space eagerly. Sure enough, the well water could treat all kinds of internal injuries and illnesses. The land's growth rate became faster, and both the quantity and quality of fruits produced were improved. But what delighted Una the most was the water in the fish pond within the space, which had different healing properties compared to the well water. The pond water could heal external wounds, making it an extremely rare treasure. In addition, the overall area of the pasture had significantly increased, with animals growing faster and giving birth to more offspring. Una moved around in the space with tiredness but great excitement until she finally went into the bathroom for a shower when she couldn't bear it anymore. After cleaning up and changing into pajamas, Una left the space, falling onto the bed, unable to keep her eyes open. At this moment, Gabrielle was lying in bed wearing the same style of black pajamas, holding a book and reading intently, arousing Una's curiosity. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Aren't you tired after being so busy? Gabrielle reached out and gently patted her head, then put the book aside. Una forced her eyes open slightly and saw the title on the cover. It was one of the most famous classics, almost unknown by no one before the apocalypse, but she didn't expect Gabrielle to suddenly take an interest in this book. Una yawned and lazily closed her eyes while snuggling into his embrace. If you want to read, you can tell me. Haven't you read that classic many times already? I can find you some new ones. Gabrielle smiled, closing his eyes, pulling Una closer into his embrace and burying himself in the quilt. This book is very interesting. Literary classics never get boring no matter how many times you read them. Instead, they bring new insights each time. I don't enjoy trying new things much. Holding this book for so long makes it hard to let go. By now, Una was already half asleep and didn't quite hear what Gabrielle said, gradually drifting off to sleep. Gabrielle cherished her, lightly patting her thin back. You're the same. No matter how many years I love you, I always find new highlights in you. My life has completely been captured by you. However, Una had already fallen into a deep sleep. The continuous 3-day battle had exhausted her body beyond endurance. All she wanted now was to sleep soundly. The room soon became quiet. In the base, survivors kept moving injured people despite their bodies being stained with blood and dirt. They didn't utter a word of complaint. The population of the Westwood base drastically reduced. A large number of psychics and evolvers had died, and those remaining were unconscious in bed, unsure if they would wake up. Some young ordinary people also joined the battlefield, with poor results. Now, basically only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled remained active in the base. They had little strength and moved slowly but still insisted on transporting the wounded and treating patients. Some knelt beside the pile of corpses in despair, tears streaming down their cheeks. The damned are us. We are the weakest, the least helpful to this world, yet we used psychics' lives as shields to survive. Why? Heaven, look down, none of them should die so foolishly. Everyone was silent, crying out in pain internally, knowing the situation couldn't be reversed. Yes, the strong died protecting the weak, leaving the survivors struggling even to collect their bodies. Ordinarily, the weak should have died first in the apocalypse, but powerful psychics and evolvers sacrificed their lives to protect them. There was nothing else to say, it was merely the passing of the flame of human destiny. After all, no one truly deserved to die. Body sat numbly on the platform, looking at the ever-growing pile of bodies in front of him, unable to help but bow his head, clutching his head. Tears rolled down his nose and splashed onto the ground, his originally grizzled hair now looked even more pronounced. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, his back bent severely. I am the base commander of Westwood Base, but what has my existence brought? A zombie infiltrated the base, and for 2 whole years, I never noticed anything abnormal. More and more survivors died in waves of zombie attacks. I don't deserve to sit in this position. He spoke painfully, his voice trembling and hoarse. If one didn't listen carefully, it was hard to make out what he was saying. Magdalena stood next to Body, her combat suit stained with blood and mud that wasn't hers. Cohen is dead, our squad leader is gone. We don't know how things will be for the team from now on. She was usually so strong, yet her voice carried a hint of crying. He promised me he would come back alive. Why did it turn out like this? Whether it was the high-ranking base commander or the brave official squad psychics, they all began to doubt themselves, doubt the world, and question the meaning of survival. The number of humans was decreasing while zombies became increasingly powerful, far beyond what ordinary survivors could handle. This wave of zombies had already hit Westwood Base so hard that it might not be able to continue holding on. If there's another attack, it could result in total annihilation. This was not good news for either the base leadership or the survivors. It was the same for people around the world. Survivors were methodically cleaning up the mess, but the heroes' bodies ultimately needed proper disposal. They couldn't allow them to fall into the mouths of zombies again. Now, only a fire could burn everything to ashes. With lingering guilt and the determination to live on, a roaring fire ignited the mountain of corpses, carrying away people's wishes and remembrances. Commander, please stop being sad. What's most important now is to consider our future direction. With the sharp decrease in numbers, whether it's defense or base construction, there's no strong workforce to fill the gap. We must carry the remaining survivors forward and help them survive. Chapter 187. I am not a great person. Magdalena helped Body up from the ground with some reluctance. I know you're upset, but the base can't be without someone to steer it right now. You have to step up. Everyone is still waiting for your orders. Her voice was hoarse, not as clear as that of an ordinary woman, yet she pulled Body back from the depths just in time. Yes, no matter how bad things got, he was still the Frederick, the anchor on which the survivors depended for their continued survival. No matter how dire the situation became, he could not fall. He must hold himself upright and lead everyone to live and thrive. I understand, Magdalena. Starting now, you'll take Cohen's place and lead any functional psychics and evolvers on patrol outside to prevent zombies from retaliating. The ashes from the burnt bodies should be buried under empty lots within the base. Use this spare time to honor our heroes properly. Exhausted and unsteady, he nearly fell to the ground again but caught himself on a nearby railing just in time. You go on ahead. I can manage on my own. Magdalena nodded with tears in her eyes and then turned to call out the able-bodied team members for patrol. The base must continue to function despite having lost many key personnel. It cannot afford to stop. Body walked toward the hospital step by step. He knew he couldn't help others much now and focused instead on grassroots construction work, where saving even one survivor felt like an enormous blessing. Logistics operations stretched over half a month before the damaged walls and gates were patched up, barely adequate to withstand another wave of zombies. Following this ordeal, the surviving psychics and evolvers were gravely injured and unable to fight for the time being. Other survivors were either low-level psychics, too weak to harm zombies effectively, or ordinary people who would easily be killed by zombies even if armed with excellent weapons they didn't know how to use. Body grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Una stood in the middle of a thunderstorm, wielding dragon scale amidst lightning and storm. She was incredibly strong enough to turn the tide single-handedly and save Shishing Base from the brink. If only Una could provide guidance, Body thought Shishing Base might survive and avoid having all its residents migrate en masse to other bases. Migration was treacherous aside from the uncertainty at new destinations. Given the dire state of all bases, few would dare accept such a large influx of refugees. Sitting at his desk, stubble covering his face, Body's dark eye circles clearly showed lack of sleep for days. He sighed lightly, stood up, and leaned on the cane given by Magdalena, moving forward step by step. His health was rapidly deteriorating from constant worry and effort to maintain Shishing Base. His body seemed close to collapse. But he dared not give in. Despite other senior officials present, this critical juncture demanded his presence. He could not falter now. Worried, Magdalena followed behind but was waved off by Body. Just focus on your job. With Cohen gone, the official squad members need reassurance and leadership. Unite them. Magdalena nodded, watching Body leave. Walking down the street, he observed the weary, emaciated survivors rushing about. The base had suffered great losses, and even he now survived on watery kanji. These lower-ranking survivors fared worse. Turning away, he finally reached Una's door, gently knocking on apartment 502. Una and Gavriel were preparing lunch. Rice was already served, and dishes were on the table. They were washing hands in the bathroom when they heard the knock. Una wiped her hands dry and opened the door. Frederick, why did you come alone? If there's something, you could send someone to call me or I could find you. She ushered him to sit, noticing his poor condition. A grey pallor covered his face. Without showing concern openly, she poured him a cup of well water from her spatial ring and placed it before him. She and Gavriel sat on the sofa, silently watching the elder. Body took a sip of water, feeling somewhat rejuvenated and more energetic, the chest tightness easing. He spoke softly, I know that the reason Shishing Base has been able to hold on until now is all thanks to the tremendous help and support of Shunfeng team. But I'm sure you too can also sense that Shishing Base can't hold on much longer. If another zombie wave breaks out in a short time, the base will likely be wiped out. I know it's shameless and difficult for me to ask, But I hope you can reach out and help these survivors, don't let them lose all hope of living. He became somewhat emotional as he spoke, coughing violently twice before continuing. I have not been a qualified base commander and haven't done much for everyone. So I hope, Captain, you could take over the role of base commander for Shishing Base. The survivors of Shishing Base all admire you and trust you very much. I believe they would agree and support you if you were to take on this role. Una frowned, then raised her hand to cut him off. Sorry, I have no intention of becoming a base commander, nor do I want to be responsible for so many people. That burden is too heavy, it would suffocate me. I also understand why you came to see me today. Basically, you want me to intervene and give these people a lifeline so that Shishing Base can regain its vitality. Is that your intention? Body's thoughts were seen through clearly by Una and Gavriel. Actually, he hadn't hidden his intentions either, so when they were pointed out, he nodded frankly. Yes, that's exactly what I had in mind. Nowadays, Shishing Base is in peril and desperately needs a powerful figure to stabilize things. Only then can we keep everyone from panicking. Una understood his meaning, but she didn't expect Body to be so straightforward. I get it, but I'm not such a great person who's willing to selflessly dedicate myself for the survivors. That's just not my style. The reason I intervened in this battle was because that zombie targeted me. I don't want to keep getting entangled with a little tail forever. As for other unrelated people and matters, I personally prefer not to get involved. Chapter 188. Why don't you just rob? Body's eyes flickered, and his already hunched back seemed even more bent. If even Una was unwilling to take action, the Western Base would probably not be far from its downfall. In his heart, he knew very well that Una wasn't obligated to help the Western Base get through this crisis. His actions now carried a hint of expecting too much from her. No one is required to help another, including Una. She had already done enough, nearly risking her own life in the process. It couldn't be expected that she would intervene in everything. Body helplessly raised the corners of his lips, revealing a smile uglier than crying. I apologize for disturbing you. On behalf of all the survivors of the Western Base, I thank you both for your selfless contributions in the battle. Today's incident was indeed due to my lack of foresight. I'm sorry. As the base leader, he had been constantly relying on more powerful psychics, which was a wrong and undesirable mindset. Una's refusal could also be considered reasonable. Unfortunately, the Western Base most likely only had one choice left. That would be for all residents to leave the Western Base and seek refuge in other large bases. Unfortunately, the journey was long and perilous, with thick mists everywhere, and it was impossible to see how things would develop in the future. Una quietly watched his departing figure without saying anything. She casually sat on the sofa, burying her head wearily into the cushion. The Western Base, where she had lived for 2 years, was a place with a strong sense of belonging to her, but she never wanted too many things to bind her, let alone the lives of so many survivors. Base leader sounds good, but how much responsibility and how many lives weigh on them? Most importantly, they have to be responsible for the survivors inside the base, working tirelessly at many hard and exhausting tasks, yet some residents won't appreciate it. She was just an ordinary psychic. When she helped, the survivors would be grateful. But if it were high-ranking officials, the attitudes would be different. Residents might instead blame the base policies for being bad or benefits lacking. Different positions lead to different outcomes for the same actions. Una didn't want to be as weary as this in the future. Though she hoped the Western Base would get better, she didn't want to take on such a mess. Regardless of herself or the entire Smooth Wind team, protecting themselves was now the most important thing. She sighed somewhat helplessly and then pulled out a dragon fruit from her spatial bag, peeling off the skin and taking a big bite. Gavriel, seeing her face smeared like a cat, said nothing but silently handed her a tissue. It's regrettable, isn't it? The base she worked so hard to protect, the residents she spent crystal cores supporting, are now facing departure. The walls of the Western Base were teetering, unable to withstand any large-scale attack. So the residents living here had to move away. The former laughter and joy had all turned into illusions. From now on, it would be impossible to feel the warmth of the past. If you're willing, there is actually a way to keep them here. I know you're reluctant to leave this place and don't wish to drift outside. Gavriel sat beside her and handed her a packet of chips, her favorite flavor. I've been with you for so long. I know you hope to have a place where you can live permanently. Although the Western Base is on the brink of collapse now, as long as we can help the residents regain hope and live well, it's not too difficult. It will just require a lot of time and effort. He sighed softly. I know you're torn, but don't make a decision too early. Impulsive actions often lead to irreversible consequences. Una disliked wandering outside and hoped to have a warm, free, and happy home. The Western Base was established by the military. Regardless of how the order here was unmatched by other bases, the leadership always prioritized the survivors' lives and happiness, making it a livable base. The situation now is indeed grim, but it hasn't reached a point of no return. As long as Una wants it, this base still has hope. But there are many unsolvable problems. After all, if the residents rely on her for too long, heroes may eventually become villains. No one wants to see that outcome. Gavriel felt the same. After all, Una was the most important person to him, and no one could surpass her. Now the choice is all yours. If you love this base, we can bring it back to glory together. If you want to change your environment, we will naturally leave with you. Smooth Wind team will always be a team, and we three respect all your choices. Gavriel gently patted Una's head. Think it over carefully. The food has gotten a bit cold, I'll reheat it for you. Una remained silent on the sofa, fully understanding the logic in Gavriel's words. Yet, she had concerns and couldn't bear to part with the place. She didn't like people looking at her as if she were a savior. That gaze wouldn't make her feel proud but would instead press down on her like a huge mountain. But if she wanted to save the western base, only she could take the initiative. She would be worshipped by the residents as a legend, pushed to the highest point of the base. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. Una didn't want to gamble with human nature, she couldn't afford to, nor did she want to. But could she really watch helplessly as the base was destroyed? The psychics who died protecting others from zombies, would their sacrifices be meaningless? The walls stained red with blood, should they be eroded by the wind? Must the tall buildings within the base be covered by rain, snow, and frost? Una sat there conflicted, gradually making up her mind. The western base must not be so easily abandoned. She owed it to those who died to protect the survivors and owed it to herself for the efforts and sweat she put into this base. With the supplies she had, what harm could saving these people do? And those who opposed her with ulterior motives, why not just eliminate them? The residents weren't without hearts, they understood Una's contributions and knew how much they owed her. Those who resisted her would be suppressed by the residents themselves. Even if such sentiments became prevalent, they would eventually be uprooted effortlessly. Una exhaled, her eyes becoming more resolute. System, I still have one house reinforcement chance left. I want to expand it to cover the entire western base. Is that possible? The system remained silent for a moment, seemingly calculating something. The host needs to pay 4/5 of all crystal cores. Would you like to proceed with the payment? Una instantly jumped off the sofa. How much? 4/5. Are you just going to rob me? Chapter 189, The Western Travel Base Welcomes Light. The system was speechless for a moment before finally opening up with, this is already at a discount for the host. If you disagree, then forget it, I'm not short of these crystal cores. The system's words were clearly a provocation, yet Una fell for it easily, and then felt the sky suddenly become brighter. The gloom surrounding the base was instantly dispelled. The final house reinforcement is now complete, and as an extra, a super deluxe bonus has been gifted to the host. The host can use crystal cores to upgrade the reinforcement. Upon upgrading, the protection area will expand to a certain extent. Una looked at the number of crystal cores needed for the upgrade and was somewhat choked. I don't think I can earn enough money in my lifetime to afford this upgrade. The system gave out a laugh extremely similar to a human's. Hey, who knows if you don't try? Una froze for a second, then sat where she was, mumbling to herself. Indeed, who knows if you don't try? Suddenly, cries of surprise began coming from outside. Una looked out curiously and was quite surprised to see a world completely different from the previous state of the base. The sky was a clear blue, and the constant gloom that often shrouded the blue star skies seemed to have been driven away, revealing the true color of the sky. A long river ran through the base interior, automatically avoiding some buildings. The source and end were unseen, but the water inside was crystal clear and sweet, with fish occasionally jumping around. At the same time, every room in the base seemed to have reverted to its pre-apocalypse state, with electricity, water, and gas running again, and even the floor heating oddly started working. Una clicked her tongue in admiration. This indeed was a benefit of the housing reinforcement, though she never imagined this buffer would be so remarkable on the base. Now, the Western Travel Base wasn't a derelict place anymore, it was like a base brimming with new life, heading toward a better future. Desiccated and sandified land became fertile, withered seedlings regained vitality, and even the long-abandoned flower beds bloomed with beautiful flowers. Here would be the last oasis on Blue Star, the birthplace of new power. Una smiled wryly, stretching her body and sitting down on the sofa. What was wrong with this? Though many crystal cores were sacrificed, they wouldn't take long to return to her pocket. Survivors within the base could receive seeds from her to plant. They could keep a small portion for themselves, while the rest would be handed over to her. Mature crops could be sold in the space store, yielding no low profit. Una's depleted pockets would gradually fill up. I know your choice. Gavriel came out of the room. He also saw the anomaly outside and naturally understood who the source was. Una hugged into his chest, rubbing against him. Gavriel, I don't want to run anymore. I want to live well, sleep well. Gavriel nodded. I understand what you mean. We won't run anymore. Let's live here, day by day, year by year. One day, we will wipe out all zombies and stand on a brand new oasis. Una nodded solemnly. Yes, we certainly will. At that moment, residents outside were screaming with joy. They held flowers, young seedlings, and slightly frozen river water, gazing up at the sky with excitement. Heaven had given the Western Travel Base a way out. They could survive. Joy filled every resident's heart at the Western Travel Base, and Una smiled too, watching everything around improving. Before long, she took Gavriel to the administration building. Body stood by the window, staring at the river flowing behind the building, lost in thought. Base leader, today's Western Travel Base no longer needs to fear external threats. We can develop ourselves and accumulate strength. Una took out a bag of seeds from the spatial pocket and placed it on the desk. Distribute these to the residents for planting. The yield will be high. They can keep 10%, give me the rest, I have uses for them. Today's Western Travel Base isn't threatened by any mutant flora or fauna or zombies, but survivors absolutely cannot slack off. They must improve themselves fully. This good environment is not for them to live a pastoral life but for them to recuperate and enhance themselves. Body stared fixedly at Una and grinned. I knew it was you. I knew it. Una said helplessly, whether it's me or not, What matters now is treating the injured and stockpiling food. Body did not press further, only stepping forward shakily and bowing deeply to Una. Thank you for coming to our rescue, thank you for giving us a paradise where we can grow freely. Even if you don't say it, all the residents of the base know that everything is because of you. Una paused in her place, saying nothing by way of explanation. Explaining it wouldn't really change anything anyway. After all, she was the only one in the West Travel Base who could create such elaborate things. Everyone understood in their hearts but chose not to make it explicit. Rest assured, we will not let you down and will definitely not indulge ourselves. Body took the seeds and solemnly left the administrative building. Residents knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude. Everyone knew whom they should thank, but they didn't say it outright, only keeping that person in their hearts. She was the savior of the West Travel Base, and all residents were her most loyal followers, never betraying her. When the one who helps them becomes a deity, no one will have thoughts of rebellion, let alone resentment or jealousy. Una also walked out of the administrative building with Gavriel and came to the river. She purchased quite a few fish fries and released them into the water, watching them swim around with tails wagging, feeling much more relaxed. The fish fries will grow, fill our stomachs, and provide nutrition. The West Travel Base will surely get better and so will my home. Una's eyes sparkled, as if something inside them was shimmering like a beacon guiding others forward. She also released a large batch of chicks and ducklings. Body had specially assigned people to enclose an area for feeding them, their growth speed astonishingly fast. The bag of seeds Una gave grew just as quickly, with yields high enough to stun everyone. The West Travel Base was getting better and better. Although most survivors were elderly, weak, sick, or disabled, there were new lives being born. They were the hope of Blue Star's future and the hope of the West Travel Base's future, the reason for everyone to persevere. Darkness will always pass, and the West Travel Base has already welcomed the light. How far can the other bases be? Chapter 190. Do you want to go to school? The once lifeless westbound base has now come completely alive. The residents didn't indulge in the joy of their environment changing for long, instead, they dedicated themselves entirely to production. The injured psychics and evolutionists from the Great Battle also recovered under medical treatment, only to be stunned by the new appearance of the base. They never thought that in this post-apocalyptic world, they would see such a blue sky, such white clouds, and breathe such fresh air. Everything seemed like a dream, and they pinched themselves several times to confirm the reality around them. Praises rose one after another as everyone plunged into the construction of the base. The broken city walls were being repaired step by step, the seeds Una had provided were growing rapidly in the fertile land, the fish fries in the river were growing day by day, and the sounds of chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep made the base more vibrant. Prosperous and full of vitality. The base is now in a virtuous cycle. The more people do, the more they earn, and the higher Una's profit will be, achieving a win-win situation. The system's house reinforcement buff made it impossible for zombies to detect the presence of humans within the base. Although they still wandered around, they no longer gathered at the gate of the base. Una did not tell the survivors that the base was impregnable now. After all, it was the end of the world, and absolute safety could not be guaranteed. There should always be a sense of vigilance among the residents of the westbound base. The outside world would only become more dangerous, and what they needed to do was not only to improve their own strength but also expand their power to clear out the developing zombies around them. Settling in a corner was not a viable option. The flame of humanity could not be limited to just the westbound base. Body and Una were both aware of this. The food reserves in the base were increasing, and the leadership also consciously supported other bases, regardless of the number of people, ensuring they could survive the harsh winter. The fish in the river grew fatter, and there were more people fishing within the base, opening up a new business. Of course, Una would also benefit from it. She stood by the river in a down jacket, watching the fish float and swim joyfully in the water, her gaze falling on the curious children around her with thoughtful eyes. Not only the development of the base but these children also need sufficient education. Life was once so hard that it was nearly impossible to give proper care to the children. Adults generally believed that as long as they weren't starving, it was fine. As a result, many children today couldn't even recognize a single word. They didn't understand basic living principles, they only knew how to survive and help adults work, lightening their burdens without thinking about the future. New forces are always the future of any world. These children must receive good education. Although the focus of education might differ greatly from before the apocalypse, at least the long-inherited culture won't be lost in their generation. Someone has to continue the flame of humanity, and these children bear a very important mission on their shoulders. Quite a few kids were standing around Una, looking at her curiously. In their minds, Una was almost a different world from them, yet they adored her in their hearts. Young children usually have no ill intentions. Some brave ones even ran over and handed her a roasted sweet potato or a candy that had been stored for who knows how long. Those things were their treasures, yet they could easily offer them to her. Una turned around and gently grabbed a little girl's hand. She looked no more than 5 years old, with her front teeth growing a bit awkwardly but appearing very cute. "Do you want to go to school?" she asked softly. The little girl scratched her head in confusion, her pigtails looking quite playful. "What is going to school? Can I earn crystal cores?" Una noticed a small rabbit hair clip on her head. One of the rabbit's ears was missing, and the clip looked ragged, about to fall off, yet it was the treasure of the little girl in front of her. She took out a more delicate and beautiful little rabbit hair clip from her spatial pocket and clipped it onto the girl's messy hair, helping her tidy up her pigtails. "Going to school means you can learn many new things, play with friends, but you can't earn crystal cores. But if you learn more and understand more, you'll definitely earn more crystal cores in the future. Una winked at her. Do you want to go to school? The little girl touched her new hair clip excitedly, carefully, afraid of using too much force, and said sweetly, yes, I want to go to school. Una patted her head. Okay, I'll let you all go to school. As if some bond had formed, the little girl stared fixedly at Una's smile, her chubby cheeks suddenly turning rosy. Big sister, if I go to school, can I be as strong as you? My mom and dad said you protected everyone in the base all by yourself, including my parents and me. So if I study hard, can I be just like you? Una pouted her lips and gently rubbed the little girl's cheek. If you study hard, you'll excel in other areas compared to me. Besides, it wasn't just me who protected the westbound base. There were countless uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters who sacrificed themselves in that battle. The current happy life isn't just because of me, it's also due to the collective efforts of all the survivors within the base. You may not understand what I mean now, but once you gain knowledge and learn principles, you'll understand clearly. The little girl giggled and ran away. Then it settled. I'll go to school. She excitedly ran towards her friends and together they picked up cargo much larger than themselves, walking away step by step with some difficulty, yet her laughter echoed through the base like silver bells. Una stared intently, almost lost in thought, until Gavriel handed her a hot water bag, which snapped her back to reality. Gavriel looked curiously at the direction she was gazing at. The children carrying goods had already walked far away, leaving only hurried passers-by. What were you looking at so intensely? Una warmed her hands with the hot water bag and walked toward the administrative building with Gavriel. I was looking at the Hope of Blue Star. I plan to start a school in the base, so those kids can go to school and learn the knowledge and principles they should understand. Of course, learning about zombies and how to combat them is the most important, but I don't want them to grow up without any clear direction. Their lives should be filled with colorful knowledge, not just hard labor. Gavriel smoothed her hair around her temples and held her hand as they walked briskly forward. No problem. Those kids really should go to school. Once we finalize the location with the base chief, we'll start recruiting teachers right away. Una glanced at Gavriel, smiling as she followed his pace, and soon they arrived at Boddy's office. Chapter 191. Are you pregnant? They had become regular visitors to the office of Director Boddy. Sometimes when they did not come, Boddy would send someone to invite them over. During bad weather, he would visit them personally. The staff in the administrative building greeted the two warmly, their eyes filled with gratitude. Stepping into the office, Boddy was sitting at his desk sighing in melancholy. Upon seeing Una and Gavriel, he stood up hurriedly to welcome them. I just wanted to discuss something with you two, and here you are. Come, please sit. Una sat on the sofa with a puzzled expression, while Boddy followed suit promptly. I want to introduce education within the base. Both children and adults can choose to learn a skill. Children will naturally study basic knowledge, but adults can pick a trade such as first aid, carpentry, electrical work, farming, medicine, and so on. This ensures that knowledge is passed down and allows us to mobilize people quickly during emergencies. Boddy looked at Una hesitantly, gripping his hands tightly before speaking. I know this is a massive project that will certainly delay regular work and missions. But seeing the kids growing up day by day without recognizing a single character would be too pitiful and detrimental to our future development. Una's eyes curved slightly with amusement. We came here specifically to discuss this with you. Our thoughts were not as comprehensive as yours, we only thought about educating children and didn't consider training adults in new skills. Your idea is great. Go ahead with it boldly, and I'll support you all the way. Moved, Boddy stood up from his seat, his silvery white hair swaying with his motion, his face radiant with joy. Thank you both. With your support, our westward-bound base can develop better. Seeing that Boddy was about to say more formal words, Una hurriedly gestured for him to stop. Such words won't help. I'm doing this not just for you but also for my own better living environment. Also, you're an excellent director. She smiled and waved her hand before standing up with Gavriel to leave and return home. Sitting on the sofa, Una idly played with her tablet. Then she stood up and walked to room 503, knocking on the door. It was more fun playing cards and chatting with Alanis and the others. More people always meant more fun. Knocking on the door, Una sensed something amiss right away. Amador seemed less cheerful, while Alanis had a spring in her step, as if some good news had occurred. Una sat down suspiciously on the sofa, her gaze darting between the two, sensing something was off. What's going on with you two? Arguing? Amador shook his head, slumping onto the sofa looking depressed. Alanis then gently placed something on the coffee table. Una looked closely, it was 2 lines. She suddenly realized what it might be and stared at Alanis in shock. You're pregnant. Alanis grabbed Una's hands, shaking them excitedly. Yes, it's unexpected, but I'm really happy. Living with Amador all day has gotten tedious. Having a baby will give you a little auntie to play with and pass the time. Una turned to look at Amador, who wore a worried expression. She felt somewhat baffled. Still, Alanis remained spirited. I want a little girl, a soft, cuddly ball of warmth. I can dress her in beautiful clothes, tie her hair in elegant braids. If she inherits my ability, I can teach her how to grow stronger. Una thought for a moment. It sounded nice, but this was now the post-apocalypse. Medical technology wasn't comparable to before. Despite being a strong and healthy psychic, giving birth for Alanis was still extremely dangerous, almost life-threatening. Seeing Una's worried face, Alanis's excitement faltered, her mouth pouting sulkily. Just looking at your face makes me feel like Amador. He nagged at me for hours about how dangerous it is to have a baby. But I just want a child to keep me company. I want to watch her grow, teach her reading and writing, teach her how to fight zombies. I know having a child is risky, but I just want this fruit of our love. Am I wrong? She became teary-eyed as she continued, I know you all love and pamper me, but I'm not clueless. Once I've decided on this child, I will be well prepared. Please don't always undermine my decision. Una noticed her eyes were a bit red, understanding that pregnant women's emotions were unstable and should not be stimulated. She hurried forward to comfort her. Don't worry, don't worry. I want the baby too, I can be the little aunt. I'm genuinely happy you're pregnant. But you are more important to us than the child, so it's natural for us to be worried. Since you've decided to have this child, it means you have an affinity with her. If you can bear her, I can definitely take care of her and make sure she grows up healthy, okay? Hearing this, Alanis wiped away her tears and sat on the sofa, still somewhat aggrieved. Amador hurriedly helped her cover herself with a blanket and arranged a pillow for her, finally calming down after bustling around for a while. Seeing his worried expression, Una sighed helplessly. Indeed, in Amador's eyes, could anything be more important than Alanis? He only hoped she would be safe, naturally wanting to avoid all dangers. But since Alanis insisted, all they could do now was to soothe the small pregnant woman's emotions, supervise her exercise and walking, and prepare everything thoroughly. I'll be happy when you give birth, but during your pregnancy, you must take good care of yourself. There can't be any mishaps at all. Strengthen your physical strength and try not to suffer too much when giving birth. Una anxiously advised. Alanis readily agreed, gently touching her belly excitedly. My parents have always loved me dearly, treating me like their most precious treasure. My child will also be pampered like a little princess, continuing the love my parents gave me. Her gaze was gentle, eagerly looking forward to the new life's arrival. Una felt a bit helpless but was also filled with anticipation for this child. Alanis's child was as good as her own, and she would naturally love her wholeheartedly, providing her with the best living conditions. Una was immensely relieved that she had placed the house reinforcement buff in the westward-bound base. Otherwise, Alanis would have had a very tough time with this pregnancy. If the westward-bound base couldn't hold out, hospitalization and medical treatment, as well as learning about childbirth, would be extremely difficult. Not to mention the danger of giving birth without a doctor by her side. Chapter 192, as if something major happened. When Gavriel heard the news, he also came over to take a look with some surprise. He held high hopes for this unborn child as well. The Shunfeng team had few members, but after so many years of living together, they were like real brothers and sisters, all wishing each other success and happiness. Alanis was pregnant, which naturally made him happy as he could be an uncle-in-law. But he was also aware of the risks involved in childbirth. The three of them took Alanis to the base central hospital as if they were facing a great threat. The scattered patients inside had already recovered, seeing the serious expressions on the Shunfeng team's faces as they walked in left everyone puzzled. What happened? It was as if something major happened. But no one dared to ask too many questions, they only whispered among themselves and quickly left. Arriving at the obstetrics department, there were not many doctors present. After all, in this apocalyptic world, people consciously avoided pregnancy, and even if someone did get pregnant, few would dare take the risk to give birth. However, today these four big figures came to inquire about the precautions for fetal care, which attracted much attention from the doctors. The westward-bound base wasn't without newborns, but only a handful each year, and even fewer survived to adulthood. So, willing pregnant women naturally became rare. Simple medical instruments weren't lacking, and Alanis went through every test available. The results showed that both she and her child were in good condition, finally easing the worries of Amador and the others. The doctor sitting at the desk pushed up his glasses perched on his nose. These are special times, it's crucial to pay attention to nutritional intake and various supplements. In terms of eating, you must be very careful, don't eat anything random or it might harm the fetus. He scribbled notes furiously, while the Shunfeng team sat quietly waiting. By the end, they received a whole page of handwritten notes. Make sure to memorize these points thoroughly. In the early stages of pregnancy, you can't afford to be careless. If you feel unwell, come to the hospital immediately. Don't think that being a psychic means you're super healthy and ignore everything. The doctor patiently advised. Una and Amador wished they had more notebooks to jot down a few more lines. They asked all the questions they could think of before bringing Alanis home like a protected panda. Amador started learning how to make nutritious meals for pregnant women, striving for flavorful and nutritious dishes. Una began selecting prenatal items from storage, including clothes, health supplements, and various small objects, filling up room 503 with supplies. In the evening, when Fabian and Daniela returned home after working at the beef noodle shop, they were both surprised and delighted by the good news from Alanis. While they eagerly anticipated their soon-to-arrive granddaughter, they couldn't help but worry about any potential mishaps. After being reassured by the young people for a while, they finally felt somewhat relieved. Alanis sat beside Daniela obediently, somewhat coquettishly flirting with her mother. Una and Gavriel watched this scene with warmth in their hearts and then quietly retreated to their own room. Una thought about the contented smile on Alanis's face. Sitting on the sofa watching the busy Gavriel, she asked, "Do you want a child?" Gavriel was wiping the table. Hearing Una's question, he paused for a moment, then went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Walking out and sitting beside Una, he took a deep breath before saying, "I don't have a fixation on having children. You are the most important person to me. So for me, I wouldn't want a baby to disturb our two-person world, nor would I want you to suffer through pregnancy. If you really want a child, we can consider it. I respect your decision, but I hope you prioritize your feelings first. Our relationship doesn't need a child to strengthen it. He spoke earnestly, staring intently into Una's eyes, clearly valuing this conversation. Una looked at him quietly and then smiled with squinted eyes. I understand what you mean. I think one spoiled brat is enough for our Shunfeng team. I still prefer our two-person world, he. Gavriel felt moved and carried her horizontally into the bedroom. Una grabbed her hem, speechless. Gavriel, if you're excited, you can hug and kiss me. We don't have to do these things. Gavriel took his task seriously, moving methodically like unwrapping a date-stuffed rice dumpling, making it impossible for Una to resist. I wanted to do this whether I'm excited or not. Una was swept up by his emotions, her brain getting hazy and unable to think clearly. She could only relax limply in his arms. As the human population dwindled, it meant a decreasing food supply for zombies. Consequently, base camps were now facing more frequent zombie waves. While the westward-bound base was faring relatively well, other bases had become the final feasts in the eyes of zombies. They rushed madly towards the towering walls, disregarding everything in an attempt to break through this barrier. Ever since its development, the westward-bound base had continuously assisted other bases. Whether it was crop seedlings or advanced weapons, they would donate them at a cost. This allowed many bases to survive the endless zombie waves. Zombies remained rampant, and the attacks from mutated flora and fauna never ceased. However, the flame of humanity continued to grow stronger. The Research Institute had developed an evolution serum for ordinary people. Although it could not match the abilities of psychics and evolved humans, ordinary people who injected the serum would be enhanced in various aspects, with changes in strength and speed. Coupled with proper training and weapon applications, some bases even formed zombie hunting squads, specifically luring zombies into uninhabited areas and then bombing them. Humanity was no longer the weak prey. They raised their fists, picked up their weapons, and started fighting, protecting those they cared about and everything they possessed. Research on the zombie virus in each base never ceased as they strived to find the simplest solution to the zombie problem. Many actions taken by the westward-bound base were emulated by other bases, such as establishing agricultural greenhouses, founding elementary schools, and allowing survivors to learn specialized knowledge. All bases faced every difficulty and adversity with vigorous enthusiasm, protecting their people within the walls and eliminating zombies alongside psychics. Previously, there were bases that only focused on safeguarding their small territories, refusing to engage in conflicts with zombies and preferring to stay inside the walls. But soon they realized the drawbacks. Zombies' craving for flesh was unimaginable. They clawed at the walls day and night, crazily forming steps out of piles of bodies, and took advantage of the dark nights to climb over the tall walls. Chapter 193, Teresa is born. This incident made the survivors realize how terrifying this world was. Building walls to isolate zombies would not work. Only proactive attacks to eliminate them would be truly effective. For humans, nothing is more important than a stable life. But with the world in turmoil, safety within the base alone wasn't enough. Only by truly exterminating external enemies could fleeting peace be achieved. Led by the westward base, other bases quickly followed suit, leading zombies into uninhabited territories and bombing them from the air. Modern shells are different from those before the apocalypse. They don't use gunpowder but pure energy from crystal cores. The force of an energy explosion is enough to turn zombies and mutated flora and fauna into ashes, winning humans greater living space. Various bases began to cooperate, starting from the center of Huagua and expanding outward. The outermost bases formed a large circle, then lured all zombies inside the circle outwards. With the zombies inside the circle almost completely eradicated, communication among bases became more frequent. The westward base did not withhold its resources, leading the other bases towards shared progress. Zombies were kept beyond the borderlines, any attempting to attack within were bombed to pieces. Although it sounds simple, it took a considerable amount of time. More and more bases moved closer to the westward base, until all Huagua's bases gathered around it, forming a dense, large human settlement. Janie's number of crystal cores increased, and she doubled the area of her fortification buff, enveloping more base living areas. Based on current development trends, the human living environment is getting better. Abundant resources have made humans stronger, making zombie threats seem insignificant under guns and cannons. The name Janie resounded throughout Huagua and even the world. As the environment improved, people began focusing on newborn numbers. The torch of humanity must be passed down, at least not drowned in the river of history. The brilliance of humanity must be inherited by future generations, one day creating a blue planet without zombies, where humanity can flourish even better than before. Days went by, and finally, it was time for Latoya's due date. She had moved into the hospital early, with experienced doctors on standby. Any medical equipment or medicine needed was supplied by Janie, striving to ensure no danger. As the operating room door closed, everyone outside anxiously paced back and forth. Even though only hours had passed, it felt like an eternity to them. Finally, the surgery in progress sign dimmed, and a doctor emerged from the operating room with a baby crying loudly in his arms. Indeed, Latoya got the daughter she wished for, a cute little princess. Janus rushed towards the operating room, his eyes red as he asked, "Where's my wife? Is she okay? How is she?" Janie took the child from the doctor. Ugly yet adorable, the baby clutched her fist and whimpered. The doctor struggled to speak. "The mother is fine, both mother and daughter are safe." She will come out soon. Try not to be too agitated. Tian Hong calmed down Janie. 502. It was a very ordinary and common name, yet it represented the parents' most sincere wishes for her. They wished that this child would always have hope in the future, that she could overcome any difficulties and grow up safe and healthy. The child grew quickly. 7 years had passed, and Teresa could already run around in a flowered dress, giggling, her delicate fair face melting anyone's heart. Auntie you, wait for me, Auntie. She laughed happily, with braids carefully woven by Destiny herself, adorned with several light pink bows that matched her flowered dress perfectly. Una stopped and squatted down, opening her arms to the little girl, watching her rush into her embrace. Teresa, have you been eating well recently? Why do I feel like you've lost weight? Una carried Teresa and walked forward step by step, bringing her to the city wall to look at the scenery outside. Teresa obediently held onto Una's collar and said brightly, Mom's cooking is terrible, not as good as what Uncle makes. Mom doesn't even let me eat snacks. Dad secretly gave me some yesterday, but Mom made him stand as punishment. She looked a bit aggrieved, pouting and resting her head on Una's shoulder. Auntie, I want to eat what Uncle cooks. Can I stay at your place tonight? Suddenly, Gabrielle's voice appeared, and Teresa felt a soft bread being stuffed into her mouth, making her happy to hug and munch on it. This was a bread that Gabrielle had made himself, knowing that Teresa liked it, so he often kept it ready in his space. He helped Teresa wipe her mouth, affectionately saying, No problem, whatever you want, Auntie will cook for you, but if you come to our place, you'll have to sleep in your own room. Teresa was a bit upset, her mouth stuffed with bread but still trying to speak. Uncle Kai, shame on you. You're just like Dad, both of you are grown-ups yet you still sleep with your wives. I've been sleeping alone for a long time. You two aren't as tough as me. Gabrielle and Una exchanged glances, smiling happily, then they looked together at the world beyond the city wall. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was just right. The end.